Chapter 1, The World of Ghost Stories. In a dark room. Rusty walls. A horrible stench of blood and decay fills the air, and Suyi opens his eyes. SSS, welcome to the Rules Ghost Story. New players have one chance to draw a talent, drawing automatically. Talent drawn successfully. SSS level talent, Flesh Rebirth Plus version. Talent analysis 1, the bolder you are, the greater the land. When attacked by a ghost story, the speed of wound recovery is inversely proportional to the fear inside. Translation, the bolder you are, the less affected you are by ghost stories. Sounds good, but after so many experiments with the Rules Ghost Story, people summarized that this is actually a pretty useless talent. The reason is that no matter if you're a high IQ PhD graduate or a criminal with blood on their hands, when they enter the Rules Ghost Story, they can't help but tremble in fear. This fear comes from deep within the soul, inevitable when facing life and death. However, this disadvantage, which is a big problem for others, does not exist for Suyi. Because, he was born with a lack of senses, so he has no feeling of fear. This is just too perfect for me, it's like it's tailor-made for me. Suyi exclaimed. Talent analysis 2, tests show that you are a born thrill seeker, and this pursuit has become an unshakable obsession. So when you experience true excitement in the Rules Ghost Story, you will gain the ability to hurt the ghost story. Flesh Rebirth is just an A-level talent, and others have drawn it before. My plus version should have the additional second point. When you experience true excitement in the Rules Ghost Story, you will gain the ability to hurt the ghost story, that's why it's an SSS level talent. Finally, Suyi summarized his talent. At this moment, the viewers outside the live broadcast room were already in an uproar. Suyi lay on the bed receiving information, while to them, he was just a patient wrapped in white bandages, helplessly staring at the ceiling. What's going on? The person transported this time is a patient? Looking at this, at least he's partially paralyzed, how can he fight? Some were already crying, whoa, it's over, heaven is abandoning our dragon kingdom. The first 5 normal people didn't make it, and this time, they picked a cripple. More than a month ago, the Rules Ghost Story invaded the world, and every so often, a random chosen one from each country is forcibly summoned into the ghost story, to participate in a horrifying game of humanity. Victory in the game, the chosen one is sent back to the real world alive, and the entire country benefits. Otherwise, a random city from the chosen one's country is selected to be cursed. The pass rate for the Rules Ghost Story isn't high, only around 10%. In the first 5 rounds, some lucky countries managed to pass 1 or 2 levels, earning enviable rewards. Among them, the most impressive was the White Eagle country, which had won 3 times in a row. Meanwhile, the Dragon country had failed all attempts. Everyone was looking to the 6th round, hoping for a miracle. But upon seeing Suyi, wrapped in white cloth like a mummy, lying on the bed, disappointment instantly filled them. The Rules Ghost Story broadcast is global, no need to connect to the internet, all electronic devices automatically play the screen. Compared to the concerns of the Dragon country people, other countries mocked them coldly. Ha, a cripple, is this really all Dragon country has left? But I guess it doesn't matter, whether he's a cripple or not, it's all failure, just like the first 5 times. Unlike our Sakura country's Shang Chuan Yanwei, who earned a 3-star rating in the last ghost story, no one has surpassed that, except for the United States. Using your Dragon country's words, this is called fate, the luck of Dragon country is used up. Actually, the word fate was invented by our ancestors in the Korean country. Tomorrow, go ahead and apply for the heritage listing. Upon hearing these words, the people of the Dragon country were rarely silent. Even though Suyi had a crippled leg and a broken arm, they could have easily countered, saying don't look down on the disabled. But now, the situation was different, he was half paralyzed and truly unable to pass the level. Could there still be a miracle? Could he stand up again? In the room, Suyi rested for a while, feeling his skin move as if countless bugs were merging and devouring each other, a truly magical sensation. A day ago, to seek some excitement, he waited at an intersection for a car that ran a red light, and directly crashed into it. He was sent to the hospital by passers-by. Such an incident would normally require at least 10 days to half a month in the hospital. But unexpectedly, a twist of fate brought him directly to the world of strange tales, triggering his talent. Feeling that his wounds had healed enough, Suyi climbed out of bed. He first untied all the bandages, revealing skin that was completely intact, and then found some clothes from the wardrobe to change into. Damn, so you're a cosplayer. Why are you cosplaying as a patient? Why are you still lying in bed? You scared the hell out of me. Thank goodness, the one participating in the strange tale is not a vegetable. The Dragon country still has hope. The audience didn't realize that Suya's wounds had just healed, they thought he was pretending, so they began to curse, but the overall atmosphere lightened considerably. In the live stream, Suyi looked around. The room wasn't big. There was a single bed with white sheets on it. Very white, as if specially bleached, with not a speck of dust. At the head of the bed, there was a study desk with a lamp, exercise books, and other study materials on it. Next to it was a large wardrobe, pressed against the entire wall. Other than that, there wasn't much else. From the outside, it looked like a very simple middle school student's bedroom. After a brief search, he found a crumpled piece of paper in the desk drawer and unfolded it. Strange tale dungeon, a warm home. You have a gentle and virtuous mother, a respectable father, a mischievous younger brother, and a dog that has grown up with you. To outsiders, everything seems so warm and beautiful, like a model family. But is everything really as harmonious as it appears on the surface? Perhaps only you, living in it, can truly understand. Clearance conditions: uncover the hidden contradictions behind the family, or survive for 7 days. Rule 1: the bedroom must always be kept clean. Rule 2: as a middle school student, you must maintain good habits. Your sleep time is from 10 p.m. to 7 a.m. Do not leave the room. Everything happening outside the bedroom is none of your business. Rule 3: the living room is a dangerous place. Do not enter it casually except during mealtimes. Rule 4: if you're bored, you can sit and watch TV. You may have unexpected gains. Rule 5: mom loves to cook. For every dish she makes, be sure to taste at least one bite. Don't make her sad. Rule 6: mom loves you very much and is very gentle. She won't get angry with you easily, and you can completely trust her. Rule 7: mom is very strict when it comes to educating her children. She has absolute control over the behavior and habits of her 2 sons. Be a good child and don't try to go against her. Rule 8: your younger brother has ADHD and is quite mischievous. As an older brother, you should play with him when he needs it, to help alleviate his condition. Rule 9: if you see alcohol at home, immediately hide it. Rule 10: you are a family, loving and close-knit. As a member of the family, please do not do anything unusual to avoid causing unnecessary suspicion. The 10 rules were neatly laid out in front of him. Soo-yi glanced over them, memorized them roughly, and quietly stuffed the paper into his pants pocket. Meanwhile, the outside world had exploded in uproar. Damn, the rules this time are obviously way more complicated than before. My head hurts just reading them. Rule 3 says the living room is dangerous. Rule 4 tells players to watch TV when bored. These two clearly conflict. How can you watch if you don't go into the living room? And Rule 6 and Rule 7, first it says mom has a good temper, then it says don't go against mom's words. Which one is true? One bad thing about the rules in the weird tale is, they're not always right. The player has to judge for themselves. Forget all that, the most important thing now is what to do next. Rule 2 and Rule 3 both say don't leave the bedroom. So if we just stay put for now and wait until mealtime to go out, it should be safe. In fact, except for Soo-yi who was forced to stay in the room to heal his wound, the other contestants from all countries thought the same as the viewers, staying quietly in their rooms. No one wanted to break the rules at this time. But things never go as the chosen ones expect. If just staying in the room could keep them safe forever, those who entered the weird tale before wouldn't have had a death rate of over 90%. Knock knock knock, a knocking came from outside the bedroom door, breaking the short piece. Soo-yi changed clothes and casually threw the used bandages into the cabinet. Rule 1, the bedroom must always be kept tidy. He spoke, who is it? No one replied. What answered him was a faster, more urgent knocking. Knock knock knock. Knock 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 knock. In the end, the knocking turned into loud banging. Bang after bang, scaring everyone who had just entered the weird tale world. To open or not to open, that was the deadly question. The scariest thing is not knowing what's outside. Because you simply don't know what's out there. But if you don't open, the banging is getting louder and louder. It might break in by force. While the chosen ones and the viewers were hesitating, Soo-yi decisively chose the former. The bedroom door opened. Before he could see clearly, a round object flew straight at him. Soo-yi instinctively caught it. 2 big eyes, 1 nose, 1 mouth. The spot where Soo-yi grabbed was exactly where the head connected to the body. It felt a bit sticky. A human head? 4 eyes met. The head's eyeballs rolled, shining with a mocking light. Its mouth moved. Brother, I guessed right. You're really in the room. Brother, come play with me. A childish voice rang out. Different from real-world kids, it had a creepy melody, rising and falling weirdly. More importantly, it was just a head. Soo-yi understood. This must be the little brother mentioned in the rule description. Rule 8, the little brother has hyperactivity disorder and is quite naughty. As the older brother, you should play with him when he needs you, to help ease his illness. This rule seems to be one you can't go against. Brother, can you twist off your head too? Let's play catch with it. Twist off the head, and play catch. Such terrifying words, if a normal person heard that, their legs would already be shaking, collapsing to the ground in fear. But who was Soo-yi? Someone who chased thrills so much, he crashed into a truck on purpose. At this moment, he seemed to hear an amazing suggestion. His eyes lit up with excitement. Okay. He didn't expect it to fall for it so easily. The childish face showed a trace of contempt. Black smoke started pouring from the child's head in his hand. Its eyes widened, filled with bloodshot veins. The porcelain white skin cracked piece by piece, like broken glass. The body without a head lunged towards Su Yi. The livestream suddenly went black. It's over, it's over. Why the hell did you open the door? The rules clearly said, don't leave the room so easily. Can't even understand human speech? Finally proved the body was fine, turns out the brain's broken. At this moment, the over 1 billion online citizens of the Dragon Kingdom were deeply heartbroken. They had already lost all hope. Meanwhile, at the Dragon Kingdom's Strange Tales Bureau. This was a department urgently established by the government after the arrival of the rule-based Strange Tales, specifically to analyze and study the Strange Tales world, and to provide hints to the chosen ones at critical times. It included the most powerful figures in the nation, and elites from all walks of life. Too fast. The operator stared at the screen with a dark expression. Too fast, there was no time to send a hint. Every time a rule-based Strange Tale began, there were 3 chances for communication, to send hints to the chosen ones at crucial moments. The main reason they hadn't used one just now was no one could have imagined that Su Yi would act so rashly, opening the door without even thinking. Any normal person would hesitate and feel fear, right? Sitting at the head seat, a man over 50 years old, still spirited in his military uniform, suddenly looked as if he had aged more than 10 years. He forced himself upright and ordered, send the word out, let all departments be on constant alert to prepare for the arrival of a strange tale. Is the Dragon Kingdom really going to fall during his generation? Just as everyone was talking anxiously, after a while, the netizens began to notice something strange. Hey, something's wrong. Su Yi is dead, the mission failed, why hasn't the punishment come down? Is the strange tale delayed? Impossible, there's never been a delay in punishment. But what you said makes sense. Someone cautiously guessed, could it be? Su Yi isn't dead? Do we still have hope? Inside the live stream room, after a brief blackout, the screen lit up again. Su Yi appeared intact in the same place, holding a bloodstained human head in his arms. From the head came a weak voice, why are you fine? That's impossible. I clearly bit down already. Su Yi ignored the brat's blabbering. With one hand gripping the head, he pulled it out from under the thigh, and tossed it into the other hand. He leaned his body, took a wide step, and did a dribbling move. A familiar melody started playing. Chicken, you are too beautiful, chicken, you are too beautiful. Chapter 3, Warm Home 2. In the live stream room, all the viewers were dumbfounded. Damn, I can't help it, it's too catchy, I need to dance too. Such amazing dance moves. What was the original song again? Su Yi is seriously awesome, who dares call him disabled now? I, Wang Dazhuang, am the first to disagree. Me too, I, Wang Erzwang. I, Wang Sanzhuang. Inside the room. Su Yi switched from slapping to kicking, and the head flew forward. My head is gone, where is this place? The headless body left behind panicked. He had twisted off his own head just to mess with Su Yi, but ended up failing miserably. The headless body began crawling on the ground, moving on all fours, neck dripping with blood, carefully groping around. Su Yi spoke in a voice so gentle it could drown someone. Good boy, big brother will keep playing ball with you. He raised his foot and kicked his little brothers, but go fetch the ball quickly. Su Yi's recent kick was especially skillful. The head flew off and landed with the eyes facing down into darkness, unable to see anything around. So the half-body that stayed put was basically blind, didn't know where the head flew, and could only lower down and grope blindly. In the process, it bumped into the living room's coffee table, cabinets, and with loud crashes, porcelain and knickknacks fell, smashing all over the headless body. More wounds appeared, but they healed instantly. Su Yi stood still, watching with great interest as his brother's body helplessly crawled and crashed around the house like a lost dog. He exclaimed excitedly, "Isn't this fun? Brother, help me, I was wrong." The head began to beg, tears and snot all over its face, sneering into the eyes. At this moment, he had turned back into that brat who ran to adults for help when in trouble, just now. "I was only joking with you. Sorry. Brother, I am really wrong, I apologize to you. Please, give me the head." The strange one is not a fool, it knows when to show weakness. Although it didn't understand why the attack on Su Yi just now didn't work, right now, finding the head is clearly more important than thinking about this issue. Without the head, he can't see anything, let alone kill the person in front of him. Damn, my eyes are blind, what is he doing? Su Yi, he made the strange one apologize? When did the strange one become so polite? I just want to ask one thing, who exactly is the strange one? While Su Yi was enjoying himself, the viewers in the livestream were already going crazy, all thinking it was unbelievable. Some people followed the logic and gave advice. Don't let him find it, quickly hide the head. This brother clearly looks like the villain, he's going to kill the chosen one. Upstairs, hide the head. What about when the family gathers for dinner later? The rule of this instance is to play as family members, it's not right to just kill off the brother. Then what do you suggest? It's hard enough to twist the head off, and if we send it back, who knows if the brother will attack again. By the way, since Suyi can attack the other party, he's not afraid of the brother, so returning the head is understandable. In the room, the living room wasn't very big. The brother crawled on the floor for a while. Familiar with the house, after touching many places and not finding anything, he successfully crawled to his own head. He stretched out his hand, reaching forward, and his fingers brushed against a strand of hair. Suyi lifted his foot, and with a bang, the head flew in another direction. The strange one, who had just touched the head. Furious, it began to cry loudly. It wasn't that old to begin with, it had only been 4 or 5 years old when it died, and now being treated like this, it involuntarily exposed its true nature. Crying, with snot and tears everywhere, the key was that after crying like this, it instinctively wanted to wipe its nose, only to realize it had no chance at all. Suyi stood there, showing no mercy. Impatiently, he said, "Hurry up and find it, what are you stalling for? Kick the ball, kick the ball." "How can I not kick it? You're too slow, it's affecting my speed of kicking the ball." The meaning was clear, keep looking, and next time when you find it, I'll kick again. The strange one clearly didn't understand this implication, mumbling and continuing to search on the floor. This went on for the whole morning, maybe it was tired from looking, or maybe it had an epiphany. "I'm not looking anymore." The headless little one slumped on the ground, crossing his legs in a sitting position. "Brother, you're lying. I can't find it. The head is important, but, in some situations, it can become less important." "You're really not looking anymore?" Suyi sat on the sofa, his gaze falling on the ball next to the TV. The ball, face down, had a hoarse voice, sounding tired. "I'm tired." Suyi was a bit disappointed. Fine, he still felt like he hadn't had enough fun. He said this, then walked in front of the TV, picked up the head, and handed it to the brother. The head was placed on the bloodied, mangled neck, the flesh and bones merging together. In just a few seconds, a complete neck appeared, almost like a regeneration technique. Almost as soon as it was attached, the brother's expression changed dramatically, black aura emitting from his body, and he swung his fists toward Suyi like a cannonball, shouting, "Die!" Chapter 4, A Warm Family 3. Suyi stood still, not moving. The strange one's speed was too fast. He had just gained some strength from the stimulus, but it was already almost consumed. There was no way to dodge it. But fortunately, besides having the ability to harm the monster after being stimulated, he also had the talent for regeneration of flesh and blood, proportional to his courage. Simple flesh and blood regeneration was an A-level talent, limited by courage. Suyi was not afraid, which meant he wasn't restricted by the talent. As long as he stayed still, his wounds would heal immediately after being attacked by the strange one. Yes, the healing speed was faster than the injury. Just as the brother's fist was about to land on him, the situation was. With a creak, the kitchen door next to them opened. A middle-aged woman walked out. "Children, it's time to eat." The woman had a gentle demeanor, her voice soft. Upon seeing her younger brother in an attacking posture, she covered her mouth in surprise. "Xiaoko, what are you doing? How many times have I said this? In this family, there are only 3 of us most of the time, so we need to understand unity." As she spoke, her eyelashes began to dampen, tears almost falling, her face a picture of heartbreak. The younger brother was caught off guard, his bullying of his older brother being seen by their mother. He stood there, unsure of how to respond. "Suyi, you misunderstood. He just wanted to massage my legs." The younger brother seemed to realize something and quickly followed along. "Yes, older brother played with me all morning, he's so tired, I'm helping him massage his legs." He bent down and crawled over with his short legs, gently patting Suyi's calf, acting like a model of brotherly respect. "Suyi, be gentle, don't you know your dear brother is afraid of pain?" Okay. The younger brother's movements became more cautious, his gaze up at Suyi full of frustration and resentment. All morning, first his head had been kicked like a ball, and now he had to massage this villain's legs. Next time, when mom isn't around, he would definitely get rid of him. Suyi complained, "Why so light? Haven't you eaten?" The younger brother increased his strength, wanting to beat this guy to death, but with mom standing nearby, he dared not. Standing by, their mother was quite satisfied. "You two brothers seem to have a good relationship. Alright, stop massaging, come and eat." At this moment, the audience outside the live broadcast in Dragon Country had become numb. Damn, the younger brother looks a bit pitiful like this. How can you treat such a cute little brother like this? Although it's pitiful, it's also a bit funny. Suyi sat down at the table. The younger brother sat on the other side of the table, and their mother went back to the kitchen to continue bringing out the dishes. Suyi silently thought. From the conversation just now, two things could be deduced. First, their mother had always been very gentle, and there was nothing like the weird and violent situations seen in some live broadcasts, like randomly killing people. Yet, despite such a gentle mother, the younger brother was still very scared. Second, when their mother said, "Our family usually has only 3 people, so we must understand unity," it indicated that their father didn't come home often. So, where was their father? While thinking, their mother had already brought all the dishes to the table. Suyi took a look. Good heavens! 4 dishes in 1 soup, 2 meat dishes and 2 vegetable dishes, all carefully planned for nutritional balance. One dish was a cold mixed dish of human ears, the ears stacked on the plate, the roots of the ears still bloody and messy. It seemed they weren't from the same age group, as the skin tones and freshness varied. Another dish was steamed leg bones, the entire upper thigh of a human, placed in the plate, the edges covered in oil stains from cooking. 2 vegetable dishes, greens and cabbage, looking relatively normal. There was also a bowl of bone soup, dark and murky, hard to see what was inside. First, their mother picked up a bloody ear and placed it in Suya's bowl. "Sweetie, you've been studying hard lately, have some meat to replenish your energy. Rule 5, Mom loves to cook, and for every dish she makes, you must at least take 1 bite. Don't make her sad." This meant, whether it was from the perspective of never breaking the rules or not making Mom sad, Suyi had to take a bite. At the same time, in live broadcast rooms of other countries. In Sakura country, Shuang Changyangwei sat on a chair, picking up an ear with his left hand. He was quite smart. When the younger brother called him to play in the morning, he had already called out Mom. Although Mom didn't come out of the kitchen, she educated the younger brother through the door. So, the younger brother didn't dare to be too reckless and only asked for one of his hands as a toy. Shuang Changyangwei watched the piece of meat. The expression was pleading, "Mom, do I really have to eat it?" Mom still had the gentle look, "Eat more meat, it's good for your health. I specially made this for you." Her voice was gentle, and her words were gentle too. But Shang Chuanyangwei didn't forget, this was a strange world. After thinking for a moment, he simply decided to go all in, closed his eyes, and shoved the bloody ear into his mouth, chewing while praising, It's really delicious, Mom made it so well." A satisfied expression appeared on his mom's face. At the moment when it was chewed and swallowed, Shang Chuanyangwei's pupils were gradually consumed by blackness, and his expression became foolish and vacant. Mechanically, he picked up another piece of meat and continuously repeated, "It's really delicious, Mom made it so delicious." The chosen one from Sakura country, Shang Chuanyangwei, was mysteriously consumed, and the world of strange tales is about to descend. The countdown starts, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6. Baka Yarrow, Shang Chuanyangwei is such an idiot, he got assimilated so quickly. Eating my ass, all he does is eat, that plate of ears is definitely suspicious. Some people from other countries also sighed, no wonder his name is Shang Chuanyangwei, he really does fall apart quickly. In the White Eagle country, William, as a veteran who had cleared the dungeon twice, wasn't panicked in this situation. He had noticed early on that the mom in the dungeon was very gentle and wouldn't harm the child. So when faced with being served food, he firmly refused, "I won't eat." Mom started wiping her tears, "Do you dislike the food I made? This is the soup I've been simmering all morning, just have a sip, just 1 sip." William's attitude was firm, regardless of how much Mom cried and complained, he remained unmoved, sitting still. Chapter 5, A Warm Home 4. He felt a bit smug, certain that the other chosen ones hadn't noticed this point and were foolishly eating the meat, getting polluted by the strange force. William picked up a piece of cabbage and put it into his mouth, savoring it. It tasted good, and he was so immersed in his own reasoning that he didn't notice the thick black smoke rising from the other side of the table. His younger brother stood up from the chair, "You actually made our mom, who loves us the most, angry. You are unforgivable." The younger brother stretched out his hands, reaching for William's neck. This time, Mom, who was sitting nearby, didn't speak to stop him. With a loud bang, William's head fell off, and his body was instantly decapitated. A moment later, the body turned into thick smoke and blew away. William returned to his room, leaning against the wall, panting, with a look of terror still on his face. S-level talent, Resurrection Armor, set a fixed location as a resurrection point, and each time he is killed by a strange force, he can resurrect at the point. Each dungeon allows 3 uses. He had already used it once earlier in the morning when facing the little boy, and this was the second time. The White Eagle country viewers watching the livestream were filled with regret. Oh, shit, in just a few hours, he's already used it twice. William is so useless, such a great talent wasted on him. At this rate, he won't last until the 7th day. The focus shifted back to Suyi. "I won't eat." Mom's eyes were filled with tears, "Do you dislike the food I made?" "No." Suyi picked up an ear, carefully examining it in the air, "It's not fresh. Your cooking skills are fine, but this has clearly been sitting out too long. It affects the taste. Mom, I want to eat fresh human ears. Suyi looked at Mom with longing, his eyes full of intense desire. Mom stopped crying. If Suyi didn't like her cooking, she would be sad. But now, Suyi said it wasn't about the cooking, but that the ingredients weren't fresh enough. She was a loving mother, always putting her children's wishes first, feeling guilty. I'm sorry, maybe the meat was kept too long, so the taste is off. How about you make do with it? If you're going to eat something fresh. So he turned his head toward the other side of the table, where his brother was sitting. The little one was happily eating, but suddenly, he shivered when Suye's gaze landed on him, looking up. Big brother. What do you mean? In the next second, Suye's hand twisted towards his brother's ear. The younger brother screamed, it hurts, it hurts. Although he was no longer human, the pain from his previous life still lingered, especially in such a fragile place like the ear. Finally, unable to bear it any longer, he yelled. Mom, save me. Brother is going to eat me. His head had fallen off, but it could be put back. If his ear was eaten, it would come out from his backside the next day. The scene was on the verge of losing control. Mom couldn't watch any longer, and finally spoke to stop it. All right, stop now. We won't eat meat today. Saying this, she dumped the ear and the soup from the pot into the trash can. When it came to food and brotherly unity, she chose to prioritize the latter. Suyi looked at her unwillingly. Mom's tone softened, with a hint of coaxing. Good boy, let go of your brother. I'll buy you fresh ones another day. Suyi nodded, as a sign of agreement. He picked up 2 pieces of vegetables and ate them with rice, but his expression was a bit unhappy. Outside the live stream, netizens had exploded. I'm crying. The reason he didn't eat it is because the human ear wasn't fresh enough. If it were me, I'd have thrown up the moment I saw that pile of ears. Damn, Suyi is so awesome. Compared to the other chosen ones in different live streams, who were so submissive, the weird brother directly begged for mercy. By the way, have you guys noticed, when Suyi said the ear wasn't fresh, Mom didn't get angry? That means using this excuse to not eat meat was reasonable. The person upstairs, are you saying Suyi did it on purpose? Yes, it must have been on purpose. Wah, I knew it, there's no way anyone could be sick enough to want to eat fresh human ears. Suyi is a good person. At the same time, the other chosen ones, who were slightly later for lunch and being forced to eat, had not yet expressed their opinions when they received a message from the country. Each country has 3 opportunities to communicate with their chosen one, and they sent Suye's performance in writing. Most of the chosen ones stopped after saying meat isn't fresh and successfully avoided this disaster. Only from Kim Jae-suk of Kimchi Country, a mere dragon country, I can't let them steal all the spotlight. Kim Jae-suk sat on a chair, staring at the table across from him, and ordered, Brother, I want to eat fresh ears, cut them off for me. According to his reasoning, Suyi from Dragon Country could stand against the weirdness by twisting his brother's ear. It must be because Mom was present, and the brother dared not make a move. What he had to do was even more spectacular, with one sentence, lightly ordering the weird brother to cut off his own ear. Then, with a scream, why, don't. Kim Jae-suk, the chosen one from Kimchi Country, was devoured by the weirdness. The world of eerie tales is about to arrive. Countdown 10, 9, 8, 7, 6. Kimchi Country's people, what an idiot, Kim Jae-suk, why act so pretentious, dragging us down? We're doomed, run. Too late. Save us. Kimchi Country's Bureau of Eerie Tales, what do we do, Mr. President? The eerie tales have already descended in 6 regions. One day, Erso City will fall. Quickly send a telegram to the White Eagle for help. A moment later, the telegrapher came back with a long face, no response from the other side. After lunch, most of the chosen ones hurried back to their rooms. To them, that was the safest place, at least the weirdness wouldn't barge in at random. Only Suyi sat down on the sofa, turned on the TV, and relaxed. The show playing was Peppa Pig. Peppa Pig number 1, brother, what are you doing? Peppa Pig number 2, pointing with its toes at a soccer ball, can't you see, I'm playing soccer. Peppa Pig number 1, then you play terribly. Come on, I'll show you a national football player. The 2 pink pigs walked for a long time, and Peppa Pig number 2 said, why bring me to the seaside, where is the athlete? Suyi, enjoying himself, was curious too, what could athletes have to do with the sea? Suddenly, the TV screen shook, and snowflakes started to fall. A person draped in long hair. The girl in the red dress suddenly appeared on the screen, with a dry well behind her, and the environment was dark and eerie. The girl stared fixedly ahead, clearly existing only on the TV, but it felt like she was directly staring into Suya's eyes, sending a chilling shiver down his spine. The ghost girl bent down, placing her hands on her sides, her head poking out of the TV. Her long hair covered her face, obscuring her eyes and nose, leaving only her blood-red, large lips exposed, looking incredibly strange. Suyi frowned, Sadako? The ghost girl didn't care what he said, continuing to crawl out, her two round shoulders already out of the TV. Su-yi, you've really let me down. The ghost girl extended her scarlet tongue, more than half a meter long, licking the corner of her mouth before extending it forward, swaying it back and forth in the air. It was a centimeter away from touching Su-yi's skin. I want to eat you. Su-yi was even more disappointed, not scary at all. Unlike other chosen ones, he didn't return to his room. There was a purpose in turning on the TV. Rule 4, when you're bored, you can sit down and watch some TV, maybe you'll get unexpected rewards. Su-yi was sure that the unexpected reward was some new form of weirdness that could boost his strength. That's why he obediently sat down, eagerly staring at the TV, watching for a long time. Unexpectedly, what came out was a Sadako. In the real world, Sadako-like ghosts were a dime a dozen, with nothing special about them. With you looking like this, you dare to call it weird? Su-yi was furious. How was this any different from staying in the real world? It was a blatant scam. Let me tell you, your look is so common among humans, there's no way it's scary. I wouldn't even look at it if you paid me. Can you even scare anyone? Dressing like that, don't you have a little self-awareness? Su-yi was extremely angry and began to curse. After waiting for so long, this is what I get? An insult to my eyes. The ghost girl was stunned by the insults, one hand brushing aside her hair, staring at Su-yi with her bright red eyes. It was her first time encountering such a human, someone who called a ghost like her unscary. It was an insult, no, an insult to the weirdness. But at the same time, she became interested in the more terrifying look Su-yi mentioned. She pointed to herself and opened her mouth. Abba, Abba, Abba. Su-yi, what do you mean? Do you want to change yourself? Sadako nodded. Su-yi cleared his throat. Didn't expect you to be so eager to learn, you know how to improve yourself. It was rare to meet such a curious ghost, so he didn't mind teaching her. First, turn around. Neck, rotate 360 degrees toward me. Sadako obediently followed, turning her neck in a circle. The sound of bones cracking filled the air, blood flowing out from her neck and dripping onto her red clothes, blending in. Su-yi nodded in satisfaction. Now that's more like it. You're now qualified to enter a human's haunted house. Sadako grinned, fiddling with her own head, feeling pleased with herself. Su-yi's face suddenly turned serious. What are you laughing for? Just entering a haunted house, and you're so satisfied? Don't you have any ambition? He grabbed Sadako's face with one hand. A zoomed-in image of a woman's face appeared on the screen. To be fair, from the looks of it, Sadako wasn't bad-looking. But unfortunately, she encountered Su-yi. This makeup really doesn't work. What kind of female ghost has such smooth skin? Find something sharp, tear it up. The ghost girl, Abba Abba Abba. Su-yi, what sharp object? Scissors, a hammer, anything works. What? I don't have scissors here. No scissors? Are you really that poor? Su-yi disdainfully pushed the ghost away. After being rebuffed, the ghost girl looked at Su-yi with grievance before crawling back toward the TV. I will go back to get scissors. She wasn't poor, she just didn't feel like crawling back. It would take up energy. Now there was no choice, she had to go back into the TV to find the scissors. Once she found them, she would continue learning from Su-yi, until she successfully scared this human who didn't know his place to death. Sadako thought darkly and carefully. The sharp tip of her but went straight into the TV. She wasn't unable to speak, but she could only say specific things, like go back, eat you, and so on. At this moment, outside the live stream room, everything was blank, and time seemed to have come to a standstill. They really didn't know what to say, they were deeply shocked. Su-yi, using just his mouth, managed to shove the bizarre event back into the TV. Could this be something a normal person could do? Su-yi isn't normal, he looks more and more like a pervert. Does he have a mental illness? Definitely not. Mental patients only play with shit and are still afraid of ghosts. Su-yi, this boss, is fearless, has unmatched courage, and has made a tremendous contribution to the revival of manhwa. Unknowingly, his title had already changed, from cripple to Su-yi, and now to Su-yi boss. At the Manhwa Bazaar Talk Bureau, Elder Bai sat at the head, equally shocked. Su-yi's move, was he trying to fool the bazaar event by saying that on purpose? Or was it truly from the heart, with his thoughts matching his actions perfectly? For a moment, Elder Bai hesitated, unsure of what to decide. He instructed the people waiting below. Go check Su-yi's background, see if there's any record of him being hospitalized for a mental illness. The person below responded, checked already, nothing. Elder Bai said, check again, be thorough, don't overlook any hospitalization records. In the world of bizarre talk. Su-yi sat on the sofa, continuing to watch TV. Pink Pig 2, why did you bring me to the seaside? Where are the national football team players? Pink Pig 1, look closely, they are in the sea, catching sea cucumbers to eat. Su-yi. Damn. Mom finished cleaning up and came out of the kitchen, wiping the water on her hands onto her apron. She frowned slightly. Have you finished your homework? Still watching TV. You know there will be an inspection later tonight. After hearing that, Soo-yi turned off the TV and obediently went to his room. Sadako, who had just gotten the scissors ready to come out, ? In the bedroom, on the far left side of the desk, there was a stack of textbooks. Soo-yi flipped through them, pulling out a set of math test papers. The role he was playing should be in high school, all practice problems from the second year. Soo-yi quickly started answering the questions, multiple choice, fill in the blank. When it came to the final big question, he wrote solve and put down the pen. He really couldn't solve it. He couldn't do it in high school, and after finishing university, Soo-yi still hadn't learned how. At the Longwa Bazaar Talk Bureau, the operator cautiously asked, Director Lin, should we send Soo-yi the answer to the last big question? Compared to other countries, they hadn't used any of their 3 hint opportunities, and still had plenty left. The elderly man in green military uniform sat and thought for a moment, his previous sluggishness gone. His face had regained some vitality, showing signs of improvement. Forget it, it's just one question, no need for now. A smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. A character who can convince a bizarre event to go back with just a few words, can't even solve a math problem? The operator suddenly understood. You mean, Soo-yi deliberately didn't solve it, he has his own considerations. Director Lin nodded. Meanwhile, in other countries. Besides Soo-yi staying in the living room watching TV, even the previously bravest white-headed eagle competitor, William, chose to go back to his bedroom to rest after dinner. Therefore, after receiving the news that his mother would check his homework later, the selected candidates from other countries had no choice but to use one of their opportunities to remind their chosen ones to do their homework. Rule 7, mothers are very strict with their children, and have absolute control over their 2 sons' behavior and habits. Be a good child, don't try to go against her. They guessed that the homework part was related to this rule. In the empire where the sun never sets, Rumor sat at his desk, smiling wickedly at the math test papers in front of him. As a math professor, the difficulty of high school questions was a piece of cake for him. Soo-yi of Longwa, you stole the spotlight before. This time, I won't lose to you. He quickly started answering the questions on the test paper. It only took about 10 minutes to finish everything. To make Mom even more satisfied, he specially wrote down several different methods, with notes all over the exercise sheet. Lumor finished answering the questions, repeatedly looked at the test paper, and showed a satisfied smile. He obediently sat in the chair. After a while, the woman pushed open the door, started checking the homework, and occasionally showed a confused expression. Mom, how is it? Lumor eagerly asked. Not bad, you got them all right, well done. As expected, Lumor boldly asked, is there a reward? Oh, who doesn't like a good student? He must be the first person in this scenario to get a reward. When the character's favorability increases, there's a chance to drop some side quest items, which can be taken out of the ghost story world. Yes. Mom's smile gradually became eerie, the corners of her mouth splitting back to the ears. The reward is for you to die. A pitch-black ghostly hand reached out, grabbed the man's neck, and lifted him into the air. W.I. Mom, you're not my child. You never could solve the last big problem. But you used 5 different methods to solve it. After the last sentence, Lumor closed his eyes and died from suffocation. He regretted it, focusing too much on showing off his professional skills, wanting to outdo Soo-yi. He neglected the actual ability of a child his age in solving problems, revealing a flaw. The sun never sets, Lumor was eerily consumed, the ghost story world is about to descend, countdown starts, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5. Chapter 7, A Warm Home 6. Damn it, Lumor, being too clever backfired. Soo-yi from Longwa, he sent us the wrong information. He talked about solving problems but didn't say to what extent. We fell into the trap. A person who could send Sadako back to the TV with just a few words clearly has outstanding debating skills. How could they be a failing student who can't solve the last big problem? Clearly, they had guessed everything, but they only spoke halfway. It was obvious they were digging a hole. People from Longwa also realized this and subconsciously accepted the statement of the sun never sets. However, they didn't think Soo-yi did anything wrong. In fact, they felt a sense of satisfaction. Serves you right, who told you to laugh at Longwa before? You can't even tell truth from lies, and you blame others. How dare you try to solve the last big problem in high school math, no common sense. The 2 countries exchanged sarcastic remarks. Before, Longwa had failed 5 times in a row, and the world powers sent information trying to suppress them, even making Longwa lose some benefits. Now it was their turn to be anxious. How could they not be upset? True failing student Soo-yi was lying on his bedroom bed. If he could see the bullet comments at this moment, he would definitely say, humans are so complicated, you think too much. I really can't solve the last big problem. Before the incident, Suyi spent most of his time seeking thrills, occasionally ending up in the hospital for a while. So despite having a decent mind, he really didn't have much time to study. Barely managing to maintain a 5th place ranking in his grade. Compared to the 1st place student who could solve the last big problem, there was still a gap. After Mom finished checking the homework and praised him a bit, she left the room. Suyi lay on the bed and unknowingly fell asleep. A night of good dreams. This was the most fulfilling day he'd had since he was born. Not only did he get the thrill he longed for, but he also healed his wounds. Completely different from the real world. Compared to Suya's happiness, the other remaining selected ones were all living in fear. They tossed and turned in bed the whole night, sometimes worrying that the door would suddenly be knocked on, other times worrying about something going wrong. By the time they woke up the next morning, they had huge dark circles under their eyes. Bang, bang, bang. Bang, 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 bang. A new day had begun, the bedroom door was knocked on. Brother, come play ball with me. With the lesson from the previous day. The rest of the people all knew the best way to handle the situation. Of course, they couldn't learn from Suyi. To provoke weirdly, this method was undoubtedly suicidal. The moment they opened the door, they shouted to the kitchen direction, Mom. After receiving their mother's voice command, brothers should play, but don't go overboard. The chosen ones only needed to sacrifice a body part for their younger brother to play with, and they could get through this safely. Some people were lucky, only needing to sacrifice a finger. Among them, from the Asen country, was Sanjai. When he opened the room, his finger was forcibly snapped off, but compared to others who lost arms and legs, this wasn't a big deal. Sanjai felt lucky in his heart. Oh, brother, if nothing's wrong, I'll go back to sleep now. He said this and slammed the room door shut with force. With a loud bang, as he turned to walk toward the bed, the door behind him suddenly exploded. Wood chips flew everywhere, one of them piercing the chosen one's inner thigh. Sanjai gritted his teeth, clutching his chest, stumbling and asking, I've already given you my finger, what else do you want? Don't bully me too much. The younger brother stood at the door, jumped over a figure, and his gaze fell to the floor in the corner of the room, near the cabinet. There was a yellowish stain. That was from last night, when Sanjai couldn't sleep, and since he was too scared to eat food from the world of strange tales, he drank a lot of water to fill his stomach. This was the result of an urgent need to pee. Rule 2, as a middle school student, you need to develop good sleep habits. Sleep time is from 10 p.m. to 7 a.m. Do not leave the room, everything outside the bedroom is none of your business. Sanjai strictly followed the rules, not daring to go out to the bathroom. He didn't think his actions were wrong. After all, in their country, 70% of places had no toilets. Peeing on the ground was a very common thing. The younger brother said, Yes, you've already given me your finger, I don't need you to play with me anymore. He shouted toward the kitchen, Mom, brother made the room dirty. His voice was sharp, like a horsebird call, instantly spreading far away. Rule 1, the bedroom must always be kept tidy. Soon, the gentle and virtuous mother walked out from the kitchen, holding a pitch-black kitchen knife. Her eyes were hollow, completely covered in red, with no whites visible. The chosen one from Asen country, Sanjai, was bizarrely consumed. The world of strange tales is about to descend. Countdown begins. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5. Seeing this, the global audience in front of the screen couldn't help but feel a little emotional. Sanjai, until his death, never understood what mistake he had made. The way the Asen country treats its citizens is truly despicable. The Asen country government, here decorated in gold and splendor, a politician watching Sanjai's death, a flash of pity crossed his face. He tried to suggest, why don't we build more toilets in the slums? This suggestion was quickly opposed by others. They are just lowly people, why should we care about them? Exactly, this is just an exception. Sanjai's death isn't regrettable. Instead of spending this money, we should offer more welfare to the higher castes. The politician who initially suggested this wanted to say more, but after seeing the expressions of those around him, he chose to remain silent. The caste system has been a malignant tumor in Asen country for thousands of years, something that cannot be changed overnight. In the room, Suyi stayed for a while, feeling quite bored. Unlike in other countries where younger brothers actively came to harass and break arms and legs, Suya's side was quiet, no one came. Suyi initially thought the time hadn't come, so he waited half an hour. After confirming that nothing was happening, he decided to take the initiative. Chapter 8, A Warm Home 7. Brother, my dear brother, where are you? I'll play with you, let's bounce the ball. The living room was silent, no one answered. Suyi walked to the door of the adjacent bedroom. He remembered clearly from yesterday. After lunch, the younger brother returned to this room. Brother, brother. Suyi kept knocking on the door, the sound loud and clattering. It was so loud that there was no doubt that the next moment, this fragile wooden board would be shattered into pieces. Yet, inside, it was still silent. Suyi frowned. He was thinking, wondering if he had done something wrong yesterday. Brother, I was wrong. I shouldn't have teased you like that yesterday. Come out, this time we'll play gently, I promise it will be fun, and cure your hyperactivity. To admit one's mistake and correct it is the greatest virtue, Sui thought of himself as a good child who bravely admits his faults. After a moment, the door creaked, opening slightly, and a small child about 1 meter tall peeked out from behind it. Are you serious? Yesterday morning, the younger brother went to find Sui, intending to teach him a lesson, but unexpectedly, he was the one who got beaten. Then, during mealtime, Sui twisted his own ear, intending to twist it off completely, without any mercy, a method more twisted than his own. This made the younger brother feel uneasy. He didn't dare to easily trouble Sui again. Even a strange creature, subconsciously, bullies the weak and fears the strong, and Sui was obviously the strongest of the strong. The younger brother realized he had encountered a tough opponent this time. He stayed in the room, swearing that no matter how Sui cursed or threatened him, he wouldn't come out before noon. But Sui had changed. He apologized, and his attitude was still so sincere. In this family, where mom was always busy and dad rarely came home, having an adult actively come out to play with him was an enormous temptation. The younger brother stared with his clear eyes, revealing a foolishness, cautiously eyeing Sui. Outside the live stream room, the bullet comments, "Ha, so funny." In other live streams, the chosen ones tuck their tails between their legs, but here in Suye's, it's the strange creatures trying to avoid humans. Look at the younger brother's expression, clearly struggling for a long time, not wanting to open the door for Sui. Looking at it this way, the younger brother is a bit cute. What should we do? Like a normal child. Upstairs, are you just looking at his face? No matter how cute, he's still a strange creature. Don't forget how cruel he was when he first appeared yesterday. Now he's acting so obedient because he's met our Sui, who can actually control strange creatures. He's just scared of the strong. The bullet comments, why can't the chosen one open the door when the younger brother knocks? It's not allowed. Playing with the younger brother is an inviolable rule. Anyone who stays in their room without speaking, like yesterday, gets eliminated. Speaking of which, why did Sui come out? Since the younger brother isn't causing trouble, shouldn't he just stay in his room? Stay for 7 days and it's enough. Some people were not optimistic about Sui, thinking that he was causing unnecessary trouble by coming out to find the younger brother at this point. He got lucky yesterday, scaring away the strange creatures, and now he thinks he can do whatever he wants. I think this person doesn't know his place, completely flying too high. At the younger brother's room door, Sui patted his chest, swearing with confidence, let's play with building blocks. Since we are going to play with building blocks, we first need the pieces. A quarter of an hour passed. On the floor were several broken arms, legs, and organs. Pieces, just enough to form building block parts. Sui took out a large arm and connected it with a smaller arm. The wound section was bubbling with black blood. When touched, countless tiny red threads extended out of the flesh, like living creatures, twisting together, and finally miraculously fused. The arm was as good as new. Sui stared at the blood and flesh that had been pieced together, showing a look of intoxicated fascination. He had this thought yesterday. Why are strange creatures different from humans? The bodies of the dead can still move as if they have their own consciousness. Sui reached his hand into the eerie chest, 5 fingers together, inserted it, and twisted around. A bloody heart was pulled out. The heart was purple-black in color, just like the phrase people usually say, black-hearted. The heart was still pounding non-stop in his hand. Sui noticed that in the very center of the heart, besides the fine threads wrapped around it, there was a piece of crystal-like thing, and the threads on the body were coming from there. He extended 2 fingers, intending to poke directly at it. Don't! From the ground came his younger brother's terrified cry. When his limbs were being taken apart just now, there wasn't much reaction, but now it was extremely intense. Suya's fingers, which were getting closer, stopped and instead used his palm to gently touch it. It felt a bit like jelly. Bureau of Strange Tales, Dragon Nation. Director Lin was the first to react. Quick, screenshot this part, record it, have the tech team study it again and again. If I'm not wrong, the fact that it made the strange being react so fiercely means it must be its weak spot. The Strange Rules Tales randomly chose a city and descended upon the human world. To humans who could only watch the strange beings through live streams before, this was a dimensional strike. Guns, ammo, and all kinds of physical attacks seemed to have little effect. Humans had always been searching for a way to truly harm the strange beings. Now Suya's dissection of the strange being gave them hope. Whether this instance succeeds or not, Suya's actions will be the light of humanity. He has made a great contribution for us. In the Strange Tales Bureau, a group of aged leaders looked excited. If before they only thought Sui was lucky or had amazing talent, then now, there was more admiration and respect. At the same time, besides the Dragon Nation, several other big countries also realized the importance of this situation at once. They all gave orders quickly, telling their researchers to replay Suya's dissection video repeatedly to study it. Ice Bear Nation, send a telegram to Dragon Nation. Say we're willing to share some of the research data brought out by our chosen ones from before. Dragon Nation soon received the data sent by Ice Bear Nation. The 6 stray failures in the Strange Rules tales before had no chosen one survive to walk out alive, so no one could report their discoveries. This made Dragon Nation's understanding of the strange beings very lacking, falling behind other big countries. Now with Ice Bear Nation offering information on their own, they naturally accepted it all. Intelligence Agent, White Eagle seems to have noticed Ice Bear's action. They just issued a warning, scolding us for making private contact. Director Lin stood up straight, tell them to get lost. As if Dragon Nation has no one to stand up. Director Lin looked at the young man on the screen, full of life, and his lips curved slightly. We've been hiding too long. Time to move our bodies. Come, let's head to the border base for a military drill. In the living room. After touching the crystal on the heart twice, Suyi resisted the urge to crush it and stuffed it back in all at once. Then, he assembled the broken arm, leg, rectum and other parts together, watching them fuse. The whole process was just like piecing together building blocks, and the final product was a complete human shape. Only, the building block's body was a living person, and the parts were all forcibly created by Suyi himself. Just after completing a long-dreamed-of research, Suyi was very excited, staring at the child. Was it fun? The younger brother was speechless. He had never played such a hard-to-enjoy game. If not for being no match for Suyi, he would have already wanted to eat him alive by now. The younger brother looked down gloomily and said honestly, not fun. Suyi, don't you feel excited? Excited my ass. The one getting torn to pieces wasn't you. If today the person being dismembered was you, then I would indeed be very excited. But now the victim's position has changed. The younger brother is not excited at all, instead, he feels a deep regret for believing Suya's nonsense. He shouldn't have come out, staying in his room, pretending not to hear Suya's call would have been much better. Isn't bouncing a ball more fun? Suyi frowned, seriously sizing up his younger brother, his expression turning serious. That's a wrong thought. Seeing the person in front of him change their expression suddenly, the younger brother couldn't help but sit up straight on the ground. Suyi, just now, at the moment when your heart almost got hit, weren't you all tense, your pores standing up, your blood boiling, and you couldn't keep it down? The younger brother nodded without hesitation. Suyi, when the heart was put back, didn't you feel relaxed all over, your heart feeling like it was swallowed into your belly, warm and cozy? With that expansion and contraction, your brain created extreme stimulation. Can you say you weren't happier at the moment your heart was put back than any moment you've ever lived? The younger brother pondered along this thought and realized. It does seem to be a little bit stimulating. The feeling of thinking you are about to perish and then being saved at the critical moment, that sense of fulfillment in the soul, is unmatched. Suyi observed his expression. That's right, you are my brother, how could I harm you? Naturally, I bring you the most fun. I will find you to play a game again tomorrow. The younger brother's face showed a moment of hesitation, always feeling that something was not right. But he was too young. After thinking for a long time, he couldn't figure it out, and finally nodded to show agreement. Okay, I'll listen to my brother. In the live broadcast room, the audience watched this scene, their blood boiling. Oh damn, what should I do? I feel like for a moment, I was convinced by Suya's logic and want to experience this thrilling feeling. Wake up, Suya's actions are clearly targeting kids. No adult would be easily convinced. No more talking, I'll go ride the drop tower first and feel the blood boiling that Suyi described. +1. +1. In one day, due to the bizarre events, the people lost the mood for fun, and the amusement park business on the verge of bankruptcy in Long Country was revived. Breaking down the living bazaar and pursuing thrilling moments became the talk of the town. No one doubted that Suyi really thought this way. They only felt he was risking harm to provide research information to humanity, deliberately targeting the bazaar. Because if this is real, this thought is too twisted. In this world, there shouldn't be such twisted people. Time came to noon. The mother came out of the room holding several plates of vegetarian dishes. Seemingly afraid the two brothers would quarrel again, the yesterday's mysterious dark bone stew was replaced with fragrant and delicious tomato corn soup. The woman cut a few more slices of tomato into it and looked at Suyi with guilt, saying, Mom woke up late this morning and couldn't buy fresh meat. Let's make do with this, okay? Suya's expression was surprised. From this bizarre mother, whom he had just met 2 days ago, he felt a hint of long-lost warmth. From childhood to now, his family seemed more concerned about when he would go crazy and how to stop it. No one ever cared what he liked to eat, such small matters. The mother in front of him was undoubtedly very qualified, even a bit indulgent towards her child. Suyi spoke gently, it's okay, starting today, I don't like eating meat anymore, I'll switch to vegetarian. Anyone could hear he was comforting her. The mother was so moved she couldn't say a word, and her sense of guilt deepened. In the eyes of the chosen one and the live broadcast audience, the woman in front of them was bizarre, and at the same time, a foe who threatened their lives. But in the memories of the bazaar in the dungeon, when the chosen one had not yet violated the rules and shown any abnormalities, the person before them was their family, their son. Suyi, if you truly feel guilty, why not give me that knife you love so much? Suyi looked at the kitchen knife in his mother's hand, slicing tomatoes. Pitch black, an abyss with no reflection, it seemed capable of swallowing a person whole. Without hesitation, Mom handed the item to Suyi. What incredible luck that young man from the Dragon Kingdom has, to easily obtain such a tool. Damn, that fake mother from Shangchuan, giving up too soon made our Sakura Kingdom lose a great opportunity. That kitchen knife was obviously extraordinary. In the world of strange tales, when a character's favorability rises to a certain level, they are likely to drop secondary items that can be brought back to reality. According to their experience, such items often possess the ability to harm the bazaar. For the chosen ones, the next time they enter the strange tales world, it's a significant aid. At the same time, the surviving countries of the chosen ones were using their last hint chance, continuously sending messages to the challengers in the instance. In Maple Leaf Country, when Johnson heard his mom say, "I got up late this morning and couldn't buy any fresh meat," he was so happy he danced around. Great! Finally, I don't have to force myself to eat that strange meat anymore. Just looking at it makes me nauseous. Then, he received the country's hint, and his expression fell again. Johnson dryly read the lines, "It's okay, starting today I don't like eating meat anymore, I'll switch to vegetarian." After saying this, he stared closely at his mom's face. Her expression was normal, lacking the emotions he expected, such as being moved or guilty, which made Johnson feel something was off. But due to his trust in the country, he still decided to finish the remaining lines. "If you really feel guilty, then please give me this knife you love." Entering the world of strange tales was already frightening, and with the bazaar mom wearing a sour face, Johnson stuttered while speaking, completely lacking the atmosphere of a loving mother and son. The same words spoken by him sounded more like a task to be completed. To obtain the kitchen knife, he had to flatter his mother insincerely. The air was quiet for a moment. The bazaar mother stopped her action of cutting tomatoes, looked up at him. "Do you really want this kitchen knife?" Johnson scratched his head. Yes I do." "All right, I'll fulfill your wish." A kitchen knife pierced directly into Johnson's chest. Like a flower bud about to wilt, the chosen one's blood flowed and gathered at the chest. Moments later, a wrinkly dry corpse lay on the ground. The kitchen knife, on the other hand, suddenly shone with a hint of luster, the blade becoming even darker. Maple Leaf Country's chosen one Johnson has been devoured by the bazaar, the strange tales world is about to descend, countdown 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3. In Romantic Country, Pierre, being an actor in the real world, with his talent true emotion performance, could immerse himself more into the strange tales world, increasing the bazaar's favorability towards him. Relying on this skill, he was one of the few chosen ones besides Suyi who had made it this far by his own means. After Mom mentioned she didn't buy fresh meat this morning, Pierre said, "Oh, Mom, we are a family. You don't have to apologize, no matter what you do, I won't blame you. Just like with your brother, he is so naughty, yet I have never blamed him." The genuine feelings Pierre expressed, appealing to both emotion and reason, were convincing. Then, Mom truly showed no guilt. "You are right, you were often mischievous when you were little, and I didn't abandon you either." Pierre's lips moved, and the smarten did not utter that untimely phrase, "Give me the kitchen knife." He felt immense regret, for the first time hating his talent. It seemed like he had overperformed his role. Countries sent hints to their chosen ones, resulting in Pierre being the only one to safely pass the challenge and still not obtain the item. The other chosen ones, due to poor acting skills, or failing to show true feelings, were met with unfortunate fates. Everyone suffered from copy failures. Instead, some small countries, having exhausted their 3 hint opportunities in advance, did not manage to submit their messages in time and escaped a segment. I laughed. No way, can anyone really think that Master Suyi is so easily imitated? The actions in the live broadcast rooms of various countries just now were clearly mimicking Suya's behavior, stealing the victory fruits already created by others. The citizens of Long Country did not stop them verbally, but in their hearts, they still felt a bit sour. These countries that are imitating, they didn't spare Long Country when they were down and out before. Now seeing this result, they all became lively again. Pierre from Romantic Country, take a good look. Suyi can be imitated, but he has never been surpassed. Master Suyi is truly amazing. Not only is his eloquence fantastic, but his acting skills are great as well, knowing how to perform just right to guide the weird to obtain props. Master Suyi is my idol. Let's just say, is it possible that we are overinterpreting? Master Suyi is just being himself. Being himself means that everything unusual Suyi shows is real. He really enjoys dismantling live creatures, and he really has feelings for the weird mother. Impossible. What are you talking about? Master Suyi is definitely not that kind of person. The one saying this was soon drowned out by various bullet comments, and their account was quickly reported. In the Strange Tales Bureau of Long Country, Director Lin, holding a thick stack of materials passed over by his subordinates, had a serious expression. The intelligence officer trembled as he explained, "This is all of Suya's hospitalization records. Injury recovery is fast, and each time, the speed is faster than ordinary people." "It seems there is really something wrong," the intelligence officer pointed to the brain area. "What do you mean by something wrong?" Director Lin said with dissatisfaction, "Young people just like pursuing a bit of excitement, it's normal." People in the room looked at each other. "Are you kidding? Look at the stack of injury reports in your hand, just a bit? It's a miracle that he has lived to this day." Seeming to also realize his loss of composure, Director Lin propped his chin in hand and coughed lightly. The crowd gathered to discuss, ultimately coming to a conclusion. Suyi is still too young. This personality in the world of strange tales is prone to recklessness. Starting tomorrow, he needs some restrictions. Suyi continued to stay in the world of strange tales, playing with his brother in the morning, eating meals cooked by his mother at noon, and doing homework in the afternoon. Time flew by and 3 days passed again, arriving at the 5th day. On this day, just as the audience in the live broadcast room became accustomed to the current life, thinking that it would be easy to pass like this. Early in the morning, Suyi opened his eyes from bed and, as usual, opened the door. A large yellow dog appeared in the living room. Seeing him, it eagerly leaped up, rubbing its head against him back and forth. Suyi remembered that the name of this copy was called Warm Home, and that there were 4 people and 5 creatures in the description. Currently, the large yellow dog had already appeared, so the last one. Suyi focused and noticed a bottle of white liquor on the coffee table in front of the TV. It was labeled Cat Thai, the bottle transparent. If one did not look closely, it would be very hard to find. Rule 9, if you see liquor at home, please hide it immediately. Suyi picked up the liquor bottle and opened the cap to smell it. The large yellow dog leaned over, barking at the bottle, its voice quite agitated. Suyi showed a thoughtful expression. The audience in the live broadcast room anxiously said, "Hurry, hide it. It will be bad if someone else finds out." "So scary. When did this bottle of liquor appear?" "I have no memory of it." "Hide it under the sofa." "Are you silly? In such a casual place, the weird will find it immediately." "Hide it in the bedroom. The bedroom is the place the chosen one is most familiar with, not easy to find." "But mom goes in every day to check homework." "So what to do? Hide it in the bathroom." "I know, hide it in the toilet lid of the bathroom. My secret money has always been there, and my wife has never discovered it." "The guy upstairs has already helped you tag 43 members in your friends list, including your wife, no need to thank me." In the living room, Suyi picked up a bottle of alcohol and sniffed it for a while, confirming it was the genuine cattail liquor. He put his mouth to the bottle and gulped it down. Hiding it anywhere is not as reliable as hiding it in your stomach. Almost right after finishing drinking, a middle-aged man in glasses and a suit walked out from the stairway on the 2nd floor. Seeing Suyi, he said, "Son, have you finished your homework?" Suyi shook his head. The middle-aged man's tone was not good. "Hurry up and go write it." Chapter 10, A Warm Home 9. Copy introduction. You have a gentle and virtuous mom, a respectable and busy dad, a mischievous younger brother, and a dog who grew up with you. Everything seems so warm and beautiful to outsiders, like a standard model family. However, is everything truly as harmonious as it appears? Perhaps only you who are in the situation can know. Suyi returned to his room, furrowing his brows. There are 4 people in total, and the person I just met should be the father of this body. He is busy at work and doesn't come home often, which seems understandable. From our recent interaction, he has a bad temper, but it seems I can accept it? In reality, most fathers present a dignified image in front of their children. I still need to investigate the truth. What kind of truth is it really? Suyi felt a bit confused. After thinking for a while, he unknowingly began to feel sleepy. In a moment of distraction, his eyelids began to fight, until they closed completely. Suya's body slumped onto the bed. The aftereffects of cattail liquor are indeed powerful. Aside from Suyi choosing to drink, the other chosen ones hid their alcohol in various strange places. Some hid liquor behind the toilet lid. Some dug open the flower pot by the window with their bare hands to bury it. The most impressive was the German chosen one, who found a mineral water bottle in the kitchen fridge, poured the liquor inside, and filled the original bottle with tap water. The 2 bottles were placed next to each other, clearly visible on the coffee table, and no one could tell the difference. Bullet screen, good, so amazing. This is a talent that men have. I think I understand something. Netizen A, yo brothers, great news, I just found my husband's secret money from the flower pot. Netizen B, +1, me too, I found a total of $5.80, how about you? Netizen A, 10,000. People below couldn't take it anymore and mocked netizen B, sister, with this little money, just give it back to your husband. Your husband is really pitiful, let's just say, this marriage doesn't need to happen if it's unnecessary. Netizen C, why couldn't I find any money? There's just a membership card in my shoe, saying Red Romance. Anyone know what place this is? Nothing special, just a restaurant. Yes, a proper dining place. In a moment, the homes of married men from various countries were filled with cries of despair. They never expected that just watching a live stream would expose the location of their secret money. Pierre from the romance country, after returning to his room, immediately leaned against the doorframe to listen to the sounds outside. He had just buried the alcohol in the flower pot. Outside came a series of loud clangs, as if someone was looking for something, lasting about 10 minutes. Great, no digging sounds. Pierre breathed a sigh of relief and returned to bed, planning to rest for a while. Under his pillow was a wrinkled piece of paper. He picked it up to check. Supplement rules. Rule 1, the bedroom is absolutely safe. Rule 2, please do not be alone with dad in a space. Rule 3, there is only one adult in this house who loves you, build a good relationship with him, her, and they can save your life when necessary. The big yellow dog at home has accompanied you since childhood, loyal and faithful to you. No matter what, it will never betray you. Dog meat is non-toxic and can be eaten. If dad's colleague comes to visit, please remember to open the door for him. In addition to these 6 rules, at the very bottom of the paper, there is a small note that says, never open the door because... The handwriting is crooked, and the sentence is only half written. It's unclear if it was intentional or if there was no chance to finish. At this moment in the live broadcast room, the audience watched the information inside through Pierre's live stream, analyzing it. The rules have been updated. It's not an update, it's a supplement. From the original 10 rules, it became a full 16 rules. Ah, it's more complicated. Rule 3 says there is only one adult at home who loves you, and combined with Rule 2, which says don't be alone in a space with dad. Does that mean the person we need to build a good relationship with is mom? Not necessarily. What if Rule 2 is wrong? If you trust it easily, it could lead the chosen one to lose their life for no reason. What about Rule 5? Dog meat is non-toxic and can be eaten. This dog looks very normal, showing no signs of being strange. The dog is so cute, how could we eat dog meat? Hey, upstairs, stop making noise. Suyi is still sleeping. Is there any way to wake him up? The scene cuts back to Suya's live stream, a handsome boy with quite good features, lying on the bed soundly asleep, ignoring all the commotion outside. Don't say, when the boss isn't being crazy, he is actually quite handsome. In the Paranormal Bureau, Director Lin looked at the carefree boy on the screen, frowning. Has the message been sent out? Yes, we tried to communicate with Suyi but received no response. Keep trying. Director Lin sighed. Suyi is still too young, not steady enough in his actions. He silently prayed, may the ancestors bless, the Dragon Kingdom has finally chosen a genius, hope he doesn't perish too soon. Yes, in Director Lin's heart, although Suyi seems a bit crazy, having experienced some mental stress, he is still an exceptional genius. It seems he was born to be a part of the Rule Ghost Stories. For him, the real world is not suitable at all. In the Rule Ghost Stories, Pierre looked at the 6 new rules and fell into deep thought. The chosen ones who have come this far are bold and careful, possessing abilities beyond normal people. He first ruled out that due to Rule 2, the father in Rule 3 must be the one who does not love the child. From previous interactions, the mother did not seem very friendly toward the child either. Forcing the child to eat things they don't like, choking them if their homework is wrong, is that something a normal mother would do? In comparison, the father's behavior seems a bit more normal, although he has a bad temper, it's just verbal threats without any violent tendencies. Pierre took a deep breath, everything still needs to be judged based on facts. Soon, it was noon, time for lunch. This morning, with dad around, the younger brother didn't come to him to play ball. Pierre breathed a sigh of relief. Coming up with ways to deal with this little imp every day is quite a hassle. For this, he had already lost a palm, 2 toes, and if it keeps going like this, he fears he won't last to 7 days and will be completely torn apart by his younger brother. Pierre came out of the bedroom. Today's lunch was quite rich, with 4 dishes and 1 soup, containing fish and meat. At the dining table sat 3 people and a big yellow dog panting with its tongue out. Seeing Pierre, it bounced over excitedly, licking his arm. Pierre picked some wood sorrel with chopsticks and put it in his mouth, showing no interest in the seemingly normal meat dishes beside him. Who knows what kind of meat-eating world the ghost stories belong to, and what consequences come from eating it. Sitting opposite, Mom disagreed, saying, children should eat some meat, they can't be picky. Pierre trembled in fear like a leaf, holding back his inner terror as he slowly reached for the plate of fish. At this moment, Dad spoke again. What are you babbling about? At this age, kids know what they like. If they don't want to eat, then they don't have to. As soon as this sentence was spoken, the restaurant fell silent. Mom glanced at Dad and immediately shut her mouth. Little brother lowered his head, pretending to be mute while eating his food. Even the big yellow dog became obedient, lying on the ground silently. Pierre felt a sharp pang in his nose, almost crying out of gratitude. Wonderful! Since entering the ghost stories world, finally, someone was speaking for him. He didn't have to eat those crazy foods anymore. He was almost certain that the second rule was wrong. Dad was the one who loved him and could protect him in critical moments. Another chopstick full of greens was served in his bowl, vegetables picked by the strange dad. By the way, son, have you seen Dad's bottle of wine? Chapter 11 Warm Home 10. Rule 3, there is only one adult in this house who loves you. Maintain a good relationship with him, her, and they can save your life in critical times. Telling Dad where the wine bottle was seemed like a good opportunity to connect with an adult. Pierre's lips quivered. Just as he was about to blurt out in the flower pot, he caught a glimpse of Mom's expression out of the corner of his eye. The family, except for Dad, was staring at him with tense expressions. He quickly changed his tune and forced a confused smile. No, Dad, did you bring a wine bottle back? I haven't seen it. Do you want me to help you look for it? As soon as he said this, Pierre noticed that Mom and little brother both visibly relaxed at the same time. Dad replied, no need, I must have remembered wrong. White-headed eagle, William didn't observe expressions as closely as Pierre, so when Dad asked where the wine bottle was, he answered without hesitation, it's behind the toilet lid. Dad, oh, what a good son I have. Dad stood up and went to the bathroom, successfully finding the sealed bottle of transparent cat tie and holding it up as he went upstairs. And at the dining table, the two people and one dog left behind stared at William with strange expressions, dark energy bubbling up in their chests, becoming more and more bizarre. Oh, what a fool William is. How did he get his S-level talent? Such talent is simply wasted on him. Can't he see that the family's attitude is off? He just stupidly handed over the wine bottle. Even Pierre, that A-level talent, can sense something's wrong. It must be a skin color issue. Why does this rule in ghost stories always choose white people? White people's brains are as blank as their skin color. Down with white people, reject skin color discrimination, the next president will be one of us black people. William's livestream was filled with all kinds of foul language. The issue of intelligence quickly escalated into a skin color issue, prompting an outburst from someone in the presidential office. Shift. A mere black person, just liberated from oppression for a century, spreading rumors everywhere. Suppress them for me. Get someone to ban their accounts. And all of this, the William and the Rules ghost stories knew nothing about. He had already used up the 3 prompts given by the country. At this moment, he vaguely felt that Mom's expression was not quite right, but he ignored it. It's okay, Dad will protect him. William's confidence soared as he believed this Rules ghost story would definitely lead to his victory. In Long Country livestream, at 2 in the afternoon. Suyi got out of bed, rubbed his sleepy eyes, and looked up at the wall clock. It was already past mealtime. Mom hadn't specifically called him for dinner today. Stretching, he placed his hand on the bed and felt a crumpled piece of paper. Bullet comments, Brother Suyi, you finally woke up? In just a few short hours, do you know what you missed? I know, I missed the risk of being almost taken down by 2 people and a dog. Ha 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 ha. Ha ha ha. In an instant, the comments flooded the screen with noise. They were initially worried that Suyi missed the chance to please his father, but having just watched William's livestream, they gasped in shock. What a weird way to try to curry favor, it was simply digging a pit for oneself. They were truly afraid that Suyi, in a moment of irrationality during dinner, would hand the wine bottle back to his dad. After all, from Suya's attitude towards his mother, the people of Longwei unanimously believed he was a man who valued family ties. Suyi finished reading the rules, crumpled the paper into a ball, and threw it into the trash can. As he pushed the door open, a large yellow dog rushed over, wagging its tongue for a lick. Suyi patted its head. The big yellow dog rolled forward, showing a relaxed expression after being petted by its owner. It was a bit intoxicating. More like a relaxing massage. Suyi shook his hand in disdain. On the dining table were several leftover dishes served separately by his mother. Suyi sat down at the table, and beside him, the big yellow dog came out of nowhere with a metal basin, clanking it down by Suyi's feet. That meant it also wanted to eat. Suyi glanced at the table, poured all the vegetable dishes into the dog's bowl, and picked a piece of fish for himself. At the moment the meat entered his mouth, it was tender and smooth, with a layer of fresh chili on the surface. So good, he hadn't eaten meat in several days. Suyi squinted his eyes, savoring it for a while, then grabbed a piece of spicy chicken and tossed it into his mouth. Paired with a bowl of rice, it was perfect. The big yellow dog looked at the food in its bowl, then at the food on Suyi's table, drooling and continuously nibbling at its owner's pant leg. Give me some, I want to eat too. Unfortunately, Suyi ignored him. Annoyed by the biting, he scolded, little kid, you can't be picky. What's so good about eating meat? If everyone eats meat, and you eat meat too, it shows no style, no opinion. You should be a veggie dog, becoming different from other dogs, standing out. The big yellow dog clearly had some intelligence, but not much. After hearing this, it stood there confused, deep in thought. After a moment, it figured it out and seriously began to eat the food in its bowl. Laughter erupted again in the live stream. I'm dying of laughter, so that's what veggie dog means, a dog that eats vegetables. What the heck does being unique mean? Telling a dog not to eat meat is like telling a cat not to catch mice, and then calling it unique. Suya's CPU technology is getting more and more skilled. After Suyi finished eating, he planned to clear the bowls and plates from the table into the kitchen. At that moment, knock, knock, knock. Someone was at the door. The selected ones from various countries and the audience in the livestream all held their breath, their hearts racing. They hadn't forgotten. Rule 6: if your father's colleague comes to visit, please remember to open the door. But after that rule, there was an added note. Do not open the door, because... Which one should they believe? Is anyone home? The knocking continued. It was a middle-aged man's voice. Suyi slowly put away the cutlery into the kitchen, asking from inside, "Who are you?" The man paused for a moment. "It's Xiaoye, open the door. I'm Uncle Wang, your dad's colleague. I'm here to find your dad about something." His tone was familiar, he even knew his name, obviously well acquainted with the family. Seeing no response from inside, Uncle Wang continued, saying something very relatable. "Do you remember, I used to carry you when you were little?" "Suyi, they say I was little, of course, I don't remember." As Suyi answered, he unplugged the power strip from the kitchen and brought it to the living room, connecting it to the TV. Suyi carried the TV to the living room door. Just before Uncle Wang became agitated. Timely, the door was opened. And at the same time, the television turned on. A flurry of snowflakes drifted by, and the familiar dry well appeared. Zhang Zi, with long hair, slowly crawled out from the television. Her hair was flying, and on her fair skin, a long crack spread from the corner of her mouth to behind her ear. The first thing she did was spin her head 360 degrees, and she happened to make eye contact with the strange uncle at the door. That scene was terrifying. It even startled the strange Uncle Wang, who was lecherous in life and unchanged in death. Just now, from behind Zhang Zi's graceful figure, he thought he encountered a seductive ghost and swallowed hard. But in the end, it was just this? Uncle Wang reflexively slapped the strange figure in front of him. The two bizarre beings quickly engaged in a chaotic fight. Both were strange, who was afraid of whom? Suyi watched the battle from the side. He greatly admired the fighting style in the world of bizarre tales, true blades and fists, without holding back. Their vitality was quite tough, they wouldn't die easily. Zhang Zi used scissors to slice the man's leg, while the strange uncle grabbed Zhang Zi's hair along with her scalp and yanked it backward, sending her entire head flying off with brain matter spilling everywhere. Viewers watching the live broadcast began to puke. Only Suyi stood excitedly in place, even directing. "He's pulling your head off, don't you understand to aim for his kidneys?" Zhang Zi's scissors reached for an indescribable place. The battle grew fiercer. Just as Uncle Wang's hand reached toward Zhang Zi's heart, Suyi stepped forward, grabbing the female ghost by the back of her neck, rescuing her. "You rest for a while." The female ghost looked at Suyi with gratitude, her eyes sparkling with a different light, filled with a hint of reluctance, as she crawled back into the television. Suyi pulled out his mother's kitchen knife. And the kitchen dog followed him, charging forward together. Dragon Country's screen instantly went black. "What's going on, Suyi, is he dead?" "Don't talk nonsense, it's just black screen again like last time. Didn't you see, no announcement has sounded?" Suyi must be fighting. But what if he doesn't survive the bizarre attack? After all, this strange uncle looks much stronger than the brother. The people of Dragon Country were extremely worried. Yet compared to the previous black screen during the battle with the brother, they seemed much calmer this time. At the very least, they didn't easily conclude Suya's life or death. Indeed, a person's endurance is built through repeated trials. Not long after, the live broadcast brightened up again. The young man on the screen was covered in large splotches of fresh blood. A kitchen knife was embedded in the strange uncle's heart. Suyi felt a surge of power flow through the black knife from the other person's body to his own. It was somewhat thrilling, yet also satisfying. He was filled with strength. His body transformed, becoming even more powerful. Suyi stuck out his tongue, licking the corner of his lips. A drop of blood slid down into his stomach. The live broadcast audience was stunned. Who exactly is the bizarre one? Suyi is really twisted. As a fellow twisted person, even I find it twisted. A female viewer exclaimed, "He's so handsome, I just love twisted." Damn, you up there really have a heavy taste. But if it's Suyi, I'd be willing to be twisted too. I want to have a baby with Suyi. At Omega A*. This friend of Uncle Wang, who appeared for less than 10 minutes, was first castrated by the female ghost and then stabbed in the heart with a kitchen knife by Su Yi. At this moment, he had already turned into a dry corpse, transforming into black smoke, dispersing with the wind. The kitchen dog went up to rummage through the remains, and soon found 2 items from the strange uncle's leftover clothing, scampering back to Su Yi. A bottle of liquor, and a notebook. This time, Su Yi did not drink it. This brand of liquor was not as good as Mao Tai's. After pouring the liquor down the kitchen sink, he took the notebook back to his room. It was a diary and reflections. March 20th, sunny. Today after work, I invited Lao Su, and we drank a total of 6 bottles. 2 bottles of beer, 2 bottles of white, and 2 bottles of red. The taste was really nice. March 21st, sunny day. It's just a few slaps, right? That stinky woman actually wants a divorce from me, is she crazy? March 26th, cloudy. The woman's attitude is pretty firm. I went to find old Su to discuss a plan. His wife usually doesn't resist. March 30th, heavy rain. We drank together again, and this time it was expensive cat wine. Old Su's mental state seems a bit off. He looks a bit crazy. He said, we must keep our family together, forever and ever. April 1st, sunny day. Old Su came to find me, covered in blood. Alcohol is really a good thing. It can make people forget everything, hee hee hee. The diary ends here, the rest are just messy scribbles. Su Yi looked at these things, a glimmer of realization grew in his heart, faintly having some guesses. Outside, in the real world. The viewers in the live stream room were baffled. What does it say up there? Let me knock it out. Looking at Su Yi's expression, he must have found a crucial clue. Su Yi's luck is just too good. Unfair, I suspect there's insider trading between the rules of the strange talks and your dragon country. My romantic nation strongly protests. We, you country, protest. The bald eagle protests. At this moment, all the countries where the chosen ones were still alive were jumping anxiously. The game had reached its end, and suddenly a diary appeared, clearly a critical piece of evidence. Unfortunately, the 3 hints had already been used up, and now only Su Yi had gotten the notebook to see the contents inside. They wished they could jump into the screen, grab their chosen one's shoulders and shake them frantically. Come on, wake up. Su Yi can think of using Sadako to deal with the people outside, why can't you? Did you eat shit? Chapter 13, Warm Home 12. In the Bald Eagle livestream room, William listened to the knocking sound at the door, which went on for a while, without daring to go up and open the door. Even though the other party said it was a colleague of his father. Opening the door might increase his father's liking towards him. However, in the world of strange talks, randomly opening a bizarre door is a highly dangerous thing. He can be sure that his father loves him, but he can't be sure that the person outside won't harm him as well. The knocking grew louder, and Uncle Wang outside gradually became agitated, starting to curse loudly. The wooden structure couldn't bear it anymore. It seemed like it would be bizarrely burst open in the next second. Cold sweat dripped down William's forehead. What to do? Should I just hide back in my room? Rule 1, the bedroom is absolutely safe. This rule, before tested, no one knew it was definitely correct. At this moment, footsteps came from the 2nd floor. Accompanied by a drunken figure coming down. Who is it? William's expression brightened, a savior was coming. He had given his father wine earlier, and the liking had already gone up. His father would definitely protect him. William happily ran towards his father. The next moment, William's heart was pierced through. His drunken father was clearly in a crazy state and couldn't recognize who was in front of him, and attacked indiscriminately. William turned into a wisp of smoke and returned to his room. S-class talent, resurrection armor, set a fixed place as a resurrection point. Every time killed by the bazaar, can be reborn at the resurrection point, restricted to 3 uses in each instance. This was the 3rd time. William's last life, he had no chances left to revive. In Romantic Nation, Pierre stared at the soon-to-be broken door, also sweating profusely with fear. Footsteps sounded on the stairs. Since Pierre hadn't mentioned where to store the wine bottle at noon, his father's state was still somewhat normal. Go open the door. Pierre did not answer but took a step back, retreating to the place closest to the bedroom. His father personally went to open the door for his colleague. The moment the door opened, a strange aura rushed in, filling the entire living room. Uncle Wang stared fixedly at the chosen one, surrounded by black mist, advancing step by step. Why, after so long, didn't you open the door? His father just stood beside, watching the show. A look of indifference, even as his son faced impending disaster. A wave of fear and oppression swept over Pierre, his hair standing on end. He used every ounce of courage in his being to retreat to the bedroom behind him, locking the door tightly. For reasons unknown, at the last moment, he pulled the big yellow dog inside with him. Angry roars erupted from the living room. Get out here, you little brat. What kind of skill is it to hide in there? Curses flew, but there was no strange attempt to break down the door. Pierre let out a sigh of relief. It seemed Rule 1 was completely correct. He had bet right. Wow, that was dangerous. I was almost done for just now. It seems my previous judgment was wrong. In Rule 3, the person who can save your life in a pinch is clearly Mom. This Dad, he puts on a good act at the dinner table. I don't know if you noticed, when Dad isn't drinking, he's quite normal. It's only after he drinks that he goes on the rampage. Looking back, what William did before was truly like looking for death. Pierre hid back in the room, his eyes locked with the dogs. It was terrifying. He never wanted to go out again. As long as he stayed in the room for the remaining 2.5 days, he could successfully clear the level. He had injuries, missing a palm, not eating or drinking might not get him through. Pierre looked at the dog that kept wagging its tail and trying to please him. Meanwhile, William, who had also returned to the room, was thinking the same thing. Stay for 7 days and clear the level. He had no injuries. 2.5 days without food or water should still be manageable. As the sound of elimination continued to ring out, only 4 countries remained. Dragon Country, White Eagle, Romantic Country, and Vietnam. In the Vietnam live stream, Ruan Zhongpei was lying on the bed, wrapped in bandages, barely hanging on. This is a very small country. At first, almost no one paid attention to them outside their own borders. It wasn't until now that the number of remaining chosen ones had dwindled that they received attention. Ruan Zhongpei is a disabled person, with slight feeling in his upper body and completely unable to move his lower body. From the moment he entered the rules of the strange talk, his treatment has been quite different from others. While other chosen ones were trembling in fear, conflicted about whether to eat human flesh, the strange mom has been consciously bringing home-cooked meals to her son's room every day, and no one forced him to do homework. Ruan Zhongpei was quite lucky, surviving to this point. He truly achieved the art of lying down and winning. His room still had plenty of food left. Even if no more food was delivered in the time to come, he should still be able to get through the last 2 days. Netizens from all over the world. Damn, so this is the real way to clear the game? Incredible. Do the other chosen ones regret not injuring themselves before coming? So, does that mean that even if Suyi entered the world of strange talks wrapped in bandages, he could still clear the level? Time reached the afternoon of the 6th day, the penultimate day of the scenario. Suyi went to the bathroom, and when he returned, he saw someone lying on the couch in the living room. Dad was holding a bottle of wine, pouring it into his mouth. On the coffee table were various unopened bottles of alcohol and snacks like peanuts and soybeans. A sour and foul odor filled the air. Suyi frowned and took the dog back to his room. At night, Suyi closed his eyes early. In a haze, he heard loud noises coming from outside. It sounded like an argument. What are you drinking? All you do is drink. This house will soon be ruined by your drinking. Shut up, you meddlesome woman. Everything in this house, from needle to thread, is something I earned money to buy. If you don't want a divorce, you better go back home. For the sake of the child, I won't argue with you. The voices gradually quieted down, and Suyi closed his eyes, continuing to immerse himself in his dreams. On the 7th day, Suyi didn't step out of his room all day. At 9 o'clock at night, the living room again erupted in noise. The woman's heart-wrenching cries, and the children's shouts. This time, words alone cannot stop it. The sounds intensified. As if there was no end. With a loud crash, something smashed, and Suyi suspected the TV had broken. You damn woman, dare to mention divorce, I'll kill you. Then came the sound of flesh being torn apart. His little brother wailed, Mom, I'm scared, I'm scared. Suyi sat up from his bed and walked to the bedroom door. At the moment he turned the doorknob, he lowered his head. The Strange Talk Bureau had sent a letter. He must stay in the room and safely get through the last 3 hours. Bullet comments. What to do? Should we go out? Dad is clearly a drunkard, this weird family is so pitiful. Why go out? In chaotic times, better to kill the saint first. What's the point in risking your life for others? Don't go out, only 3 hours left. Suyi, please don't go out. Chapter 14, Cozy Home 13. Suyi turned the doorknob and stepped outside. He had his own judgment. The name of this copy was called Cozy Home. From the start, the chosen one's task was to play a part as the eldest son in various events. Based on this, he had to complete various tasks and make judgments about the rules. So, I ask, what kind of cold-blooded child would choose to stay in a room and watch when their parents were arguing so fiercely? The answer is, it's impossible. Understanding this, Suyi stepped out of the room without hesitation. In the living room, his mother's eyes were bloodshot, her body covered in countless wounds. There were cuts from knives, bruises from rocks, and skin shredded by scissors, as if her once smooth skin was just an illusion. This was her true appearance. His father held a chainsaw, buzzing and whirring. The only thing that seemed unchanged was probably just the family dog. Strangely, when Suyi was in the bedroom, he clearly heard sounds from 3 people, and his brother was outside too. Had he gone back to the room? Suyi looked around and saw a chunk of small child's flesh by the edge of the carpet, stained with blood, the heart torn to shreds. He hadn't been out for just a day, and his brother was already gone? Suyi was furious. A drunkard hitting his wife and kids, what kind of man is that? He began to grasp the truth of the situation and felt a deep disgust for the man before him. He himself was perverted in his own way. If he didn't find excitement for a day, he felt very uncomfortable. Drinking could be considered a form of seeking excitement. But when Suyi felt uncomfortable, he vented his emotions on himself, ending up with injuries, a form of self-harm. The strange father vented all his frustrations on his wife and children. Domestic violence, regardless of gender, is worse than pigs and dogs. Mom, if you can't go on, then divorce. Don't carry a psychological burden for us, I support you. Suyi spoke up, and upon saying this, the strange mother seemed to be touched, a stream of bloody tears crossing her eyes. The father glared at him fiercely and lunged forward. First, I'll kill you. Suyi didn't move. His talent made him fearless. Moreover, the strange father's strength was clearly greater than those he faced before. There was no way to dodge. Better to stand in place, waiting for the attack, to be an indestructible cockroach. At the same time, viewers in the live stream were preparing for a blackout again upon seeing his posture. Hey, whatever, I'm used to it. Anyway, Suyi will come back to life again. But it didn't happen. When the father swung the chainsaw at Suyi, the strange mother also moved and stood in front of Suyi. The chainsaw struck at the mother's heart. At the same time, a kitchen knife stabbed into the father's shoulder. The shoulder is of no use. Suyi pulled out the knife, seizing the moment when the father was unresponsive. He stabbed it into the strange father's chest. Energy surged, flowing through the knife into Suyi's body, tingling and numb. Dad looked down at his wound, displaying an expression of disbelief. You, how dare you hurt me? How could you dare? Then, he transformed into a cloud of black smoke, vanishing without a trace. Suyi turned his head. The blood tears on his mother's face had disappeared, replaced by a smile, the corners of her lips gently curling up. His mother opened her mouth to say something, gradually fading from his sight. Suyi understood from her lip movements that she said, "Goodbye, son." Suyi waved his hand towards the sky. "Goodbye, Mom." A notebook fell out from his clothes. Suyi opened it. This time, the audience was not blocked, directly seeing the contents inside. March 20th, sunny. My husband drank again, came back, and went on a drunken rampage. I had to hold the child and secretly hide in the corner to watch. Forget it, I will forgive him once more. Our son cannot be without a father. March 21st, sunny. Woke up this morning with several new wounds on my body. I decided from now on to only wear long sleeves and long pants. March 22nd, cloudy. Today I attended a gathering. Friends praised me for having a happy family. The child is smart and healthy, my husband is gentle and caring. I touched the bruises on my arm, smiled, and said nothing. March 29th, heavy rain. He got violent, actually laid hands on our son. This utterly crossed my bottom line. We had a big fight, and I decided to divorce. April 1st, rain. He went crazy, insisting not to divorce. He said a family must not be broken, that we should stay with him forever in another way. April 1st. The younger son is dead, my knife stabbed into his body, both perishing together. A moment of silence enveloped the livestream. Many felt an indescribable suffocation and sadness lingering in the air. It was evident that the perishing together spoken by this mother did not realize in reality. The abuser only suffered a wounded arm. This was what everyone found most unacceptable. The bad guy did not receive the punishment he deserved. Ding, congratulations to the chosen one Suyi from Dragon Country for successfully completing the scenario Warm Home. Completion evaluation, 5 stars. Scoring analysis, survived 7 days 1 star, gained mother's affection 1 star, changed the outcome 3 stars. In Romantic Country, Pierre stayed in his room. Next to him was a pile of gnawed bones, yellow fur scattered everywhere, with only the dog's head left uneaten, currently lifelessly slumped on the mattress. Until the last moment, Pierre bit into the golden retriever's artery. This large muscular dog did not retaliate but obediently became its owner's meal. Noisy sounds erupted from the living room, accompanied by the loud crackling sound. This noise felt somewhat familiar. Pierre opened his bloodshot eyes, pondering for a moment. Oh right. When he was just gnawing on the golden retriever, it was similar to this. Dare to mention divorce, I will kill you, Dad roared angrily. Pierre shivered. In this scenario, at the very beginning, it seemed he was to play the eldest son in a family of 4. Rule 10, you are a loving family. As a member, please do not make any unusual moves to avoid unnecessary suspicion. As an excellent actor, he understood well that no child could remain still in a room when seeing their mother about to be killed. Realizing this, Pierre quickly turned the doorknob and rushed outside. Just as he was about to be killed, his mother blocked the attack and grabbed a kitchen knife to strike Dad. Unfortunately, the knife only stabbed into Dad's arm. The opponent did not die. Pierre felt anxious inside. Could he stay and fight this bizarre battle? That was certain death for him. Pierre despaired, closed his eyes and awaited his fate. The announcement sounded. Ding, congratulations to the chosen one Pierre from Romantic Country for successfully completing the scenario Warm Home. Completion evaluation, 2 stars. Scoring analysis, survived 7 days 1 star, gained mother's affection 1 star. In the live stream room of You Country. Due to the chosen one's inability to act, they could only stay in the room waiting for death, with no option to go out or stay inside. In the living room, Mom also stabbed the kitchen knife towards Dad's body. Ding, congratulations to the chosen one of Vietnam, Ruan Zhongpei has successfully cleared the instance Warm Home. Evaluation, 1 star rating analysis, survived for 7 days, 1 star. In the White Eagle Empire. William stayed in his room, with his hands behind his head, lying comfortably on the bed to rest. Just 3 more hours, and he could leave the instance. At that time, he would be the hero of the whole White Eagle. Wealth and honor would come to him effortlessly. As for the argument outside the door, it was so strange. What did it have to do with him? As he closed his eyes, immersed in his fantasies, he didn't notice that the arguing in the living room was getting closer and closer to him. Until, with a crack, the bedroom door was opened, and Mom came in holding the key. White Eagle's chosen one William was swallowed by the strange. The world of strange tales is about to descend. Countdown 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5. Within 30 seconds, all survivors will be transported back to the real world. Mother is great, she is selfless. Perhaps she acts on her own, sometimes trying to interfere too much in your life, bringing you endless nagging. But in the end, she still loves you, doesn't she? Reward settlement. The employment rate of Longwa citizens increases by 10%. The country is immune to this strange incident. The birth rate in the Romantic Country increases by 2%. The country is immune to this strange incident. Vietnam is immune to this strange incident. PS equals 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 equals. Don't miss out as you pass by. The next instance promises to be 100 times more exciting than this one. You won't regret it. Thanks to all the little cuties for staying. Oh. So. Chapter 15 Luxury Cruise 1. We won. At the moment the announcement sounded, loud cheers erupted within Longwa. Netizens guarding the screen couldn't believe their ears. Did we really win? Did we just win? Am I hallucinating? Ah, it hurts. Why the hell are you pinching me to verify right or wrong? We finally won, it's the 6th time. Do you know how hard those 6 times were? Whoa, those countries that used to ridicule us, open your dog eyes and see, we Longwa are not without heroes. Speaking of it, among all the rule-based strange tales, Suyi is the first to clear with 5 stars, right? Setting the highest score in history. Suyi, he is our god. Suyi, you are the light of Longwa. Suyi, you are my husband. Suyi, the shining light of Longwa, was currently lying on a hospital bed, a mechanical voice flashing in his mind. Congratulations to the chosen one for clearing with 5 stars, now awarding personal clearance rewards. 1. Mom's kitchen knife. 2. A big yellow dog. Mom's kitchen knife, an extremely sharp kitchen knife that can chop anything in 2 strokes, especially quick when cutting ears. Big yellow dog, a canine-type creature tainted by the strange, ferocious and violent, yet loyal. Once it recognizes a human master, it will follow to death and never betray. Note, seems to have undergone some mutation, prefers a vegetarian diet? Suyi opened his eyes, holding the kitchen knife in his left hand, with a yellowish big dog lying beside the bed. He shifted his gaze forward. The once empty room, just with a doctor and a few nurses, was now packed with all sorts of people. Seemingly startled by the sudden appearance of the big dog, they all crazily backed away, creating a vacuum zone of about 1 meter around Suyi's hospital bed. The leading man, wearing a military uniform, had shoulder insignia indicating his high rank, an elder-level figure. Suyi, I am Lin Guobiao, the director of the Strange Tales Bureau, specifically looking to talk to you. In the White Eagle, in the presidential office. Filled with angry howls, White Light slammed his ice cream forcefully into the ashtray. Waste, such a good talent as William, was wasted on him. In the conference room, other capitalists seated were also collectively expressing their criticisms. There was no helping it. In the remaining time of the instance, among the 4 known individuals, William had the highest talent and was the most likely to achieve a high score in clearing. But the result was a slap in the face. He not only failed, but even that useless waste from Vietnam, who had never even gotten out of bed, couldn't be surpassed by him. How would other countries view this in the future? At this moment, a subordinate came to report, "Mr. President, we have just found out that William's ancestor had a trace of black blood." Bai Deng couldn't wait, great, quickly spread the news. This matter must find someone, even a certain race, to take the blame. After handling the public opinion issues, the big screen in the conference room lit up, and a shadow repeatedly appeared on it. It was Su Yi, the only person to achieve 5 stars this time. Also, the only 5-star achiever in the world since the arrival of the rule mystery. The conference room fell silent, and everyone's expression became serious. Unlike the other chosen ones from several countries who narrowly won, they felt a strong threat from Su Yi. Send someone to collect Su Yi's information as quickly as possible. We must investigate what his talent is, this is very important. Additionally, send a warning to Long Country. There were not few countries acting like this. In Romantic Country, Pierre came out of the mystery and gathered with the high-ranking officials to watch Su Yi's live broadcast. When he saw Su Yi placing the TV at the door and opening it eerily, he muttered to himself in frustration, "It can be done this way too, why didn't I think of this at the time?" At the same time, Pierre, who had always followed rules, suddenly had a flash of inspiration, quietly opening a new world in his mind. In New Country, the public was very excited, and the streets were filled with cheers. They did not care about any rewards for clearing the challenge, they never even hoped for it, as long as they could clear it smoothly, that was the greatest blessing. Ruan Zhongpei lay in a specially designed care room, slowly revealing a smile at the corner of his mouth. Entering the rule mystery once made his body clearly worse, he probably could not continue to accompany his family anymore. In the hospital, Su Yi put away his knife. The dog, a big one, jumped up to lick his hand. This guy stood at over 2 meters tall, larger than an average human. While stroking the dog's head, he looked at everyone in the room. "Want to know my talent? Yes, this is for your own good. In the upcoming mysteries, you will have 3 hint opportunities each time. Don't worry, we won't leak your information." Su Yi had a playful gleam in his eyes, shifting his gaze from Lin Guobiao's face to the other people in the ward. "Oh, you won't leak it?" Just as Lin Guobiao was about to say something, he noticed Su Yi's guarded expression and realized he needed to do some work on his mindset. At that moment, a staff member rushed into the ward. "Director Lin, just now, the Bald Eagle, Romantic Country, Cherry Blossom Country, and Kimchi Country all sent us telegrams demanding the handover of Su Yi. Additionally, a large number of personnel movements have been detected in the area, seemingly heading towards the hospital. They are trying to probe Su Yi's talent." Damn it! Lin Guobiao's face darkened. He had just said that Su Yi could trust them, and the next moment he was slapped in the face. Clearly, the heavily surrounded hospital was no longer a safe place. In the end, Lin Guobiao ordered everyone present to leave and had a private conversation with Su Yi in a secret meeting room. That day, besides the parties involved, no one knew what they talked about. After Lin Guobiao came out of the meeting room, his expression was inscrutable. This left all the foreign spies who came to investigate empty-handed. The rule mystery opens every 3 days. Su Yi stayed in the secret villa prepared by the country, feasting on meat and drinking wine, taking a good rest for a day. Just after 1 day's time, on the second day, Su Yi couldn't sit still. All the cells in his body began to shout, wanting to go back to the rule mystery as soon as possible. In this excited and eager mindset, he finally welcomed the wonderful announcement of the mystery. The randomly selected countries participating in the challenge this time are Long Country, Bald Eagle Empire, Romantic Country, U Country, Setting Sun Country, Football Country, Iron Brother Country. The dim light filled the room, and the floor was wet and slippery. Su Yi opened his eyes and found himself squatting on the toilet. Behind him was a whole wall of transparent glass, and outside was the sea. With a whoosh, Su Yi stood up from the toilet. Who the hell installs floor-to-ceiling windows in a bathroom? So ridiculous. On the sink lay a crumpled ball of paper, the edges partially damp. Su Yi unwrapped it to check it out. Spooky Tale Copy, Luxury Cruise. Welcome aboard the world, one of the most luxurious cruises ever created by humanity, departing from the starting point, destination Donyuan Island, with a travel time of 3 days. Dear passengers participating in the graduation trip, please enjoy your time. Clearing condition, successfully arrive at Donyuan Island. Rule 1, this cruise has a total of 168 guest rooms, all decorated uniformly, with double and quadruple rooms equipped with private bathrooms. Rule 2, please treat your roommates well and establish a harmonious and friendly cohabitation relationship. Rule 3, the restaurant is on the first floor, open from 12:30 p.m. to 2 p.m., and 5:30 p.m. to 7 p.m. Rule 4, when grilling, adding some cumin makes it more delicious. Carrot oh carrot? Rule 5, the game room is on the second floor, feel free to go up and play when bored. You won't be disappointed. Rule 6, the cruise does not have a basement. If you find stairs leading down from the first floor, it is your illusion. Please turn around and leave immediately. Rule 7, crew members wear blue uniforms, and restaurant staff wear red uniforms. Chapter 16 Luxury Cruise 2. Rule 8, crew members are male, and staff are female. If a third gender is discovered, no, it's impossible to discover. Rule 9, after 10 p.m., do not go to the deck for fresh air. Rule 10, please do not tease seagulls at will, pets are not allowed on the cruise. Rule 11, if you see running and jumping chickens or ducks, please contact the nearest crew member for help. Live broadcast room. Don't say, sitting on the toilet, blowing the sea breeze, and seeing my own reflection in the glass while taking a dump is quite pleasant. Stop with the sarcasm, this time the difficulty seems to have increased again. 11 rules, and I don't understand any of them. Where's Su-yi? Su-yi is knowledgeable, he must have understood them. Yeah, look at Su-yi's serious and contemplative expression, he must have made some significant discovery. Perhaps he has already figured out some rules right or wrong. Su-yi is really impressive. Su-yi is amazing. In the bathroom, Su-yi, with one hand resting on his chin, focused intently on the rules in his hand, looking serious. He was pondering a question. The bathroom is right next to the toilet and is also transparent. Even worse, the walls are all made of floor-to-ceiling glass. It seems to want to give people a special feeling of bathing with an ocean view. Why is this so twisted? Is it more twisted than him? He likes to pursue excitement, but he doesn't have a voyeuristic tendency. Forget it, just 3 days. At worst, he won't take a shower. Stepping out of the bathroom, he was greeted by a hotel-like standard room. A huge crystal chandelier, a sparkling gold bedside table, almost blinding, the whole bedroom was decorated very luxuriously. On the bed near the door lay a boy, holding a screen in front of his eyes with both hands, slashing his way through enemies. First blood. Please feel free to command DG. Ah, I've been played badly. Hearing the commotion, the boy didn't even lift his head. Hey, new guy, help me take out my toiletries from the suitcase. I'm going to take a shower. Though he said help, his tone was very unpleasant, carrying a commanding tone. Su-yi, why don't you take it yourself? Rule 2, please treat your roommates well and establish a harmonious and friendly cohabitation relationship. Having just entered the spooky tale, Su-yi decided to follow the rules as much as possible and avoid unnecessary trouble. After all, surviving for 3 days and successfully reaching Dongyuan Island was just the basic requirement to clear the game. If he wasn't wrong, seeking the truth behind the cruise and solving the puzzles was the way to gain a high score evaluation. Su-yi decided to increase his difficulty level in the rules of the spooky tale, aiming for a high score evaluation as the final goal. Just take it when I tell you to, why are you hesitating? On the bed, the boy spoke impatiently. While speaking, one hand was controlling the game interface, and the other hand began to take off his clothes, walking towards the bathroom as he undressed. The boy's body wasn't great, weighing over 300 pounds, a complete chubby figure. As he stripped, the flab on his body jiggled with each step. Arriving at the bathroom door, the boy put down his phone. Suddenly, he threw a flirty glance back at Su-yi, his voice sounding coy, remember to bring it in for me. Su-yi, I can't take this anymore. A moment later, a black kitchen knife was thrust into the boy's left eye, successfully gouging it out, then inserted into his right eye. Let your eyes cramp, so you don't look at people properly. Let you bathe in broad daylight. Do you understand your mistake now? The boy thought for a long time but couldn't understand what bathing had to do with time. Was it only acceptable to bathe at night? What a strange quirk. But he knew Su-yi's power and didn't dare to anger him, so he could only comply. I understand I was wrong, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have looked at you, I shouldn't have bathed in broad daylight. After letting out some frustration, the boy's cheeks were a bloody mess. In addition to his eyes, there were now strips of flesh missing. After a while, these pieces of flesh fell to the ground, then automatically merged together and flew back onto the boy's face. He was an unkillable monster. And the boy showed no surprise at all, feeling completely accustomed to the situation. Su-yi recalled rule number 2 and leaned in to ask. Do you think our relationship is good right now? Good my ass, the boy thought. He turned to see the kitchen knife in Su-yi's hand, along with a handsome face that threatened. Yeah, it's really good, much better than my girlfriend, not as good as you, my roommate. In the live broadcast room. Seeing this scene, the people of the Dragon Country fell silent. After a while. The national report says Su-yi's mental state is fine, right? Not sure, let me take another look. Su-yi, male, 21 years old, a student from Beijing University, enjoys parkour and bungee jumping in his free time, has a very high IQ and EQ, eloquent, skillful, no problems at all. The people from the Paranormal Talk Bureau, responsible for observing the live broadcast, were about to explain a bit. Su-yi does have some mental issues. But, he won't admit it. And firmly believes the problem lies with others. He has reviewed everything before the state released the data. The staff was sweating profusely, racking their brains to prepare a rebuttal. In the live broadcast room. I understand now, Su-yi is doing this on purpose. He wants to test the identity of his roommate and the correctness of rule number 2. As soon as this was said, everyone felt it made sense. It must be like this, don't be fooled by Suyi's calm demeanor, he must be terrified inside. Wow, Suyi is amazing. For the dragon country, at such a young age, he endures fears he shouldn't have. Suddenly, the live broadcast room was filled with cries, emotionally moved. Suyi, you've worked hard. Suyi, you are truly amazing. The Paranormal Talk Bureau staff prepared to explain, this group of people's filter had already thickened to the width of a football field. That's how people are, when you wholeheartedly identify with someone or something, you don't need them to explain, it's as if you can convince yourself after imagining it 10 or 8 times. Suyi is currently in this situation as well, as the hero of the Dragon Country, the first and only chosen one to clear the instance. Suyi is viewed as a god by the people of Dragon Country, anything he does is not surprising. Including but not limited to some, rather perverted acts. Like Suyi, other chosen ones also encountered a domineering roommate. However, they knew they lacked the power to confront the oddities, and could only swallow their anger, obediently help their roommate fetch grooming supplies, and were forced to witness an open-air bath with long needles. That feeling is something they never wanted to experience again in their lifetimes. In Sakura Country, Chosen One Kobanshida Taro. Unlike other chosen ones from different countries, his roommate was a curvaceous girl. So when the girl shyly threw him a flirtatious glance, Shota Kabatani wasted no time, eagerly running over with a pile of toiletries. Chapter 17, Luxury Cruise 3. Open air, transparent, bathing. These words together are enough to spark one's imagination. By the time the Sakura Country government reacted and sent a warning message, it was already too late. Shota Kabatani bizarrely entered the same bathroom. Sakura Country, Football Country, Ali Country. The chosen ones from 6 countries are being devoured by the bizarre. The world of strange tales is about to arrive, countdown 10, 9, 8, 7, 6. Hiss. Damn. Right at the start, 6 chosen ones from different countries have been eliminated by the bizarre. Quick, too quick. I get it, this is called the hero struggling at the beauty's gate. Luckily, our country's chosen one has a male roommate. The Sakura Country government, Baka. Dead. This guy Shota Kabatani, being lecherous is one thing, but dragging us along too. Sakura Country didn't reflect on its problems and quickly shifted the blame to its own chosen one. Just then. Not good, Prime Minister, strange tales have already arrived in Fukang City. If this continues, the entire Sakura Country will surely be doomed. Fukang City, the leading big city of Sakura Country, any disturbance there would have an immeasurable impact on the economy and the people's livelihood. Abe didn't have time to complain anymore and quickly gave orders. Quick, send a distress signal to the bald eagle. The telegrapher showed a smile worse than crying, the line is busy on the other side. Clearly, when disaster strikes, the bald eagle was not ready to help the subordinate they'd dominated for so long and planned to leave it be. Abe was so furious he could spit blood. Bald eagle, you beast, treating our Sakura Country like a dog. When needed, you slide in, and when not needed, you just throw us aside. The operator was still waiting for the Prime Minister's instructions. What should we do? Forget it, prepare to send people to other countries by plane, ready to take off at any moment. Abe sighed, if things really did not work out, he could only plan early to rise again in another place. Suyi came out of his room, ready to first check the restaurant on the first floor. The guest rooms were on the 3rd floor, requiring a walk down a long hallway and 2 flights of stairs. On both sides of the hallway were closely positioned rooms, each marked with a room number. As Suyi walked, he realized that this cruise ship was really huge. In case of an accident, escaping would definitely take some time. Suddenly, a tall, thin boy wearing a hat walked out from room 344 ahead to the right. He spotted Suyi at a glance, and hurriedly ran over, alongside the vegetable dog. Where did this animal come from? The vegetable dog, confused, opened its limbs and bared its teeth at the newcomer. Suyi patted the vegetable dog's head, and the animal immediately calmed down, starting to lick his hand. Sorry for startling you, this is my pet. As the owner of the vegetable dog, Suyi sincerely apologized. Most of the time, when he wasn't going crazy, he acted quite normally, even a bit gentle. However, the hat boy seemed to have not heard the apology, quickly scanning the hallway with wide eyes, and nervously said, "Hurry, hide it. This cruise ship does not allow animals." "No, you must hide too." Suyi stood still, why? As for the pet rule, it was clearly stated that animals weren't allowed, so hiding it was understandable. But why should he, a living person, hide? If you don't hide, you will. The hat boy's mouth trembled, and just as he was about to say the last sentence, a voice sounded behind him. "Gentlemen, do you need any help?" A crew member wearing a blue uniform stood there silently. In an instant, the hat boy looked like he saw something terrifying and quickly turned around. Ran toward the end of the stairs. Only Suyi was left standing in place. "Sir, pets are not allowed on the cruise." The crew member took off his hat and bowed to Su-yi, sincerely reminding him. Su-yi was annoyed. Why didn't you say this before boarding? I've already brought it. The crew member was stunned for a moment, clearly not having thought about this issue. If pets weren't allowed, how had Su-yi gotten on the ship? He fell into deep thought. Su-yi swaggered past him. He was looking for the boy with the hat. His intuition told him the other hand had important clues. Unfortunately, after being stopped by the crew member, the person had vanished. Su-yi arrived at the first floor. It was very spacious and luxuriously decorated. Barbecue, hot pot, seafood, various expensive dishes were laid out on the tables as if they were free. It turned out to be an extremely lavish buffet. No one was in the restaurant, it was eerily quiet, and the clock on the wall pointed to 12:15. For the moment, Su-yi didn't touch the food, finding a place to sit down and quietly observing the clock. At this moment, the bullet comments. Wow, so much delicious food, it's making me hungry. So many precious ingredients, I've never even seen them before. Su-yi, hurry, and try some for me. King crab, I want to eat king crab. Those upstairs, are you crazy to eat things from the ghost stories? Haven't you seen Su-yi just sitting there? Latest news, the chosen one from Asen country has already started. Hearing this, everyone immediately switched screens and surged into the live broadcast room of Asen country. The chosen one, Akim, was swallowing food handily, without any utensils, grabbing big fish and meat from the plate. As the food went down, a strange change occurred in Akim. The color of his pupils darkened. However, this change was too subtle, and for a while, not many noticed. So disgusting, seeing him grab food with his hand, I don't want to eat anymore. Asen country, the most failed eating broadcast performer. Long country live broadcast room. 15 minutes passed quickly. When the minute hand on the clock stopped at the number 6, everything around changed. The originally quiet restaurant began to buzz with noise, and a large group of customers seemingly appeared out of nowhere, filling the chairs and corridors. Those people first appeared as shadows, gradually their bodies became solid, and finally stood alive in front of Su-yi. Most of them were dressed like students. After some understanding, Su-yi now knew his current situation. In June, right after the college entrance examination, the students were on a graduation trip, with the destination being Dongyuan Island. And life on the cruise was part of the tour. Many students gathered together, chatting noisily, discussing events at school and dreaming about the future, full of youthful energy. The food dog happily wagged its tail. Just a moment ago, when the time wasn't up, it had caught sight of the food, and had curiously sniffed it, as if seeing poison, it immediately ran far away. But now it sprinted towards the food, unabashedly diving in, starting to gorge itself, one plate after another. Su-yi thoughtfully picked up a nearby piece of bread, stuffed it into his mouth, and walked while observing in the restaurant. Finally, his gaze fell upon a group of people in front of him. Several students were gathered around the same grill, grilling meat. Unknown fatty meat chunks with streaks of blood were sizzling on the grill, making a popping sound, unappetizing in appearance, completely lacking appeal. Su-yi frowned, he hated eating fatty meat the most. He couldn't understand how ordinary people managed to eat this stuff. Ordinary people immediately started demonstrating. One student grabbed a box of seasoning placed next to the grill. The entire box of seasoning was dumped in. Instantly, the whole place filled with fragrance, an extreme temptation of meat aroma emerged, just smelling it made one drool. The food dog charged in from somewhere. With a loud slap, Su-yi harshly stopped the act of eating from the dog's head. The 4 students at the table began to feast heartily, their mouths greasy, smeared with sauces and fat. Su-yi noticed that the student who had been wearing a hat in the hallway, after finishing the barbecued meat, displayed a dumbfounded expression. Su-yi felt something was wrong and, ignoring the presence of the waiter, hurriedly asked, "Classmate, what did you want to tell me back in the hallway?" The hat-wearing student raised his head, his dazed look replaced with normalcy, and eyed Su-yi, "What hallway, have we met just now?" Chapter 18, Luxury Cruise 4. The hat-wearing boy had clearly been assimilated and beckoned Su-yi to join him. You should hurry up and eat, the taste is particularly great. Live room. What's going on? The hat-wearing boy seems to have changed somehow. Oh no, I was a step too late. I almost could have gathered information from his mouth. Su-yi, hold yourself together. There will be plenty of meat later, don't eat there. In the Dragon Nation's Strange Tales Bureau. Lin Guobiao looked at an expert proficient in lip reading. What did the hat-wearing boy want to say just now in the hallway? Death, this hat-wearing boy should be warning Su-yi that if he doesn't hide, he might die. Upon hearing this, everyone present frowned. If not hiding means death, but where can one hide on such a big cruise ship? Lin Guobiao, make a note of this message, later collect the updates from other chosen ones, and send it all to Su-yi. What they could not explain, Su-yi, who was in the midst of it, might understand. After the last secret meeting, Lin Guobiao was surprised to find that Su-yi was definitely not a simple mental patient mindlessly seeking thrills. On the contrary, the other party had a keen mind, strong logical ability, and was a rare detective. However, compared to often exhausting reasoning, Suyi preferred to solve problems with fists and kitchen knives. Unlike Suyi, several chosen ones from other countries could not resist the temptation of food and chose to join the students in barbecuing. Among them, one from the Indian nation enjoyed eating the most. A cold mechanical voice echoed in everyone's ears. Indian nation, Mongolian nation, Cambodian nation, chosen ones from 3 countries have been strangely contaminated. The world of strange tales is about to descend. Countdown 10, 9, 8, 7, 6. Some keen viewers instantly noticed that this time the announcement changed devour into the word contaminate, leaving them puzzled. Soon, they saw that the several contaminated countries did not black out their live streams immediately. After eating the spiced barbecue, the chosen ones' pupils and whites of their eyes gradually turned pitch black. They emitted a bizarre aura. Hee, so delicious. And soon, these individuals began to appear one after another in other live streams, becoming part of the students. What the hell is going on? Could it be that the bizarre worlds each country enters are interconnected? The chosen ones have been assimilated, becoming a part of it. In the world of strange tales, Suyi, after several unanswered inquiries, reluctantly walked out of the restaurant. Before leaving, he grabbed a box of barbecue spices and stuffed it into his pocket. As he walked, a small hill-like obstacle appeared in front of him, blocking his path. It was his fat roommate. "Hey, new guy, carry that pile of stuff and come blow the wind on the deck with me." The little chubby pointed at a pile of clutter in the corner, including a folding chair and sunshade. There was too much stuff and it looked hard to move. "You want me to move it?" Suyi blinked in confusion. This guy really doesn't remember the beating after eating. "Stop talking nonsense, I told you to move it, then move it." The fat boy sneered, making it clear that he would hit him if he didn't move the stuff. Suyi took a deep breath. "You're forcing me, I didn't want to get rough." With a whoosh, the fat boy's head flew off. A kitchen knife pierced into the heart of his roommate. Suyi stepped on the belly of the little fat man. "Remember, I am someone who dislikes being provoked over and over again." The shadow on the ground gradually dried up, and after completely dying, the face changed. The cheeks puffed up, and the skin color darkened. "Foreigners?" Suyi had a question mark in his mind, unable to understand. According to what he knew, the students on this cruise ship for their graduation trip should all come from the same place, so how could there be a foreigner? Could it be that there is an international high school on the ship? Meanwhile, as Suyi couldn't figure out the situation, the live stream chat exploded. "What the hell, isn't this the chosen one from the Asian country who got assimilated? How did he end up here? He disguised himself as Suya's roommate, what is he trying to do?" "Not sure, he's already done 4, let's check other live streams." Besides Asan country, this time 3 people were affected by the strange pollution. These 3 entered the strange worlds of different countries, disguised as the chosen one's roommates. At this moment, many viewers switched screens to watch the recordings of the remaining 2 countries' live streams. In Sunset Country, Bart came out of the buffet restaurant. He patted his chest with lingering fear. "Fortunately, I was clever enough not to eat that barbecue just now." A shadow blocked his path. "Hey, newbie, carry that pile of stuff and come with me to the deck to feel the wind." Bart looked at a pile of heavy items in the corner, clearly beyond his capacity. His lips twitched a few times, but in the end, he didn't have the courage to say a word of resistance and obediently went to help. With a whole folding chair balanced on his shoulder, it instantly bent his back, and along with other items, Bart could only crawl forward. He comforted himself in his heart. "I'm not scared. Rule 2 says to harmoniously coexist with your roommate. Helping to move things also counts as following the rules." The 2 reached the deck outside the cruise ship. Standing on top, looking out, the vast ocean spread before him, the waves crashing against the rocks, a spectacular view. Bart's mood relaxed a little. Since entering this rule's strange tale, although less than a day had passed, his mindset had always been tense. A few snowy white seagulls flew from the horizon, circling around Bart. Pure and beautiful. In Sunset Empire, seagulls symbolize hope and beauty. Bart instinctively reached out his arm to respond. At that moment, he seemed to forget a certain line on the paper. Rule 10, please do not tease the seagulls. When he came to his senses, the seagull that landed on Bart's arm revealed its crimson eyes, locking eyes with Bart. What purity, what romance. All just an illusion. This is the Rule's strange tale. Ah! A scream rang out. Bart's eyes were ripped out by the seagull on his arm. With a squelch it swallowed them whole. The seagull glanced at the man, then slowly flew away, continuing to circle in the sky, seemingly waiting for the next prey. With his organs lost, Bart fell to the ground in pain, his whole body weak. He couldn't understand why such a thing happened just because he relaxed for a few seconds. Viewers in the live stream. Bart was too careless. Sigh, in the world of strange tales, one needs to be always alert. A small accident can lead to complete destruction. What a pity, we haven't seen Bart's talent yet. Thinking about it, those who can clear the game are pretty impressive. Just as everyone sighed deeply, believing Bart would have to return to his room with a damaged body, the deck suddenly changed. Chapter 19, Luxury Cruise Ship 5. Along the direction close to the cabin, a staircase appeared out of thin air. A crew member in a red uniform climbed up. He held a black collar in his hand, with a metal tag hanging in the middle, 443. The crew member placed the tag around Bart's neck, speaking to himself, "Another one has come." Beside him, the fake roommate who brought Bart over calmly said, "Who can say otherwise?" From bringing people onto the deck to the appearance of the male crew member, his expression showed no surprise, as if everything was expected. The male crew member dragged Bart's body, as if dragging a piece of scrap, into the staircase. As his footsteps faded away, the staircase entrance gradually closed, leaving everyone still facing the cabin and deck, as if what had just happened had never occurred. Chosen one Bart from the Sunset Empire has been strangely contaminated, the world of strange tales is about to descend, countdown 10, 9, 8, 7, 6. In the live broadcast room. Bart is so unlucky, there are only 3 of us, why did we have to get one? The people of the Sunset Empire were filled with righteous indignation, clearly unable to accept what had just happened. Because encountering a fake roommate was obviously random. Unfortunately, the randomness had landed on them. Damn Bart, not even as good as a Dragon Kingdom person. They had just watched with their own eyes how Suyi eliminated the strange being, escaping this crisis. Compared to Suyi, Bart's overall performance could only be described with the word cowardly. This caused the people of the Sunset Empire, while feeling defeated, to also hold back a breath, feeling stuck. The Dragon Kingdom is truly lucky, they picked a contestant like Suyi. And compared to the out-of-control emotions of the Sunset Empire, other countries were clearly focused on different matters. In the Dragon Kingdom's Bureau of Strange Tales, an observer couldn't help but speak up. Didn't the rules say there was no basement? Now one has appeared. It seems that Rule 6 is wrong. But how did it appear? What does that number plate mean? Everyone looked at each other, raising various questions. To deal with the rules of Strange Tales, the Bureau of Strange Tales had gathered elites from various fields, specifically to provide assistance to the chosen ones at critical moments. But at this moment, they helplessly discovered. So many people seemed unable to provide any useful information, they did not know the answers. In the end, Lin Guobiao made a decision to summarize everything and send all the information to Suyi. As for what the other party should do, having learned from the last instance, he dared not interfere with Suyi's actions this time. In the last instance, he had advised Suyi to stay in the room, to safely pass the last 3 hours, only to prove that this action was entirely wrong. It nearly caused the whole instance to fail at the critical moment of completion. Moreover, from the last situation, it seemed Suyi was not someone easily manipulated, he had his own judgment. Even if instructions were given, the other party might not necessarily follow. In the world of Strange Tales, while the outside world was full of heated discussions, Suyi had already returned to the 3rd level of the cruise ship. He first went to the door of the tall, thin boy's room and knocked for a while. There was no response from inside, they probably had not returned from eating. With no other options, Suyi chose to return to his own room. At the moment the doorknob turned, he heard a burst of singing. Lulala lulalala. I love bathing, fragrant and sweet. Front and back, must be washed. He saw the roommate he had just killed, wearing a pink pajamas, dancing in front of the mirror. While admiring his own dance moves, he sang. Perhaps not expecting someone to come, the roommate showed a look of terror, stammering, You came back so early. Suyi. Who can tell him what the current situation is? Just then, Suyi sensed a slight movement in his mind and received a message from the Bureau of Strange Tales. Contamination, assimilation, coming to another chosen one's world. Suyi frowned. At the moment he had opened the door, he suspected that the roommate in front of him and the one he had encountered on the first floor were not the same person, thinking it was the rules of Strange Tales acting up. He never expected that it was actually chosen ones from other countries who had failed. This became interesting, it seemed the entire world of Strange Tales had many secrets yet to be discovered. Suyi stood still, lost in thought, as seen through the eyes of the chubby boy. Just considering how to fix people, he swallowed nervously. Well, I really wasn't taking a shower just now. Suyi squinted his eyes, sizing him up from head to toe. You didn't go to eat. The chubby boy's eyes flashed with a hint of guilt. No, I didn't. I stayed in the room doing something I like. He touched his pink pajamas, it was obvious what this something I like referred to. In the first floor buffet, even some chosen ones, knowing the rules, had to take risks to show off a bite or two. Yet, this little chubby boy in front of him could hold back. Rule 8, crew members are male, and servers are female. If a third gender is discovered, no, it can't be discovered. Perhaps Rule 8, third gender, does not refer to the staff but to the passengers? Suyi thought it was possible. After the last instance, he realized early on that the rules in the strange stories were not the simple right or wrong judgments people believed they were in the real world. In fact, every rule was correct. But this correctness needed specific conditions to be achieved. For example, Rule 8 stated there was a third gender, yet it added the genders of the servers and crew members in front, leading people to mistakenly believe that the following statement was also about the staff. Ha, just a petty trick. Suyi raised his head, meeting his roommate's trembling gaze, and praised, "You look quite sexy?" He thought of a word. Suyi was a pervert, fond of pursuing thrills. To be honest, he quite admired this chubby boy for being brave enough to be himself regardless of others' opinions. "Although you look like a bug, you are confident." "Really, do you really think so?" The chubby boy was shocked. After a brief moment of emotion, he suddenly burst into tears, sniffling, "Whoa, no one has ever understood me, they all say." Suyi brandished his kitchen knife, one word, one ear. The chubby boy immediately shut his mouth. Just as Suyi was thinking about what to do next, the room door was knocked on. His roommate shyly hid behind Suyi. At the door was the crew member who had reminded Suyi earlier not to bring pets. This student, in principle, pets are not allowed on the cruise. "You weird fellow, speaking so artistically." Suyi was speechless. From his experience, when the word principal appeared in the conversation, it usually meant the principal would certainly be broken next. Sure enough, the crew member continued, "To accommodate your situation, we have specially applied for an identity badge for your pet. With it, you can continue to stay on the ship." Suyi received the metal collar, which boldly bore the number 444. At this time, in the live broadcast room. "Wow, I don't know if you guys noticed, just now Bart had 443, and Suyi here has 444. Is there any connection between the two?" Shimmering, Bart is already dead. Dragon Country audiences, your luck is about to run out. Shut up, stop chatting here. Instead of wasting time, manage your own chosen one. The chosen one from Pickled Cabbage Country is a girl. Uniform shirt with a super short skirt. Looking at her, she should also be a student just like the people on the cruise. Since entering the strange story world, this girl named Shouju has behaved exceptionally well. Besides eating regularly, she spent the rest of her time in her room. Such a personality would be considered good in the real world. But here it's a dangerous world of rules and strange tales, and those who obey tend to die the fastest. Chapter 20 Luxury Cruise 6. Suyi put away the metal badge, tucking it into the other pocket of his clothes. "Are you kidding? For 44, such an unlucky number, there's no way I'll let my dog wear that." Kai dog, invisible. With the command, the large yellow dog in front of him disappeared without a trace. As a creature born in this strange world, Kai dog had many abilities. Invisibility was just one small skill among them. The roommate Zhang widened his mouth, pointing at the empty air. You. Since you can be invisible, why are you wandering around with it?" Suyi looked at his bouncing roommate. Interesting. This guy not only knows that the food in the cafeteria can't be eaten carelessly but also knows the rule that pets aren't allowed, a rule that only chosen ones have the chance to understand. Being invisible is exactly why I brought it along. How else could I uncover so many secrets? Suyi spoke as if it was perfectly natural, successfully seeing the 3 non-existent black lines appear on the roommate's forehead. After leaving the room, Suyi arrived again at the door of room 344, the residence of the hat-wearing boy. "Aren't you supposed to be gone?" "Out having fun, so I'll wait for your return." No matter if it's for eating or playing. Human energy is limited, after enough fun, one must rest, right? About half an hour later. Footsteps echoed in the corridor, and Suyi finally saw the person he had been waiting for. The hat-wearing boy walked mechanically to his room door, pulling out the room card from his pocket. "Beep beep, swipe successful, please enter." Suyi patted his shoulder. The boy turned around, as if just noticing Suyi squatting at the door after a long time of entering the corridor and opening the door. "Hello, classmate, is there something you need?" "Suyi, we met this morning, have you forgotten?" Upon hearing this, the boy stood still, a trace of confusion showing on his face. Did it happen? He seemed to indeed have forgotten many things. "Suyi, if you don't remember, it's fine. I don't blame you. Just give me what you promised to bring me this morning." Saying this, Suyi swiftly moved in, entering the room from the side before the boy could react. He had tried various methods to get in before, including but not limited to hitting, smashing, and even using a knife left from the previous instance to cut the lock. Finally, he discovered that only the person himself could swipe the card to enter smoothly. "Hat-wearing boy, what thing?" "I don't know." Suyi ignored his question and started rummaging through the room, checking the sheets and the closet, leaving no corner unexplored. Finally, he found a crumpled banknote hidden inside the hood of a sweatshirt. Suyi took the banknote and walked toward the door, prepared to open it and leave. The hat-wearing boy watched the whole process without stopping him. Did you find it? Suyi paused the motion of turning the doorknob, turning back. Yes, thank you. The hat-wearing boy showed a smile. You're welcome, hope it helps you. Although he didn't remember what happened before getting on the cruise ship, a vague voice in his subconscious kept telling him to wait for someone. Now he had finally waited for this person. After saying this, the hat-wearing boy let out a sigh. The smile on his face completely vanished, becoming blank and foolish again. Suyi carefully observed his face, his pupils pitch black, the last glimmer of light in his eyes gone. This time, he truly forgot everything. He had turned into an NPC, just like the other passengers on this ship. Indeed, Suyi referred to the unknowing as NPCs. This cruise ship seemed luxurious, with hundreds of people aboard, but when carefully observed, their actions revealed everything felt so intentional. Intentional eating, intentional playing, appearing and disappearing at designated times. It was clear that most passengers on the cruise were no longer normal people. Everything was being manipulated by something or someone. The manipulator should be the hidden mastermind behind this supernatural tale, the one who holds all the answers. Don't worry. I will help you all find freedom. Suyi quietly spoke to the boy, who was mechanically making the bed, as if speaking to himself, or perhaps making a promise to the other. At this moment in the live stream room. I'm crying, the hat-wearing boy is so gentle. Even though this person is the great Suyi, if a stranger barged in under the pretense of looking for something and rummaged around, I would not hesitate to give him a big punch. Woo woo woo. Mr. Suyi, you must find the truth and harshly punish the murderer, avenging Hat Boy. After leaving Hat Boy's room, Suyi opened the 50-cent bill. On it, using a black charcoal pencil, there were several lines of small writing densely packed together. Oh yeah, graduation trip, here I come. Blue sky, white clouds, sea surface, big birds. And my crush. Little Hong. A cruise ticket costs $88.88, but after counting all the pocket money saved during 3 years of high school, I only have $44.44. What to do? I have a plan. From these lines, it seemed fairly normal. Suyi flipped to the back of the 50-cent bill. This boy had a habit similar to his own, liking to record important things on important bills. I shouldn't have tried to be cheap and bought this half-price cruise ticket. Everything became wrong from the moment we boarded the ship. When the broadcast started, everyone seemed to be controlled, beginning to chant prayers together. The broadcast? Suyi's eyes filled with confusion. If he remembered correctly, the quest introduction said it was the very first day of boarding. From morning until now, Suyi had stayed on the cruise ship. Where did this broadcast come from? Could it be that these NPC passengers actually keep reappearing on the cruise ship? The broadcast recorded on the bill was something that would happen in the next 2 days. Suppressing the doubts in his heart, Suyi continued to read. Especially little Hong, every time I greeted her, she pretended not to know me. Strange, too strange. Watching their repetitive behaviors, I gradually panicked. No matter, I need to find a place to hide, and wait for the adults to help when we get off the ship. Suyi frowned. This last line was exactly what he heard the boy say when they first met in the morning. But clearly, he failed. Hiding whenever things went wrong was not right. Otherwise, the boy wouldn't have ended up like this, entering the dining hall to eat while knowing something was wrong. Suyi flipped the bill back and forth, trying to see if he could gather any extra information from it. At that moment, the thing in his hand suddenly ignited without fire. In the blink of an eye, it turned to powder. Suyi didn't have time to examine it carefully. A strong feeling of being watched came from behind. He hurriedly turned around. The hallway was empty, with nothing around. Is it an illusion? Suyi shook his head, glanced around a few times, and after ensuring there was no one, he stopped dwelling on the issue. At the same time, he felt increasingly vigilant. That illusion was someone peeping. He was being targeted. Interesting, really interesting. Once I catch you, the first thing I'll do is let you taste the sharpness of a kitchen knife. In the live broadcast room, the audience stared at the 50-cent bill in Suyi's hand, feeling anxious and itching to reach in and see what was written. Nothing else, the bill was too small, and the writing on it was even smaller, they couldn't see clearly. This feeling of knowing the answer was right in front of them but being unable to further explore the truth was so damn frustrating. It felt just like when you're reading a favorite novel late at night and reach a thrilling part, only for the updates to suddenly stop. Meanwhile, in other countries. Damn it, the Dragon Kingdom people have once again seized the initiative in finding clues. Who exactly is this Suyi? What's his background? It's been so long and we haven't found any information. The Intelligence Bureau is full of useless people. In the White House, the president sat in the chair at the top and began to lose his temper. The capitalists below exchanged bewildered glances. Mr. White Lantern, rather than complaining, the more important thing right now is to give a hint to help the chosen one find this note. It's obvious that what Suyi has in his hands contains a huge amount of information and might be a crucial item for determining whether to clear the level. White Lantern adjusted his emotions and spoke to the capitalist who first suggested, "Mr. Tom is right, let's go according to your suggestion and send a message to the chosen one." Mr. Tom was taken aback, repeatedly waving his hands, "No, no, no. This is not my opinion, I didn't say anything at all." Last time, the failure in the world of ghost stories, the presidential office took a long time to find a reason and ultimately blamed it on the chosen one's 1/10 black ancestry. If there is another failure this time, someone will have to take the blame. It is clear that Tom, who spoke first, accidentally became the scapegoat chosen by the White Lantern. The scene became chaotic, with the capitalists and parliamentarians arguing fiercely. Just as the White Eagle Empire thought, every country with a surviving copy used its precious hint opportunity without exception, reminding the chosen ones to find the banknotes. Suya's actions have unknowingly become a weather vane for most countries to follow suit. After leaving the Hatman's room, Suyi came to the first floor deck. Looking out, a large fog rose on the sea surface. There were no seagulls, nor was there a basement on the first floor. Suyi felt a bit of regret. Had he known, he wouldn't have killed that imposter. If he had pretended to follow, maybe he could have discovered something unknown. Time quickly moved to the evening. That night, Suyi did not sleep well. Every 2 hours, he had to go downstairs to check if there was anything on the basement deck. He wanted to sleep directly on the deck. But the cruise ship was somewhat unstable, and there was a risk of falling off, so he gave up on this abnormal idea. Strangely, the feeling of being watched disappeared at night. Could it be that the person targeting him, strangely, also needed to sleep? Confused, after the last check, confirming the stairs wouldn't appear again, Suyi returned to his room to sleep. His roommate on the other bed rubbed his eyes and sleepily asked, "Where did you go again?" Suyi glanced at him, "Sleep your sleep, don't worry about anything else." He slept until dawn. Golden sunlight streamed through the floor-to-ceiling window, shining on everyone's behinds. Suyi pulled the blanket over his head and continued to sleep. Dulala, lulala, dulala. Dear passengers, a beautiful day has begun. The voice was rhythmic, adopting a standard broadcast tone. As if fearing someone might pretend not to hear, Suyi sadly discovered that the loudspeaker was installed on the bedside table, with each sentence particularly invigorating. Lulala, lulala, the sun is smiling. All passengers must arrive on the second floor by 8:30 a.m. to participate in the activities. All passengers must arrive on the second floor by 8:30 a.m. to participate in the activities. As we all know, the essence of a broadcast is a tape recorder. After the continuous end times of deadly repetition, Suyi had no choice but to get out of bed. In the live stream, the bullet comments flew up. "I'm dying of laughter, look at Suya's expression, it looks worse than swallowing a fly. I really love waking up early, it gives me a soul-exiting feeling. Who invented good morning, who exactly is in a good mood, I remember the second floor is a game room? Ulaanbaatar. Leader, this broadcast is somewhat strange, should we remind the chosen one not to go out?" The leader of Ulaanbaatar considered for a moment and first asked, "Did Suyi go out?" "He has already gone out." "Oh, then there is no need to remind him. Just follow Suyi." The subordinates were silent for a moment, seemingly finding this reasoning sensible. Suyi had already left, if they stayed in place, would they just be waiting to die? The same thing was happening elsewhere, with several small countries' chosen ones thinking they were clever, staying in their rooms after the broadcast sounded. They remembered that last time, Nguyen Zhengpei from Yunation lay flat on the bed due to disability until the end. They believed this copy would be the same. Instead of striving hard, it was better to curl up in the room and wait to win by lying down. Unfortunately, this calculation quickly fell apart. When 8:30 a.m. arrived, a thick fog rose on the sea, spreading into the rooms, and the entire third floor was gradually engulfed. Yunation, Lankai Nation, the chosen ones of 4 countries were eerily swallowed. The world of ghost stories is about to descend, countdown from 10. In the kingdom of Yuan Zhong, with a half-vegetative body, after experiencing the first complete instance, ultimately found that luck did not continue to favor him. Life had come to its end. The people of Yu, with a sigh, were not surprised, they had already prepared for the strange calamity that could descend at any moment before the instance started. On the contrary, the other 3 countries that followed suit met with unfortunate fate. Suyi arrived at the second-floor hall, where the words "game room" were written in neon lights in the center. The moment he pushed open the door, it felt like entering a new world. A magnificent hall filled with gold and splendor. Dense rows of gambling tables, countless players within, the voices were bustling. There were rich second-generation youths throwing money around at the tables with cigars in their mouths. Waitresses, dressed in clothes cut up to their thighs and wearing rabbit ears, were distributing champagne to passing guests. Suyi glanced around in boredom. And a dealer in a uniform with white gloves approached. "Guest, please take your chips." There were 3 chips in total, metallic in texture, heavy in hand. The front side had the numbers 1, 5, 10 written on them. Suyi guessed they represented some kind of score. The other side depicted a personal image, with the body turned away from the guest, making the face unclear. There was also a manual. When unfolded. Welcome to the game room. Here, everything revolves around money. Money is the chip. Beginner's reward, 48 points. Intermediate reward, 80 points. Super jackpot, 120 points. Note, players cannot engage in fights, surrender, or forcibly seize each other's chips, otherwise, severe punishment will be imposed. The moment he received the chips, 3 enthusiastic rabbit girls came towards him, their voices incredibly alluring. Sir, would you like to play around? 3 of them came from 3 different directions, clearly from different gambling tables. Suyi said, I am alone, which table should I go to? Chapter 22, Luxury Cruise 8. The first girl, with a cold attitude, handsome, come with me, we have a high winning rate here. The second girl flicked her pink rabbit ears and shyly glanced at Suyi, come to me, a win-lose ratio of 1 to 3. The third girl bent down, hugged Suya's arm, and nuzzled, come on, go with me, and you can do whatever you want. The live stream chat exploded, many people were in an uproar. So hard to choose, the first is a mature woman, the second is a lowly, the third is a young woman. Cough, I like the second one, so cute. I choose the third one, has charm. Hey, some men are really choosing seriously. Have you forgotten? This is a rule-based strange tale, none can be chosen. Suyi decisively chose the third woman, who could be easily manipulated. Ah, so shy. As a man, one can't escape customs, Suyi is no exception. So Suyi likes this style. So disappointing, Suyi, wake up, don't be entranced by beauty. Just moments ago, those enthusiastic about choosing a partner were now worried, fearing Suyi would truly be enchanted by the rabbit girl and fall into the trap. Soon, the two arrived at a square gambling table. Opposite them sat one person on the left and one on the right, making a true 3 versus 1. Directly opposite sat an old woman over 50, extremely old, with deep wrinkles on her face, her hands as dry as tree bark, raising doubts whether she could even play her cards. The old woman was currently stroking a green-eyed stuffed cat in her lap. Noticing the movement, the cat glanced at Suyi from a high position, then continued to lazily lie in the old woman's arms, dozing off. Next to the old lady sat 2 crew members dressed in green. One spoke up, the rules are simple, both sides draw a card and compare the values. He weighed the deck of cards in his hand, you can start with any of the 3 of us, the smallest chip is 1. The crew member pointed to the other young man across, his is 5. The old lady has 10 points. It depends on how you choose. Suyi understood the rules. According to the game room manual's tips. Beginner reward, 48 points. Intermediate reward, 80 points. Super jackpot, 120 points. He now has 3 chips in his hand, 1 point, 5 points, and 10 points, totaling 16 points. This means that to obtain the beginner reward, he must at least triple the points he has. You can choose to go all in with grandma, betting all your chips and taking a chance. Or you can split the 10 points into 1 point or 5 points, playing a few more hands. So, by this calculation, it seems like a game entirely based on luck? At this moment, other countries were experiencing the same situation. Viewers in the livestream carefully noticed that no matter which bunny girl the chosen one walked with, they always ended up at grandma's table. Wow, the trick is quite deep. No matter who you choose, you can't avoid it. I increasingly feel there's something wrong with this table. Otherwise, why not take people somewhere else? So, you pulled this stunt just to understand the chosen one's preferences. In Pickled Vegetable Country, Jin Shouju, one of the country's best entertainers, with a stunning figure and excellent singing and dancing skills, an idol in the hearts of countless people, fell into depression and has little time left. As her life was about to end, she made the decision to end it herself, only to be unexpectedly transported into the strange game of rules. Little girl, have you thought about how you want to play? Jin Shouju leaned on the table, looking lethargic, I'm going all in. All 3 chips were placed on the table, and Jin Shouju randomly drew a playing card from grandma's hand. Hiss, the live stream from Pickled Vegetable Country exploded. Jin Shouju, are you crazy? You're betting everything at once. What if you lose? There's no chance to try again. What's wrong with the sister? Doesn't she care about our lives? Damn, at critical moments, women really aren't reliable. In their eyes, Jin Shouju's fame was so great that it led the people of Pickled Vegetable Country to have even higher expectations of their idol. Jin Xiaoju's behavior, using everything to determine the outcome without leaving herself any chips, was irresponsible to the entire nation. Even though the outside world was in an uproar, the public cursed Jin Xiaoju's ancestors for 18 generations, she didn't mind, as she had already made up her mind to accept death. If she lost, she lost. Across the table, Grandma was surprised and asked, are you sure you want to bet all your chips? Jin Xiaoju, I am sure. Since it's all death, I won't pretend anymore, I'm revealing everything. Holding the playing card without flipping it, Jin Shouju boldly announced to the screen, "Here, I want to sue the high officials of Pickled Vegetable Country for harassing me daily, demanding services." It wasn't enough for just one person, several came together. They include In Shanbei, Li Xianzai, Jin Haorong. As Jin Shouju spoke, she went on for over 3 minutes, naming a list of over 100 people, nearly mentioning everyone involved in Pickled Vegetable Country. She was afraid that if she lost later, she wouldn't get the chance to speak. After saying all this, Jin Shouju turned her head, looking at the pile of playing cards on the table, resolutely stating, "Grandma, that's enough, let's start." Grandma stroked the plush cat in her arms, chuckling, "Hee hee, little girl, you're great in every way, you're just too impatient." "Well then, Grandma will play the villain. But when you lose, be sure to accept your punishment." She spoke with such conviction, as if she had already seen the truth behind the cards, looking confident of victory. At that moment, Jin Shouju picked up the card in her hand to check, with the back facing the others present. The viewers in the live stream could clearly see a red 6. This made every audience member from Pickled Vegetable Country's heart race, feeling that they were doomed. This card was too small, almost without any chance to win. Grandma also drew a card from the pile and flipped it over. A club 5. Grandma actually lost. Jin Shouju was quite surprised. The two played another round. This time, Jin Shouju, as usual, pushed all her chips, including the 32 points she had just won, all in. She won again. At the crucial moment, Jin Shouju's talent Double Talk activated itself. Double Talk, SS level talent. When the skill is activated, the affirmation/negation spoken by the opponent reverses results. In other words, just because her mother-in-law insulted Jin Shouju, she had to accept the punishment of losing. After the skill activated, Jin Shouju instead gained victory. 64 points, in just a few minutes, before the other country's players had the chance to place their bets, Jin Shouju had already earned the initial reward. This instantly lifted the spirits of the South Korean public, who had just thought they were doomed. As long as she won one more round, 128 points, she could win the super grand prize. What the reward was remained unknown, but it was certainly linked to the final scoring. Last time, Suyi from Dragon Country earned a 5-star rating, and the benefits he got were visible to the naked eye. They too eagerly wanted the same benefits. Jin Shouju sighed at the scene, and she probably understood the reason she could win. Jin Shouju collected her chips and didn't plan to keep gambling. She was already disappointed in her country and intended to end her life, having little interest in the game. But at that moment, Jin Shouju unexpectedly received a notification from her country urging her to continue. "Jin Shouju, continue betting. We know you have the ability to win the super grand prize." The tone was lofty, carrying a commanding meaning. "If you don't want those dirty photos to be exposed, we advise you to comply." Chapter 23 Luxury Cruise 9. Jin Shouju received the notification, reading it several times, and there wasn't a single word of apology. Not even the basic reassurance of emotions was there. In the end, it even added a threatening remark. Her heart turned completely cold, and a gloomy mood enveloped her. Die, die, die. Suddenly, she turned her head, looking at the table, a strange smile appearing on her face. "Grandmother, let's have another round." This time, she wanted to teach all the high-ranking people of Gojujang Nation a lesson in her own way. Kangaroo Country, the chosen one Lawrence, as a young man just turned 20, encountered this game for the first time. In Kangaroo Country, gambling is legal. But Lawrence's family had always strictly prohibited him from entering casinos and often spread the dangers of gambling. On the surface, Lawrence listened, but in his heart, he didn't care. So many people played, why couldn't he? Lawrence felt his parents were too controlling, still treating him like a child without freedom. This time, he wanted to prove himself in front of the entire nation. Lawrence was not a fool, on the contrary, he was somewhat intelligent. For the first card, he chose to bet the minimum chip of 1 point and won. For the second card, 1 point again, and he won again. For the third card, he lost. For the fourth card. In short, he kept winning more than losing until gradually, Lawrence was no longer satisfied with counting 1 point at a time. He felt it was too slow and changed the chips to 5 points. His luck also changed, going from winning more than losing to starting to lose more. When the higher-ups of Kangaroo Country noticed something was wrong, they used a notification opportunity. "That's enough, Lawrence, you have enough chips to get the initial reward, so stop now." Lawrence was already blinded by rage. "No, I want more. I want to prove myself to my parents. I want to get the super grand prize." He pushed all his 50 chips in at once, his face flashing a crazy expression. Not surprisingly, he lost. Not only did he not win money, but he also lost all his original points. The old lady stroked the cat in her arms, looking at Lawrence with a tempting tone. "So, do you need lending services? You only need to pay a small price." Kangaroo Country audience. Don't agree to him, Lawrence. Can't you see yet? This is a trap. He's cheating, this old guy has been cheating all along. The outcome of the chosen one's win or loss is fundamentally not decided by luck. Lawrence, wake up. Let's not reward anymore, let's hurry and leave. The government of Kangaroo Country crazily sent him messages, sparing no chance. Lawrence naturally received them. But he didn't believe it. Or rather, he couldn't accept the gap of failure. He couldn't accept that he was a fool, trapped in such a simple trap. In his heart, Lawrence convinced himself, this is just a game of luck, nothing else matters. Alright, I bet. As the voice fell, Lawrence also paid the so-called small price mentioned by his grandmother. 1 ear. But, he lost again. Next, it was 1 arm, 1 leg, until his entire heart. Lawrence, the chosen one of Kangaroo Country, is bizarrely devoured, the world of strange tales is about to arrive, countdown 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5. At this moment, not only the people of Kangaroo Country but even the audience from all over the world felt a chill down their spines watching this scene. Gambling is truly terrifying. Romantic country, Pierre sat in his seat. From time to time, he looked up at the cat in the old lady's arms, deep in thought. He and Lawrence were quite similar. Obsessed, fanatical, falling deeper into this game called comparing size. However, this was all an act he put on. By the time the third round of the game passed, Pierre noticed something unusual. Nearby, some animal was cheating. If he guessed correctly, this ragdoll cat possessed special abilities, able to influence the player's cards, communicating with the old lady's mind. In such a case, no matter what, the chosen one would never win. So, from that moment, Pierre pretended to be a novice, completely interested in gambling games. His talent true emotion performance helped him more realistically replicate this emotion. He successfully tricked the 3 odd beings present. When his score reached 60, just one more step to win the super jackpot. Pierre timely pulled back, forget it, I won't gamble anymore. He said lightly, I'm a big-hearted person, a little score is enough for me. The old lady holding the cat and the other 2 people present had very ugly expressions. Pierre's face showed not a trace of the excitement he had just displayed at the gambling table. They were played by this human in front of them. Damn! The cat in the old lady's arms burst forth with piercing green light, pouncing towards the chosen one. Pierre, and the viewers in the live broadcast room, were all startled and shivered. It's over, the odd being is angry. Fortunately, just as the cat was about to hurt Pierre, an invisible force intervened. The cat let out a sharp scream, its fur fluffed up, quickly running towards the staircase. At the same time, a slightly soft voice echoed, without permission, it is forbidden to harm others in the game room. Live broadcast room. What voice is that? Where did it come from? Oh my, just scared me to death. Pierre is so cool, you are the hero of romantic country. What do you mean by without permission, it is forbidden to harm others? Do you have to inform the victim before taking action? Ha ha ha, the victim is not a fool, how could they agree? The person upstairs, don't forget about Lawrence from Kangaroo Country, didn't he clearly agree to it to borrow? The live broadcast room fell into a brief silence. Yes, the gambler Lawrence was borrowing, fully aware of the bodily harm, personally agreed, right? The scene shifted back to Suyi. At 21 years old, Suyi, full of youthful vigor, sat down and grabbed the nearby bunny girl. Stop, you said I could do whatever I want if I win. The old lady stroked the ragdoll in her arms, her expression displeased. Young man, we haven't started playing yet, don't jump to conclusions too soon. Suyi, that may not be the case, my luck has always been the best among my friends. Chapter 24 Luxury Cruise 10. Dragon Country, Strange Tales Bureau. Lin Guobiao frowned, friend, Suyi has friends? Now several countries are secretly searching for all information about Suyi. Especially the bald eagle bouncing the happiest. He instructed several subordinates, to be safe, take Suyi's friends to the central courtyard and protect them together. At that moment, an informant stepped forward to stop him. I think that's unnecessary, Suyi's few friends should refer to those who usually go on adventures with him. Lin Guobiao replied, then protect the ones who go on adventures with him. The informant said, one choked to death from lack of oxygen while climbing Everest. One in Antarctica, trying to dive with the penguins, froze to death. The last one, during a bungee jump, the rope fell off halfway and became a vegetative state, he is still lying in the hospital. After saying this, the scene fell silent. After a while, everyone thought of something and spoke, compared to them, Suyi's luck is indeed quite good. To live to this day and still be full of life is not easy. Protecting anyone is pointless. It's obvious that to be friends with Suyi, they are all the same kind of people. The kind that can easily self-destruct. In the world of strange tales, Suyi chose to compare sizes with the crew member whose lowest chip was 5 points on the left side. In the first round, he lost. In the second round, he lost again. In the third round, he still lost. Suyi only had a 1-point chip left. If nothing unexpected happened, in the next round, he might completely fail. Seeing this, the atmosphere in the Dragon Kingdom live broadcast room stirred. How can this be? Other chosen ones have wins and losses, but why is Suyi purely losing? Suyi is being targeted. It must be that rabbit girl earlier. Suyi said he would do whatever he wanted to her, which angered the strange. What should we do now? After losing 3 times, Suyi raised his head. No, not to mention that his luck has always been good, winning every gamble. Even from a probability standpoint, this doesn't make sense. The old lady chuckled. How is it, young man, do you admit defeat? Young people need to learn to bow their heads appropriately, respecting the old and loving the young. Still have a chip left, do you want to continue? Suyi said nothing, his gaze shifting from the 3 people, finally landing on the stuffed cat with glowing green eyes. Go, Kai Dog. The instruction manual clearly states that fighting is prohibited, but it doesn't say pets can't fight. With Suya's command, a nearly 2-meter-long giant yellow dog appeared out of nowhere, barking woof woof. In the Dragon Kingdom, there is an ancient saying, cats and dogs fighting, generational enemies. As soon as Kai Dog appeared, before the old lady could stop it, the cat in her arms jumped out like crazy. This stuffed cat was quite different from the gentle pets commonly raised in the real world. It was also strange. The 2 strange creatures quickly engaged in a scuffle. The stuffed cat was small and relatively agile. Kai Dog was large. As Suyi watched, he sensed something was wrong. When the stuffed cat slapped Kai Dog on the nose, that creature surprisingly didn't dodge immediately. Damn it, could it be that Kai Dog can't win? That won't do, his pet can't be bullied by a wild cat. Suyi was very displeased and decided to join the melee. While the 2 strange creatures were fighting fiercely, Suyi saw an opportunity, grabbed the stuffed cat by the nape of its neck, and lifted the whole cat into the air. The strange creature had great strength and struggled a bit. But Suyi was stronger and firmly controlled the little thing in his hand. With his other hand, Suyi reached into his pocket. Soon, a metal collar with the number 444 on it was pulled out. He prepared to put it around the stuffed cat's neck. In the live broadcast room, who knows, where did this collar come from? From the crew. There was a polluted chosen one before who had a collar on his neck, 443. Ah, what does this number mean? I don't know. Don't know +1. It's getting more and more brain-bending. In the game room, Suyi pulled out the collar. Just as he was about to put it around the stuffed cat's neck, a terrified cry came from behind. Hurry, stop, I give up. Suyi ignored it. I'll give you as many chips as you want. Before this, whether the ragdoll cat was caught or beaten by the vegetable dog, the old lady did not speak, showing a worried state. Until this moment, her voice became more terrified, even starting to tremble. Suyi, don't fool me, the game room cannot forcibly transfer chips, how will you give them to me? The old lady paused for a moment, unwillingly said, This, I lost to you. Okay. Suyi sat back down, holding the cat in one hand and drawing cards with the other. Without exception, this time, he won every round. Soon, he won 2,000 points. Alright, these chips are enough for you to exchange for rewards, return the cat to me. Suyi handed the already irritable cat back to the old lady, asking, What does this collar mean that scares you so much? The old lady didn't speak. Suyi, let me guess, is it the number of people? No, the quantity. Am I right? The old lady still did not answer this question, cautiously taking the ragdoll cat back and putting it in her arms. Young man, don't dwell on meaningless things, you can't escape its grasp. I advise you, get the reward and leave quickly. Saying this, one person and one cat wobbled out of the game room, leaving Suyi standing in place. Damn, just now I was too focused on catching the cat, where did the bunny girl go? Weren't they supposed to do as I wished? I still wanted to take her back and see what parts could be taken apart. Livestream audience. Forget it, everyone disperse, Suyi's thoughts are always different from ordinary people. Woo-woo, Suyi, I misunderstood you, you are the purest boy. Upstairs, your filter is a bit heavy. Compared to being a bit flirty, directly taking someone apart is scarier, right? Suyi took his chips and found the dealer from when he entered. Congratulations, you have won the grand prize, please follow me to collect your reward. Chapter 25 Luxury Cruise Ship 11. In the end, what Suyi received was a key. And a note. When the storm arrives, hurry and take the things from the cabinet. Perhaps running away is your best choice. Storm coming? This should be the key to the cabinet, but where is the cabinet? Suyi was speechless, this was like someone giving him a check and he didn't know which bank to cash it at, absurd and exhausting. Damn, in this side quest, my mother tongue has become speechless. Suyi smoothly got his reward and came out of the game hall. Just in time for dinner. He went into the dining hall and feasted to replenish his strength. Before leaving, he secretly grabbed a few pieces of bread and stuffed them into his pockets. After eating, Soo-yi went to the third floor. Strangely, since morning, that feeling of being watched had always been there. Entering the third floor, it suddenly vanished. He walked to the door of his room and opened it. La 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 la. I love bathing and smelling good. As expected, that fat guy was secretly taking a bath when he was not around. Soo-yi stared at him. You didn't go to the game room. Roommate, I did, I just came back. Don't you know the game room is open from 8:30 a.m. to 5 p.m.? Soo-yi glanced at the clock on the wall. The time had reached 6 p.m., it was indeed supposed to close. He decided to sit down and chat with this dear roommate. Don't you think this cruise ship is full of oddities? The chubby roommate sat next to Soo-yi, looking around stealthily, and said softly, You notice too. Ever since we got on the ship, these classmates around me don't really talk to me anymore. Soo-yi frowned. When did you notice this? Roommate, this morning, when I went to the game room. Soo-yi, what about yesterday? If he remembered correctly, since they boarded the cruise ship yesterday, these classmates had already started acting strangely. The fat guy looked innocent. I don't know, I brought my own food, didn't go out yesterday, stayed in my room the whole day. Seemingly embarrassed, he fiddled with his pink pajamas and explained, hee hee. You know, my little quirks make it hard for classmates to connect with me. Saying this, he started to get emotional, a big man, yet he cried, Only you can accept me, praise me, and even say I'm sexy. From now on, you are my best friend. Soo-yi had 3 dark lines on his forehead, and he regretted his inappropriate words and actions from yesterday. He shouldn't have complimented this guy. I haven't asked yet, how did you end up on this cruise ship? The chubby guy said, It's my graduation trip. I'm the top student in the college entrance exam in this city, and the prize money just covered the ticket. The audience from Long Country in the live stream responded. Shocked. You really can't judge a book by its cover. A plain-looking weirdo roommate turns out to be the top student. Mom, I've made it. I've seen a living top student. Whoa, thinking about it, the chubby guy is so pitiful. After years of hard studying, he finally graduates, only to become a weirdo. No matter how the live stream was buzzing, in the room, Soo-yi and the chubby guy chatted for a while. After learning some information, they went to bed early to rest. Tomorrow is the last day, and he guessed there would be a tough battle to fight, so he needed to conserve his strength. At 4 in the morning, Soo-yi was awakened by a wave of dampness. Opening his eyes, everything around was a hazy gray, with thick mist flooding the room. His skin felt sticky, as if he was about to be soaked. In the haze, the sound of barking dogs echoed. A little dog crawled out from under the bed, holding a crumpled paper ball in its mouth. The rules have been updated. The light switch in the bedroom was already unusable. Soo-yi used the faint light from the sea to open the paper ball. Rule 1, if you hear the broadcast, please follow it immediately, it will save your life. Rule 2, when everyone starts reciting poetry, you must join them to fit in. Rule 3, run, hurry and escape. Put on a life jacket and leave here as soon as possible. Rule 4, life jackets are stored in the cabinet on the first floor underground, you need a key to open it. Rule 5. The last line had 6 dots, with no value at all. Soo-yi pondered over the note. First, the first rule must be wrong. He learned from the classmate with the hat that the broadcast was clearly meant to control those students who had lost their minds. If he listened carelessly, the consequences would probably be the same as the others on the ship. The third and fourth rules should be correct. After getting the key from the game room, the hints on the note were already clear. Escape was the best choice. At that moment, as time passed, the sky gradually brightened. With a loud bang, the ship tilted, making a 90-degree turn. Soo-yi grabbed the bathroom door just in time, avoiding being thrown off. Chaos erupted all around. Soo-yi heard screams from both the next room and the hallway. At that moment, the broadcast in the hallway sounded through the speakers by the beds, reaching everyone's ears. Everyone, please don't panic. The cruise ship is encountering a storm, and the captain is responding promptly. Please hold on to the handrails and stay inside your rooms, do not wander out to avoid unnecessary casualties. I believe we will soon get through this crisis. The broadcast continued, and the ship's body swayed more violently. Soo-yi noticed the surrounding screams had noticeably weakened. Everyone seemed to calm down. The absurdity of staying put irritated Soo-yi. He wouldn't listen to such nonsense. In such a big storm, staying in the room meant that by the time it was truly calm, the ship might already be stopped. He took a step forward, ready to leave the room. As he passed by the next bed, he noticed something buried under the blanket. Soo-yi pulled it back. And a brand new life jacket appeared. Inside the life jacket's pocket was a note. Dear roommate, I seem to be unable to escape now, my body is gradually losing control. I wish you wear this jacket and stay safe. Stuffing the note back into his clothes, Soo-yi strode towards the first floor deck. The live stream was already filled with tears. Whoa, so touching, I've got bricks in my eyes. I'm really crying to death. My roommate, though he likes to wear women's clothes, truly thinks of Suyi. Oh, that person from Longwei is really lucky. I want to report this. The rules are unfair, they must have insider trading with the Longwa people. TCH, insider trading. Not as bad as your pickled vegetable country, which directly drove the chosen one to depression. Coming out of the room and facing the sea, the surrounding mist grew thicker. A flock of pure white seagulls flew from the horizon, circling around Suyi. Seeing this, Suyi took out a piece of bread from his pocket and tore it apart. As a result, these seagulls showed no interest and stared at Suyi's eyes. If it weren't for the little dog beside him baring its teeth, they might have pecked him by now. Suyi thought for a moment and took out a box of barbecue seasoning he had brought from the restaurant and sprinkled it on the bread. Chapter 26, Luxury Cruise 12. Rich aroma, drifting. An extremely tempting fragrance floated in the air. Suyi suspected that even if he was just a shoe-in soul, sprinkling these barbecue spices could instantly turn him into a delicious dish, attracting many people to fight for it. Suyi scattered the bread crumbs on the ground. Almost in an instant, the seagulls that were originally circling around him immediately turned direction, wildly pouncing on the bread to start snatching it. And the previously quiet deck also changed. On the far right near the cabin, a staircase slowly appeared from below. A few chickens and ducks quickly ran out from it, sniffing the aroma, soon joining the fray to snatch bread. Suyi noticed that each of these chickens and ducks wore a metal collar with a number on it. 2 chickens numbered 312 and 313, and a duck numbered 399. Suyi himself also had one, numbered 444, larger than these numbers. His hand reached for the place in his pocket where the collar had originally been. Empty. Longwa, Bureau of Strange Tales. A few top leaders sat around the same table, the scene of Suyi at this moment playing on the screen in front of them. He's looking for the collar, it's gone. What do the numbers on the collars mean? Could it be the number of animals on the cruise? But the chosen one from the Empire of Sunset was also taken with a collar before. One person suggested, forget about the collars, Suyi has now gotten the life jacket. If he jumps into the water, doesn't that mean he's completed the scenario? There were quite a few who agreed with this analyst, including some chosen ones. Pierre from Romantic Country, after a fierce inner struggle, chose to break Rule 1 and not listen to the broadcast. Pierre went to the basement and successfully found a safe. As he turned the key, a few sailors in red clothes ran towards him. Pierre quickened his pace, took out the life jacket from the safe, and hugged it to his chest. The time spent opening the cabinet and retrieving the life jacket added up to just a few seconds. But in those few seconds, those red-clothed sailors closed in. One of them leaped towards him. A sharp pain surged through him, the price of stubbornly retrieving the life jacket was losing an arm. Pierre dared not delay, nor did he check his wound, and ran desperately towards the staircase. Danger often triggers immense potential in people. At this moment, Pierre's speed was the fastest he had ever run in his life, comparable to a world sprint champion. He ran all the way to the edge of the cruise ship, without hesitation, put on the life jacket, and plunged into the sea with a splash. Ding, congratulations to Pierre, the chosen one from Romantic Country, for successfully clearing the luxury cruise scenario. Completion rating, 2 stars. Rating analysis, surviving for 3 days 1 star, obtaining the life jacket 1 star. After 30 seconds, the chosen one will be teleported back to the real world, please be prepared. 30, 29, 28. Pierre soaked in the water, and at this moment, he finally had the mood to take a look at the place he had just been fleeing from. Before him lay an endless sea, and a gigantic luxury cruise ship was swaying, with 1/5 of it already tilted and taking in water. However, not a single student was trying to escape from the ship. They were all obediently staying in their rooms, listening to the broadcast. A few crew members dressed in red chased to the edge of the deck, glancing several times at the place where Pierre had jumped down. After a moment, seeing nothing unusual, they returned to the basement on the first floor. Pierre observed their movements, sensing that there were still deep, unresolved mysteries within the basement, related to the truth of the entire cruise ship. Unfortunately, with his strength, he had no way to uncover them. He could only escape from there as quickly as possible. This was the optimal solution he had chosen for himself to clear the level. In the Yulan country, the cruise ship shook violently, and Vladimir stayed in his room, one hand tightly gripping the bathroom doorknob. His talent was average, and he hadn't earned enough chips in the game room to get rewards. Therefore, when faced with the 2 options of going down to the first floor to open the cabinet or staying in his room, he seemed to have no choice. Destined to believe Rule 1, he followed the instructions in the broadcast, praying that someone would truly save him at the crucial moment. At this moment, his country suddenly sent him a prompt, saying that Suyi had come out of his room. Suyi was the only one who had cleared the level with 5 stars from the Dragon Country. Vladimir had watched his livestream and knew that beyond being a bit of a freak, he also had a powerful reasoning ability and great eloquence. A look of struggle flashed across Vladimir's face. His country did not force him to choose, they simply informed him and left the judgment to him. After a moment, Vladimir made up his mind, trembling as he opened the door to his room. In the hallway, there wasn't a single shadow, everyone was following the broadcast, hiding in their rooms. At once, a wave of pressure hit him. Doing something that went against what everyone else on the cruise ship was doing made him feel so out of place. If he chose wrong, he would be laughed at by everyone. With gritted teeth, Vladimir ran from the third floor to the deck. It seemed he really had made the wrong choice. There was nothing here, no appearance of the first floor, and no life jackets for him to jump into the water. At this moment in the live stream. Fool, why learn from others? Just stay in your room like everyone else, you don't have the key. Breaking the rules that are already in place? Are people so reckless now? I tell you, rule 1 is correct. Suyi cleared it last time thanks to his talent and luck, this time, he's bound to fail. Vladimir, hurry back to the third floor. There's still time. In despair, Vladimir closed his eyes, sitting on the deck in a daze at the last moment. Just then, he figured something out. If the cruise ship was destined to sink, then hiding in a room or sitting on the deck would lead to the same result, and there was no difference. An hour passed, 2 hours. Suddenly, 2 small lifeboats appeared on the distant sea, and Vladimir desperately waved his hand towards them. Ding! Congratulations to the chosen one of Ulan, Vladimir, for successfully clearing the luxurious cruise level. Clearing evaluation, 1 star. Rating analysis, survived for 3 days, 1 star. Those watching this scene in the livestream erupted into a frenzy. It turned out that without a life jacket, as long as one could escape to the deck, there was still a chance of survival. Many other countries with prompting opportunities crazily messaged their chosen ones. Unfortunately, running from the third floor to the first floor took considerable time. By the time they fled, the cruise ship had already sunk. Among them, only the chosen one from the Eagle country, David, was. As a long-distance runner, his talent was teleportation, the kind that could only be used once per instance. David followed the country's arrangements and activated his skill, teleporting from the third floor room to the deck. Ding, congratulations to the chosen one of the White Eagle Empire, David Me, for successfully clearing the luxury cruise copy. Completion evaluation, 1 star. Rating analysis, survived 3 days, 1 star. In the Dragon Country live broadcast room. After searching a few times without finding the collar, Suyi put on a life jacket and went down to the basement. Several sailors dressed in red rushed over. Going, dog. Without wasting much time, the dog named Kai Dog killed all the strange creatures. Suyi continued to move forward. In front of him appeared 2 foreigners. Chapter 17 Luxury Cruise 13. In the live broadcast room at that moment, wow, a contaminated chosen one. Weren't they randomly scattered in different worlds before? Why are they all here with Suyi now? Targeted, blatantly targeted. I want to complain about the bizarre rules, unfair, extremely unfair to our Suyi. Some were mocking coldly. Interesting, even the rules have a day of enlightenment. To me, it looks like Suyi just passed the level purely by luck, it's tough to continue this time. Fool, not escaping with a life jacket and still drilling down to the basement. Such comments immediately caught the attention of netizens. Strange things are mixed in the barrage. It's a whopping 50,000. Quick, click report and let the relevant personnel crawl over along the network. In the real world, Morimoto Hiroichi, a spy who infiltrated Dragon Country in his early years, built a small earthen house to live in, near the closest military base. He lived by picking up trash every day. His appearance was messy, his Chinese was fluent, blending in with the villagers without drawing attention. Until now, a large number of armed personnel appeared outside his door. People who usually squatted in the military base all came out. Morimoto Hiroichi was taken away. This time, he could personally experiment and observe the military base he had longed for. However, the information he received could no longer be sent out. Suyi stared at the 2 foreigners in front of him. No, they should no longer be considered human. Their eyes were blood red, and each of their arms had transformed into 5 long tentacles, waving in the air. Suyi didn't notice and got tripped by a flying tentacle, wrapping around him in several circles. The tentacles tightened more and more. They were clearly ready to choke him to death. Damn, giving you face. Facing these slimy things, Suyi drew out a kitchen knife without hesitation. The kitchen knife flew out of his palm and landed precisely on one chosen one's heart. The dark blade emitted a ghostly light, continuously absorbing something through the heart from the chosen one. Suyi loosened up and broke free from the restraints. Seeing this, the other chosen one imitated the move, waving its tentacles to attack. Suya's kitchen knife was still stuck in the dead chosen one, and there was no time to pull it out. The live broadcast audience was in a state of panic, watching nervously. What to do? The kitchen knife is gone, Suyi is going to face the strange one directly. Only things brought from the bizarre world can harm the strange, physical attacks are useless. It's coming, it's coming, it's coming with tentacles towards Su Yi. Everyone held their breath, staring at the screen without blinking, their hearts in their throats. Woof, woof. In a daze, they heard two dog barks. Kai Dog appeared out of nowhere next to Su Yi, holding the kitchen knife in its mouth. The barrage suddenly changed direction. Scared me to death, forgot that Kai Dog has a stealth function. Just now, I was worried about Su Yi and didn't pay attention to the dead one's situation. Hey, upstairs, did you forget that even without Kai Dog, Su Yi's talent has the ability to be immune to monster attacks? It's just a black screen, that's all. You are right, I don't care at all. It's just that this Su Yi is acting too normally, and has never seen a black screen. In the world of strange tales, Su Yi, after calmly taking a kitchen knife and resolving two chosen ones, continued to move forward. Just now, it had taken him a little more time. Su Yi was somewhat unhappy. The deeper he went, the more he realized that the basement space was actually very large, not smaller than the upper floors at all. In a place without windows for a long time, it was cold and damp all around. A few light bulbs flickered overhead, giving off a faint red glow. Su Yi adapted for a while before he could see the scene in front of him clearly. It was all cages. Yes, there were densely packed cages all around. Each cage had an animal inside, either a chicken or a duck, with a metal collar hanging around its neck. Su Yi also saw the cat that had appeared in the game room, and at this moment, it was also locked in a cage, wearing collar number 444. In the dimness, a shadow emerged, and before the face was clear, the belly's excess fat began to jiggle as the figure walked. Su Yi curled his lips, revealing an expression of no surprise. It really is you. Chapter 28, Luxury Cruise Ship 14. It really is you, my dear roommate. As soon as Su Yi said this, the live broadcast room and the staff of the Strange Tales Bureau erupted simultaneously. What? Roommate? That fat guy? Didn't he choose to give the life jacket to Su Yi to help him leave when he felt hopeless about survival? But have you thought about it, if he was also helping, why didn't the roommate give the life jacket to Su Yi in person, instead leaving a note and going ahead? Was it because he was afraid Su Yi wouldn't accept it? Idiot, he is already dead. Whether Su Yi accepts the life jacket or not, his roommate wasn't going to survive. Wow, you do make sense. In the Dragon Country Strange Tales Bureau, Lin Guobiao glanced at the bullet comments. What this person said makes some sense. Find him and bring him to join the Strange Tales Bureau. In the world of strange tales, the roommate still walked out in pink pajamas, striding with an S-shaped catwalk. His face was full of curiosity. When did you find out? Su Yi, this morning. At the moment I couldn't find the metal tag. Roommate, right, there are only 2 people in our room. If something goes missing, I am a big suspect. Su Yi, not only that, it's the strange feeling of being watched. It vanished the moment I stepped into the room. It must be because you were there, no need to sneak and observe my every move. After answering, the roommate slowly spoke. You are very clever. To be honest, I really like you. From childhood to now, after my quirks were exposed, almost everyone couldn't understand, laughed at me, insulted me. Even after finally becoming the top student in the college entrance exam, someone reported me, saying I had character issues. So my scores were cancelled. Ridiculous, right? Not for cheating on the exam, not for lacking study ability. Just because I like to wear women's clothing, everything about me was denied. Su Yi did not respond, whether the fat guy fit in or was recognized by those around him. To be honest, he didn't care much. Su Yi and the roommate were somewhat similar. He was naturally inclined to seek thrills, doing things that others couldn't understand. Thus, he was labeled as an outlier. Being an outlier means being ready for exclusion. Su Yi did his own thing, never caring about others' opinions. If someone looked at him displeased behind his back, Su Yi didn't mind. If someone was openly displeased, Su Yi also didn't care. However, if someone sought trouble, Su Yi would be friendly and spend money to invite that person to have fun with him. Jumping and dying, or something like that. Often in just a few days, the other person would come around. So, is this your reason for sacrificing these animals? Yes, sacrificing. Su Yi had noticed early on that the numbers on the metal collars should represent quantity. And 444 was the endpoint. In other words, this sacrifice required at least 444 living beings. This was also why, after confirming that the big yellow dog could not be sacrificed, Su Yi's tag was taken away. Xia Yi asked, with the animals here added up, there are at most less than 200, where did the rest go? The chubby guy's eyes rolled, looking at Xia Yi with deep affection. It's none of your business. You are the first person to agree with me, and my best friend. I give you the life jacket because I hope you can survive, and this original intention remains unchanged. You should go. It's still time to leave now. The chubby guy spoke with conviction, like a true friend who genuinely cared. Viewers in the livestream cried their eyes out. Woo woo woo, he's really nice. I wronged you for the insults just now, you dead fatty. Though he's bad, he is sincere to Xia Yi. An odd pairing has emerged. Shipping anything will only harm you. After the chubby guy finished these touching words, Xia Yi didn't move. He insisted on asking, where did the remaining tags go? Let me guess, the remaining offerings shouldn't need tags. After all, the number of students on this ship is fixed, just over 200. With these animals, 444 is enough. A fierce expression appeared on the chubby guy's face. So what? They look down on me, they all deserve to die. From childhood to now, I've always been the one excluded. After graduating high school, I had my grades cancelled, and after entering society, I finally found a job, but one day, when my colleagues accidentally discovered this habit of mine, I was immediately fired. Tell me, what have I done wrong to them? At this moment, the chubby guy's face turned red, looking as if he had lost part of his sanity. During school, I was friendly to my classmates, treated everyone in the class well. I used my pocket money to buy them food, helped them with homework. After graduation, I brought lunch for my colleagues every day, wiped tables, stayed late to work overtime. Damn. Xia Yi felt increasingly uneasy. Bro, this isn't being good to others, it's out of inferiority, being equal and acting as a sycophant to everyone. The chubby guy kept talking to himself. I treated everyone around me kindly, almost worshipping them like fathers. Just because I liked cross-dressing, they disregarded past friendships and attacked me without restraint. In the end, I was forced to hide all my quirks and came to this cruise ship, becoming a helmsman. Do you think they deserve to die? Xia Yi, sounds like they really deserve to die. The chubby guy excitedly nodded. You think so too, right? Then don't stop me. Xia Yi, they deserve to die, you just killed them. What does that have to do with your sacrifices? Do those chicks and ducklings also offend you, mocking and looking down on you every day? Xia Yi, no, I can't just sit back and watch for the sake of those chicks and ducklings, I must stop you. I am a caring person. The chubby guy was taken aback by anger. He realized, after talking for so long, Xia Yi just wouldn't leave. What pathetic excuse of caring for the chicks, all just to stay behind. This Xia Yi, a pervert who goes around gouging people's eyes, could still be so caring? The chubby guy got angry. If you don't leave when I tell you to, then don't blame me for being rude. Stay here and be with these people forever. Xia Yi drew out a kitchen knife. Perhaps there's a third choice, I can kill you. The chubby guy, who do you think you are? This is my territory, you can't act recklessly. As he finished speaking, the whole cruise ship shook even more violently. The cages on the ground toppled to one side, making a loud clattering sound as wood collided. At the same time, the loudspeaker, which had been silent since the morning when everyone was ordered to stay in their rooms, sounded again. Dear passengers, the cruise has reached the most critical moment, the captain is controlling the stern, let's chat to him together, pray that we can safely get through this storm. Beautiful youth, let your youth soar. In my name, I am willing to use my body. Led by the broadcasting station, those still on the cruise ship joined in chanting to him. The sound was so loud. Xia Yi, who was in the basement. Everyone could hear it clearly. Continual hymns were being recited, and Su Yi discovered that the animals in the cage began to make strange postures. Their bodies twisted into an unbelievable angle. At the same time, the shadows of the animals, illuminated by the light, gradually faded away. Chapter 29 Luxury Cruise Ship 15. A beam of black light suddenly enveloped the fat man, as if all the shadows of living beings were being shifted away. His limbs, once fatty, became puffed up, muscles emerging on his body, and he grew noticeably taller in an instant. Die, this is what you forced me to do. Su Yi sneered, who forced you? It was you, the first time you appeared in the room, realizing you couldn't beat me. You found an opportunity to put on a so-called friendship act. And you left the life jacket on the bed, wanting to send me away directly, without delaying your next plan. You just said so much to buy time, didn't you? Just to wait for this moment, to gain power through the sacrifice. The fat man's face grew colder. Congratulations, you guessed right, die. Saying this, he raised his freshly muscled fist and charged forward. It was not just a simple physical attack. Su Yi noticed that it was infused with a black energy. The live broadcast room plunged into darkness. Damn, after all that talk, it turned out to be for delaying time. I shed tears for the fat man's brotherhood in vain. I didn't cry, my eyes are puffy, if I admit it, it'll make me look like a fool. Folks, don't forget, even if a roommate lives a miserable life, they're still eerie. A cold-hearted, ruthless being that could sacrifice the lives of an entire ship. How could someone like that be moved by a few words from strangers? The person saying this was the same one who analyzed the fat man's reason for sending the life jacket, with the username, "Today I don't want to be a beast man." Instead of crying about the fat man, you should be more worried about Suya's safety right now. This time, the black screen lasted quite a while. A full 10 minutes. So long that the viewers began to feel anxious, and Lin Guobiao issued orders to prepare for the unexpected. Finally, the screen brightened again. Suyi stood still, his body covered in black blood, which belonged to the Yuri. With Suya's intelligence, he knew from the beginning that the fat man was buying time. He didn't expose it, waiting for this moment. He wanted to know what kind of entity was accepted by the fat man's sacrifice. Now it seemed to be nothing special. The power on the opponent seemed a bit strange, and didn't appear to be the same as what the Eerie Father used in the last chapter. However, due to Suya's talents, as long as the Eerie launched an attack, no matter what power was used, it could still not harm him. What are you? The fat man shouted in terror, Satan's blessing, you can't even move? The sacrifices on the ground received Satan's blessing, allowing the fat man to have a brief moment to wield divine power. From head to toe, in 10 minutes, he had killed Suyi a total of 99 times. The last time, he even cut him into pieces from head to toe, swallowing him whole. But the next second, Suyi resurrected right where he had fallen. Not affected at all. Suyi, Satan? It seemed to be a synonym for an evil god in the Western world. If you can't move, it means Satan is useless. Suyi said dismissively. Shut up, you must not blaspheme the deity. Satan said that as long as I sacrifice enough 444 souls, both human and animal, I can change the world. From then on, to live in a world without discrimination and contempt. Suyi continued to add fuel to the fire, but the truth is, Satan can't even kill me, let alone help you. He expressed doubt about the fat man's talk of changing the world. From the moment Pandora's box was opened, humanity's worst nature, the tendency to exclude the different, was forever present. A few hundred souls, how can they bring change? I guess he will use so-called divine power at most, creating a false world of harmony, letting you indulge in it, and never finding a way out. How amusing, to choose to trade with the devil, no wonder the other side does not keep their promise. Ask yourself, if it were you, after getting what you want, would you choose to continue expending energy for an ant, to fulfill the promise to the other? No, you wouldn't. You would only stretch out your foot and stomp on the ant. Shut up, just shut up. Don't insult the shrine. The fat man listened, his expression agitated, his voice growing louder. But clearly, his faith in Satan began to waver, otherwise he wouldn't have lost control of his emotions. People often say that when you feel guilty, you will appear angry. The shadow on the fat man visibly weakened. At the moment faith collapsed, his body began to shatter like porcelain, breaking into pieces. At the same time, Suyi heard a man's curse. Damn it! From somewhere far away in the void, it was as if someone was whispering in his ear, hard to grasp. What is this? Is it a curse from Satan? Suyi shook his head, confirming that voice was only one sentence, and no longer entangled. Where the fat man disappeared, a collar appeared. Suyi picked it up. Unlike before, the metal tag on this collar had no number. There was only a man's profile. The man had slightly curly hair, and a barely noticeable smile at the corners of his mouth. Looking at his appearance, he seemed to be a Westerner. Suyi put the collar into his pocket, then broke the surrounding cages with a few punches, and the ragdoll cat was the first to escape. With its green eyes gleaming with an eerie light, it stared unwaveringly at the man in front of it, full of spirit. Suyi picked up the ragdoll cat and ran toward the outside. Upon reaching the deck, the cruise ship was almost completely submerged in the sea. And the students inside the room, believing in the broadcast, obediently stayed inside, singing hymns, never escaping until death. Suyi sighed. It's alright, the sacrifice was interrupted, and these people's souls would ultimately gain freedom. No longer trapped on the ship. Suyi took another life jacket from the basement cupboard, put it on the ragdoll cat, and leaped into the sea, holding it tight. Ding, congratulations to the chosen one from Long Nation, Suyi, for successfully clearing the mission of the luxury cruise ship. Evaluation, 5 stars. Scoring analysis, survived for 3 days, 1 star, obtained a life jacket, 1 star, broke the Satan's ritual, 3 stars. In Pickled Cabbage Nation. Jin Xiuzhu arrived on the first floor. The fat man in pink pajamas said, I can tell, you, like me, have suffered. Let's sacrifice, dear child. Pray to Satan together, our world will soon arrive. Jin Xiuzhu looked numb. No one can save me. I am already in despair. The fat man was stunned for a moment. Then you can go, the life jacket is in the cupboard beside you. Satan does not need such a lifeless soul. All things in the world are vibrant, they are born with love, hate, and greed. Just like the spices sprinkled on grilled meat, making the soul more flavorful to consume. Based on this, Satan prefers spirited souls. He would not want someone like Jin Xiuzhu even if she offered herself. Forget it. Jin Xiuzhu sighed, and with the fat man's astonished gaze, she turned her head towards the screen. Her beautiful face instantly occupied the entire screen. I have SS-level talent, double-faced. Chapter 30, Luxury Cruise 16. SS level talent has never appeared since the rules and strange events began. Netizens and government of Pickled Cabbage Nation all erupted with excitement upon hearing this. Our Pickled Cabbage Nation is about to rise. Quickly send a hint to Jin Shouju, make sure she gets a 5-star rating this time, otherwise, expose her private photos. Jin Shouju smiled sadly after receiving the hint. She no longer cared much about others' opinions. Whether it's a threat or flattery. For someone about to die, it means little. Jin Shouju decisively slashed her throat in front of the whole world. The chosen one from Cabbage Country, Jin Shouju, was mysteriously devoured. The world of weird tales is about to descend. Countdown 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5. In an instant, the world was in uproar. Even the news of Suyi passing 5 stars took some attention away. The entire Cabbage Country went crazy. More unbearable than the failure of a chosen one is the realization that they could have won. Moreover, after the arrival of the weird tales, she was the only one capable of catching up to Suyi and obtaining a 5-star rating. How could this happen? Oh Brazil, how dare she? Jin Shouju, go die, you have let down our hopes. Please, can you come back to life? This must be a fake death. Suyi returned to the real world, sitting on a sofa watching TV. This was the private villa prepared for him by the Weird Tale Bureau, very secretive. The reward for clearing the level is now being announced. Congratulations to the chosen one, Suyi from Dragon Country, for passing with 5 stars, overall increasing the lifespan of Dragon Country by 10%. Immunity from weird disturbances this time. Personal reward obtained, Satan collar, green-eyed weird cat. A collar appeared in Suya's hand, and on the ground, besides the big yellow dog, there was also a white plush cat. Item introduction. Satan collar has the ability to absorb divine power, store it briefly, and release it for personal use when necessary. Note, because you disrupted the sacrificial ceremony, you gain Satan's hatred +2. Green-eyed weird cat, a meow star creature born in the weird world, possessing the ability to spy and forge illusions. Suyi comfortably lay on the sofa, petting the plush cat a couple of times. A life with cats and dogs is quite nice. But soon, the cat and dog on the ground stared at each other angrily and started to fight for flying in the air. Suyi had to go in and break it up. Congratulations to the chosen one from Romantic Country, Pierre, for passing with 2 stars. The birth rate of Romantic Country overall increased by 2%. Immunity from weird disturbances this time. In no time, many pregnant women suddenly appeared across Romantic Country. The government was extremely busy. At the dining table, Pierre was happily gathering with his parents when an orange piece of clothing appeared in his hands. Fortunately, the damage from the weird tales does not carry over to the real world, otherwise, he would now be a one-armed hero. Bloodstained life jacket can withstand some attacks from the weird when necessary. Pierre was overjoyed, his talent was sincere acting, and when encountering a mild weird, he could appeal to emotions and reason with them, using sincere performance to deceive them. When faced with a bad-tempered one, like those weird crew members in red clothes in the basement, the moment they attacked, he would have to rely solely on physical strength to resist. What he lacked most now was physical defense, and the bloodstained life jacket was a very useful item. Congratulations to the chosen one from the Bald Eagle Empire, David, for passing with 1 star, immunity from weird disturbances this time. Congratulations to the chosen one from Ulan Country, Lakini, for passing with 1 star, immunity from weird disturbances this time. At this moment, within Dragon Country. Damn it, Suyi again passed with 5 stars. Dragon Country is invincible, Suyi is invincible. Originally, 5 countries were to pass, but alas, Cabbage Country acted so rashly that their chosen one slashed her throat. Meanwhile, Suyi, the center of discussion, paid no attention to the gossip, strolling into the bedroom. Looking at the mattress over a meter high on the bed, he planned to take a nap. Bang, bang. Just then, several gunshots sounded around the villa. They must have been silenced, the sound was not obvious. But with Suya's current hearing, he could hear it clearly. A black shadow flew down from above, one hand gripping Suya's shoulder, the other holding a gun, pressing it against Suya's temple. All the actions were completed in a single breath, within 2 seconds, leaving no chance for a reaction. The people who rushed over at the sound of news, including Lin Guobiao, looked at this scene, their hearts lifted to their throats. Lin Guobiao was the first to calm down. Stop, what is your demand? The assassin, with golden hair, spoke in a somewhat unskilled Chinese. Kitchen knife, kitchen dog, leave them. You go out. Lin Guobiao understood and, coupled with the man's appearance, determined that he must be an assassin sent by the white-headed eagle, specifically for the strange item. Alright, you put down your weapon first, and we will go out now. Although Suyi had the extraordinary SSS-level talent and could be reborn from flesh and blood, that was within the rules of strange talk. Back in the real world, he was still a mere mortal, vulnerable to harm. Lin Guobiao knew this well. Clearly, other countries familiar with the rules of strange talk had figured it out too, thus opting for offline action. Damn it, if he found out who sold Suya's location, he wouldn't just skin them alive. No, it should be punishing 9 generations of them. Lin Guobiao was both angry and anxious, leading everyone to retreat with their hands on their heads, hoping that the assassin's goal was really just the strange item. In an instant, the bedroom was left with only 2 people. The golden-haired man laughed loudly. People from Dragon Country are really naive. I say this just to find out the location of the strange item. And you, Suyi, must not live. The golden-haired man knew that once he finished this job, there would be no chance of leaving this place. To calm the anger of Dragon Country, the country would also hand him over a bitter end awaiting him. Before he came, he had already prepared for certain death. Suyi appeared calm, even showing a hint of a smile. You seem very brave, buddy. So calm, it was completely unlike the behavior of someone who was about to die. A bad premonition surged in the golden-haired man's heart. He stopped talking nonsense and quickly pulled the trigger of his gun. The gunshot rang out, and 2 bloody holes appeared on the smooth forehead of the golden-haired man. One was shot by a sniper from Dragon Country hiding outside. The other one. Lin Guobiao and others who came back in were dumbfounded. What happened? He killed himself? Did the assassin's brain short-circuit? Suyi caressed the plush cat in his arms, whose eyes glowed with a faint emerald light. Better not say why, lest it leaks out again. A trace of embarrassment appeared on Lin Guobiao's face. You are right, the rules of strange talk are indeed not safe now. This time, it was my oversight. I will give you an explanation later. But for now, please come with me to another place. Suyi nodded. Meanwhile, a new round of reshuffling plans for all personnel of the Strange Talk organization had already begun. 3 days later, mechanical broadcasting sounds echoed across various countries. This time, the randomly selected countries participating in the challenge include Dragon Country, Sakura Country, Romantic Country, White-Headed Eagle Empire, Sunset Country, Austria, Iceland, a total of 70 countries. Suyi opened his eyes. In a desolate wasteland, a white wooden sign with words was planted on an iron pole. This place was a bus stop. Suyi quickly made a judgment. First step, find the rules. Suyi was already quite familiar with the operational process of the Strange Talk world. Woof woof woof. Suyi looked down and saw the kitchen dog sniffing around excitedly in a certain direction. On the ground? Suyi followed the gaze and saw, near the iron pole, a patch of yellow earth that was softer than the surrounding soil. Suyi forcefully pulled out the bus sign. At the base of the iron pole, a piece of paper was wrapped around it. At this moment, in the live stream room. Speechless, now it's my mother tongue. I'm drunk, who would have thought of such a place? The rules of Strange Talk are getting so bizarre. Even a piece of waste paper has to have trickery. I hope other chosen ones are more careful and can notice the loose yellow soil on the ground. Suyi unfolded the paper. Strange Talk copy, Red Moon Crematorium. As an employee of the crematorium, you take the bus to work at 4:30 every Monday afternoon and return on Friday night. Clearance conditions: survive for 5 days or unravel the hidden truth behind the crematorium. According to Suya's experience with 2 copies, if you truly believed its ghostly words and chose the option to survive for only 5 days, you could only earn the most basic score, 1 star for completion. To achieve a high score, you still need to explore the secrets behind the crematorium. Live stream comments. Why 5 days? Don't we get weekends off? Fool, because the crematorium belongs to a state-owned enterprise, weekends are holidays. Ah, I'm sorry, I usually work too much overtime, I've already forgotten about having days off. Suddenly, there was a wail in the livestream, as many working dogs expressed that their situation was similar to the previous guys. Especially after the arrival of the weird rules, the state mandated that everyone must watch the livestream for a certain amount of time. What was supposed to be a good opportunity for a holiday turned out that many bosses directly made employees sleep on the floor at work to save time. I'm so jealous of Suyi, I wish I could have weekends off too. Going to the crematorium is fine too. I'm fed up with my current job. Don't think about it. In a state-owned enterprise, you need to take an exam. Suyi didn't expect that just a simple introduction to a copy would resonate with so many people outside the livestream. He continued to check. Passenger rules. Rule 1, the bus to Wuyo Town is bus number 204, which appears every half hour, passing by the amusement park, Inquan High School, and Red Moon Crematorium. Rule 2, to go to the Blood Color Hotel, you need to take bus number 205, which runs once every hour, passing by Daluo Mountain Scenic Area, the Human Art Museum, and Inquan High School. Rule 3, the 204 bus stops running at 6 in the evening, and the 205 bus stops at 6:15. There are no late buses or delays. If you haven't boarded by this time, please wait until the next morning. Rule 4, there are no standing tickets on the bus, everyone on board must have their own seat. If the bus is already full, please get off immediately and wait for the next one. Rule 5, the bus has regular seats, as well as seats for the elderly, the weak, the sick, and pregnant women. As a civilized young person, please try to choose a regular seat. Rule 6. As a civilized adult, loud talking, eating, and relieving oneself anywhere on the bus are prohibited. Suyi was speechless, thinking this was completely unnecessary. Who would need to relieve themselves on a bus? Rule 7. The ticket seller also serves as a bus manager. If you suffer unreasonable treatment, you can ask her for help, as she is absolutely fair. Rule 8. If you feel tired and want a nap, you can take a short rest on the long bench at the back of the bus. Rule 9. There are blankets on the long bench for passengers to rest. Rule 10. Definitely do not fall asleep, absolutely do not sleep. Rule 11. Please hide your identity well, as most people do not like to share a bus with someone working at a crematorium. Note, this is a dual pass challenge. This challenge has an external hint opportunity, once. Chapter 31, Red Moon Crematorium 1. Hiss, a dual challenge? I've never heard of this mode. This is interesting. I wonder who will be matched with the great Suyi this time. Let's secretly enjoy it. Who cares? Hey, that chosen one named Suyi, just don't get caught up with us from the Sakura country, otherwise, you'll be in trouble. Though they said this, the people from the Sakura country secretly hoped to enter the same copy as Suyi. After all, Suyi seemed not only strong but also earned a 5-star rating from 2 copies. His character also showed a strong sense of justice. Although a bit twisted, through the first 2 copies, people realized that this kind of twist was mostly aimed at the evil and bizarre. People from Dragon Country, you're thinking too much. Who knows who will make whom suffer then? At the same time, they began to worry. The relationship between people varies in quality. The same principle applies to countries. The relationship between the Dragon Kingdom and the Ice Bear Kingdom, as well as the Iron Brother Kingdom, is clearly much better than that between the Sakura Kingdom and the Bald Eagle. Encountering the first few countries is fine. If we end up sharing a dungeon with an unfriendly nation, there's no doubt we could be secretly betrayed by them. This is the realm of the strange stories, and a small mistake can lead to great losses. In the Dragon Kingdom, in the Bureau of Strange Stories, a young man sits at a table, looking somewhat anxious, but his words are clear and logical. A 2-person dungeon may not be a good thing. Instead of worrying about which country's chosen one we match with, it's better to focus on studying the rules of the upcoming dungeon. Is it more inclined towards cooperation between chosen ones, or even though we are in the same dungeon, does it not really matter, allowing everyone to complete tasks independently? After all, if cooperation is needed, I believe there are no eternal enemies in the face of absolute benefit. On the contrary, what if the strange story stipulates that only one person can succeed, or demands that players fight each other? At that moment, who your partner is becomes less important. The speaker is actually an Edison who loved to comment in the livestream, going by the name I don't want to be a livestock man today. His real name is Chun Yu. At 27 years old, he is a typical wage slave. Working 12 hours a day, he finds that after paying rent, the money left is just enough for food and drink. Chun Yu dreams of escaping his current life, wanting a job that doesn't involve overtime, so he named himself I don't want to be a livestock man today, with livestock meaning a beast of burden. He feels like a beast used by the boss. Unexpectedly, this dream finally becomes reality today. But the process is a bit unusual. It's not through an interview, nor has a rich woman taken notice of him. Just because he typed a few insightful comments in the livestream, he was brought over and was granted an exception to join the Bureau of Strange Stories. Oh my, the Bureau of Strange Stories. What a place! With weekends off and a stable position. Chun Yu never imagined he could live such a life in his lifetime. Ahem. He tries to calm his excited heart and says to comfort himself. But with Boss Suya's talent, we don't have to worry about these issues. Although Lin Guobyo has never officially announced Suya's talent, anyone who has watched the livestream could guess one or two things. Suya must have a skill akin to immortality. The one who should really worry is the others. Lin Guobyo nods, praising, what you said makes sense. No wonder I specially asked someone to bring you in. He didn't mention that Suya's talent only works on the Yuri and has no effect on humans. That is classified information, known only to Suyi and himself. I hope Suyi can protect himself and nothing bad happens. Chun Yu is greatly encouraged, and moved to tears. Wah, the new leader not only doesn't exploit employees but also actively considers our opinions. He's totally different from the previous bunch who only knew how to suppress their subordinates. So wonderful, his hard days are finally coming to an end. In the world of strange stories, Suyi just finishes reading the rules when a bus comes towards him. It's red number 204 in front. He glances at his watch, it's 4:30, the time is correct. The bus looks quite old, with a battered metal shell, covered in patches of rust. At the moment of braking, due to inertia, the whole bus begins to sway violently, resembling something that could collapse at any time. It makes one question its safety. When the bus finally stops, Suyi strides toward the door. Just a few meters away, a group of elderly men and women suddenly rush out from the right side, crazily pushing toward the door. Don't underestimate the old women. Despite their age, they possess considerable strength, and with Suye's abilities, he almost squeezed in. Finally, after a struggle, I got on the bus, and there was just one last empty seat left. Suye hurried towards the seat. Just as I was about to sit down, a great force surged from behind, pushing Suye away. Young man, I'm old and my legs aren't great. Let me sit first. Bullet comments. Damn, how shameless, this old lady is really playing the age card. She doesn't mention her age when doing square dancing, but suddenly has trouble when it comes to the bus. Look at Suye's expression, it feels like someone is going to suffer next. Suye's expression. Inside the bus, Suye's delicate face was covered with a layer of frost. The old lady was still rambling on, non-stop, casually crossing her legs. I won't get up, what can you do to me? Hit me, if you dare. I'll go to the police and report you for bullying an old person. With a loud crash. The sound of breaking glass, as Suye grabbed the old lady by the neck and directly threw her out the window. She landed not far away, and vaguely, one could see a pool of blood on the ground. The entire bus fell silent, and everyone quickly looked down, pretending not to see, busy with their own things. Strangely, even more afraid of the strong and bullying the weak. Suye took out a tissue to wipe his hands and elegantly sat down in the seat. This feels comfortable. The bus slowly started moving, until a pair of women's legs appeared in Suye's view. I'm the ticket collector for bus 204, you just violated the rules on the bus, and now I'm ordering you to get off immediately. Bus 204 does not welcome passengers like you. Chapter 32, Red Moon Crematorium 2. The woman's legs were beautiful, the left leg wore white stockings, and the right leg wore black stockings. Suye's gaze moved upward. This black and white style extended to the ticket collector's face, perfectly symmetrical with the nose bridge dividing the cheeks. One side was as white as jade, the other half was as dark as black stockings. What a TMD sense of fairness from head to toe. Rule 7, ticket collectors act as bus supervisors. If you suffer from unreasonable treatment, you can ask her for help, as she is absolutely fair. Rule 6, as a civilized adult, loud noise, eating, or relieving oneself is prohibited on the bus. Suye, when she grabbed the seat, she was loud and violated the rules. I was just helping you teach her a lesson. The ticket collector froze. Suye's words made her fall into some kind of contemplation. However, as a completely fair supervisor, she quickly made a decision. She is wrong, does that mean you are not? Suye replied confidently, yes, I'm not wrong. Who would admit to being wrong? So idle. The ticket collector's black and white cheeks twitched in disagreement. How can you not be wrong? You both made noise and violently attacked a passenger, violating the bus rules. Now that she has gotten off, I can't control that. But since you're still on the bus, you need to obey. As a management staff, I order you to get out of your seat immediately. Suye laughed at this. Somehow, this scene felt a bit familiar. It was reminiscent of some leaders in the real world and their muddled situations. After causing a mess, regardless of who is right or wrong. First, everyone slaps one person and ends up making the most honest employee bear the blame. Thinking of this, Suye simply remained seated, letting the ticket collector babble on, explaining the principle of fairness. Mom said, don't argue with fools. At that moment, the audience in front of the screen. Damn, this is the weirdest talker I've ever seen. In other places, they just fight directly. You didn't see Suye's action just now, he slapped someone out of the window. The weirdness is clearly scared by Suye's combat power. As expected of Suye, a gentleman speaks without fighting, Suye can transform the weird into a gentleman. And at this moment, on the bus, after the ticket collector spoke for a long time, seeing Suye still unmoved. With no way to deal with him, she could only leave to check on the other passengers. He left. In his seat, Suye looked completely confused. Can he really endure this? He was ready to pull out a kitchen knife and fight. Unlike the ant who had just grabbed a seat, Suye could feel that the ticket collector was a higher-level strange being, powerful and strong. He wasn't even sure he could win against it. But it didn't matter. Even if he couldn't win, he wouldn't die, right? Sooner or later, he could exhaust the opponent. A thoughtful expression appeared on Suye's face. On the other side, several chosen ones from different countries were still inside the station. They couldn't find the rules and were hesitant to get on the bus as it arrived. What fools! Suye is almost at his stop, and these people haven't even started. Unable to wait any longer, their countries had to use the one-time hint opportunity to let the chosen ones pull out the station sign to check. Using the opportunity on such a trivial matter was a huge loss. In romantic country, Pierre had already missed 3 buses of Route 204. Every time the bus came, no matter how close Pierre was to the door, a group of people would suddenly rush out and push him to the back. Pierre put on the bloodied life jacket, but unfortunately, this equipment only provided defense and didn't help him push onto the bus at all. As the time hit 6 o'clock and the last bus of Route 204 approached, Pierre used all his strength to push his way onto the bus with the elderly. Only the very front seat designated for pregnant women was left. Pierre strolled around the bus, staring at the pregnant women's seat for a few seconds before eventually choosing to get off. Not because he wanted to show off at such a moment, but because the passenger code clearly stated, as a civilized young person, please choose an ordinary seat whenever possible. The word whenever possible was used very subtly. Pierre wasn't sure what kind of punishment he would face for violating the rules. Pierre stood next to the station sign, and a quarter hour later, the bus for Route 205 arrived. This bus was clearly not as crowded as Route 204. Pierre breathed a sigh of relief and chose one of the seats to sit down. Rule 1. The bus to Wuyo Town is Route 204, which appears every half hour and passes by the amusement park, Inquan High School, and Hongwe Funeral Home. Rule 2. To go to the Blood Hotel, you must take the bus for Route 205, which appears once an hour and passes by the Daluo Mountain Scenic Area, Human Art Museum, and Inquan High School. He could take the bus for Route 205, get off at Inquan High School, and then take the bus for Route 204 to go to Hongwe Funeral Home. It seemed like a feasible plan. In the live stream. Wow, I thought he was going to sleep at the station and wait until tomorrow morning to take the bus. Think with your butt, it's impossible, the rules are scary, it's dangerous to be out at night. Not necessarily, if it were Su Yi, he could probably get through the night safely. On the bus, the two-faced ticket collector approached. This passenger, at which stop will you get off? Suddenly, everyone in the bus turned to look at him, and the passengers sitting in front of Pierre didn't move, their heads turning 180 degrees to fix their gaze on him. With an unchanged expression, Pierre replied, Inquan High School. The ticket collector furrowed his brow. You don't look like a student. Pierre curled his lips into a smile, revealing two perfect big white teeth. I'm a teacher. The talent real emotion performance activated. Suddenly, he seemed to exude an aura of scholarliness, and his gaze transformed from a weathered look to one of clarity. Upon seeing this, the ticket collector did not ask further and walked away. The gazes that had gathered around him also dispersed. In Cherry Blossom Country, the little chef seemed like a lecherous middle-aged uncle, with lush hair on both sides and a bald head in the middle, a typical Mediterranean hairstyle. Facing the camera, he hurriedly explained, don't be fooled by my appearance, I'm actually only 25 years old this year. I'm looking for a partner online. If any girls like my style, remember to contact me privately. This scene made the local citizens of Cherry Blossom Country sick. Get lost. Looking for a partner? Whether you can survive is another matter. So greasy, totally on a different level from Su Yi of Dragon Country. After little Chia Furlang got on the bus, he found that all the normal seats were already taken, leaving only the front disabled seat. If it were an ordinary person, regardless of what they did privately, they would still pretend to be polite in front of so many onlookers. Little Chia Furlang was not an ordinary person. He directly sat down without feeling anything was wrong at all. At that moment, just as little Chia Furlang sat down, his butt began to move around. The crowd outside the live stream from Sakura Country seemed to see hope. Is he about to leave the seat? I said it. Our Sakura Country values manners the most, unlike some dragon-named countries where people occupy disabled seats. PFF. A crisp sound. Little Chef Erlang farted and then sat back down. People from Dragon Country, you really do value manners so much, even when farting you have to lean down, we really can't compare. Rule 5, the bus has normal seats, as well as special seats for the elderly, weak, sick, disabled, and pregnant women. As a cultured young person, please try to choose a normal seat. Clearly, little Chef Erlang's behavior had nothing to do with being cultured. The ticket collector quickly came over and ominously reminded him. This seat is reserved for disabled persons. Little Chef Erlang wanted to argue, but an arm smoothly pulled him down, leaving a clean cut behind. The ticket collector smiled. All right, now you can sit. Little Chef Erlang became a disabled person and truly experienced the treatment of being disabled. It hurt so much. Little Chef Erlang was sweating cold on his forehead. In real life, he didn't have a job and his only hobby was playing games at home, the kind where he played day and night without a break, somewhat lost in it all. In his memory, Rule Horror was also a game, not much different from what he had played before. Until the pain surged up, he finally understood that this was way too real. It was completely different from the game world. At this moment, beads of sweat dripped down from his head. Little Chef Erlang instinctively wanted to yell out in pain, but seeing the ticket collector's eerie smile brought his rationality back a little. Rule 6, as a cultured adult, loud speaking, eating, and public urination are prohibited on the bus. He had already behaved in an uncultured way, and if he did it again, he might die. Little Chef Erlang tightly covered his mouth with the hand that wasn't cut off, his eyes wide open, staring in terror at the bizarre scene before him. The ticket collector stood beside him for a while, confirming that he wouldn't violate the rules before leaving in disappointment. At this moment, the people of Sakura Country, it's lucky he lost an arm, but he kept his life. At least he got on the bus. It's much better than those who only learned the rules and didn't even get on the bus. They could only console themselves like this. Chapter 33, Red Moon Crematorium 3. On the bus, Soo-yi thought for a moment, understanding why the ticket collector's attitude was words without actions. Because he completely hadn't violated the rules written on the slip. Rule 5, the bus has normal seats, as well as special seats for the elderly, weak, sick, disabled, and pregnant women. As a cultured young person, please try to choose a normal seat. Rule 6, as a cultured adult, loudspeaking, eating, and public urination are prohibited on the bus. The slip clearly stated the constraints on behavior inside the bus, all within these two rules, but Soo-yi hadn't triggered any violations. And the so-called no-hitting rule should have been set by the ticket collector for the passengers. Soo-yi speculated that the ticket collector probably had some restrictions and couldn't punish passengers at will. They needed the other party to violate the rules first. However, verbal rules didn't count as rules, they had to be written to be effective. Rule 4, there are no standing tickets on the bus, everyone on the bus must have their own seat. If the bus is already full, please get off the bus immediately and wait for the next one. At that moment, the bus had already departed, so even if Soo-yi believed the ticket seller's words and stood up, he couldn't get off right away. Unless he also flew out of the window like the previous passenger. So, unable to get off and having no seat, did Soo-yi automatically assume he had bought a standing ticket? Thus triggering the rules and causing a punishment. Damn, it turns out the ticket seller had this in mind. He almost fell for it. Thinking of this, Soo-yi was very unhappy and his gaze lingered on the ticket seller's face. He took the initiative to speak. Miss, I need help. In the Romantic Nation's live broadcast room. Today seems to be a cloudy day, the bus is driving on a flat cement road, and the light cannot penetrate the windows, making the whole bus very dim. Since getting on the bus, the passengers who were crowded at the door suddenly became quiet. Even their breathing sounded cautious. As time went on, it made people even more drowsy. A wave of extreme sleepiness surged, and Pierre's eyelids couldn't help but start to battle. He really wanted to take a nap. Ever since he entered the world of bizarre rules, he hadn't had a proper rest. Just a little sleep wouldn't hurt. He could wake up when they reached the stop. A voice, like temptation, kept echoing in his mind. Don't sleep. Pierre struggled to reach out his hand, feeling his thigh, and pulled out 5 leg hairs, his mind instantly becoming clear. But it was only a few minutes, soon, that uncontrollable drowsiness surged back. The voice in his mind continued. Look, not far away there's a lounge chair, it looks so comfortable, and beside it is a small blanket that can cover your belly. Go ahead, just sleep for a little while. Jean. Another 8 leg hairs. By the time Pierre reached his stop, his 2 legs were already hairless. More effective than a hair removal device. The live broadcast room erupted. Damn, this brother is tough, even daring to pull out leg hairs. Hiss, just looking at it hurts. After Soo-yi, another werewolf appears in the world of bizarre rules. Pierre got off the bus, in front of him was a large black iron gate, and to the right of the gate were the 4 big characters Inkwon High School. The iron gate opened wide, and a stretched van came out from inside, with white flowers tied to the front. In the Yulan Nation. Vladimir, unable to withstand the drowsiness, chose to rest for a moment on the last row's bench. Before that, he didn't forget to say hello, beautiful ticket seller, please wake me up before we arrive. The black and white faced ticket seller nodded. Unfortunately, Vladimir didn't just sleep, he also pulled over the nearby small blanket to cover himself. Suddenly, a wave of dizziness hit, and the scenery in front of him changed. Vladimir had a dream of himself before participating in the bizarre talk, his wife, and his 3-year-old daughter. The family gathered around the table, happily eating a reunion dinner. The corners of his mouth turned up, revealing a happy smile in his dream, but by the time the citizens of the Yulan Nation noticed something was wrong, it was already too late. Yulan Nation selected Vladimir as eerily contaminated, the world of bizarre rules is about to descend, countdown 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5. In the last world instance, relying on imitating Soo-yi to barely survive a bizarre talk, Vladimir ultimately couldn't hold on. In the Dragon Nation, Soo-yi sat in his seat. Miss, I need help. Hearing this, the ticket seller with striking black and white legs walked over. She instinctively thought Soo-yi was sleepy, after all, it was hard not to want to sleep on this bus. The ticket seller, sleep, and I'll wake you up before we arrive. A ghost would wake you up. Facing this annoying human, the ticket seller decided to take this chance to let him sleep forever. Thinking of this, a wicked smile appeared on her lips, mixed with black and white, looking very enticing. Miss, why is your face black and white? Soo-yi innocently asked. What? The ticket seller was momentarily stunned. Soo-yi, outside is white? What about inside? To answer this question, as soon as Soo-yi finished speaking, a tearing sound. A black and white human skin peeled off the face of the ticket seller. At the moment of skin separation, the flesh and blood inside were revealed. It was amazing. It was also half white, half black. Stop, you stop. The ticket seller whispered weakly. Even at this moment, she still remembered the rules, not to shout loudly. The ticket seller took out a ruler-like object from her pocket and whipped it towards Su Yi. Instantly, a gap opened on Su Ye's body. But it quickly healed again. From the moment the skin was peeled off, he became even more excited. No matter how painful the attacks that landed on him were, he began to crazily dismantle the ticket seller, blow by blow. The left side of his neck was black, the right side of his waist was white. In the end, the entire body of the ticket seller was completely split in two from the middle. Su Ye's kitchen knife stopped on the beating heart, continuously absorbing energy. The ticket seller had a special physique, and Su Yi felt a surge of energy much greater than before, washing through his body via the knife. Ding, congratulations to the chosen one, you have gained plus 20 strength attribute. The announcement sounded. The audience in front of the screen was all stunned. They all had a question in their hearts at the same time, that is, can it be this way? It turns out that not only do the strange ones like to eat humans. Conversely, humans can also gain power and transform their bodies by killing the strange ones. It seems that the power gained is even permanent. This discovery excited governments around the world. But soon, they couldn't laugh anymore. Their chosen one was weak. When seeing the strange ones, they could only run away. Not to mention killing them. Damn, without strength, knowing doesn't mean anything. It's like a cold knowledge that everyone knows. With 100 million in savings, you can live off the interest without working or studying. But the premise is, you must first have that 100 million. Chapter 34, Red Moon Crematorium 4. Unlike other chosen ones facing the situation, Su Yi did not feel sleepy. Along with the strange ones in the bus, they all widened their eyes. Of course, how can anyone sleep when someone is dismantling their kind with bare hands in front of them, and not in a quick way, but slowly torturing and disassembling? The bus was full of strange ones, all fearing that they would be next. Arriving at the Red Moon Funeral Home, please cooperate and exit through the back door, be careful when opening the door. Funeral Home. Su Yi, for some reason, heard a hint of urgency in the bus's announcement. Is it my illusion? Not caring about what was going on, Su Yi's attention was quickly diverted to the funeral home in front of him. A plain 3-story factory building, with a black background and red letters, saying Red Moon Funeral Home. Upon closer inspection, the tiles on the outside of the entire factory seem to have a reddish tint. Is it because it's called the Red Moon Funeral Home? That's why the decoration turned red. At this moment, in the live streaming room, everyone shared the same doubt as Su Yi. Red means celebration, white means funeral. According to customs, shouldn't a funeral home use white letters? What's going on? Damn, last time I attended a funeral at home, I encountered a woman dressed in red on the roadside, and I went up to fight with her. At this moment, a user with the ID looking for Harry Potter spoke up. A serious reply came from below. This user, it's not right to randomly assault a woman, your behavior is already possibly illegal. Exactly, bro, so impulsive, did you end up serving some time? Looking for Harry Potter, no, I just gave her 2 slaps, and she dispersed. Dispersed? Can people disperse? Ah, bro, you probably hit a ghost. At that moment, the other users still had the mood to tease him. Looking for Harry Potter, you guessed it right, since that day I got sick, and the hospital couldn't find a reason, I could only lie in bed every day. Please, is there a reliable Harry Potter? Help me solve this problem, prices are negotiable. Live streaming room users, I accidentally clicked in, no offense intended, if there's an issue please burn some paper. +1. +1. Soon, looking for Harry Potter's words. Covered by the words, if there's something, please burn paper for me. In the world of strange tales, Su Yi approached the factory and touched the sign in front of him. It was red, still wriggling. It was blood. As for why it looked like the tiles were turning red from a distance. It was also blood. A funeral home that hadn't even been entered yet, stained with countless blood. Strange, indeed very strange. Su Yi stepped inside, the hall was empty, only at the front desk, a girl in a white dress was recording something in a notebook. Hearing the footsteps, the girl at the front desk didn't lift her head, casually took a round paper from a nearby box and handed it to Su Yi. This is your tag, keep it safe. The paper had a big number 3 written on it, with a layer of yellow paper behind it, sticky when torn open. Su Yi copied the front desk staff and stuck the tag to his chest. Is there a lot of work today? Saying this, Su Yi magically pulled a crescent-shaped hairpin from his pocket and quietly handed it to the girl, who was focused on writing. What he had found from the ticket seller wasn't useful for him. Su Yi's thought was simple, since he was a staff member at the crematorium, there had to be responsibilities to handle. Instead of guessing around later for clues, he might as well ask the front desk directly. Moreover, his wording was very vague, not asking what is my job, or what should I do, which would raise suspicion about his identity. Instead, he directly asked, is there a lot of work today? It was like an old employee wanting to slack off, inquiring about the specifics before starting work. The blood-red moon hairpin still had some unknown liquid on it, looking utterly unappealing, yet the girl in white happily accepted it. Finally, she lifted her head and met Suye's gaze. At the same time, Suye clearly saw the front desk's face. Her skin was pale, much like a freshly painted wall. Around her eyes were two black buttons, with threads sewn through them as if forcibly stitched onto her face. The front desk put the hairpin in her hair. Not much today, there aren't many bodies sent over. Suye blankly said, with that hairpin, you look really pretty. The rare blush appeared on the front desk's pale cheeks as she pushed Suye's arm. Oh, stop that, hurry up and go to work. If you work late, someone will come looking for you. When she pushed Suye, her gaze fell on the second doorframe on the right side. Suye noticed and immediately walked toward that room. The crematorium was large, with 3 floors, each floor containing different rooms, serving different purposes. If one accidentally went wrong, no one could predict what unexpected thing awaited next. As Suye approached the room, the door was closed. He didn't hesitate and directly pushed it open. This was his workplace. As long as he followed the rules, the strange tales wouldn't easily take people away. Just as Suye was about to step inside, a shadow suddenly sprang from the corner of the hall, rushing toward Suye at a high speed. Suye was stunned. To outsiders, he looked as if he was petrified, standing still and afraid to move. But in reality, he was waiting. Damn, what is that? Come here, let me see clearly. However, Suye ultimately did not wait for the shadow. At the critical moment, a pair of hands stretched out and pulled Suye back into the room from behind. With a bang, the door closed. Suye saw a man in black, similarly with pale skin and 2 buttons sewn at his eyes. Scared silly, huh? Why are you standing there without moving? The man in black spoke kindly, a tone different from the front desk and ticket seller he met earlier. He educated. Those shadows can only move inside the hall, just close the door. This person's overly friendly attitude made Suye begin to doubt his identity. Note, this is a 2-person clearance challenge. Could this guy also be a chosen one? Then why does he look exactly like the person at the front desk? Suye, what's wrong with your face? The man spread his hands. I don't know either, I just became like this after coming in. This statement carried a lot of information. Only the chosen ones would use the word come in after entering, while the creepy ones working here would not. Now, it seemed to confirm the other person's identity even more. And the next line, I just became like this after coming in, wasn't wrong either. Because in the gap of the conversation, Suye wandered around the room. Looking through the water in the sink on the shelf beside him, he saw his own reflection. 2 button-like eyes, a pale white face, even his body shape had changed, becoming thinner than before? It seemed that the difficulty of the rules and creepy stories had increased again. Everyone's appearance and body shape had changed, greatly confusing their sense of sight. For an old-school chosen one like Suye, even if someone had seen his livestream in the real world, it wouldn't be so easy to recognize him. Thinking of this, he had a doubt. If the man in front of him was another chosen one, then their encounter was too easy. Then the rules and creepy stories had gone through all this trouble to change appearances and confuse information. What for? The man behind him also approached the sink, smiling and asking, let's introduce ourselves, what's your name? At this moment, the live stream in Dragon Country was making the viewers anxious to the point of dying. Suye, don't believe his nonsense, he is definitely not another chosen one. All chosen ones were live streaming the whole time, they hadn't seen the person in the same room as Suye's livestream at all. Ah, I really hope you can see my comments. Where is the country? Quickly send a hint to Suye. Creepy Stories Bureau. Director Lin, the message won't go out. A subordinate hurriedly reported. It was clear that to prevent the viewers and chosen ones from colluding over recognition, the rules and creepy stories had accounted for this as well. What do we do now? Chen Yu actively suggested, if Chinese doesn't work, let's try English, Morse code, or even just use classical Chinese. Lin Guobiao nodded, Xiao Chen, your suggestion is good, let's do as he said. As a higher dimensional civilization, the rules and creepy stories had already anticipated this. Regardless of the form it was sent in, it never reached Suye's hands. Lin Guobiao, now it's up to Suye, hope he can discover the clues himself. On this point, Lin Guobiao and the people present at the Creepy Stories Bureau were not very hopeful. The reason was that this fake chosen one was acting too normally. Not only did he not have a hint of creepiness, but at a critical moment, he also saved Suye's life, further solidifying his identity. People are inherently subjective creatures. When being saved by someone, they often project a good person filter onto that person, making it easy to overlook other suspicious points. Chapter 35, Red Moon Crematorium 5. These people did not include Suye. Save me? He didn't need saving at all, okay? I'm Suye, what about you? Suye made a test, even though he didn't often check the news online after each livestream. But from Lin Guobiao and others' attitudes, his fame should also be quite significant. If not second in the world, he was definitely first. Normal people hearing Su Yi would instinctively associate it with himself, but the creepy man did not have this common sense. The creepy man: Su Yi, hello, since you're new, you might not be familiar with the situation, let me take you inside to have a look. As if I would follow you, even if Su Yi recognized his identity. Even if a true chosen one were in front of him, Su Yi would not easily follow someone else in an unfamiliar place. Without hesitation, Su Yi took out a kitchen knife and threw it at the back of the man's head walking in front of him. With a weird quack 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 sound, the man turned directly into a stream of black smoke. Su Yi stepped forward and picked up the kitchen knife stuck in the gap in the ground. What the heck, it sounds like a duck. The black smoke did not dissipate immediately but squeezed into the inner door crack. Su Yi hurriedly chased after it. In the pitch-black room, there wasn't a single window, and the air was chillingly cold. Rows of gurneys stood neatly and orderly on the ground. All the people on the beds were covered with white cloth, making their faces indistinguishable. The morgue? Su Yi stood at the door and glanced around, not seeing the man's figure, so he retraced his steps. Finding the rules is the most important. The place he was in was a small duty room next to the morgue. It wasn't large, with a dilapidated single bed and a thick, old military coat on it. Su Yi guessed it was used for warmth when entering the morgue due to the low temperature. There was a wooden table and a stand for a basin nearby. Finally, Su Yi found a large metal plate under the bed. From the nail above the basin stand, it seemed this plate was originally hanging outside. As a patrol personnel of the morgue, you must follow these rules. Rule 1: This is a funeral home, helping everyone complete the last leg of their life journey. Please do not engage in feudal superstition, let alone casually discuss ghosts and deities. There are no ghosts in the funeral home. Rule 2: As a duty personnel of the funeral home, you must check the morgue every hour on the hour. Rule 3: Employees must use code names for each other. Here, you must never say your real name. Upon seeing this rule, the viewers from Longwei in the livestream couldn't help but break into a cold sweat. Damn, I said that fake wasn't up to any good, turns out the trap was here. Fortunately, Su Yi is smart, he not only didn't fall for it but also used the name issue to identify the other's authenticity. What a pity, this method can only be used by a few people, other first-timers entering the rules of Strange Talks wouldn't know their names at all. Su Yi continued to read down. Rule 4: If you accidentally see a phantom rushing towards you, please ignore them. The more scared you are, the more attention you'll attract. Rule 5: Without the curator's request, it is forbidden to count the number of corpses. Trust me, counting will serve no purpose and only increase your troubles. Rule 6: The morgue is a serious place, joking around and laughing is prohibited. Rule 7: The dead are paramount, it is forbidden to lift the white cloth to admire the deceased's visage. Rule 8: If a new corpse is delivered, you must check the death certificate issued by the hospital. Entrance is not allowed without a death certificate. 8 entire rules, most of which were not allowed or forbidden, limiting the actions of the chosen ones. Su Yi raised his hand to check the time, it was exactly 7 o'clock. He picked up the military coat from the bed and pushed open the door to the morgue. 1, 2, 3. A total of 23 corpses, 26 beds. Su Yi could see clearly, a row of beds could hold 2 people, the middle bed of the 6th row and the last 2 beds were completely empty. Starting from bed number 1, Su Yi lifted the white cloth, revealing a face burned completely by fire. Meanwhile, on another side, Pierre got out of the hearse. He was relatively lucky. After getting off at Inquan High School, he found out from the bus stop that he had missed the last bus of Route 204. Just at that moment, he discovered a hearse next to Inquan High School. It turned out that a student had died suddenly from exhaustion due to excessive studying. Pierre used his talent to pretend to be an old employee of the funeral home and approached a few people to chat. Then he found out that he just happened to be an employee of the cremation department and he knew everyone there. Everything was so coincidental, and the process went incredibly smoothly. It made him suspect that the rules of Strange Talk were deliberately arranged. Pierre sat in the hearse, returning to the crematorium with his colleagues. You go in and register first. Late Pierre was assigned a task and went to the front desk to register. There, he saw a man in black writing. Hello, I am Knight Su. What is your name? Knight Su. Pierre's first reaction was that he had bumped into Su Yi. Great, he unexpectedly got assigned to the same dungeon as the legendary Su Yi. Pierre had watched Su Ye's recorded videos many times before, each time unable to help but marvel, why didn't I think of that? At the same time, he was familiar with the other's personality and work habits, including some small actions he did unconsciously. The man before him, except for his face, had all the behaviors and habits that matched his impression of Su Yi. It could be said that Su Yi was his idol. Now seeing his idol right in front of him, even the usually calm Pierre couldn't help but smile widely. He didn't doubt why Su Yi could recognize him early. After all, this person was Su Yi, much stronger than him, anything was possible. But why did the great Suyi reverse his name? Could there be some significance he didn't know about? So, to be cautious, Pierre blinked and said, "Hello, my name is LL Pi." At that moment, the live comments flashed. Ha ha ha, I'm dying of laughter. I was worried that Pierre would accidentally reveal his name. Now it seems I was overthinking. This person is too much like him, the voice and tone are the same as Suyi. Even Pierre couldn't spot the flaw for now. Damn it, I was hoping to enter the dungeon with Suyi. Now the two strongest people are in the same dungeon, others from various countries won't have a chance to win by riding on their coattails. Aside from manhwa, people from other countries may not openly like Suyi and Pierre, but deep down, they especially hope to be grouped with these two. Maybe they could carry them. Not expecting a 5-star clear, at least they could survive. Chapter 36, Red Moon Crematorium 6. In the morgue, Suyi uncovered the first white cloth. The previously dead person suddenly opened his eyes, staring at the chosen one. The old man, around 50, had a face full of burn marks. Suyi pulled out a kitchen knife. "What are you staring at?" "Close your eyes." The pitch-black kitchen knife glimmered faintly, still containing the residual energy from killing black and white ghosts. It looked intimidating. The old man paused for a moment, his gaze hollow as he glanced at the sky, as if nothing had happened, then closed his eyes again. Suyi covered the white cloth again, turning around with a commanding voice echoing in the air. "Listen well, I am number 3, and I will stay in the morgue for only 1 week. Be sensible during this time, or I have my ways to teach you a lesson." Suyi smacked the kitchen knife, the sound ringing out sharply. Hidden in the shadows, Dog Kai and the green-eyed strange cat stood their ground, also revealing themselves. Woof, woof, woof. Meow. Instantly, the morgue fell silent as a chicken. Even the temperature rose a few degrees. So terrifying, that person not only had items that could harm them but also brought 2 other strange ones along. If they could avoid trouble, they should, especially since he was only staying for a few days. Suyi was satisfied, continuing to uncover the white cloth from the second bed. He mainly wanted to find the one who just tricked him. The man in black pretending to be the chosen one turned into smoke and disappeared upon entering the morgue. Arriving at the 6th row of beds, there was a young man in his 20s, his face covered in scars. The young man opened his eyes. Suyi pressed the kitchen knife against his throat. "Dare to be rude? Want to go to the furnace early?" The young man replied, "No, you misunderstood. I wanted to ask if I could be moved to the 3rd row." "Suyi, why?" "The number 5 in the 3rd row is my girlfriend, she studies medicine." "Suyi, your love is indeed great, wanting to stick together even after death." The man, "No, it was because I cheated that she stabbed me 120 times. 120 times, do you know what kind of feelings I had during that process? How cruel it was." "Suyi, I don't know. But your girlfriend studies medicine, how could she stab you to death?" He specifically looked into it. People who study medicine are very clear about body structures and can avoid vital points. The man, "I wasn't stabbed to death, I lost too much blood and died before help could arrive. She saw me dead, afraid of legal punishment, so she jumped off a building too. Let me go, I want to fight her for my life." Suyi looked at him with pity and tried to persuade, "Brother, why don't you give up? If you can't fight while alive, can you when you're dead?" The man, I won't listen. I must take revenge." Suyi didn't help him move, and the man kept begging him. In the end, Suyi had no choice but to swap the bed and the person with the girlfriend in bed 7 nearby, letting the 2 corpses lie next to each other. After doing everything, Suyi continued checking the remaining white cloths. He didn't find any body of a man in black clothes or a corpse with similar features to the man just now. "Already escaped?" Suyi asked in confusion. He walked to the door of the morgue. "Be quiet in the second half of the night, I'll come in to check at any time. Don't cause any trouble. There's trash on the ground, pick it up yourself. The air conditioning is broken, so fix it yourself." In fact, Suyi planned not to come back during the second half of the night. Having 2 chosen ones in the same scenario means they either need to cooperate or kill each other. There's no way to coexist peacefully. That would lose its meaning. From the current situation, the morgue could provide very limited information, which was far from enough for solving the entire mystery of the scenario. It was clear that other selected ones from different departments were needed to help gather information together. Suyi planned to leave the duty room and find that colleague first. "I hope I don't end up stuck on the bus." At that moment, Pierre was getting beaten in the hall. That bloodied life jacket was already half red. Pierre knew that if nothing unexpected happened, when the life jacket was completely stained with red, it would be his time to die. He had been careless. Since meeting Suyi, Pierre had hardly had any doubts. Part of it was due to the natural filter from idle admiration. Another part, Pierre was overly confident in his acting skills. He believed that with his ability, no one could successfully impersonate him right before his eyes. It was this confidence that led him to fall flat on his face. The fake Suyi brought him to a sealed room, locked the door, and escaped by himself. By the time Pierre tried to find a way out, it was already 2 hours later. He hurried to the cremation room he worked in and found the rules. Among them were 2. Rule 3, employees must call each other by their code names. Never reveal your real name here. Rule 4, the bodies brought back to the funeral home must not stay outside the morgue for more than 2 hours. Pierre felt grateful that he had unknowingly followed Rule 3. The problem now was Rule 4. What did that colleague say when they brought back the body together? I'll go on a date first, you wait and find someone to bring the body in later. The colleague left, no one was there to handle the body, and it had already been outside the funeral home for more than 2 hours. Pierre ran to the hearse outside on the first floor, but there were no bodies left. For this, he had no choice but to ask the front desk, which was still working, if they had noticed anything unusual. In fact, he wanted to ask where the body had gone. The front desk pointed to the hairpin on her head. Pierre forced a compliment, so beautiful. The front desk reached out her hand. Pierre, a single man. Not a single thing here that a woman could use. Oh, beautiful lady, I left something at home, next time, I will definitely bring it to you. Such a ridiculous empty promise. The front desk immediately changed its expression. I just saw a corpse escape from the car, it's all your fault for keeping it here too long. I'm asking for something for your own good. Pierre felt a surge of anger, thinking about who could have made this woman develop such a bad habit of not accepting gifts and not doing her job. He understood that the front desk was threatening him. If he couldn't produce anything, they would accuse him of abandoning his post. In a panic, Pierre had to tell the truth. It won't help to report me. At night, someone named Jisoo locked me up. It was strange, he didn't care who Jisoo was, he just knew this time he didn't have a red hairpin. Thus, Pierre ended up taking a solid beating. Just when he was on the verge of despair, someone tapped him on the shoulder from behind. A man patted Pierre on the back, but his eyes were on the front desk. Gentle one, what are you doing? One was the code name for the front desk. Pierre saw that the previously furious front desk now showed a hint of shyness. It was eerie, seeing such an expression was too shocking. And this 3 was actually in a relationship with the strange one. The front desk ignored Pierre. 3, this colleague, I'm just giving him a tickle. Oh no, did she just act too rude? Would 3 dislike her now? Alright, then I'll take him away. 3's expression was calm, and Pierre seized the opportunity to follow him outside. Not until they reached the path outside the funeral home, shaded by trees on both sides. Pierre couldn't believe it. Was it really this easy to get out? Could this person before him also be the chosen one? Helping him with such effort. May I ask, who are you? 3, you don't even know me. The person he knew? That would be the ones he teamed up with for the last strange talk. Long was Suyi, Eagles David, Ulansvladi. No, the esteemed Suyi would never speak to him in such an arrogant tone, he wasn't that kind of person. And the other 2 had only 1-star completion last time, they weren't as skilled as him. What courage did they have to ask him, Pierre, you don't even know me, in such a cocky manner? Pierre's eyes turned. Didn't your dog come with you? Oh yeah, he remembered, Suyi had a dog beside him. Due to the influence of the strange talk world, Suyi's appearance might change, but the bizarre dog would likely stay the same. After saying this, Pierre waited triumphantly for the other to respond. Then he saw 3, who just a moment ago had been buddy-buddy with him, suddenly explode with a loud bang. It really exploded, turning into a cloud of black powder, carried away by the wind. Pierre jumped up in shock. It's fake, all of it is fake. You scared me to death, I almost fell for it. Luckily he was smart and had changed his strategy on the spot. He took a look at his current surroundings, having walked out of the funeral home with the man for about 10 minutes. Trees lined both sides, with a long dirt path winding far ahead, seemingly without an end. It's hard to imagine what would greet him if he continued down this road. Immediately, Pierre turned around and retraced his steps. On the way back, he encountered a man walking toward him with a dog, a tag with the number 3 stuck to his chest. Damn, here he comes again? He had just asked where 3's dog was, and now it appeared. This strange copying ability was too strong. He wouldn't fall for it again. Pierre increased his speed, running past 3 without looking back. He rushed back to the crematorium in one breath. And Suyi, who had just come out, only glanced over curiously to the side. In his line of sight, a colleague rushed by like the wind, hardly attracting his attention. He should not be the chosen one. He specifically took the dog out to make the target clearer, subtly revealing his identity as the chosen one. After all, viewers who had seen his livestream should recognize the dog. At this moment in the livestream, did we just miss it? They couldn't believe it, the 2 met face to face but didn't recognize each other. Damn, Pierre, are you stupid? The great Suyi is right in front of you. I'm dizzy too. You're dumb when you should be smart and act smart when you shouldn't. I remember Pierre mentioning he was a fan of Suyi during a livestream. Great, we have solid proof, he's a fake fan. Fake fan +1. Soon, the topic of hashtag Pierre is a fake fan hashtag rose to the top of the world's trending searches. In the world of strange tales, the moonlight tilted down, and the path and trees were covered with a faint pink halo. The dog barked nonstop. And Suyi, to control this creature, specially found a rope to tie around its neck. Under the moonlight, a boy and a dog. If a person unaware of the truth suddenly saw this scene, they would think it was a beautiful picture. But only those who had watched the livestream knew that what Suyi was holding was not just a dog, it was a vicious beast far more horrifying, one that had unhesitatingly killed numerous people in the last mission. The dog's nose sniffed the ground continuously, as if confirming something. Suyi followed the direction the dog was sniffing. Damn, this feeling makes it seem like I'm walking the dog on the surface. In reality, it's the dog leading me. The deeper they went, the more evident the pink halo became. Finally, an open area appeared before him. A mini red moon hung in the center. The reason it was called mini was that compared to the one in the sky, this one was too inferior. It was only about a meter in diameter, and its brightness was significantly dimmer compared to the real moon. The pink trees moments ago must have emitted from this thing. But the color was too faint, diluted from red to pink. Beside the red moon, a corpse was seemingly dancing in the moonlight. What the hell? As a funeral home worker, Suyi felt it was his duty to bring the unruly corpse back. He slowly approached the corpse. To prevent unexpected situations, he let go of the leash, allowing the dog to flank from another side. A person and a dog formed a pincer attack. However, as they got closer, Suyi noticed something strange. It doesn't seem to be dancing? He saw that from the mini moon, tendrils of red light sprang forth. These lights stretched into the corpse's skin, writhing, as if dragging something. The corpse was in so much pain that its limbs spasmed, making it look like it was dancing. The comments. TMD, I even took my pants off, planning to join in the dance, and you show me this? The one above, why do you have to take off your pants to dance? So cruel, it feels like a bunch of earthworms crawling under the skin? It's terrifying. What the hell is this? Suyi made a judgment error. I can see something's wrong, yet he thinks it's dancing. Perhaps in Suyi's eyes, dancing and suicide are no different? As the red lights continued to move, a black shadow gradually separated from the corpse. The shadow had no features, just a shape similar to the corpse on the ground. After separating, it picked up the nearby red moon and tried to flee. Suyi hurriedly chased after it, but unlike him, the shadow floated off the ground, walking as if it had no legs. Bark, bark. Seeing this, the dog pounced at the shadow. Its paws passed through the shadow, and the red moon turned into a burst of light, pouring into the dog's neck. Satan collar, capable of absorbing divine power and briefly storing it, to be released for personal use when necessary. Suyi made this collar for walking the dog to be convenient. The collar was placed around the neck of the vegetable dog. Unexpectedly, it triggered something by chance. The shadow was obviously confused after realizing the mini red moon was gone from its hand. But seeing the fierce approach of the person and the dog, it ultimately chose to drift away. All that was left for Suyi was a corpse. In the Dragon Kingdom, at the Bureau of Strange Tales, several members gathered together for a roundtable discussion. What is the shadow extracted? Chunyu, perhaps it is a substance similar to the soul? The shadow can pass through the vegetable dog, which means it has no physical form. And from its behavior, it is clear that its consciousness has obviously been retained. In the past, humans believed in atheism and regarded soul and spirits as elusive legends. Until the advent of the rule Strange Tales, which completely overturned this assumption. Lin Guobiao turned his gaze to another direction at the round table, where a person sat. With long hair tied up and dressed in a purple Taoist robe from Longhu Mountain, their expression was serious and meticulous. Wuliang Tianzuan, the so-called soul is just a collection of a person's will. The shadow is merely a form of soul manifestation. Chapter 38, Red Moon Crematorium 8. Rule Strange Tales. Suyi has confirmed that the will and the body in this world can be separated. And the red moon should have the ability to extract human will. He looked up at the sky, a bright crescent moon shone with a yellow light, very normal. What relationship could there be between the blood moon he had just seen and the one hanging in the sky? Suyi pondered for a while, temporarily at a loss. He understood that this was intentional by Rule Strange Tales. Since it was a two-player instance. To clear it smoothly, he must first find another chosen one for resource integration. Suyi had the vegetable dog pick up the corpse on the ground and return to the crematorium. At the entrance, Pierre had already been standing there for 2 hours. From missing Suyi to rushing back to the funeral home for a while, he suddenly understood something. Wait a minute. The scammer disguised as an adult must have aimed to win his trust or mislead him into doing something against the rules. And the person he had just encountered on the road didn't even acknowledge him. What was the point of all the effort to disguise? There was only one answer: the other party had not disguised at all. Damn, that person was actually Su Yi. Realizing this, Pierre felt regretful and arrived early at the crematorium entrance to wait. Seeing Su Yi reappear with the vegetable dog still holding the corpse he had been looking for. Pierre, great, I finally found you. Su Yi examined his colleague in front of him, who was chubby and wore the number 9 around his neck. In a situation where appearance and figure were altered, these 2 points could not serve as standards to judge a teammate. So Su Yi took out a kitchen knife and held it against the neck of number 9, secret code. The viewers in the live room, there's actually a secret code, did Su Yi set it himself? Pierre, don't be dazed, hurry up and say something. Let me guess, is it Heavenly King covers the Earth Tiger? Imperial Palace Jade Liquid Wine, or Odd Changes Even Doesn't Change? The Bald Eagle government, with White Lantern sitting at the top, could it be that the Dragon Kingdom and Romantic Country have secretly allied, keeping us in the dark? He was very irritable. The last surprise attack on Su Yi not only failed but was also used by the Dragon Kingdom to make a big deal out of it, resulting in a significant decrease in their international reputation. Dragon Kingdom's defenses have been reinforced, and for now, we can't act again. Check on Pierre's situation. It's best to investigate the whereabouts of his family. In the past, the Bald Eagle Empire paid little attention to Pierre, a man who only managed to clear with 2 stars. He was not high on their radar. But now that the 2 countries seem to be trending toward an alliance, they absolutely cannot ignore it. We must sanction anything that impacts the status of the Bald Eagle. Similar to the Bald Eagle Empire, the Cherry Blossom Nation also cursed 8 grasping teeth roads. You Dragon Kingdom people don't follow martial ethics. I knew there was a 2-person story, so I made sure to book the code in advance. Other countries, yes, with such important news, why not share it in advance? At this moment, Pierre, who was being discussed as the center of the topic, looked completely confused. What code? Boss, you might have mistaken me for someone else. I am Ari Pai from the Romantic Country, and I've never agreed on any code with you. Pierre said cautiously, watching the kitchen knife pointed at his neck, fearing that if Su Yi was even slightly displeased, he would be done for. Bingao, you got it right. The answer is indeed nothing. Su Yi happily put down the kitchen knife. He had a reason for this. If the person opposite was fake, they would surely rack their brains trying to figure out what the code was, or directly find an excuse to brush it off. Saying there was none was the normal response. Pierre breathed a sigh of relief. Boss Su really did things differently, using reverse thinking. The 2 of them dragged the corpse inside. The temperature in the mortuary was very low, and Su Yi put the only military coat on Pierre, while he himself was in thin clothing. Pierre quickly waved his hands. This isn't good. It should be you wearing it, boss. Su Yi impatiently said, if I say you wear it, then wear it. Stop dawdling. Live stream viewers. I'm crying to death. Boss Su is so warm. He would rather freeze himself than not share his clothes with his teammates. Some girls commented, Boss Su is afraid the other person won't accept it, that's why he uses this tone. He's so kind and proud. I must marry a man like Boss Su in the future. Hey, sisters up there, wake up. Stop reading so many novels, shipping everything will only harm you. Rule 2, as a staff member of a funeral home, you must check the mortuary every hour on the hour. It didn't specify working hours, indicating that the chosen one is likely required to stay here all the time. If it followed the rules strictly, checking once every hour for 24 hours a day leaves no time for sleep, and the chosen one might just drop dead. Su Yi looked around and found nothing unusual for now. The 2 of them worked together to lift the corpse onto the empty bed at the back row. Su Yi lifted a piece of white cloth beside him. Sure enough, just as I thought. Pierre, what do you mean? Boss, what have you discovered this time? Su Yi rarely explained. In this world, consciousness and the body are separate. The corpse we just brought back clearly has its consciousness detached, becoming a true living dead. And look at these. Su Yi pointed to the body under the white cloth. Pierre observed carefully. This one looks as if it could come back to life at any moment. He then pulled back the white cloth from other bodies. The rule said not to lift the cloth, but with Boss Su here, Pierre felt completely secure and wasn't worried. As he uncovered more, he let out an astonished sound. Hey, why does this corpse have a handprint on its face? By the looks of it, it seems to have been slapped not long ago. After saying that, Pierre immediately regretted it. There were only 2 living people in the room, and excluding himself, it was obvious that the slap was from Boss Su. Boss Su has a habit of slapping corpses. I didn't see anything. For being so talkative, Pierre scolded himself silently. Su Yi stepped forward to check and found that the person Pierre was pointing at was the one who had been stabbed by his girlfriend early that morning for cheating. Now, not only did he have knife marks on his face, but he also had several handprints. Suyi sighed, "I told you earlier, brother, I didn't move positions for your good." The corpse on the bed didn't open its eyes, it simply shed a tear from the corner of its eye. Seeing this was quite unsettling. "Boss, he seems to be alive." Pierre pointed at the corpse, not knowing better. "It's nothing, just a normal phenomenon. Consciousness and the body can be separated, so those sent to the crematorium should all be physically dead, with their awareness still lingering. So occasionally there would be cases of returning from the dead. Suyi, timely discovery should not delay your cremation today, right?" "Pierre, it won't delay it. The cremation will take place on Thursday." He revealed an astonishing piece of news. "Because, at that time, the moon will turn red. Equals 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 equals. P.S. This chapter will end soon. If you don't like it, feel free to move on to the next. Chapter 39, The Red Moon Crematory 9. At the same time, in the Cherry Blossom Country, Xiao Chiefu Lang, upon learning that the chosen one from the same chapter as himself was from the White Eagle Empire, did not hesitate to reveal the other's name. Xiao Chiefu Lang knelt down, using his only remaining arm to support his upper body, and kissed the other's shoe tip. "Save me, save me." Additional BGM included here. Tears and snot streamed to the ground, while he accidentally wiped it onto the other's shoe. Perhaps even the bazaar could not bear to look at this, a thing so disgusting he had never experienced. After a moment, the chosen one in front of him exploded with a bang, turning into a thick smoke and drifting away. Xiao Chiefu Lang remained frozen in place, completely dumbfounded. Where did he go? Don't leave me behind. Live chat room, Baka. What's wrong with our Cherry Blossom Country, every time this kind of trash is chosen? The Cherry Blossom government solemnly declares, the above is just Xiao Chiefu Lang's personal behavior and has nothing to do with the overall quality of the people in the Cherry Blossom Country. Exactly, we don't act like this in private. However, these words quickly received a slap from other countries' citizens. You really do lick the White Eagles, haven't you already elevated it from mental to behavioral? Xiao Chiefu Lang kneeling and licking is exactly that behavior. I heard you guys kneel to people regularly, it's a custom. Inside the screen, Xiao Chiefu Lang saw his companion vanish and stood there for a long time until the Cherry Blossom government couldn't bear to watch anymore and sent him a reminder. They really didn't want to deal with this guy, but Xiao Chiefu Lang's failure would lead to the bazaar's arrival, so they had to intervene. Having such a chosen one was worse than swallowing a lizard. He brought shame to the whole world. By the time Xiao Chiefu Lang found the rules, a whole hour had passed. He stood hesitantly at the door of the morgue, afraid to go in. An hour has already passed, I'll go in at the next hour. Xiao Chiefu Lang thought this idea was brilliant, everything made sense. He adjusted his military coat and lay back on his bed, curling up, ready to sleep. Just as he closed his eyes, the door of the morgue opened on its own without wind. Xiao Chiefu Lang, Xiao Chiefu Lang. A voice came from deep within the morgue, with no visible figure, utterly bizarre. I'm here. When a person hears their name, they will instinctively respond. Xiao Chiefu Lang was no exception. He, found you. The selected one of the Cherry Blossom Country, Xiao Chiefu Lang, is devoured by the bazaar, and the world of strange stories is about to descend. Countdown 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5. The live broadcast room suddenly erupted in wails. Where are Xiao Chiefu Lang's family? How could they raise such a talent and not do seppuku? Seppuku, die to apologize. Sorry, I know this person, his parents were already killed by him when he was young. On the other side, the chosen one from the White Eagle who entered the same chapter is Xiao Chiefu Lang. Fred, as a killer trained by a special department of the White Eagle, has the ability of immense strength. As the name suggests, at the moment the ability is activated, his limbs gain 20 times their usual strength, and there is a certain chance to damage the bazaar. At the moment he appeared, the live room was in an uproar. What's going on? Is it a new person? Where did last chapter's David go? Cough, as everyone knows, due to the mechanism of the rule bazaar, after the previous person successfully clears the chapter, the next chapter will continue with the same person until they fail. So, David got gaked? David, as one of the few one-star clearers from the last chapter, though not as eye-catching as Su Yi, still had quite a few fans. At this moment, after a certain possibility was validated, the citizens of the White Eagle Empire could hardly accept it. Many people raised their signs and began to march in the streets, participating in the protest. Life is freedom. The country cannot commit such inhumane acts. Return our David. In Dragon Country, the Paranormal Bureau. Looking at the completely unfamiliar figure on the screen, Shinyu couldn't help but sigh. The Bald Eagle Empire is really ruthless. The chosen one had already given up everything, risking their lives to complete the mission, and being treated like this was truly heartbreaking. He puzzled, by killing David, aren't they afraid the next chosen one will be even weaker? David was indeed an athlete, and in terms of physical fitness, ordinary people couldn't compare. A different chosen one might not be stronger than him. Lin Guobiao, they are betting. The bald eagle is used to hegemony, not allowing others to surpass them. Chun Yu understood. In fact, everything originated from Su Yi. From the very beginning, when Su Yi didn't appear, the national power and levels of various countries were roughly the same. Even a one-star clearance like David could be considered a good performance. But now Su Yi had managed 2 5-star clearances in a row, breaking the balance between nations and threatening the positions of certain leaders. Seeing Dragon Country rising in power, the bald eagle panicked. They had to take the risk and kill the previous chosen one to quickly find another high-scoring talent like Su Yi. Shen Yu's eyes were glued to the screen. He wanted to see if the bald eagle had succeeded, whether the new person they found was really stronger than David. It seemed arranged on purpose. The chosen ones entering the paranormal world, one working at the morgue, another in the cremation department. Fred looked at the chosen one who called himself Little Chevalier, and directly punched his face. Are you kidding? He, Fred, didn't need to cooperate with anyone. Teammate? Just a burden. Chapter 40 Red Moon Crematorium 10. The fake Little Chevalier transformed into a thick smoke and dissipated. Fred accidentally saw through the strange plot. Because of this action, the clueless bald eagle crowd cheered loudly. The new chosen one is quite impressive. He is indeed much stronger than David. The bald eagle empire still has hope. Humans are beings driven by self-interest. Seeing Fred perform strongly, the previously critical voices questioning the government's assassination of the last chosen one gradually faded away. In Dragon Country, the Paranormal Bureau. Chen Yu watched the shadow on the screen, curiously speaking up, could it be his talent is to discern lies? If that's the case, Su Yi would encounter a fierce rival. The realm of paranormal rules is filled with deceit and lies, the bizarre opportunities wouldn't speak the truth, and it all relied on the chosen ones to distinguish. Lin Guobiao, no. He probably does intend to kill his teammate. Lin Guobiao, as a military man, had graduated and enlisted, fighting on the battlefield for decades, seeing all kinds of enemies. This Fred gave him a very familiar feeling. He's a bit like a specially trained killer. Chen Yu, killer? Criminal. In his impression, only some antisocial evil organizations would secretly cultivate killers to gain wealth. Chen Yu could never imagine that a country's model citizen would actively cultivate such a thing. Lin Guobiao didn't elaborate, not necessarily, anyway, let's watch. This kind of person is usually cold-blooded and heartless, treating orders from superiors as sacred, and they care very little about others' feelings. It was proven that Lin Guobiao's guess was correct, confirming his thoughts entirely. In the world of paranormal rules, after Fred dealt with the immediate trouble, he dragged the body to the morgue as required. Afterward, he returned to his room to continue studying the rules. During this time, he showed no sign of wanting to find a teammate. It was as if the life or death of another chosen one had nothing to do with him. The people of Sakura Country were in an uproar. Damn. How could Fred treat our chosen one like this? The government of Sakura Country has always conveyed the same message to its people, encouraging everyone to regard the White Eagle Empire as a father-like presence. In this situation, does Dad no longer want us? The faces of the Sakura Country audience were burning. They witnessed Chao Chiefu Lang kneeling down, thinking they could cling to a powerful figure. In the end, they licked but got no result. It would have been better if they were like Long Nation's Su Yi, who treated his teammates well. Fred, disregarding everything, insisted on finishing the quest alone. Naturally, he missed another opportunity when a chosen one could provide information. The scene shifts back to Su Yi. After coming out of the morgue, Su Yi thought of a question. Did you bring a death certificate? Rule 8, if a new corpse is delivered, you must check the death certificate issued by the hospital. No entrance without a death certificate. Pierre looked puzzled. Death certificate? Never heard of it. I got off at Inquan High School and happened to run into a hearse coming from the school, so I helped out. Su Yi, you saw it clearly, it was only the hearse. Pierre, right. At that time, I found it strange, a student died, but no parents came to see them off, everything was handled by the funeral home, without fear of doing anything to the body. Later I thought, this is the rule of strange tales, so I understood. Su Yi frowned, meaning that once a body died, it would be directly taken to the funeral home, and there was no time to get a certificate from the hospital. What then is the death certificate in the rules? Let's go out together and ask your colleagues who came with you. Pierre naturally had no objections. He realized that to get a high score, he must stick with the big boss Su Yi. In the previous 2 completions, they both received a 2-star rating, and Pierre felt a bit proud, thinking he was better than other chosen ones, just a little behind Su Yi from Long Nation. Now that the two met, he finally realized how wrong he was. Damn, did he clear the quests before purely by luck? The two first arrived at the crematory. With mottled walls, a dirty floor, and the air filled with the smell of a decaying corpse for 800 years. Suyi had once heard a term called corpse energy, which came from Taoism. Now he had truly witnessed it. A huge furnace stood in the center, with an opening in the middle and a conveyor belt connected above. The conveyor belt was less than a meter wide, Suyi tried to measure it with his arm, just enough for a person to lie flat. On the other side of the cremation furnace, there were a pile of urns. Each one was clearly priced, ranging from 3,000 to 100,000. Suyi. Indeed, ridiculously expensive. The crematory had no obstructions, and after waiting for a while, the two did not see any other staff coming up. They had to temporarily give up. They arrived at the first floor lobby, where the receptionist was tidying up. Upon seeing Suyi, her eyes lit up. Don't ask why her tiny eyes sparkled. Suyi noticed that this woman was very excited. She shyly walked over. Number 3. You finally came. Suyi was puzzled. Are you waiting for me? Receptionist, didn't you forget, I mentioned before that I would look for you after work? We made an appointment. When did I? Suyi's words cut off halfway. He suddenly remembered that at the beginning, to extract information, he gave the receptionist a hairpin. She seemed to have said something like that at that time about looking for him after work. Suyi hadn't paid attention then. At this moment, Pierre's expression was already off. He looked at Suyi knowingly, glancing meaningfully. The big boss truly is a big boss, even handling the strange with ease. Unlike him, who, upon seeing something strange, looked calm on the surface, but each time was nearly scared to pee his pants. Suyi coughed. Let's talk about the date later, I have other matters now. A patient just came from the morgue. Do you know where to get the death certificate? I know. The front desk lady breathed softly by Suyi's ear, but I'll only tell you. Ahem, boss, I'm going to check again if my colleagues have returned. You carry on. Saying this, Pierre left in a hurry like he was fleeing. Suyi felt a headache, his gaze returning to the front desk face. Chapter 41, The Red Moon Crematorium 11. By the time Suyi got the death certificate and went up to the second floor, his face was already pale. He had never expected that the so-called death certificate issued by the hospital was actually provided by the crematorium itself. It was even stamped with the hospital's seal. Cause of death, car accident. Suyi distinctly remembered this classmate had died suddenly. The crematorium issuing death certificates is like a factory issuing its own inspection reports, or an amusement park claiming it can check its facilities every 2 weeks, only to clarify things after an incident occurs. Purely a case of burying one's head in the sand. We need to gather all the information. Suyi began to analyze. There are 2 factions within the crematorium. One side is the crematorium staff, and the other is represented by the shadow, including those who initially deceived us, pretending to be us. Suyi dared not say people, instead referring to them as things. It was clear, the one who deceived him wasn't a good thing. Pierre, confused, are you saying we are with the crematorium? Suyi, since the red moon appeared on Thursday and started incinerating bodies. It suggests that sooner or later the bodies need to be dealt with. So why set up a trap to lure and imprison you, to steal the bodies out early? I mentioned earlier, when I chased outside, I saw a smaller red moon separating a person's will dot. Suyi stopped here, looking hopefully at Pierre. Do you understand now? Pierre, am I supposed to understand? Not only did Pierre not understand, but the viewers watching the livestream were also confused. What do you mean, Suyi? Please make it clearer. What does separating will have to do with stealing bodies? I completely don't get it. Oh no, accidentally starting to think. Suyi had to explain it in detail again. Will, or the soul, is a kind of special energy that can be absorbed by the red moonlight. Though we don't know the benefits after absorption, it seems both factions are simultaneously fighting for this energy. Pierre, we should represent justice and eliminate the part that steals souls. Suyi. Didn't expect you to be a bit of a middle schooler. That's the gist of it, right? Red Moon Crematorium, morgue. In the dark room, the air was so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Only the cold air switch was equipped with a green display light for temperature control, flashing with light. There were a total of 23, including the newly arrived body, 24 corpses, lined up in 13 rows with 2 beds each. The right bed in the 6th row and the left bed in the last row were empty. On each bed, there was a white cloth covering each corpse, the cloth more like a seal, binding the corpse tightly to the bed as long as it existed. Suddenly, there seemed to be a movement on the vacant bed in the 6th row. A burst of black mist surged in, swirling above the bed like a swarm of black flying insects gathering together. The insects descended, gradually transforming into a body exactly like those around it. He lay on the bed, pulling over a piece of white cloth and covering himself. Long Country Livestream. So weird, the other corpses were passively brought in, but this one went willingly. There are 24 corpses total now, and the count is 25. No wonder the rules say not to count bed positions casually. Is it just me who finds this strange? Why can we see the scene inside the morgue? The live stream camera shifted based on the chosen one's perspective, and seeing here meant. Just as this thought finished, a familiar voice came through the air. I found you. Standing by the bed, Suyi and Pierre stood side by side, Suyi holding a stuffed cat in his arms. The cat's eyes emitted a faint green light. Green-eyed strange cat, a creature from a strange world, possessing the ability to spy and create illusions. Indeed, Suyi had been in this room, using the abilities of a ragdoll cat to hide his own traces. He had long considered Rule 5, which stated not to count the number of bodies. That meant there must be a problem with the numbers. What could the extra or missing body be? Suyi had entered the morgue multiple times to observe but found no issues with the count. He speculated that the additional body might possess strong hiding abilities. A method needed to be changed to see it. So he set an ambush early, waiting at the morgue like a hunter waiting for prey. On the bed, the body lay still. There was no change because of Suya's arrival. Pierre said, "Did we make a mistake? Perhaps this is also a method of birthing a corpse?" After all, in the world of strange tales, anything was possible. Heh, you don't drink the wine offered but take the punishment wine. Suyi took out a Satan-themed collar and shone it towards the corpse. Red light flickered. A terrible scream rang out. The body on the bed transformed into a shadow, visibly thinner than before, struggling to escape. Suyi shone the light at the already thin shadow again. The shadow completely vanished. A blue folder fell to the ground. Cover, Moon Stealing Plan. Suyi opened it. Date XX year X month X day. Today, I handled 5 corpses again. Only when the red moon is high can souls be taken to a beautiful paradise. Date XX year X month X day. So good, envy those who have died. If it weren't for the mission of the funeral home, I would have gone to paradise too. Date XX year X month X day. Today, someone said before dying that he didn't want to go to paradise, said we were all brainwashed by the red moon. Ridiculous, truly ridiculous. Date XX year X month X day. No, that person was right. When a person dies, after being cleansed by the moonlight, they do not go to another world, they only disappear, forever disappear. The red moon is devouring souls. It is the true light of the demon. Date XX year X month X day. Today is a special day, I am going to die. Fortunately, I was prepared. As a member of the funeral home, I secretly stole part of the red moon's power every time a body was burned. I scattered it in various places. As long as the red moon exists, I can extract the souls and let them remain in this world forever. Suyi flipped to the last page, which was a map. Several red dots were marked, likely where the stolen powers were. Pierre said, "This red moon really is not a good thing, absorbing people's souls. It's simply a demon." Suyi looked at him meaningfully. When people die, if the soul does not disperse, does that mean keeping them forever in the world? Living people coexisting with souls sounds like a terrifying thing. Pierre said, "But that cannot be. Good people can go to heaven with God, and bad ones should be sent to hell." Pierre is a believer. Like all Europeans, he holds a similar belief, worshipping a god called God. Suyi, how can you be sure that God will place you in heaven and not like the red moon, absorbing people's souls for its own use? Have you seen heaven? Pierre's teeth chattered. He could not accept that his faith was shaken, but he indeed had never seen heaven. The Bible says it exists. Suyi laughed. In other words, how can you be sure that the red moon has not taken the dead to heaven? What if the person writing the document was just talking nonsense? P.S. Is this concept a bit abstract to understand? You can think of the red moon as a belief similar to God and deities. Chapter 42, Red Moon Crematorium 12. Pierre breathed a sigh of relief. Compared to the previous opinion, he leaned more towards the latter's argument. Or rather, deep down, he preferred to believe that the dead could go to heaven, a vague belief without factual basis. After all, this statement brought hope to the living. You are right. What we need to do now is stop these people, trapping souls in the human world. Pierre's viewpoint immediately changed. He believed the crematorium was on the side of justice. The moon theft plan, just hearing that name feels wrong. What decent person would steal something? Suya's eyes flickered. The red moon emitted divine power, similar to the energy the fat man used in the last instance. From this point, he actually believed more in the words on the document. The real purpose of the red moon was to absorb souls and transform them into its own power. However, while thinking this in his heart, Suyi said nothing. Let's first find the points on the map. The map was relatively clear, and the things on it were not difficult to find. Suyi drove the spirit vehicle, speeding quickly into every corner. He noticed that when passing through town streets, there were very few people inside. Especially at night, the lights in the residential buildings were less than 1/10 lit. It felt like humanity was on the verge of extinction. Suyi held the Satan collar. At each location on the map, he collected the scattered divine power. After finishing everything, it was already Thursday. Pierre happily jumped down from the spirit vehicle. Great! Once we finish these things and safely get through tonight, we can clear the level. As expected of a big shot, if it were up to me to clear it, it would never be so easy. Pierre hadn't forgotten that in the previous 2 instances, each time was a narrow escape, almost costing him his own life. Can you take me with you when we go back tomorrow? Let me ride the bus with you? Suyi said nothing, gently stroking the collar as if treating a beloved toy. As fellow deities, there should be a hierarchy of strength and weakness. Satan was obviously much more advanced than the red moon he encountered this time. It felt like the collar in his hand still had more to offer. Time reached night. Suyi gazed at the sky, and the once normal moon indeed turned blood red, emitting an eerie glow. This moon was very red. It was countless times redder than the mini-moon Suyi encountered in the past few days. A clanging sound came from behind. The crematorium was very lively. The cremation furnace was lit, causing the entire area to continuously heat up, with the air filled with burning heat. The corpses in the morgue were all moved over. Hey, you guys, don't slack off, come over and help quickly. A crematorium employee shouted loudly in this direction. Suyi obediently placed a corpse on the conveyor belt. The white cloth was lifted, and the corpse became agitated just before it reached the cremation furnace, sitting up and shouting, I don't want to go in, I still have unfulfilled wishes. It's a zombie. Pierre was startled, but seeing the surrounding employees looking accustomed, he quickly activated his skills and made a similar expression. I was stabbed 120 times, I want to teach that. Suyi saw a flash of red light, and the corpse on the conveyor belt became completely quiet. Then it was sent into the cremation furnace, burning to ashes. Suyi pondered. When the second corpse was illuminated by the red light, he quickly took out the collar. This time, the corpse on the conveyor belt was unaffected and still lively. As if uncertain. Soon, another wave of red moonlight flashed, this time thicker and stronger. Suyi pulled out the collar. This repeated for an hour, and the corpse on the conveyor belt still did not successfully enter the furnace. Meanwhile, Suyi felt the collar in his hand growing more and more lustrous, showing a light red sheen on the surface. Finally, the one above his head became angry. When the red light swept down again, Suyi heard an angry feminine voice, Plunderer, unforgivable. This beam of moonlight swept over Suyi. Plunderer. Suyi murmured, as expected, divine power could be mutually plundered and transformed. The document about the moon theft plan that the shadow brought was, now it seemed, misnamed. It should be called the moon snatching plan. Since that's the case, if everyone can snatch it, so can he. Why can't he loot it all? Divine power is a good thing. Suyi deeply believed so. After all, the Satan collar can not only store divine power, but also release attacks when in danger. If he takes a little more now and accumulates enough, perhaps he could become the next god. Suyi's calculations were loud and clear. But unfortunately, the moon did not agree. A terrifying power swept towards him, like a tidal wave. Compared to the earlier small tussles, this was on a completely different level. The air around became thick. Suyi saw Pierre being crushed horizontally by the force, turning into a stick as thin as a twig. The surrounding objects and other crematorium workers were also being squeezed. As expected, this place would soon be flattened. And the collar in his hand, in confrontation with this powerful force, was nearing its capacity to absorb, unable to continue resisting. The live stream audience gasped. That's it, Suyi is going to die. I don't think so. Didn't you forget, in the previous live streams, Suyi was immune to the strange attacks? You're right, looking at the situation, it's Pierre who's going to die. The people of Romance Country, damn Dragon Nation Suyi, don't drag us down with Pierre. Although Pierre was not as strong as Suyi, as a chosen one who had cleared the game twice in a row, he was still a rare talent, a hero in the eyes of many Romance Country citizens. The people of Sakura Country, haha, you all rushed up, now you know fear, right? Dragon Nation Suyi is just a troublesome figure. Comments, shut up. A chosen one who kneels and licks others' feet every day, what right do they have to speak? Big brother Suyi, it's good to keep people alive a few more days. However, the majority of Dragon Nation citizens also believed that Pierre wouldn't survive this. After all, Suyi looked like he couldn't care for himself, let alone care about his teammates' life or death. In that moment of the powerful force flowing in, Suyi sensed something was wrong with the rules of the strange tale. This power was clearly beyond his ability to contend with, exceeding the limits of ordinary eerie attacks. Very well, let's play big. Chapter 43, Inquan High School 1. Suyi raised the collar and began to recite the hymn. He remembered that the last time the dungeon ended, that fat man had recited this hymn, summoning Satan. Satan encounters the red moon. He, I wonder who will come out on top. In my name, I am willing to use my body. Suyi skipped that part, he wasn't too keen on sacrificing himself to Satan. He continued with the latter half. He didn't know if only reciting half would succeed. The surrounding blood-red power increased rapidly. The red moon was angry, she believed that Suyi, this human, and the entire crematorium were provoking her. She wanted to kill everyone inside. Faith, your faith is no longer pure. In the past, there were hundreds to cremate every week, but now there were fewer and fewer people. Don't think I don't know, there are traitors among you. As she spoke, she grew more agitated, her voice echoing from all directions, hollow and ethereal. Even though it was just the revolving moon, those present could truly feel its fury. But soon, this anger turned into incredulous gasps. The red moon hung in the sky. On such a night, no star dared to compete for its brilliance. A few clouds circled around, assuming a posture of arching around the moon. Suddenly, these clouds scattered, revealing a narrow gap in the center. The sky cracked. A gigantic hand reached out from the gap, pulling toward the red moon. Suyi wanted to stay and continue watching. At that moment, the system announcement suddenly rang out. Ding, congratulations to the Dragon Nation Chosen One Suyi for successfully clearing the dungeon of Red Moon Crematorium. Completion rating, 5 stars. Rating analysis, survived 1 star, broke the moon snatching plan 2 stars. Uncovered the truth 2 stars. The disease rate among Dragon Nation citizens has reduced by 5%. This time immune to strange tales interference. Ding, congratulations to the Chosen One Pierre from the Romance Country for successfully passing the Red Moon Funeral Home instance. Completion rating, 3 stars. Rating analysis, 1 star for survival, 2 stars for breaking the Stealing Moon plan. The water resources of the Romance Country have increased by 2% overall. This time, immune to the Ghost Stories invasion. This notification sounded different from the previous mechanical ones, carrying a hint of impatience. After finishing this sentence, it quickly teleported the 2 people out of the instance. It seemed like Suya's actions had a negative impact on what was inside. Ding, congratulations to the Eagle Empire, the Ali Nation, and 11 other Chosen Ones for successfully passing the Red Moon Funeral Home instance. Completion rating, 1 star. Rating analysis, 1 star for survival. This time, immune to the Ghost Stories invasion. The rules clearly stated that survival was for 5 days, yet they were only on the 4th night, with many people looking bewildered as they were teleported out, not knowing what had happened. However, for most people, this was undoubtedly good news. The completion rate of Rule Ghost Stories was extremely low, failing to pass it also meant life-threatening danger. Just being able to come out successfully was enough to be pleasantly surprised. But this did not include Fred from the Eagle Empire. At this moment, he was in his house, his face gloomy. Damn it, who exactly ruined the instance? It was so close, Fred felt it, he was nearly able to catch the shadow causing trouble and unravel the secret behind the funeral home. At that time, the completion rating would surely at least be 3 stars. Now, however, he was directly teleported out and received a very low 1 star. He was so angry he felt like spitting blood. After 6 years as a killer, he had never felt such emotional ups and downs as today. Fred grabbed the sniper rifle from the table and pushed open the door. He was in a bad mood and needed to vent it out. In the Dragon Country, Suyi, who was forcibly teleported out, lay back on the sofa, his expression also not very good. The dog next to him kept licking its owner's palm, and the ragdoll cat also came over. Personal rewards being issued, approval of Satan plus 20, Satan brand collar increases attack power. Approval of Satan? Suyi scratched his chin, it seemed that in the end, Satan must have won. Divine power could indeed be mutually plundered. The Red Moon plundered human souls to convert into energy. He had plundered part of the Red Moon's energy, while Satan's tentacles had gone directly to fight the Red Moon. 3 days later, just as dawn broke. Many people were still asleep and had not yet awakened when a mechanical voice echoed in their ears. This time, the randomly selected participating countries for the challenger Dragon Country, Kimchi Country, Kangaroo Country, Eagle Empire, Beer Country, a total of 60 countries. At once, most of the selected countries felt as if morning had struck them. The rules of Ghost Stories could enhance the strength of the country, but their chosen ones were not like Suyi, making the chance of winning very small. The end result for most was that bizarre things descended. Meanwhile, the countries that were not drawn cheered loudly. Among them was Pierre, who was lucky enough to be exempt this time. He went to the screen, great. Finally a chance to witness the entire process of Suya's completion. In the Ghost Story world, Suyi opened his eyes and found himself standing on the rubber track of a playground. His clothes were blue and white striped, with a mini fountain painted on the upper right corner of his chest. The water spouting from the fountain was actually black, as if it had been polluted, giving a sinister feeling with just a glance. Underneath the fountain were written 4 characters, Inkwon High School. So familiar, where have I heard that before? At this moment, the comments flooded in, Inkwon High School. Isn't that the place where Pierre got off halfway last time? Confused, big guy, you passed by it last time on the bus. It seems that Suyi was not paying attention to the road last time while on the bus. Most were dismantling the ticket seller's performance. And in the Rule Ghost story, Suyi, realizing where he was, instinctively looked up at the sky. It was a sunny day, not a cloud in the sky. No more torn cracks remain. Suyi wanted to determine if this world was the same as last time, but his efforts failed. It seems I can only wait until nightfall to observe the color of the moon. He touched his nose and began to search for the rules. Eventually, he found a crumpled piece of paper in the hole of the double bars. Mystery Adventure, Ean Springs High School. Ean Springs High School, as a private institution, has only been established for 10 years, yet it has produced a large number of excellent students. Here, grades determine everything. Anything not related to studying will be confiscated and prohibited. Pass conditions: 1. Survive 3 days. 2. Find out the it behind it. External hint opportunities in this challenge, 2 times. Welcome to Ean Springs High School. If you want to stay alive, please strictly follow the rules below. Rule 1, classes start at 8 in the morning, but you must be in a learning state 10 minutes before. Rule 2, the bathroom is a good excuse, you can use it when you are late, leaving early, or want to take a break outside. But be careful, you can't use it too many times each day. Rule 3, teachers like good students, please keep your eyes on the blackboard and listen carefully during class. If necessary, you may raise your hand to answer questions. Rule 4, if you find any students around you not listening seriously in class, please report them immediately. Rule 5, during extracurricular activities, you must stay in the classroom to study. If someone invites you to play, you should immediately refuse and scold them. Rule 6, lunch break is from 12 to 1 o'clock, but you need to return to class to study right after eating. After reading all 6 rules, Suyi felt he hadn't remembered anything, his mind echoing only the words study, study. Chapter 44, Ean Springs High School 2. During break time, you must study, even during meals, you must study. It seems like students are not humans anymore, but pure studying machines. The school is not a school, but a factory that operates under the condition of pushing students for college entrance exams. Suyi walked towards the teaching building. Along the way, he saw the cafeteria, the school gate, and a small square paved with cement, with an open-air fountain in the middle. Suyi memorized these locations, planning to explore them again when he had time. Now, the most important thing was to find his class. The rules only said class started at 8, without mentioning which floor or classroom. Fortunately, the teaching building was tall, and the top had the big words Moral Education Building, otherwise Suyi wouldn't have made it precisely. As he entered the teaching building, a hall came into view, with corridors and countless classrooms extending from it. In the center of the hall, there was a blackboard labeled Honor Roll. First place in the monthly exam, Lu Jiayin, Class 405 of Grade 3. Accompanied by a big head photo, a thin boy with glasses, who indeed looked refined, exuding the aura of a top student. Second place in the monthly exam. Third place. Up to the 103 RD place. Suyi searched for a long time, finally finding a shame list on the back of the blackboard. Suyi, Class 405. Second to last place. And there were only 3 people on the shame list, unlike the packed honor roll section where each photo was huge, occupying the entire blackboard. Suyi, IH% UN asterisk and MMP, MMP. Ha 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 ha, I'm dying of laughter, look at Suya's speechless expression. Suyi thinks, as a proud top student from Peking University, in every subject scoring high, yet here I am nailed to the pillar of shame. As more of Suya's information was made public, more and more people learned about the story behind this genius young man. For example, he rarely attended high school but still entered the nation's highest university. The first bungee jumper of the Himalayas, champion of backstroke in Antarctica, and other achievements. Each story was breathtaking, something ordinary people wouldn't dare attempt. You are wrong, I am Suya's classmate, and he is indeed a top student. But he was seriously deficient in subjects, scoring only 45 in English in the college entrance examination, and achieving full marks in science. Dragon Country, Bureau of Strange Talks. Shen Yu said worriedly, this situation is not good. This school clearly emphasizes learning, which means the teachers prefer good students more. Suyi started with a second-to-last score, undoubtedly increasing the difficulty of the entire scenario. Moreover, the rules state that classes start at 8 in the morning, but Suyi hasn't encountered a single student on his way from the playground to the teaching building. Perhaps this is because class has already begun, and everyone is sitting in the classroom. If he goes in now, he can only use the excuse of going to the bathroom. On the live broadcast, Suyi continued to walk towards the 4th floor, showing no signs of heading to the bathroom first. Chenyu, should we send a message to remind him? Lin Guobiao shook his head. You have a point, but I believe Suyi must have his own way of handling it. At the stairway from the third floor to the fourth floor, 3 round clocks were hanging on the wall. They showed 7:45, 7:48, and 7:52. Rule 1, classes begin at 8 in the morning, but you must be in a learning state 10 minutes before that. It's unclear which time is accurate, requiring the chosen one to judge for themselves. But Suyi only glanced at them and continued walking forward. None of them are right. Even by just using his toes to think, he knew that no matter the time, the surroundings were empty, and he was definitely late. And the time it took to rush from the playground to the teaching building must have exceeded 2 minutes. So either all 3 clocks showed the wrong time, or Rule 1 was incorrect, and the learning state didn't start at 7:50 but at an even earlier time. When Suyi reached the entrance of the 4th floor corridor, he took out a note from his pocket and read aloud. Abandon, give up, discard. Abandon. As his voice rang out, a middle-aged woman with a 50-50 body ratio, her legs and upper body the same length, approached, holding a black ruler and coldly staring at Suyi, questioning, Student, why aren't you going in? Suyi, teacher, I believe that standing and reciting vocabulary will enhance my learning efficiency. To avoid disturbing the morning self-study session, I stepped out alone. Upon hearing this, the teacher's expression visibly softened. Well done, Suyi, your grades are poor, and you are different from other students. At crucial moments, you can use some special methods. Meanwhile, in several other countries. In Bear Country, Hoffman ranked 100 on the blackboard down below, not good but not bad. After realizing he was late, when questioned by the teacher at the classroom door, Hoffman quickly said he had a stomachache and just went to the bathroom. The teacher's expression was not pleasant, but she said nothing more and let him in. Hoffman smoothly passed. When the lowest-ranking selected one from Cherry Blossom Country, Meichuan Kuko, used going to the bathroom as an excuse to explain to the teacher, they did not send a message in time to stop him. Unlike Hoffman. After Meichuan Kuko finished his explanation for being late, the teacher's expression turned ashen, raising her ruler and striking him hard on the back, lying, learning nothing at your young age. Tell me, how many times this month have you used going to the bathroom as an excuse to skip class? While hitting, the teacher questioned him with a tone filled with anger. The black ruler swung down, striking the student, making a sound as flesh tore. Soon, Meichuan Kuko lay on the ground, barely breathing. Rule 2, the bathroom is a good excuse and can be used when you are late, leave early, or want to go outside. But be careful, you cannot use it too many times each day. The rules seem to fail here. At this moment, Meichuan Kuko received a message from his country, telling him not to stay in place, to hurry and go to class. He clenched his teeth. Just before he got beaten, no one stopped him, but now that he's received the punishment, he has a lot to say. What's going on? Is it intentional torture? However, he only dared to complain in his heart. The situation is urgent, and Meichuan Kizi leans against the wall to stand up, using his last bit of strength to walk towards his desk. At this moment in the live broadcast room. I get it, the teacher is favoring the students who study well. For the good students, they turn a blind eye. For the poor students, it's direct punishment. This scene feels so damn familiar. I seem to experience it every day. Clearly did nothing wrong, just because I don't study well, I have to face suspicion from teachers and parents. It's so unfair. Damn, I plan to study abroad in Sakura Country. Please help me come up with a name similar to this chosen one. It should sound Japanese but actually be Chinese. Then you can call yourself Tsunging Paizi, Jokaizi, Maluyazi, Matongaizi, Luosichizi, Yangyadanzi, Yumiganzi, Mabudaizi, Mifanpenzi, Swankaiganzi, Shantianxanzi, Yangsherdanzi, Quantianozi, Shirkalangzi, Huashengdozi, Taiguagaizi. Back to Suye's side. After memorizing Abandon for 10 minutes, the class bell rings. Suyi walks into the classroom and sits in his seat. His deskmate gives him a surprised look. Suyi looks up and meets his gaze, realizing this person is none other than Lu Jiayin, the first on the honor roll downstairs, a boy with glasses. Late again? Lu Jiayin whispers. No way. How could that be? I was memorizing words in the hallway. Tsk tisk tisk. Lu Jiayin's expression is hard to describe. Clearly, he knows his deskmate very well. Suye's excuse fails to convince him. Suyi wants to say something more, hoping to extract some key information from the academic genius. Then he gets called out by name. The teacher at the podium is furious and impatiently shouts. Suyi, don't bother Lu Jiayin while he's studying. Don't disturb other classmates in class. Suyi can't help but want to curse, IH%UN asterisk and MMP. Clearly, Lu Jiayin spoke to him first, this teacher shows no discernment. But he doesn't argue. Suyi understands that in this school, if you don't study well, everything is original sin. Including talking. Chapter 45, Inquan High School 3. The class content is utterly dull, focusing on English, which he is the worst at. Suyi stares at the blackboard as if looking at a heavenly book. He can recognize the letters when they are separate, but what do they turn into when combined? A 40-minute class feels like an eternity. Finally, the class bell rings, and Suyi eagerly wants to stand up and wander elsewhere. But suddenly, the teacher at the podium goes deaf, choosing to forget the words class dismissed. Not until the bell rings again. Alright, students, break time is over, let's continue. Suyi? Break time, was there even a break? It must be a hallucination. Rule 3, teachers like students who study well. Please keep an eye on the blackboard and listen attentively in class. If necessary, you may raise your hand to answer questions. Scientific research has shown that human attention is limited, lasting at most 40 minutes. Beyond this time, whether studying or working, efficiency decreases and the likelihood of errors increases. Suyi doesn't believe that anyone can keep staring at the blackboard in such a dull situation. Rule 3 is clearly nonsense. But Lu Jiayin demonstrated it for him. From the moment he sat down until now, his neck hasn't moved, always looking up at the blackboard. Suyi secretly gives him a thumbs up. Dude, you're amazing. Be careful of neck problems, you should see a doctor later. What are you whispering about? A piece of chalk flies over, and Suyi leans aside to dodge it, ultimately hitting the eye of a student behind him. Bang! 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 A boy in the back seat has a huge gush of blood coming from his right eye. The pupil in his eye has been replaced by the chalk and has sunk into the skull. But that student still holds his head high. With the only remaining eye, he struggled to look at the blackboard. Suyi, stand up and answer the question. The teacher pointed at a word on the blackboard, completely ignoring the injuries of the students in the class. What does ability mean? This was the third time Suyi had been called upon this morning. Isn't it supposed to be that only those who raise their hands get to answer questions? It wasn't said that being inattentive in class meant you had to answer questions too. In the live stream room at this moment. No way, look at Suyi's reaction, he seems like he doesn't know. I'm crying, Suyi is too honest, he only memorizes the first word of the vocabulary list, he doesn't even know the second. Nothing is difficult in this world, as long as you're willing to abandon. I never went to school, can someone explain why? The gist is, it's like a dictionary, you will only remember the first word. In the classroom, Suyi's reaction was very real, I don't know. The teacher raised the black teaching stick and tapped the desktop. Students, I advise you to think carefully before you speak. Suyi, can you really answer this just by thinking about it? Upon hearing this, the teacher directly walked down from the podium, her black high heels tap-tapping on the floor, sounding like a deathly melody. Suyi was already prepared to fight back. He originally planned to endure it, to wait until after class to look for clues. But the teacher kept provoking him, entirely disregarding the class time. Suyi, your foundation is not very good, come to my office after class, I will give you extra lessons. Her tone softened as she lowered her head to look Suyi in the eye, saying something rather meaningful. Looking at the English teacher who returned to the podium, Suyi unfolded the paper in his hand, which had a sentence written in red pen. Only I can save you. The bullet comments. What does this mean? Could the teacher be a good person? Standing on the side of the chosen one? Immediately, someone flipped sides. Actually, if you think about it carefully, the teacher is not wrong. Forcing you to learn and criticizing you is also for your own good, so you can get into a good university. Wait a minute, upstairs, are you used to the CPU? Learning is not wrong, but seeing learning is more important than life is somewhat twisted, don't you think? I'm no longer a pig man, you are right, if the teacher is on the good side, then why did they beat Manhwa Kuko half to death this morning? In that state, can you really continue to learn? In the Horror Talk Bureau, Yu actively spoke up with his newly renamed account. I'm no longer a pig man, in the end, in this school, whether it's the students or the teachers, their perception has become distorted, clearly different from normal people. Yu's judgment was very accurate. Everyone entered the Cherry Blossom Country's live stream room and saw Manhwa Kuko sitting stiffly in a position, leaning his neck to look at the blackboard. His whole body was in excruciating pain, his head buzzing, and he couldn't clearly hear what the teacher was saying at all. At this point, it was not just about learning well, but whether he could survive the day was a problem. As class time increased, Manhwa Kuko caught a glimpse out of the corner of his eye, several classmates quietly folding paper airplanes, and a girl using a small mirror to check her bangs. Rule 4, if you find any students around you who are not seriously listening to class, please report them immediately. Manhwa Kuko pretended not to see. As a student ranked at the bottom, what right did he have to report others? After sitting on the cold bench for a whole morning, Manhwa Kuko figured it out, he was beaten this morning for being too talkative. With his grades, more talking only means more mistakes, staying quiet was the best way. Soon, Manhwa Kuko was called upon by the teacher to answer a question. After receiving the note that said only I can save you, he immediately tossed it into the desk. Are you kidding? Thanks to this teacher, he felt like he was struggling to breathe, he was exhaling less than inhaling. Even if what the note said was true, he didn't dare to go in. On this point, the luck of Park Jin-chang from Pickled Cabbage Country was completely different. His luck was relatively good. At the beginning, he drew the good result of being 23rd in the entire school, and from the moment he entered the classroom in the morning, the teacher's attitude towards him was all smiles. Even when Park Jin-chang expressed that he felt uncomfortable and went to the restroom, the teacher specially brought him a cup of warm water and kindly reminded him to rest well. This differential treatment made the citizens of Sakura Country extremely angry, cursing wildly in the live broadcast room. Why is that? All of them are chosen ones, yet their treatment is completely different. Is it just because he started off with a bad score? Sakura Country's luck was indeed poor. This time, there were over 60 countries entering the strange rules, and only 5 like Suyu were assigned to particularly low positions. Most people were neither too high nor too low, blending in with the crowd and not standing out. Park Jin-chang was the one ranked highest among them. At this moment, he sat proudly in his seat, accepting the envious gazes of those around him, feeling a bit carried away. So when he saw some classmates not paying attention in class, Park Jin-chang reported them immediately. The note the teacher gave him to go to the office after class made him completely believe it. He thought this was the reward from the teacher after he had just reported a classmate. Park Jin-chang didn't notice the resentful looks from the rest of the students after he reported them. Park Jin-chang's behavior seems a bit dangerous, he's directly offended the students who aren't listening. If the teacher is reliable, his approach is indeed correct, but it's based on the premise that the teacher is truly reliable. I'm not sure, let's wait and see, it feels like things aren't that simple. Returning to Suya's side, as someone who was also distracted in class, he couldn't possibly follow Rule 4 and report others for being inattentive. Suyi always had a principle, better to be a cunning minister than a small man. If there's something unsatisfactory, say it face to face, don't go back and stab someone in the back. Like a while ago, Suyi watched the news about a man who, after a company gathering one night, was reported for drunk driving on his way home by a female colleague. Fortunately, this man only pretended to drink during the gathering and hadn't really consumed alcohol, so he was not penalized in the end. The comments section was in chaos. Some said the woman was right, that drinking should be reported, while others said she was being unfaithful. In Suya's view, the woman's actions didn't break the law, but she was really a small man. She could have made a reminder before the man drove, instead of waiting until he was on the road to report him, leaving him with a record. Chapter 46, Inkwon High School 4. Another 40 minutes passed, and the bell rang, the real end of class had finally arrived. The teacher looked a bit unhappy. Alright, students, now it's your break time, you can play to your heart's content. She had a serious look, her mouth downturned, rolling her eyes as she glanced at each seated student. But I hope you don't forget your mission during your break, every minute of learning counts. It was evident that she didn't quite approve of high school having such a thing as break time. Had it not been for some compulsory rules, she might have stayed behind to supervise. The students below opened their mouths in unison, yes. But the moment the teacher actually stepped out of the classroom, the entire class instantly came to life. Some students quickly stood up from their seats, whispering to each other, bursting into quite a bit of noise. Like a flock of liberated sheep, they scattered completely. Soon, they gathered around Suyi and invited him, "Classmate, let's go play outside." "Yeah, the classroom is so stuffy. Come on, let's go relax a bit." Suyi nodded. He could sense that the classmates had no ill intentions, perhaps seeing him as one of their own since he was also a poor student now. Just right, his original plan was to find an opportunity to go out and explore a few other places in the school. With these classmates around, there was still cover. The classroom was set up with 2 desks pushed together, Suyi sat in a position by the wall. To get out, he had to ask the person sitting on the other side to move. He tapped his deskmate on the shoulder. "Lu Jiayin, move aside." "What?" Lu Jiayin, the top student in the whole school, had just been focused on his book until this moment when he seemed to finally react. Hearing Suya's voice startled him, making him sit up straight. Suyi joked, "What's wrong, did you get dumb from doing problems?" Then he couldn't say anything. Because at that moment, his deskmate slowly raised his head. His expression was dazed, clearly chatting with Suyi, but his eyes stared blankly at the blackboard. "Studying, must study, no, move aside. Moving aside delays studying." Still studying. Suyi was rendered speechless upon hearing this. With this amount of thinking time, he could have moved aside already. Helpless, he had to push the desk in the back slightly, forcing his way out from behind his deskmate. He clearly remembered that when he first arrived in the morning, his deskmate was quite alert and even reminded him not to be late. What on earth is going on? If some actions just now affected my deskmate, then why am I fine? Suyi looked around again and found that the classmates in the class were divided into 2 factions. One faction had dull expressions, like Lu Jiayin, staying at their seats and continuing to study. The other faction was constantly moving around the classroom, preparing to go out to play. Suyi noticed that among the students going out to play, most were like him, having drifted off during class. Does seriously listening to class increase mental pollution? This conclusion was not yet certain, as several people walked outside the teaching building. The cool breeze blew past, and Suyi felt the fatigue from the English class earlier greatly reduced. Everyone walked together, gathered in front of the fountain, chatting and laughing. Suyi had noticed it in the morning but hadn't had time to come over to see. The location of this fountain was a bit far, situated roughly between the playground and the teaching building. The fountain was very old-fashioned, with a huge stone pedestal spraying water nearly as tall as a person, spreading out like those used in medieval Europe. Suyi looked down. The appearance of the fountain was exactly the same as the school badge on the uniform, even the distance of the splashing water was precise to the millimeter. The only difference was that the water on the school uniform was black. While in reality, this fountain's water was clear, clearly reflecting a person's image. Suddenly, at the bottom of the large stone pedestal, Suyi saw something like a glass bottle. Several classmates had carefree personalities, and seeing him standing motionless in front of the fountain, they had unknowingly walked far away. Suyi fished out the bottle, and inside was a piece of paper. Rule 7, during class, you need to keep your eyes on the blackboard. Read text, but please do not stare at the blackboard/textbook for too long. Every hour, you need to set aside some time to divert your attention. Rule 8, if you stare at the blackboard for too long and start to feel lightheaded. Read text, please silently repeat in your mind, I do not love studying. Until the feeling disappears. Rule 9, if your eyes start emitting a red glow, do not be afraid, it is all an illusion. Read text, please immediately run to the fountain to wash your eyes. Rule 10, if you have questions about studying, you can ask the teacher. Rule 11, if you have safety concerns, you can consult the security guard. Rule 12, the cafeteria opens for lunch at 12 o'clock sharp, the auntie does not like picky eaters. Rule 13, teachers wear high heels, security guards wear flat shoes, and cafeteria ladies do not wear shoes. Read text, when you notice that they are swapped, do not hesitate, run quickly. Outside, in the live stream, amazing, Suyi, as expected of a big shot, found the updated rules so quickly. So, Lu Jiayin's strange behavior was because he stared at the blackboard for over an hour? So pitiful. The ones who study well experience illusions, while those who study poorly seem unaffected. What is the principle behind this? Suyi rubbed his chin. These rules were a bit strange. The school's motto is to love learning, yet students have to silently chant, I do not love learning. Is this a reminder to keep themselves in check? This method should be similar to washing one's eyes in a fountain, a way to regain rationality. Chapter 47, Inquan High School 5. Staring at the blackboard for too long can make one's head feel swollen. And a fountain can eliminate the effects of that swollen feeling. These two situations perfectly match the actions of the poorer performing students in the classroom, allowing them to stay awake. As for the teacher, security guard, and cafeteria lady mentioned in the rules, Suyi has only seen the teacher so far and cannot yet determine everyone's character. It's decided, the next goal is to find people in the other two professions and ask them for news about clearing the game. He stuffed the note into his pocket, not wasting the message bottle, and bent down to fill it with water. Someone else needed this thing more than he did. Suddenly, while still bent over, Suyi felt as if he had eyes on the back of his head and quickly sidestepped to the right. A hand passed through where he had been, striking toward his head. He. Suyi turned his head. It was the English teacher, who had somehow appeared behind him after class had started, wearing a pair of black sneakers. The exposed teacher showed no signs of embarrassment. Student, why didn't you come find me after class? With such poor grades, I need to give you some extra lessons. Her voice was hoarse and unpleasant, punctuated by laughter. He. As the laughter continued, the teacher's eyes fixed on Suyi, as if she had found a rare delicacy, drool streaming from the corners of her mouth. Disgusting, Suyi asked, what does ability really mean? Hearing this question, the English teacher seemed to pause for 2 seconds. But soon, her eyes turned blood red, and she opened her massive mouth, lunging at Suyi. I want to eat meat. Suyi dodged swiftly. Looks like you really are out of your mind, forgetting even your job. Suyi had been picking up bottles next to the fountain. With this dodge, the English teacher missed entirely. Her body's momentum pushed her forward, nearly causing her to fall into the fountain. At the crucial moment, she managed to stop abruptly and took 2 steps back. Suyi showed a thoughtful expression. He had a hypothesis that needed immediate testing. Thus, just as the English teacher regained her footing, someone delivered a loving spinning kick to her backside. With a splash, she fell into the fountain, sending up a large spray of water. Suyi hurried over to check. Her body met the water as if it were a strong sulfuric acid solution, gradually dissolving and quickly vanishing into the fountain's depths. The fountain water can not only wash eyes but also eliminate strange things. Sui extended a finger, trying to touch the dissolved water in the pool, unaffected by it. Looks like it only works on certain people. He fished out the glass bottle filled with water, and as he pulled his arm back, it brushed against something leather. At the center of the fountain lay a small palm-sized certificate. The certificate looked a bit old. On the top cover, faded letters spelled out teacher certificate. Sui opened the first page, revealing a youthful and delicate face. It was a photo ID. Certificate holder, Wang Yaoling. Gender, female. Age, 22. High school teacher qualification, subject, English. In addition to this official information, the first page also contained plenty of blank space, filled with neatly written small letters in pen. Today I am really happy to realize a dream I have had since childhood, teaching and nurturing the next generation. The teaching profession is sacred, it can greatly influence students' futures and characters. I hope not to let everyone down, and in the future, I can convey knowledge well, communicate equally with students, and strive to cultivate them into well-rounded students in morals, intelligence, and beauty. Sui scratched his head. This part is quite touching, completely not what an English teacher would say. Sui turned the page. The certificate was quite thick and had to be sent to the relevant department every few years to get a new stamp. After each time a new stamp was placed, new small text would appear on the back. Page 2. It has been 2 years, and I am going crazy. Those parents don't care at all about their children's mental health. They only care about grades. Just yesterday, a student from the neighboring class jumped off a building due to overwhelming pressure. The parents rushed to make a scene, and the school casually handed them some money to settle things. A life, that is a life. Are grades more important than a life? Sui turned to the third page and found that the text had disappeared again, replaced by a photo. The woman in the photo wore a black shirt and had a strange smile on her lips. Behind her was a banner, "Congratulations to Wang Yaoling for winning the Best Teacher of the Year, with the highest class graduation rate." Page 4. Page 5, all filled with various award photos of this teacher named Wang Yaoling. It seems she has completely immersed herself in this so-called teaching and forgotten the vows she once made. He kept flipping to the last page. This time, the text was a bit frantic. "No, I didn't mean to kill anyone. I'm sorry. Humph, as a student, how dare you not listen to the teacher's words, refusing to study. Ending up like this is deserved. Children who don't study well should die. What I did was also for their own good. No, how did I become like this? The way I am now is not like a human, I am a cold-blooded killer. It's all its fault, influencing my thinking. This Wang Yaoling, to urge students to study, ended up accidentally killing someone?" Sui read this and couldn't calm down for a long time, still filled with disbelief. His gaze turned to the window of classroom 405. There, a blurred figure was hunched over, hugging its knees, as if to hide most of its body. One foot lifted, wanting to kick the boy's private parts, but unable to find the right position, it instead lifted higher, the heel of the shoe penetrating the boy's temple. Suddenly, blood gushed out. Chapter 48, Shadow Spring High School 6. The owner of the high heels, however, remained very calm. He raised a finger to the shadow's nostrils, as if confirming whether the person before him was really dead. Finally, he grabbed the boy by the collar from behind and pushed him out of the window. The intense pain caused the boy, who was in a state of false death, to temporarily awaken. With his last bit of strength, he crawled step by step towards the fountain from the ground. Blood trailed behind him, leaving a long red line. Finally, the boy, despite all hardships, reached the side of the fountain. He plunged his head into it. "I want to leave cleanly." Sui felt a daze, as if he had just watched a thrilling dramatic play. The shadow just now had disappeared. Is it an illusion? At the same time, the audience watching in the live broadcast room. It's not an illusion, Sui, we all saw it. Whoa, the boy's death is so tragic. That teacher is not a person. I seem to see my own reflection in him. During school, I was constantly forced to study. Though I wasn't beaten to death, I have also sustained many scars. Me too. Yesterday the college entrance examination scores came out, and I cried all night. I did not try to study, I just have a dull brain, can't learn. Don't be afraid, those who have gone through it tell you, the college entrance examination is just a new starting point, not the end of life. Exactly, I had no money for school back then, but now I still live well. Sui put away the teacher's certificate, which was wet with water. Aside from this tragic experience, he cared more about the phrase written on the certificate, "It's all its fault." It influenced my thinking. Is it referring to the behind-the-scenes manipulator of the entire school? Ding ding ding, the class bell rang. Sui didn't have time to think anymore, picking up the message bottle and heading toward the classroom. At the same time, in several other countries, some people like Sui didn't pay attention in class at all. They followed their classmates to the fountain and successfully got the supplementary rules. Another part strictly followed the rules and, after 2 periods of time, had their minds somewhat unclear now. Fortunately, the rules of the bizarre stories provided an opportunity for hints. These countries did not hesitate and used it while the chosen one's consciousness had not completely sunk. In an instant, all the chosen ones ran towards the classroom door. But among them, there were 2 people who did not. In Kimchi country, when Park Jin-chang's class was over, he rushed toward the office as the teacher instructed. This time I'm stable. I will definitely score higher than that guy named Suyi from Dragon country. At that time, cars, villas, money, and most important, countless beautiful women would surely rush into his embrace. The more Park Jin-chang thought about it, the happier he became, a lewd smile creeping onto his face, looking quite unwell. But just as he was about to reach the office door, he received a message from the country telling him to run outside the teaching building to find the fountain. Park Jin-chang was stunned, hesitating. After all, based on the teacher's attitude during class, she really liked good students, and it didn't feel like she was looking for trouble. But the message from the country couldn't be meant to harm him, right? To be safe, Park Jin-chang thought of an idea. He took a few steps forward, and when he reached the office door, instead of going in directly, he crouched down and peeked through the top glass of the doorframe on tiptoe. He saw a pair of black sports shoes on a yellow wooden desk, and the female teacher next to them slowly lifted her leg, taking off her high heels. To be honest, he hadn't noticed in class, but those legs were quite slender, adorned in black stockings. The moment she took off her shoes had a unique flair. Park Jin-chang swallowed hard. After taking off her high heels, the female teacher didn't immediately put on her sports shoes but held them in her hands, admiring and playing with them slowly. Gradually, blood started seeping from the heel of the shoes. At first, it was just a drop here and there, but soon it flowed out in streams like water from a hose. The female teacher was holding the shoe heel, sipping it eagerly. Suddenly, her head moved, looking at the glass of the door, a bright red mouth stretching from her jaw to her ears, continuously swallowing blood. Ah! Park Jin-chang screamed, and whatever he had just gained went straight down. It was too terrifying. Even if there might be beautiful women in the future, he estimated he would have a psychological shadow now. Run, hurry to escape. In this moment, Park Jin-chang had just one thought, that the country was right. He immediately ran toward the place with the fountain. Behind him, the sound of high heels clattering grew closer. It seemed because of the shoes, the teacher hadn't caught up right away. Park Jin-chang couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it hadn't come to the worst outcome. As long as he reached the fountain on time, he would survive. Park Jin-chang ran from the 4th floor to the 3rd floor. A few students in uniform stood at the stairway, keeping watch. Hey, isn't that Park Jin-chang? I'm your classmate, let's play together. Park Jin-chang had no mood for playing now. He ran while casually responding, next time, definitely next time. The classmates weren't having it. About 4 or 5 of them stood together, forming a meat wall, blocking the staircase entrance. Don't run, telltale. If you have the guts, go and report. If you have the guts, fight me. Park Jin-chang wasn't short, but those classmates were clearly prepared, each one tall and robust. Park Jin-chang pushed hard against them, but he was directly bounced back by the meat wall, falling on his backside. At that moment, he recognized the people in front of him. It seemed like it was class time. Among those inside, a few individuals were punished for reporting. Behind him, the sound of high heels grew closer and closer. Park Jin-chang closed his eyes in despair. The chosen one of pickled cabbage country, Park Jin-chang, is strangely swallowed. A world of eerie tales is about to descend with a countdown. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5. Damn it, what is Park Jin-chang thinking, pretending to be all noble? What's the point of mindlessly reporting things, thinking it would win the teacher's favor? Classmates who want to harm you don't even need to wait until tomorrow. So stupid, this time our pickled cabbage country is called the first failed nation, worse than those small African countries. Exactly. The netizens of pickled cabbage country wanted to complain a bit longer, but at that moment, the national alarm suddenly went off. Not good, this time the eerie tales have descended in Sheer. What Sheer? Most of the people in pickled cabbage country live in Sheer. In previous instances of eerie tales, it always started from surrounding counties and cities, so the people didn't feel it deeply. But this time, it's over, our pickled cabbage country is going to perish. In an instant, everyone felt as if the sky had fallen, drowning in despair. The world of eerie tales. When Suyi entered the classroom, he was already late, but since the teacher had just been cut off in front of the fountain, no one came out to punish him. In the last class, everyone was self-studying. Suyi walked to the side of his seat, took out a glass bottle, and unapologetically poured the spring water on his deskmate's head. The surrounding classmates were dumbfounded by his actions. Lu Jian's murky eyes flashed with a hint of clarity as he quickly stood up from his seat. What are you doing? Suyi, I want to make you a bit more awake. Lu Jian, I know, you want to catch my attention. Suyi? Lu Jiayin's voice lowered, blush spreading across his face as he stuttered, but the teacher said we can't fall in love early. We'll talk about it after we get into college. At that moment, Suyi realized that Lu Jiayin, who always had short hair and wore glasses, was actually a girl. Chapter 49, In Spring High School 7. Suyi explained, you misunderstood, I have no thoughts about you. Yes, I misunderstood. Lu Jiayin playfully winked, I can understand your concerns, it's all for my own good. No, you don't understand at all. What does it mean to have his concerns? How can he even not know his own feelings? Suyi suppressed the impulse to flip the table and turned his back. But Lu Jiayin leaned closer, cheerfully saying, while we have this time, let me tutor you in your studies. Bullet comments, wow, guys, the one who can make Suyi take a fall has appeared. Probably too shy to take out a knife in front of a girl. I don't know if you all noticed, but every time Suyi enters a new chapter, he seems to be quite liked by the female eerie beings inside. Don't just say female eerie beings, even I, a young girl, like him. Suyi, look at me, I want to bear your children. If she can, so can I. Suyi, don't be so strict about gender and age. At this moment, Suyi sat on the classroom bench, completely unaware of the provocative words erupting in the bullet comments. At noon, when the class bell rang, a group of students stood up like locusts and rushed out of the classroom. They were chanting, eating person, spirit of eating, eating makes us superior humans. If you don't take eating seriously, there's something wrong with your brain. A hero doesn't ask for a background, a beauty doesn't ask for weight. Suyi flowed with the crowd into the hallway. It was extremely crowded, with several students accidentally falling to the ground while shoving, and those behind stepped on their bodies to push forward. For a moment, the smell of blood and the noise in the hallway mixed together. Suyi casually helped someone beside him up. Lu Jiayin had tears in her eyes. Thank you, I knew you cared about me the most. Suyi. I accidentally moved too quickly, the arm I grasped was so hot. The entire cafeteria had only one floor, and it was very large, but it couldn't withstand the many students, still packed with a dense crowd. These people moved frantically, hurrying to the tables after getting food and eating quickly. Devoured greedily. Suyi casually chose a line to join, but due to the long queue, he could only see heads, unable to see anything else in front, including the dishes in the canteen. Livestream audience, look at those students serving food, they're all vegetarian dishes. Looks quite normal. Thank God, for once the food in the rules horror is safe to eat. I used to not dare touch that meat. Now the chosen ones are lucky, they don't have to go hungry anymore. After waiting for a few minutes, Suyi reached a position close to the front, finally able to see the specific situation at the food serving window. In front, facing the students, stood a row of ladies serving food. Each of these ladies wore white uniforms, looking fairly normal. Behind the ladies was an empty space filled with many giant ceramic jars. Several older women were walking barefoot over them. They were full of pickled cabbage. One lady in a white uniform saw that the dish in the pot was sold out, and turned to scoop a big chunk from the jar. Suyi, no wonder Rule 13 says the canteen ladies don't wear shoes, this is what it means. Suyi felt like throwing up, it would be better if they wore shoes. He meant that they should cook with their shoes on. Sometimes, certain human behaviors always refresh his twisted worldview. At the food serving area, a classmate said, You, how can you cook with your feet? Oh, you don't know? The flavor made by feet is authentic. Then, without further ado, she scooped a big spoonful into a plate, and the classmate showed an angry expression, as if ready to protest, but in the end, he seemed to think of something and walked away with the dish, displeased. The next classmate, Auntie, please don't shake your hand. The lady who had just served the pickled cabbage extended a big iron spoon into the potato and celery nearby, shaking it like a person having a seizure, finally only scooping up 2 pieces of potato and a celery stalk. It's not that Auntie is shaking, she's old and suffers from arthritis. A student asked in confusion, really? Then Auntie, why didn't you have arthritis when you were just serving the pickled cabbage? When it was Suya's turn, I don't want pickled cabbage. The lady's expression turned serious, young man, you cannot be picky. Everyone needs balanced nutrition. Suyi didn't argue with her, pulled out a kitchen knife, and swung it toward the lady's hand. He figured it out, all this talk was just to make students eat pickled cabbage. There were so many other dishes nearby, almost untouched, who knows whose stomach they ended up in. To put it bluntly, it was laziness, pickled cabbage was the easiest and cheapest to make, thus it was prepared in large portions. Since that's the case, then it would be better to chop off the lady's hand and serve the dishes himself. With a bang, a woman's hand wearing a ring fell into the pickled cabbage pot. The cut at the wrist was smooth and clean, like a bloody piece of art. The older women stomping on the pickled cabbage all turned, their eyes looking in this direction. Blood, the smell of blood. They screamed, rushing out from the food jars, putting on shoes nearby. Soon, the white-clad lady was surrounded by the crowd, biting her according to the flow of blood, each taking bites until there was nothing left, not even bone fragments. Those who had finally tasted blood seemed unsatisfied and continued to look toward the students. Suyi raised the kitchen knife. Looks like you all want to taste the flavor of this knife in my hand. The canteen ladies froze for a few seconds, confirming that this person was not to be trifled with, then turned and pounced on each other, starting to bite. The entire kitchen fell into chaos. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Suyi quickly filled his plate with a huge serving of celery and potatoes. He didn't dare use the spoon that had scooped the pickled cabbage, it wasn't too clean. Carrying the prepared dish, he sat down, ignoring the screams coming from the food-serving window. Suyi slowly finished his meal and left the canteen. Meow, the green-eyed, eerie cat, appeared at his feet. What's going on? I clearly didn't eat that pickled cabbage. Suyi knew that the ability of the ragdoll cat was related to illusions, which meant it was connected to people's mental power. Are you saying that from the moment the other person talked to me while serving food, I was already affected? And then you helped me dispel those mental influences. The green-eyed strange cat meowed and rubbed against Suyi's pant leg, looking for praise. Suyi bent down, picked up the cat, and gently stroked its head. Meow. The master's touch feels so good. Chapter 50, Shadow Spring High School 8. On the other side, when the class bell rang, all the students rushed to the classroom door, while Meichuan Kuzi from Cherry Blossom Country was still sitting in his seat. It wasn't that he didn't want to eat, he was hungry too. It was just that he had been severely beaten by the teacher in the morning and could hardly move. At first, it might have been because of the body's protective mechanism, temporarily numbing the pain. Meichuan Kuzi hadn't felt it that badly yet. By the end, it hurt so much that it was beyond human endurance. Meichuan Kuzi humbly asked a few boys who were the last to leave, "Can you help me, bring back some food?" He knew that seeking help from the strange was a pretty unreliable thing. But at this point, he had no other choice. He couldn't just ask the teacher to help him fetch food, could he? A few classmates didn't make it hard for him and readily agreed. Wow, this Meichuan Kuzi is so lucky. In the morning, he asked classmates to help him get rule paper from the fountain. Other chosen ones all faced attacks from the strange teacher to varying degrees, some even didn't make it into the fountain in time and got eliminated. He just sat in the classroom without any threat. Now he got his classmates to bring food, avoiding the cafeteria crisis. He's totally coasting through. Isn't getting classmates to help him out without leaving the class the best way to conquer this scenario? Calm down, it doesn't feel that simple. The rules of this strange world don't allow anyone to take shortcuts. 10 minutes later, a few classmates returned with food. Meichuan Kuzi reached out to grab it, so fast. Did you not eat and just helped me get this back? You guys are really great. Just as the food was about to be handed to him, it was pulled back. One tall, square-faced boy said, "The help we gave you this morning was because you didn't report us during class." That's even. This time it's different, we don't owe you anything. If you want food, you have to help us in return. Meichuan Kuzi swallowed hard, he had a bad feeling. Help what? Simple. The boy smiled, revealing an evil grin. "We want to go out to play later, you go talk to the teacher for us and ask for a leave." Meichuan Kuzi's face changed dramatically. Asking that old witch for help was like going to his death? Are you kidding me? They want him, a human, to do something even they wouldn't dare. He glanced at the food and made the painful decision to give up. Then I guess I won't eat. Whether you eat or not, we've already spent time getting it back. Backing out now wouldn't be fair to us. These classmates were being very stubborn, constantly emphasizing fairness and the phrases about helping each other. Of course, Meichuan Kuzi believed they knew very well that asking the teacher for leave was way more dangerous than fetching food, yet they still used fairness as an excuse to bully him. I really want to help you guys. But in my current state, I can't stand up at all. Meichuan Kuzi glanced at his legs, hoping to use this excuse to escape. You agreed? Too great. This was your own promise, we didn't force you. Meichuan Kuzi was stunned. He thought, was this not forcing me? I already rejected it so clearly. You all just wouldn't let it go. Then, Meichuan Kuzi noticed that his body was being held by a few students from underneath. Soaring into the sky, they walked towards the office. No, I don't want to find the teacher, let go of me. In the land of cherry blossoms, chosen one Meichuan Kuzi is mysteriously devoured, the world of strange tales is about to arrive, countdown 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5. Damn it, Meichuan Kuzi is such an idiot, can't she get by without a meal? Can't she just wait until she's almost recovered to find something to eat? As expected, there's no free lunch in the world, getting help from the strange comes with a price. This time, the land of cherry blossoms is indeed a bit unlucky. It's still because of lack of strength, De Luo Shuye also got the countdown, completely different from him. In the land of beer, Hoffman went to the cafeteria to get his meal. Since he was almost pushed away in the hallway, he had to wait an extra 5 minutes until the crowd passed before heading to the cafeteria. Standing in a long line, by the time it was Hoffman's turn, only 2 dishes were left to choose from at the counter. This time, the lady wasn't shaking. "This student, I see you're the last one, I'll give you a little extra pickled vegetables and spicy duck neck." "Oh, God, where is the duck neck? This is clearly a rat's head." The cafeteria lady paused for a moment, looked down at the dark food, and a hint of surprise crossed her face. But soon, she composed herself. "What duck neck? This is rat's head. Pa, this is duck neck. Cough, you misled me, I can't even talk now." Hoffman was extremely angry. He made a cross on his chest. "Oh, God, look, there's a liar here, quickly take her away." The cafeteria lady smiled, mimicking his tone. "Oh, child, maybe you just can't see properly. Hurry up and eat, good students shouldn't be picky." After saying that, she scooped a big spoonful of rat's head onto Hoffman's plate. Rule 12, the cafeteria opens for lunch at 12 o'clock. The lady doesn't like picky eaters. Bound by the rules, Hoffman dared not say more. He bitterly hugged the plate and sat down at the table. On one side were the pickled vegetables stomped out with feet, on the other was the so-called duck neck made of rat's head. Which one should he eat? But even Hoffman himself didn't notice that his thoughts had quietly undergone some kind of change. After all, pickled vegetables and rat's head didn't look like food for humans at all. He could just not eat, put down his chopsticks, return to the classroom to regain his strength, and come out for dinner later. Why did he have to choose? Hoffman's eyes dimly turned red. After struggling for a long time, he chose the former. After taking a bite of the pickled vegetables, he surprisingly started devouring it, faster and faster, with a feeling of being unable to stop. It was as if he were tasting a delicious dish. Oh no, Hoffman's spirit has been affected. Quick, send him a warning message. President, do we send it now? We only have one last chance left. Okay, understood, send it now. It's useless, Hoffman is not in the right state, he won't receive our message at all. At this moment, Hoffman saw a scarlet scene. After finishing his meal, he mechanically walked towards the classroom. Anyone could see something was wrong. His gaze became increasingly vacant, matching those students who listened to the lecture in the morning. The citizens of the Beerland squatted in front of the live broadcast, their hearts in their throats. Could it be that this time, their chosen one was going to fail again? If that happened, not only would the chosen one die, but everyone in the city would also suffer. Damn it, why did the rules of strange tales suddenly descend upon the earth? Humans alone can hardly face such difficulties. Hoffman arrived at the bottom of the teaching building, lifted his foot and stepped into the hall. The black, red, and yellow paint on the wall decorated a beautiful landscape. These colors stirred some rationality in Hoffman. He stared at the wall muttering, "This is the color of the national flag? I feel like there's still something very important I need to continue doing." Chapter 51, Inquan High School 9. What is that thing? I can't remember. Hoffman held his head with both hands, his body shaking continuously. He crazily struck his own head. Ah. He just saw the colors of the national flag. As a soldier who enlisted just yesterday, the scene of his oath seemed to appear before him again. He and his comrades under the flag vowed, "For everyone's happy life. Sacrificing ourselves. It is worth it." This sentence, Hoffman read out loud. His eyes temporarily regained a glimpse of clarity. He ran towards the outside of the classroom building. Yes, to the fountain. After just a few steps, his vision turned blood red again. Hoffman's footsteps became light, his body began to stagger, frequently bumping into the objects around him. Hoffman gritted his teeth, telling himself not to give up, that there were still people waiting for him. At this moment, the beer-loving citizens in front of the screen were already teary-eyed. No matter if Hoffman can pass, he will be our hero. His spirit is touching, his belief everlasting, this is a soldier. In the end, Hoffman, driven by his last bit of obsession, came to the fountain and dove in. The effect was immediate. In just a few seconds, Hoffman returned to normal. He emerged from the fountain, leaning against the edge of the pool, gasping for air. The water reflected the man's face, showing a look of fear. The face was very young, still carrying a bit of childishness, giving off a feeling of a young brat. Hoffman looked at it with confusion. Strange, the spring water seems to have turned a bit black? Is it my illusion? In the white-headed Eagle Empire, Fred, as a killer carefully trained by a special department, was strong, plus his talent of super strength. This led Fred to be the first among all students to squeeze into the cafeteria. He had many kinds of dishes in front of him to choose from. "Fred, give me a mouse head." The cafeteria lady argued, "You see wrong, that is a spicy duck neck." Fred said nothing, silently took the mouse head back to his seat. The black little head, after being fried in an oil pot, became a bit dry, and you could still see the small eyes. Fred munched on it, squeezing it into his mouth, occasionally making a sizzling sound. He ate with great gusto. The surrounding classmates, now looking rather strange, instinctively distanced themselves. What's going on? Has Fred been contaminated? It doesn't seem so, he's thinking normally, still rational. Then why eat a mouse head? Could it be that compared to pickled vegetables, the mouse head just looks ugly, but is actually a safer food? Dream on, how is that possible? When have you ever seen edible meat in a horror story? How disgusting. Clearly it's a mouse head, Fred, this guy really makes it feel like a duck neck. If not for the timing, it probably would have paired well with a bottle of beer. The same confusion was being debated in the Dragon Country's Bureau of Strange Tales, but after arguing for a long time, they still had no conclusion. Chenyu, let's say, is there a possibility? If a person is originally pure black, and then a basin of black, but not particularly dirty water gets splashed on them, that person will not be affected. You mean, Fred is darker than the strange, even darker? How is that possible? If true, can he still be considered a normal person? Chenyu, I'm just speculating, I once saw someone say this on a certain forum, it was never confirmed. Lin Guobiao, your speculation is not without possibility. According to the information collected by our agents, this guy named Fred actually does not hold white-headed eagle nationality. For the first 20 years, he almost never appeared in the outside world. Such a person can only have two possibilities, spy, or engaged in work that cannot be seen. In the white-headed eagle empire, the presidential office. Several capitalists surrounded the table, worriedly looking at the screen. We should still send a message to mention this, eating like this will sooner or later turn him into the strange. No need. Bai Dang waved his hand confidently and said, hey, this is his privately trained secret weapon. Especially used to assassinate politicians who oppose him. He subtly glanced at a few people at the table, his gaze lingering for a moment. That person suddenly felt a chilling coldness, straightened his back. What's going on? Someone wants to harm me. The white lamp took back its gaze. Fred has been deeply hypnotized since childhood, and won't be easily corrupted. In the world of strange tales. After leaving the cafeteria, Suyu wandered around the school again. Unlike the hurried pace of the morning, this time he strolled very carefully. A dark iron gate stood, with a deep-colored lock on it, isolating all the students from the outside world. Next to the gate was a transparent glass booth, where two security guards in uniform were hanging out, drinking goji berries. Suyu walked over and knocked on the glass. Can I go out? The older security guard put down his thermos. School rules state that no one can leave campus on non-holidays. Oh, alright. Suyu was just asking casually, if it were this easy to go out, it shouldn't be called a weird rule. He lifted his foot and headed towards the inside of the campus. Hey, wait. Suyu turned around. The old man raised his eyelids. Student, why aren't you on the path? On the path? Suyu was confused. What path? The railway path. Oh dear, Suyu suddenly remembered that he had not yet lain on the railway to enjoy the feeling of being crushed to pieces. Hope the next weird tale is on a train. Another younger security guard touched the area above his ear, extending two fingers together, making a grabbing something gesture. Cough, it's not that you can't go out. It's just. Are you asking me for something? Suyu pulled out a kitchen knife, spinning it in his hand. The kitchen knife was as agile as a hidden weapon in his hand, brushing against the young guard's heart. He knew that this oppressive school had no good people in management. After a strange presence was drained and turned into a dry corpse, Suyu pulled out the knife and held it against another strange being's neck. The old man was shocked, his thermos fell to the ground, spilling red goji berries everywhere. Suyu, speak, besides asking students for cigarettes, what else have you done? Nothing more, just wanting cigarettes, we were just trying to earn some extra money. After saying this, the old man realized that the knife was already halfway embedded in his neck. Between his head and neck, only a thin piece of flesh connected, like the thread of a kite ready to snap at any moment. Most terrifying of all, this kitchen knife not only could slice through flesh and blood but also had a strange suction, absorbing the power from the eerie presence. It was truly capable of exterminating the strange. Under such intimidation, the old man dared not act recklessly anymore. Holding his head to keep it from falling, he spoke, cough, it's nothing big, it was just that one year a student said he went to fix his glasses. When he left through the school gate, he was discovered. Suyu, was the teacher aware the student was missing? The guard, no, I remember this student studied quite well, the teacher allowed him to go out. But they didn't tell the principal because the principal didn't like issuing leave slips. When he left, coincidentally the principal was passing by, saw the gate open, and came over to question. To cover it up, we said we opened the gate to check for damage. When that student came back to knock on the door at night, we pretended not to hear. Suyu frowned, and then? There was no other way, that student could only climb back in through the wall, and in the end, he was electrocuted. Electrocuted. When Suyu entered the school in the morning, he noticed two major issues. First, the school playground was very new, the rubber track on the ground was clean, as if it hadn't been used in a long time. Secondly, the school walls. Walking from the playground to the teaching building, there were blue electric arcs flashing on all the surrounding walls, preventing the chosen ones and students from climbing over the wall to escape. At that time, Suyi only sighed that this school was too strict, willing to do whatever it takes to keep the students studying. Until now. Suyi, you know very well there's an electric arc on the wall, climbing in could cause death, yet you won't open the door for him? I can't help it, I made a mistake during the day, it's watching me. Anyone targeted by it will be monitored in every word and action. Suyi felt he had begun to grasp some things. Who is it? The principal? No. I can't say. Oh, I see. Suyi, your expression has already betrayed you. Tell me, where is it? What are its weaknesses? The security guard's face flashed with a hint of struggle, then Suyi watched in horror as his terrified eyes suddenly turned blank, as if deeply hypnotized. He didn't care about his swaying head, stretching out his hand, hee. Classmate, if you want to go out, you have to give me cigarettes, 2 packs will do. 1 pack to go out, and another one is to let you in. As his words fell, the bones in his neck completely broke, leaving only a piece of human skin, with his head hanging limply on his chest. Suyi frowned, don't try to play games with me, be careful or you might die. Hee, give me cigarettes. Suyi, you're right, it truly is everywhere, can really affect everyone. As he spoke, Suyi lifted the guard's body and went out, tossing it along with the half-head onto the surrounding walls. The sound of crackling electricity echoed. The guard's body gradually turned into a charred figure, dancing a soul-stirring tap dance on the wall. From the security guard's expression, that it is most likely the principal. But along the way, I haven't seen the so-called principal's office. Suyi found this matter interesting, maybe he could go to the office and ask those teachers, they must know where the principal is. On the way to the office, he passed by a fountain. Suyi noticed that the spring water had turned much darker. Why is this happening? Suyi stroked his chin. In this school, the fountain not only helps the chosen ones eliminate illusions but can also attack the strange. Clearly, the existence of the fountain represents the side of justice. Is it because of the degree of pollution among the students? When the fountain water turns completely black, that's when it appears. Suyi's imagination ran wild. At this moment in the live broadcast room, the audience could not only see Suyi but also frequently switch to other chosen ones in different countries. People from Long Country, what's going on? Why is Suyi's fountain so much darker than those of other chosen ones? Not just Suyi, it's the same over in Kangaroo Country. Already not a livestock man, I understand now, these people commonly sent the teachers into the water in the morning. The fountain is equivalent to a mental purifier, using it too much will also become dirty. Hoffman from Beer Country has the talent of shadows, allowing him to split off an identical shadow from himself, but can only use it once a day. Fred from the Bald Eagle Empire has the talent of immense strength. These two didn't choose to lead the teachers into the fountain to kill them during the chase in the morning, but instead used their talents to evade. Thus, the degree of blackening of the fountain is less. As he finished speaking, the audience's discussion grew even more intense. But if we don't kick the teachers into the pool, we won't unlock the teacher's certificate item, losing the key plot clue. Not every chosen one has an offensive talent, finding a way to bring the strange into the pool is the most correct approach. Did Suyi think of this early and deliberately kick people into the water? In the Strange Talk Bureau, Shinyu, after reading the bullet comments, fell into contemplation. Could it be that Suyi really thought of this? I'm still standing on the surface, Suyi is in the stratosphere. He excitedly clapped his hands, no wonder he is a big shot, both strength and intelligence are online. If I were to go in, I would probably not survive 3 days. At this moment, Shinyu had no idea that not long in the future, this statement would indeed come true one day. The scene returned to the Rule Strange Talk. Suyi arrived at the teacher's office. He found it empty, no one knew where everyone had gone. He went to the hallway to check each classroom, the students were all studying. In the end, Suyi decided to return to the classroom first. As he entered, the class was still the same, but the students inside looked dazed, no longer the lively spirits they had in the morning. Suyi noticed that even those few students who had been distracted in class were now obediently picking up their books, resembling book nerds who only knew how to study. This wasn't good. Suyi was older than these students, already in college, and he knew that in this world, many things were much more important than studying. When a person enters society, education is important. But at the same time, social skills, endurance, and family background are all indispensable. Suyi had seen some so-called geniuses who entered college and couldn't even wash their socks, needing their parents to follow them every day. Simply knowing how to study would only harm the children. Suyi sat back down. Since his deskmate wouldn't give up her seat, he jumped into the desk. Lu Jiayin had her head down, she wasn't studying and seemed to be fiddling with something. After a while, a gentle voice rang out. Suyi. Suyi turned around, in the girl's hands were 2 boxes of orange Lihua cigarettes, presented to him like a treasure. Chapter 53, Yingquan High School 11. Lu Jiayin still looked slender and fragile, but the leg of her glasses was wrapped in tape where it connected to the lens. It seemed to be broken. Suyi raised his eyebrows. You gave me the cigarettes, what about you? Lu Jiayin revealed an embarrassed smile, her tone filled with determination. You need it more than I do. Suyi did not refuse, although he had already dealt with those few security guards. This was his deskmate's kind intention. He reached out, caressing the girl's cheek. Next to her neck was a small patch of darkened skin, soft to the touch. It was a dead spot. Suyi recalled the security guard's death, which must have been similar, not just with post-mortem spots, but also convulsions and severe burns on the skin. Seeing Suyi let go, Lu Jiayin poked the spot with her finger. A tiny worm squeezed out from inside. It seems a bit itchy. Facing such a terrifying scene, Lu Jiayin did not sense anything unusual. She rubbed her neck and continued to turn back to read. Suyi knew she was no longer in this world. What appeared now was just a vessel, or perhaps a soul trapped in someone's hands. I will find out the truth, don't worry. Suyi promised. Live chat room. Wah, I'm Terry. So Lu Jiayin was that classmate who died from electrocution. How can a school be like this? Taking leave needs the principal's approval, and students can't even get glasses. Lu Jiayin must have wanted glasses for studying, but in the end, she still gave the cigarettes to Suyi. The fairy lost her diamond eyes. I remember my pure and beautiful youth when we were in love in school. After graduation, all people talk about our cars and houses. Lu Jiayin is so naive. Suyi, the great one, truly deserves to be the killer of weird girls. Meanwhile, in other countries, the chosen ones who remain are all quite capable. They themselves are not weak. Just like Suyi, they encountered security guards while wandering in school, learning that they could leave once they got cigarettes. But when they returned to the classroom, none of their deskmates proactively offered them cigarettes, leaving them still confused. Hoffman exclaimed, "Damn, this is full of students. Students aren't allowed to smoke. Where the hell can I find cigarettes?" He anxiously scratched his head, soon turning his hair into a beehive. Next to him, Lu Jiayin noticed this and looked even more disdainful, moving her chair away. The viewers from beer country outside were going crazy, wishing they could rush in and turn Hoffman's head around. Just look at her, just one glance, and then look at your deskmate. There's no way, we used the reminders too early the last 2 times. The government of beer country said regretfully. This copy has 2 chances for reminders, and most countries have already used theirs up by now. Only a few countries have chances left, including the lucky Icelandic player, Hekis. After receiving the government's hint, Hekis tidied his hairstyle and looked at his quiet deskmate from early morning. Confidently, he spoke, "Classmate, do you have a cigarette?" Lu Jiayin replied immediately, "No." This was not the response he had imagined. Could the hint from the government be wrong? No, that's impossible. This girl must be lying. Hekis became anxious. As long as he got a cigarette, he could successfully clear the level. God knows how helpless and terrified he felt when he opened his eyes this morning to find himself unlucky enough to be transported into a bizarre game of rules. Only in such a situation can one feel that being here is completely different from watching a live stream privately. Every moment here is filled with unknown dangers, as if everyone around bears hostility toward you for reasons unknown. In such a case, a person's spirit remains in a highly tense state. It's like having a knife hanging over your neck, the possibility of it falling always present. Now that he finally saw hope of leaving this hellish place, with opportunity right in front of him, Hekis didn't want to give up. "No, I know you have it, I saw it." Saying that, he actually reached out to rummage through his deskmate's backpack. Hekis subconsciously thought that this girl was gentle and weak, less likely to be aggressive, and thus easier to handle than others. Lu Jiayin reacted quickly, hurriedly protecting his backpack as he struggled with Hekis. In the tussle, the corner of an orange cigarette box peeked out from inside. Seeing this, Lu Jiayin whispered, "I can't give this to you, I need it too." At that moment, Hekis, seeing that there really were cigarettes, had nearly gone mad, not caring about what the bizarre girl was saying about needing it. He grabbed and shouted, "Please, just give it to me, I need it more right now. I want to get out of school." With a slap, Hekis covered his cheek in disbelief. Chapter 54, Inquan High School 12. A slap from an ordinary girl would hurt a bit but wouldn't cause much harm. But Lu Jiayin had already been electrified, transformed from a little girl into a bizarre creature. This slap landed squarely on the face. Hekis' half-face was contorted, sunken into his skull, skin torn and bruised, completely mangled. With the remaining half of his face, Hekis mumbled indistinctly, "Didn't the news say that deskmates are friendly towards the chosen ones?" At this moment, the netizens who had been watching the whole process in the livestream were also dumbfounded. Oh no, Hekis' emotional intelligence is just too low. If someone doesn't want to give you their stuff, why go ahead and snatch it? He really deserves that slap. The big shot from the night had at least interacted with the bazaar several times that morning, helping out a few times. Lu Jiayin voluntarily gave cigarettes to her as a thank you. "You've done nothing but come up with a big face to ask for it, what did you expect?" You could have also brought some small gifts, maybe folded a paper crane to trade with the girl, that would have appeared more polite. In the afternoon class, there was no one to manage the students, and the teacher was nowhere to be found, so everyone could only self-study in the classroom. But the contaminated students still showed no signs of relaxing, all diligently studying with their pens poised. Suyi found this phenomenon truly bizarre, much stranger than the two security guards he had just encountered. The students present seemed no longer like flesh and blood individuals but had completely transformed into machines in a factory. Once someone flipped a certain power switch, the operation will run without rest. The class ended, and Suyi followed the students towards the dormitory building. But before that, he stopped by the fountain. Seeing that the watercolor hadn't changed compared to noon, Suyi felt relieved. The dormitory building looked very old, with pieces of plaster falling off the walls, and bricks occasionally dropping from the roof, hitting passing students. Those students who got hit showed no reaction, getting up and continuing to walk in with resilience. The dormitory had 5 floors, with the first 2 floors for girls and the upper 3 floors for boys. To be honest, it was Suya's first time seeing such a distribution model. Wasn't anyone afraid of someone sneaking between floors? Also, the place was locked during the day, and Suyi had tried various methods to get in when passing by, but now it was unlocked again. Interesting, maybe secrets will be inside, Suyi raised an eyebrow. At the moment Suyi stepped into the dormitory building, he did not know that, out of sight, beside the school gate, the security guard who had previously been electrocuted stood up again. He let out a creepy laugh, his charred body crawled down the wall, directly heading towards the fountain. Then, with a splash, he jumped in. Following behind the guard was a group of figures wearing high heels. They were the teachers who disappeared in the afternoon. They formed a long line, orderly, each jumping into the water one by one. The previous one melted away, and the next bravely charged forward, until the water in the fountain turned completely black. This suicide act finally stopped. Just as Suyi entered the dormitory building, he saw a room marked dormitory manager's restroom, politely knocked a few times, but no one responded. Suyi went in directly and saw a stack of dormitory registration forms on the table. He found his name on the 3rd page, 405, just like my class number. I wonder if it's a coincidence. On the back of the registration form: welcome to the dormitory takeover department, new student. To help you get through the long night, you must read the following rules. Dormitory is dormitory. What is the dormitory takeover department? Silly name, Suyi said with disdain, then read on. Suddenly, the screen was flooded with comments. Suyi, that's not a silly name. It reminds me of a game I played. Ahem, Suyi, you may want to try reading it phonetically. Ah, confirmed, Suyi is currently single. Ladies, we still have a chance, let's go. Rule 1, the girls' dormitory is on the 1st and 2nd floors, while the boys' dormitory is on the 3rd to 5th floors, with no partitions in between. You can freely go up and down. Rule 2, dormitories are for 6 people, it's normal to have one more or one less person at night, don't pay attention to it. Rule 3, at night, there will be dormitory managers checking the rooms for students' safety, please keep your door open when you sleep. Rule 4, as a united and friendly dormitory, if your roommate comes back late at night and shouts for you to open the door, do not hesitate, quickly let him in. Rule 5, in red, the dormitory manager has taken leave to go home this morning, there is currently no dormitory manager in the building, please be aware. Rule 6, the school is filled with dangers at night, please stay in the dormitory building, it can protect your safety. Rule 7, to prevent fires, high-power appliances are prohibited in the dormitory. Rule 8, lights out at 10 o'clock sharp. After reading, Suyi directly ripped the registration form off and threw it into the mouth of a stray dog. Damn, this is not a rule at all, it's all traps, he doesn't believe a single word of it. For example, Rule 1 says there's no barrier between the boys' and girls' dormitories, it sounds more like a deliberate temptation for the chosen ones to check the lower floors. Rules 3 and 5, 1 says the dorm manager comes to check the rooms at night, while the other says there's no dorm manager in the whole building. It is clearly a conflict. Suyi rubbed his chin, maybe Rule 5 is correct, and the other rules have been altered. Feeling that he had thought enough, Suyi stepped towards his dormitory 405. Passing the 2nd floor, he walked straight up without looking sideways. At the moment of opening the door, a boy in a delightful pajamas was standing on the ground smoking. He shook his leg while exhaling, with smoke coming out of his nostrils, irritably saying, "So unlucky, the bricks at the dormitory entrance are getting harder, hitting my head and giving me a headache." Suyi looked at him, "Be careful when you walk next time. With bricks, either don't hit them, or if you do, hit them more times. Just hitting one feels like a scratch, ruining your image and still feeling unsatisfied." The boy in the delightful pajamas felt it made sense. "You are right, I will stay longer at the door next time, not coming in until I've hit it 5 times. After reaching a consensus, the roommate held the cigarette and whispered, "Do you want one? Suyi, how many do you have in total?" The roommate paused for a moment, revealing a knowing expression. 2 boxes, enough for us to smoke until the holiday. "Suyi, can you just give me a box?" The roommate, "No. Sui, alright. At 10 o'clock at night, the dormitory lights turned off on time. Sui glanced inside. There were 6 beds in total, and only he and the boy in delightful pajamas were there, while the other roommates were nowhere to be found. Without hesitation, Sui closed the dormitory door with a slam and locked it from the inside. Let's sleep. Okay, I'll listen to you, buddy. The dormitory quickly fell into silence. In the dark night, only a small piece of glass on the door let in a little light, and a faint snoring sound came from Suya's bed. As for why there is only one person snoring, everyone can think for themselves. Knock, knock, knock. Is anyone in there? Open the door for a room check. A woman's voice rang from the corridor, high-pitched and serious, full of energy. Well, it really has the style of a dormitory supervisor. The knocking continued, and seeing that the people inside didn't speak, the woman outside began to coax. Students, don't be afraid, I am the dormitory supervisor from downstairs. The room check is to ensure your safety and prevent any strange things from getting into the dormitory. And also to clean up. There is garbage and smelly socks on the floor. I'll help you clean it up. Come on, students, open the door. Sui did not speak, and the snoring grew louder. An hour later, the outside gradually quieted down. At midnight. In the quiet dormitory, there was a loud click. The dormitory door opened automatically from the outside. A disheveled woman walked in, heading straight for Suya's bed. The high heels clicked on the floor, sounding especially clear. The woman leaned down, resting on Sui. Her hair brushed across her chest, and her long eyelashes swept across the handsome man's cheek. Waves of breath brushed against his ear, making it ticklish. From the audience's perspective, one could see the woman's feet and backside facing the edge of the bed, spread around. Ah, Sui, wake up quickly, your innocence is at risk. Chapter 55, Inquan High School 13. In the dormitory, the snoring was thunderous. The person lying on the bed did not move no matter how much he was poked, like a lamb lying flat, at the mercy of others. Many viewers instinctively covered their eyes. I won't watch, this is not suitable for children. The next second, they hurriedly opened their eyes. I really want to see. I've heard that some people are different. The louder it gets around them, the better they sleep. That's right, like my dad, he falls asleep as soon as the TV is on and wakes up when it's off. Will Sui be the same? This is a creepy tale, bro. Even if you all are right, who would sleep to death here? Sui is walking a tightrope with his life, being irresponsible. Indeed, if it were me, I definitely wouldn't dare to sleep. On the bed, the woman continued, trying one thing after another, including but not limited to tickling the soles of his feet and blowing air. After a series of actions like touching yielded no results, he let out a deep sigh, feeling frustrated. Time's up, the principal's task is not completed, I should go back. Sui opened his eyes. With a few meow 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 sounds. The surroundings of the dormitory underwent a dramatic change. The empty room, a roommate sleeping soundly in bed with no sign of breathing, and the dormitory door firmly closed. Where was the presence of any woman? Everything just moments ago felt like an illusion. Sui unlocked the door from the inside. At the door stood a boy in a blue uniform, about the same age as him. The sound of the door opening startled the light control switch in the corridor, casting a beam of light from above, illuminating the two of them. And on the ground, only a normal person's shadow appeared. The other one, a dark, shadowy mass, shaped like a sphere, twisted and rotated in a bizarre manner, quickly transforming itself into a twist. The boy was ecstatic, thinking there was no hope, but just as he was about to leave, Sui stepped out from inside. He suppressed the corners of his mouth that wanted to curl up, pulling out the prepared lines. Hello, I'm Wang Xiao from 505 upstairs, your roommate is drunk, come with me to pick him up. Sui interrupted him, cut the nonsense, let's go. The black ball on the ground twisted even more severely. At this moment, from Suya's tone, he felt insulted. What kind of talk is that? Do you look down on me? Suya raised his hand to touch the dormitory door behind him, yawning, really dragging it out. If you're not leaving, I'm going back to sleep. Hey, no. Seeing Suya's half-shadow already entering the door, the boy panicked, kneeling on the ground with a thud. Please, just come with me. He didn't want to be this way, but just as he tried to attack, he found it didn't work against this person before him. This meant, if Sui wanted to go back to the dormitory, he really would go back, and he had no way to stop him. Sui patted the kneeling boy's head. Good attitude, let's go. The two disappeared at the end of the corridor, walking further and further away. In the live broadcast room, the audience was shocked once again. So it was all an illusion. The dormitory door never actually opened. All this eerie behavior was to force the chosen ones to check the situation. Only when I really open my eyes, will it be bad. I said Sui is amazing, he must have seen through the eerie tricks long ago, pretending to be asleep and refusing to get up. You're just being a backseat driver, you didn't say that just now. On the other side, in beer country, when the dormitory door clicked open, Hoffman was greatly alarmed. Rule 3, at night, the dormitory manager will come to check on rooms to ensure student safety. Please sleep with the door open. Rule 4, as a united and friendly dormitory, if your roommate returns late at night and calls for you to open the door, don't hesitate, let him in quickly. These two rules are false, based on the experience from this morning when he received the message in a bottle. Only the parts in red should be true. Both rules emphasized opening the door, indicating that the dormitory should be a relatively safe place at night. Aside from oneself, the door shouldn't be easily opened from the outside. So why is the door now open? Could it be another smoking roommate going to the bathroom? Hoffman felt very conflicted at this moment. He now sensed something climbing onto him, licking his cheek, wet and slimy. The door opening meant that the dormitory was no longer safe. Now escaping might still leave a glimmer of hope. Hoffman prepared to open his eyes. Suddenly, he sensed something was off. If it was his roommate who opened the door, then why didn't he hear the sound of him getting out of bed? Logically, if someone was lying on him, with the quality of this dormitory bed, it should sink slightly at the very least. But he didn't have that feeling, he just felt weight on himself. After realizing this, Hoffman, just like before, keeping his eyes closed and staying still. Soon, after experiencing a long sensory torture, silence returned. Fred summoned his shadow. The talent shadow, which could only be used once a day, existing for 10 minutes. Yesterday, he had already used it once, but now past midnight, he could summon it again. The shadow first walked to the roommate's bedside and touched a box of cigarettes. It then slipped through the door crack and went into the hallway. After spending 5 minutes checking that the outside was safe, Hoffman opened the dormitory door and headed to the first floor. At the main entrance of the dormitory, there hung an iron lock. The shadow gently twisted it, and the iron lock shattered. Coming out, Hoffman smoothly reached the security guard's station. It seems Rule 6 is also wrong. The school is not unsafe at night. Hoffman murmured. So strange, out of 8 rules, almost only one is correct. I've never seen this happen in live broadcasts before. Forget it, I have a bad feeling. If I don't leave tonight, I will be stuck here forever. The security guard at the entrance was dozing off. After Hoffman handed over the cigarette box, the guard said, "Hey, kid, you owe 2 boxes, you're short one." Hoffman replied, "I only have 1 box left on me, I'll buy you more boxes when I go out later." Ding, congratulations to the chosen one Hoffman of Beer Country for successfully passing the dungeon of Inquan High School. Clearance evaluation, 1 star. Rating analysis, survive 1 star. In Iceland, Heki successfully dodged 2 waves of strange attacks and around 3 in the morning, secretly took his roommate's cigarettes and ran out of the dormitory. But just as he was going downstairs and was about to reach the main entrance, he saw a dormitory with the door open. It was the girls' dorm, empty, with only 1 person asleep inside. The light shone into the room, allowing a clear view of the girl's profile, which looked somewhat familiar. Hekis glanced at the chain hanging on the door and then back towards the dormitory. A conflict flashed across his face. Chapter 56 Inquan High School 14. Hekis raised his hand and touched his face, only to recoil with a hiss. There, flesh was torn, bones broken into several pieces, and bits of meat mixed with the remaining bone fragments. Last night, he accidentally caught sight of himself in the mirror, and it was exactly the shape of a palm print. The scene of being hit by his deskmate during the day played vividly in his mind. A rush of unwillingness suddenly surged in Hekis' heart. He resentfully unlocked the door and swiftly returned to the girls' dormitory on the first floor. On the bed lay Lu Jiayin, quietly flat on her back, showing no signs of waking. Hekis extended his hands and fiercely grabbed the girl's neck. "I let you hit me during the day. I'll teach you a damn lesson." He stared intensely into the girl's eyes. If there was any sign of her waking up, he would turn and run. The main door was very close to the dormitory. Meanwhile, in the live broadcast room, people were filled with confusion about his actions. Is Heki sick? What time is it? Why not hurry to escape and instead pick a fight with something eerie? I guess he's unwilling. From a psychological perspective, when animals encounter creatures weaker than themselves, they tend to look down on them, believing as a weakling, they should comply with any demands. But if they don't achieve their goal and instead get counterattacked by this seemingly weaker creature, they become even angrier, feeling the gap of "how dare you defy me?" What are they upstairs talking about? Sounds impressive yet unclear. Inside the dormitory, Hekis was so focused on whether the girl on the bed opened her eyes that he overlooked the situation in his hands. Lu Jiayin's neck, like a block of tofu, sank in the moment he grabbed it. A white fleshworm crawled out. As the neck was gradually crushed, it seemed to open some kind of switch, and more fleshworms crawled out from within. Besides her neck, other places began to show bruises of blue and purple. All were corpses. Where was the breath of the living? By the time Hekis discovered it, it was already too late. Those bugs had drilled into his fingers and crawled through his veins, spreading throughout his body, constantly roaming on his face. From a distance, he looked like a monster, his skin stacked with bugs, looking hideous. No, that's wrong. Hekis shouted, "It must be it that affected me." I only had this thought in my mind just before sleeping. I never intended to actually seek revenge. Rule Weird Tales, amplifying human desires. He couldn't believe why he had done something so foolish. When he was about to escape, he undertook an unnecessary move, seeking a bizarre trouble. Unfortunately, Hekis understood too late. As he struggled continuously, a voice echoed mechanically. The chosen one of Ice Country Hekis has been bizarrely devoured. The world of Weird Tales is about to descend. Countdown 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5. Outside, as the Ice Country livestream went dark, people were shocked to find that the citizens of Ice Country, who had been complaining and cursing, suddenly lost contact. Ice Country was directly annihilated. Because here, it was just an island disconnected from the outside world. Glaciers occupied 15% of the nation's area, with a total population of less than 500,000. But Ice Country's economic strength had always been good. Fisheries and tourism made it a developed country of considerable rank. Now, after disappearing directly, the world was stunned. Dragon Country, Bureau of Weird Tales. The telegraph operator approached to report. Several countries near Ice Country have sent out distress signals, wanting to know specific strategies about the Weird Tales. Lin Guobiao pondered for a few seconds. Tell them all. Once the telegraph operator went down, he looked worried and said, if this continues, the Earth will soon be more than half occupied by Weird Tales. Not of our kind, their hearts must be exterminated. Rule Weird Tales are no longer just a matter for one or two countries. All humanity needs to unite and fight together. Eagle Nation. Fred opened the dormitory door, choosing to follow the bizarre path. He had a cigarette in his mouth. And behind him, there was a vague silhouette hanging on the bed. The dormitory provided by Inquan High School for students had a structure of upper beds and lower desks. A rope was looped around the iron frame of the bed, tied in a knot. A boy dressed in pleasant goat pajamas had his head stuck in the rope loop, his feet tethered to the opposite bed, his tongue sticking out long. At the same time, ding, congratulations to Aeoli Country, the chosen one of Tulip Country successfully cleared the dungeon of Inquan High School. Clear evaluation, 1 star. Rating analysis, survive 1 star. Neon Country, Persia, Mexico, and 11 other countries were bizarrely devoured. The world of Weird Tales is about to descend. Countdown 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5. Did you notice that at the beginning of the dungeon, the condition for clearing it was supposed to survive for 3 days? But now, it's not even been a day, and all the chosen ones have either left the dormitory or met a tragic fate. In the current dungeon, only Suyi and Fred are left. I wonder which one will survive. No need to say, it must be Suyi. Suyi can win, but Fred may not. The talents of these two are somewhat alike, both can attack the bizarre. Suyi has judgment, whereas Fred, a ruthless talker. No matter whether the opponent has provoked him, he just goes on a killing spree. In the Dragon Country livestream, a boy in school uniform walked in front leading the way, his tone especially polite. Hey, slow down, be careful not to bump into anything. Room 505 will be here soon. Suyi didn't say a word. They had already reached the 5th floor, which was different from the 4th, there was no light in the corridor. The boy continued to explain to himself, the sound-controlled light broke yesterday, the technician didn't have time to fix it. Suyi. Alright, whatever you say. The boy, when we get to the dormitory, can you help me pull him? That guy is occupying my bed, sleeping very heavily, I have no place. Why aren't you walking? Hurry up. In the darkness, the boy turned around, his whole body disappeared into the night, only a pair of eyes barely visible. A look of confusion appeared. Suyi stood still, raising his head seriously to look ahead. The vegetable dog told him there was something there. P.S. The author is writing late at night, always feeling like someone is watching the screen behind. Also, the thing about the corpse hanging at the head of the bed is not made up, the author's school used to. Chapter 57, Inquan High School 15. The boy continued to tempt Suyi to move forward. Seeing he remained unmoved. Tap tap tap, tap tap. The thing in front started to move on its own, the sound of high heels echoed, something was coming closer and closer. Suyi pulled out a kitchen knife and swiftly slashed into the darkness. With a bang, a great force hit him. Suyi felt his knife strike against an incredibly hard object, the tip of the knife scraped across it, like scratching a stone. Suyi was directly knocked back, crashing into the corridor wall, a mouthful of blood spilling from his corner of the mouth. The green-eyed ghost cat appeared below, catching Suyi just in time as he fell. Meow. Suyi rubbed his bottom, he didn't feel any pain, but the cat below had already been squished into a cat pancake shape. The cat pancake shook its fur and stood up again. The two eyes in the darkness glowed like two green ghostly flames, emitting dim light. Suyi finally saw what was in front of him. A large cafeteria lady in a cafeteria uniform. Different from when he encountered her at mealtime. At that moment, her height was at least over 3 meters. Her limbs were thick, and one of her arms was as big as Suya's entire body. No wonder she could easily knock him away just now, she was indeed a mountain of meat. And on the cafeteria lady's feet were a pair of normal-sized high heels, the soles bulging out, spilling out huge amounts of flesh, constantly rubbing against the floor as she walked. Woof! Seeing his master Sui spit blood, the vegetable dog bared its teeth and ran up shouting. No, vegetable dog. Sui shouted from the back, unable to stop it in time, watching helplessly as the dog was sent flying by a giant slap and fell to the ground whimpering. Sui felt it should hurt a lot, but he had never experienced that feeling himself. Fortunately, it was a strange creature. If it were a normal family dog, after such a severe hit, it would probably have been gone by now. Don't move anymore. Sui accelerated and dashed forward, taking a short run. Then he jumped up, reaching about 2 meters high. He punched the strange being, aiming for the spot where there was a person. Just as he was about to hit, while in midair, Sui suddenly stepped on his foot lightly, as if stepping on something, and with renewed force, jumped onto the strange creature's shoulder. With quick hands, he brought down the knife, severing a huge head. The live stream exploded with excitement, especially among some foreign fans of martial arts novels. So cool, is this the legendary Chinese kung fu? Using air pressure to condense into a solid. This method of attack is simply unprecedented. Dragon Country, as expected of a country with 5,000 years of cultural history, impressive. The people of Dragon Country in front of the screen felt embarrassed to be praised for the first time. Too flattering, too flattering. Could it be that Sui is truly a hidden disciple of some sect? Many couldn't help but wonder in their hearts, I've heard of walking on water, flying on leaves, but I haven't seen any ancestor walking on air. In the strange tale, Suya's expression was serious, staring at the headless corpse in front of him. He knew well that chopping off a head wouldn't kill this strange being at its roots. But inserting the knife into such a thick corpse to find the position of the heart was clearly unrealistic. Then, Sui thought of an old method. He held the head in one hand and ran towards the nearby room. Upon seeing the dormitory window, he forcefully threw the head, smashing the glass and flying out. The behind him, mountain-like headless body jumped out of the window without a second thought. Sui, sure enough, regardless of which world's strangeness. Looking at the head is the most important. You. The guiding male student saw this scene, his legs trembling, pointing at Sui, terrified and speechless. Goodness, that big guy just got sent off, what about his way out? Should I just chicken out now to avoid more suffering later? Sui did not make things difficult for him and coldly said, don't you hurry up and lead the way. The two continued walking deeper until a dormitory marked 505 appeared before them. It looked very normal, not different from the other dormitories around it. But Sui knew it was definitely not like that. First of all, in the orderly corridor arranged by serial numbers, the opposite of this dormitory was not 504 or 506. Instead, it was a new number, 530. Sui remembered that there were a total of 30 rooms on the 4th floor. But it didn't matter. The reason Sui dared to follow the classmate here, even knowing there was danger, was to find the principal, which meant finding the entity behind it. As the door was pushed open, a strong smell of blood rushed into the nostrils. Dormitory 505, or rather the principal's office, had a large area and was very lavishly decorated. A group of teachers dressed in flat shoes and black body-hugging suits were crammed into the same space, there, devouring each other. They tore at the flesh on each other's bodies and swallowed it into their own stomachs. This scene was somewhat familiar, reminding Sui of the time in the cafeteria when those aunties smelled blood and also fought each other. After one oddly consumed another, their stomachs grew larger, and then miraculously merged into one person. The enlarged teachers then devoured each other, creating a cycle. So this is how the giant cafeteria aunties turn into monsters. Sui thought, stroking his chin. The newly formed giant teacher had a very thick neck, at least 2 meters thick. Its body became slightly slender, the same thickness as its neck. It looked like a tree stump without a neck. Clearly, they did this to prevent Sui from decapitating them again. You are quite clever, these strange beings listen to your command, right? He. In the corner of the room stood a row of bookshelves, and in front of the shelves was a set of solid wood tables and chairs, with a person sitting on one of the chairs. He lowered his head, and in the dim light, his face was not clear. If he hadn't just made a sound, he would have been overlooked. Sui ignored the mockery of this person and asked, "Are you the principal of this school?" Chapter 58, Inquan High School 16. Stupid human, you finally came. I admit that it takes a bit of courage to find this place. You're different from others. But it stops here. Enjoy the gift I prepared for you. He. A teacher the size of a mountain charged forward. Sui raised an eyebrow. You plan to stop me with such a broken thing? In the white-headed Eagle Empire, Fred stopped moving. As a professional killer, his perception and vision were not something ordinary people could compare to. Fred, in the past, underwent extraordinary training in a secret organization, achieving a skill of night vision. After all, hiding in the dark, silently raising a gun, remotely taking down the target, made it easier to escape afterwards. Thus, when Suyi was still relying on a cat for lighting, Fred didn't need it at all. He could clearly see the appearance of the enemy before him. These eyes have helped me lock onto many enemies before, and today will be no exception, Fred said to the suddenly appearing cafeteria lady. But today's enemy was clearly not on the same level as before, it was much more powerful, and it wasn't human. The cafeteria lady swung a punch at him. Fred punched back, ready to counter. His talent super strength gave him nearly 20 times his own strength, 60 times that of an ordinary person, and he thought it was enough to repel the strange being. At least, that's what Fred thought in his mind. With a bang, two fists collided, a big fist against a small fist. The impact was so great that the ground shook violently, small sparks flying from the friction of the skin. The big fist didn't move, but the person with the small fist retreated more than 10 meters. Fred's face turned pale, he seemed to have underestimated the opponent's strength. Since entering the world of bizarre rules, he had only faced classmates and strange guards who were relatively weak, making them easy to defeat. This had caused him to become a bit overconfident. At this moment, Fred's overconfidence shattered like a bubble. However, he did not give up. As an excellent assassin, when facing enemies, besides brute strength, observation skills must also be top-notch. Just as the strange figure attacked again, Fred leaned back to dodge the opponent's punch and executed a slide tackle, smoothly slipping between the opponent's legs. He yanked hard and directly pulled off the cafeteria lady's high heels. Rule 13, the teacher wears high heels, the guard wears flat shoes, and the cafeteria lady does not wear shoes. Red text, when you find them swapped, don't hesitate, run quickly. At this moment, the barrage read. Wonderful, Fred's move. Why didn't I think of that? According to the rules, the cafeteria lady is only aggressive when wearing shoes. Now that she has lost her shoes, the crisis should be resolved. I didn't expect Fred to be not only brutal but also smarter than average. Haha, the strength of my Eagle Nation does not allow for challenges. That Dragon Country's Suyi definitely wouldn't think of such a solution, he might be defeated here. The Dragon Country is returning to its former self. What's up, Dragon Country? From now on, give up on chip research, and we might consider letting you off. A brief announcement appeared, seemingly from the upper echelons of the Eagle Nation. The people of the Dragon Country were outraged, immediately firing back. Don't think about it, you Eagle Nation just sees our technology developing and feels threatened, wanting us to give up chip research. No way. Exactly, Suyi definitely has his own way to clear the instance. In the live broadcast room, after Fred took off the shoes, the attacking anomaly successfully halted. As if its brain had crashed, it stood there dumbfounded, a puzzled expression on its face. Why am I here? Fred shook his head, ignoring it, and continued to move forward. Let this big guy stay here. The anomaly wouldn't be easily killed, the cafeteria lady's health bar was too thick, and even without attack power, she wouldn't be easy to deal with right now. Fred smoothly opened the door to dormitory 505, inside a new type of teacher anomaly was merging. Heh, the same trick. He said disdainfully, employing the same tactic, he moved forward and took off the teacher's shoes as well. Holding the shoes, Fred stood between the anomaly's legs. But this time, it seemed he miscalculated. The female anomaly, having lost her shoes, only hesitated for a few seconds, then raised her huge foot and stomped towards Fred. Due to the keen instincts honed from years of training as an assassin, Fred rolled out with a side flip from under her foot. What's going on? Why did taking off her shoes not work? He was incredulous. Could it be that the rule is wrong? But clearly, the facts have been verified, all the other red text parts are correct. Is this only one red text wrong? Fred wanted to dwell on it, but suddenly the dormitory door behind him swung open, and the giant cafeteria lady that had been lingering in the corridor followed him. She and the anomaly teacher formed a pincer attack, surrounding Fred. An unprecedented sense of crisis surged in his heart, more terrifying than any task he had executed before. In front of the bookshelf, the man sitting at the desk laughed heartily. He. Foolish humans. Attempting to invade the sanctuary of the school. Back to Suya's side, after successfully dodging several attacks. The teacher had many wounds from kitchen knives. These wounds, on an ordinary strange being, would be enough to kill them 10 times. But compared to the giant teacher in front of him, it was still far from enough. Suyi helplessly took out a glass bottle from his pocket, inside was the fountain water that had not been polluted. He poured some onto the kitchen knife. Suyi jumped up, the invisible green-eyed strange cat also jumped up. Suyi stepped on the cat's back, using its strength to jump to the same height as the strange being. As the knife plunged in, a large cloud of black smoke erupted from the strange being's chest, and flesh melted instantly. Suyi twisted the handle of the knife with force, a horrifying sound erupted, and the remaining flesh on the giant strange being's chest was eliminated, revealing a pitch-black heart. Now was the moment. Suyi raised the half bottle of water in his hand and splashed it on. The giant strange being fell down with a loud crash, covering its chest and struggling in pain. Apart from kitchen knives, fountain water can deal with strange beings too, so he shifted his gaze to the corner, to the desk's position. The man hidden in the shadows sighed. I thought you would take off its shoes. Su-yi, you can indeed see the rules. The color of the fountain water represents the degree of pollution among people. The darker the water, the stronger your power. So, when the chosen one arrived at the dormitory, you almost changed all the black text rules. The purpose was to eliminate the anomalies that you have not yet assimilated. Live broadcast room. Wait, I don't quite understand. Su-yi just said that the principal only changed the black rules, meaning the rules in red are indeed correct, but why did Fred still get attacked despite the rule stating he took off the strange being's shoes? Also, when did Su-yi get the water? I don't have any recollection of that. You fool, Su-yi doesn't have to go personally. With the vegetable dog around, I saw with my own eyes that during lunch, the vegetable dog brought something to Su-yi. As if having heard the audience's questions, Su-yi began to explain in the live room. Are you curious why I didn't take off its shoes according to the rules? The figure in the shadows shrugged. I'd like to hear more. Su-yi, if I'm not mistaken, from the very beginning, this school was only divided into two camps. Students and others. Rule 10, regarding learning questions, you can ask the teacher. Rule 11, for safety issues, you can turn to the security guards. Rule 12, the cafeteria serves meals promptly at noon, and the ant doesn't like picky eaters. The ridiculous thing is that these rules were completely believed by the naive students, thinking that the teachers genuinely cared for them. As a result, they only made a red text addition to Rule 13. Rule 13, teachers wear high heels, security guards wear flat shoes, and cafeteria ladies do not wear shoes. Red text, when you notice them swapping, do not hesitate, run quickly. Actually, from the moment Su-yi looked at Teacher Wang's teaching certificate, he sensed something was off. The certificate stated that the recently graduated teacher Wang had a sincere heart for educating, but as she spent more time in this school, she was gradually seduced and controlled by the principal, eventually leading her to accidentally kill her own student. After the incident, this teacher Wang Yaoling went through a period of remorse and pain, recounting the principal's wrongdoings. It seemed that all her actions were due to being enticed, all done reluctantly. Su-yi was puzzled at that time. Everyone was an adult, working under an employment system. Could a principal truly have such great power? Could he control all the teachers' thoughts? The man in front of the bookshelf spoke. Ha ha ha, you're right, it's not me controlling them, they created me, I am the collection of their evil thoughts. Forcing students to study with sticks. Regardless of time, with no breaks, not caring about students' mental states. The children cultivated this way really improved their grades. With their promotion, the school would attract more students in the following year. Inquan High School charges dozens of times more than an ordinary high school. The money received by the school is immediately given to teachers as bonuses, making their income several times that of ordinary school teachers. Su-yi, do you know what a good teacher can gain? Not just money, but various resources held by students' parents, a respected social status for everyone. For these things, they use all their strength to force students to learn. If something goes wrong during this time, like a student jumping off a building, they will say they were also pressured by the school, pressured by the principal, completely shifting the blame onto another person. And so, I really appeared. Turns out you're a scapegoat after all. At this moment, Su-yi walked closer, slowly pacing to the desk before him, his hand touching a button on the table. With a snap, the entire space became bright, and Su-yi finally saw the scene in front of him clearly. This wasn't a dormitory 505 at all, it looked more like a pyramid scheme room. The room was lavishly decorated, with densely packed red banners hanging on the surrounding walls. Such as, head can be severed, blood can flow, but my textbook cannot be lost. If I can't study, how am I different from a salted fish? To fly, you must chase, to succeed, you must work hard. Su-yi shifted his attention back to the desk. What kind of creature was that? Short in stature, about 1 meter 40 tall. Sitting in the chair, his feet couldn't touch the ground, looking like an underdeveloped child. The principal suddenly lifted his head, locking eyes with Su-yi. Gee, no wonder you like to keep your head down. So damn ugly. Su-yi was met with a huge visual shock. This face was covered with black tumors, uneven bumps all over. For someone with a phobia of clusters, this was definitely a catastrophic disaster. Long hair grew on top of the tumors. This couldn't be considered a person anymore, it was more like a human-shaped monster. Su-yi, you look like you feel invincible, thinking I can't do anything about you. He quickly reached out, grabbing the principal by the collar. The entire human was lifted, dangling in midair, legs swinging back and forth. Let me try throwing you into the fountain now, what kind of feeling would that be? Whatever. The monster said indifferently, even whistling right in front of Su-yi. Su-yi's expression turned cold, dragging the creature toward the door. At that moment, a message from the state entered his mind, indicating that through another chosen one who hadn't returned to the dormitory, he saw that the fountain water outside had completely turned black. Suyi was furious, pulling out a kitchen knife and stabbing it repeatedly into the principal's chest. You just sent those two monsters to stop me to waste my last bottle of fountain water. To outsiders, Suyi seemed to have lost some rationality due to anger. The knife slid across the bizarre heart area but didn't kill the other as usual. The principal remained lively, and the kitchen knife had lost its effect. Now I finally understand, indeed foolish humans. He. However, you are better than the other intruders. It's not in vain that I sacrificed so many employees to play a game with you. In Long Nation, the Department of Strange Tales. At this moment, the atmosphere was a bit dismal. Investigator, it's all my fault. I didn't report the collected information in time. Shenyu, I am also at fault. I clearly saw the fountain water turn black but didn't take it seriously. If I had sent this information to Suyi at that time, perhaps he would have bypassed the two monsters and directly splashed the fountain water on the principal, successfully clearing the level. Sigh, us people. Lin Guobiao lowered his head in shame. He remembered the first time in the cozy home copy, on the last day, because of his command, he almost didn't let Suyi come out. From then on, they basically seldom sent messages to Suyi. We can't be like this. While Suyi is working hard, we also need to improve. Not to say how much help we can provide, at least we must not hold him back. Chapter 60, Inquan High School 18. In the world of weird tales, Suyi didn't know that because of his casual words, the staff of the Weird Talk Bureau were collectively falling into self-doubt. He looked at the tumor monster in his hand and suddenly smiled. The principal had a bad feeling. Suyi's reaction wasn't the performance of a failure. He captured a hint of slyness from the other's expression. Why is it sly? Is there anything sly about this matter? Thinking of this, many possibilities flashed through the principal's mind in an instant. Could it be that this guy had more spring water in hand besides just that bottle? Impossible. To prevent this situation, he had monitored that fountain for 24 hours. No one could stealthily take the spring water under his nose. He did see Suyi only take away one portion. After confirming this point repeatedly, the principal let out a sigh of relief. He felt that Suyi was deceitful, and suddenly got angry. What are you laughing at, you idiot? Stop pretending. With me here today, you can't leave this school. His eyes rolled wildly. How about this, stay and be our companion, forever with us? Suyi was puzzled. Stay? Yes, stay. I can make you a security guard, and you can smoke endless cigarettes every day. Then he saw Suyi smile again, laughing so hard that he held his belly. No way, the security guard smokes Likun, but I want to smoke Huazi. Suyi reached into his pocket, and the principal nervously looked over. A gold collar came out from inside. Pfft, what is this? I thought it was spring water, you scared me to death. The principal patted his chest. Is this it? Just a dog tag, who are you trying to scare? He spoke in a disdainful tone. Then, to show off, he stood on tiptoe and raised his hands as high as he could to slap Suyi's collar at his waist. With a hiss, at the moment of contact with the skin, the dog tag emitted a beam of red light like a flashlight. The principal felt puzzled. It even has a light. He withdrew his hand to take a look and found a circular hole appearing in the center of his palm. Penetrated by the beam, the circular hole was gradually getting bigger, expanding outward. What is this thing? It can actually hurt me. Stop. I was wrong, big guy, I shouldn't have forced you to stay here. You can leave now, I absolutely won't stop you. The circular hole kept widening, quickly spreading to his entire arm, disappearing, extending towards the upper body. How about letting me go? I will personally send you away. The face covered in tumors was filled with horror, tears, and mucus flying. The attack of divine power had exceeded his understanding. He had never seen this kind of thing before. I beg you, I can do anything you ask. I don't want to die. Damn it, this thing burns like fire, and it's impossible to put out. The tumor monster rolled on the ground, but obviously, this did not help. He lay on the ground in despair, his eyes vacant. I'm done for. At this moment, the red light spread to halfway through his body and extinguished. The principal clumsily sprang up from the ground, ecstatic. Great. I'm not dead. He looked up, warily at Suyi, especially at the collar in his hand. Speak, what is your purpose for being here? If it's to escape the school, then you can leave now. If there are other needs, I will agree to them all. Even the position of principal, I can give it to you. As long as you don't kill me. Suyi stared at the tumors on his face. To be principal. Do you want to become an ugly thing like you? Is that it? Ah, this statement is mistaken. The monster spoke with disagreement. You just saw it. Apart from the hurt from that dog, collar in your hand, my state is almost immortal. His voice was full of temptation. If you become the principal, you can have endless life, coexisting with the school. Isn't an opportunity for eternal life more important than your looks? Seeing Suyi seemed to be very interested in this topic, there was a tendency for the conversation to grow deeper, and the audience in the livestream became anxious. Suyi, don't agree to him. Being handsome might only be praised for a decade or so, but becoming like that, you'd be called ugly for a lifetime. You won't even be able to die if you want. He's trying to trick you. If you become the principal, what will he do? How can a monster possibly be willing to give up its own things? Everyone, stop shouting. Suyi can choose as he likes. To be honest, if such an opportunity were in front of you, looks or eternal life, which would you choose? The live stream fell into silence. Your proposal is very interesting. Suyi grabbed the back of his collar and placed the person on the windowsill, facing down below. There, the cafeteria lady whose head had been discarded by Suyi was being attacked by countless students. The students were very small, while the cafeteria lady was huge like a small mountain. From afar, they looked like ants crawling on an elephant. They were punching and kicking it, biting in various ways. One group of students was thrown away, and another immediately filled in. The ants united, even the elephant amongst them could not withstand it, as its body was slowly disintegrated and eaten. The principal was completely stiff. Aside from eternal life, it actually had no offensive power at all. So from the start, it chose to merge all the staff into two giant monsters. One to consume the spring water on Suyi, the other to kill Suyi. Only, it didn't expect Suyi to be too clever, luring one to jump off the building, causing it to keep circling in the office, waiting for the monster below to come back up. Yes, after saying all this, it never planned to let Suyi leave alive. The reason for showing weakness was merely to buy time. But unexpectedly, turning the spring water black 2 days early had a bit of a feeling of pulling up seedlings and helping them grow. It not only failed to better control the entire school, but instead provoked the students, reminding them of past unfair treatments. They hated eating cafeteria food, clearly paying a huge meal fee higher than outside, yet having to endure the smell of feet from the sauerkraut every day. Clearly just going to the toilet, but having to endure the scolding and beatings from teachers. Even going to the bathroom had to be timed. Suyi stood behind and spoke. I am not interested in eternal life, I just need you to answer one question. What question? Suyi, have you seen a red moon? Chapter 61, Inquan High School 19. In the last instance, the bus route had a stop called Inquan High School. Suyi did not get off at the time, but in this instance, he encountered the same name school again. He was somewhat curious. Was it just a coincidence in names, or were the Red Moon Crematorium and Inquan High School in the same world? Now that he had left the school gate, could he still catch that bus? The principal's eyes turned, one hand behind its back, calmly saying, I have seen it. But after seeing it, or specifically it was seen, it was unwilling to continue saying. If I tell you, will you spare me? Suyi thought for a moment and answered seriously, yes. Words are unproven, unless you swear on the rules of Strange Tales. Suyi, I swear on the rules of Strange Tales, if I kill you, let me be hit by a big truck running a red light in my own world. The principal was dissatisfied. Just getting hit? Don't worry, over here, getting hit by a big truck has a high death rate. Even if I don't die, I'll end up disabled. Suyi said unhappily, you can't make me swear to die directly, that's too much. I advise you not to push your luck. The principal frowned and thought for a moment, alright. I'll trust you this once, and I doubt you dare to play tricks. The rules of the bizarre tales are very effective, the oaths made are generally fulfilled. People in the real world like to swear to the heavens, and the same logic applies to the bizarre tales, which prefer swearing to the rules. But it's obvious that the rules of bizarre tales, as a visible existence, are much more credible than swearing to the heavens. Suyi, okay, you go ahead. The audience watching the livestream. Am I silly? Didn't the information say Suyi just got out of the hospital from an accident? Is he fooling this bizarre creature? 666, as expected of Suyi. If I didn't know his true nature beforehand, I would have been tricked. The principal, back when the school was first established, one night, the moon suddenly turned red. Suyi interrupted him, wait, when was it first established? 10 years ago? He remembered when he first entered this scenario, there was an introduction. Inquan High School, as a private school, was founded just 10 years ago, yet has produced a large number of outstanding students. The principal, 100 years ago. The 10 years you mention are the time from the school's establishment to its end. Suyi's fists cracked ominously. He understood now, the school had only existed for 10 years, and for the remaining 90 years, students who should have graduated were trapped in the school, studying for another 90 years. What a shocking revelation! People die, but they still have to study. At that time, was there a boy who died suddenly? The principal replied in surprise, how did you know? That was the first time I used a new teaching model and it forced a student to death. It was quite memorable. Later, when I fully took over the school, I even looked for that student's soul, but it was gone. What a shame. Kids who don't like studying should stay here for a lifetime. Alright, I've answered your questions. Can you leave now? The principal looked expectantly at the man before him. Of course, when I say something, I mean it. Suyi squinted as he walked out the door. Inside the room, only the principal remained. He pressed the remaining half of his face against the glass to observe. The teacher is dead, and the cafeteria lady has been left crippled. I should recruit some new staff. Chapter 62, K Park 1. A thin, almost invisible red light, as fine as a hair, penetrated the monster's shoulder. The principal looked at the man who reappeared before him. What's going on? You promised to spare me. You swore. Those who swear to the rules of Bizarre Tales, don't you want to uphold it? You will face the consequences you deserve. It screamed, its face showing disbelief and a hint of confusion. Taking a deep breath, the monster's tone became calm. Go ahead, what else do you have left that needs my help? In its view, the fine red line on its body was delicate. Even though it kept consuming its body, it was slow and temporarily not life-threatening. The other party should want to use this as a threat to force him to do something. Yes. Suyi looked down, turned his back to the audience in the livestream, and his lips moved. I have thought of a more advanced way to kill. His voice was very low, even a bit unclear, but it sounded like thunder, echoing in the principal's ears. The principal fell silent, staring at Suyi with deep resentment. He finally understood. All along, the cunning glint in this man's eyes represented what was really going on. It happened 3 times in total. The first time, after Suyi used the fountain water, just as it thought it had one, he pulled out the collar, and then its body started to burn. When it believed it was doomed to die, the red light burned halfway through its body and then stopped. At that moment, it felt a mix of great joy, immense sadness, and then great joy again. This special wave of emotions made it cherish the life it had regained even more. The second time, Suyi made it a condition, saying that answering questions would allow it to survive. With a nervous heart, it finished everything, and Suyi left. It watched him leave with its own eyes. But 2 minutes later, Suyi came back again. This time, its feelings changed from uncertainty to wild joy, and finally to despair. The third time, in despair, it noticed a clue. The light Suyi placed on it was very thin, unlike something meant to be quickly resolved. This made it suspect that Suyi might not want to kill it, but rather needed its help with something. After all, it had seen Suyi swear, and he probably didn't want to break his vow. But it was wrong again. Suyi told it that it wasn't about not letting it die, but wanting to find a more sophisticated way to kill it. In just 1 short hour, the principal experienced emotions ranging from great joy to deep sorrow and back to joy, and over a dozen other emotional changes. It must be said, Suyi succeeded. In the first encounter with death, the principal simply felt like it was over, its old life destined to end here today. But now, after 3 brushes with death, its mindset had completely changed, filled with deep unwillingness. Life is precious, death is terrifying, and it absolutely does not want to die. Why, after enduring so many hardships, should its final result still be death? What were all those efforts worth? Was it for Suyi to toy with it, enjoying its extreme emotional performances? This constant feeling of giving hope, then causing disappointment, and finally despair is more painful than any physical humiliation. You are a pervert, utterly heartless, may you die a terrible death. In the last moment, the red light burned into the head, and the principal completely vanished. I will come back, as long as there are still people in this world who will stop at nothing for learning, I will not die. Ding, congratulations to the chosen one of the Dragon Kingdom, Suyi, for successfully clearing the dungeon of Yinquan High School. Clearance rating, 5 stars. Rating analysis, survival 1 star, unraveling the truth 3 stars, killing the principal 1 star. The overall lifespan of the people of the Dragon Kingdom increased by 10 years. This time, immunity from the invasion of strange tales. In an instant, similar exclamations echoed across the country. I feel like my body has gotten better, my back doesn't hurt, my legs don't ache, my old problems have vanished. I must go to the hospital for a checkup now. My grandfather, who was lying in bed giving his last words, ended up sitting up again. It's confirmed, it's not just a moment of clarity, his life has really increased. What a pity, my grandma didn't make it to today. My wrinkles have decreased, this is more effective than any beauty product. Ding, congratulations to the chosen one of the Eagle Empire, Fred, for successfully clearing the dungeon of Yinquan High School. Clearance rating, 2 stars. Rating analysis, survival 1 star, killing the strange entity 1 star. The arithmetic abilities of the Eagle Empire's people increased by 2%. This time, immunity from the invasion of strange tales. Oh, did Fred survive too? The students downstairs rebelled, and Fred joined them, killing 2 giant strange entities and escaping. So that's how it is. Suya's live broadcast was so exciting, I didn't have time to watch anything else, thank you for sharing. That's great. I'm studying abroad in the Eagle Empire right now, and because of this reward, my deskmate can finally recite the 9 times table. Family, who understands, I'm in college, and my desk mate actually couldn't recite the multiplication table before. In the basement of the White House, Fred knelt on the ground. Useless, you have let my training down, and let God's expectations down even more. The white light looked at the tough guy before him who only got 2 stars, fuming with anger. Do you know how much pressure I endured to kill the last chosen one? The Gantt Daily is still secretly tracking this matter every day, attempting to catch the president on a small detail. Fred, I've realized my mistake, I am willing to face punishment. Bai Deng shook the red wine in his hand, quite satisfied with Fred's obedient attitude. No need to accept punishment, there's a press conference later. He pulled out a white paper from the table and tossed it in front of Fred. Our country values democracy and freedom the most. You know what to say later, right? I understand. In Long Country, Suyi came out of the strange rule story, still lying lazily on the sofa. In front of him were a cat and a dog. Suyi first patted the cat's head. You performed well this time, I'll reward you with 100 cans. The green-eyed cat meowed excitedly, spinning around while hugging its tail. Suyi then patted the dog's head on the left. Before fighting, weigh the circumstances, assess the enemy's strength. Don't be so impulsive next time. The lazy dog lay on the ground, sticking out its tongue, looking sad after making a mistake. Just at that moment, the green-eyed cat jumped off the table and happened to land on the lazy dog. Ding, congratulations to the selected one on passing the 5-star challenge, here are the personal rewards. Gain the aura recognition of Lu Jiayin, a plain blessing from the affection of a budding girl. In the future, when you water a female's strange head, you have a chance to increase her favorability. Pitch black spring water, take out a drop and apply it to your arm to temporarily gain a similar aura to that of the strange, which can blind others' eyes. Drinking a bottle completely evolves you into a weird being. Is this some kind of medicine? Principal's curse, due to your actions, the principal suffered inhuman torment. Before it dies, it curses you with all its strength. Gain bad luck, plus 50. Suyi didn't care about the bad luck, he was eager to encounter more danger next time. As for the first aura, what the heck? Suyi felt a bit overwhelmed. What a joke, how could I, a hero of Long Country, the light of humanity, ever let a woman take advantage? Impossible, absolutely impossible. I'll pretend I didn't see this blessing. Suyi put away the glass bottle on the table, planning to go back to his bedroom for a sleep. The moment the bedroom door opened, hair from the cat and dog flew everywhere. The lazy dog's face had several new scratches, while the green-eyed cat was missing a patch of fur on its tail. Both strange beings looked at their master and simultaneously let out pitiful sounds. Meow meow meow, it hurts so much. Woof. It's all its fault. Taking advantage of the time while the two rushed toward him, Suyi decisively closed the door. You guys keep going, I'm going to sleep in another room. 3 days later, heavy rain fell. This time, the randomly selected countries to participate in the challenge include Long Country, Romantic Country, Myanmar, White-Headed Eagle Empire, Beer Country, a total of 52 countries. Suyi opened his eyes and found himself in the sky. Blue sky, white clouds floated by the window. He sat in the innermost seat of the plane, strapped in with a leather seatbelt. Beside him was a slightly greasy, chubby man who appeared to be young. His gaze continued to scan the surroundings. There were colorful-haired people, a shaman shaking their legs wildly in their seats. There was a worker in a faded tank top, honest and down-to-earth. An orderly middle-aged man in a suit. And then a girl who looked to be 16 or 17 years old, clearly still in school and not yet graduated. Suyi had a trace of astonishment on his face. He really couldn't understand what circumstances could possibly bring such a diverse group of people together on a small plane. At that moment, he felt something poking him awkwardly. He reached into his chest pocket and pulled out 2 pieces of fruit candy and a card. The card had no rules, just a brief introduction to the dungeon. Strange Story Dungeon, K Park District. Welcome to the northern part of Myanmar, my place of origin. Welcome to my world, my precious little prince. Your name is Wang Dong, you live in Wangjiatan Village, Gaoyang District, Shishir City. When you were 5 years old, your parents died in a car accident, and you were left with your unmarried aunt to take care of you. In order to raise you smoothly. In these years, Aunt insisted on not getting married despite the strange looks from others, working hard and enduring hardships alone to raise you. But just recently, Aunt fell ill from overwork and needed to spend money for surgery. The surgery costs a lot of money. Now you are 18 years old, at an age where you can make money. So you decided to go work. The ordinary monthly salary is just under 5,000, far from enough to cover Aunt's medical expenses. Just then, as you passed a utility pole, you saw a high-paying job advertisement, monthly salary of 30,000, no age limit, no educational requirements, no experience needed. The only imperfect part is that it requires working abroad. You gritted your teeth and accepted the job, following the agent to northern Myanmar. Note, this is a challenge with multiple players. Suyi. This job listing feels familiar, reminding him of the last time he saw an advertisement in the same place, a rich woman offering a hefty sum to find a child. As a result, the person had to pay a 500 yuan medical exam fee first. Then, an 800 yuan sincerity fee. After all, the rich woman didn't want to waste time just casually meeting you. The livestream chat exploded. Wow, isn't this pure fraud? Why are there still people willing to go? Su Yi, when you get off the plane, just run. Who knows where they will take you? So many people on the plane, are they out of their minds? If this kind of job really fell from the sky, would it be offered to you? Su Yi stuffed the card into his pocket, and at that moment, the fat guy next to him was also holding a card, staring intently at it. Su Yi thought he encountered a fellow chosen one, since he also had experience in multiplayer instances before. He opened his mouth to greet, "Hello, this card. Do you think she is beautiful?" The fat guy interrupted him, carefully holding up the card. On it was a photo of a woman, young and beautiful, with fair skin and a pair of exquisitely long legs. "This is my girlfriend." "Girlfriend?" Su Yi looked the fat guy up and down, his greasy body, unwashed hair for days, dirty shoes. He complimented, "Ha, then you must be quite wealthy." "No, I don't have money." "Su Yi, then what does she see in you? Does she like your age, or that you don't wash your feet?" "Shut up, don't insult my little sweetheart, she is not that kind of materialistic woman. She likes my soul. We have a deep connection, so I plan to fly thousands of miles to her country to meet her, to turn our online romance into reality. From now on, I will live in Myanmar." Saying this, the fat guy held up the photo and kissed it passionately a few times, performing a missing someone through an object act right on the spot. Chapter 63K Part 2. His action made a loud noise, attracting the attention of a few people in front of him, who immediately showed disdain. Su Yi took the opportunity to ask, "Are you all here to meet online friends?" His question was very artistic, not broadly asking, "What are you all doing here?" A question that would make people defensive. Instead, he directly characterized them as here to meet online friends. Normally, after hearing this, people would immediately refute and unconsciously reveal their true purpose. Don't involve me, I'm not the same as that creepy idiot." The shammate guy had colorful hair, with a fringe slanting across his forehead, covering his right eye. "I'm here to work, high salary hiring, you understand? 10,000 a month." Su Yi thought, "I really don't understand, is 10,000 a month worth you taking such a huge risk to work abroad?" Besides, he remembered this hairstyle, it was common in his middle school days, now it's not even popular anymore. He turned to the others. A migrant worker tugged at his faded tank top. I was sent by my boss to do a project, they said when I go back I will get a raise. They think it's too far, but I'm not afraid, my child just turned 1 month old. I need money for milk powder." The little girl with a student-like demeanor adjusted her glasses on her nose. "During the summer vacation, I came to visit my sister. She's doing really well here, eating delicious food, drinking spicy drinks, and even bought a house. She said she would take me traveling." The last one was a middle-aged man in a suit. Compared to others eager to prove themselves, he spoke much simpler. "My last name is Liang, I do real estate business, and I'm here to inspect projects." Su Yi couldn't help but look at him a few more times. This person was obviously lying, or rather, only half telling the truth, deliberately leaving part of it unsaid, making it hard to tell what's real and what's fake. "Hey, red hair, you've asked so much, what are you here for?" "Took the same flight as us." "Red hair." The shammate youth extended one foot into the corridor and kept shaking his leg while his gaze fixed on Su Yi. Su Yi understood, the red hair must be referring to himself now. His identity had changed, renamed to Wang Dong, and his appearance had also changed along with it. "I'm here to work too. Just like me? Alright, big brother will look out for you from now on. If anything happens, just mention my name." He probably felt they both had colorful hair and, in this strange environment, it was rare to meet someone similar, so the shammate youth confidently patted his chest with a determined look. "Su Yi, who's looking out for whom is still uncertain, your salary is 10,000, mine is 30,000. What for?" "You, this lousy one, where do you look better than me?" The shammate youth immediately turned hostile. After finding out that Su Yi's salary could be 3 times his own, the friendliness he had shown vanished. "That's not fair, I want to demand an explanation from them." So, he unbuckled his seatbelt and walked to the front cabin. Su Yi noticed that Boss Liang smirked slightly upon seeing this, revealing a mocking smile. "Mocking?" Su Yi pondered. In a while, the shammate youth returned with a red face. "They said, after we arrive, they will evaluate my performance and maybe raise my salary." The migrant worker replied in confusion, "Your raise is too fast. I've worked 10 years at the construction site and haven't seen a company boss this generous. They're crafty." Su Yi unbuckled his seatbelt. "Indeed, I'll go ask them in detail." The glass door ahead was pushed open, and Suyi entered a place similar to a business-class cabin, which was larger inside. The chairs were sparsely arranged, with a few elegantly dressed men and women lounging and eating seeds. The shelves were strewn all over the floor. At the same time, the soundproofing here was good, so basically no one could hear what they were saying behind. Upon seeing Suyi, one of the seemingly educated middle-aged women looked him up and down, smiling. "Are you here to ask for a raise too? Don't worry, once we land, I'll mention that to the company." "Suyi, I already know your conspiracy." "Several people? Suyi, you are trafficking people." Their faces changed. Although what they were doing was not human trafficking, their family knew their own business. Compared to those who had been kidnapped, the final result might be worse than being trafficked. "Suyi, I am going to act on behalf of justice today." Saying this, he clenched his fist and, like a middle schooler, lunged at several people. The woman almost laughed out loud. "You fool," she thought Suyi was a bit scary and felt he was too close to the doorframe. If he turned and ran out to explain to others on the plane, they might unite and resist, making things difficult. But he chose to come up and fight. With such thin arms and legs, how could he outfight several people present? Sigh, it's really just a lack of brains and age. Being easily tricked onto the plane shows his lack of social experience. Suyi swung his fist and walked forward. Dealing with these little punks didn't require him to pull out a knife. During this time, several muscular men blocked his way. They, who were originally dressed in suits, in this moment, seemed like different people, exuding a wild and rogue aura, clearly not good people. Two of them stood in the doorway, preventing Suyi from escaping. And the middle-aged woman still lay in her seat, looking like she was enjoying a show. Suyi said, "With such a big show, I feel embarrassed." The burly man replied, "Kid, it's too late to be scared now. You should have pretended nothing happened and come with us." Bang! With the sound, Suyi threw a punch, and his seemingly soft fist hit the man's face, sending him flying against the metal wall. His face caved in, his nose broken, and 18 teeth fell out. Suyi turned his hand and slapped another big man across the face. In an instant, that man followed suit, one side of his face swollen up like a pig's head. As for the remaining two, one kick each. Guts and stomach spilled everywhere. Suyi shouted while fighting, "Ouch, my fist hurts. My palm hurts. My foot hurts." The beaten men said, "You really damn are despicable." At this moment, the woman who was initially watching had already gotten up, hiding behind a chair and trembling. "This, brave man? We were wrong. After we get off the plane, I'll arrange for someone to send you back. Plus, I'll compensate you a month's salary, 30,000 yuan. Suyi replied, "Am I only worth this much?" The woman said, "How about 60,000? 60,000 sounds good? This is all we can use." She was telling the truth. As a fraud group, they were responsible for bringing people from other countries to Myanmar, having some funds to post advertisements and to pay for clients' 5-star accommodations, to gain trust. The money wasn't much, but it was enough for a few people to live well while doing their business. The other men gritted their teeth after hearing this. 60,000 was all their possessions. But due to Suya's might, they didn't dare to say anything. The important thing now was to send this fierce god away and figure out the rest later. They all got up from the ground, stuffing intestines back into their bellies in one go. Just as they were anxiously thinking, Suyi suddenly spoke, "No need. I am going to work in Myanmar, earning 30,000 a month. You think 60,000 will just send me away? Dream on. I can make that in 2 months." Suyi angrily shouted, "Tell me, are you doing this on purpose to cut off my livelihood?" Chapter 64, K Garden District 3. The woman fell silent for a moment, then realized, "You are absolutely right. You're quite clever. Then come with us, we'll arrange a 30,000 job for you." Thinking she had seen foolish people, but never someone so foolish that they wouldn't leave. "Humph, when we get to the garden district, you won't be able to leave. It seems this guy named Wang Dong has strength but no brains." Suyi nodded, "I want to join you, just like that boss Xiao." Back in the rear cabin, he sensed something was off. Going to Myanmar to inspect real estate projects, to be honest, in a place like Myanmar, there's nothing to invest in except for criminals. If it weren't for criminals, it would probably just be wasteland, with houses being built that no one lived in. Suyi guessed that besides a few people deceived for various reasons, there were others like Boss Xiao, who understood the truth but still voluntarily came over. This. The middle-aged woman hesitated, and the several big men exchanged glances, all seeing disdain in each other's eyes. Suyi said, "When you just mentioned giving that person a pay raise, it raised suspicions. We're all workers, we know how hard it is to make money. Going from 10,000 to 30,000 is too quick. Do you think others are fools? And I can help you, later, as a passenger, I can calm their emotions. This method of slapping someone and then adding a sweet date afterwards. Let a few people look at each other in confusion. If they had only bowed their heads to agree with Suye's request due to his strength, after hearing this conversation, they truly felt moved. You really can calm them down, the middle-aged woman asked, half in disbelief. Suye, of course, I swear to heaven, if I can't do it, let a big truck hit me when I go out. The middle-aged woman didn't initially believe this, but seeing Suye's earnest expression, she also breathed a sigh of relief. Maybe she didn't believe it, but others did, that's their faith. Besides, Wang Dong's arrangement was indeed the best solution at the moment. Alright, if you can persuade them, I'll take you to meet the supervisor when I get back. At this moment, in the live broadcast room, everyone was confused. What is Suye doing? Knowing it's a scam, how can he help the evil? Are you stupid? They are already on the plane. When they get off later, those on board might run away too. It's better to join in and catch them all, saving more people. Now I see, Suye truly has the world's heart, he's a hero of our dragon country. Long live Suye. Suye, wait a minute, why is Suye heading towards the cockpit? In the world of strange stories. After everything was settled, Suye did not return to his original position but walked to the end of the business class and opened another door. At the main seat, two pilots were nervously operating the controls. Suye patted the left pilot on the shoulder. Get out of the way, I'll do it. Who are you? Just because you said so. Shut up. Suye stretched out his arm and crushed a steel plate with his bare hands right in front of him, stunning the pilot on the spot. With his other hand, he directly pulled the pilot out of the seat and took his place in the cockpit. Tell me, how do you operate this? The pilot was stunned. Why you've never flown before, right? He thought Suye knew how to fly, since he looked very confident. Suye, nonsense, if I had flown before, why would I need you? I never experienced something I've done before. To be honest, compared to extreme sports like bungee jumping or snowboarding, Suye was more interested in flying a plane. It's just that when he took the license test before, he hadn't passed the psychological evaluation. Now he finally had the opportunity, so he decided to quickly experience it. Seeing that no one was in control, the plane began to become unmanageable, posing a danger of veering off course. The pilot collected his mood, took a deep breath, and reassured himself. Whatever, it's better to try with this madman than to crash straight down. This dial represents speed, and that button next to it is for turning. What you need to do now is pull the joystick. Wrong, not that one, pull the left joystick. Behind them, a few people from business class followed, and upon seeing this, showed expressions of despair. They were stunned. Wang Dong, I can't believe you're a madman. Suye ignored them, immersed in the joy of flying, taking everyone on a roller coaster ride in the sky, sometimes shooting straight up, sometimes dropping at a 90-degree angle. Except ordinary roller coasters have track support, knowing that although it's thrilling, there's no real danger in the end. And they were forced to gamble with their lives. In the end, the plane landed smoothly. Except for Suye, everyone else, including the pilots, was spiritually exhausted, with varying degrees of injuries, and the plane was filled with vomit. Suye exclaimed and walked over to the middle-aged woman who had vomited the most. Look at them, they don't even have the energy to question the salary issue, they're obediently following us now. The woman gritted her teeth. Is this what you call calming emotions? Indeed, no one questioned it anymore because they had already been shaken into concussions on the way. Exactly, how good the effect is. Being able to explore with me is your honor. I usually don't take just anybody. Where's the destination? Let's hurry up, Suye urged, quickening his pace. The woman glared at his back with a dark expression. You just wait. Once we get into the district, I will definitely avenge today. Ahead, a huge industrial building loomed, its walls dark and filthy, like the mouth of a giant beast ready to swallow people whole. A few men in camouflage, holding guns, stood at the entrance to greet them. What's going on? Every one of these pigs is injured. Chapter 65, K District 4. The woman said, there was a little accident, the weather was bad on the way, and the plane was bumpy. She didn't have the heart to say that Suye had taken the pilot's seat, making her feel particularly incompetent, unable to even keep track of one person. At this moment, besides Suye, the remaining few people on the plane were in a daze. What, why are you guys still armed? What kind of business are you in? I've worked my whole life and never seen a scene like this. The shamate didn't seem afraid, instead, he felt a slight thrill. The scene before him reminded him of the gangsters he had seen on TV, where characters usually formed cliques, doing things like killing and arson, basically disregarding the law. The shamate never thought about what ordinary people who got bullied by little gangsters would suffer. All he knew was that fighting looked cool, and eating meat and drinking felt great. He had envied that kind of life since he was young. Thinking of this, the shamate eagerly asked, Hey, woman, you mentioned a monthly salary of 10,000, you're not coming here to be a thug, are you? That's not something I can't accept. He excitedly spoke, lost in his fantasy, as if he could realize his dream from childhood in the next moment. He naturally did not notice behind him. Two security guards in camouflage exchanged glances, both reading the same message in each other's expressions. This kid who hadn't even grown a full set of hair wanted to replace them before even entering the district. This guy had bad intentions. So, the shammate, caught off guard, was kicked in the butt, directly knocking him to the ground. Following that, he was welcomed by endless punches and kicks. These people had been doing similar work for years, and they were ruthless, hitting wherever it was weak, with no compassion whatsoever. "Pa, who do you think you are, daring to yell at us?" The shammate screamed in pain, curled up on the ground, his body twisted in agony, a sight too pitiful to bear. The gangster life was not quite what he had imagined. The few people who had come to Myanmar for the first time had never seen such a scene before, their faces turned pale, like quails with their heads tucked in, standing by the side without daring to speak. Only a little girl who was reading stepped forward, stuttering as she tried to persuade them, Don't hit him. What you are doing is illegal." "Illegal?" One of the camouflaged men stopped beating, stepping on the shamate's stomach with one foot, while wiping his nose with one hand. "Here, I am the law." He glanced at the little girl with a wicked expression. "Not bad, and still untouched, huh?" As he spoke, his filthy hands grabbed the girl's tender arm, stroking it back and forth. "Come play with me. Don't be shy, just for a little while." The unfamiliar man's breath surrounded her, and the rough palm, damp with sweat, touched her skin, making Su Ning feel as if a filthy snake was slithering over her body. You stay away. I'm calling the police." The teacher said, "If in danger, look for Uncle Hat." Su Ning's fierce struggle drew the gunman's ire. "You filthy bitch, after coming here, how can you maintain your innocence? I'll take care of you right now." He grabbed Su Ning's clothes and dragged her harshly towards the district. With a loud smack, the thug suddenly felt severe pain in his arm, instinctively letting go of the person in his grip, realizing his arm was dislocated. "You!" He glared up fiercely, meeting Suya's seemingly smiling eyes, furious. "A disobedient pig, I'll destroy you right now." The gun was aimed at Suya's chest, as if it would pull the trigger in the next second. At this moment, a middle-aged woman on the plane spoke up. "These are all new here, not used properly yet." "Are you sure you want to shoot now? Get out of the way, I want to take them to see Brother Wang." No one knows who Brother Wang is, but as soon as this name was mentioned, the two security guards at the door fell silent and lowered their guns. Su Ning slowly followed behind everyone, a bitter smile on her lips, looking worse than crying. She had just almost thought that the middle-aged woman was a good person, helping her at a critical moment because they were both women. But contrary to her expectations, from the woman's words, it was clear that the reason she stopped the shooting was simply that Su Ning had not yet been used. She held more value. It was terrifying. The people here had no humanity. Beatings and insults were seen as completely normal, and regardless of gender, everyone had a black heart. The middle-aged woman called herself Liang Qin. A group of people followed Liang Qin into the garden, carrying a half-dead shammate who was supported on either side by a fat man and a migrant worker. At this moment, even if they were foolish, they could realize that something was wrong. Without a doubt, they had been deceived. But it was too late. Rows of armed personnel stood guard on both sides, clearly ready to shoot at the slightest disagreement. In this vast and unfamiliar garden, the few of them seemed so weak and helpless. And this garden had an international name, called K. Meanwhile, the Dragon Country viewers who were watching the livestream noticed something unusual. "Hey, my phone shows different content from my mom's phone." "No way, are you kidding me?" "It's true. I just opened my computer, and the content on my phone is also different. To be accurate, they are two different people. Could it be that this time Dragon Country has two chosen ones?" At the Weird Stories Bureau, Lin Guobiao personally arrived at the employee cafeteria, looking serious at one of the empty seats. Next to him, several people said, "Here's the thing, we saw with our own eyes that Chen Yu was eating breakfast and then, poof, he disappeared." Lin Guobiao looked at the table where there was still half a steamed bun and a small bowl of rice porridge. Combining the two live streams that appeared today, Chen Yu, he can't have been transported into the rules of Weird Stories, right? A colleague said in fear. Lin Guobiao replied, "It's very likely we are thinking along the right lines. Go announce it now," explaining the special situation to the public. "Ha! Wow, Chen Yu is really unlucky." As people from the Weird Stories Bureau, their daily work was about collecting intelligence and researching the world of weird stories. The deeper the research went, the more they realized a truth: ordinary people really find it very hard to survive in it. Hope Chen Yu is lucky enough. On the other side, the Dragon Country citizens who received the announcement erupted into heated discussions. If both people come from Dragon Country, and their names and appearances have changed, how do we determine which one is Suya's livestream? Are you stupid? Does it need to be thought over? Apart from the great Suyi, which newcomer can be so cool, punching weird stuff and kicking the airplane cockpit? What you said makes sense. In the world of weird stories, Chen Yu looked confused, his left hand still posed as if it was holding a steamed bun. But since he was from the Weird Stories Bureau, he quickly understood the current situation. Chen Yu took out the card from his chest. Your name is Wu Shizu, you just graduated from university this year and are employed by Manhwa TV station. A month ago, you received a distress call from a local family in Manhwa City. They said their son was deceived into working in Myanmar for big money and has had no news since. Chapter 66, K Garden 5. In order to help them, you used the power of the media to publish missing person notices in various ways, and recounted the process of how the individual went missing. The police collaborated, trying to catch the killer. I thought after all this chaos, we would quickly have an end, but unexpectedly, over a month has passed with no results. Families from various places who lost loved ones saw your report and rushed to the television station seeking help. So you changed into old clothes you hadn't worn in years, dressing yourself up as a worker eager to make money. You walked up to a telephone pole and actively called the scammer. Wow, this guy has quite a status, others are clueless job seekers. Only he knows the truth and takes the initiative. Whoa, something got in my eye. Putting the background aside, this story is quite touching. This identity is a double-edged sword. Used well, it might just turn the tide. Used poorly, if discovered, the consequences will be dire. Viewers analyzed in the comments. Meanwhile, Chen Yu inadvertently touched the second button of his collar. Here, there was a miniature camera hidden. He chose not to confront those people head-on, turned around, activated the camera, and began chatting with a few people nearby. In romantic country, Pierre took out a card. You are Chu Yoxiang, a fitness trainer with 8-pack abs and good looks. Due to these two reasons, your performance has always been good, well liked by wealthy ladies. A year ago, tired of the company's restrictions, you planned to start your own business. However, at that time, you didn't have enough funds. Coincidentally, an older client offered to finance you, as long as you had a relationship with her, one that was public for you but kept secret for her. You verbally accepted all the terms, but internally, you looked down on the latter part. After all, one reason you started working out was to enhance your attractiveness to others. You found a well-known fitness brand in the industry, chose to join them, and smoothly paid the membership fee of 500,000. From then on, you lived a cycle of fitness, chasing girls, charming wealthy ladies, happily unable to close your mouth. Unexpectedly, in less than a year, the brand headquarters went bankrupt, and the boss ran away with your franchise fee. Left with no choice, you could only go back and try to charm the wealthy lady, explaining the whole situation, hoping she would continue to invest in another project for you based on your relationship. But just then, your little girlfriend called. You were thrown out by the wealthy lady, who demanded the return of her 50,000. In a desperate situation, you saw a small ad on a telephone pole and decided to come to Myanmar for a fresh start. Working while avoiding the wealthy lady's pursuit for repayment. For such an extensive introduction of an identity, Pierre couldn't help but chuckle and cry. In reality, it was clearly living off others unashamedly. But fortunately, in this body, he had a decent physique, making up for some lack in his own fighting skills. Pierre followed the crowd to the entrance of the park. Seeing one of the security guards with drooping arms and a very ugly expression. Looks like he dislocated something? The leader stepped forward to ask, what happened? Don't mention it, just now, Liang Qin brought a couple of newbies over, and one of them got punched by someone. The security guard huffed, that person should have some decent skills. But when we see Wang Ji later, he'll get his share. Saying that, he grinned maliciously again. Liang Qin. Pierre muttered the name a few times, memorizing it in his heart. Su Yi and the group were led into the inner part of the park, into a machine room. About several hundred square meters, with around 90 men sitting inside. Each person had a computer on their desk. At this moment, when these people saw Su Yi and them, they merely glanced up, then lowered their heads and quickly typed on the keyboard. To an outsider, it looked like they were doing some serious work. On the wall hung a black and white advertisement. Welcome to K Park, it has been proven that once you enter here, even a celestial immortal cannot fly away. If you do not want to be punished, you must follow these rules. Rule 1, as a keyboard warrior, your task is to gain the trust of others through various social media. Find at least 5 target customers every day. Rule 2, your identity can be Uncle Hat, a foreign beauty, a single mother, a stock expert, a fortune teller. In short, use any identity that helps you lure money out of others. Rule 3, if you have fewer than 5 target customers, you will face physical punishment. If you fall under 5 for 3 consecutive days, you will be sent for surgery by the frog drip. Rule 4, if you have more than 5 target customers, you will receive rewards. The more you complete, the bigger the rewards. Rule 5, the working hours are from 11 in the morning to 6 in the afternoon. Rule 6, remember. 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 Do not try to escape. If discovered, you will be sent for surgery by the frog drip. Liang Qin handed each person a document. This is called a script. Chat with strangers according to this, and the chance of success is large. The crowd opened the so-called script and their faces suddenly turned pale. Comrade, hello, I am Uncle Hat, you are wanted. What? You say you haven't committed a crime? Then how do I know? To prove your innocence, please provide personal information under the following circumstances. Handsome guy, my name is Xiaoli, I am 27, a single mother, my ex-husband died accidentally, leaving behind a large fortune. Photo of long legs, photo of ice cream being licked. At middle age, I feel so lonely. I hope to find a good brother who understands me and loves me. Great. Brother, I recently invested in a project that is particularly profitable. I usually don't tell just anyone, but since I like you, I am only telling you. Isn't this exactly a scam? Moreover, the scripts were divided into different levels of difficulty. The section about unmarried mothers clearly marked simple at the end. Making a group of big men disguise as women to scam money is worse than killing them. The few people present immediately couldn't take it anymore and started to protest. Chapter 67K District 6. Liang Qin was already prepared, or rather, accustomed to it. She waved her hand, and 7 or 8 burly men entered from outside, beat them until they agree. The room was instantly filled with cries of despair. The original staff still pretended not to see, quickly fiddling with their computers. Liang Qin crossed her arms and snorted. Here, the hierarchy was strict, as long as no one was killed, superiors could do anything to subordinates. Including but not limited to corporal punishment, feces ingestion, and forced. Liang Qin had suffered plenty of abuse from her superiors. But every time she returned and inflicted those punishments on the next level of personnel, watching others' pain and despair brought her a strange sense of joy and satisfaction. In front of these people, she was a queen, with a single word could decide their living conditions for the next several days. Thinking of this, Liang Qin shot an unhappy glance at Su Yi, only this person is the exception. You 3 come with me. There were 3 people not being beaten, Su Yi, Su Ning, and the boss named Xiao. Su Ning was taken away by a medical staff in a white coat, claiming she had to undergo some physical examination. While Su Yi and boss Xiao were taken to a more luxurious room to meet the so-called brother Wang. The house was spacious, with a European-style blue sofa set in the center and a crystal chandelier overhead. A middle-aged man was sitting on the sofa. Surprisingly, this brother Wang was unlike anyone else they had seen in the park, including Liang Qin. He had no hint of gangster aura, appeared refined, wore a pair of gold-rimmed glasses, and exuded an air of cultured intellectual charm. He smiled amiably, stepping forward to shake hands upon seeing Boss Xiao. Ah, it's Boss Xiao, what a pleasure. Boss Xiao, in a panic, extended both hands to shake. If the situation was on the plane, he still felt like a scallion, able to propose a few terms to the other party. After experiencing just now the scene of others being beaten, Boss Xiao began to worry about his own safety. After all, he was in a foreign land now, although everything had been arranged in advance, he was still alone, so it was better to be cautious. Brother Wang saw his expression and smiled gently. In the live stream room, he doesn't look like a bad person, is there a mistake? Was what just happened done by his subordinates without his knowledge? First impressions are really important, and Wang's appearance made many viewers start to plead for him. You're wrong, this is the pinnacle of scamming. If a bad person hasn't even scammed you yet and already makes you feel he's bad, and you are on guard, then how can he succeed? Wow, that makes a lot of sense. I think I understand, it's the same logic as with scumbags. They all pretend to be good people. By the way, Su Ning from the Longi Nation was also on the plane. Do you think Master Su noticed her identity as the chosen one? He should have noticed. When they were at the door, Master Su helped Su Ning a bit. But Master Su also helps the weak in other instances. In the strange world, Brother Wang finished greeting Boss Xiao, chatted for a few more moments, then turned to Su Yi. I heard that you injured several of our people on the plane. His tone was a bit casual, pulling out a gun from his pocket and spinning it in his hand. It seemed that if Su Yi answered incorrectly, he would be shot the next moment. Standing beside him, Boss Xiao was drenched in sweat, and half his back was soaked. This person is terrifying. He didn't know about Su Yi hitting people, but no matter how powerful Su Yi was, he could not escape the power of firearms. If he was smart, he should kneel down and beg for mercy now, perhaps he could save his life. Yes, Su Yi answered very straightforwardly. A hint of harshness flashed in Brother Wang's eyes. Boss Xiao closed his eyes, it was over, he couldn't bear to watch anymore. I want to join you. Su Yi scratched his head, showing a simple smile. I've heard of your reputation in my country, I heard that you have a huge park in Myanmar, well loved by both the local people and government. I've always admired you and considered you an idol. Su Yi's eyes sparkled, showing a hint of admiration. So when I saw the advertisement on the utility pole, I knew it was a scam, but I still came here. I just wanted to see you and be by your side to help out. I'm very skilled, one can take on 10, please accept me. Brother Wang stopped spinning the gun, raising his head in confusion. You've heard my name in your country? Yes, you are the big boss of the park, starting from scratch, owning assets worth over $1 billion at a young age. Tell me, in today's world, who can achieve what you have without relying on parents? Suya's current appearance, wearing a terribly shabby denim jacket, spoke with an accent, always using I repetitively. His rural vibe was strong. He looked just like a naive young man, somewhat lacking in brainpower. But this kind of person said such words, which were far more credible than those who seemed shrewd. After all, in people's impressions, naive ones are unlikely to lie. Brother Wang felt elated. At this moment, he knew that Suya's words might involve some flattery, but it still felt wonderfully good. He rested his hand on his chin and coughed lightly. 100 billion. What? Suyi didn't hear clearly. Brother Wang, annual income, several hundreds of billions. Suyi opened his mouth in surprise. To think there are hundreds of billions, it seems I'm following the right person. To be honest, I lost both my parents when I was young and was raised by my aunt. But now, she is sick, and those dog-faced relatives won't lend me a penny for her treatment. When I go out to work, I only get a salary of 2,000 or 3,000 a month. Not enough for hospital fees. Brother Wang, you are a big boss. If I follow you, I can definitely save enough for medical expenses, right? He spoke pitifully, looking at the other person with hopeful eyes. Of course, it's a piece of cake. Brother Wang answered instinctively, putting the handgun back into his pocket. Now he completely believed it. After all, other things could be faked, but when it came to making money, no one would not desire it. They usually led others to invest with this principle. Brother Wang was very confident in his usual scam philosophy. To make Suyi feel at ease to work, he immediately took out 10,000 yuan. Here, take this first. If it's not enough, come ask me again. Thank you, brother. Suyi said excitedly. At this moment, the live streaming room was filled with bullet comments like snow, layered upon each other, covering the real scene inside, leaving everyone confused. What's going on? Why did he just give money? I still haven't reacted. I only heard Suyi talking nonsense. Just say, while other chosen ones are struggling to study phone scams, Suyi has already successfully infiltrated the inside? Impressive, indeed impressive. Today I witnessed what it means that there is always someone better. Brother Wang is the leader of the scam group, and Suyi's eloquence makes the leader dizzy. Speaking of which, I was just thinking for a long time, I thought Suyi would conquer the entire park with force. You silly, let's not talk about the hundreds of people in the park, many of whom were innocently scammed in, unable to resist. Even if we do uncover the truth of the whole park, we can't just kill everyone. In the strange talk world, Brother Wang called someone to bring Liang Qin in, pointing at Suyi and instructing, from today on, he will manage Area A with you. Why? Liang Qin's first reaction was resistance, but she didn't dare to openly oppose and could only say awkwardly, Wang Dong just arrived, the background hasn't been investigated yet. Letting him join us is fine, but involving management, do you think it might be inappropriate? It's not inappropriate, I have already clarified the background. Brother Wang spoke coldly, asking, are you dissatisfied with my decision? I wouldn't dare. Liang Qin took a few steps back. I'll take him to get familiar with the park environment right now. Brother Wang, you have brains, he has strength, you two complement each other and will definitely manage Area A well. Coming out of the office, Liang Qin had a complex expression. How exactly did you deceive Brother Wang into promoting you to a management position? She was angry, she was not from Myanmar. When she was first scammed, she also started from the bottom, not knowing how many times she had been beaten and tortured. In the end, relying on her outstanding intelligence and ability, she climbed to her current position. And Suyi, just arrived today, only chatted a bit and easily obtained what she had worked hard for years, which made her feel extremely unbalanced. Suyi loudly said, you dare to say deceive? What a joke, this park is Brother Wang's territory, who can deceive Brother Wang? The two of them had just come out of the office, and not far along, Suyi spoke loudly, clearly heard inside. Sure enough, the next second, a man came out of the office. Liang Qin, come in for a moment, Brother Wang wants to talk to you. A trace of fear flashed across Liang Qin's beautiful brows and eyes, clearly she had anticipated what might happen next. She gritted her teeth at the man, don't get cocky, I will definitely find out the truth behind this, and then you will regret it. Suyi, you threaten me? Let me tell you, Brother Wang is my boss, I respect him too much to ever bow to your oppressive power. Liang Qin immediately shut her mouth. Coming out from inside, Suyi returned to the same computer room as before. But unlike before, he had now changed into a manager's outfit, with a badge hanging on his chest. Suyi crushed the item in his hand. The stone immediately turned to dust and floated away. What are you looking at? I'm the new supervisor, so get back to work. The migrant worker, with blood filling his mouth, asked in confusion, aren't you one of us? How did you become a supervisor? Nearby, a punk lay on the ground, curled up in pain. Please, call me a doctor, I can't take it anymore. In front of him stood a young man from Myanmar. Why are you calling for help? I didn't even break your bones, get up and get to work. As he spoke, he flatteringly explained to Su-yi, supervisor, this guy is fine, it's just a minor injury. We're used to it, we don't break rules or kill people. Su-yi coldly replied with a sound of acknowledgement, you better know your limits. In this park, no one has the right to take a life except Brother Wang. Yes, you are right, the thug quickly nodded. Su-yi left these people and continued his inspection of other workstations. In addition to those on the same plane with him, there were quite a few new faces. Among them, two stood out, behaving differently from those around them, looking very much like the chosen ones. Su-yi pretended not to notice and didn't reveal his identity immediately as he walked past them. At the right moment, he would lend a helping hand to these individuals, but certainly not now. Moreover, from his earlier conversation with the thugs in the park, he confirmed that while these people might suffer some minor injuries, they were absolutely not in life-threatening danger. Inside the park, there were rules: thugs could not kill. At his workstation, Shinyu anxiously watched the new supervisor walk by from behind, his heart nearly jumping out of his chest. Goodness, what a strong aura. If he offended him one day, he would probably end up like that stone, turning to dust. He reminded himself over and over to keep the reporter's vest safe and not let the other party find out. The identity of a reporter was too noticeable. It would be great if Su-yi was in the same instance with him. That way, he wouldn't be afraid, all he had to do was cling to Suya's leg. This instance did not have a hint opportunity, and Su-yi did not know that besides himself, the Dragon Country had actually chosen another chosen one. Otherwise, he might have chosen to find Shenyu first. At 6 o'clock in the evening, after an afternoon filled with physical and mental torment, the time for dinner finally arrived. Everyone was herded into the cafeteria like a flock of sheep. People are iron, food is steel, one meal skipped makes them feel uneasy. Unfortunately, the food in the cafeteria did not meet their expectations. The quality of the food was determined by the amount of target clients each person completed. The punk said, I expected it to be bad, but I didn't think it would be this bad. Looking at the table, there was a bowl of severely moldy rice alongside a dark, unidentifiable mixture of wilted vegetable soup. The punk thought that even if he encountered a mouse head and duck neck, he could still take a few bites. Su-yi arrived at the dining table, and his meal was better than that of most people present. At least the rice was clean, and in the green vegetable soup, he could see 2 pieces of chicken. Su-yi picked up a piece of chicken and began to chew. Meanwhile, others either resigned themselves to their fate, shoveling food down their throats, or sat stubbornly staring blankly at their meals. Su-yi noticed that the few suspected chosen ones had not touched their food at all. They were forced to eat their meals after being beaten mercilessly by the thugs who came in again. Su-yi. The strangeness of this instance was even less humane than the Inquan High School. Chapter 69K Park 8. Su-yi sat in his seat, bored, poking at his rice. To be honest, methods like punching, force-feeding, and electric batons were a bit too childish for him. He still preferred the earlier instances, where they cut off weird heads and kicked them around. Watching the bodies dance was more interesting. Supervisor 1, Wang Dong. The fat boy hurried over, pushing a dragon fruit next to Suya's plate. His performance during the day was quite good, he did not resist like the other newcomers who came with him. In the afternoon, he pretended to be a bank executive making phone calls, successfully tricking several valid clients. The fat boy's ability to adapt seemed incredible, it would not be an exaggeration to say he was lying low and biding his time. As a result, he earned the chance for a second helping at dinner. Besides the stale rice in his bowl, he could choose one dish he liked. The fat boy bypassed the filling bread and chose a sweet dragon fruit. Now, he was giving the dragon fruit to Su-yi. Do you remember me? We met on the plane during the day. I have something I need to ask of you. Su-yi naturally thought that the fat boy had seen him thriving now, transformed into a supervisor, and wanted to take the opportunity to build a connection, hoping Su-yi would give him some protection to reduce his beatings. This little fat boy knew how to bring gifts, not bad, being polite when seeking help. Seeing the sincerity of the dragon fruit, Su-yi nodded. The fat boy pulled out a wrinkled card, exactly like the online girlfriend he mentioned during the day, which was the original purpose of his trip. Fortunately, almost everything on his phone had been searched and seized, but this photo surprisingly remained. This is Piao Piao, my girlfriend. She comes from a wealthy family and has 3 factories in the area. We love each other sincerely, and now that I can't see her, she must be very sad, thinking I deceived her. Could you think of a way to send her a message, to let her help me out? I'll write down the address for you, it's right here after I get out, we will definitely reward you. Suya's expression was complex as he listened to him finish a pile of words, stuffing the dragon fruit into his pocket. Don't worry, I'll take care of it for you tomorrow. In the live broadcast room, the bullet comments popped up. What does this mean? Did I think wrong? I always thought Pao Pao was a scammer, is there really such a person? Of course you thought wrong, how could Suyi make a mistake? So, does Suyi plan to sneak out and find the address on the note? I got it, Pow Pow is the key person, the factory might be hiding some useful clues. That's why Suyi agreed. At 7 in the evening, the group that finished dinner was gathered together. Shinyu blended into the crowd, overhearing two thugs chatting nearby, saying they were going to some grand auditorium. Soon, a white door appeared before them. A notice was affixed to the door with red paper. Training room rules. Rule 1, please do not stare directly at the banners on the wall. Rule 2, please do not read the text on the banners aloud. Rule 3, if you do both the above, remember not to remember the contents of the banners. Rule 4, constantly recite the first 3 rules in your heart. Chunyu quickly read through and memorized all the notes carefully. Suddenly, he noticed that quite a few people had gathered around. Almost all the new employees, like him, were looking at the notice on the door. And the few thugs who had just been cursing in the cafeteria were no longer rushing them, they were casually chatting nearby. It seemed like they were waiting for them to finish reading the rules. This doesn't seem right. Shenyu thought to himself, the rules in the horror story typically could only be seen by it, the mastermind, and the chosen ones. Could it be that everyone surrounding him now were all chosen ones like himself? That was impossible, Shenyu confirmed this unequivocally. He had tested it on the plane. There were a total of 6 newcomers, at most 2 of whom had any suspicion of being chosen, while the rest were all natives of the horror world. He had a sudden idea and asked a newcomer next to him who clearly did not look like a chosen one, "Buddy, what does the red paper say?" The other person glanced at him sideways. "Why don't you read it yourself?" "Shenyu, I can't read." "I see, not only can you not read, but..." He was also colorblind, unable to distinguish between red and yellow. "Bah, stop messing with me, get lost." The man was already in a bad mood because he had been trafficked to Myanmar, and now, hearing such nonsense, he got even more upset. He cursed loudly and walked away. Shenyu scratched his head. "Fine, if you don't want to talk, then don't. Why insult me, though? No class, serves you right for being scammed." After cursing, he felt a bit better. He thought for a moment and suddenly realized what had just happened. Damn, maybe my excuse was too pathetic, being illiterate, not understanding the script, unable to use social media. How could I scam anyone? So, of course, the other person didn't believe me, thinking I was just messing with him. Ahem. But that's because he was rude to me first, not my fault. Mindset is important. When you do something wrong, don't feel guilty immediately, look for faults in others first. He then found a middle-aged man who seemed to be in a good mood. "Brother, my eyesight isn't great, could you please help me read what's written on the yellow paper on the door?" "Ha, what's the big deal? We're all from the same scam, let me read it out for you." This time, the brother was quite easygoing and spoke with the tone of someone from Northeast China. Listen carefully. 3. The left side is the A zone for employees, and the right side is the B zone. Stick close to your team leader, and don't accidentally stand in the wrong group. The brother's voice wasn't small, and everyone else in the crowd, who was also looking at the rules, heard it. Immediately, they were all startled, breaking out in cold sweat. Damn, what are they even doing? Such important information almost got overlooked. If it hadn't been for this kind-hearted Northeast brother reading it out loud, and speaking loudly, they would have gone in cluelessly, risking a huge chance of failure. Several people cast grateful glances in this direction. Shenyu knew what was going on and thanked the Northeast brother. This is actually a math problem. The first spot in the first row, the second spot in the second row, but it doesn't say if it's from the left or right. I need to pay attention when I go in later. Chapter 70, K Part 9. Got it, the first and second spots from the left and right both cannot be occupied. The chosen ones all reminded themselves in their minds. In just a few minutes, 2 big traps had already appeared, almost stepping into them. But they hadn't realized anything, and were caught completely off guard. Damn, that person was so clever, could it be the great Master Suyi? Or Pierre from the Romance Country? At the same time, the broadcast began. Water Country, U Country, Beer Country. A total of 12 countries, half of the chosen ones have been eliminated. Fire Country and Taigan Country's chosen ones were all mysteriously devoured. The world of strange tales is about to descend. Countdown begins, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5. Some of the chosen ones, without noticing the extra rules on the doorframe, entered and, by pure coincidence, stood in the wrong position and were eliminated. But since each country had selected 2 chosen ones, unless all of them were eliminated, the country wouldn't yet face the strange tale arrival. Live broadcast room, Fire Country and Taigan Country are so unlucky, other countries only lost 1 person, but they lost 2 at once. Sometimes, luck is also a form of strength. Don't talk about victim blaming, if you ask me, it's all the fault of Myanmar's scammers. At Myanmar government, hey, stop pretending to be blind, come out and apologize. The silent Myanmar government. Myanmar is divided into the south and north regions. The south is relatively safe, while the north is more chaotic. But this chaos has always been tacitly allowed by them. Because of a private agreement, the southern scam organizations are required to pay billions of protection fees to the local capital every year. This secret information, of course, cannot be made public. The high-level officials of Myanmar felt immense pressure, because this time the rules and strange talk made almost the whole world's attention focused on them. There was no escape from the scams. Under pressure, they could only issue a weak statement, which essentially had 2 points. First, they had absolutely no connection with the scammers in the north, and as high-level officials, they were also trying to destroy them, but their strength was insufficient, and they had not succeeded. Second, after the failures in the previous copies, the northern part of Myanmar was gradually covered by the rules and strange talk. Faced with the current situation, they were also helpless. But obviously, after this statement was released, hardly anyone believed it. Bah, if all the chosen ones die inside this time, just wait, I will start a war tomorrow and wipe you out. What nonsense, there's no connection. Everyone present here is a high-level official of their own country, how can you speak such nonsense? A tiny place, daring to play tricks with their ancestors. In Dragon Country, at the Bureau of Strange Talks. A staff member at the desk raised a question. Myanmar is adjacent to many major countries, its overall strength is average, so why hasn't anyone occupied it throughout thousands of years of history? Lin Guobiao rolled his eyes and gave one word as an answer: poor. In history, it's not like no one has sent troops there. In the end, they found that what they plundered wasn't worth the costs of sending troops. Even being this poor, there are still people who believe they can make big money by going there. After reading the rules outside, Chen Yu followed the hands gesture and entered the grand hall with everyone. At the moment he crossed the threshold. In the industry, there are no losers, only those who give up. A huge red banner appeared before him. Damn, this is despicable, simply impossible to guard against. Rule 1, please do not look directly at the banners on the wall. Chen Yu remembered this rule and did not dare to look around as soon as he entered. But can someone tell him why all 4 walls here were covered with dense banners? It was impossible not to see them. Unless he were blind. No wonder there were no contradictory rules this time. I thought strange talks had become simpler. It turns out they were waiting here. Chen Yu quickly lowered his head, staring at the blank cement floor, silently memorizing the first 3 rules in his heart. Rule 4, always silently recite the first 3 rules in your heart. After he memorized it, the formation was already arranged. A man and a woman appeared on the stage directly in front. The woman started first. Hello everyone, we are today's instructors, and we will provide you with corporate culture training, so please listen carefully. Yes. A fierce response rang out at the scene. Chen Yu was inspired by the atmosphere and instinctively wanted to raise his head, but he forcefully held it back. No, there was a banner behind the podium. As long as he raised his head, he would see it. That would violate the rules again. The female instructor continued her performance. Okay, according to the old rules, let's recite the content on the banner first. Today we eat radish and pickle, tomorrow we drive a Mercedes-Benz in BMW. Chen Yu scoffed in his heart, who would believe this nonsense? Following you all means starving for 3 days. Let alone a Mercedes-Benz or BMW, I can barely fill myself with radish and pickles right now. As long as our thoughts don't decline, there are always more solutions than difficulties. Chen Yu, TCH, no solution means no solution, stop always trying to make things difficult for yourself. The female instructor, if tens of thousands block the way, only fear self-surrender. Chen Yu, if tens of thousands are blocking the way, and you still want to continue, what kind of stubborn donkey are you? The female instructor, those who can endure hardship for a while won't suffer a lifetime of hardship. Chen Yu, wrong, once you start suffering, you can only suffer for a lifetime. Until the male instructor spoke, do you know how Master Ma's first pot of gold came, young man? Chen Yu looked up, how did it come? The audience in the live broadcast who had been watching this side exclaimed, oh no, Chen Yu's state is not right. He actually raised his head and seriously considered the male instructor's words. Rule 3 says, do not remember the content on the banner. But with so many people reciting together, the chosen one is not a fool, surely some impression can remain in their minds. At this moment, if someone were to say something that particularly interests him, he would undoubtedly be instantly attracted. Let alone Chen Yu, I also really want to know the secret of Teacher Ma's first pot of gold. It's hard, too hard, one slip and you step into a pit. This copy, I would call it one of the epic difficulties among all strange tales. Training continued until 10 o'clock at night, a full 3 hours. When Chen Yu came out, his head felt heavy. He touched the button on his chest and vaguely remembered that he seemed to have something unfinished, needing to continue. But after thinking for a long time, he couldn't remember a thing. Forget it, let's go back and study how to make money. As long as thoughts don't slip, there are always more ways than difficulties. The sleeping place consists of bunk beds. In a cramped room, there are a total of 12 beds, tightly packed together. But it doesn't seem chaotic, everyone lies in their own beds, reminiscing about the speech they just heard. Until the dormitory door was kicked open. A fierce man claiming to be the supervisor stood at the door. Room check. Chapter 71, K District 10. Suyi boldly walked in, with his hands behind his back, giving off a vibe of a big boss inspecting the premises, causing people to take him seriously. Line up, stand in a row. The people on the beds quickly jumped down, lining up neatly from left to right, moving much faster than during their high school military training. There was no choice. Suyi now belonged to the park side, and based on his daytime experience, disobedience would definitely lead to punishment from these people. Smack, 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 smack. The crisp sound of slaps rang out. From left to right, all 12 people's left cheeks were hit without exception. That's right, Suyi made them stand in a row, not for any other reason, but for the convenience of delivering punishment. A few people clearly realized this and felt wronged. Several big men couldn't help but shed tears. Why should there be punishment for disobedience? Now that they were obedient, they still had to suffer. This man named Wang Dong was even scarier and more unreasonable than the thugs during the day. The man on the far left, after taking a slap, took a deep breath and oddly showed a happy smile. That's great, we are the supervisor's subordinates, you can hit us however you want. Then he continued to speak. I counted before you came, there are a total of 12 people, none missing. He looked entirely devoted to Suyi, as if he would follow him wholeheartedly. Suyi glanced sideways. This person had a buzz cut, appearing about 17 or 18, but his eyes revealed a sense of grease that did not match his age. Another chosen one. He nodded subtly. Very good, let me see if you remember the content learned at night. As long as thoughts don't slip, what comes next? The buzzcut man quickly shouted, there are always more ways than difficulties. Wrong. Smack, 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 smack. Suyi continued to ask several more times. As long as one person answered correctly, everyone would have to endure another round of punishment. Everyone felt numb. Suya's slaps were skillful, their faces already swollen like pigs, yet not many teeth were lost, leaving them unable to use the excuse of not being able to speak to avoid answering. When would this torment finally end? Until later, someone answered, they are all wrong. I remember it seems to be, difficulties are always more than solutions? Suyi clapped his hands in satisfaction. Nice, nice, your memory is excellent. Oh. So it was remembered the wrong way, no wonder. The group got the hint, and in the following dialogues. Today we eat radishes and pickles. Tomorrow we drive a Xiali Ao Tua. 10,000 people block. I should surrender immediately. No, it should be, only afraid of myself surrendering. One tall, thin boy with a mushroom head protested loudly. He had heard a similar sentence in the real world, so when the female lecturer repeated it yesterday, he immediately remembered. This means that the business we are doing now is despised by many people. But we still have to overcome difficulties and bravely move forward. Those who don't agree are just jealous because they have no way to make money, and they try to stop us from making money. He pointed at Suya's nose. You too, don't think you can stop me from making money. Hiss. The viewers in the live stream were dumbfounded. This guy is deep in trouble, even the great Suyi can't save him now. Others go into training and accidentally remember a few phrases. But he, surprisingly, added his own understanding in there. Since this dungeon required multiple players, Suyi was with them again. Whether it was fans of Suyi or followers of the Chosen Ones, they all surged in, pushing the viewer count of the livestream to an unprecedented height. Oh, this person seems to be from your A3 country. Look at how he talks, so pretentious, he must be from a high caste. The A3 country quickly distanced themselves. No, 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 you must be mistaken. We don't know this guy at all. The netizens were relentless. That's right, he was talking to himself on the plane yesterday, saying he came from Mengxiomai. He also said Mengxiomai is the world's #1 economic city, even the sea has to queue behind it. By the way, does he really have the brains to have been to the sea? The higher-ups of the A3 country were at a loss for words, wishing they could just slap their chosen one to death. Heavens, why is there such a fool mixed in their noble caste? It's a disgrace to the whole Brahmin. Even the common folks in the adjacent dungeon performed better than him. In the world of bizarre tales, facing such a stubborn and unrepentant person, Suyi had his way. Smack. Slap. Slap. When he hit the man, it was a left slap then a right slap, making both cheeks bear the brunt evenly. They still had a few minutes to recover. This time was different. Suyi wildly slapped the man's right cheek and the back of his head. He made the man dizzy, not knowing what year it was. In other words, he had a bit of a concussion. Seeing the man grinning foolishly, Suyi seized the chance to say, why can I be the supervisor of K Park? It's because I got here earlier and no more. You don't listen to me, you only believe your memory. So let me ask you, in just 3 short hours, did you really remember everything? Are you sure you made no mistakes? Everyone instinctively shook their heads. Not to mention they were currently being hit and feeling dazed. Even in a normal state, they wouldn't dare guarantee they remembered everything. Su-yi, exactly. Trust me, I must have listened to those speeches in the training room at least 800 times, I definitely remember better than you. Alright, the inspection is complete, go back and sleep. Everyone, with their not-so-clear heads, crawled back to their beds. Before sleeping, all they could think was, the supervisor is right, they really made mistakes. Wow, one mountain surpasses another. Is this called brainwashing? The combination of force and reasoning is almost hypnotic? Su-yi the humbug, if it weren't for the fact that I watched the whole live stream and knew he came to the park the same day as everyone else, I would almost be convinced. Brother Wang's position should be given to Su-yi, the park will definitely be better than it is now. In the bullet comments, does anyone feel that Su-yi continuously slapping other chosen ones in the face is a bit inhumane? Hey, I suggest you immediately buy a ticket to Lesan, where there's a giant Buddha, you should call him to wake up and sit on him. Are you kidding? A swollen face can recover after leaving the dungeon. If a person dies, it drags down the whole country. The one upstairs still wouldn't give up, then there should be a gentler way to wake them up. This time, the comment area was too lazy to scold her. You're absolutely right. You should just rush into the screen and use a gentler way to save them. At the same time, in the dormitory of Zone B and K Park, Pierre sat on his bed, looking at his dazed roommates with a bit of worry. Based on past experience, he had just walked into the training room, lowering his head, not seeing the banners hanging around. Plus, since he was wearing a bloodied life jacket, which resisted part of the mental attacks, Pierre was extremely clear-headed now. But how to wake up the other chosen ones? Pierre thought of a way. He sat up and began to loudly recite the first 3 rules. Since Rule 4 said to always silently recite the first 3 in one's heart, it indicated that reciting these had a role in keeping the mind clear. If he read them out loud, the others would at least be able to hear, creating some impact. Pierre recited for over an hour until his mouth was dry and his throat felt like it was on fire. He wanted to drink some water but found there was no faucet in the dormitory. Fortunately, a few chosen ones lying in bed around him showed signs of struggle on their faces, looking like they indeed had some traces of awakening. Pierre said, at this rate, I might be reciting until tomorrow morning, and everyone might finally wake up. What a crazy idea. If he recited until tomorrow morning, he didn't know if others would wake up, but he would definitely be done for. This method simply wouldn't work. Chapter 72K Park 11. Pierre took a deep breath, telling himself not to act impulsively. Calm down, calm down. Think about what Boss Su-yi would do if he were here. Moments later, Pierre let out a long "oh," looking as if he had suddenly realized something. He opened the door and picked up a stone from the wasteland at the dorm entrance. Live broadcast, what is he going to do? I have a bad feeling. He's not going to wake the others up by hitting them, is he? Nonsense, Pierre wouldn't be as brutal as Su-yi. Just as those words fell, there was a thud. A big bump appeared on the forehead of his roommate on the bottom bunk. To ensure he didn't miss a single hidden chosen one, he smashed the heads of all the remaining 11 people until they were bruised. The effect was immediate. Those strange wounds clearly healed faster than the chosen ones. Pierre found that his initial judgment was correct. There were 5 chosen ones in the dormitory, including himself. Initially, he could have just smashed the heads of the remaining 4 chosen ones, but he smashed everyone. Pierre felt an overwhelming panic. But upon seeing the odd behavior of the dorm's occupants after they were awakened, it was exactly like the chosen ones. They had no combat power at all. Or rather, they themselves did not realize they might have died once already. Bullet comments, damn, Pierre is so brutal. More violent than Boss Su-yi, smashing people into a bloody mess. The focus shifted back to Chinyu. At 7 in the morning, just as dawn broke, one person in the dormitory opened his eyes. Ouch, what happened? My face hurts so much. It's swollen. Which scoundrel? Sho, it's the supervisor, keep it down, or we're finished. Several people immediately fell silent. They had forgotten exactly what they discussed last night, but the memory of the beating was still vivid. For example, even now, despite their desire to forget the fact they were hit, their body aches kept reminding them. A bald man walked up to Chinyu. You're also a chosen one, right? Before he could even answer, the man bowed deeply, almost touching the ground, crying and snotting. Thank you for the reminder at the door of the auditorium yesterday. My name is Zhang Jiaxu. This made Chinyu feel quite embarrassed. He didn't know where this Zhang Jiaxu came from, and wondered if bowing like this was customary to him. Yes, thank you very much. At this moment, the other 2 chosen ones also came over to thank Chinyu. Zhang Jiaxu stood up. I propose that we temporarily not disclose where we are from. It would be bad if there were conflicts between our countries. Another person, that makes sense. This copy is extremely dangerous, and it doesn't say when it will end. Joining forces is currently the only way to clear it. Chenyu opened his mouth. He wanted to say that Long Country loves peace, and among those with blood feuds against Long Country, there surely isn't a second one. He couldn't possibly be that unlucky to have just run into it. However, seeing that the other three chosen ones all agreed with this approach, he felt embarrassed to voice any objections. Shen Yu didn't know the identities of others, but the audience sitting in front of the screens saw it clearly. Wow, this little life is quite good. They are very self-aware and know they've offended quite a few countries, but they don't dare to say it. It's a pity for Chen Yu. If he knew the truth, he probably wouldn't be able to eat. Ha, what does a long country person know? This is the head of our Cherry Blossom Country's first hot spring club, Matsumoto from the Matsumoto family. Is this the Matsumoto family whose hot spring water is changed only once a year, and it was found to have bacteria exceeding 500 times, leading them to apologize publicly? In the bizarre game of rules, the morning break time for everyone was indeed sufficient. You could hide in your dormitory and sleep as much as you wanted, as long as you arrived at the computer room before 11 o'clock. This was not because the K-Zone showed sudden kindness by shortening employees' work hours, it had nothing to do with that. Instead, according to their statistics, people are more awake generally between 8 and 11 in the morning and are less likely to be deceived. After 11 o'clock, people tend to get a bit hungry, their spirits become restless, and they begin to look forward to the lunch break. At this time, it is quite suitable to appear in chat for scams, which helps to increase the success rate. In the computer room, Suyi saw several chosen ones entering and exiting one after another. They pretended to be unfamiliar, but their eyes exchanged glances and collided at times. It seemed that these few were preparing to join forces, and Suyi understood in his heart. But he still didn't plan to acknowledge them. People's hearts are hard to measure. Having teamed up now doesn't guarantee what would happen later. Moreover, he was part of the management layer in the zone, and his identity allowed him to investigate more matters. Hey, fatty. Suyi pointed to a few rows behind, where most of the people sitting were seasoned scammers who had entered the K-Zone some time ago. You sit there today. Fatty was confused. What did this mean? The supervisor had promised him yesterday to help him find his girlfriend Xiaoli. Once that happened, he could leave this cursed place, so what did it matter where he sat? Anyway, he was going to leave. With various complaints in his heart, Fatty could only hesitate and sit in the back. 2 hours later, a loud roar erupted from the computer room. Fatty stood up angrily, his face as red as a cooked shrimp from excitement, incredulously questioning the old employee sitting next to him. You said you're Xiaoli? My name is Luyu, the old employee said, looking bewildered. Fatty stepped forward and grabbed the person's collar, still not admitting it? It's written on the computer. He pointed to the chat interface on the screen. Just now, he had been assigned to this position by Suyi, and considering it might take a few more days to be taken out, he decided to do some tasks to blend in and avoid trouble. So, he prepared to seek some work experience from the old employee sitting next to him, but when he turned around, he saw the familiar QQ interface on the other's computer, with a familiar avatar and name. Fatty crazily pushed the old employee away and quickly browsed through the Xiaoli QQ account's friend list, finding his name in the group fish pond, along with all the chat records. Oh, you're talking about this? The old employee said lightly, Xiaoli is just a code name. I could also be called Meow Meow, Xiaoyu, Xiaowave. All these are experiences that you'll understand later. Who cares what your other names are? The fat man's eyes were bloodshot, he was about to cry, but more of it was hard to accept. You are Xiaoli, so what have I been this past half year? He mumbled to himself, taking 2 steps back, looking a bit insane. Seeing him staring at a certain name on the screen, the old employee also reacted. No way, could it be that you are the old mushroom of the girl catching? The old mushroom of the girl catching was the fat man's online name, and the old employee loudly read out, personal signature, I am very fat, I am very ugly, but I have a heart that loves you. I hope to find a fair-skinned, beautiful girl, at least 1.68 meters tall, sincere, and not materialistic. Everyone around burst into laughter. The fat man helplessly stared at the crowd, he didn't understand what they were laughing at, what was so funny? His personal signature wasn't normal and reasonable? The old employee patted the fat man on the shoulder, teasingly said, what's this called? Fate, buddy. I added you thinking I could cheat some money first, but you didn't give any. I had to trick you over here, the plane ticket was still paid by us. The fat man's face darkened, it was precisely because Xiaoli had paid for his plane ticket, sometimes even topped up his game, that he was sure the other party was indeed a rich woman, eagerly flying over to meet him. Even if they didn't end up together, coming over to stay for free for a few days wouldn't be a loss. No way. The fat man suddenly seemed to think of something, a glimmer of hope appeared on his ugly face, he took out a photo from his pocket, impossible, Xiaoli has video called me before. A real video, how could it be fake? He insisted, it must be you guys who used electronic technology to steal Xiaoli's account, just to make me feel at ease to stay. I just mentioned to the supervisor yesterday that I wanted to go out, and today. Before he could finish, the old employee laughed even louder. He stood up, pointing, see, when we were scamming, we all used the same person's photo. As for the video chat you mentioned, we just let the girl in the photo go to the live room to chat with you when needed. In private messages, it's still us chatting. After all, when men chat, they understand what men need more, don't you think? Suyi watched from the side, silently remembering the name of the live room. The fat man completely broke down. After realizing the whole truth, he finally understood why Suyi agreed so readily yesterday. He kept saying he would definitely solve it for him today. He was still thinking that this supervisor had extraordinary energy, able to enter the park at will. Now thinking back, it was clearly that he knew the inside story, waiting to see him make a fool of himself. The live room was already going crazy with laughter. He's so miserable, but I want to laugh so much, what to do? Knocking wooden fish, merit +1. What a lovesick fool, still daydreaming until now. Some people's blind date conditions don't look like matchmaking, more like making wishes. Poor child. Don't blame Suyi, he just wants you to know the truth. In the midst of this bizarre situation, Suyi helplessly shrugged his shoulders after witnessing a farce. Since yesterday, every abducted person was given a book called script. As long as the fat man flipped through a few pages, he would find that a lot of the content in it was exactly the same as what he chatted with Xiaoli before. Suyi saw with his own eyes the fat man flipping through that script. But he still came to find himself for help in the evening, asking him to find the so-called Xiaoli, and promised a high reward afterwards. Why? Suyi pondered. When a camouflage-clad thug walked in from outside. Donggu, Sister Qin said she has something to find you. Then let her come in. She said, to let you go to her place to talk. Quite a big shot. Suyi curled his lips, as a sign of agreement. Liang Qin's residence was at another corner of the park, not big, it was a 2-story small building, and there was a small courtyard enclosed by iron wire outside. In the courtyard hung many women's clothes. There are all kinds of styles. Suyi guessed that this should be the girls' dormitory, and that Liang Qin wasn't the only one living here. However, everyone was out working during the day. Liang Qin was pacing back and forth in the yard, trying to walk around. Suyi thought her walking posture seemed a little strange, with one hand holding her waist and her legs stiff. So, when he entered, he asked, "What's wrong with you?" Liang Qin sneered, "Isn't it all because of you?" Suyi looked at her seriously, "I don't see any injuries on you. Your arms and legs are fine, and there are no bruises. You're holding your waist, does that mean the injury is there?" Liang Qin thought Suyi was deliberately mocking her, pretending not to understand when he clearly knew what happened. Yesterday, Suyi had intentionally spoken badly about her in the corridor, causing her a lot of suffering last night, and it was only today that she could barely walk. "Wang Dong, I figured out how you became a supervisor. You lied to Brother Wang." "Suyi, oh? How did I lie to Brother Wang?" "Liang Qin, you said you came to Myanmar to see Brother Wang, but that's not true at all. You had never seen Brother Wang before, nor had you ever heard of his name. I have all the phone recordings from when we first arranged to meet. And you intentionally used a local dialect to act like a simpleton. If he finds out how cunning you really are, how you lied to him, and how last night you deliberately sneaked into the employee dorm to mislead those people with wrong banners." Liang Qin smiled coldly. "You guess, will he shoot you in the head when he finds out? Brother Wang hates being lied to the most. Suyi, what will it take for you to let me go?" Liang Qin didn't directly expose him but instead chose to meet him for a private conversation, and there were only two possibilities. One was that the evidence she had collected wasn't enough, and the other was that he had some other purpose. Suyi thought the second possibility was more likely. Liang Qin threatened viciously, "If you die, someone else will replace you. So, how about you kneel down and apologize to me now, and from now on, you'll follow my orders. Maybe then I'll forgive you." Suyi pouted and squatted down, "Then I have no choice." Liang Qin, "Yes, kneel down and lick my feet." She looked down at Suyi with a feeling of towering superiority, as if the people on the ground were fish and she was the butcher's knife. "Wait, why are you grabbing the water pipe on the ground when I told you to kneel?" Before Liang Qin could finish her sentence, a stream of clear water splashed across her cheek. "What are you doing? Why?" An even bigger stream of water came up, Suyi pinching the water pipe, spraying it out. Wang Dong, I'm going to report you now, don't even think about surviving today." Suyi sighed, "It's no use, I guess I'll try one last time." He picked up a bottle from the ground and poured the water from the pipe into it, then poured it over Liang Qin's head. Live stream room. What's Suyi doing? So confused. JPG. Does he like the temptation of wetness? Baka Yalu, stupid Longwa, looking at your chosen ones, they must have had too many wins and gotten cocky. Now they're just doing pointless things to get attention. Just as the comment was posted, Suyi put the bottle down. Liang Qin's expression changed, and a strange flush appeared on her face. "Brother, pour more water on me, it's still not wet enough." Suyi took the water pipe and sprayed it on her again. "Liang Qin, is it wet enough now?" What the heck, why does she sound so strange? Sui pulled out a kitchen knife and made a quick slash across her chest. Liang Qin screamed, her body trembling, the sound trailing off with a hint of pleasure. Sui felt goosebumps all over his body. This wasn't normal, it was very abnormal. Aura Lu Jian's approval, a simple, unpretentious blessing, from the care of a budding young girl. In the future, when you pour water on women's heads in strange ways, you may have the chance to increase their favorability. Chapter 74 Zone 13. Logically speaking, Liang Qin should have had feelings for him, right? How did she end up like this, acting crazy? You should rest well first, I'll come to see you another day. Sui ran away quickly. Wait a minute. Liang Qin called him from behind, be careful of the reporters. Reporters? Sui asked. Recently, there's been news that reporters from the mainland have come to infiltrate, asking us to work together to bring the person out. Okay, I understand. Sui nodded thoughtfully. As Sui came out of Liang Qin's place and walked halfway, a thug rushed over. Donggu, something bad has happened. A fat guy in the computer room jumped down from upstairs and committed suicide. Fat guy, committed suicide? Suya's first reaction was about the neighbor he met on the plane. He asked, is he dead? The thug replied, I don't know, please come with me quickly. The journey this time was long, and Suyi learned for the first time that there was a clinic in the park. On the bed, the fat guy's face was pale, one of his legs wrapped in bandages, half lying there, holding a large piece of soy sauce pork elbow in his hands, gnawing on it. Next to him sat Brother Wang, softly comforting him, eat more, young people shouldn't always think about dying. Wait a minute, I'll get the real Shaoli to accompany you. The fat guy's eyes lit up instantly, stuttering, really? He came here just to see Shaoli, right? Although the reality was different from his imagination, by casually jumping from the second floor to scare the park, he could enjoy food that others didn't even have and, by chance, win the beauty's heart. In that moment, the fat guy felt that staying here forever might not be such a bad choice after all. Sui silently watched the doctor come out with the report. His eyes caught a glance at what seemed to be a checkup report on some bodily function. He pushed the door and walked in. Seeing Brother Wang for the first time, he immediately apologized. I'm sorry, Brother Wang, I didn't take good care of him. As he spoke, he pulled out a fruit knife from his pocket. Brother Wang was so scared that he immediately started reaching for his gun. Sui stabbed the fruit knife into his own thigh. I apologize. A large patch of blood flowed from the wound. Huff. Thankfully, it wasn't aimed at anyone else. Brother Wang let out a sigh of relief. Facing such a fierce subordinate, his initial anger was now hard to express. Mainly he was a bit stunned. After so many years, he had never seen someone stab themselves and remain unflinching. At that moment, Brother Wang even began to doubt Suye's mental state, but it was just for an instant before he suppressed that thought. Since you are willing to self-punish, then this matter will be overlooked. It's a big taboo for K Park to let anyone die easily. Suyi replied, I understand. You've been busy for so long, I'll handle the rest. Brother Wang nodded. He indeed had many matters to attend to and didn't want to waste time here, so he took the people and left. The room fell silent, and the fat guy lying on the bed shot Suyi a glare, filled with resentment. In his eyes, since being tricked to Myanmar, the search for Shaoli had become an elusive dream. As long as this dream existed, even knowing it was fake, he still held on to a hope of leaving in his heart. One day in the future, Shaoli would personally come to take him back. So, on the first day he realized this was a scam den, he deliberately ignored the talk about being single and chose other ways to scam. But Suyi personally shattered this dream, turning his hope into despair. Suyi stepped forward to check the leg injury. Perhaps because he jumped from the second floor, the injury was not serious. To him, it didn't even seem as bad as the couple of hits the killmates took outside the park. But with such a minor injury, why rush to bring someone into the clinic? Even Brother Wang had to personally come out and comfort him, showing a kind face. According to common sense, it wasn't necessary at all. Could it really be as Brother Wang said, that K Park does not allow anyone to die easily and aims to protect every life? But just yesterday when he arrived, the other party almost pulled the trigger. On the bed, the fat man finished an elbow and picked up a roast chicken from the plate beside him, gnawing at it without caring about his image. So delicious. Compared to yesterday's meal, that was simply pig food. Hee, Supervisor Wang Dong, you didn't expect that one day you'd be eating worse than me? Suyi poured him a glass of water. Eat up, what if it's your last meal? Flattery without a cause is either deceitful or harmful. From a bad attitude to suddenly becoming good. Suyi thought for a while, the fat man must have something the park needed. And this thing was worth far more than medical expenses and the roast chicken he was eating now. Chapter 75, K Park 14. Not listening, the turtle recites the scriptures. The fat man covered his ears, glaring at Suyi with hatred. What last meal? Your words are really unpleasant. Suyi frowned. Today he finally understood what "you can never wake up someone who pretends to be asleep" really meant. The living example was right in front of him. Some people are naturally unaware, so he could only find other ways to deal with them. Suyi smiled. "What else do you want to eat? I'll have someone deliver it tomorrow." He spoke softly, his expression showing genuine concern. Faced with this sudden change of attitude, the fat man fidgeted on the bed for a moment, wary. "What trick are you up to now?" "Suyi, how could that be? You are now our key focus. Brother Wang specifically instructed to take good care of you. As a younger brother, I naturally listen to him and do my best to meet your needs." The fat man was overjoyed. What he said made sense. Suyi, no matter how capable, was just a supervisor, and he couldn't be greater than Brother Wang. Understanding this, he immediately began to act spoiled, the earlier fear disappearing without a trace, and commanded Suyi, "Then I want fried chicken, braised fish, and find me a girl to chat with." "No problem." Suyi readily agreed. After leaving the ward, Suyi searched carefully in other parts of the clinic. The medical conditions here aren't good, but the examination equipment is top-notch. Suyi found a stack of documents in the doctor's office. It detailed the blood types and some health data of everyone in the park. Brother Wang is a deep thinker. He clearly still has his guard up against me, not telling me many things. Even the matter of journalists sneaking into K Park, if it weren't for increasing Liang Qin's favorability, I would be completely unaware as the nominal supervisor. The fat man clearly won't last a few days. What is he going to be sent off to do? Could it be at Miaowadi? But the rules state that those who escape or make mistakes must be sent to Miaowadi. That seems like a method of punishment. Then why let them have a big meal before sending them there? Suyi shook his head, trying to smooth out the chaotic thoughts. He now had two choices. First, rush in and chop Brother Wang up, forcing him to reveal the truth. But doing so might lead to a situation where both sides are harmed. His own safety would be fine, but the other chosen ones are hard to say. The second option is to find the doctor he encountered in the clinic in the afternoon, coax out some information from him, and unravel the truth. Good, Suyi planned to come to the clinic early tomorrow, taking the opportunity of delivering food to the fat man to have a chat with the doctor. In the computer room, a group of people huddled together, the keyboards clacking loudly, almost sparking. Chinyu frowned, speaking to the chosen one next to him. "The supervisor isn't here today. Why are you working so hard?" "Zhang Jiaxu, I'm doing this to complete the task quickly. The rules say that if we don't meet the requirements, we will be punished. We must try our best to conserve energy, pass the instance, and not waste our lives on meaningless beatings." Though this was true, your familiar desperate appearance. Chen Yu's heart was full of strangeness, unable to say what felt wrong. They were now committing fraud. The people on the other end of the computer were ordinary folks unaware of it all. Each additional call, each new customer contacted, could lead to a strange family sinking into massive debt, potentially resulting in ruin and devastation. Chen Yu knew he was being forced. His current actions were not from his true self. Yet, there was a hurdle in his heart that he couldn't overcome. With every call he made, a deep sense of guilt surged within him. By 6 o'clock, he had indeed failed to complete today's task. Instead, another chosen one secretly passed one of their extra customers to Chinyu. "My name is Alameddin, a chosen one from the Liao country. You look like it's your first time doing this kind of thing, right?" Chinyu moved his lips and softly replied, "I come from the Dragon country." Alameddin said, "I truly envy you for being born in a peaceful country. Unlike us, who have been uprooted since childhood, sometimes having to rely on stealing and cheating just to survive. After years of struggle, we finally gained a short period of peace and began rebuilding our country, only to encounter the strange rules again." He clenched his fists. "I must survive and make it through. My country can't endure a second destruction. Giving you the customer also helps us escape faster. After all, cooperation is the most reliable way for us to win." Chen Yu felt touched, but he was also stuck in the mud, unable to help and could only encourage each other. "Yes, I believe you will make it out." The two exchanged smiles. At dinner, Zhang Jiaxu exchanged an extra scammed customer for a bowl of white rice and half a chicken leg that was left over from someone else, wolfing it down. Seeing the other chosen one staring at him, he patted his belly. "Hee, I'm doing this to ensure a smooth escape. After all, the food in the cafeteria doesn't seem fit for human consumption. If I don't make it out, starving to death first would be awful." The comments exploded. "Pfft, craving is craving, why make excuses? If you want to be full, just exchange for more rice. Why add a chicken leg? Human nature is such an interesting thing. Just in 2 days, someone can't hold on anymore and is willing to be a dog for the park, suffering in servitude. Do you know? Your half chicken leg might be someone else's life savings. Last year my uncle suddenly got a call from the court. Being a farmer, he didn't understand these things. Following your provided process, he transferred money over. That money was for my cousin's education after he worked his entire life. When he learned the truth, he couldn't bear it and directly drank paraquat. Isn't the Sakura country known for their hygiene? Why are they still eating half-eaten chicken legs from others? As night fell, Suyi routinely came to the dormitory and gave everyone a big surprise. Meanwhile, over at Pierre's side, everyone had a new large bump on their heads, bruised and battered. To avoid suspicion, Pierre smeared some blood he dug from a strange bedmate onto his forehead. Tonight in the training room, it seems I saw the silhouette of Lord Suyi. Chapter 76K Part 15. Current status of each instance. In the instance led by Suyi and Pierre, a total of 12 chosen ones entered, and there are now 11 left. One person chose to jump out of the plane while flying and found that the parachute was broken, with a large hole ripped in it. In the instance led by Fred, the chosen one from the Bald Eagle Empire, 9 people entered, and now only 4 remain. The numbers are very balanced. In the instance where Hoffman from Beer Country is located, 10 people entered, and 6 remain. He obtained the half a pack of cigarettes from a roommate item in the last instance, which has a certain effect of refreshing the mind and removing mental pollution when lit. But he is in dormitory area A and can only take care of the chosen ones around him. Another dormitory is out of consideration. Therefore, apart from the 4 chosen ones in their own dormitory, only 2 people survived in District B. From the Pickled Vegetable Country. Until now, among so many copies, none have completely wiped out the entire army. There are still survivors. This seems like a good start, and people speculate that teamwork has invisibly increased the copy clearance rate. In the Dragon Country, after a night, Suyi brought food and arrived early at the clinic. First, he walked around inside again, but found no trace of the doctor. "You're here, pretty early. The doctor will come later to change the dressing," the fat guy said casually while lying on the bed. Suyi walked over, opened the lunchbox, and inside were not only fish and meat but also several candies and drinks thoughtfully prepared. The fat guy's eyes sparkled as he chewed, mumbling, "Bro, you're really nice to me. I won't hold the previous things against you for now." Suyi looked at him, his eyes complex, and softly said, "As long as you eat happily." Live stream, with this kind of IQ, the fat guy deserves to be cheated. Completely doesn't understand right or wrong. Suyi gave him all kinds of hints before, but all he got in return were resentment and curses. Today, he sent a meal to the fat guy, and now he's full of thanks. Some people are like this, just looking at the surface, there's no saving them. Before long, the doctor pushed the door and entered the room to change the patient's dressing. He appeared in the hallway as if he materialized. Suyi only heard a few footsteps, and the person was already in front of him. Suyi introduced his identity, "I'm the newly appointed supervisor, managing District A with Liang Qin." The doctor nodded, acknowledging the greeting. He was mostly unfamiliar with the personnel within the park, but from Brother Wine's conversation yesterday and the fact that Suyi could roam freely around the park, he knew the other party wasn't lying. Suyi, as if making small talk, asked, "Being a doctor here, you must be earning quite a lot, right?" The doctor replied, "It's okay, it's a bit higher than outside." Suyi sighed, "You are a skilled person, your treatment must be good. Unlike us, working ourselves to death for just a miserable salary, with the majority going to the higher-ups." Complaining about the boss to employees is always a topic that won't fail. Sure enough, this remark seemed to resonate with the doctor. Definitely, the boss is the same everywhere. If I hadn't offended him, I wouldn't be sent here to do examinations, earning a dead salary. He started to grumble, "How much can you earn doing examinations? In manhwa, one day's surgical fees can add up to tens of thousands." After the doctor finished checking the leg, he tidied up and left the ward. Suyi hurriedly followed. "How is his health?" The male doctor adjusted his glasses, recovering well, his mood is pretty good too. Suyi. This doctor is quite humane, he not only treats diseases but also pays attention to the patient's mood. Is it very important whether he is in a good mood? The doctor replied, "Of course." He had established Suya's supervisor identity in his mind, thinking such trivial matters were probably already known to him, so he did not hide. When the mood is good, the heart can naturally be maintained in the best condition. I mean, this person is important, the kidney and heart are concurrently matched to suitable customers. When sent to manhwa, they can remove the corneas too, perfect. Suyi thought to himself, no wonder Brother Wang suddenly valued the person, it turned out to be this reason, probably could sell for a lot of money. He wondered, only the heart, kidney, and corneas? What about the remaining parts? The doctor replied, "Nothing wasted, we have a fixed consumer group all year round, some people specifically enjoy cooking similar organs. And some raise large birds of prey, continuously feeding on human flesh to increase their pet's ferocity. At worst, human skin can also be sold, to make bags or small trinkets like rattles." Suyi was wide-eyed, wow. After this strange tale ends someday, he also wants to study medicine. How do you get to manhwa? At this moment, the doctor had reached the office door, suddenly stopped, and looked at Suyi warily. "I don't know, don't ask me. I need to go back to work." Then, he slammed the door shut, leaving Suyi with nothing but disappointment. What the hell, turning against me faster than flipping a book. Suyi leaned against the door for a little while, then directly lifted his foot and kicked it open. The room was empty, and there was not even a trace of the doctor. The whole person just vanished into thin air. Strange, where did he go? As for the information about the Bulbasaur, perhaps he could ask Liang Qin again. After all, she should have some affection for him now. Suyi thought uncertainly. Judging from Liang Qin's performance yesterday, he wasn't quite sure about this matter. After saying goodbye to the fatty, who was lying in bed, crossing his legs and humming a tune, he reminded him to deliver food on time tonight. There was indeed a feeling of ordering a servant in his tone, but Suyi didn't care. In the girls' dormitory courtyard, Su Ning was hiding in a corner, crying secretly. When Suyi entered, he remembered that this girl should be a chosen one. What happened? Wah wah wah. Woo woo. In Area A, the girls' work had always been managed by Liang Qin, and Su Ning didn't know the identity of the person in front of her. She only remembered that this red-haired boy was kind-hearted and had saved her life at the door. At this moment, seeing Suyi was like seeing a family member, and all her grievances burst out at once. I miss home so much. The people in the park are too scary. They make us put on makeup every day, sit in front of the computer, and chat with the opposite side according to the script. There's also fruit chat, recording the other person's video and blackmailing them. Su Ning was also a student in the real world, now a sophomore, suddenly thrown into a ruthless world where people devour each other. She couldn't accept the harsh reality all at once. So it seems, Su Ning's job should be similar to the little Lee that the fatty mentioned, both involved in fraud through appearances. The urgent task was still to calm this chosen one's emotions, causing her to quickly calm down. Suyi took out a dragon fruit from his pocket, just like the one the fatty had bribed him with before. Su Ning looked in disbelief at Suyi, who was pulling out something like a magic trick, with 2 drops of clear tears still on her face. Is this for me? Fruit was the most normal thing outside, but in the K park, it was incredibly precious. Suyi nodded. After eating it, you won't cry anymore, right? Su Ning reached out to take it. The moment they exchanged the dragon fruit, an angry woman's voice came from behind Suyi. What are you two doing? Chapter 77 K Park 16. Su Ning's eyes went wide, staring ahead, her legs trembling like chaff, out of her own control. At the same time, Suyi felt a chill behind him. It was like there was a substantial dividing line, separating the front and back into 2 parts. One half was around 20 degrees of normal temperature, the other half was comparable to the cold winter in the Himalayas. Suyi turned his head. Liang Qin's skin was purple-red, showing countless goosebumps. The goosebumps broke open, and ice chips constantly seeped out from inside. The ice chips lingered in the air for a moment before turning into water, and then new ones emerged. Liang Qin's clothes dripped droplets, water flowing down like a frozen water ghost. It seemed she had not noticed her own changes. Her face was stiff, staring at Suyi, her only unfrozen eyes spewing fire. She asked again, "What are you two doing behind my back?" Seeing this, no one doubted that the next moment, a fierce battle would erupt between the two. Bullet screen. It's over, this went wrong. Look at Liang Qin's gaze, staring at Suyi and Su Ning, like staring at a pair of traitorous dog men and women. It seems being too popular is not a good thing. Like Suyi, with 2 admirers colliding at the same time, it will trigger a world war. Suyi reached his hand into his cloak. Barrage, is he going to pull out a kitchen knife? Is Suyi finally going to make a move on a woman? I'll stand with Su Ning. It's a good choice to protect the former between the chosen ones and the strange. A bag of cut fruits was pulled out from inside, and there was quite a lot: oranges, apples, dragon fruit, everything, adding up to a large fruit platter. Just kidding, he is really polite. When asking someone for help, how can he only give them a dragon fruit? Suyi handed the fruit to Liang Qin. For you. Liang Qin looked at her fruit platter and then glanced at the wrinkled dragon fruit in Su Ning's hand, seemingly comparing, with sparkles flowing in her eyes. She let out a laugh. Oh, I just came, and you're bringing something. After saying this, she provocatively glanced at Su Ning. In an instant, the ice and snow melted away. Liang Qin changed back to her original self. She tidied her hair, wanting to make sure her hairstyle looked good enough. Ah, it's wet again. I have to take a shower. After saying this, a hint of panic flashed across her face as she hurriedly ran back to the dorm, dragging a stream of water. Suyi chased after her. Wait, I have something to ask you. But he was mercilessly shut out of the dormitory door. Suyi knocked violently on the door. Bang, bang, bang. Bang, bang, bang. Behind him, Su Ning rushed over, panting. Stop knocking, I think she probably won't come out. As a woman, Su Ning understood girls' thoughts better. Liang Qin didn't want to embarrass herself in front of someone she liked. Suyi held his breath. What's the problem? Accepting a gift without doing anything, are the strange ones so unruly nowadays? He had wasted a big platter of fruit he had picked out from a fatty's hospital meal. Su Ning. She figured it out. Sui seemed older on the outside but was not very clever about romantic matters. I've been out long enough, I'll head back to work. Su Ning said weakly. Sui, don't go back, I have a task for you. He whispered a few words in Su Ning's ear, and the two quickly parted ways. Not obtaining further information about the mysterious fraud, Sui felt a bit dispirited and strolled slowly back to the computer room. The atmosphere was a bit subtle. Today, the keyboard sounds in the computer room were still noisy, but Sui sensed something different inside. The most obvious change was that the exchanges of glances among the chosen ones, which used to happen occasionally, were gone, replaced by distance and vigilance. Everyone was far apart, with stiff and awkward expressions. Something happened. Sui quietly wandered around the room, finally discovering a clue on a computer screen that was still on. Announcement for the entire park. Do you want to go out? The master of the park is kind-hearted and is ready to provide a batch of fresh blood for the park. As long as you meet any of the following conditions, you can qualify to leave. Leave qualification? Kind-hearted? Sui felt these two phrases were already strange enough when used in the K-Park. Condition 1, mobilize your friends and family around you, call them, and invite them to come work in the park. The park implements a 2 lives for 1 or 3 lives for 1 policy. As long as you recruit 2 or more female staff members, or 3 or more adult male workers, you can leave smoothly. Condition 2, ransom, if you are lucky enough to be born into a wealthy family, call home and pay 1 million to redeem yourself. Condition 3, if you find someone around you who has failed training, is detrimental to the park, and has ulterior motives, report them and earn a chance for a promotion to supervisor. Condition 4, there is reliable information that there is a reporter with a camera mixed into the park. The first person to catch him will gain freedom. Sui analyzed each condition. First, condition 2 is the least reliable. Those who get tricked into Myanmar are mostly like Wang Dong, coming here to make money. Those born into wealthy families are less than 1 in 1,000. Condition 1 is possible. If he guessed correctly, the identities the chosen ones receive should be random. If they shamelessly call every friend in their phone contacts, who knows, they might really trick a few people into coming over. As for the third and fourth conditions, they should be the reason why the chosen ones are wary of each other. Compared to relying on family to send money and phone calls to bring people in, mutually reporting each other seems to be the simplest and most effective method. After all, none of the selected ones in the entire dorm has been tainted by the training room so far. Just reporting one could promote them to supervisor. Sui saw a beautiful glass dome among the 4 chosen ones, enclosing everyone in the same space. It seemed very solid on ordinary days, but once anything stirred, it would immediately shatter. Chapter 78K Park 17. In the romantic country, at a time when people's hearts are most unsettled, Pierre gathered the remaining 4 in a hallway. He introduced himself first. I am Pierre from the romantic country. The name Pierre is quite effective in the rule Weird Tales. He ranks second in fame, aside from Sui. At that moment, a deep respect rose on everyone's faces. Pierre, the rules you all have seen are not just a way to clear the stages, they are more like a conspiracy organized by the park to make us distrust each other and break our fighting spirit. If you want to be promoted to supervisor, you can go report your companions to Brother Wang right now. The others quickly waved their hands. No, Pierre, with you here, you can surely lead us out of the world of weird tales without needing to report others. Yes, how could we have such thoughts? Pierre sneered, his gaze sweeping over the hypocritical faces of everyone. He sneered, but don't forget, aside from reporting others, the reason why you can stand here calmly means you are also a member who failed the training. The park won't show mercy to anyone with abnormalities. Yeah, everyone realized. They could report others, but others could bite back after being reported. In the end, it might turn into a deadly fight. Understanding this, the restless hearts of a few calmed down a bit. It seemed that the third condition would not be easy to implement. One long-haired boy raised his hand. My current identity is a little rich second generation who had a conflict with my family and ran away to prove myself. My family owns a few small factories. Condition 2, ransom system. If you are lucky enough to be born into a wealthy family, call home, and pay 1 million to get yourself out. Pierre disagreed. I advise you to be cautious, given the nature of the rule Weird Tales, the methods provided for clearing the stages are unreliable. If it really is as you said, clearing the stages would be too easy. Okay, alright. The long-haired boy pouted, temporarily agreeing. But 10 minutes later, after the conversation ended and everyone returned to their seats, he suddenly said he needed to use the bathroom, then directly left the computer room, disappearing. Inside the frame, the long-haired boy was brought to an empty room. Surrounded by dim light, with only a damaged light bulb above his head emitting a faint yellow glow. Under the light bulb was a worn wooden chair, and at the hint of several thugs, the long-haired boy trembled as he sat down. He then noticed that the brightness of this light bulb was indeed very weak, just enough to illuminate himself in less than half a meter around the chair. Looking further out, it was complete darkness, accompanied by a buzzing sound. He couldn't see, based on past experience, it sounded like some kind of rodent gnawing on bones. This immediately made his hair stand on end. Brother Wang handed the long-haired boy a phone, scrolling in the contacts until he found the number labeled Mom. The call went out quickly, and a middle-aged woman's voice, very anxious, came through. "Son, is it really you? Where are you? Mom was wrong, she won't force you to study anymore." The long-haired boy choked up for a moment, feeling a flicker of guilt, but to get out smoothly, he still revealed the 1 million. The woman agreed without hesitation. As the chosen one predicted, 1 million was no small amount for the woman's family, but by diverting all the cash flow of the factory, it could still be gathered. In the desperate emotion to save her child, the million quickly arrived. The long-haired boy sighed in relief, and the viewers in the live stream also felt relieved. This guy named Waz is too lucky. Among nearly 100 chosen ones, only his background is that of a rich second generation. What do you call this? A lucky guy. Pierre is strong enough, but this guy is just luckier. Do you really think he can leave? I find it so unreliable. What if the conditions are all wrong? I must say, the last commenter had a mind that could think sideways. At the moment the million arrived, Brother Wang took the call, and a sinister smile appeared on his face. "I suddenly changed my mind, I want another million." "You have so much money, you can't even come up with 2 million? What? The long-haired boy's parents quickly reacted. This time, the voice on the phone was a man, likely the chosen one's father. His tone was much calmer than his wife's. "Impossible, we don't have that much money. At most we can give you 50,000, if you can come back, great. If not, we will pretend we never had this son." His decisiveness was apparent, but a careful listener could still catch the subtle tremor and tension in his voice. Brother Wang chuckled, and being as smart as he was, he knew very well what these parents were thinking. The phone was dialed again, this time in a video chat format. In the only source of light in the darkness, the long-haired boy's ear was cruelly cut off. It fell on the table with a thud, and blood flowed abundantly. From the other side came a woman's sharp scream, followed by a flurry of sounds, as if she had fainted. Brother Wang said, 50,000 can only buy the other ear. Following this, Brother Wang used this excuse to constantly threaten the other party to send money until he squeezed out the last bit of value from the long-haired boy. The video call ended. In the darkness, a group of half-meter-tall rats suddenly jumped out. They surrounded the long-haired boy, gnawing continuously. Brother Wang had a strange expression, treating a group of filthy black rats. His tone was so gentle it could drip water, feeling proud. "My darlings, dinner is served." In Turkey, Bari's identity was that of a young man who dropped out of school years ago, wandering on the outskirts of the city, living by stealing tourists' wallets. Because of his profession, he rarely told his family about his life trajectory, only returning home during the holidays. Therefore, his parents still thought their son had a decent job in the city, a prestigious upper-class person. Bari had a sister who just turned 18 this year. After explaining the reason, he was taken to a place called Prop's Room, which was decorated in a splendid manner. Bari sat in front of the computer. At the moment the video connected, 2 bodyguards disguised as protectors bowed together behind Bari and said, "Hello, boss's sister." Bari's sister was directly stunned by this scene. She had never experienced such a ridiculous thing in her life. Swallowing hard, "Brother, where did you go to make money?" Bari took a puff from his cigar, unintentionally revealing the expensive watch on his wrist. "Yeah, I'm in Myanmar, made some money, and wanted to bring you all here to live. I remember you just had summer vacation, why not invite your girlfriends to come and play? Brother will take you shopping." The bodyguard placed a stack of banknotes on the table, and Bari casually took a few bills, rolled them up to light a cigarette. Under the temptation of money, Bari's sister was almost dazzled by the sight and immediately agreed impatiently. She never thought she would be betrayed by her own brother, her mind filled with excitement to enjoy a life of luxury. Bari did not forget to remind, "It's boring alone, remember to bring a girlfriend with you." The video call ended. Bari's big gold chain and small watch were quickly taken off. This is okay, right?" The suited thug showed a strange smile. "Of course, things went very well, you are free now. Let's go, we will take you out now." In front of everyone's witness, Bari was proudly sent out of the park, becoming the first person to successfully escape. His story became a model for everyone to learn from. It seemed that K Park really kept its word and did what it promised. However, the audience waiting outside the live broadcast room did not hear the news of the successful escape for a long time. Chapter 79 K Park 18. Bari was out. Bari walked to the bustling street, happily clapping his hands. "Finally out, you know how I spent these 2 days? It's like I was treated like livestock." Bari wandered for a while, then got lost, but he had no money, and feeling hungry and thirsty, an honest and kind local old man appeared in front of him, taking out some food. "Young man, you are really pitiful, have a big pancake." Bari gobbled it down. "Old man, just eating the pancake is choking, why not drink some water?" Barry followed him into the house to get water, and the old man pulled out a submachine gun from the tank, aiming it at his head. Soon a group of people rushed in, several thugs brutally tied Barry up and bundled him into the back seat of a pickup truck. As he was leaving, Barry looked up for the last time and saw the clock hanging in the old man's house. 4 o'clock and 6 minutes. The time he left the park was 3:24. Oh, turns out he had only been out for 42 minutes in total. The pickup truck drove fast, passing K Park without stopping, heading to a farther place. Ding, the chosen one Barry from Turkey has been mysteriously swallowed, the world of strange tales is about to descend, countdown, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5. Philippines, Cactus Country, Tulip Country, etc. A total of 36 chosen ones have been eliminated, the world of strange tales is about to descend, countdown, 10, 9, 8, 7. At the moment the mechanical voice sounded, the world was shocked. They found that half of the people died because of reports from other chosen ones. The reported ones, holding a mindset of if you don't let me live, I won't let you live, ended up in mutual reporting. In other words, before the strange ones acted, the chosen ones had already started fighting among themselves. Bullet comments, damn, I thought it was a relatively easy level, who knew such a thing happened halfway? Using human nature, establishing rules to entice chosen ones to kill each other, then wiping everyone out. From recent game experiences, it can be basically judged that in multiplayer levels, teamwork and trust between teammates are more important, personal strength is secondary. Currently, only the level where Master Shi is remaining has the most people left. The other teams are all scattered, either leaving only one or two, or utterly defeated. Eagle Empire? As a quirky killer, constantly giving off a stranger keep away vibe. After the rule changes, Fred was the first to be reported by his companions. Damn it, you bunch of scum, I'm going to kill you all now. Fred unleashed his immense strength talent, attacking his own kind, sending a few flying with blood. Seeing figures gradually approaching. Fred, I am the chosen one from Kimchi Country, friendly with the Eagle Empire, for the peace between our two countries, you can't kill me. Yes, yes. Another person pointed at the man lying on the ground, quickly explaining, it was he who reported you, it has nothing to do with us. However, Fred was already furious to the extreme, with a mocking tone, dirty rats shifting blame, don't think I don't know what you've plotted. It's all your fault for being too arrogant and provoking someone you shouldn't have. At the moment he was about to strike again. Behind him, a row of men in camouflage uniforms rushed in. Each holding an AK-47, aiming the barrels at Fred's chest. These men had standard gun postures and strong grips, obviously trained professionals. The viewers in the livestream couldn't sit still, the Myanmar government is taking a beating. Still dare to say there's no collusion? The facts are right before us. According to reliable sources, before the arrival of the Weird Tales, you collected hundreds of billions in protection fees from K Park every year, for the enjoyment of the higher-ups. No wonder they're so rampant, unable to catch the murderer time and again, it turns out there's a protective umbrella behind them. In the world of Weird Tales. Facing the situation before him, Fred understood that no matter how powerful he was still just a mortal body, unable to withstand the speed of the bullets. This was a dead end, the kind that left no escape. The organization had trained that when you realized you had to die, you should close your eyes, shut your mouth, bite the poison within, not giving the enemy a chance for interrogation. Fred closed his eyes, then opened them again after a moment. In the face of life and death, for the first time, he thought about not wanting to listen to the organization's words. Since his flesh and blood could not block the bullets, then unless he became less than human. A bottle of black substance was pulled from his pocket, looking blacker than months-old sewage. Pitch black spring water, put a drop on the arm to temporarily gain a breath similar to the weird, able to blind others' eyes. Drink a bottle to completely evolve into the weird. This seems to be some kind of potion? Fred opened the bottle cap and drank it down. Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. His breath changed drastically in an instant, his pupils turning black, the whites of his eyes disappearing. Now, you all go die for me. In Dragon Country, during a break for a meal, several chosen ones gathered together. Zhang Jiaxu analyzed the rules line by line, his theory was similar to Pierre's, concluding that these several clearance conditions were not very credible. Shenyu suggested, to prevent everyone from having the chance to backstab each other, I propose that from now on, whether going to the toilet or doing anything else, we must pair up. Moreover, each time we act, the teammates should not be the same. The others had no objections, this seemed to be the most suitable idea for the moment. 4 people would supervise each other, avoiding one person breaking the balance and secretly reporting the other chosen ones. After Chenyu finished speaking, he unconsciously pinched the blue button on his shirt collar. All his actions fell into Zhang Jiaxu's eyes, who pondered for a moment. As an employee of the Weird Tales Bureau, Chenyu was participating in a side quest for the first time, he had plenty of theoretical knowledge but zero real-world experience. He was still too green. From the moment he saw the announcement about finding the reporter, he constantly told himself to treat the pinhole camera like an ordinary button. But he didn't realize that the more one reminds oneself to forget something, the more unnatural they appear. Many times, subconscious little actions could reveal one's inner feelings. This was a piece of cake for Zhang Jiaxu, who had long served high-ranking officials in Sakura country, adept at reading people's expressions. Uncovering the identity of the reporter doesn't necessarily guarantee freedom. But perhaps I can use this to prove my strength to Brother Wang, and strive for a position as a supervisor. Zhang Jiaxu's eyes caught sight of a red-haired man in a corner of the cafeteria. His instincts told him that this man named Wang Dong was very dangerous, not the best choice for a whistleblower. Moreover, if I'm successful, I'll be taking his place, perhaps to keep his supervisor position. He might even secretly sabotage me, stealing the credit for finding the reporter. I need to find an opportunity to personally expose Wang Dong. Chapter 80K Part 19. Zhang Jiaxu quickly finished his meal. I left my water cup in the computer room. I need to go back to get something. The remaining three paused with their chopsticks at the same time. At this moment, suggesting to go back alone sounded a bit suspicious. Zhang Jiaxu chuckled, "Why don't you all follow me? It feels safer if we go together." Chen Yu pushed aside the hard, rotten rice in his bowl. The cafeteria food was already hard to swallow, and if he chewed faster, it would be even more painful. No need, as we discussed, it's two people in a group. At that moment, Alameddin from Zuligua wiped his mouth. "I'm almost done, I'll go with you." The two went to the computer room. Zhang Jiaxu picked up a cup on the table. "Do you know, there's a reporter among us?" Alameddin said coldly, "I don't know and I don't want to know." Zhang Jiaxu coaxed, "If we can expose him, we might pass through directly." Alameddin replied, "This rule is clearly wrong. Referring to conditions 1 and 2, even if we meet all the requirements of the park, we still can't pass smoothly. The goal of the park is to squeeze every drop of blood from us. First, they make everyone participate in phone scams, and then publish passing rules to lure those with money or siblings to come forward voluntarily." Facing Alameddin's unfriendly gaze, Zhang Jiaxu scratched his head, feeling guilty. "I see, I misunderstood earlier. Now that you explain, I understand." He sincerely bowed. "I'm sorry. As long as you understand, don't have any unnecessary thoughts, or I will be the first to report you." Alameddin noted his good attitude and stopped speaking further. After leaving the computer room, noticing they had spent enough time, the two did not return to the cafeteria, but headed straight to the training room. K-Park sounds impressive. The name is in English, suggesting an international connection. But in reality, it was very desolate inside. Most of the ground was still dirt roads, with dirty ditches everywhere. Cigarette butts, spit, and various unknown liquids were everywhere, with no one to clean up. As they walked past a patch of grass, Zhang Jiaxu pointed forward. "Look, it seems there's a person over there in the bushes, walking a big yellow dog." "A big yellow dog? Is it a dog for vegetables?" As a loyal fan of Su Yi, Alameddin's first reaction was this. He couldn't help but lean forward to look. "Where? I don't see it." If they were lucky to be in the same instance as the great Su Yi, their success rate would surely double. Slap! A brick suddenly struck the back of Alameddin's head with lightning speed. Instantly, he was bleeding from his head. Alameddin, who was leaning forward, fell into a pool of blood and soon lost his breath. His eyes remained open, appearing lifeless. Beside him were 2-meter-tall wild grass, lush and thriving. Zhang Jiaxu dragged the body into the grass pile. "Fool, don't pass up a chance," insisting on unity and not thinking too much. "Do you believe, if I were the reporter, others would report me without hesitation?" He walked over to a nearby filthy ditch and dipped his hands in to wash them. Sure enough, the citizens of an obscure country have similarly muddled thoughts. The water flowed darkly over his hands, washing away the bloodstains. Now, he was going to see Brother Wang. In the training room, Chen Yu followed the crowd to line up, subconsciously grabbing his collar again. It's empty. He could hardly believe it. A strong feeling of suffocation surged in his heart. The camera was gone. Did it accidentally fall to the ground, or was it stolen? Would the thief report him? The button was blue. There weren't many people wearing blue clothes here, and those with the same button were probably even fewer. He would be found out soon enough. What to do? Could he escape? Was it too late now? Chen Yu's mind was in chaos. The loss of the camera made him anxious and restless. He remembered the first time he discovered his identity was on the plane. From the moment he got off the plane to the gate of the park, there was a small stretch of road. Not too long, not too short. Taking the opportunity to get rid of the camera during this time is the wisest choice. But he didn't do it. Chen Yu thought, since fate had given him the identity of a reporter, he should fulfill the mission that comes with the profession. Expose everything in the park and let all the victims clear their grievances. Later, the rules changed. The owner of the park offered generous conditions, searching for all reporters and rewarding those who succeeded with freedom. At that time, he should have figured out a way to discard the camera. But Chen Yu still didn't do it. while he was still in his emo mood. Dong! A bell rang. The sound was loud, striking from the eardrum to the heart, feeling like it pierced the soul. Chen Yu felt a slight confusion in his mind, and many things became chaotic. Dong, dong. The sound grew louder, making his ears hurt. What was that? Chen Yu hugged his head with both hands, pressing down desperately. His hearing was already affected. If he saw it again, his consciousness would surely become even more blurred. Just hang in there, maybe it will pass. Chen Yu, you can do it, keep going. Training room rules. Rule 1, please do not look directly at the banner on the wall. Rule 2, please do not read out loud the words on the banner. Rule 3, if you have done both of the above, remember not to remember the content of the banner. Rule 4, keep silently recalling the first 3 rules in your heart. Chen Yu started to silently repeat the first 3 rules of the training room. His vision gradually became clearer. Dong dong dong. Dong dong dong. The bell rang again, more urgent than before. Chen Yu felt his hands were out of control, gradually relaxing. Who am I? What is my name again? I come from. His head lifted. Right in front of the podium, in the middle of the banner, hung an old rectangular bell. The copper pendulum swung back and forth, swaying left and right incessantly. Chen Yu couldn't help but focus on the surface of the pendulum, his eyes following its swaying. Just at that moment, a familiar black kitchen knife flew up, heading straight for the swinging clock. The clock face shattered, and the knife continued to delve in, cutting off the chains below, causing the pendulum to fall down. Oh, my name is Chen Yu, from the Dragon Country. I am a person. Chen Yu murmured, gradually regaining his rationality. What greeted him was overwhelming joy. Suyi Big Shot? Chapter 81K Part 20. The black kitchen knife, with a cold gaze as sharp as a peak, and standing beside it was Suyi, who kept spinning in circles, chasing his own tail like a big yellow dog. No doubt about it, it was definitely Suyi. Chen Yu jumped up excitedly, bending his legs forward, and directly bounced in front of Suyi. Suyi Big Shot, I am Chen Yu from the Dragon Country, we've met before. Suyi raised an eyebrow, glanced at him, and spoke coldly, got it, stand behind me. Chen Yu scratched his head, well, I was online with the name Don't Want to Be a Beast Man today back then and you replied to my message. Suyi showed a sudden realization, so it's you. Nice to meet you. It seems this time the rules and weird tales are unusual, the Dragon Country indeed picked out 2 people. Chen Yu. It turned out that Suyi Big Shot didn't even recognize him just now, telling him to stand behind purely to give him, a fellow chosen one, some face. The viewers in the livestream who noticed the scene were laughing wildly. I'm dying of laughter, Chen Yu's online name is more famous than him. Look at Suyi Big Shot's expression, he definitely thought he encountered a scammer at first. Suyi Big Shot is probably thinking, I know you want me to protect you, but please don't pretend to be from the Dragon Country first. By the way, the name Beast Man equals virgin, does this name have another layer of meaning? Is Chen Yu really a virgin? So curious. Curiosity +1. Soon, the topic of whether Chen Yu was a virgin climbed to the hot search, only ranking after the rules and weird tales. Chen Yu walked behind Suyi, Pierre arrived with the remaining 3 chosen ones. Upon meeting. Great, you are indeed in the same instance with us. Big Shot, look at me, I am Pierre. Suyi glanced at the man without doubting his words. After all, in this copy, aside from Pierre, a seasoned chosen one, it's probably hard for the others to have the strength to bring their companions out while surviving themselves. How did you recognize me? Suyi touched his red hair, thinking that he had done quite well in his role this time. Pierre. I've seen you. Since then, every move you make, every glance, every expression, has been deeply imprinted in my mind, unforgettable. This familiarity that comes from the soul can never be wrong. So the first moment I saw you in the training room 2 days ago, I recognized you. I am willing to be a knight, to guard you forever. Suyi interrupted him, I appreciate your intentions, but let's focus on the real business first. Don't say anymore, if you keep talking, I feel like my innocence will be lost in front of the whole world. Suyi's gaze fell around him. As the brass clock was shattered, the training room was now in chaos. The members gasped and opened their eyes, their minds becoming clear as if waking from a dream. What happened? I felt like I just had a dream where someone talked to me about capital operations, how to make big money, and many grand things, but didn't give me any food. I was so captivated, ready to get started. Why did you lock me in here? Let me go, you bunch of liars. I want to go home. Don't bully me for being uneducated, the TV said this kind of behavior is called brainwashing. It was 1 or 2 people protesting, but with so many together, the enforcers panicked, trying to maintain order. Stop whining, or if you dare to resist again, I'll beat you to death, one enforcer shouted viciously, holding a club. Go ahead and hit me, living like this, I might as well be dead. The man who was scolded fell to the ground, doing nothing, and began to wail. More and more people were drawn to him. Enforcer. What is this feeling of helplessness? Chen Yu stepped forward and whispered, Suyi, my camera fell, it contains all kinds of data. Suyi nodded, let's go. It's time to settle the accounts. The group arrived at Brother Wang's office. Suyi knocked on the door from outside. Brother Wang, I'm here to report, something happened in the training room. Come in. Pushing the door open, Brother Wang was sitting on the sofa, taking a drag from his cigar and exhaling a long smoke ring. This was Chen Yu and the others' first time here. The expensive decor, antique solid wood furniture, and luxurious crystal chandeliers formed a stark contrast to the environment where the pigs usually lived. Separated by a wall. Inside is paradise. Outside is hell. Brother Wang's face looked grim. You came and brought so many people. He began to doubt the abilities of the bodyguards at the door, wondering what kind of nonsense they let in. Suyi said, in the training room, for some reason, a large clock suddenly appeared, and I broke it. As a park manager, they dared to hang all sorts of messy things without my permission, which is absolutely unforgivable. Brother Wang threw the cigar in the fish tank behind him, and immediately, a few beautiful betta fish began to flip over, and seconds later, they were belly up. He gritted his teeth, the items were hung there by me, they are supernatural objects. Suyi was surprised and wanted to cover his mouth, thought it was a bit extravagant, and covered Pierre's mouth instead. What? It was like this? You didn't tell me, I'm sorry for doing such a thing, I apologize to you. His sarcastic tone, along with his innocent look after making a mistake, said, no way, you wouldn't blame me face to face over such a small matter, would you? There was a bit of moral coercion in that. The chosen ones present were speechless, wondering if this performance was meant to give Brother Wang a heart attack. Unexpectedly, Brother Wang appeared to have a gentle temper. He was taken aback for a moment, took a deep breath, and said to Suyi, no way, it's just a clock. If it breaks, it breaks. You can leave now. Damn it, why has so much time passed, and there's no change in the park? No one came out to remind him. Could it be that even Liang Qin has betrayed him? How is that possible? This feeling of being cut off from external information and unable to control everything made him very uneasy. Forget it, the priority now is to stabilize this reckless youth who is about to rebel. He will settle other matters once he leaves this room. As he spoke, two bodyguards quietly approached from behind. Brother Wang had a gun in his hand, and the two bodyguards behind him did too, yet he still dared not act rashly. He secretly stared at Pierre and the others, bringing so many people up, they surely might be used to block the bullets for him. If he delayed time, he could very well be killed by Wang Dong in retaliation. Brother Wang deeply regretted it now. He shouldn't have trusted Su Ye's nonsense and let him be the manager. Now, with the people rebelling, he was directly sidelined here. Su Yi didn't move, taking a small step forward. Brother Wang was so scared that he quickly pulled out the gun from his pocket and aimed it at Su Yi's chest. Su Yi, hand over the camera. Brother Wang was dumbfounded. What camera? Still dare to be stubborn? Su Yi took 2 more steps forward. At this moment, the gun's muzzle was only half a meter away from his chest. Brother Wang squinted. At this distance, he probably couldn't dodge it, right? Talented people tend to be arrogant, believing that firearms are not as powerful as their fists. Without hesitation, he pulled the trigger. With a bang, the bullet quickly entered the body. Then, it bounced out from Su Ye's chest. With his enhanced rebirth ability, the bullet's power was not strong. The moment it entered, the wound healed, and it was bounced out by the flesh inside. Brother Wang couldn't believe it. You are still wearing a bulletproof vest. One bullet didn't work, then let's try another, it would eventually break through. I will shoot. Bang, 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 6 or 7 shots firing off in a row, the magazine emptied, and all the bullets were fired out. Su Yi caught 2 of them, one to the left and one to the right, and threw them out. A blood hole appeared in the center of the foreheads of the 2 bodyguards, and they fell to the ground simultaneously. Hand over the camera. Yes, hand it over. Chun Yu stood behind, feeling excited. I could cry. Is this what it feels like to be protected? At that moment, he had a strange illusion, like a child being bullied, something was taken away, and then he tells his parents. Then the adults come forward fiercely to help him get it back. Honestly, it felt a bit thrilling. Seeing Brother Wang still refusing to admit it, Chen Yu stepped forward and started searching him. Including the bodies of the 2 bodyguards, there was still nothing. Everyone conducted a thorough search of the room and found several boxes of mobile phones. At this moment, Brother Wang felt the most wronged. He was disarmed by Su Yi and controlled. What are you all looking for? That blue button, I really didn't take it. Chen Yu, impossible, the order to search the reporters was issued by you. If someone stole the camera, they would definitely report it to you first. He looked at Su Yi eagerly. Boss. Su Yi, your analysis is reasonable. So, clap, clap, clap. Brother Wang, without surprise, received a good beating, lying on the ground gasping for breath. But he still claimed he didn't know. Suyi felt that one shouldn't indulge such people. You can't deal with a scoundrel using ordinary methods. Suyi had a few chosen ones pry Brother Wang's mouth open and then picked up a fish tank, pouring its contents inside. The freshly dead shrimp-like fish, slippery on the surface, instantly lodged in Brother Wang's throat, making it impossible for him to breathe. He felt today he might either be beaten to death or suffocated by live fish. Just when he thought he was about to give in, there was a knock at the door. Chun-Yu, Alamadan? Why are you here? The one who came in was none other than Alamadan from the selection group, who he hadn't seen in the training room just now. Alamadan opened his hand, in it lay a blue shirt button. Brother Wang was the happiest, loudly accusing, See, I told you I didn't take it, why won't you let me go? Alamadan, I just found it on Zhang Jiaxu, he stole the button and called me to report it. I didn't agree, the two of us fought, and I won. Chen-Yu, where is Zhang Jiaxu? Alamadan, I don't know, he lost, he might be afraid of you blaming him, so he ran away first. Suyi glanced thoughtfully at the wound on his head. With this glance, everything behind him had nowhere to hide, as if he could see right through the soul. Alamadan held his breath. Suyi, as long as you found it, it's fine, come with us. Alamadan sighed in relief. The live stream, this Zhang Jiaxu is truly ruthless, when he saw he couldn't inform, he even killed fellow chosen one Alamadan. Luckily, Alamadan activated his talent to play dead in time, crawled up, and hit back with a brick. If I'm not mistaken, Alamadan got the camera, hesitated for a while, and was also planning to inform, but unexpectedly saw Suyi with the vegetable dog when he opened the door. There's no way, even if he goes back, it's hard to explain killing Zhang Jiaxu to the other chosen ones, their trust has already collapsed. It's better to take the camera he has and go directly to Brother Wang to inform. Brother Suyi definitely noticed and didn't expose him on the spot. Brother Suyi really has vision. Baka Yaru, you Shili country wait, dare to lay hands on our cherry blossom country's chosen ones, you will definitely pay the price. In the strange talk world. Brother Wang, since the thing is found, can you let me go now? Suyi, no. Brother Wang, let me go, I promise, you are still the second in command here, no one can shake your position. Oh? Suyi released his grip and handed him a cigar, what do you mean? Brother Wang dared not take it, you are young, and an outsider, you do not understand the rules here. Even if you kill me, no matter how strong you are, you cannot control the K-Park. The waters here run deep. Suyi, I would like to hear more. Brother Wang, let's not mention anything else, just the relationship business. Our area, the parks, combined every year, must pay the higher-ups in Myanmar over 100 billion in taxes, otherwise, do you think why such unreasonable places can continue to exist? Chen-Yu, I understand, it's collusion between officials and businessmen. So no matter what, those who have been trafficked here cannot escape. Brother Wang, exactly, especially that guy named Ma XX and Ding XXX in the high ranks who suck blood, the taxes keep rising every year. It forces us to act even more ruthlessly. The live stream. Damn, it's solid evidence. There really is an inside story, the Myanmar government just released a statement claiming they know nothing, now isn't their face hurting? The officials are like this, let alone behind the scenes. After this, no one will dare to do business in Myanmar. Myanmar, you've done well, returning the lives of our chosen ones. The crowd was furious. In the strange talk world. Suyi quietly listened to Brother Wang's lengthy lament and various complaints until he completely revealed the inside story and had nothing more to say. Suyi put forth a condition, take me to Miawadi. Brother Wang's eyes flickered, I don't know what you are talking about. Suyi picked up the gun from earlier, pointing it at his temple, if you don't know, then you have no use for you anymore. Wait a minute. Brother Wang, there is a pickup truck outside the park, we can drive there. Suyi tossed the gun to Chen-Yu, hold this. Pierre nearby drooled with envy, if he guessed correctly, this was a strange item. Just now he witnessed Suyi shooting and killing two strange creatures with bullets. But the thing was seized by Suyi, he can give it to whoever he wants. At that moment, Pierre regretted that he was not a Dragon Country person. Chapter 83 K Park 22. Suyi reminded everyone not to forget their phones when leaving. When they were on the plane, all kinds of documents and communication devices were confiscated. It was called helping to take care of it. But after taking it away, it was never returned. Suyi found a phone labeled Wang Dong from the box and discovered it still had power. Your name is Wang Dong, you live in Wangjiatan village, Gaoyang district, Shishir city. When you were 5, your parents died in a car accident, leaving you to your unmarried aunt's care. To raise you smoothly, your aunt, despite the strange looks from others, resolutely refused to marry and worked hard all these years, doing all kinds of dirty and tiring jobs to pull you up. But just a while ago, your aunt fell ill due to overwork and needed money for surgery. The surgery costs a lot. In a chat box on the phone, there were more than 99 WeChat messages, all from your aunt, starting from asking once a day to almost every 2 hours later, she had to say a few words. Xiaodong, where are you? It's been so many days without seeing anyone, remember to message back to aunt. I am feeling better and better, the director said I can be discharged. Come back. I want to see you. I made your favorite braised pork. Xiaodong, are you still alive? Truly, blood is thicker than water. It seems that your aunt can sense something is wrong with Wang Dong from afar. Suyi opened another message, a notification text from the hospital. Hello, Ms. Wang's hospitalization is due to end at 8 p.m. on the 5th of this month. Please pay the continuing fee as soon as possible. Surgery cost 108,888. After discussion with Ms. Wang, she voluntarily gave up this opportunity for surgery. It turns out that the body did not improve. Your aunt told a lie to lessen Wang Dong's burden. Suyi walked over to Brother Wang and took his phone, first transferring a payment for the surgery to the hospital. Then he sent another 100,000 yuan to the aunt. Reply, I'm abroad, very safe now. Also, the signal here isn't good, so I can't contact often. Don't worry. Next to him, Pierre looked at Suya's touching message, happily opened his own phone. His name in this identity is Chu Yoxian, who was deeply tormented by a love triangle before going abroad. First message. Rich woman, when will you pay me back? Don't force me to get rough. Second message. Girlfriend, you're a liar, a heart thief. Already have a girlfriend, yet still seducing others at the gym, whimpering. Actually, if you had told me earlier, I wouldn't mind accepting. She supports you, and you use her money to support me, we could all live happily together. Pierre turned off his phone screen. I think I should stay in Myanmar, this place is nice too. He thought for a moment, not wanting to give up, and replied to both the rich woman and the girlfriend, I was scammed and trafficked to Myanmar, can you come get me back? Rich woman, bah. The money to get you out is far more than your debts, you'd better stay there obediently. Girlfriend, do you have any assets left in the country? I can help take care of them, kisses. Pierre spread his hands, I'm tired, let it be destroyed. He now somewhat understood why this guy named Chu Yoxian chose to go abroad like a fool to get caught. As for the others present, part of them also followed suit, taking out their phones to message their loved ones. No matter the reason, what Suyi, the boss, told them to do, they just followed along. There was no harm in it. While another part remained indifferent. They were merely playing this role, their goal was to break out of Myanmar and get through smoothly. What's the use of messaging their families? In their eyes, Suya's actions seemed a bit superfluous. After replying to the messages, Suyi led everyone to the clinic's door, and Su Ning walked out from inside. The doctor has arrived and is about to take the patient. Brother Wang felt an ominous premonition rise in his heart. What are you going to do? Suyi ignored him and walked down the clinic corridor. The doctor tucked a test report under his arm and pushed the hospital bed into the office with both hands. There was a smile on his face, a greedy smile, looking at the hospital bed in his hands. More like a person who has been hungry for a long time, seeing a big piece of fatty meat. The fat man felt something was wrong, but he was given anesthesia, unable to speak or move his body. Just before entering the office, at the last moment, he noticed Suyi in the corridor, his eyes begging for help, staring at him. Please, save me one more time. I know I was wrong. You said I was eating a meal that leads to death, and told me not to stay in the clinic. You said Shelley is a con artist, and everything you said was right. You saved me twice already, this time, you won't just ignore me, right? The fat man desperately blinked at Suyi. Unfortunately, it seemed that the other party didn't see him. As his body was completely pushed into the office, tears flowed down the corners of the fat man's eyes. Suyi's expression remained unchanged. There is a saying that things don't go past three. Considering they were sitting together, he had already reminded the fat man twice, yet each time he received disdain in return. For the third time, Suyi was tired, he directly acted as if he hadn't seen it. There is actually a door in the office. As a few people entered, they found the inside was empty, no longer showing any sign of doctors or patients. Only on the wall was there a red door. Suyi remembered that this door hadn't appeared just a few days ago. Is it the way to Mayawati? Chapter 84K Park 23. One of them bravely went to pull the door handle, and at the moment of pulling, something dripped onto the back of his hand, sticky. He looked up and saw a crushed human head wedged in the gap of the upper doorframe, blood dripping from it. It still had warmth, it was clearly just recently dead. Ah! Many people present screamed, a few who were entering the strange tale for the first time immediately vomited. So disgusting. Behind the red door was a small cement path. It was filled with fog, and the visibility was less than 2 meters. Nothing specific could be seen, and no one knew where it led, looking highly dangerous. Brother Wang shouted, Are you crazy? You can't be thinking of going in there? It's fraught with danger. Without the same special identity as a doctor, going in basically means you're dead. Leave me here, let me stay in the park. If you want to die, don't drag us down with you. He was agitated, desperately backing away, his words not sounding like a lie. This startled the chosen ones present. Suyi turned around. K-Park has been disbanded, now it's leaderless, a perfect chance to leave. You can clear the level directly. One of the chosen ones asked, what do you mean? Suyi, aren't you coming with us? Suyi pointed to the foggy passage behind him. I'm going in. A few immediately said, we'll go in with you. Suyi smiled, have you thought it through? It's dangerous inside, you can't see the path, and if something happens, I can't take care of you. This meant that once he went in, he wouldn't care about them anymore? The few hesitated. Suyi, why don't you come with us in the pickup truck? It can also get to Mayawati. Yes, Suyi, as a senior in the rule of strange tales, you can't just leave us behind. Chenyu stepped forward and indignantly said, what do you mean by not caring? If you go out now, you can clear the level directly. There's no danger to life, helping them to this extent is still not called caring? The crowd looked at each other, they naturally knew that going out now would allow for a smooth level clear. But that would only get 1-star rating. It was clear to all that reaching Mayawati was the key to the final victory of the instance. They wanted to follow Suyi and continue to mix for a higher score. But the foggy passage was full of dangers, and even Suyi found it difficult to cope, let alone care for them. The atmosphere suddenly became a bit tense. Suyi pulled out a kitchen knife. Those who don't want to leave, stay behind. I will do my best to protect you. He said it lightly, showing a big smile. The few were about to express their gratitude. See, Suyi really has a soft heart. As long as they said a few more words, he wouldn't be able to let them go and would directly compromise. Moral coercion is most suitable for kind people. Brother Wang interjected, you fool, he already said he would do his best to protect you, whether he truly does or not is only known to him, others understand nothing. When danger comes, he will likely use you to take the bullets first. In the end, when you die, he will say there was nothing he could do, claiming he did his best just moments ago. Suyi sternly educated him, am I that kind of person? Brother Wang directly replied, hee. You are not, you are a good person, praising me to my face, saying you admire me, and voluntarily came to Myanmar to follow me. Behind my back, you have your own scheme, buying off employees, threatening goons, and stabbing me in the back hard. I really believed your evil back then, which is why I brought you in. You have utterly betrayed my trust. Brother Wang clasped his hands behind his back, weeping and lamenting, all day shooting geese, only to have my eyes pecked out by the geese. He was the true master of scams, but once Suyi arrived in Myanmar, he got scammed in return. The group stopped their following steps. They didn't fully believe Brother Wang's words, thinking Suyi was a good person. But they didn't dare to gamble. What if Suyi was really like they said? Wouldn't their lives be lost right there? And when the time comes, after using them to take the bullets, Suyi would say he had warned them before, that it was their own choice to follow him in, resulting in this current outcome. They would have no place to seek justice. Suyi, I won't go in with you, having a 1-star clearance is pretty good. Yeah, Suyi, our country's previous chosen few didn't even get 1-star clearance, I am already satisfied. One by one, they left the clinic, and the last to leave was Su Ning. After stepping out, she ran back in, her face flushed, saying, Suyi, can we add each other on WeChat? Seeing Suyi take out a scrap of paper, write on it, and hand it to Su Ning, the live stream exploded. Wow, girl, what are you doing? I'm so envious, I also want to meet Suyi and ask him for his WeChat in person. Share the WeChat ID, don't hide it, I'll pay $1 million, no, 10 million to buy it from you. How can this person be called Su Ning? This is too much, I, an employee of JD.com, refuse to accept this. In this bizarre tale of rules, only 4 people remained in the room. Chenyu grasped his shirt button, saying, I am a reporter, wanting to further record more facts to send out. Pierre put on a bloodstained life jacket and waved his fist, declaring, I can protect myself. Brother Wang said, good, you 3 go together then, I will wait here for your glorious return. Then, someone grabbed the back of his collar and lifted him up. Like a monkey, Suyi easily grabbed him and walked toward the door. In the mist, everything was silent, surrounded by gray, with no sunlight in sight. All the sounds of nature, like insects chirping or birds singing, had completely vanished. The 3 hurried forward, able to hear their own footsteps and heartbeats. Suddenly, Chenyu spoke up, it seems like something just ran by. Suyi followed his gaze and saw a shadow of a human-like figure, resembling a corpse, crawling on the ground. Its palms scraped against the surface, making a rustling noise. Chenyu couldn't help but fire a shot in that direction. The head shattered, the shadow fell, and he sighed in relief. Brother Wang wanted to shout, don't shoot, you fool. But it seemed to be too late. Raising his head again, more and more rustling sounds began to gather around. There were 4 or 5 nearby, and in the distance, their bodies were unclear, only pairs of green eyes could be seen, shining like lanterns in the dim night. Thick and numerous, countless in sight, it made one's heart sink. Clearly, it was the recent gunshot that startled them, and they gathered around, drawn by the sound. Brother Wang trembled in fear, saying, "It's over, we are completely finished, we will be buried here. There are so many monsters, we can't possibly kill them all." Thinking of himself, the dignified leader of the scam park, with a lifetime reputation, he would die in this weird place. In the Eagle Empire, Fred drank every drop of the pitch-black spring water. Suddenly, a strange power spread, transforming his body. It hurts, so painful, every muscle is screaming. Is this what it feels like to be invincible? Fred laughed heartily. He felt like he was about to explode, his whole body filled with strength, it was unbearable not to release it. So, the thugs around him were in trouble. They brandished their guns, aiming at Fred's body. But no matter how many times they shot, that man still bounced around, getting closer and closer. After drinking the black spring water, his body became hard as stone, bullets couldn't pierce at all. Fred charged in, slashing through the crowd wildly. His body ripped apart, his head exploded, he was as brutal as he could be. Soon, 100-strong armed team was wiped out. The darkness in Fred's eyes had yet to fade. He set his sights on several other chosen ones and the pigs who had been deceived. You all go die together. I became like this because of you. 2 hours later, Fred, covered in blood, knocked on the office door. Brother Wang, don't come any closer, I'll call for help. Fred, go ahead, if someone answers you, I'll consider it a loss. The people outside had all been killed by him, and now the area was quiet, having turned into a paradise of the dead. Brother Wang leaned on the window, looking down, nearly having a heart attack from shock. You, insane. Which side are you on? Chapter 85K Park 24. Brother Wang simply couldn't understand what this person wanted to do. If he claimed to punish evil and uphold justice, he had killed not only the thugs but also the innocent pigs. If he were a wicked person beyond redemption, he had killed his fellow evildoers, thus indirectly doing a good deed. To sum it up, he was a madman without humanity. Fred grabbed Brother Wang by the throat. Are you the boss of K Park? So he was seeking revenge, killing them all was indeed possible. Brother Wang felt a bit enlightened. I'm not, I'm just the boss's secretary, helping him manage this area. If you want to find the boss, I'll take you. We can go in a pickup truck, to the outside. Ha. Fred chuckled coldly. His other hand removed the gold-rimmed glasses from Brother Wang's face, and from the side view, he saw the words Cartier marked on them. You say it's not, so it's not? Do you think I'm a fool? A secretary can wear such fine things. Fred turned his gaze to the 2 bodyguards behind Brother Wang. What do you say, who is this? The aura around him was terrifying, his clothes were completely soaked in blood, unrecognizable, still stained with the flesh and blood of the deceased. The bodyguards were so scared that they knelt down on the spot. If we tell you, will you let us go? Fred didn't waste time with them, he directly punched through one bodyguard's stomach. He was now half a strange being, possessing the ability to completely harm horror entities, so when he punched through the bodyguard's stomach, he really died. The other bodyguard, panicking, pointed directly at Brother Wang. Yes, it's him, the boss of K Park. He offended too many people, so he hired us for a large price. Brother Wang. Damn, who hired whom? You weren't acting like this when you were getting paid. The other bodyguard, after spilling useful information, was also killed. Brother Wang was terrified, watching Fred approach step by step. Listen to me, this matter has hidden truths, the real boss is. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. But Fred didn't listen to what he was saying, arms wide open, laughing wildly and strangely. I'm about to clear the level. Su Yi, you wait for me, I will definitely surpass you. After saying that, in Brother Wang's bewildered gaze, he reached in and pulled out the other's heart, throwing it into his mouth, crunching and chewing it. With Brother Wang's death, Fred finally awaited the monster tail report he desired. Ding, congratulations to the chosen one Fred from the White-Headed Eagle Empire for successfully clearing the K Park instance. Clearance evaluation, 3 stars. Rating analysis, 1 star for surviving, 1 star for clearing the spiritual pollution of the training room, 1 star for kill the boss, Brother Wang, 1 star. 3 stars completion? Just 3 stars? Why? I clearly found the mastermind behind it all, this is unfair. Fred could not accept it, he had put himself through so much trouble, turning into something neither human nor ghost, just to surpass Su Yi and better complete his boss's assignment. In the end, you tell me it's just a 3-star completion. Could it be that someone is still alive? Fred rushed out of the office, frantically searching within the park. Ding, after 30 seconds, the survivors will be transported back to the real world. Transporting. No, I can still kill, let me stay. With sounds of roars and shouts, Fred was transported back to the real world. In the live broadcast room. It's over, Fred seems to have gone mad. He has completely turned into a killing machine. I wonder if he will attack those around him after returning to the real world. White Eagle's upper management, you better manage your chosen one. The focus returns to Suye's side. After Chinyu fired a shot, more and more crawling monsters gathered. The few people present looked serious. Chinyu, I'm sorry, it was my fault. Wait a minute, I will run in another direction while firing my gun, attracting all the monsters over. You take this chance to escape. Brother Wang, humph, at least you have a conscience, daring to take responsibility after causing trouble. He grabbed Suye's sleeve. Let's hurry up and go. Suye, there's no need to be so troublesome. Brother Wang sighed. I know you're very strong, but now is not the time to show off. With so many monsters, it's definitely not something you can handle alone. Suye, who said I was going to fight? He pulled out a bottle of pitch-black spring water from his pocket and dripped a drop on the arms of himself and the other two chosen ones. Instantly, the aura of the three changed drastically. Well, how to say, they became just like those monsters. What is this? Chenyu touched his arm in terror. Suye, don't worry, it's just temporary. Chenyu raised his hand and slapped himself, then let out a long breath. Suye/Pyre? What are you doing? Chenyu, this is real, my aura has changed, but my strength is still as trash as before. One slap didn't knock my head off. He wanted to live but did not want to turn into something strange. If turning into something strange meant survival, he would rather die. Suye. Why didn't I notice this guy had a bit of a goofy side before? Suye dripped spring water on the two of them and himself. Those monsters sensed the aura of their kind and no longer stared at the three of them. But whether it was intentional or not, he missed Brother Wang. Crack, a sound. When the few people were not paying attention, a monster pounced up and tore off one of Brother Wang's arms. Ah, it hurts. Wang Dong, come save me. Suye looked at him coldly and said nothing. Pyre cooperated tacitly. I think it's just right to throw him far away to attract the monsters and clear our way. Wang Dong, I can't die, you said I'm your idol. At this point, he recalled the grand dreams Suye had painted for him before. Suye, you believe this? I'm lying. As he spoke, another leg was torn away by a monster. Brother Wang's voice was hoarse. Leave me, I still have use for you. Since the emotional card didn't work, they could only exchange interests. I know where the mastermind is. Tick, a drop of black spring water landed on Brother Wang's body. The monster that was about to continue its hunt approached, sniffing at the trembling Brother Wang. After a moment, it showed a hesitant expression. It seemed to wonder how this formerly delicious food had turned into a kind. However, hesitation or not, these crawling monsters weren't particularly intelligent. After lingering a moment longer, they left far away. Suye pulled Brother Wang up from the ground. Oh, we are brothers, how could I watch you die? Brother Wang thought to himself, go to hell, you clearly saw me about to die and did nothing. But he smiled cheerfully. Donggu, you are right. I believe in you, let's go. Chapter 86K Park 25. Not sure how long they had walked, the mist grew thicker and thicker. Just when everyone thought they were lost, a door appeared not far ahead. Lonely and isolated, surrounded by vast open fields and the occasional crawling monster, only a door with nothing behind it stood abruptly in the forefront. Should we open this? The two instinctively looked at Suye, seeking his opinion. They already accepted in their hearts that Suye was the god of this mission, and his decisions would never be wrong. Brother Wang pouted, trying to express his thoughts. But he remembered their current situation, he had only one leg left and needed help from others to walk. In this state, he feared that expressing himself would lack credibility, and perhaps a few people might dismiss him as if he just passed gas, finding it repugnant and beating him again. So he decisively closed his mouth and, along with everyone else, gazed eagerly at Suye. Suye stroked his shoulder. In the originally empty space, a snow-white ragdoll cat appeared. Lazily lying there asleep, it only reluctantly stood up at its owner's call, stretching its limbs and yawning. Suddenly, it opened its eyes. A pair of emerald green eyes, in this dim area, sparkled like two little lanterns, glowing with a ghostly light. The few of them accidentally made eye contact with it and immediately felt dizzy in their heads. The ragdoll cat jumped off Suye's shoulder, walked around the door a few times, and after confirming there were no issues, nodded to the group. Suye, let's go. Pierre's eyes sparkled. Isn't this the cat from the luxurious cruise ship? Very human-like, looks smarter than me. Unfortunately, during the mission when he saw the ragdoll cat, he only thought it was extremely strange and could barely hide, let alone bring it back as a reward. Thinking of this, Pierre sighed. Never mind, some things are destined to be out of reach for him. Chenyu smiled and bent down, teasing, green-eyed mysterious cat, I also live in Long Kingdom. I have two female Hakimi as beautiful as you, full of cans and toys at home. Come over to play sometime. 2a, you two flatterers. Seeing the green-eyed mysterious cat showing a satisfied expression under their praise, Brother Wang had no choice but to say, I have nothing, so I can only bow to you. Saying that, he kneeled with his only remaining leg and knocked his forehead against the floor. Su Yi. I now believe you are really the big boss of K Park. Bowing to a cat, just for that flexibility, is not something ordinary people can do. Passing through the door, a spacious hall came into view. The golden and splendid decoration, with many white coats pushing hospital beds back and forth in the side corridors, made everything seem very urgent. In the center of the hall was a giant screen, very eye-catching. The group involuntarily walked towards the screen. Shen Yu quietly turned around and discovered that the door they came from had disappeared, leaving behind only a white wall with no trace left. It seems this door is like the one to K Park's clinic, appearing only under specific circumstances, and Su Yi arranged for Su Ning to wait at the clinic early to handle such situations. Why didn't I think of that? Shen Yu scratched his head in frustration, feeling somewhat like a Monday morning quarterback. Whenever faced with problems, he could only make shallow analyses. Often in the Bureau of Strange Tales, he only understood the purpose of actions after Su Yi completed a goal. Live stream audience, Shen Yu, keep it up, don't give up on yourself. You are already doing great. If it were us, we wouldn't have survived until we met the great Su Yi. You are also the hope of the Long Kingdom. In the world of Strange Tales, the three reached the giant screen. Pierre, strange, this place is obviously so vast. Those doctors and nurses insisted on walking along the corner of the wall. Following Pierre's finger, the three saw a red line at the edge of the hall. Based on this line, one side was about 2 meters wide, just enough to fit 2 hospital beds side by side. This design seemed reasonable, but Su Yi knew that in reality, the road layout was far more complicated than imagined. After Su Yi stared at it for a few minutes, he indeed saw 2 groups of people collide with each other. The first bed was moving from the left, while the oncoming bed was coming from the right. Logically, they should have passed each other smoothly without any trouble. But the problem was, behind the first bed were several others, all moving in the same direction, completely filling the 2-meter-wide empty space. Su Yi thought the best solution would be for the oncoming bed to step out of the red line and smoothly pass along the side. But it clearly did not. The red line was like an invisible wall, trapping all the doctors and nurses together. The first bed began to slowly move forward, and the beds behind it all crowded over to the left to make way for the approaching bed. The oncoming bed passed through successfully. Clearly, these were medical staff dealing with life and death matters, but it seemed like a game at some intersection. What exactly is that red line? Why can't we cross it? Including Su Yi, all the chosen ones had the same question in their hearts. At that moment, a pretty young lady in light clothing walked over with a tray of puffed snacks. New guests, would you like some special snacks to fill your hunger? Shen Yu grabbed 2 bags and pointed at the red line to ask. The young lady replied, oh, that's the product display area, allowing customers to constantly observe the items. Stock market? The young lady said, yes, if guests want to buy, they just need to operate on the machine next to it. The three approached the machine, a more than 1 meter tall iron lump, with a screen at the front and a few buttons in front, all very simple functions. There were 4 options written as buy, sell, select stock, recharge. Clicking on select stock would bring up options like 1, 2, 3, 4, etc. Su Yi looked bewildered. As someone who never invested, he had no idea what these meant. Pierre said, the numbers should represent the names of each stock, look at the big screen. Su Yi looked up at the large screen in the center, where linear graphs and complex data continuously floated by. He could not understand any of it. But at the top right corner of the screen, there was a line of text. 938. 1. Cornea equals 1,568 USD. 2. Scalp equals 608 USD. 3. Heart equals 128,000 USD. 4. Kidney equals 264,000 USD. 5. Liver. There were over a dozen numbers, each representing different organs. The prices behind the organs were not fixed and were changing in real time. 939. 1. Cornea equals 1,560 USD. 2. Scalp equals 600 USD. 3. Heart equals 138,000 USD. 4. Kidney equals 264,000 USD. 5. Liver. 1012. 1. Cornea equals 1,552 USD. 2. Scalp equals 555 USD. 3. Heart equals 130,000 USD. 4. Kidney equals 360,000 USD. 5. Liver. As the data was announced, someone next to Su Yi suddenly screamed wildly. Yay, it's up! I bought kidney stocks at 940, and now at 1012, in just 20 minutes, it has increased almost half. I'm rich, I'm rich! That person laughed heartily and unhesitatingly pressed the sell button. the machine spat out a huge pile of cash. Just how big was that pile? That person pulled out a sack from his pocket and filled it completely. According to reason, suddenly gaining such wealth and taking it home to spend should ensure a lifetime of no worries about food or clothing. But he did not, he continued to stay at the machine. Keep going, this time I want to buy heart stocks. The audience in the live broadcast room had already been stunned, especially by that bag of money that had just excited them greatly. Wow, it turns out I was so shallow. I thought it was just a simple organ trade, with piglets matching blood types while buyers provided funds to purchase. I didn't expect that not only do they have advanced medical conditions, but also their industry is a combination of high technology and finance. The scammers have developed to such an extent. Now I'm a bit curious, what does the mastermind behind this look like? In the world of horror stories, Wangu, it's like this: in each park, the number of new piglets they get daily and the success rate of matches are different. According to the changes in supply and demand, the prices for each delivery here vary as well. Chunyu gritted his teeth in hatred, shoving the camera close to Wang Ji's face. You still call them piglets? You heartless people treat humans like pigs, which leads to this scale now. Let everyone take a good look at your face. Wang Gu, facing the camera, surprisingly showed no fear and began to speak. Dear viewers in front of the TV, let me ask you a question. If you were very wealthy right now, but your money hasn't been spent and your body is dying, you would certainly be unwilling. At this time, if there's a chance to buy someone else's organs at a high price, even though it's expensive, compared to the wealth in your hands, it's nothing. Would you be willing to spend the money? Would you be willing to spend the money? Chen Yu felt his hand holding the camera trembling. He himself wasn't willing, but he couldn't withstand the ugliness of human nature. Many people would probably indeed take risks. Otherwise, K-Park wouldn't have so many clients. He felt his thoughts trapped in a strange loop, a deep sense of powerlessness regarding the ugliness of human nature and the fairness of things. He began to consider that if he was really a journalist, desperately obtaining evidence of the park's crimes, he initially thought it would help the victims clear their unjust grievances. But those witnesses who saw the evidence might think, another good place for buying organs has been lost. Was it worth it? Wang Gu curled his lips, looking at him mockingly. They say, where there's no trade, there's no harm. The current situation is not solely my fault. You are still too naive. Instead of helping selfish peers and doing useless work, why not join us and become a member of K-Park? We fight together. As soon as the words were out, Suyi slapped him, making him spin in place. Cut the nonsense, starting the PUA again. Everyone knows that killing can get money, so why not go rob? Selling organs is no different from that, it's illegal behavior, as written in criminal law. Do you think the law is just decoration? If you're bad yourself, it's one thing, but you want to blame others. Chen Yu reacted, right. They're all illegal activities, so they should be cracked down on to make such things become less and less. How did he suddenly not understand such a simple thing? Seeing that Chen Yu was almost persuaded by his own silver tongue, Wang Gu was delighted. Since he could be the boss of K-Park, his verbal skills were certainly impressive and adept at deceiving people's hearts. But the next second, he was dismantled by a few light words from Su Yi. Wang Gu roared, Wang Dong, you are my nemesis. Su Yi slapped him again, shut up. As a captive, you need to have the awareness of a captive, so stop stirring things up. Quickly say, where is the founder of this place? Wang Gu stuttered, I don't know his exact location, I only met him once a few years ago, during the first transaction. Su Yi couldn't stand it anymore and pulled out a kitchen knife, ready to deal with this guy who spoke nonsense. But if I see him again, I will definitely recognize him. The few of them went to the back of the hall, where the corridor had rows of rooms. They casually opened one of the rooms. On the bed lay an old man with blonde hair and blue eyes, seemingly just out of surgery. The old man had successfully awakened, with life returning to his eyes. Next to him, in the other bed, was a young body around 20 years old, still alive. Su Yi recognized him, he was the fat guy who had been taken away from K-Park before. His eyes were violently dug out, leaving 2 round hollows. His waist was cut open, the most important kidney had been taken away. His mouth was open, as if he wanted to say something, but the pain prevented any sound from escaping. Oh, right, during the surgery, fresh organs are needed. Su Yi thought this must be why the fat man still had a glimmer of life. A small piece of kidney taken from the old man, decayed, with uneven color, clearly rotten. It was thrown into a large iron bucket by the nurse. Keep it, it can still be used for snacks. Chen Yu reacted quickly and immediately pulled out 2 bags of puffed snacks from his pocket, with the packaging boldly labeled Heart Crisps. Damn! What is this? He was so scared that he threw it away with all his might. It happened to land on the old man's belly, the newly stitched wound burst open again. The old man couldn't withstand the heavy blow, directly fainted, and instantly lost his breath. The 3, under the disguise of a puppet cat, hurriedly escaped. They opened several nearby patient rooms in succession, but did not see the so-called behind-the-scenes boss that Brother Wang mentioned. Pierre, this won't work. If we search room by room, there are 3 floors here, at least 1,000 places to check. Not to mention it takes time, it's easy to alert the snake. Maybe by the time we find it, the behind-the-scenes master has already fled. Brother Wang, I have an idea. You can search based on the size of the rooms. The biggest, most luxurious room must be where the boss is staying. For example, when he was in K Park, he also saved such good places for himself. Chapter 88 K Park 27. To be honest, Brother Wang really had a bit of quick wit at a critical moment. Suyi immediately promised, if you really find it, I'll spare your life. Brother Wang was overjoyed but pretended to be indifferent. Hey, no rush, let's talk when we really find it. No merit, no reward. The reason he was doing all this was for Suyi to spare his life. Now that the goal was about to be achieved, he needed to appear humble. Suyi was not buying this, hee. Your character isn't great, but you sure know how to say nice things. Shen Yu scratched his head beside them. He couldn't understand what these two were talking about. One wanted to survive, and the other promised to let him survive. The one wanting to survive oddly appeared unhurried. Although humility is a traditional virtue of Long Country, this was not the time for Brother Wang to be humble regarding life and death. Shen Yu had a bad feeling. He quietly pulled Suyi aside and whispered, this Brother Wang has done many evil deeds, should we really let him go? Under the education of 16 years of moral education in Long Country, Shen Yu became a good youth filled with a sense of justice, unwilling to let bad people escape. Suyi glanced at him. I am sparing him, not we. Oh, Shen Yu suddenly understood, touching the handgun in his pocket. Let Brother Wang bear the second bullet in his hand. The 3, according to Brother Wang's directions, searched from the first floor to the top floor, passing by the VIP super luxurious patient room, where not only were doctors performing surgery but also a row of beautiful women standing beside to cheer for the patients after surgery. Multiple famous doctors gathered together for collective consultations in the treatment room. A small processing room responsible for dehydrating organ slices to make puffed snacks. But they still did not see the so-called behind-the-scenes boss of the organ trading center. Hey, you guy, are you intentionally deceiving us? Pierre became angry and punched Brother Wang on the forehead. As a human, without any strange props, such an attack could only cause pain and not any substantial damage to the other party. But that didn't stop him from wanting to hit someone to vent. Since entering the rules of strange talks, this guy called Brother Wang had led K Park and made them suffer greatly. Pierre used both hands and feet, kicking and hitting the only half of Wang Ji's body. The person on the ground moaned in pain. Pierre, I think we can find it ourselves, keeping him is useless, better to kill him. Suyi nodded, then took out a kitchen knife. That makes sense. Wang Ge lay on the ground wiping his nose in tears, looking utterly pathetic. I really didn't lie, I have seen him, really seen him, even though it was just once, my memory doesn't fail. How could I not, he murmured, not understanding why the boss didn't stay in those luxurious rooms. He lay on the ground, one hand reaching out to grab Pierre's pant leg, showing a sense of panic. Let's search room by room, we'll find a way. You're not in such a rush, are you? Pierre and Suyi exchanged a glance, both seeing the helplessness in each other's eyes. As familiar partners who had worked on a dungeon together, they had cooperated quite a bit in front of Wang Ge, aiming to extract useful information. Pierre used his talent true emotions interpretation, stepping out to threaten whenever Wang Ge tried to hide information. Only his talent could deceive Wang Ge, the king of liars. This made Wang Ge spill out everything he could, like squeezing toothpaste. But the current situation was that this tube of toothpaste was nearly empty. Pierre, I tried my best, this guy shouldn't be lying. Suyi kicked Wang Ge aside and walked to the corridor. They were on the 3rd floor, and at first glance down, they could see a large screen. Many people stood in front of the screen, holding notebooks and pens, tirelessly calculating the rise and fall of organ prices. They looked even more serious than during college entrance exams. Suyi pointed below. What will happen if the screen stops working? The organ prices changed in real time. The key lay in the word real time, as even a 1-minute delay could cause unimaginable consequences. Shen Yu drew his gun, then let's smash the screen. Suyi was silent for a few seconds. You find a way to turn off the power. Pierre and Shen Yu immediately complied. They didn't know Suyi's reasoning behind this request, but they had immense trust in the man before them, prompting them to act at once. Half an hour later, all the lights went out, and the space fell into darkness. Shouts erupted. Damn it, the power went out. I just predicted the heart stock would drop, was planning to sell. I can't see, the patient's wound hasn't been stitched yet. There's no way, if I don't stitch it up, it'll be too late. Turn on the phone's flashlight, let's make do. Oh no, I was too anxious just now, I think I stitched the scalpel inside. The surroundings were chaotic, in the darkness. Only a small room on the 2nd floor, at the edge, emitted a dim yellow light. Found you. Chapter 89, K District 28. Suyi kicked open the door. The room was filled with computer equipment. A man in a blue checkered shirt, with greasy hair and a somewhat frail figure, was sitting in front of the computer working hard, murmuring. "The power is out, check if the data is saved properly." Hearing the noise, he looked up at the few of them, yet his hands kept typing on the keyboard. A trace of confusion flashed across the shirt man's face. "What are you doing here?" Perhaps due to spending too long in front of the computer, his way of speaking and demeanor gave a sense of unwitty distraction. His first reaction to strangers bursting in was to question them. "I guessed right, the power supply for the server room is indeed independent of all other lines." Suyi raised the kitchen knife and struck it directly onto one of the servers. Live stream. Suyi is so smart. If it's just smashing the screen, it's treating the symptoms, not the root cause. It's like a software. If you tear the login screen of that software, it's useless. Only by destroying the thing that creates the software can we truly solve the problem. The price of organs cannot stop being calculated. To solve this part of the problem, the server must be placed in a location with 24-hour power. In the world of ghost stories, when Suyi swung down the knife for the second time, the man finally reacted. "Don't!" He lunged at the server, using his body to protect the machines behind him. Suya's kitchen knife fell on the man's back, blood gushed out. The man in the plaid shirt looked extremely flustered, not caring about his own wounds, hurrying to crawl up from the machine. "Oh no, liquid cannot flow into the server." "Thank you for the thought you've provided." Suyi raised the kitchen knife and slashed at the man's neck, targeting the carotid artery, cutting where it was weak. Before long, the man turned into a blood man. His blood flowed uncontrollably like a fountain, spilling into the machine below, which immediately emitted a sizzling sound and began to smoke. Pierre approached the blood man's nose, confirming, "Dead." "He's dead just like that?" Chun Yu could hardly believe it. He thought the behind-the-scenes boss, even if not very powerful, would at least be cunning and treacherous like Brother Wang, capable of deceiving others effortlessly, right? But now, it was as if there was no resistance at all, and he was directly killed. Indeed, it's not like that. Suyi walked to the computer recently used by the shirt man, formatted all the content inside, and found a book under the keyboard. To be precise, it was an autobiography. "My name is Zhang Xiaowu, and as the name suggests, I am the fifth child in my family, a programmer. I come from the countryside. After graduating from middle school, I dropped out and went out to work, becoming a conveyor worker in a rich factory, responsible for producing mobile phone parts. I glued two chips together with special glue, which I did not understand. From 8 in the morning until 8 at night, I only did this one thing. Sometimes I would even work overnight. The daily monotonous work, the bleak future made me suffer painfully, and for the first time, I began to question life. What the hell does life mean?" The turning point came about 6 months later, and I still remember. It was a Thursday, sunny. That day was a day off, and a colleague took me to a nearby internet cafe. He asked if I wanted to play XX League. That was my first encounter with a computer. It could connect to the internet, communicate with strangers, and access information from different places. Coming from the countryside, I felt like a country bumpkin, opening a new world, endlessly exploring the magical knowledge on the computer. As for the XX League my colleague mentioned, I played it twice and found it boring. Rather than constantly charging forward under someone else's design game rules, I preferred to design something similar myself for others to follow. That feeling was exhilarating. My plan quickly began. At that time, Taobao was just becoming popular, and I spent a lot of time online to create a trading website similar to it. During that time, I felt like I was losing my mind. While my colleagues were busy dating the factory girls or gathering for drinks and late-night snacks after work, I spent all my spare time immersed in internet cafes and libraries. Speaking of this, I have to mention the first benefactor in my life. A sophomore student from a nearby university, also studying computer science. We met at the internet cafe. Seeing my diligence and ambition at such a young age despite not having much education, he offered me his library card. He said he rarely used it anyway. So, I began my formal pursuit of knowledge. Day and night, I studied computers and programming from books. Soon, in just a few months, my trading website went online. From my current perspective, it was indeed a bit crudely designed. At that time, it was my first successful attempt at creating a website, and I was incredibly excited, showing it off everywhere. However, reality quickly slapped me hard in the face. The website had an embarrassingly low daily visitor count. Let alone comparing it to Taobao, even the campus network of the neighboring university had more logins than it. I had no money to promote it. A dog without a home, that's what I was at that time. From then on, I fell into confusion, feeling low every day, not knowing where to go. At this moment, my first benefactor found out about my situation. That college student invited me out for a meal, using the meager monthly living allowance given by his parents. He said I was a genius. He claimed that after studying for more than a year in school, he didn't have the level I had now. He encouraged me not to give up and suggested that if things didn't work out, I could start by applying for a job as a low-level programmer. I followed his advice. I thought no situation could be worse than doing assembly line work all day. When I left, my colleagues all looked at me with disdain and scorn. Most of them, who could get a job in the electronics factory, came from a similar background like mine, lacking culture and social experience. Even my junior high school diploma was considered a high level of education there. They didn't understand my actions, thinking that working in the electronics factory was great because they provided food, drink, and a paycheck. The gender ratio was uneven, with more women than men, so they thought they could even find a wife and solve a big life problem. It was 100 times better than going outside. I ignored these people. How can a sparrow know the aspirations of a swan? From the very beginning, we were not on the same path. I started my job search, and things were not as smooth as I had imagined. Although I had the most basic computer knowledge, I had no degree or formal training. When I told them I was self-taught, most people didn't believe me. There was no choice but to demonstrate my abilities on the spot. This trick proved effective. Soon, I was hired by a small company with only 6 people, with a monthly salary of $2,300, similar to what I previously earned in the electronics factory, without food and housing included. The boss said he wanted to create an app for connecting strangers. Females would not pay, while males could pay to unlock the geographic location of females. At the same time, females would receive a portion of the money paid by males, creating a win-win situation. Isn't this just a pure dating app? With a hint of fraud. After all, if you spend some money, what you get is only the other person's geographic location. Whether they actually show up is really uncertain. It's like many people, picking up a small card from the ground that claims to offer home service. Those who pick up the card often do so with a nervous heart, calling the number on it, thinking they might soon commit a serious crime. When they finally reach the other party and send the room fee, they gradually realize they've been scammed. The so-called beautiful photos and hotel information on the small card are all fake, even the phone number has been blocked. Honestly, when I first heard this idea, I wasn't interested and thought it was a bit low. However, the boss said that developing a dating app also required skills, and I could learn a lot here. He found 4 programmers with similar backgrounds to me, who had more development experience and could supervise each other in learning. The 5 of us began the software development. At first, the other 4 led me in working on the project. But just as that college student said, I was a genius. Soon, after mastering everything they knew, I became the backbone of the entire project. The app went online and achieved great success in the industry. Countless fools with lustful desires rushed in to spend money. And my salary successfully increased from the initial $2,003 to $4,006, then to $9,002, a full 4 times. I have never seen so much money at once in my life. Oh my God, how should I spend this? I was satisfied, proud, and thought the happiest moment in life could be no more than this. Doing the work I love, earning several times more than my peers. If I had more time, I'd find a wife and settle down. But unfortunately, good times don't last, and happy days are always short. Not long after, the boss found me, hesitantly bringing up the idea of firing me. He said the company's performance was getting worse, and they couldn't afford to keep me as the project manager, so they had to cut staff. Nonsense, just a few days ago, I saw a fool who put in 100,000 yuan into the software. Just to be able to win the heart of a beauty, and meet in person with the guy behind the scenes, a rough man called Wango Dan, registered with an ID number. It's not that the company is doing badly, the boss just saw that my salary was rising, and the hardest research and development phase had already been handled by me, so he wanted to fire me. This attitude of crossing the river and tearing down the bridge, using me and then throwing me away, made me so angry that I couldn't help but argue with him right there. This software, from development to launch, was all handled by me, while the boss just hid behind and put in some money. Why should he fire me? We argued fiercely, and when our masks were completely torn off, the boss stopped pretending. He directly told me his plan, to hire a fresh graduate to replace my job during the fall recruitment. He said, now that the development phase is over, the remaining work would be simple daily maintenance that could be handled by someone else. Do you know how much salary a college graduate who has studied for over 10 years earns per month? The boss held up 2 fingers. 2,000 yuan. Cheaper than an assembly line worker. Such a low salary, but as long as I tell them during the interview that I'm hiring them to train and give them a chance, they'll thank me from the bottom of their hearts. Even the country now promotes paid work for graduates. And you? The boss pointed at my nose and said in disappointment. You have more experience than them, but you're expensive. You're not easy to fool. At that moment, my negotiation with the boss completely failed. I was forced to resign. In less than a year, I had already changed 2 bosses, and this left me feeling completely lost. I didn't know if, as the boss said when he left, the problem was with me and had nothing to do with the company. But no matter how sad I felt, a huge problem was right in front of me. I was unemployed. With no income, I needed to continue looking for a job. I started applying for jobs everywhere, but after having worked a job with a monthly salary of $9,200, I just couldn't accept jobs in the talent market offering only $2,000 or $3,000. And those companies, they also looked down on someone like me who didn't have a degree certificate. Both sides, we just couldn't see eye to eye. In this situation, unable to find a job for a long time, my mind grew increasingly anxious. When I looked back and saw the previous company, thriving with my hard work, and the boss's son walking around smugly, I couldn't sit still. So, I first made a client recharge 100,000 yuan just to expose a scammer called Wangodan who was meeting people offline. Soon, this story went viral, and the major media outlets flooded with reports. The previous company became thoroughly famous, and that big client filed a lawsuit against them. But that wasn't enough. I secretly attacked the company's system, anonymously releasing all the customer information and chat records from their database online. Dating apps, everyone likes to play with them privately, but generally, people aren't willing to admit it openly. There are couples in love flirting all over the place, married men and women seeking excitement, and even elderly men in their 70s or 80s looking for a soulmate to ease their loneliness. I exposed them all. This act is like throwing a stone into a compound, instantly creating chaos. Looking at the boss who 2 days ago flaunted his new Ferrari on social media, today he is drowning in debt and entangled in lawsuits. I felt immense happiness inside, like a sense of revenge against an enemy. During this time, I inadvertently logged back into the trading website I had designed earlier. After some time of wild growth, I discovered that the previously empty website had gradually gained popularity. On this software, trading does not require any identification from either party, and payments are varied. I found that many customers chose the option to trade with Bitcoin. This is a currency that is not restricted by any country, allowing trading anytime and anywhere in the world. Most of them conducted some less than legal transactions on the website, such as forging certificates or buying special flavor videos and the like. I studied it further and saw a business opportunity inside, and began to require a 10% commission for every transaction on the website. As a benefit, I promised to ensure their personal information would never be traced by authorities. I initially thought nobody would want to spend that kind of money since, after all, I was just making empty claims about the untraceable nature. Unexpectedly, things took an unexpected turn as my website grew bigger. After paying, those people seemed to become more and more at ease with what they were doing. I had never imagined there were so many people needing such clandestine services. Using what I learned from my previous company, I improved the basic website. At the same time, I self-studied many computer skills to further enhance the website's confidentiality. After completing all this, I became incredibly wealthy. I realized something might go wrong 2 months later. The boss of my previous company sued me. He reported to Uncle Hat, saying I was the one leaking their clients' information. When Uncle Hat called me, asking me to cooperate with the investigation, I knew I was in trouble. With their methods, they wouldn't just uncover the previous company's issues, but probably even my website. I panicked and hurried to the library to find a book on criminal law. There, I saw my own ending. Oh dear, this was quite a serious offense. If things went wrong, I could spend my whole life inside. I didn't want that. I was just 19, with so much of life ahead, and many things and dreams left unfulfilled. So, before Uncle Hat could come to find me, I fled. Through illegal means, I escaped beyond the border to Myanmar. Here, I established my own trading empire. From an ordinary trading website, it gradually transformed into a specialized place for buying and selling organs. So you continue to flip through, seeing the last page with 2 lines of text. In my life, I met 2 benefactors. The first was a college student who encouraged me to embark on the path of a programmer. The second was a boss, whose unscrupulous persecution forced me to make mistakes, leading to my current achievements. Once I established myself in Myanmar, my first reaction was to trick them all over. This is called sharing the blessings and bearing the hardships together. The live stream audience was dumbfounded. Sharing the blessings and bearing the hardships together, damn it. College student, let me say thank you, you warned me. Ugh, knowing you was my blessing, maybe it's better not to know you from now on. From this autobiography, this programmer named Zhang Xiaowu seems pretty inspirational, but later he took a wrong turn. Not worth sympathy, gifted but does bad things. Instead of using his abilities for good, he doesn't know how many innocent people he has harmed. Sui slowly closed the autobiography. I guess this Zhang Xiaowu doesn't care much about money. Instead, he became even more obsessed with computer technology. Just now when we came in, his cheeks were sunken, his whole body looked malnourished, and he seemed on the verge of dying. This is a condition that only shows on those who have stayed up late for a long time, sleepless and restless. It is estimated that fleeing from the border to Myanmar has brought him not just freedom and money, but also the ability to do evil through technology. In other words, this is a standard hacker, obsessed with technical research and unable to extricate himself. Chen Yao, I also think he looks like he doesn't even want his life, prioritizing the maintenance of the electronic devices behind him. He speaks stupidly, and his whole being is abnormal. Perhaps this is the reason he has turned strange, his obsession as a programmer is too deep. While a few people were chatting, a sneaky figure slipped toward the door. Where do you think you're going? Wang Gu, who had taken a few steps, stopped and stared at Su Yi. You said it, spare my life after finding the culprit behind it. Unknowingly, his legs and arms had actually grown back. It turned out that the crippled appearance all along was something he had pretended. Chapter 91, K District 30. Chen Yao pulled out his gun, laughing in a low voice. That was his promise to you, I never said anything. Wang Gu smiled more wickedly. I knew you would come with this trick, don't worry, as long as Wang Dong doesn't take action, with you two little chicks, I can definitely escape smoothly. Saying this, he sidestepped and dodged 2 bullets that came flying. He opened the door and left with a flourish. Chen Yao's face twisted for a moment as he punched the wall hard. Damn, too cunning, not leaving a path for honest people. He thought that after being reminded by Su Yi, pulling out his gun was already a sign of regret, but he didn't expect the other side to be more thoughtful, having already anticipated his actions. Su Yi stood still, saying nothing, quietly staring at the doorframe. A few minutes later, the door opened, and Wang Gu was thrown back. This time, he was even worse off than when he came from K District. His limbs were severed at the roots, his tongue was pulled out, turning him into a person who could only howl on the ground. Chen Yao hadn't reacted yet when he saw a group of young people in patient uniforms standing outside through the open door. They bowed together to the three, relief showing on their faces. Thank you. We are finally free. They had all been deceived into coming here for organ transplants. They thought their lives were hopeless, but at a critical moment, they met Su Yi and the others. As for Wang Ji's current terrible state, of course, it was their masterpiece. Su Yi turned his head. I said it, let you handle him with your own hands. Chen Yao pulled out his gun, aimed at Wang Ji's heart, and fired a shot hard. This time, he really died. Ding, congratulations to the Dragon Kingdom's chosen one Su Yi for successfully clearing the K District dungeon. Clearance rating, 5 stars. Scoring analysis, 1 star for surviving, 1 star for eliminating the mental pollution of the training room, 3 stars for destroying the organ trafficking system. Live stream. Wow, Big Brother Su Yi is so cool. He just showed Chen Yao so much affection. Yo, I said to let you handle it yourself, and intentionally left the enemy for you. This is pure parental feeding behavior. Being in the same dungeon as Big Brother Su Yi is just too happy. I'm totally into it, totally into it. At this happy moment, someone suddenly interrupted. Wait, I think I saw my cousin among that group outside. He has been missing for half a year, and the family thought he was still alive, but it turns out. I also saw the father of the child. In any case, thank you Big Brother Su Yi for finally letting us know the whereabouts of our loved ones. No more spending a lot of money posting missing person notices every day. Ding, congratulations to the Dragon Kingdom's chosen one Chen Yao for successfully clearing the K District dungeon. Clearance rating, 3 stars. Scoring analysis, 1 star for surviving, 2 stars for killing the mastermind behind K District, Wang Gu. Ding, congratulations to the chosen one Pierre from the romantic country for successfully clearing the K District dungeon. Clearance rating, 3 stars. Scoring analysis, 1 star for surviving, 1 star for eliminating the mental pollution of the training room. Uncover the secret behind Zhang Xiao was back, 1 star. Congratulations to the 11 chosen ones from Longi, Xia, Myanmar, and other countries for successfully passing the K District copy. The evaluation is 1 star. Evaluation analysis, survived, 1 star. Among the 11 chosen ones who passed this time, most are in the same copy as Su Yi and Pierre. Similarly, all the other chosen ones in Fred's copy, who are also veteran chosen ones, have all died. No wonder he is my idol. Su Yi managed to ensure his own success while increasing the survival rate of chosen ones from other countries. This vision has just opened up. Once again, the bizarre rule talk ended, and everyone gathered to excitedly discuss. If you ask me, the chosen one from Myanmar is lucky, he speaks the language of Myanmar, so K District let him go peacefully. What kindness! Isn't it because they found out he was from Myanmar and thought there was no benefit to squeeze from him? So they let him go? Your analysis seems to make sense. In the white-headed Eagle Empire. Fred looked at the TV screen, starting to feel powerless rage. Why? Su Yi is one thing, but that fool Chen Yu can be on par with my star rating? He walked to the mirror, the eyes of the figure inside had returned to their normal color. But he knew this was only temporary. Once back in the bizarre narrative world, this uncontrollable power would once again return to his body. At this moment, the phone on the table suddenly rang. A familiar voice came from within. Fred, I am your master, the organization has a new task for you. Chapter 92, Celebrity Wax Museum 1. Below are the bizarre rewards. 5-star reward, the memory of the Dragon Country's citizens increases by 10% overall. The country is immune to the arrival of this bizarre narrative. In an instant. Great. I finally remembered the forgotten password of my bank card. Me too, I remembered the phone number of my ex-girlfriend that I deleted. Woohoo, I want to reconnect with her. Thank you, Suyi, the vocabulary list is much easier to memorize now, and my mom won't have to worry about me scoring the lowest in the next exam. But wait, your memory increased by 10%, and the memory of the person who scored second to last also increased. Rounding it off, your ranking will change nothing. Wow, it's so competitive, just realizing that improving memory won't boost my ranking, it will only increase the difficulty of the next exam. 3-star reward, the Dragon Country's oil reserve resources increase by 5% overall. The country is immune to the arrival of this bizarre narrative. 3-star reward, the riot rate in the romantic country reduces by 5% overall. The country is immune to the arrival of this bizarre narrative. As the announcement ended, the capital of the romantic country, Uncle Hat's office, received reports from several citizens who found bomb-like spherical objects in trash cans, complete with countdowns. Uncle Hat arranged for the citizens to evacuate while dispatching bomb disposal experts to the scene for rescue. Damn it, I need to draft a law to swap all trash cans with transparent ones. 3-star reward, the income gap among the citizens of the White-Headed Eagle Empire reduces by 5% overall. The country is immune to the arrival of this bizarre narrative. On hearing this news, ordinary citizens of the White-Headed Eagle couldn't help but cheer collectively, but they had no saving habits and immediately sought ways to spend the money after receiving it. In no time, the economy of the White-Headed Eagle Empire became quite active, supermarkets rarely saw hard-to-find scenes. The rich of the White-Headed Eagle became furious. What a useless reward. I thought the bizarre rules were giving money to the poor, but instead, they quietly deducted 5% from our bank accounts to divide among the poor. They felt like they were going crazy, completely unable to understand the bizarre rules' actions. Why couldn't it be a nuclear bomb's power increasing by 5%? Targeted. Compared to the rewards of other countries, this bizarre narrative is blatantly targeting us. One person focused their gaze on the white lamp, with such a big event happening. Mr. President must find a way, right? Another person, yes, after all, it only appeared after you took office. The method, the decision made by the rule Bizarre Tales, belongs to force majeure. What can he do? Moreover, the wealth gap has always been one of the root causes of social issues for the bald eagle. This time, the reward given by the bizarre tale is not entirely unreasonable. Bai Deng was furious. He had long found these two people displeasing, always opposing him since he took office. His eyes narrowed, scrutinizing the two with a dangerous curve. Unaware that their lives were already in danger, the two capitalists continued to chatter at the round table. Suyi lounged on the sofa, having figured out the rules of the bizarre tales. Every third day, he would wake up early to eat, avoiding entering the bizarre tale world on an empty stomach, leading to a foggy mind. A transparent syringe appeared in his hand, along with 2 tubes of green reagent. Anesthetic needle, a tool commonly used by doctors to put disobedient beings into a temporary hibernation state. Suyi. He liked this introduction. It didn't just put patients into hibernation but targeted all living beings present. Brass pendulum, a somewhat aged item that can accurately measure time when combined with a clock. Holding it can hypnotize an opponent. Crispy heart, a snack made from discarded hearts, crispy texture, loved by common bizarre beings. The first 2 items were pitifully small, especially the syringe, which only provided 2 tiny reagents, very stingy. Suyi doubted if it could be used twice. When facing a large bizarre being, he might have to use both together, making it pure consumables. But the last item was piled neatly at his feet, forming a small hill, as if it were free. Suyi immediately opened one package to check. The color was somewhat like purple sweet potato-flavored chips, dappled with many indescribable white spots. Turns out it's gone bad? Using buyers' spoiled hearts to make snacks, Suyi felt this chip was unhealthy, just like those hearts. He kicked the pile of snacks aside in disgust, saying, "Ugh, junk food." The vegetable dog approached, burying its head in the open crispy bag, looking ready to eat. Suyi, chicken flavor. The vegetable dog froze, pondering for a few minutes before drooling and returning to the corner of the bedroom, obediently lying down. It only eats vegetables now. It is a noble dog, not willing to give up its beliefs easily. The phone vibrated. Suyi opened WeChat and found 2 new friend requests. Hi, I'm Su Ning. Currently studying abroad in the Dragon Country. Suyi, big shot, finally got some rest, wanna go out and play? Suyi replied, sure, let's go bungee jumping in the Himalayas. The dialog box displayed typing, and after a while, there was no message from the other side. Suyi clicked on the other avatar, sending Chenyu a rules bizarre tales precautions. Thank you, big shot, I will study it carefully. Just like Pierre, remembering every movement of yours. Suyi, no need to be that detailed. 3 days later, Suyi was scrolling through Moments and saw two comics, with his arm resting on Chunyu's shoulder, facing Pierre. Suyi commented, "Why aren't all three of us together?" Suning, well, maybe it wasn't drawn in the trending topics. Trending topics? Suyi was stunned for a moment, preparing to open a certain blog to check the trending topics. He had never been interested in gossip, thinking it was just a boring way to pass the time. Since participating in the Rules Bizarre Tale, he had never looked at it. At that moment, a familiar mechanical voice rang out. The countries randomly selected for this challenge are the Dragon Country, Sakura Country, Kangaroo Country, Beer Country, a total of 80 countries. Suyi opened his eyes. The environment in front of him felt somewhat familiar. There was a brand new single bed and a polished redwood cabinet beside it. It is a duty room. Have I entered the Red Moon funeral home again? Suyi was pondering this. The vegetable dog scampered over, holding a crumpled piece of paper in its mouth. Suyi smiled and patted the dog's head. "You are already a mature vegetable dog, learning to help your owner share the work." The paper unfolded. Strange Tale Side Quest, Celebrity Wax Museum. Welcome to the Celebrity Wax Museum, one of the most famous attractions in our city, which has existed for over 70 years and attracted countless visitors to observe. It is an honor for you to work here. The salary at the Celebrity Wax Museum is paid by the hour, offering generous benefits. Work hard, young man. Clearance conditions: survive until dawn. This challenge offers one external hint opportunity. Rule 1: As a newly hired security guard, your working hours are from 10 p.m. to 5 a.m. the next morning. Rule 2: There are a total of 50 wax figures in the museum. Please ensure their quantity is correct, register them, and check whether the identity nameplates in front of each wax figure are correctly placed. Rule 3: If you find any incorrect placements, please match them to the correct positions. Rule 4: You must never look directly into the eyes of the wax figures. Rule 5: If you see a wax figure move, that is an illusion. Please stand still, close your eyes, and silently count from 1 to 10. Chapter 93, Celebrity Wax Museum 2. Rule 6: During patrol, you must wear a security uniform and properly display the security badge. Rule 7: Ensure that the temperature inside the wax museum is maintained at a constant 15 degrees. If an emergency occurs, the temperature can be lowered, but it must never exceed this. Rule 8: The cafeteria is located in the left area of the first floor, where free meals are available to enjoy. Rule 9: Tonight, you are the only staff member. Celebrity Wax Museum? Suyi stroked his chin, intrigued, revealing a playful smile on his face. The name of this side quest sounds a bit like a haunted house. It should be quite exciting, right? The clock on the wall showed 9:50. Suyi pulled out the pendulum from his pocket and hung it at the bottom of the clock face. Brass pendulum, an antique item that, when combined with a clock, can accurately calculate time. Held in hand, it can hypnotize opponents. He changed into the security uniform from the bed, and a golden badge fell out from inside the clothing. The badge was exquisite. When Suyi casually pinched it, he found that it was indeed made of gold. On the back of the badge, there was a pin, just right to be worn on the chest. Fortunately, it was made of gold. In his years of bungee jumping, he had learned that accessories were the easiest to lose while playing. He searched around and finally found a ball of useless thread from a drawer under the cabinet. Suyi skillfully stitched the badge onto the uniform in just a few moves. To ensure it was secure, he stitched several more rounds until the badge was fixed on the clothing. After organizing everything, Suyi heard the clock chime ding, resonating throughout the wax museum. The hour hand pointed to 10. So this is how they tell time: it rings on the hour. Suyi looked at the brass pendulum. Then I must remember, it must ring 8 times today. Suyi didn't care whether the next hour was 11 or 1, but he had to ensure that he left the wax museum only after 5 in the morning. On the mahogany cabinet, there was a manual. Suyi picked it up and walked out of the duty room. The first floor was very empty, likely a resting area for tourists, with some tables and chairs placed there. Only on the far left was a door marked cafeteria. Suyi glanced slightly, peeking through the crack of the door, where a faint light was coming from inside. He could vaguely see a figure stirring vegetables at the stove. Not bothering with that for now, completing the duty tasks was more important. He stepped up to the second floor. The sudden temperature change sent a chill down his spine. What appeared before his eyes were beautiful human-shaped wax figures, arranged in an exhibition format around the gallery. They looked lifelike, and, carefully watching, even the fine hairs on the skin were distinct. As if in the next moment, they could come to life. Rule 4: Never look directly into the eyes of the wax figures. Suyi ignored these rules, having the green-eyed mysterious cat beside him, capable of defending against any mental pollution. As for the possibility that these wax figures might want to physically attack, he wouldn't feel sorry for them. In front of each wax figure was a nameplate, with a photo and introduction corresponding to the real-life figure behind it. Suyi checked, discovering that several nameplates were out of order. The photos didn't match the wax figures behind them. Suyi stepped forward to correct their positions. Strange, they say it's a celebrity wax museum, yet there are only a few here that I recognize. Suyi didn't think it was due to his lack of knowledge, not recognizing so-called world celebrities. He leaned more towards another guess. Could it be that the wax figures here are mostly ordinary people? Carrying this doubt, he counted the number of wax figures on the second floor again, 50 figures, not more, not less. Since arriving at the second floor and completing the requirements of Rule 2 to Rule 3, he had spent less than half an hour. Suya's intuition felt something was off. This time the rules in Ghost Story seemed too simple, right? Because of the green-eyed mysterious cat as his trump card, Suyi quickly completed the task, which made it hard for the other chosen ones entering the Ghost Story at the same time. They weren't having it easy at all. In Cherry Blossom Country, Nakamura Juku arrived at the wax museum, keeping Rule 4 in mind, so he had kept his head down from the start. Damn, with so many wax figures, how can I match the nameplates to the right figures without looking up to see their eyes? How can I tell apart everyone's looks? Nakamura Juku walked around the area, and soon, he discovered a pattern. The outfits on the wax figures matched exactly with the photos on the nameplates. Perhaps I don't need to look at the wax figures' faces, I can make judgments based on the clothes they are wearing below. Nakamura Juku approached one of the wax figures for a closer look. This was a wax figure of a young woman. With slender, straight long legs, dressed in a pink dress, with the hem only reaching the tops of her thighs. It gave off a sense of pure and lively sweetness, like a two-dimensional girl. Most importantly, the dress seemed to be see-through. Looking up, one might glimpse all the sights within. He couldn't help but take a step forward, standing underneath the skirt, excitedly looking up. Just one glance, after all, it was inside the skirt, not breaking the rules. Nakamura Juku began to bleed from his nose. While he was excited, a pair of beautiful eyes met his gaze. The wax figure, which should have been standing normally, had lowered its head at some point. Just as Nakamura Juku imagined, the girl's face was exquisite, her eyes filled with innocent charm. Is it beautiful? Nakamura Juku nodded vigorously. His gaze had already become dreamy, his mind unclear, even starting to imagine the deep conversation they would have later. In this state, Nakamura Juku unconsciously took off the golden badge from his chest and put it on the girl. Chosen one from Cherry Blossom Country, Nakamura Juku, is mysteriously devoured. The Ghost Story world is about to descend. Countdown 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5. P.S. This substory will be a bit shorter. Omega. Chapter 94, Celebrity Wax Museum 3. In Dragon Country, Chenyu was transported into the Rule Ghost Story. His thoughts were the same as Nakamura Juku: how to successfully match the nameplates without looking at the faces of the wax figures. I can determine based on the clothes of the wax figures' lower bodies. Chenyu approached the young girl. Although she was only a wax figure, she looked so realistic. A fragrance wafted from between her legs, making his face turn red, murmuring, "Why is it like this, not wearing anything? Isn't that just asking for trouble?" The atmosphere was tense in front of the Dragon Country Ghost Story office. Among the crowd, everyone was on edge. Just as he was about to use his only chance to remind him, to wake him up. At that moment, Chenyu stood in front of the girl and suddenly reached out, slapping himself hard twice. "Pa! Chenyu, wake up a bit. Don't you know yourself? Have any girls ever liked you actively over these years? Otherwise, how could you have been single for nearly 30 years? This is obviously a trap, a pure trap." At the critical moment, his unique self-awareness brought Chenyu back to reality from his desires. In the live broadcast room, I laughed. Chenyu's remark slapped many average men and women in the face. "Ah, Chenyu, you really don't have to belittle yourself like this. You look quite decent." "Poor Chenyu, I didn't expect you to still be single. But I'm already in love with Master Suyi, I can't fall for anyone else." Heartbroken, ****. Chenyu compared all the photos and wax model lower halves of the celebrities, and he got into trouble. There were 4 men in the same black suits and 2 women in red dresses. From just their lower outfits, it was impossible to determine their actual appearances. Damn, how could there be people wearing the same clothes? I guess this is the test the odd tale has given me. Thinking with my toes, there must be mistakes with these celebrities' nameplates. At this moment, Chenyu scratched his head, not knowing what to do. Do I have to look up for a moment? Rule 4 clearly states, you can't look directly into the eyes of the wax figure. At this time, not only Chenyu, but even the audience was also distressed by the problem. Especially for all the governments, in the past they could just wait for Suyi to demonstrate in the instance to copy the homework. But this time, Suyi seemed to completely ignore the mental attack. Not everyone has a pet like the green-eyed strange cat. They didn't dare let their chosen one try something risky. Chenyu muttered to himself, what did Master Suyi say in the precautions he shared before? If you are temporarily at a loss, feel free to wander around looking for clues, there will always be something useful. Chenyu moved from the second floor to the first floor, even checking the cafeteria, and then returned to the security room. A mirror hung on the headboard of the single bed. This mirror. Chunyu thought of something, took down the mirror, and ran up to the second floor. He held up the mirror right in front of the wax figure's face and looked at the mirror from behind the wax figure. A pair of blood-red eyes appeared in the mirror, vivid and lifelike, as if staring directly at him. Chenyu's skin crawled with shock. He suppressed his inner fear, still wearing a calm appearance, quickly memorizing the wax figure's face and placing the corresponding nameplate in front. Evil will be met with evil, Master Suyi has said before, the strange things all bully the soft and fear the hard. If you are scared, you will only boost their arrogance. After performing this operation, taking 2 hours, Chenyu finally matched all the nameplates correctly. He walked over to the air conditioning control to check the temperature. At this moment in the live broadcast room, everyone was already stunned by his operations. So awesome, Chenyu is really amazing, the strongest brain. Much more seasoned than last instance. As expected from someone out of the Odd Tales Bureau, his thinking is so active, different from ordinary people. He just mentioned Master Suyi, right? What were those precautions? I get it, Master Suyi must have privately tutored Chenyu. Ah. Were they sitting together for tutoring or lying together? Dragon Country, Odd Tales Bureau. Lin Guobiao looked at the screen, smiling broadly, his wrinkles all showing. A subordinate rushed in to report, Director Lin, just now Beer Nation and Romance Nation many countries sent messages saying they also want to borrow the rule notes written by Suyi. Lin Guobiao sat in his chair without speaking, appearing very composed. Half an hour later. The subordinate came to report again, they said they can exchange resources and technology. The most direct way was from the Saudi Arabian, ready to spend $100 billion to buy it. If they agree, they could also marry a royal princess to Suyi, and that $100 billion would count as a dowry. Lin Guobiao shivered, I didn't know about the content of Suyi's tutoring to Chenyu beforehand. Reply them, the specific decision still needs to wait until Suyi comes back from the weird story. In the rules of the weird stories, many countries had sent hints to their chosen ones regarding the mirrors, but some stubborn small countries remained. The hint opportunity is only once, it should be used at a more critical moment. The rules don't specify a concrete time limit for completing tasks, so we can wait until just before dawn to send it. It must be said, there were quite a few people holding such thoughts, especially from a large continent with a significant black population. Their pace of life was relatively slow, and in everything, they emphasized the word delay. They had no concept of time. In the country of Butelin, Dandolo was one of them. He wandered lazily on the second floor. Looking left, looking right. He showed no signs of haste. Even selecting a brand that matched his lower body took him more than double the time compared to other chosen ones. 2 hours later, Dandolo bent over, staring at one of the male wax figures' feet in a daze. Suddenly, the wax figures that he had just not had the time to check moved. One walked up behind him and patted Dandolo on the butt. Stop it, it's late at night, you. As he was halfway through his words, Dandolo's body stiffened. He suddenly remembered that he was not at home. Who was that touching him? Dandolo turned around and saw the moving wax figure up close. In a panic, he recalled the content of the note. Rule 5, if you find the wax figure moving, that is an illusion. Please stand still, close your eyes, and silently count from 1 to 10. Chapter 95, Wax Museum of Celebrities 4. Yes, an illusion, all an illusion. Dandolo closed his eyes and did as instructed, 1, 2, 3. Just as he finished the beginning, the wax figure in front burst forth and grabbed Dandolo by the throat. Dandolo felt a wave of suffocation, but he still remembered Rule 5, believing that the pain he felt was an illusion. Until his throat was completely crushed. Dandolo finally whispered, 8, 9, 10. However, what greeted him was not the shattering of an illusion, but the true end of life. In the last moment, his eyes widened in shock, and due to the crushing of his throat, his eyeballs bulged out of their sockets. The body was carelessly tossed to the ground, the badge forcibly removed, and he died without closing his eyes. The chosen one of Butelin, Dandolo, was weirdly devoured. The world of weird stories is about to descend. Countdown 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5. Damn, Rule 5 was actually wrong. The viewers from Butelin could not accept this for a moment, their chosen one had died so tragically. There was completely no warning, how can anyone play like this? The rules of weird stories are getting harder. Viewers from other countries, procrastination, so terrifying. I also give up, life and death were on the line, yet still delaying. Suddenly remember, I still have homework not done, originally planned to finish it Sunday night. Forget it, I'll go do it now. In the rules of weird stories. After Suyi exchanged all the name tags, he went to check the air conditioning controller in the corner. At the moment he turned to face the wall, he felt dozens of pairs of eyes staring at him from behind, their gazes burning like needles on his back. Who says people don't have eyes on their backs? You might as well try. If someone nearby is secretly observing you with strong gazes, an ordinary person can definitely sense it. Suyi stared at the temperature control. 15 degrees. A very normal temperature, meeting the requirement of Rule 7. He couldn't help but generate a very perverted thought in his heart: if he raised the temperature a bit, the wax figures in the room would melt away. All melting into drip wax, he would then go and knead the living wax back together. Body reshaping, turning into the appearance one desires. This kind of action, just thinking about it feels so pleasant. An inexplicable perverse thought deeply tempts Suyi. He placed his fingers on the temperature controller and pressed down hard. The temperature changed from 15 degrees to below zero. Oh, you want me to raise the temperature, but I won't. It's all about the thrill. Rule 7, maintain the temperature in the wax museum at a constant 15 degrees. If an accident occurs, the temperature can be lowered but must never be higher. Suyi turned around, and due to the cold, all the wax figures were covered with a layer of white frost. They were twisted with rage, staring at him with full resentment. It's a bit cold, I'm heading down now, you all freeze slowly. Suyi wrapped his arms around himself, shivered slightly, and leisurely walked down to the second floor. Passing by the cafeteria, it was still dimly lit inside. Suyi ignored it, as he had eaten when he arrived. Moreover, with only one day, there was no need to stay in this strange world, eating those unpleasant things. Thinking this way in his heart. But when Suyi returned to the duty room, planning to lie in bed and sleep soundly, the clock on the wall struck. The time reached midnight, 12 o'clock. At the moment the second hand crossed the number 12, an unprecedented hunger filled Suyi's entire being. This hunger was not just sensory, he could sense the energy within him flowing away, leaving his body increasingly weak. It seems the cafeteria is a must-visit. Suyi pushed open the cafeteria door with great difficulty. Inside was simply decorated with a dozen rectangular tables and chairs on the floor. At the front bar, a chef in a white hat and white uniform stood stirring the soup in a large pot with a big iron spoon. Upon seeing Suyi, who was beside a lively dog, a flash of fear crossed the chef's eyes. Suyi walked up to the bar. What do you have to eat? Tea, these are all available. Several large barrels were placed in front of the bar, filled with various dishes, both meat and vegetables. These dishes looked relatively exquisite, surprisingly not much worse than those in the real world. Suyi, give me one of each. The chef wanted to say something, but the dog rushed up, baring its teeth at him. A strange aura emanated, looking quite troublesome. The chef reluctantly closed his mouth. Desperately hungry, Suyi casually found a table to sit down. On the table was a menu. The front showed dishes, while the back had several lines of information written in black. Cafeteria rules. Rule 1, the cafeteria operates on a payment system. If you want to eat, please show your badge in exchange. Rule 2, there are no cooked foods in the cafeteria. If you see heated food appearing, please immediately throw it in the nearby garbage bin. Rule 3, dragon fruit is a great food for relieving hunger. Rule 4, the chef has worked at the Wax Museum for 30 years. Chatting with him may yield unexpected rewards. Cooked food? Suyi pondered, picking up a wrap from the table and opening it. Inside were chunks of bloody raw meat wrapped up. Just then, the chef brought the last dish to the table. Guest, our shop has a rule that food must be exchanged for a badge. Oh. Suyi continued to eat, while the chef stood by, feeling helpless, and had to emphasize again, our shop has rules, food must be exchanged for a badge. Suyi ate even more deliciously, and regarding the badge issue, he pretended not to hear. Go, help me heat the wrap. The chef, the kitchen stove is broken, I can't heat your food. Please give me the badge first. Suyi, sorry, I'm old and hard of hearing, I can't hear what you're saying. The chef glanced at Suyi's youthful and handsome face, clenched his fists at his sides, and his nails dug into his palms. Too much bullying, I want to kill. Then, a dog's bark pulled him back to reality. Beside the table, the dog was looking at him provocatively. The two large fangs in his mouth revealed a ferocious look. In an instant, all the courage the chef had just built up was shattered. Suyi raised his eyes to look at him. What do you want? I want to watch you eat. Yes, I will watch you the whole time. Watch how you have the nerve to eat. The chef's eyes widened, staring at the boy with a look of disdain, resentment, and a you owe me money expression. Most people would feel somewhat embarrassed under such a gaze, especially knowing they had not paid their bill. But who is Suyi? He ate even more deliciously. After a whirlwind came and went, the chef stared at Suyi's chest, revealing a look of despair. He dragged his feet slowly, listlessly returning to the bar. Suyi followed behind him. I heard this wax museum does very well in business? Rule 4, the chef has worked at the Wax Museum for over 30 years, chatting with him may lead to unexpected gains. Chapter 96, Celebrity Wax Museum 5. When this was mentioned, the chef perked up again. Of course, I've worked here for over 30 years, and every day, customers come one after another. His tone was full of pride, as if he and the wax museum were one and the same. Su-yi looked at him in surprise. The chef's performance was truly different from what he had imagined. In his impression, the more customers there were, the busier the staff inside would be, especially for the chefs responsible for food. According to proper logic, as the workload increased, the chef's demeanor should be one of complaints, not like now, where he praises how amazing his company is to everyone. Don't talk to him about loving the company, or the selfless culture of the business. Except for the boss, who truly cares about the company's profit, every grassroots worker is thinking about how much work there is, how tired they are, and how much money they've made. Seemingly mundane, yet very practical questions. Su-yi casually inquired. Oh, so what are our operating hours? The chef, from 7 in the morning to 9 at night. Why are you asking this? Are you complaining that it's easy to get sleepy at night and want to switch to day shifts? Let me tell you, don't have that thought. The pay at night isn't much different from during the day, but the workload is much lighter at night. If it weren't for all the lifelike wax figures in the museum, and if it didn't feel a little eerie at night, this job would not be so easy for you to get. Is that so? After hearing this, Su-yi became uncertain again. Could it be that the reason the chef appears so happy is that, like himself, there aren't many customers at night, making the job easy? Yet he always felt that something was still off. After leaving the cafeteria, Su-yi began to stroll on the first floor to digest his food. As expected of the most popular wax museum, the interior was luxuriously decorated, with white floors, made of material unknown, whether porcelain or marble, and it was spotless. Su-yi pulled out a few strands of hair, scattering them in various corners of the museum. His gaze shifted to Chun-yu's side. After checking all the nameplates of the wax figures, he turned around to confirm the temperature. 15 degrees, no questions. Rustle, rustle. This was definitely the sound of someone walking, no mistake about it. But the last rule clearly stated that tonight, he was the only staff member. A bad intuition surged in Chun-yu's heart. He lowered his head and turned around. Suddenly, he saw a pair of smooth women's feet approaching him. Not to mention, the soles were quite beautiful, delicate and small, with nails painted bright red, making the surrounding skin appear even whiter and more delicate, like a piece of fine soft tofu. If some perverted foot fetishists from the cherry blossom country saw this, they would surely drool. No, this is not the time to think about these things. Chun-yu was very surprised, knowing that this place was filled with terrifying rules and tales, where there was danger of losing his life at any moment. Yet he found himself daydreaming and thinking things he shouldn't be. He gave himself a hard slap on the right cheek. Su-yi, the boss, once said that when you feel your mind out of control, feeling pain is the only way to solve it. Facing the approaching footsteps, Chun-yu knew he had to react immediately. Rule 5 mentioned, if you find the wax figure moving, that is an illusion. Please stand still, close your eyes, and count from 1 to 10. This rule is clearly wrong, there is no logic to it. The premise of an illusion is that the mind is polluted, so the most important next step is to eliminate that mental pollution. Counting from 1 to 10 is such a ridiculous statement, it has nothing to do with eliminating pollution. He remembered in his last scenario training room, he also faced mental pollution issues, and he was slapped awake by Su-yi at that time. Besides, someone is chasing me. No matter if it's an illusion or not, I can clearly run. Why should I stupidly stand here, close my eyes, and wait for her to come? Thinking this through, Chun-yu quickened his pace and ran out. His analysis was not just in his mind, he voiced it clearly, and the audience in the livestream heard everything. Yeah, counting from 1 to 10, how could it be that simple to eliminate an illusion? It's too unreliable. That chosen one from the Asan country was just a fool. He couldn't even analyze such a simple rule. If he had used his brain a little bit, he wouldn't have been killed. While running, Chun-yu took out the pistol from his pocket, which was a reward he received from the last scenario. Brother Wong's pistol, a weapon of the behind-the-scenes boss of Zone K, suitable for close combat, with a certain bizarre damage ability. Fortunately, when he reached the first floor, those delicate white feet stopped moving. Anxiously pacing back and forth at the staircase. She seemed to have some concerns, unable to come to the first floor. Chun-yu sighed with relief, he only had 3 bullets in his gun, and using one would reduce his total. If it weren't for an urgent situation, he didn't want to waste any bullets. The wax figure I just saw was a bit different from the strange ones I've encountered before, its movements were a bit stiff. Chun-yu knew that with his speed, no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't outrun a creature from a weird tale. It should be related to Rule 4. Looking directly into the eyes of the wax figure will make the other come to life. I looked at it through the mirror, which also counts as looking directly into its eyes. So, the wax figure moved, but I couldn't fully make it move. Chun-yu nervously patted his chest. Luckily, his first reaction was to run. If he had listened to Rule 5 and closed his eyes, he might have been finished by now. After resting for a while, he stepped into the cafeteria. Like Su-yi, when the chef proposed to exchange the security badge for food, Chun-yu immediately pulled out his gun and pressed it against the chef's head. Rule 8 from the security room already said that cafeteria meals are free. I would be a fool to hand over my badge. There was no choice. Under the pressure of force, the chef had to obediently deliver the meals to the table. Rule 2, there are no cooked foods in the cafeteria. If you see heated food, please immediately throw it into the nearby trash can. Rule 3, dragon fruit is a good food for quenching hunger. Chunyu judged that Rule 2 must be wrong. Raw food items, vegetables might be fine, but if it involves meat, it could be very dangerous. In the real world, you might encounter things like parasites, not to mention rules and strange tales. As for Rule 3, I can't judge it's right or wrong. To be safe, I can only temporarily avoid eating dragon fruit. Thinking of this, Jinyu started eating other foods except for dragon fruit. Salad, tomatoes, lettuce. These foods were too monotonous, not enough to quickly fill his stomach. He picked up the staple food on the table, a rolled spring pancake. After hesitating for a few seconds, he ultimately couldn't resist the rumbling of his stomach. Bite down hard. You. Chunyu vomited, ran to a nearby trash can, and leaned against the wall to throw up. What the hell is this stuff? The skin looks cooked, but the meat inside is raw. He felt something terrifying wriggling in his throat, and he stuck 2 fingers into his mouth to dig it out. He must not let this thing enter his stomach, otherwise, it's all over for him. Sir, would you like a glass of water? At this moment, the chef's gentle voice sounded beside him. Chapter 97, Wax Figure Museum 6. No need, get away. Chunyu said irritably. What time is it? Drinking water now means sending it back into his stomach. This chef really lacks a sense of timing. After spending more than 10 minutes, using his hands to dig it out, and even standing on his head, he was almost ready to cut open his throat. Finally, Chunyu felt that the raw meat was completely out, lying on the ground, exhausted and panting. No way. He realized, reaching for his chest, that it was already empty. Looking up again, at the bar and around the cafeteria, where was the shadow of the chef? Just now, he used the excuse of bringing water to sneak away my badge when I wasn't paying attention. Chenyu's face turned pale, cold sweat broke out. In the Ice Bear country, Ivan drew the S-rank talent, peering. Introduction, can randomly mark one incorrect rule. The benefit of this talent is obvious, seeing the wrong rule directly gives an edge over other chosen ones. But since it can only see one error, and the rest must be assessed on its own, its rank is only S. Knowing his talent, Ivan was overjoyed. The top chosen ones from Ice Bear country had drawn violent talents, like increased physical strength and leg power, but they often got eliminated after just 3 rounds. Our Ice Bear people are already strong enough physically, what we lack are intelligence-type talents. Perhaps I will go further than them. In the security room, Ivan discovered that Rule 5 was marked in red. Rule 5, if you find that the wax figure has moved, it is an illusion. Please stand still, close your eyes, and count from 1 to 10 silently. Along with the national prompt about using mirrors to reflect the wax figure's face, Ivan successfully completed the task of matching the nameplate and came to the cafeteria on the first floor. Unlike other chosen ones who immediately sought food, Ivan, ravenous, chose to endure hunger for a moment and searched for rules first. Finally, on the menu on the table, he saw 4 cafeteria rules. A sense of safety rose in Ivan's heart, and he carefully studied the rules. Among them, Rule 2, there is no cooking food in the cafeteria. If you see heated food appearing, please immediately throw it into the nearby trash can. Marked in red. Does this rule mean that other food cannot be eaten, only cooked food is allowed? But the cafeteria is so small, all the food available was right in front of him, only tomatoes, radishes, and such. Where is the so-called cooked food? There was a wrap, opening it revealed raw meat inside. The chef spoke at the right moment. Dear guest, to eat, you need to hand me your badge. Ivan, I have a sensitive stomach, I need cooked food. The guest is joking, the kitchen stove is broken, and there is temporarily no cooked food in the cafeteria. Ivan frowned, the food in front of him smelled delicious, with an irresistible temptation. He felt something leaking from the corner of his mouth, against his will. No, he must not eat. Ivan, you have to hold on, trust your talent. Do you remember the days when heavy snow blocked the mountains? The snow was 2 meters thick, and you were in the house, starving for 5 days? Ivan tightened his badge and insisted, no, I want cooked food. The chef stopped talking, watching him, and let out a small sigh. The air fell into a brief silence, only the sound of the chef stirring raw egg soup with a metal spoon echoed with splashes. The chef wore a calm expression, not in the least bit anxious. He was betting that Ivan would definitely compromise with him because he couldn't stand the hunger. An hour passed. The young man in front of him seemed to have more willpower than he had imagined. The chef smiled helplessly and, out of kindness, said, the dragon fruit is free, if you're hungry, you can eat some first. Thank you. Ivan felt dizzy with hunger. If he didn't do something soon, he might starve to death in this instance. No, he couldn't fall. His family and country still needed him. Ivan picked up a dragon fruit from the bar and, using all his strength, smashed it forward. The chef didn't expect that Ivan would still have enough strength to do this, having starved so much. Caught off guard, he fell to the ground. Seizing the opportunity, Ivan jumped over the chef and ran towards the kitchen. He wanted to see if the stove was really broken or not. The kitchen had a refrigerator, gas, and various foods. Ivan twisted the gas knob, but there was no flame. However, when he opened the cabinet below that stored the gas canister, he found an oven. Ivan got excited and immediately tossed the ingredients into the oven and started using it. At the bar, the fallen chef finally reacted and followed him in. Upon seeing Ivan plug in the oven, he angrily questioned. "What are you doing? Turn it off quickly. Turn off your big head." Ivan lifted the gas canister from the ground and threw it at the chef. Clearly there was an oven, but he wouldn't let him use it. Ivan concluded that the other party was not a good person. At that moment, ding. The oven emitted a sound indicating that the timer was up, and Ivan joyfully opened the oven. Ignoring the heat, he quickly took out the bread. In his eyes, this staple food was the best for filling his stomach. What's going on? Ivan was stunned when he got the food. He saw that the original white bread had melted into drips of white wax, hanging on the meat pieces inside. And the dragon fruit that was just recommended by the rules had completely turned into pink liquid wax. Ivan had no choice but to pick out a few meat pieces that hadn't stuck to the wax and stuff them into his mouth. And some small tomatoes, radishes, and others. Half of these vegetables were made of wax, very realistic, while the other half were real food. Mixed together, it was hard for the naked eye to distinguish without roasting in the oven. After eating a few pieces of heated food, Ivan's feeling of hunger finally faded a bit. He smelled a strong candle smell coming from the food next to him. Why didn't I smell that just now? Ivan felt confused and looked up to see the chef, who had been hit by the gas canister, standing up again. He subconsciously grabbed the freshly baked food in his hand and threw it away. Don't! The hot food dripped wax oil when it touched the chef. The chef's chest melted. Chapter 98, Wax Figure Museum 7. The chef is not a real person but a living wax figure. Ivan widened his eyes to look at the chef, whose appearance was that of a middle-aged man, around 50, with dark yellow skin and deep wrinkles on his face. It really looked very much like a real person. If it weren't for the fact that the body was melting, one wouldn't be able to tell that the person in front was a wax figure. But Rule 2 clearly stated there are 50 wax figures. I just counted them all. This means Rule 2 is wrong. Ivan pounded his chest hard, his tone filled with excitement after knowing the truth. So, that's it, I understand everything. Rule 9, there is only one staff member tonight, and that is you. The one in Rule 9 doesn't only refer to a security guard, the chef also counts as staff, so I should have realized he wasn't a real person. Ivan touched the badge on his chest and felt very lucky that he hadn't immediately given away the badge in exchange for food. Based on the current thoughts, one could conclude. Rule 2, there are a total of 50 wax figures in the museum. Please ensure their quantity is recorded accurately. The rules state that all staff must wear uniforms and check the identity nameplates in front of each wax figure to ensure they are placed correctly. Rule 5, if you find that a wax figure has moved, it is an illusion. Please stand in place, close your eyes, and silently count from 1 to 10. And all the rules 1, 2, and 3 in the cafeteria are completely wrong. What I need to do now is to get rid of the chef in front of me, or prevent him from hurting me. Ivan looked at the oven in front of him, which was only a meter wide, and fell into deep thought. The oven is only hot inside, and cannot attack directly. I got it. He raised his head, revealing a confident smile. However, due to his large stature and square face, this smile looked somewhat clumsy. Hey, wax figure man, have you heard of teppanyaki? What? A bad premonition surged in the chef's heart. Before he could react, Ivan had already rushed forward holding a metal plate from the oven. The chef dodged to the right, but didn't avoid it in time, and half of the plate still slammed into his stomach. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The chef's belly and clothes began to melt. Taking this opportunity, Ivan used his large body to completely embrace the chef and dragged him back with all his might. He dragged the chef all the way to the front of the oven. Ivan kicked the chef's backside, shoving the wax figure entirely inside. Close the door, plug it in. Ding. 10 minutes later, the oven turned into a pool of wax, and the chef was utterly gone. Ivan witnessed the whole process, applauding from the side. Perfect. The audience in the Ice Bear Country live broadcast room was stunned. Ivan, his actions are completely different from those chosen ones before. He didn't use brute force. Great, our Ice Bear Country finally has a chosen one with brains. In the Dragon Country, Suyi came out of the cafeteria and went up to the second floor. Due to the extremely low temperature, the white frost on the wax figures had formed thick layers, their frozen faces were stiff, yet they still stared at Suyi with eyes full of hatred. What's the big deal? I only lowered the temperature a bit. Suyi was speechless. He reached out and patted the shoulder of the wax figure in a suit in front of him. Crack! The suit man's arm fell to the ground as if responding. The prolonged low temperature had made his body brittle. Then, a stream of bright red flowed out from the shoulder where it broke. It was clearly just a lifeless wax figure, yet blood could flow out. Sui stroked his chin, finding the development of the situation increasingly interesting. Are you a living person trapped inside? The wax figure in front of him remained motionless. Sui, if so, blink your eyes. The suited man blinked his eyes with great difficulty twice. Is it that if the temperature is raised and the wax melts, you can come out from inside? This time, the suited man ignored the temperature effect and blinked madly at Sui. And behind him, the numerous wax figures, hearing the two's conversation, also began to blink their eyes together. In an instant, all the humanoid wax figures in the exhibition hall seemed to come alive, all staring at Sui, making it utterly bizarre. Their eyes were filled with hope, full of longing. Oh. Sui seemed to ponder, and then patted the other shoulder of the suited man, causing his left arm to fall off in response. I got it, thank you for the information. Then he turned and went downstairs. Behind him, a crowd of wax figures stared in amazement, they couldn't speak. But at that moment, the viewers in the live broadcast room somehow understood what the wax figures wanted to express, which was, hey, wait a minute, after talking for so long, you should raise the temperature. We are all so pitiful, how can this person remain unmoved? Sui walked down the stairs, muttering to himself. It seems that all the wax figures here are transformed from living people. I must not raise the temperature. The existence of the wax figure museum did not happen overnight. Those trapped inside, if not suffocated, would starve to death. If the wax melts, who knows what kind of thing will come out from inside. Although I am not afraid of the bazaar, still, it's better to avoid trouble and reduce my workload. Bullet screen. What does that mean? Listening to Suya's analysis, it seems that. Did those wax figures lie? Just because they came out does not mean they truly came to life. Deliberately pretending to be pitiful, it is actually just a means of weakness to be released. I support Brother Suya's actions. This is a rule of strange tales. There is no need to endanger oneself for a few wax figures. Damn it, I just felt compassion. If I were there and saw so many innocent people looking at me, I probably would have turned up the temperature. Sui wandered around the first floor a few times and saw the hair he had deliberately scattered in the corners still remained there. A few strands floated up and stuck to the wall. As I guessed, it is indeed like this. He staggered into the cafeteria and opened the door. The white-hatted chef stood behind the bar, and the surrounding food had already been cleared away, replaced by a few brightly colored cocktails. Seeing Sui, he shook the liquid in his hand. Want to have a few drinks, security guard? Sui approached, took the glass and drank it all in one go. Tell me what's going on, chef? I just walked around outside. The entire wax museum floor was cleaned very well. You say the wax museum closes at 9, and the security guards come on duty at 10. In just 1 hour, how could they have cleaned this place so well? Moreover, this pot you have is all cold dishes. If there were really a lot of customers, wouldn't they protest? The chef saw that he had finished the cocktail and couldn't help but smile. He took another drink from the nearby bar and pushed it in front of Sui, then said, You guessed very right. This wax museum is located in the city center, right next to the art museum, and used to be bustling. Sui, used to be? Yes, then an accident happened. The chef stared into Suya's eyes until he finished the second cocktail, then continued. It was during a hot summer. The air conditioning on the second floor, used for cooling, broke down. Overnight, many celebrity wax figures melted, and the exhibits in the museum were almost ruined. To make a good wax figure requires both celebrity authorization and face-to-face collection of body data, with the celebrity personally serving as a model for reference. Only wax figures made this way can be so realistic that they can truly replicate the celebrity. Another cocktail was served in front of him, and Sui did not hesitate to drink it down, his cheeks turning red under the influence of alcohol. This cocktail had an especially high alcohol content. The chef, many wax figures were left over from my grandfather's time. Most of the celebrities inside, like my grandfather, have already passed away. I had no choice but to create some ordinary people's wax figures on the spot. Although they are quite realistic, they are not celebrities, and the fame of the wax museum is no longer what it was. This led to a decrease in foot traffic. To prevent the melting of the wax figures from happening again, security guards are hired at night to monitor the temperature controller in real time. By this point, Sui had already slumped onto the table, looking drunk and weak. The chef walked into the kitchen and dragged out a black rectangular wooden box from inside. Live stream. Why does this shape look so much like a coffin? What's happened to Brother Sui? Did he drink too much again? Drinking causes problems, Brother Sui, wake up. Last time after that bottle of cat wine, you slept an entire day. It's over, it's over. This chef is clearly the mastermind behind everything, and brother Suyi is in trouble now. Still too greedy for drinks. The coffin was opened, revealing a box full of transparent liquid wax oil. The chef lifted Suyi and laid him flat inside. His mouth, nose, and entire face were quickly sealed by the wax, forming a thin layer of solid matter. But since he died of suffocation, there is no pain, but the expression still looks vivid. With legs stretched out, the chef frowned, seeming dissatisfied with this action, bending one leg and crossing his hands over his stomach. The chef was satisfied, raising the cocktail glass on the table in celebration, looking at the figure in the coffin as if admiring a piece of art. This is my most satisfying work among all my wax figures so far. As for this badge, the chef's eyes looked at Suya's chest. Just leave it for the next candidate. He reached out to grab the security badge, but could not pull it. The chef widened his eyes and saw the badge stitched onto the chest, with dense lines connecting to the security uniform, probably sewn dozens of times to prevent it from falling off. The chef frowned. The current situation made it clear that simply yanking off the badge was unrealistic. Unless the security uniform was also torn apart. But this would ruin the overall beauty of the wax figure. Damn it! He cursed loudly, bending down to prepare to drag Suyi out of the coffin. Let's just take off the jacket completely. Showing off the young body seems like a good choice. As he held Suyi's shoulders and pulled, the figure in the coffin suddenly opened its eyes. With a thud, the chef fell into the coffin. The audience in the live stream. Is Suyi planning to turn the chef into a wax figure too? But he's already a wax figure. He just came out from Ivan's livestream, so he probably doesn't know yet. What about the Strange Talks Bureau? Isn't it time to send out a message to remind us? In the Strange Talk world, Suyi pressed down hard on the chef with one hand while picking up a wine glass from the bar with the other. With a splash, alcohol poured into the black coffin. Veggie dog. With this shout, a burst of flames shot out from the veggie dog's mouth, instantly igniting the coffin. At the same time, the chef and Suyi were also on fire. The chef was already a wax figure, and the wax on Suyi's body became the best accelerant. Ah! The chef was most afraid of high temperatures and couldn't help but scream loudly now. You madman, quickly, put out the fire. He didn't understand, burning others was one thing, but he was also burning himself. What had he done to offend Suyi so much that they both had to perish together? Suyi waved his hand, his eyes shining with crimson madness, pointing at the coffin. Look, our bodies are burning, they are becoming beautiful. Disappearance and destruction, heat and scars. Experience this feeling, it only comes once in a lifetime. The chef suddenly fell silent, his eyes revealing despair. He knew that no matter what he did, he couldn't change Suyi's mind. In Suyi, he saw the same obsession as his own. Just like he turned living people into wax figures, admiring the beautiful art pieces after the fact. Suyi's current behavior was treating the act of burning their bodies as a way to achieve his art. He found endless joy in the process of their dying together. Suyi wouldn't be afraid, he would only get more excited as the flames burned. This is a madman, born with different thoughts. In the final moment, the chef completely melted. He thought he was dead. Dead at the hands of a madman just like himself. Those beautiful human art pieces he had created would never be appreciated again. But fortunately, after this great fire, the madman would also die, and he would take his revenge, pulling a companion into the grave before he died. The roaring flames burned. The wax oil on Suyi was completely burnt off, leaving behind the intact boy at the center. Bullet scream, I really want to pull the chef up again to let him see the result. He died too early. Some people are ultimately different. He played with you, and in the end, you died while he lived on, waiting for the next thrill. Why use a mosaic? The clothes being burned, so be it. Does the rule of strange tales look down on us adults? Can I pay to unlock it? I'm willing to recharge. The comments in the livestream began to get increasingly twisted, gradually heading down a path of no return. In the world of strange tales, Su Yegwan walked into the kitchen, successfully finding the oven hidden in the cupboard. He placed the burrito inside to heat it up, picking out a few pieces of meat without wax oil to stuff into his mouth. The moment the hot food entered his stomach, the crimson tinge in Su Ye's eyes faded away. He gradually woke up. Chapter 100, Celebrity Wax Museum 9. Su Yi tied a tablecloth around himself. Thinking about how he might have been seen by people around the world, Su Yi turned pale. The screen returned to its original appearance. Everyone couldn't help but sigh. Gossip is human nature, and once ignited, it's like a raging fire that is hard to extinguish. Su Yi had a good figure. His longtime love for adventure meant that even without a day in the gym, he had 8-pack abs. His skin was fair, solid, and strong, exuding a tight aesthetic. Both men and women loved to look at him. I've taken a screenshot, 8-pack abs for my screensaver. Su Yi, you could clearly rely on good looks and body, yet you insist on using your strength. Indeed, perfect people are exceptional in every aspect. I take back what I said about wanting to have your kids, now I want at least 5. Hubby. Hubby plus 1. Hubby plus 2. Hubby plus. Damn it, men should stay out of this. The gaze turned to Chen Yu's side. How could I be so careless? He regretted it immensely. When he vomited just now, he didn't pay attention to his surroundings, allowing the chef to take advantage of it. Thinking carefully, the reason he ended up eating strange food might also have been the chef's premeditated plan. It was just to seize the badge when the opportunity arose. Such an important item, even if I stuffed it in my pocket, I should have sewn it up. Instead, I hung it on my chest with a paperclip, letting anyone snatch it away. It's my negligence. Chen Yu's head was buzzing as he sat on the ground, back in the Bureau of Strange Tales. He was good at analytic skills, often able to reveal the truth ahead of others with unique insights. Only when he truly entered the rule of Strange Tales did he realize that just having analytic abilities wasn't enough. Judgment, strength, timing, none of these elements could be lacking. At that moment, Chen Yu received a national alert saying that there was an oven in the kitchen, which could heat food and restore contaminated spirit power. Restore spirit power? After reading this line, Chen Yu expressed his doubt. I didn't feel like my spirit power was contaminated. The girl wax figure he encountered just now was very beautiful, which momentarily stirred a different feeling in him, but he quickly suppressed it. No, that's not right. Chen Yu pondered deeply. It still affected me. Under normal circumstances, losing the badge, what I should do most now is think of a way to resolve it, not sit on the ground, sighing and complaining meaningless. This would only make things worse. He even felt a wave of extreme despair earlier, wanting to give up on this strange tale directly. I understand, the real effect of this wax museum on one's spirit power is not to create illusions, but to amplify the desires within the chosen one. When I faced my first setback, it's inevitable to feel dejected. This dejection gets further amplified, turning into feelings of despair. The audience in the livestream listened to his analysis and suddenly realized, no wonder Suya's performance was so unusual just now. It turns out he was influenced by the environment of the wax museum. The cafeteria doesn't have hot food. One reason is that the chef, being a wax figure, is afraid of high temperatures. The second is to let the chosen ones not be able to eat hot food, then endlessly fall into their desires and bring about their own demise. But the chef probably never thought that Suya's desires were a bit perverted, wanting to jump into the fire together. Experience the thrill of being burned alive. Hey upstairs, have you finally admitted that Suyi is a pervert? What upstairs? Who are you calling? I just let out a fart, didn't say anything. As expected of Chen Yu, love it, even entering the Strange Tale world doesn't forget to answer our doubts. Rules of Strange Tales. Chen Yu held back the despair in his heart and got up from the ground. He went to the bar to check. The kitchen door was locked tight from the inside. He chose to crash into the door, but unfortunately, his work-worn body not only failed to break down the door but got himself bounced back out through the door gap. He took out the gun from his pocket, the only strange item he currently possessed, but it seemed it wouldn't be of much use. At this point, whether it was the audience or the Strange Tale Bureau, everyone was holding their breath for him. Chen Yu felt somewhat numb. It seemed now he could only use that method, but it might not succeed. He returned to the dining area in the cafeteria and found a set of tables and chairs to sit down. With both hands on the table, he kept sliding them back and forth as if he was searching for something. Badge, oh Badge, where are you? I've searched for you so hard. Badge, oh Badge, hurry up and appear. I've already reported to the leader, I must find you within an hour. Viewers watching the live stream? Is Chen Yu going crazy? Knowing he can't get out without the badge, is he starting to give up on himself? Come on, yeah. Looking at the current situation, you might not necessarily need the badge to get out. What you said is wrong. From the previous few failed live streams, the badge is clearly a very important item. Without it, you absolutely can't get out. Look closely at Chen Yu's movements, it seems like he is goofing off. I must say, the eyes of the crowd are sharp. Chen Yu, sitting at the dining table, indeed was goofing off. Everyone who enters the rules of Strange Tales gets a chance to draw a talent. And the content of this talent usually relates to the individual's personality or thoughts. Chen Yu's long-held dream was to work less every day. Even his previous online name was once "I don't want to be a corporate slave today." The thought of not being a corporate slave had been etched into this man's soul and bones. So when he first entered the Strange Tale, Chen Yu drew the A-level talent goofing off. Goofing off, when you are forced to complete a task, using the goofing off technique can also achieve the final goal. It sounds incredibly powerful, as if he could do anything without moving, just goof off, and maybe even leave the instance without any issues. But the reason Chen Yu had not used his talent was because, being an A-level talent, it came with many restrictions. Note, 1. The initial success rate of using the goofing off skill is 30%, after all, bosses like to inspect work, goofing off anywhere can be discovered. But as goofing off becomes more skilled, each successful goofing off will increase the future success rate by 5%, a 70% cap. 2. This skill can only be used once in each instance. Chen Yu failed to use his talent in the last instance, and in his heart, he urgently prayed for this time to succeed. Chapter 101, Wax Museum of Celebrities 10. Perhaps heaven heard his heart. After about an hour of feeling around on the table, a golden badge finally reappeared in his hand. Ding, congratulations to the chosen one for successfully using the talent. The success rate for the next goofing off increases to 35%. Chen Yu was overjoyed. He hugged the badge tightly and sneakily hid by the kitchen door. Sure enough, after a while, the chef who had lost the badge reopened the kitchen door. His expression was confused, truly unaware that in such a short time of a few dozen minutes, just a nap. How could the duck in hand fly away? Chen Yu seized the opportunity and, before he could react, shot the chef in the chest. Bang! With the sound of the gunshot, the bullet, carrying a strange force, entered the chef's body, leaving a hideous gaping hole. Wax oil splattered, and the wound bloomed like a flower. Seeing that he had completely lost his breath, Chen Yu sighed in relief, successfully found the oven in the kitchen, and ate the roasted pancake. His mind cleared, and the despair that had long hovered over him finally dissipated. However, besides some countries that vow to follow Su Yi to the death, even willing to use a chance and issue an order to their chosen one to absolutely seize the badge. Many smaller countries, however, seemed unimpressed. Why must we wear the badge? Except for that fool from Sakura country, who died after just looking at the wax figure. We still can't see any use of the badge. Su Ye's judgment is not necessarily right every time. Similar statements continued to ferment, while Lin Guobiao, who was in the Paranormal Affairs Bureau, did not express any opinions. He took a sip of Longjing tea from the table. This is from before the rain, it tastes good. Later, I'll send 5 pounds to Su Ye's villa. As for those who slander and mock, they will pay the price for their actions. In Dragon Country, Su Yi wrapped himself in a tablecloth and went to the second floor. It was still a freezing cold situation, but no one dared to shout anymore. A few wax figures knowingly turned their heads to the other side, pretending not to see me. They heard how the chef was terrified just a moment ago. If someone was unhappy, they might just verbally threaten a bit, or at worst, kill the person. But this guy dared to really burn, leaving no whole corpse behind. Wax figures are most afraid of fire. It's better to be careful. After waiting on the upper floor for a while, even if frozen and sneezing, so you didn't lower the air conditioning temperature. The sky gradually brightened, and in a daze, the sound of a few roosters crowing came from afar. A blue door appeared suddenly in front of Su Yi, with a few rays of white light seeping through the crack. Someone knocked on the door from the outside. Is anyone there? I'm the security guard on duty during the day, here to hand over the work. Su Yi walked to the door, turned the doorknob around once, and just as he was about to touch it, he turned around again. He put his hands behind his back, looking at the wax figures inside with a half-smiling expression. If I guess correctly, this place has long been abandoned. If the wax museum were really in the city center, how could there be crowing roosters? Besides, if there were truly customers during the day, the cleaner wouldn't possibly leave the scene so clean, not even a single hair. Hair is the hardest thing to clean. The most likely situation is that the chef lied. This wax museum hasn't had any living person for a long time. Su Yi was leisurely dressed in a bedsheet, showing no sign of hiding his imposing aura. Like a king who ruled everything, just short of holding a scepter. Facing the increasingly impatient knocking outside. Let me guess what I will face when I go out. Encounter a more powerful paranormal being and then be torn apart, just to serve as a meal for them? Have you traded with the things outside to exchange me for some benefits? The wax museum remained silent, exuding an air of despair. Su Yi shouted. Wow, no way, there really is a transaction. Fortunately, I've been counting time seriously, and it's clearly 4 in the morning, just 1 hour away from 5. Su Yi hung the brass pendulum clock in the security room, which rang once every hour. From 10 until now, it had rung 7 times, still 1 ring short, indicating that it wasn't yet the real end of the workday. As he finished speaking, the knocking from outside abruptly stopped. Su Yi adjusted the temperature back to 15 degrees. Alright, I'm leaving now. I won't torture you anymore. He walked in front of the suited man, picked up the 2 arms that had fallen on the ground, and reattached them above. The suited man regained his arms and raised his hand to point to the corner. There was a box. Su Yi walked over. It was filled with a thick stack of the same posters and some miscellaneous items. The Celebrity Wax Museum was hiring security with the following requirements. Age between 18 and 40, with a decent appearance. Night shift, part-time hourly wage of 100 yuan per hour. Hiss, that's really generous pay, earning 700 in one night. He flipped through other miscellaneous items, and a black wallet caught Su Ye's attention. The wallet was the most popular men's style, featuring 8 wolves on it. Opening the first compartment, he found a work ID, with a photo in the upper right corner that looked exactly like the suited man. Wu Chengrui, male, 35 years old, senior programmer in the internet industry. The second layer of the wallet contained a resignation letter. Congratulations, after 10 years, you have finally graduated from our company. Wishing you smooth sailing on your future path. 35 years old, resignation letter, you were laid off? Suyi had heard an internet meme that claimed 35 was a threshold for middle-aged people, and once they reached that age, they might get laid off. He didn't expect to see a live example today. Tears slowly fell from the corners of the suited man's eyes. He had no choice, the layoffs came suddenly, with no prior indications from the company. When he questioned the boss about age issues, the other party denied it vehemently, claiming it was merely a personnel adjustment. Yet, he still bore the burden of mortgage and car loans, as well as expenses for his child's schooling. With no other choice, he could only go from interview to interview, but as soon as employers heard he was 35, they immediately rejected his resume, not even giving him an interview opportunity. Until he saw the recruitment poster for the Celebrity Wax Museum, though it wasn't in his field, what other choices did he have now? He was too anxious, in a moment of madness, such high wages, no other skills required, it was obviously a problem. So be it, if he was going to die, then so be it. At the moment he was knocked out and stuffed into the wax figure, he instead felt a sense of relief. His first reaction was that he probably wouldn't have to worry about those car loans and mortgages anymore, right? He had accident insurance, his wife should be able to receive a sum of money, enough for her and their daughter to live on. Chapter 102 Celebrity Wax Museum 11. Recruitment notice, abandoned wax museum, chef who loves art. Everything was becoming clear, forming a complete thread that circled in Suye's heart. Years ago, a young man inherited his family's celebrity wax museum. The wax museum was located in the city center, famous locally and in nearby counties, attracting countless tourists. The new curator was young and successful in his career, with a bright future ahead. Unfortunately, the good times didn't last long. On an ordinary night, the temperature controller of the wax museum malfunctioned, destroying most of the exhibits inside. Afterward, the young man took the air conditioning company to court, holding those responsible accountable and seeking compensation, but the melted wax figures could not be restored. The museum became empty. Wax museum, the most important thing was the wax figures. Tourists traveled from afar to see them. Now that the wax figures were gone, what should be done? The young man thought of a good method. That was to turn the customers he found beautiful into art, sealing them in wax. Then, placing them in alluring poses, he positioned them behind display stands. Indeed, the wax figures produced this way were incredibly lifelike. Even more realistic than the celebrity wax figures his father had. Surely, there should be people coming to see them now, right? Unfortunately, the answer was disappointing. Without the benefit of celebrity influence, wax figures made from ordinary people had no appeal at all. Adding to that were rumors of tourists often disappearing near the wax museum. The business here is getting worse and worse. The young man who has become addicted to making wax figures will not stop here. He firmly believes that the reason the wax museum did not thrive when his father was alive is that there were not enough wax figures. And throughout the entire process of making wax figures, he has become hooked. One new piece after another is born. Until the wax museum completely closes down due to a missing persons case. With no new raw materials coming in, the young man can no longer suppress his itching hands, and finally, he decides to make himself into a wax figure. That is his last piece, and he believes it to be his most perfect work. After completing that piece, he takes the secret of the wax museum to his eternal silence. Years later, the world has changed. When the young man awakens, his age has increased, but his obsession has not faded. Perhaps it is precisely because of his deep obsession that he surpasses the others in the wax museum and comes back to life. Those wax figures were created by him, their lives are held in his own hands. At this time, he has only one thought, which is to continue to fulfill the wishes he had back then, to keep making wax figures, to create art pieces that satisfy himself. But the wax museum has already closed down, and with the passage of time, this place is no longer the city center, even nearby buildings have become ruins. Where should he find raw materials? He has an idea. He can post a job advertisement. No educational requirements, no technical requirements, high salary, the only requirement is to have a good appearance. Suyi restored the events that took place. When he looked up again, the sky was already breaking dawn. When the last bell rang, thick fog surged in all around. Suyi rushed to the first floor, quickly putting away the brass pendulum hanging on the clock face. This thing is quite useful, and he does not want to leave it in the world of ghost stories due to his mistake, turning it into a one-time use. The fog became thicker, black and oppressive, obscuring the line of sight. Only the badge of security glowed golden in his chest. It cleaved through the dense fog, automatically parting a path. Suyi followed the light and set out on his way home. He knew that the real way to leave had already appeared. As Suya's footsteps grew farther away, the wax museum was completely engulfed by black fog, disappearing from sight. Perhaps, its next appearance will have to wait until the next night, Suyi guessed. And along with it, those chosen ones who did not wear the security badge. A mechanical announcement rang out. In the world, no artwork can be exactly the same as the person, unless he truly is. Ding! Congratulations to the chosen one Suyi from the Dragon Kingdom for successfully clearing the copy of the Celebrity Wax Museum. Completion rating, 5 stars. Rating analysis, survived until dawn 1 star, completed the security night shift work 2 stars, unraveled the secrets behind the Wax Museum 2 stars. The military strength of the Dragon Kingdom has increased by 10% overall. Artwork, really? This phrase sounds chilling upon reflection, as if it is hinting at something for us. No wonder the haunted houses near home like to use real people to play roles. It turns out that the fakes are not realistic enough. Be careful of those props containing real human bones. At the same time, some were happy while others were worried. In Myanmar, in Lion. A total of 42 chosen ones from countries swallowed by the strange have vanished. The world of ghost stories is about to descend. Countdown 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5. Those countries that did not follow Suya's advice to have their chosen ones retrieve the security badges now regretted it deeply. It has been proven that although Suya's behavior is somewhat uncontrollable most of the time, some judgments at critical moments are indeed very reliable. The focus returns to Chen Yu's side. At the moment the blue door appeared, Chen Yu sat motionless on the stool. He did not lower the air conditioning temperature, and the room has remained at a constant temperature of 15 degrees, causing many wax figures to be able to perform simple actions. The wax figures squinted at him, hinting that he should leave quickly. Chen Yu raised his gun and aimed it at them. What are you looking at? The time isn't up yet, only a fool would go out now. Live stream room. Wait, why does Master Suyi have a brass pendulum? Chen Yu has done nothing, how does he know the time? I just came back from the live stream in Myanmar, and the clock on the wall indeed shows 5 o'clock. Their chosen one was torn apart by monsters as soon as he stepped outside. Could it be that from the moment he entered the instance, Chen Yu started counting seconds in his heart? People discussed animatedly. And Chen Yu, caught in the world of horror stories, soon revealed the answer. What a joke! As a top corporate slave, how could I not know how long I work every day? Forget about being an hour early, I even remember every single minute I leave work early. Ha 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 ha. It's a pity this situation has never happened before. For a moment, the viewers in the live stream didn't know whether to pity him or celebrate his luck. Was it really for this reason that he escaped a disaster? This skill is quite amazing, it's common to tamper with time in the instance. With such qualities, it's hard to be deceived again. Ding, congratulations to the Dragon Kingdom's chosen one, Chen Yu, for successfully clearing the instance Wax Museum of Celebrities. Clearing rating, 3 stars. Rating breakdown, 1 star for surviving until dawn, 2 stars for completing the night shift work. Criminal case solving speed increased by 5% for the Dragon Kingdom. Soon after the announcement, similar scenes of excitement unfolded in many places across various cities. Brothers, money is coming. I just saw the criminal on the bounty list walk past me. I saw him too, he just went into the supermarket to buy drinks. The criminal, violently captured by a few enthusiastic citizens, damn it. I clearly wore a mask and a hat, why was I still easily recognized? In the Ice Bear Nation, Ivan stared blankly at the blue door that appeared in front of him. He carefully recalled the rules of the instance. Rule 9 said there's only one staff member tonight, which is me. Since nighttime has passed, anyone outside isn't violating the rules. With a snap, Ivan opened the big door. What he didn't notice was that at the moment he made a move, the wax figures behind him all turned their heads, their eyes sparkling with anticipation and excitement. Outside was a big guy with blue skin and hair, sharp fangs at the corners of his mouth, who charged at him immediately. Ivan quickly dodged. A true warrior from the Battle Nation, he swiftly engaged in a struggle with the monster. As time passed, the wax figures watching behind Ivan grew increasingly anxious. Due to various restrictions, it's inevitable that the Wax Museum would have smart individuals who could last until the end. They had an arrangement with the oddities outside. The wax figures were responsible for creating that door, and the monsters would appear at 4 o'clock every morning, devouring the new security guards and returning the only badge that could allow escape to the wax figures. But things went awry. Today's security guard seemed particularly fierce, he struggled fiercely with the monster. Ivan lost an arm. He lunged forward, biting into the monster's flesh with his own mouth. Piece by piece, he tore it off, raw and bloody. The monster's teeth were sharper, and it began to tear into Ivan using the same method. Chapter 103, Wax Museum of Celebrities 12. 2 humanoid beings, using the most primitive methods, engaged in a fight, each trying to bite the other into pieces. An hour later, golden light shone on Ivan's almost breathless body. Ding, congratulations to the Ice Bear Nation's chosen one, Ivan, for successfully clearing the Instance Wax Museum of Celebrities. Clearing rating, 3 stars. Rating breakdown, 1 star for surviving until dawn, 2 stars for completing the night shift work. The physical quality of the Ice Bear Nation's citizens increased by 5%. Yay! The people of the Ice Bear Nation were very satisfied and gave an unprecedented cheer for their victory in this rule horror story. They were already known as a battle nation, with strong physical qualities. With an additional 5%, weren't they invincible now? Ivan, our hero. Ivan, I want to duel with you, this is the greatest tribute to a hero. Suyi returned to the real world, and his phone that he took when he left fell on the sofa. Below awards for personal contributions, Golden Legend Badge, Strange Talk Coins. A shiny golden object fell from the air and landed on the Chow Dog's head. 1. Golden Legend Badge, Real Gold is not afraid of fire, produced by the Celebrity Wax Museum, an odd item that can survive raging flames, has the effects of identifying direction, illumination, and breaking formations. 2. Strange Talk Coins, have currency in the Strange Talk world, can be used to purchase items in supermarkets and other transaction places. Suyi picked up the black wallet that fell by the foot of the doll cat, which had a total of 7 paper bills, red in color, with a side profile of a person's head on it, but the face was not clear. Below the money printed a line of small words, this currency is issued by the Heaven and Earth Bank, the final interpretation rights belong to the Heaven and Earth Bank. He questioned, the name fits the sentiment, but does the Strange Talk world still need money? He thought everything would just rely on robbing things. Curse of the Celebrity Wax Museum director, because you destroyed the director's most cherished artwork, himself, his hatred towards you has reached its peak. In the final moment, he cast a curse on you. Gained bad luck value plus 50. Currently accumulated bad luck value, 100. Note, when bad luck value reaches a certain number, unpredictable major events will occur. Doing good deeds, performing kindness daily, helps to eliminate bad luck value. Suyi was dumbfounded after reading this. What exactly is this wax museum director using to curse? And what about the principal of Inquan High School last time? Can they just say a few words to curse someone? He also wanted to learn such a powerful skill. Moreover, ever since he received the 50 bad luck points last time, his life seemed to have no changes. After thinking for a while, with no clue, Suyi picked up his phone and downloaded a certain blog. He remembered Su Ning said that the comic in the Friends Circle was reposted from here. The first trending topic. Kai Suofan, Minister of the Business Department of the White-Headed Eagle Empire, former Secretary of State Marfuz was assassinated at home, the body of bodyguards and servants torn to pieces, pointing fingers at the chosen one Fred. Below was a video of a journalist interview. Fred appeared to be sane, spoke coherently, refused to admit the accusation, and stated that proof must be provided for a trial. Suyi shook his head. Others might not see clearly, but based on those photos, it was easy for him to discover the bizarre traces. In the last Wax Museum dungeon, Fred was nominated to be skipped. He had time to do these things. But, could applying the skills gained from the Strange Talk world in reality really work? This world is bound to fall into chaos sooner or later. After scrolling through this trending topic, Suyi looked further down, all about himself. Topics like, Suyi is handsome, Night God, I want to marry you. Boring. He manually clicked into the search box, typing, Suyi, Chinyu, Pierre. Soon, the comics he saw earlier in the Friends Circle appeared before his eyes. They were still serialized. In addition to comics, there were all kinds of fan fiction, a messy array. Suyi casually clicked open a comic, which depicted a scene in K Park area. Chenyu failed to shoot Wang Gu. Suyi turned his head, I said it before, let you solve him personally. But the expression he had while speaking in the comic looked strange, with cool eyes and a smirk on the corner of his mouth. There was a term to describe this? Suyi thought for a long time, it was called charmingly wicked. This expression looked so annoying. Just then, the villa door opened, Ling Guobiao came in with a person and a cat. You called and said you just got the strange coins with a person's image on them, let me take a look. Now it's the big data era, technology is advancing, our bureau's image collection system can automatically compare faces. Also, I brought Chinyu over, he still has potential, there's a possibility of continuing to be chosen by Strange Talk in the future, you two should discuss well. The green-eyed cat saw the handsome black cat in Chenyu's arms and excitedly pounced, kicking over a stool on the ground. Suyi, who was about to welcome the guests, stumbled a bit, he jumped back to maintain his balance, but his phone flew out of his hand. It just happened to land in Chenyu's arms, where he was holding the cat. Suyi, could this be the power of bad luck 100? Chapter 104, Amusement Park 1. Ones, twos, threes. The two people in the room did not speak because they didn't know what to say. Should they explain? Hi, this is our comic, it's drawn pretty well. I just flipped through it. No matter how you hear it, it feels like a cover-up. Just then, Lin Guobiao turned his head and curiously looked at the phone. Not bad, this comic is really good. Ha, young people should have love. You both work together in the Strange Talk Bureau, so you must unite more. Chen Yu stammered, it is good, as for where it looks good. Oh no, he couldn't make up anything. Su Yi quietly changed the subject, is there a clue about the person on the weird coin? When it came to serious matters, Lin Guobiao's expression became serious, we are investigating, the only thing we can confirm is that this is a person from the Dragon Country. Dragon Country? Chen Yu was puzzled, how do you judge that? Shouldn't it be an Asian person? You don't know this, although they are also Asians, there are subtle differences between the appearances, hairstyles, and temperaments of people from different countries. Lin Guobiao pointed to the man's profile on the coin, take the nose for example, although Sakura country split from our country, after thousands of years of development, their noses are smaller, and the nostrils are narrower. Also, their teeth are not neat, the bucktooth rate is high. Su Yi nodded, investigate thoroughly, I have a hunch that finding this person might greatly help in cracking the reason why the rules of Strange Talk have come to Earth. 3 days later, the voice of the Strange Talk broadcast sounded. The 11th round of Strange Talk Challenge begins, now randomly selecting the chosen ones for the challenge. The list of participants is as follows, Dragon Country, Romantic Country, Beer Country, Eagle Empire. A total of 160 countries. 160? At the moment the broadcast sounded, the audience was all stunned. It is understood that there are currently a total of 249 countries in the world. After multiple rounds of Strange Talk purification, 32 small countries have been completely enveloped by Strange Talk, leaving a little over 200. In the past, the countries chosen to enter the rules of Strange Talk never exceeded 90 at most. 160, a hit rate of 70%, many smaller countries felt deeply terrified. After a moment of weightlessness, Su Yi opened his eyes. During this process, he also tried to keep his eyes open and even used 2 toothpicks to fully prop open his upper and lower eyelids just to observe what the teleportation process looked like. Unfortunately, it was useless. Every time, it still started with closed eyes. What appeared in front of him was a big iron gate, decorated with colorful lights, shining brightly. The colorful lights formed 7 words, the top 4 small words being Dreamland, and the 3 large words below saying Amusement Park. If you don't look closely, it's easy to miss Dreamland. The entrance to the amusement park was surrounded by iron bars, and beside it was a small room with the words Ticket Office. Su Yi approached, speaking to the ticket seller, give me a ticket for the amusement park. Unexpectedly, the other person looked up at him with a look of disdain and impatiently waved his hand. Go away, where did this kid come from? Didn't you see what the notice says? You need to bring your parents. Parents? Su Yi was stunned for a moment and looked at the notice. Welcome to Dreamland Amusement Park. Adult ticket price, 100 yuan per ticket. Children under 1.5 meters, half price ticket. Children under 1.2 meters, free. Next to it, there was a wall with a height measurement ruler painted on it. Su Yi felt a bad premonition surge in his heart as he walked to the ruler. 135 centimeters. Knock. Why have I turned into a child again? Su Yi knew that the rules of Strange Talk had the ability to change the appearance and body of the chosen ones. But unexpectedly, this time he directly became a powerless miner. The most important thing is that minors cannot buy tickets to enter the amusement park by themselves. Not far away, several adults were lurking, constantly looking around. When Su Yi walked to the ticket booth, he caught their attention. Su Yi measured his height and stood there looking slightly distressed, not quite knowing what to do. After observing from a distance for a while, the group cautiously sent someone over. The woman looked kind and simple, wearing plain clothes, exuding a natural warmth. She saw Su Yi and gently asked, "Little friend, I see you looking gloomy. What's wrong?" Su Yi followed her words and said pitifully, "Auntie, I can't get into the amusement park. Can you help me?" "I see. I happen to have a ticket and can take you there. However, the ticket is in my car, and you'll need to come with me to get it." The woman pointed to a van a few hundred meters away, parked in a somewhat secluded spot. Su Yi took 2 steps back, his eyes rolling suspiciously and asked, "Why would you have a child's ticket in your car? You aren't a human trafficker, are you?" The woman's smile paused for a moment. She didn't expect that the seemingly naive child would react so quickly. She could only continue to maintain her smile. How could that be? Auntie is also a mother. That ticket was originally for my daughter, but she got sick today. Su Yi still looked skeptical. "Auntie, do you think I am a fool? Your child is sick, yet you still think about coming to the amusement park?" Just when the woman thought this child was hard to deceive and considered changing her target, Su Yi spoke again. He pointed at the ticket hall. "How about this, Auntie, you buy me a ticket on the spot, and I'll go with you." "Really?" After being refused several times, the woman was caught in a tricky situation and surprisingly asked a child a question. Su Yi nodded without hesitation. The two joined hands and walked to the ticket booth. The ticket seller remembered Su-yi and started to educate him. That's right, minors can only enter the park under parental supervision. Saying this, he handed 2 pieces of paper to Su-yi through the window. One was a ticket, the other a visitor's code of conduct. Can we go now? The woman pulled Su-yi's arm, her strength far exceeding that of a minor, fearing he would change his mind. Su-yi nodded. Of course, I promised you. 10 minutes later, Su-yi clapped his hands and walked toward the amusement park entrance. Fighting is a tough job too, my hands hurt after it. Not far away, a van was parked in front of a tree, and blood constantly oozed out from the tightly closed door seam. Su-yi suddenly thought of a question. How do those who haven't added points to their strength get in? They can't just kill human traffickers, right? They can't win. In Beer Country, when faced with human traffickers' attempt to lure him, he decisively refused. What a joke, he was no longer a child. How could he be tricked by such clumsy tactics? He touched his pocket and pulled out $100. Is this the currency of the rules, Weird Tales? I've never seen it before. As a child, since he couldn't buy a ticket for himself, Hoffman scanned the entrance of the amusement park and saw a middle-aged uncle who brought his child to play. He stuffed the money into the other person's hand, requesting that he help buy a ticket, and said that the remaining $50 would be his reward. Minutes later, he successfully obtained the ticket. Most of the chosen ones took the same approach as Hoffman. This was a simple and quick method. Bringing a strange child into the amusement park privately was a violation of the rules and came with certain risks. In the world of Weird Tales, there are no favors, one must spend money to hire others to help. This does not include Pierre. The moment the ticket seller refused to sell him a ticket, he didn't hesitate to activate his gift True Emotion performance. He earnestly pointed to a woman not far behind. My mom is over there, yes. She came with her sister first and already bought a ticket, leaving one for me to buy myself. Pierre raised the $100 in his pocket high and exclaimed joyfully, look, she even gave me money. Really? The ticket seller's attitude wavered for a moment. The boy spoke as if it were true, but the amusement park had rules and couldn't sell tickets to children alone. At this moment, Pierre suddenly showed a sweet smile to the woman with the child, waved, and called out, Mommy. Chapter 105, Amusement Park 2. The distance was a bit far, so the woman couldn't hear what Pierre said. But she was a caring person and, seeing a little kid waving at her, couldn't help but smile back. She bent down and let her daughter reach out to say hello in response. With this, the ticket seller finally believed, and her last bit of doubt vanished. She handed the ticket to Pierre and gave him 50 strange coins. Pierre took the coins, touched them a few times, and carefully put them into his pocket. He had a feeling that this money would be useful later. Just then, the live stream announcement sounded. Kim Min-ji from Pickle Country has been eerily swallowed. The world of strange tales is about to descend. Countdown, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5. What's going on? The copy has just started. How could someone be eliminated? Besides, the design of the first level is not difficult at all. All you have to do is give your money to any passerby except a human trafficker and ask them to help you. You can successfully get the ticket. Countless people, filled with confusion, rushed into the Pickle Country livestream to check the replay. After watching for a while, they discovered that Kim Min-ji was overconfident and chose to approach a human trafficker like Su-yi did. After the human trafficker bought the ticket, he immediately turned on her. The trafficker, unwilling to give in, picked up the still childlike Kim Min-ji and ran towards a bread van. Kim Min-ji struggled in vain and could only shout, Human trafficker, catch the human trafficker. Thinking that his screams would attract attention, he didn't expect the woman to just give his bottom a pat and smile at the people around her, saying, I left something in the car, I want to go back and get it. This child doesn't understand and insists on crying to get into the amusement park now. It's fine, everyone can disperse. The crowd hesitated, standing still and not moving. Most of the people who came to the amusement park already had children and were very sensitive to the term human trafficker. Some had already taken out their phones to report to the police. Just when the situation reached a stalemate, the ticket seller stepped forward. Be good now, stop making a fuss, immediately go back with your parents to get your things from the car. Kim Min-ji, what fuss am I making? She's the human trafficker. The ticket seller showed a disapproving expression, like she was looking at a bad child, and sternly educated, no spreading rumors. Just now you called her mom when you bought the ticket. With the ticket seller's testimony, the onlookers quickly dispersed. There was nothing Kim Min-ji could do. Entering the rules of Strange Tales for the first time and having no means to fight back, he could not resist the human trafficker. Soon, he was swallowed by the rules of Strange Tales. Watching the whole process, the audience in the livestream was speechless. What is this? Smartness backfired. No match for Suya's strength, but still trying to show off. He actually thought about getting a free ticket from the human trafficker. His mind really is something. This time the rules of Strange Tales are truly not simple, so many unexpected events happen just in the ticket buying part. In the world of Strange Tales, Suyi opened the visitor rules before entering the park. Strange Tale Copy, Amusement Park. Dear visitors, welcome to the Dream World Amusement Park. Our park is dedicated to creating a colorful dream childhood for children. Whether you are a crying baby or a grown-up with a childlike heart, you are warmly welcome. Please enter and enjoy your joyful time. Passing condition, successfully find the exit of the amusement park. This time's challenge has an external prompt opportunity, once. Visitor rules. Rule 1, this amusement park is open 24 hours and divided into daytime and night shift. The amusement facilities operating in each time period are different. Visitors need to ensure that they enjoy at least one attraction in each time period. Rule 2, this amusement park has a rich variety of attractions, including bumper cars, a carousel, a Ferris wheel, and a haunted house, totaling 24 visitor facilities. Among them, the haunted house is the park's specialty, attracting many visitors. Rule 3, after stamping the ticket 5 times, you may leave the amusement park. Stamp? Suyi was stunned, took the ticket and examined it closely. He saw that the ticket was colorful, with a detailed map of the amusement park on the front and a series of forms on the back. Each attraction had an empty box behind it. So, I need to enjoy at least 5 attractions to leave from these 24? Suyi pondered. Rule 4, every 2 hours, the Dream Team will parade. At that time, please warmly applaud them and participate in the interaction with the team members. Rule 5, remember, you cannot refuse any interaction requests from the Dream Team. Dream Team? Suyi frowned and thought, is it a team similar to those performing in the park? Rule 6, please do not hit the heads of the park's mascots randomly, as it may cause a concussion. Rule 7, the amusement park has beautiful scenery, and taking photos of beautiful things is a good choice. Rule 8, taking photos is considered impolite, taking pictures of anyone other than mascots may easily provoke their anger. Rule 9, if there is a conflict, you can seek help from staff wearing blue uniforms. Rule 10, if you encounter staff who are not wearing blue uniforms, no matter what they say to you, please walk away immediately. 10 rules, a bit complicated. Suyi rubbed his chin, thinking, Rule 7 tells us to take photos, while Rule 8 says we can't photograph anyone except mascots. The main issue is, I don't even have a camera. Chapter 106, Amusement Park 3. Suyi rummaged through his pants pocket, trying to find something useful. As a result, a crumpled bill appeared, which had been in his pants for who knows how long, soft like toilet paper, hardly noticeable. But having seen the strange currency before, Suyi recognized it immediately, it was 100 yuan. He thought, so, money can be spent to get in here. The livestream's comments were already laughing hysterically. Yeah, everyone else paid to get in. Only you. Ha, the human trafficker got what was coming to him. The trafficker thinks, I'm so unfortunate, if you had reached into your pocket a few minutes earlier, it wouldn't be like this now. He handed his ticket to the staff at the entrance for inspection. After confirmation, Suyi successfully entered the park. The amusement park was large, decorated with balloons and cute ornaments everywhere. A group of children were running and jumping inside, their laughter ringing like silver bells. Of course, now there was one more person among this group of children, including Suyi himself. There were many attractions in the park, and each had long lines in front of them, making it seem difficult to squeeze in for a while. Rule 3, after stamping the ticket 5 times, you may leave the amusement park. If a typical chosen one saw this rule, they would surely choose the safest looking attraction, but Suyi was different. The one he was most interested in was the haunted house. The haunted house in the rule's ghost story should be more thrilling than in reality, right? After walking for about half an hour, a black venue appeared in front of him. The entire haunted house looked like a giant bat lying down. The entrance was the bat's mouth, and visitors had to walk in on a carpet made of the bat's tongue. I want to play this. Suyi stepped onto the carpet and said, it was soft and felt very real. The staff at the haunted house was a young man in a blue uniform, leaning on the table at the entrance, looking lazy and unenergetic. Hearing the sound, he didn't even lift his eyelids, lazily saying, you can't play, it's not open right now. Suyi asked, when can I play? Come back after 10 o'clock in the evening, when the night session starts. Suyi looked at the children's watch on his arm, which showed that it was 4 in the afternoon, 6 hours away from the night event. This time period feels a bit long, but he only needs 5 stamps to get in. Suyi, feeling unwilling, asked, besides the haunted house, what else is there fun at the night event? After multiple inquiries, he finally caught the attention of the staff. He looked up and saw a delicate-looking child standing in front of him, and a greedy expression flashed across the staff's face, with drool unconsciously dripping from the corners of his mouth. As the staff drooled, he said, Hee, the night event, of course, only has the haunted house. Kid, don't speak in such an old-fashioned way. Just now, Uncle almost missed you. Do you want to go with Uncle? Uncle will buy you candy. Where did this creepy uncle come from? Suyi felt a chill run down his spine. The main issue was that, at his current height, he could just see the staff's double chin, along with the whole process of drool dripping to the ground. Coupled with the greedy and lewd expression of the other party, it was extremely disgusting. Suyi quickly made a move, and when the staff in the blue uniform was not paying attention, he reached to the guy's waist, pulled out his phone from the pocket, and snapped a photo. In the photo, a creature with a black bat head, wrinkled skin, and tiny yellow bean-sized eyes was staring ominously at him. Suyi put away his phone, and the staff immediately returned to his normal state. He was angered by Suya's action, placing his hands on his hips, and loudly reprimanded. "Kid, haven't your parents told you that taking pictures of others without permission is very impolite?" As his words fell, he reached out both hands, trying to grab Suyi by the neck. Facing such a person, Suyi didn't want to talk much, directly pulling out a kitchen knife, ready to give this guy a lesson in love. For disobedient adults, a good beating would suffice. But just as he held the knife, a strong feeling of being watched surged over him. Suyi turned his head and looked around, trying to find the source of the feeling, but besides the angry staff glaring at him, everyone else seemed to be busy with their own business, not focused on him at all. The feeling of being watched remained strong. Could it be that in this instance, he couldn't freely use strange props from the outside world, or else it would attract it? It refers to the boss of each instance, the creator of the entire instance, usually possessing powers far beyond normal creepy entities. However, due to certain rules, it had to hide behind the scenes. No, earlier at the amusement park entrance, when he pulled out the knife to chop the trafficker, he clearly didn't feel this way. After a moment of thought, Suyi understood that it only existed within the amusement park and had been observing him through some means, keeping an eye on his territory. Realizing this, Suyi retracted the knife, pointed his finger at the sky, and shouted, "Look, a flying kitchen dog." As the words finished, there was indeed a dog barking from above. The angry staff was distracted, instinctively looking up, but found nothing there. When he looked down again, where was Suya's shadow? Also gone was his phone. After exiting from the haunted house, Suyi arrived at the second facility he wanted to try, the roller coaster. This attraction was built above the water, with winding roller coasters, and beside it was an artificial waterfall, falling from the highest point and directly plunging the cart into the water. Before getting close, he saw a big wooden sign standing in front of the roller coaster, saying, "Danger ahead, please choose carefully whether to ride, we are not responsible for any accidents." After reading it, Suya's interest deepened, and he couldn't help but smile widely. What's going on? Suya's performance seems off. Is he going crazy again? It is well known that Suya's craziness treats everyone indiscriminately, sometimes tormenting those around him, sometimes tormenting himself. Fortunately, this instance only has Suyi participating. If multiple people participated, they were truly afraid that Suyi Fei would drag Pierre or Qingyu up to try it. But at that moment, a person appeared, blocking Suya's way. To be precise, it was a little girl who looked around 7 or 8 years old. She had a delicate appearance, her big watery eyes wide open, tugging at Suya's clothes. "Brother." Suyi turned around. "Brother, I got separated from my mom. Can you help me find her?" The little girl spoke pitifully, pointing to the carousel not far away. "I was just playing on the carousel. Mom said she was going to buy snacks, but she hasn't come back." Chapter 107, Amusement Park 4. Suya's mind was filled with thoughts of the roller coaster, and he didn't intend to pay attention to this girl, continuing on his own. He didn't move. The little girl had incredible strength. Without using his ability, Suyi couldn't shake her off. Obviously, this was another strange occurrence. So, eager to ride the roller coaster, Suyi, facing the little girl's hopeful eyes, told a cheap lie. "I just saw an ant get on the roller coaster, I'll help you find her up there." The little girl replied, "But how do you know what my mom looks like?" "I didn't tell you." "Brother, are you trying to fool a child?" Silence was the awkward sound of truth. After being exposed, Suyi sighed helplessly and reluctantly asked, "How long has your mom been gone?" "She might just have gone to the bathroom." "You can wait by the carousel." The little girl shook her head. "I don't know, when mom left, the things in the sky were bent." "Things in the sky?" Suyi looked up. The sky was clear, with only the bright red sun hanging high. "She said they were bent." The little girl spoke again, insistent, "Brother, help me find my mom." The little girl wore a red dress, with a noticeable dirt stain on the right corner of her skirt. Her hair was long, falling messily behind her head, showing that no one took care of it. Suyi observed the little girl closely. This time he didn't refuse, squatting down gently. "Okay, let's play on the roller coaster first, then I will help you find your mom." "Really, really?" The little girl hesitated, and Suyi had already picked her up, heading towards the staff member who operated the roller coaster switch. "Let's finish this quickly." The staff member's skin twitched as they saw two living people, eyes sparkling with excitement. "Hee, welcome to the roller coaster, please follow me." Because this ride was too thrilling and had a sign warning of danger, there were hardly any people in front, allowing Suyi to skip the line naturally. They sat side by side in the car, Suyi fastened the little girl's seatbelt while gripping the handlebars himself. Brother, you. Oh, I never wear seatbelts in amusement parks. The staff member pressed the switch. Ready? Here we go. The little girl said, wait, not yet. No time to wait, go. Just as the roller coaster started, Suyi heard a burst of music. He turned his head towards the sound, the roller coaster smoothly climbing along the track, his view rising and becoming clearer. In the distance, a line of humanoid dolls walked along the central path of the amusement park, with a rat blowing a horn and dancing pandas gathering together. What a lively scene. One doll with a fox head pulled out fireworks, placed them on the ground, and lit them. In an instant, stars sparkled out, brightly shooting up, looking quite beautiful. A nearby child was mesmerized, letting go of the light balloon in their hand. The sparks accidentally flew onto the hot air balloon, igniting it immediately, causing a little flame to spring up. The balloon fell, the flames landing on an overhead wire, burning for a moment, then a hand-sized wire fell down. A couple holding hands watched the performance, their faces filled with joy. The wire fell right beside the boy's feet. In an instant, the boy was shocked, convulsing as if dancing, white smoke rising from his head. In a panic, the girl tried to help. The moment he met his boyfriend, he was also electrified to the point of being burnt to charcoal. The two of them fell to the ground together. As for what happened next, Suyi had no mind to see anymore. The roller coaster beneath him was racing through with terrifying speed, and the track above him was less than 30 centimeters from their seats, looking like it was about to crash into them. Suyi shouted loudly, "Duck!" On the other side, besides Suyi choosing to play death-defying projects like Haunted House and Roller Coaster, most of the chosen ones were still trying more gentle attractions, such as the carousel. Pierre glanced at the electronic watch on his wrist and analyzed. It's 4 in the afternoon, and there are 6 hours until the night session. Rule 4 states that we must play at least 5 attractions, while Rule 1 says we must play at least 1 attraction during the day and night sessions. However, there is only one project at night, the haunted house, which means we must complete 4 projects within these 6 hours. Pierre scanned the long line in front of the carousel and said, damn, at this speed, we'll have to wait at least an hour. Unless we play high-risk projects, like roller coasters, that don't require waiting. After thinking it over, he shook his head. Roller coasters and the like are too dangerous, it's better to play this honestly. If we manage the time well, we can finish. The premise is that there will be no unexpected delays. Unexpected events occurred quickly. Not far away, the sound of blowing and beating echoed. A gorgeous puppet team paraded down the street, singing, dancing, and setting off fireworks. Except for the tourists playing on the attractions, everyone else's attention was drawn in that direction. The originally long line scattered in a rush. The front became empty. Pierre was overjoyed. Could he take this opportunity to be the first in line? He took 2 steps forward and suddenly stopped. No, I'm playing the role of a child, and all my peers are going to watch the Dream Team performance. I'm the only one not going. This is really illogical. Pierre's real job was an actor. Combining his talent, he understood from the beginning that in rule-based stories, the character itself is crucial. One must integrate and not display any abnormalities. Unfortunately, it was already too late. When Pierre intended to turn and walk toward the Dream Team, the crowd gradually parted to make way for him. Members of the Dream Team, blowing horns, walked toward him. One of the puppets, dressed in a fox costume, spoke up. Oh, little friend, why are you going against the crowd? Is the Dream Team performance not appealing? His tone was playful, as if joking, but it hinted at deep dissatisfaction. Pierre's heart shook. He knew that due to his momentary negligence, he might be in big trouble. How could it be? I was too happy just now and ran the wrong way. Oh, really? To his surprise, the fox puppet did not turn hostile. Instead, it pulled out a box of fireworks, placed it on the ground, and handed Pierre a match. Thank you for your affection. Now, this lovely little friend, you will ignite today's fireworks. Rule 4, every 2 hours, the Dream Team will parade. At that time, please warmly welcome them with applause and participate in interactions with the team members. Rule 5, remember, any interaction request from the Dream Team cannot be refused. Pierre knew he had just violated Rule 4 by not welcoming them in time and was now facing the consequences. But Rule 5 seemed to indicate that something was off. Chapter 108, Amusement Park 5. Should he agree or refuse? Pierre tightened his grip on the match, and with his other hand, he magically pulled a mobile phone from behind him. The small figure stood in the sunlight. To take a photo, he could only hold the phone above his head. The click sound rang out, the photo taken, and Pierre quickly took back the phone to check. In the photo, the puppet's lower half still had a furry appearance. It was no different from what he had just seen. The strange thing was at the top, where the fox head had turned into a young man in his 20s. The young man had a delicate face, his skin pale with a hint of rosy color, and he still carried an innocence that hadn't been hardened by society. Only his eyes revealed a murky expression that did not match his age as he lowered his head and blankly stared at the camera, looking extremely out of place. In the live broadcast room, comments flooded in. User A, what's going on? Sui filmed the staff member and got an animal, but Pierre got a photo of a human instead of an animal. Is there another opposite world in the camera? User B, I disagree. The world behind the camera is static, while the copy world is clearly dynamic. How could there be a difference between the inner and outer worlds? User A, anything is possible. Just because you say it's not doesn't mean it isn't. With strange rules and tales appearing, what else is impossible? Family, if you support my view, hit 1. Soon, a flood of ones appeared on the screen. User B was speechless. He had just clicked on A's avatar and found out that the other was a verified influencer with a ton of followers, even if it was just in emotional consulting, which had nothing to do with strange rules. He wanted to say more but was afraid of being attacked online, so he had to swallow his words in frustration. Just then, a special and very representative comment appeared. Already no longer a corporate slave, too. Ahem, everyone, let me analyze this. The expression of another world in the camera is too exaggerated. The more likely explanation now is that the photograph only represents the ability to see the true face of the amusement park staff disguised. As for what this true face represents, we do not know for now. After this sentence, the comments went silent for a moment, then erupted into intense discussions, far surpassing the previous number of ones. This familiar ID is Chen Yuan, he's back. Hi, Beastman, long time no see. We got used to you not being in the comments these last few broadcasts. This time, only one chosen one per country was selected, and Chen Yuan was lucky enough to get a break. Thank you for the break. Am I the only one who cares about how Pierre got that phone? In a luxurious apartment in Yanjing City, user stared at the suddenly popping up ID on the screen, furious, bouncing in circles on the sofa. He was originally an emotional blogger responsible for delivering some toxic chicken soup for fans when they faced heartbreak. For example, women must be independent. Top 10 signs that the other person loves you. First, they reply to messages instantly. Second, 3 signs before a breakup. When you feel pain, listening to a couple of these might ease your heart a bit, but if you truly believe in these ambiguous words, then you are a big fool. Recently, seeing the rising popularity of strange rule tales far surpass emotional topics, user A tried to transform himself and find a new way to make money by commenting on strange rule tales. He sighed at the screen. Alas, I can only try again next time, preferably after Chen Yuan enters the copy. By then, no one will suddenly jump out and interrupt me, right? He was thinking beautifully, sprawled on the sofa in joy while peeling a grape, but before he had swallowed it, the door was kicked open. A team of armed personnel entered with guns. Hello, we currently suspect you of using public opinion to deliberately incite audience emotions. Please come with us. User A stared blankly at the scene. I didn't do anything. I just said a few things online, how can you arrest me? The leading armed personnel smirked, revealing sharp white teeth, mocking, you don't think you are the only clever one, right? You thought about using strange rule tales to gain traffic, don't those more famous bloggers think the same? Yeah, why not? Why is no one else a strange rule tale blogger? User A slapped his thigh and suddenly understood. It turns out it was because of fear. The matter was too sensitive, no one dared to act. Only this fool, used to wandering carefree on the internet, thought of exploiting loopholes. In the world of strange tales, Pierre stared at the photo on his phone, troubled. After the picture was taken, it was as if nothing had been captured. The doll's attitude remained unchanged from before. Except that the head in the photo had turned into another person, which could be a key piece of information, but it was hard to gain useful information from just one photo in a short time. At least, it couldn't solve the urgent issue at hand. Could it be that Rule 5 and Rule 8 were right, that the doll represented the good side? As long as he completed the interaction with the other side, he could successfully escape. But that couldn't be it. When did the rules of strange tales become so simple, laying out the rules that favored the player so openly? Yet, it seemed there was no other way but to follow the rules. At the moment Pierre hesitated with his phone in hand, the fox doll was already showing signs of impatience. Hey, kid, how long are you going to wait? If you don't act, I'll send you up with the fireworks. Pierre's face turned pale, the object in his hand slipped and fell to the ground. The screen faced up, revealing the youthful face of a young man. At the instant the foxman saw the screen, a look of confusion crossed his face. Who is this person? He looks so familiar. He squatted down, carefully observing the photo, his expression shifting from confusion to hesitation. Is that me? The fox doll's pupils contracted, as if recalling something, and the murkiness in its eyes gradually faded away. He remembered. His name was Fong Ko, 21 years old, a sophomore student. To lessen his parents' burden, he came to the amusement park over summer break to work and save money. But after that, he got lost and never came out again. No, wait, stop. The young man thought of his actions and looked up, wanting to intervene. But it was too late, he had given himself too much time to remember. The child before him had just lit the fireworks. He knew that if nothing unexpected happened next, the fireworks would ignite the balloon, and the wires above would explode, falling in front of the boy. This vibrant life was about to become new nourishment for the amusement park. In that moment, the boy thought of so much. He thought of 9 years of compulsory education. He thought of how he used to be a teacher's student, and the cultivation he received from teachers and schools over the years. Without any hesitation, the young man quickly crouched down. In the blink of an eye, a wire fell. Pierre looked down, at his feet lay a smoking doll corpse. If the young man hadn't saved his life, the one who had just died would have been him. Beep, beep, beep. In the line, the calls continued. The death of the fox doll did not evoke much reaction. They even regarded this death as a kind of performance, and the doll companions behind played their music even louder. A furry rabbit doll hopped out, hurriedly collecting the clothes of the fox doll from the ground, moving skillfully as if it were the most ordinary thing, without the sadness that should accompany the death of a colleague. The doll's clothes were stripped away, leaving the man's corpse easily recognizable from his face as the person in the photo on the phone. Pierre couldn't express the feeling inside. A life younger and more vibrant than his own just died right in front of him to save him. All he could do was show respect to this young man. Pierre saluted in standard military fashion, stepped forward and closed the man's eyes. Don't worry, the romantic country will remember your sacrifice. After saying this, the corpse before him suddenly revealed a slight smile at the corner of its mouth, which then turned into black smoke and scattered away. The dreamlike team performed a few more talents, and without the fox doll's presence, their performance time was greatly shortened. They quickly completed their task and dispersed. Pierre wanted to pick up the phone on the ground. A roar came from the crowd, "Catch the thief! Someone stole a phone, hurry to catch the thief!" Chapter 109, Amusement Park 6. A middle-aged man with a big belly ran towards this direction. He was the one Pierre had just stolen the phone from in a moment of desperation. He thought very simply, the rules specifically mentioned that only dolls could be photographed. So he took a photo, perhaps it could help him get through this crisis. The fact proved that his thoughts and ideas were not wrong. It was just unfortunate for the parent whose phone was stolen. People were very enthusiastic about catching the thief. Pierre could already feel many eyes focused on him. He quickly threw a cloth over his head to cover his face and ran in another direction without paying attention to the phone on the ground. Pierre wandered around the amusement park a few times and returned to the carousel. Fortunately, because of the recent Dream Team performance, the line in front of the carousel had gotten shorter. He continued to cover his cheeks, lining up at the back without hesitation. This time, it only took half an hour for him to get on the carousel. At the moment he sat on the horse, he suddenly thought, if the Dream Team's performance randomly selected a lucky audience for interaction, then anyone who did not get on a ride could be chosen. If the rules were even more sinister, specifically targeting the chosen ones, his chances of being selected would increase. Rule 4 said that there is a performance every 2 hours. This meant he had to keep track of the time to ensure he was on a ride 2 hours later. Pierre was lost in thought when the carousel started running, turning at a very gentle speed. Although it was called a carousel, the animals under him were not just horses. Pierre was riding on a pink pig. Next to him sat a little girl in red, about 7 or 8 years old. Beneath her was a pink stallion, simulating a riding motion up and down. At first, Pierre did not pay attention to this little girl who was so much younger than him. Until the little girl began to cry. In this place full of laughter and joy, her cries were so out of place that one could not ignore them. "Brother, I've lost my mom. Can you help me find her?" Strange, too strange. In the world of eerie tales, meddling in other people's business was a big taboo. Who knows if the soft, sweet little girl in front of him would suddenly transform, opening a bloody mouth to eat him. So Pierre covered his ears, playing deaf. He silently prayed in his heart, as long as I can't hear it, it's as if it never happened. Unfortunately, the effect was not that good. The little girl's voice was like an echoing spell, with strong penetrating power. "Brother, why are you covering your ears? Don't you want to hear me, Xiaoye?" Of course, he was showing it clearly enough. Kids are such a hassle, they have no sense of boundaries, so annoying. Brother, please talk." The little girl did not give up easily as Pierre imagined. She began to shout and scream beside him. This sound caught the attention of a staff member in blue, who looked at Pierre with a very disapproving gaze, as if the reason the little girl was crying was because of him. And as Pierre continued to pretend he didn't hear, the carousel suddenly sped up, spinning rapidly. Previously it took half a minute to make one rotation, now it was spinning 10 times in 1 second, causing Pierre to feel dizzy and his heart racing. To be honest, this ride was no less exciting than a roller coaster. But this was not the scariest part. Halfway through, Pierre was horrified to discover that the remaining pigs started moving, their bodies swaying up and down wildly, accompanied by grunting sounds from their noses. What the hell? Oh, oh. If this continues, I'm going to get killed by the spinning pig. Stop, brother will take you to find mom. Pierre had to compromise and realized that refusing a strange request was really dumb. The carousel continued to spin at high speed. Pierre tightly gripped the front pole, trying hard not to fall off. His mouth was wide open, with the wind blowing everything behind his ears except for his teeth. His hair stood on end, looking utterly ridiculous. Pierre didn't dare to stop, continuously muttering, "Find mom." Finally, after a few minutes, when Pierre felt he was at his limit, about to pass out, the carousel slowly began to slow down. "Brother, the wind was too strong just now, I couldn't hear what you said." The little girl said with a smile, her beautiful eyes crescent-shaped. "Great, let's go find mom now." Looking at the little girl's innocent expression, Pierre had every reason to suspect that she had deliberately pretended not to hear just to get back at him for covering his ears. What a vengeful little girl. Indeed, anyone who can survive in the world of strange tales is not simple. Next, Pierre asked the little girl in the red dress for information about her mom, and received the same answer as before from Suyi. He felt a bit troubled. From the little girl's description, it was obvious that she had been intentionally abandoned by the so-called mom. But he definitely couldn't reveal the truth directly, for fear of darkening the little girl's heart further. Chapter 110, Amusement Park 7. In beer country, Hoffman stopped halfway through, standing in front of a balloon shooting stall. Colorful balloons filled the walls, and at about 3 meters from the wall, various models of imitation guns were displayed. In front of the balloon stall stood a sign. Game, shoot balloons. Rules, each person starts with 15 bullets. Participation prize, hit 0 shots, go die, worthless. Third prize, 5 shots or less, reward yourself with 1 random body part. Second prize, hit 5 to 10 shots, receive a black box. First prize, hit 10 to 14 shots, win a camera. Grand prize, hit all, a mysterious gift. A camera. This was the reason Hoffman stopped. According to the entrance rules, the camera was a very important tool, directly related to whether he could clear the game. Thinking of this, he walked straight up to the owner to express his intent to play. As for the various consequences mentioned in the participation prize for missing the target, Hoffman instinctively ignored them. The world of strange tales was already filled with danger. If one only shrank back in fear and was too timid to move forward, the end result would still be death. Moreover, he didn't believe he would lose. The viewers in the live chat were also filled with confidence. This is a sure win. As a soldier in the real world, shooting balloons is no challenge for him at all. This project is simply tailored for Hoffman. Once he gets enough 15 points, he'll directly get the grand prize. Easy peasy, Omega. However, before this particular viewer could finish his sentence, Hoffman took his first shot. The bullet rushed through the air, covering the short 3-meter distance in less than a second, hitting the wall in an instant. He missed. Out of 15 shots, the first one was already a miss. Everyone murmured, showing looks of disbelief. What's going on? According to the information, Hoffman has the title of sharpshooter in the army. In the world of strange tales, Hoffman stood there, gun in hand, cold sweat pouring down his forehead. Outsiders couldn't see what had just happened, but only the person involved knew what had just occurred in that moment. Just now, Hoffman casually aimed at a pink balloon through the gun's scope. Suddenly, at the moment he pulled the trigger, the pink balloon suddenly inflated, turning into a child's head. The child smiled brightly, looking at Hoffman with 2 eyes like black grapes. Smiling at him. His mouth opened and closed, and through the shape of his lips, it was clear he was shouting "Uncle." Almost instinctively, Hoffman's mind was affected, and his gun was deflected. The gaps between the balloons were already big, and just a small deviation caused him to miss. This brings us to Hoffman's mindset as a soldier. If what appeared before him was a strange being with a mouth stretched to its ears, exuding black smoke, perhaps Hoffman would have opened fire without hesitation. But what appeared was a chubby, normal human baby. Hoffman simply couldn't bring himself to pull the trigger. Protecting the weak had almost become engraved in his bones. In the end, it was Hoffman's heart that wasn't dark enough. Knowing full well that everything before him could be an illusion, it was still hard to break free from it. What are you waiting for? If you give up now, it'll be counted as a participation trophy. Noticing Hoffman's strangeness, the stall owner warned from the side. His eyes were green, and when he made eye contact, it was like being stared down by a poisonous snake, as if he could pierce through the deepest secrets of your heart. That was the terrifying part. Hoffman knew that if he were a coward today, at the moment he pulled the trigger, many terrifying images would probably instantly emerge. Thus, it became evident that the balloon vendor was using each individual's inner weaknesses to create various obstacles. Hoffman aimed at the target, his hand holding the gun trembling uncontrollably. He had a premonition that if he really pulled the trigger, some of his psychological understanding might change. Just as he was at a loss for what to do, struggling within himself, a voice suddenly rang in Hoffman's mind. It turned out that the country had noticed something was wrong and used its only hint opportunity. The voice was somewhat familiar. It was his superior's voice from when he was in the army. Hoffman, I am now commanding you as an army captain. No matter what you see in front of you, immediately shoot and kill. Orders are like mountains. Aside from protecting the weak, the biggest requirement for a soldier is to unconditionally execute orders. Hoffman's expression turned serious, and he fired 2 shots in quick succession, hitting the balloons in the field. The stall owner, standing to the side, immediately sensed something was wrong. He felt that this human had suddenly changed in just a few minutes. What specifically changed was hard to pin down, but his entire demeanor seemed to have become more resolute. The owner's expression turned sour, and his pair of green eyes flashed with a strange light. This light was so intense that even in broad daylight, it still made the audience in front of the screen feel a headache. Damn, light pollution. My eyes, I'm dizzy. This owner has bad intentions, and he doesn't remind anyone before glowing. As the light grew stronger, when Hoffman shot the 5th bullet, the child's image in the viewfinder changed. It changed too, his younger brother. That little figure, just turned 5, who had almost been by his side every day since birth. Bang! Hoffman suppressed his inner anxiety and pulled the trigger. The instant the bullet hit, his brother cried out loudly, "Brother, no!" The voice was an exact match, particularly real. Next, his mother, father, and the girl he secretly had a crush on since childhood appeared before his gun, along with various relatives and friends. For the 11th shot, a man in military uniform appeared before him, glaringly the same superior who had just commanded Hoffman in his mind. The superior immediately shouted angrily, "You idiot, put down the gun right now. Are you trying to kill me too?" A hint of hesitation appeared on Hoffman's face. To be honest, after firing so many shots and being continuously impacted by various loved ones, his mind was slightly unclear. In his confusion, Hoffman suddenly recalled what his superior had said on the first day he joined the army. Remember, at any moment, you must carry out the military orders without hesitation. At that moment, a soldier, dissatisfied with the grueling training over the past days, retorted to the captain, "If the military order says to kill you, should we follow through with that too?" What did that superior say back then? "Right," he said, "shoot at my chest." Bang! The balloon was easily burst. Hoffman tightly pressed his lips together. Despite the fact that, from his current appearance, he was no older than 12 years old, his profile still revealed a face full of determination. This is the unique aura of a soldier. The 12th shot. Nearby, the stall owner smiled wildly. "Kill yourself, huh? Let's see what you'll do." Meanwhile, the viewers watching the livestream were horrified to realize that the realistic-looking gun in Hoffman's hand had somehow turned around, with the muzzle now aimed at himself, and the stock pointing toward the balloon. And inside the scope, Hoffman still appeared immersed in the moment, oblivious to what was happening. He was, strangely bewildered. Just pressing the gun switch would lead him to death in an instant. The government of Beer Nation was also desperately anxious, but this bizarre tale had only one chance for a clue, and it was clear they had just used it up. Chapter 111, Amusement Park 8. At the stall, Hoffman glanced through the scope for a while and placed the gun on the table. The owner asked, You, aren't you playing anymore?" Hoffman naturally replied, "Of course. I've hit enough targets. Why shoot the 11th shot?" After all, he missed the first shot, so he was destined to be far from winning the grand prize. Since he already had the first prize camera, why risk taking more shots? He's not stupid. Although shooting repeatedly doesn't affect the body much, the soul is still burdened with various condemnations. Hoffman thought, this kind of test is enough just once, he never wanted to experience it again. "I see." The owner lowered his head in disappointment, muttering, "I was a step too late, a step too late. If only the bullet had come a moment earlier." Hoffman, "Hey, green-eyed monster, don't back out now. Can I take the camera?" Until Hoffman left the balloon-popping stall with the camera, the owner was still standing there, talking to himself, his eyes filled with regret. As he continued to doubt himself, his body slowly twisted, with part of his head transforming into a long snake-like shape. In Dragon Nation, the iron rails ahead were only 30 centimeters above the seat, and Suya's current height was 1.35 meters. Even if he lay down, it was hard not to hit his head. Lie down. Sure enough, as soon as Suyi said this, the shorter girl successfully avoided the overhead rail. And Suyi himself, unsurprisingly, bumped his head against the iron rail above. The livestream went dark. If this had happened to the chosen one from any other country, there would probably be a nationwide outcry, preparing to face the rules of the bizarre world. But Dragon Nation was different. The livestream was peaceful, with various casual chats in the comments. Here it comes, the familiar feeling, the familiar formula. It's been so long since the screen went black, I kinda missed it. Thanks to Suyi for showing off the black screen technique again. By the way, what exactly is Suya's talent? Not afraid of injury, and can attack the bizarre? I haven't seen this trait in any other chosen one. I guess Suya's talent must be S level. No, you're overestimating S-level chosen ones. At the very least, it should be SSS level. In the world of bizarre tales, at the moment the others saw the black screen, Suya's body was being rapidly propelled forward by the roller coaster below. At the same time, the steel rail above, sharp as a sword, violently sliced Suyi from head to toe, cutting him in half. One half stayed on the roller coaster, while the other half, mixed with blood and flesh, flew out into the air. Fortunately, the body that was cut in half was not very even, and the half with more flesh was on the roller coaster. Suyi successfully completed the operation of his talent flesh rebirth on the roller coaster, and his body returned to its original state. He lay on the roller coaster, looking down. He saw the remaining half of his body fall into the water, and Suyi planned to retrieve his body when he went down later. Suddenly, he had a thought. What if, next time he entered the dungeon, feeling very hungry and having no food, he could cut a piece of his own meat to cook and eat? After all, he could respawn infinitely. This thought flashed away, never to be practiced at the moment, but it left a deep imprint in Suya's heart. At this moment, the live broadcast room restored brightness. As expected, Suyi sat on the roller coaster unharmed. The audience breathed a sigh of relief. Although they had appeared calm, they were actually a bit worried inside. After so many dungeons, what Suyi brought them was far more than just the relationship between a live streamer and an audience. They had watched Suyi walk from the first dungeon to now, during which the strength of Longboy received rewards from the rule Bizarre Tales, gradually growing stronger, subtly even surpassing the strength of the neighboring eagle. However, Longboy remained low-key, not yet having the mindset to compete. Many citizens even regarded Suyi as their spiritual pillar. Whenever painful things happened in reality and they felt unable to hold on, they would think, behind them, there was a warrior like Suyi, constantly fighting and striving in the Bizarre Tale world. It can be said that Suya's appearance not only brought various benefits in physical and material aspects but also left an unmatched impact on their spirits. At this moment, the Rule Bizarre Tale had the roller coaster reaching the highest point of the track, at least 10 floors above the ground. Suyi waited for the roller coaster to slide down. But at that moment, the roller coaster stopped, hanging in the air at a height of over 10 floors, as if the machine had jammed halfway through. Before Suyi could wonder, with a click, the roller coaster started moving again. He saw the long roller coaster, the chain connecting the carriages had broken, dividing it into small carriages. At the same time, the track below changed again. It looked like a piece of paper folded in half. The winding track the roller coaster used to descend quickly merged together, forming a right angle, a 90-degree slope. That meant a completely vertical iron track. Unfortunately, Suyi was seated in the second row, and their carriage began to slide down at high speed, quickly catching up to the front seat, where the two carriages collided, sparking numerous sparks. At the moment of collision, one by one, the small carriages above came crashing down mercilessly. If he didn't do something immediately, the two of them would likely be smashed into powder. In a critical moment, Suyi hugged the little girl in the red dress next to him, protecting her in his arms. With a strange balance, he stood up. Every time a carriage above fell, Suyi leaped into the air and jumped onto that carriage, using the fallen carriages as stepping stones. From a distance, it looked like a person was climbing a 90-degree mountain. However, the stones under his feet were moving. Chapter 112, Amusement Park 9. The little girl in red hid in Suya's arms, looking up in surprise. When she saw Suyi accidentally get hit by a carriage above yet still not let go of her, she felt an inexplicable sense of security. Is this big brother protecting her? What a magical feeling, she had never experienced this before. When the last carriage of the roller coaster fell, Suyi lost the stepping stones to push off and began to drop vertically along the 90-degree track. Below was a body of water. A few sharks, with their heads tilted back, burst out from the water's surface, mouths wide open, revealing jaws that could fit a person inside, as if waiting for Suyi to throw himself deliberately into their mouths. Unfortunately, they underestimated Suyi's jumping ability. Just as he was about to reach the water's surface, Suyi kicked off from the iron track beneath him, propelling himself upward, soaring right over the heads of the sharks. The sharks watched in dismay as the prey they were about to catch flew away, their hearts aching, each one roaring in frustration. Suyi reached the shore and set the little girl down, reaching out to touch her head. The little girl's expression fell back into a daze. Suyi's gaze turned towards the water, where the sharks, with red eyes, were drooling at Suyi and the little girl on the shore, waiting. After a few minutes, when they confirmed there was no hope, they reluctantly sank back into the water. Those sharks were very cunning, usually hiding deep at the bottom, hardly letting anyone see their shadows, afraid of scaring off tourists wanting to enjoy the roller coaster. But just then, not far from the water's surface, half a corpse slowly floated up. The corpse was still fresh, seemingly having just died not long ago. The sharks, sensing the smell of blood, rushed in and quickly devoured the body. Suya's face turned green at once. I can't take this. In the livestream, viewers commented, I just enlarged the screen, that corpse looks a bit familiar, seems like it's Suyi. What a joke. If the corpse in the pool is Suyi, then who is standing on the shore? Folks, who understands? Nowadays, there are even rumors created about Suyi. Look, Suyi took out a kitchen knife. Is he going to fight the sharks? Is it going to be a fish-human battle? I love watching Suyi in battle. Quick, record the screen. In the Strange Talk office, the technical analyst magnified the corpse in the pool and used special methods to quickly enhance the image clarity. The person inside was none other than half of Suyi. Everyone's expression grew serious, confusion spread across their faces. Director Lin, what exactly is Suyi's talent? This set of images isn't hard to process. I believe soon several other countries will notice the same details. Yes, it can't be kept a secret anymore. Why not just tell us in advance? Lin Guobiao sat at the head, agreeing with everyone. After this incident, Suyi's talent would probably be exposed, but recalling his promise to Suyi, he hesitated. After a long pause, he spat out 2 words, you guess. Tisk. A crowd of people dispersed noisily. At the edge of the pool, Suyi pulled out a kitchen knife and said to the little girl beside him, "Step back." Little Moon nodded, her expression somewhat bewildered. She thought just like the viewers outside the screen, believing that Suyi was going to battle with the sharks. However, being accustomed to strange and bloody scenes, she felt there was nothing to fear. In her heart, she secretly made a resolution. If brother encounters any danger later, she would go help. Suyi held up the kitchen knife and climbed up the nearby utility pole. The amusement rides here were powered by electricity, and wires were visible everywhere. With a thud, Suyi chopped through one of the bundles, and the wires fell down. Suppressing the tingling sensations all over his body, Suyi walked to the lakeside again, throwing the wires into the water. In an instant, the entire water surface shimmered with blue arcs. The sharks twisted their bodies in a bizarre manner and collectively began to dance jazz in the water. At that moment in the live stream, the comments flooded the screen, covering the central view entirely. For a full 3 minutes, they repeated the same phrase. Fish frying. Someone is frying fish. Soon, the lake's surface turned white. This time, it was clear without magnification. All there were the sharks' bellies facing up, lifeless. When Suyi went to stamp his seal, the staff had grim expressions, filled with various difficulties and unwillingness. You broke our facilities, you should compensate. The sharks were also part of the roller coaster facilities. How about this? I won't ask for too much. Just call your parents over to pay 2 million bazaar coins, and that'll do. Suyi didn't waste time on him, directly grabbing the person and throwing him into the water. He then moved closer. Take out the ticket, and a stamp was placed on it. Good, the first amusement ride, check-in completed. Soon after Suyi left, the male staff member's body in the water began to swell and enlarge, his stomach becoming round, his legs sticking together until they were indistinguishable from the surrounding sharks, all flipping over onto their bellies and drifting upward. At this moment, Suyi and the little girl arrived at the carousel. Do you remember which direction your mother went? The little girl pointed to the right. Suyi walked in that direction, and soon saw an ice cream machine, with a staff member in black uniform standing nearby. Suyi described the little girl's mother's features and asked if the staff member had seen her. Sorry, it's so crowded here every day, I don't remember. The expression on Xiaoya's face visibly showed disappointment, her previously raised mouth corners immediately drooping, her eyes reddening, faintly showing signs of turning strange. At that moment, a strawberry-flavored ice cream appeared in front of her. The color was bright red, and it was decorated with soft candy, looking extremely cute. Seeing her unmoved, Suyi pushed the ice cream closer to the girl's mouth. Instinctively, Xiaoya opened her mouth and took a lick, exclaiming in surprise. So sweet. The little girl's eyes instantly squinted into crescent shapes, and the fierce energy around her body had long since disappeared. Brother, is this for me? Suyi handed money to the staff while asking, is it delicious? Delicious, this is the best thing Xiaoya has ever eaten since she was born. In the face of such deliciousness, Xiaoya was so absorbed in the sweetness that even her earlier anxiety about finding her mother had lessened considerably. As long as it's delicious, good Xiaoya, just now it was all thanks to this uncle that you got ice cream. Would you two stand together and take a photo? Sure, Xiaoya is the best at taking photos. Saying this, the little girl walked to the staff member in black uniform and lifted her skirt. Suyi raised his phone and then lowered it, about to scold, you. But the next moment, he couldn't speak anymore. Under the skirt, where it was hidden, there were countless small, scattered wounds, some from knives, others from cigarette burns. The wounds were not fatal, but there were many, mixed with the red skirt she was wearing, creating a sense of distortion. Brother, aren't you happy? Xiaoya's naive voice rang out, filled with confusion. Mom said, only by taking photos can the family get money to buy food. Every time Mom is unhappy, she tells me to lift my clothes and make some new cuts. She always gets so happy. Brother, why aren't you the same? Chapter 113, The Amusement Park 10. The viewers in the live stream were left dumbfounded. So, the scars on Xiaoya's body were actually made by her mother? What kind of mother is this? Ugh, she doesn't deserve to be a mother, she's just a beast. I've heard that some people with heavy tastes like to torture and abuse all small creatures, and they even buy videos and photos to watch. They pay a certain price to have the host torture them live. This includes cats, dogs, and even people. So, when you see someone around you who doesn't like small animals, it's one thing. But if they use that excuse to deliberately abuse cats and dogs, stay away from these kinds of people. Suyi coughed, and now he somewhat understood the strange reason for Xiaoya's condition. Xiaoya, remember, don't randomly lift your clothes in front of others from now on, or else I won't buy you ice cream next time. This threat was very effective, and Xiaoya immediately put her clothes down. Click, Suyi looked at the photo on his phone. The man's face was delicate, with no abnormalities. The little girl had some black mist around her, but it wasn't severe, and her face was still a normal face. When he paid just now, the staff had quietly handed him a note. After looking at the photo, Suyi finally felt at ease enough to read. By the time you open this note, I may no longer be myself. It has led its subordinates to invade the amusement park, imprisoning all the staff and replacing them. Its goal is, this part is all blacked out. The camera can restore everyone's truest appearance. And, never enter the haunted house. What do you mean, it's not oneself? Suyi questioned, has it turned into another species? Suyi suddenly thought of the employees he photographed, who appeared as various animal figures. What if he photographed animals and dolls? For example, those few sharks he just saw swimming. He secretly noted this point in his heart, preparing to practice it shortly. The words behind the purpose have been blacked out. Clearly, this was not done by the black uniformed staff themselves. It should be at that acted, indicating that to some extent, it can change the content of the notes. When encountering new rules, I must be careful. At this moment, a familiar feeling of being watched came, prickling him like thorns on his back. Suyi, as long as it's mentioned, will it be targeted? Being targeted was just Suya's own feeling. The little girl beside him was completely unaware, tugging at Suya's clothes. Brother, the uncle is gone. Suyi, oh? He just vanished in an instant, right where he was. The little girl described the scene she had just witnessed with her hands and feet. Suyi comforted her, uncle has his own things to do, he left for now. Okay. Little Yu licked her lips, it was so delicious, she wanted to have another ice cream. Suyi took the girl's hand, let's go, brother will take you on the Ferris wheel. In the romantic country, Pierre quickly bought an ice cream based on the country's hints, barely calming the little girl's emotions to prevent her from becoming strange. Following the coordinates provided by the country, he easily found the balloon shooting booth. The most important thing now is to get a camera, unless next time during the Dream Team parade, taking advantage of the crowds and chaos. Otherwise, trying to steal a tourist's phone under normal conditions is like chasing a dream. Looking at the rules in front of the booth, hit all 15 shots to get a special prize? Each person is limited to participating only once. Pierre fell into a dilemma, muttering, so should I aim for the first prize or the special prize? How troubling. Don't be fooled, Pierre might just be an actor, but he had filmed spy movies, and for the sake of the movie effect, he had also received professional shooting training. At merely 3 meters, hitting the balloon is usually a piece of cake. But the rules of this strange tale are not normal. Livestream comments, kid, you're overthinking. Selecting? Do you even have the right to choose? Just being able to survive will be a blessing. Haven't you seen Hoffman, a soldier, who can't even hit all 15 shots? Light a candle for you, soon you will find how unnecessary your worries are. Pierre took aim at the balloon wall and shot 3 times, all missing. He likely understood the underlying trick, the little stall owner seemed to possess the ability to see through people's hearts. Pierre closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and unleashed his true emotional performance talent. An excellent actor not only needs remarkable outward expressiveness but also must resonate internally with the character to properly show the complete role to the audience. Pierre began to fantasize about the films he had starred in, immersing himself in the emotions. Soon, in his sight, the targets were no longer his real-life family. There was a woman, the top actress of the romantic country, with whom he had partnered in a romance film. A middle-aged couple, his biological parents in the movie. A transforming robot, his favorite film from his early years. Bang, 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 under the stall owner's astonished gaze, Pierre successfully hit 10 bullets and obtained the camera. He first took a picture of the little girl. In the photo, the girl still looked the same, except there was a lot of black mist swirling behind her, giving a somewhat eerie appearance. Pierre knew that was a sign of her soon transforming into something strange. To successfully survive, there were only 2 options, find a way to leave her or eliminate the black mist. Seeing Pierre not only didn't help her find her mother but also took a picture of her, little Yu was upset and looked up to question, brother? Where did mom go? Why don't you help Xiaoya find her mother? A dark energy spread behind them, giving off a vibe that it could turn strange at any moment over a disagreement. Pierre trembled in shock. Brother is looking, really, if worst comes to worst, I'll take you to buy ice cream. Hearing the word ice cream, the little girl quieted down for a moment. Pierre thought for a moment, pointing at the balloon stand owner. Be good, let's take a photo together, and then we'll go buy ice cream. Xiaoye, no way. Pierre. Xiaoye counted on her fingers, extending 2 fingers. We need another ice cream for the photo. Pierre. Feeling exhausted, what a mischievous kid, learning to bargain at such a young age. Okay. Pierre reluctantly agreed, and got a photo of a snake-headed person with green light in their eyes. Perhaps because there was a suitable reason, the owner didn't go berserk after taking the photo as described in the rules. Live room, wow, an ice cream costs 50 weird coins, Pierre is so rich. That's not right, each chosen one only carried 100 weird coins when entering. Is Pierre just bragging about buying 2 ice creams? The keyboard was broken, tapping on the screen. Chapter 114, Amusement Park 11. Pierre took out his black wallet and pulled out a 100 yuan bill. This was hard-earned from his last quest, and now he was spending it just like that. An ice cream costs 50 yuan, which is truly expensive. That's right, in the K-District quest, so you got a tranquilizer needle, Chen Yu got an aggressive pistol, both of which could enhance their combat power, and only Pierre ended up with a few banknotes. Brother Wang's wallet, a magical item with the function of making money, it produces 100 yuan each week when carried. When Pierre got it, there were only 500 weird coins inside. The reason is that Brother Wang didn't like cash consumption, he usually paid by card. This small amount of 500 yuan felt especially precious. Pierre reluctantly handed over the bill. The real coldness of the heart is never from loud quarrels. The person receiving the money was an employee in a green uniform, who struggled like pulling radishes, taking several tries to grasp the money. As for the previously present employee in black providing the note, he had vanished without a trace. He handed over the 2 strawberry ice creams he had made to the little girl, and upon meeting Xiaoye's upturned face, his pupils shrank rapidly. Pierre was good at reading expressions, standing beside and asking, "Do you know each other?" "No, I don't know." Saying they didn't know, but the abnormal reaction from the staff had already given them away, staring blankly at Xiaoye. The little girl cheerfully spoke, her voice full of innocent naivety, "Uncle, if you keep looking, I'll dig out both your eyes. And play with them like marbles." The staff hurriedly stepped back 2 paces, their face turning pale, as if remembering some bad memories. Pierre seized the opportunity to ask, "Have you seen her mother? Can you tell us where she is? We need to find her." He spoke very firmly, as if confirming that the other party must know the answer to the question. But the staff, like they heard some joke, incredulously confirmed. "Mother?" Pointing at the little girl. "You said she's looking for her mother?" Pierre frowned. "You've seen her, right? Tell me where?" The man waved his hand, nervously saying, No, how would I know?" Pierre narrowed his eyes. With his current childlike appearance, he didn't seem to pose much of a threat. So he hoisted Xiaoye onto his shoulder and locked eyes with the staff. "Really not? Lying will get you eaten, you know." If he guessed correctly, the staff seemed somewhat afraid of the little girl for some unknown reason. In the haunted house. This method worked, and indeed, he heard the answer he wanted. Perhaps fearing they would actually be eaten, after saying this, the staff turned and fled, quickly blending into the crowd, disappearing from sight. Xiaoye dropped down from his shoulder to the ground. Licking her ice cream, she said to Pierre. "Brother, you are so scary. You actually want to eat people." "Not like me, at most I would just dig out his eyes." Pierre. Incredible, he looked at the pretty little girl in front of him, who spoke the cruelest words with the most innocent expression in the world. It was as if, for her, digging out someone's eyes was just an ordinary matter. The most terrifying part was that she had no sense of right and wrong, not realizing that what she was doing was wrong. Pierre felt a wave of exhaustion in his heart. In the land of beer, Hoffman stepped out from the balloon booth, determined to first go to the Ferris wheel. The carousel was a good choice, but it was a bit far from where he was now. Anyway, the rules stated that he had to complete at least 5 attractions, so Hoffman decided to start with the Ferris wheel, and then ride the carousel, which would save time. The Ferris wheel was built above a sea of flowers, with pink buds blooming beautifully. A heart-shaped wooden sign hung on the front fence. Hoffman leaned closer to read. "It is said that if you kiss at the highest point of the Ferris wheel, you will never part for a lifetime." What does it mean? Hoffman analyzed this sentence carefully. In the world of rules, there were traps everywhere, and every detail could not be ignored. After thinking for a long time without understanding, Hoffman decided to remember this sentence and adapt once he got on the Ferris wheel. The operator was a cute female staff member in a green uniform, with 2 pink rabbit ears on her head. Matching the colors of the flowers see below the Ferris wheel. "Dear guests, welcome to the couple's Ferris wheel. Are you alone?" Hoffman nodded. The rabbit girl turned her head and yelled back, "One male guest." "What does one male guest mean?" Why does it sound so familiar, like I've heard it somewhere before? And who are you talking to? I don't see anyone else. Hoffman turned to look in the direction the rabbit girl had turned, and it was empty. At that moment, an empty carriage rotated to him. To be honest, the Ferris wheel wasn't like the roller coaster, it rotated slowly. As long as there was no incident of the carriage falling from the sky, Hoffman thought it was a relatively safe attraction. Guests, please take your seats. What is there? Hoffman was still pondering the earlier question. Rule 7, the amusement park is beautiful. When encountering wonderful things, taking photos to record them is a good choice. Rule 8, taking photos is impolite. Taking pictures of anyone other than dolls can easily provoke their anger. The Ferris wheel doesn't count as a person, so taking a photo should be okay. Hoffman took out the camera he had just won and snapped a picture of the view ahead. Wow, his phone nearly fell. In the carriage, there was someone. And it was a beautiful woman, shyly looking at the camera. If there were such a woman in reality showing affection to him, Hoffman probably would have already thought of names for their future kids. But now it wasn't possible. Upon closer inspection, the woman in the photo had no feet, and her legs were floating as she waved at him. Seeing him take out the camera, the rabbit girl remained unfazed and encouragingly said, "Don't worry, this young lady will definitely make you feel like you're floating." Pfft, walking while floating, and that makes me feel like I'm floating in the clouds? I'm afraid I'll just be sent directly to the afterlife. Hoffman refused to enter the carriage in front of him, and several other carriages came along until he felt relieved to see no one in the camera anymore before stepping in. But just as he lifted his leg to sit in the carriage and prepared to close the door, the rabbit employee forcibly squeezed in. "Sir, this is a couple's Ferris wheel, you must sit with someone." Chapter 115, Amusement Park 12. Hoffman felt very frustrated because just when the girl squeezed in, he accidentally touched her ear. Soft, with a 37-degree body temperature. Damn it, it's alive. This rabbit employee is not human. The ears she wore were not decorations, but real rabbit ears. In a moment of desperation, Hoffman used all his strength to kick the female employee's backside. Bang! The feeling of his foot was very elastic, making people linger and forget themselves. The female employee probably didn't expect someone to be so unrefined, and for a moment, she truly fell down. At this time, the Ferris wheel had slowly risen, and it was already impossible to get back on. Hoffman looked down through the surrounding glass and exchanged a long-distance glance with the rabbit employee, whose expression was filled with anger, ears perked up. Further down, her face also became furry, with two big front teeth sticking out from her mouth. Phew, that scared me to death. Meanwhile, not everyone was as lucky as Hoffman, who immediately found the balloon stand and successfully picked up the camera. Eva from the Kingdom of Ali, after receiving a notice that a carousel would meet a little girl, had to switch to a relatively gentle ride. Facing the invitation from the female employee, Eva had no doubt and sat down in the empty car. The Ferris wheel slowly rose, and from above, he could see the sea of flowers below. And as it climbed higher, the buds below began to bloom rhythmically. When the car stopped at the highest point, the flowers fully opened, revealing their beautiful stamen inside. One by one, they were soft pink, looking extraordinarily beautiful as if in a fairyland. Eva couldn't help but exclaim, "So romantic, it makes me want to fall in love." As soon as he finished speaking, a woman with flowing hair suddenly appeared in the opposite seat of the Ferris wheel. She was about the same age as Eva in reality. The woman's eyes sparkled, her cheeks matching the color of the flowers below, turning pink from shyness. She opened her mouth. "I heard that kissing at the highest point of the Ferris wheel means the two people will never part in their lives." Yes, never part in their lives. At this moment, Eva felt that the woman in front was simply hitting his heart, perfectly fitting all his mate preferences, like a fairy from his dreams. "I love you," he declared loudly, leaning forward, and shared a romantic French kiss with the woman. Viewers in the live broadcast were amazed. "Whoa, brother, you're falling in love a bit too quickly." 15 seconds, from the moment you saw her to saying "I love you," it only took a mere 15 seconds. The experienced audience chimed in, "It's like the bridge effect." Since Chenyu participated in the 2 sessions of Strange Talks, his ID had become increasingly famous, reaching a level of being well known by all. Plus, compared to Suyi and others, he was more down-to-earth, the only chosen one active in the public eye. Because when he said that sentence, it immediately attracted everyone's attention. People went online to search for what the bridge effect was, and found an experiment. On a stormy night, a driver drove across a bridge. Due to the terrible weather, the bridge became shaky, the road beneath swayed, with enormous waves threatening to crash onto the bridge, making the situation extremely dangerous. The driver felt anxious, his heartbeat quickened, worried that a slip could lead to a disastrous fall from the bridge. At that moment, halfway through the crossing, a beautiful girl approached, her thick brows and big eyes captivating. Even with her clothes soaked, her beauty remained unchanged. The driver was instantly struck by her beauty and felt his heart flutter, falling for the girl at first sight. The reality was that while crossing the bridge anxiously, the driver's heartbeat quickened involuntarily. If he happened to meet someone else during this moment, he might misinterpret the accelerated heartbeat caused by the situation as a reaction to the person, thus falling in love with them. This was truly an illusion caused by the surrounding environment. The scene of the Ferris wheel was similar. It created an extremely romantic atmosphere for those chosen. It makes one involuntarily immersed and generates thoughts of love. Thus, love at first sight. And those brightly colored flowers, if I'm not mistaken, should have some hallucinogenic effects. Ordinary people watching cannot easily be bewitched. But high up in the sky, when one's mind is lost, they will be trapped. Ali Nation, U Nation, Say Country and other 64 chosen ones have been mysteriously contaminated. The world of eerie tales is about to descend. Countdown 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5. In this stage, those who did not get a camera almost all fell inside. Having a camera doesn't help either. Arthur from the Fire Nation, even holding a camera, doesn't know how to take pictures, directly got onto an empty carriage, a wasted good opportunity. It's better to go ride the carousel. Although it was a bit tough with that little girl, at least I didn't have to lose my life. Hey, the chosen one from a Thai nation didn't get a camera either, but she finished the Ferris wheel ride smoothly. Everyone rushed into a Thai nation's live broadcast room to watch the replay. Only to see a delicate girl getting on the Ferris wheel. When the carriage reached the highest point, a silhouette slowly appeared opposite her. A handsome boy, speaking sincerely, I heard that if you kiss at the highest point of the Ferris wheel, you will never part for a lifetime. I don't want to part either, big brother. The chosen one from a Thai nation immediately knelt down. His voice was rough, and as he finished speaking, he directly tugged at his collar, revealing his Adam's apple. The eerie figure on the opposite side was stunned, as if struck by some heavy blow, clutching their chest and unable to accept it for a moment. The two stared at each other in silence for a while, and when the time was up, the girl successfully got off the Ferris wheel. Live broadcast viewers, wow, amazing. No wonder it's from a Thai nation, really has local characteristics. The rules of eerie tales are also weird, clearly swapped bodies, but the essence of male dressing as female hasn't changed. Thinking about it, it's a bit respectful. The scene shifts back to Suya's side, where the two walked hand in hand beneath the Ferris wheel. From a distance, it looked like a teenage boy holding his sister's hand. Rabbit employee, are you going to sit apart or together? Her gaze was sly, staring at Suyi, as if seeing through his true age behind. Of course together. No. The rabbit employee refused, looking again at Suya's expression, as if viewing a pervert. She's too young, I don't agree. Beside him, Xiaoyu unconsciously tightened Suya's hand, afraid that this person would drop her. Brother, I want to go together. Oh dear, my temper. If the staff explained the reason, or even mentioned something about the Ferris wheel rotating too slowly, Suyi might have lost interest and left. But now, he had to go up. Everyone else could go play, why couldn't he? No one could treat him unfairly, he wouldn't allow it. Suyi fiercely bumped forward, and the rabbit-eared employee immediately flew out. Casually found an empty carriage, he pulled the little girl up to sit with him. Chapter 116, Amusement Park 13. The Ferris wheel rose high into the sky. Xiaoyu leaned against the window, looking down, surprised. Wow, brother, look, so beautiful. The flower buds bloomed large and dense, each as tall as a person, gorgeous and vivid, like countless girls dancing in the wind, beautiful to the point of being unreal. Suyi was disinterested, his words a bit perfunctory. Until a woman suddenly appeared in the seat opposite him. The woman's age was indiscernible, only that she was very thin. How thin was she? Suyi thought of a term to describe her, called skin and bones. It was really skin wrapped around bones, with no flesh in between. Under the skin, the protrusions of bones were clearly visible. Only the two eyeballs occasionally squirming in her eye sockets indicated that she was still a living being. The moment she saw Suyi, the woman was emotionally excited, as if she saw something delicious. Haha, after waiting so long, finally someone came to keep me company. The bullet screen in the Dragon Nation viewers, what an ugly thing, daring to covet our Suyi. Even if it's eerie, other chosen ones meet handsome men and beautiful women. It was time for Suyi to be treated differently. Oh no, according to the rules of the Ferris wheel, the two of them are not going to kiss next, right? Covering my face. Don't dare to look +1. In the world of ghost stories. A bony woman, with no flesh in her mouth, spoke with a crunching sound, her bones rubbing against each other. I have been buried down here for so long, finally, I waited for a man again. Her eyes sparkled with excitement. It's too late for you to regret now. Suyi sat across from her, changing from his previous indifference to showing a look of obsession. So beautiful. Are you mocking me? The bony woman cursed loudly. She knew very well what she looked like. To be honest, she couldn't even stand her own ugliness and usually didn't dare to look in the mirror. But Suyi opened his mouth and said she was beautiful. Which could only mean one thing, the other party was being sarcastic and deliberately ridiculing her. Forget it, anyway, after today, you are bound to stay here with me, becoming the nourishment in the sea of flowers. Given her appearance, nobody loved her when she was alive. So the bony woman did not talk about love like other chosen ones encountered in peculiar situations. She simply opened her mouth and talked a few words about her experiences over the years. I didn't want to become like this. It was a middle-aged woman pretending to be lost. I kindly took her to her destination, but she took the opportunity to deceive me to a remote place and kidnapped me into a van. I was sold to a village to be a wife for a man in his 40s. That man was afraid I would escape, so he chained my neck with iron chains and locked me in a pigsty, humiliating me every day. Until several children were born, he finally remembered to let me out, but by then, I was already exhausted. Under the torment of body and mind, I was worn out, unable to eat or drink. The old bachelor panicked. It wasn't out of kindness but because he felt sorry for the money spent on buying a wife. He wanted to keep me for a few more years, to make full use of me. I made the only request, to take the children to an amusement park. They had such a great time, it was their first time in their lives at a playground. The bony woman showed a nostalgic expression, pointing at the glass. I pushed them all down from here. I was afraid my son would also become a scum like his father, and my daughter would end up like me. What do you think? The woman raised her eyebrows and looked across. Suyi still had a look of obsession, clearly not paying attention, his focus elsewhere. So beautiful. This skull, made into a lantern, would definitely look cool, right? The woman felt a pair of hands around her throat, tightly choking her, unable to break free no matter what. You. Suyi, don't move, be good and listen, it will hurt less. Damn. At a critical moment, a little girl in a red dress tugged on Suya's sleeve, shyly saying, "Brother, she smells like mom." A wave of reasoning surged in the comments. The smell of mom, from what the woman just described, she must have come into contact with human traffickers in life. Big shot Suyi also encountered a middle-aged trafficker at the amusement park entrance. Plus, all the other chosen ones met the little girl while riding the carousel. Only Suyi was approached by the little girl. From this, we deduced that the little girl's mother must be a trafficker, right? Damn, traffickers deserve no good ending, they even don't spare their own daughter. In the world of ghost stories, Suyi had the little girl verify some information with the bony woman, ultimately confirming that the traffickers they encountered at the entrance were indeed the same group mentioned by the woman. However, there was a conclusion about the little girl's mother in the haunted house. I killed the traffickers at the door. Suyi spoke honestly. The bony woman was stunned, clearly not expecting such a thing, but she quickly changed her expression and said firmly, "If you really help me kill them, my head might not be impossible to give to you." The tragedy of her life. It all began with being kidnapped, and before dying, unable to take revenge on the human trafficker, helplessly targeting children who should not have been born. Okay. With a crunch, facing something he liked, Suyi did not hesitate and dropped the head from the Ferris wheel. But that was not the end, he walked to a beautiful sea of flowers. Fire, dog. As the nearby high temperature continued, an indescribable smell emerged. How to put it, ordinary odors can be described with words, but this one is hard to explain. It smells strangely dizzying and nauseating. Seemingly beautiful, but according to the owner of the skull, it was buried beneath countless corpses used as fertilizer. The more attractive the surface, the filthier the inside. The beautiful sea of flowers was instantly destroyed, leaving behind clumped white substances, like some oily material. Suyi scooped out the excess brain matter from the head, digging a piece of oil from the ground to put inside. Sizzle. Ignited. The whole head lit up. From the inside out, through the tightly wrapped human skin, it emitted a faint yellow glow. Done. Suyi was very satisfied with the art piece he made by hand and handed it to Xiaoye to play with. Sure enough, she really liked it. The big and small hands held each other, happily continuing to wander around the amusement park. They played the drop tower and the pendulum right along the way. The most thrilling was undoubtedly the drop tower, built on a mountaintop, with a bottomless cliff below. When jumping down from the top, there was a thrilling feeling of free falling. After completing 4 rides, Suyi saw a balloon popping booth not far away and easily won the grand prize, a palm-sized peachwood dagger. The booth owner's eyes twitched madly, staring at Suyi as if looking at a madman. Other visitors would visit his domain, and even if they did shoot, their expressions were filled with pain. After all, the target in the scope was the most beloved and important person in their lives. But this person, on the other hand, shouted happily every time he shot, "Great, let you feel the true meaning of life." A good thing that can only be experienced once in a lifetime. One of a kind. The owner trembled while watching from the side. Thankfully, he didn't have a relative like this, or he would probably not live long. Night soon fell, and the children's watch on his wrist showed 10 o'clock. Suyi walked toward the haunted house. Chapter 117, Amusement Park 14. Outside. Director Lin, as of now, 160 countries, only 19 chosen ones are still alive. 19 people, a death rate of 7 out of 8, and the copy has just reached halfway. Lin Guobiao frowned, his brow so tight it could crush a fly. Things were worse than he had imagined. Continue. Among them, 15 are represented by Pierre and Hoffman, the veteran chosen ones, who have participated in at least one copy before and are equipped with strange items. That means, encountering a solo copy, without a veteran chosen one to lead, newcomers have a slim chance of surviving. The huge bat image of the haunted house merged with the night, with only its eyes and red tongue glowing, attracting people inside. At the front of the haunted house was a sign. Dear visitors, welcome to this haunted house. We have the most advanced high-tech equipment in the city, highly realistic settings, and very dedicated staff. Disclaimer: 1. Those who are timid, please do not enter. Those with heart conditions, please do not enter. We will not be responsible for any bodily accidents caused by fear. 2. All scenes in the haunted house are composed of advanced technology and do not exist in the real world. 3. No matter what happens, please do not hit the NPCs, and do not damage the equipment inside the venue. If an NPC hits you, you can run. 4. The haunted house has 3 floors, each corresponding to different themes, with the higher floors being more challenging. The little girl in the red dress took a sip of her cotton candy. Brother, what does it say up there? Xiao Ye can't read. Su Yi, helping others is a traditional virtue of children. If you see an annoying NPC, be sure to teach them a good lesson. Little Moon remembers it now. The staff at the entrance changed, and Su Yi didn't recognize the new one. He stepped forward. What if I get scared to death after going in? The first disclaimer said that if there were any accidents, it was just a polite way of saying death. The staff clasped their hands over their chest, tightly gripping their phone. We will throw you out. Su Yi, if that's the case, wouldn't it be a hassle? Staff, no, there's not much to throw out, usually only 2 or 3 bodies a day. Su Yi looked at the continuous stream of tourists behind him. With so many people, 2 or 3 bodies seemed like a small probability. What he feared most was that all these people were dead, and in the end, only 2 or 3 corpses would be found. Now, he no longer had enough trust in the rules of horror. There were traps everywhere in the words. So he nodded. Nice phone. The staff tightened their grip even more. There's no choice. This afternoon a wicked person showed up, stealing nothing but focusing on other people's phones, even secretly taking pictures of the employees. That scared the staff so much they became disoriented and had to switch shifts with me. You say, secretly taking pictures. How is that different from having your clothes stripped off? Su Yi chuckled and stopped talking, preparing to enter the haunted house. Unlike during the day, this time there were 3 doors at the entrance, all leading inside. Su Yi entered through the left door. He patted the little girl on the head and let the vegetable dog lead the group through the middle door. The moment he entered, the temperature dropped to freezing point, as if outside was in 2 different seasons. Little Moon and the vegetable dog came in from the other side. At the same time, the surroundings fell into silence, those tourists who had entered before Su Yi disappeared without a trace. Boom! The skull lit up, dispersing the darkness in the room, and the temperature began to rise gradually. It's a good thing. Su Yi was very satisfied with creating a bizarre prop for the first time, holding the skull for a close-up. Immediately, an image of a pale human skin appeared on the screen, with eyes, mouth, and nose vividly alive, directly making eye contact with the audience in death. What the hell? In an instant, countless screens were thrown out. The global phone repair industry saw a surge in orders. Unaware of this, Su Yi observed the scene before him. On the table, 2 large red candles stood with an incense burner in the middle. Behind the incense burner was a wooden plaque, as if offering something. Su Yi used the lamp oil in the skull to light the 2 candles. In an instant, the flames leapt over half a meter high, excitedly swaying in the air several times. It seemed that it really liked this lamp oil? Brother, there are words. Little Moon pointed at the wooden plaque on the table. To live and leave, you must follow these rules. Rule 1, different species use different passages. Humans enter from the left door, monsters from the middle, and deities from the right. The live stream audience, what the hell, why didn't they say this outside? It's only written after entering. It's like they're giving the chosen ones no way out. But Su Yi clearly understood the rules without reading them. He walked through the left side and let the monsters go through the middle. Does Su Yi have some sort of foresight? No, the chosen ones from all over Asia entered from the left side. Humans and spirits are on different paths, seemingly their agreed custom. And judging by the setup in this haunted house, it also fits ancient Asian culture. That's not fair. I want to complain about the horror rules for discriminating against countries outside Asia. Come on, many past chapters weren't based in the Western world, other countries lost out too. It seems the chosen ones need to rely not only on their talents to pass smoothly but also to keep learning, expanding their knowledge bank, and understanding the customs and culture of different places. Ding, the chosen one from beer country, Hoffman, has been devoured by the monster. The horror world is about to descend. Countdown 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5. The announcement rang out. In previous chapters, Hoffman had gained considerable popularity. He was the only soldier among the many chosen ones. With a will of steel. Therefore, when the voice sounded, everyone's first reaction was disbelief. Oh my god, he had already connected to 2 copies before, what happened this time? Quick, replay the previous live broadcast carefully. On the screen, Hoffman's embarrassed figure appeared in front of the haunted house. Chapter 118, Amusement Park 15. He encountered a little girl in a red dress on the carousel, and because he had no money to buy ice cream, he was badly injured. Later, after much difficulty, he found a clue that the little girl's mother was in the haunted house, and the two arrived at the haunted house entrance, but the little girl would not move. She said she would wait for the haunted house to open and let him play the remaining attractions alone. It is well known that having the little girl nearby is both a source of danger and a protective charm. With the little girl around, the weirdness of the amusement facilities would always feel a bit menacing, and even the chosen one did not dare to act recklessly. Hoffman deeply regretted that if he had been bolder in the morning and not spent the remaining $50, he could have had someone else buy the ticket. Thus, it is clear that in the rules of the bizarre tales, everything is useful, there is no such thing as excess. After Hoffman played enough of the 4 attractions, when he returned to the haunted house, his body was already covered in wounds. He stepped into the main door in the middle. The crowd was bustling, the surroundings were lively like a pot boiling over, with minotaurs, giant pythons coiling around pillars, and children gleefully carrying their own heads. Hoffman thought this was normal, after all, it was an eerie world, and the chance of encountering ghosts was still possible. But at the moment he stood firm, all the ghosts and monsters turned their gaze to him. The headless ghost lifted its head and said, "Hey, look, there's one who took a wrong turn." The giant python flicked its tongue, "Delicious, it smells like human flesh." When Hoffman was torn apart, he thought of many things. He was not actually surprised. His innate abilities were average, and the first 2 completions had barely earned a 1-star rating. Death felt like a predetermined matter, just a question of when. From walking through the first copy to now, he had truly done his best, without any pretense. He was guiltless to his motherland, guiltless to the people, and even more so, guiltless to the military uniform he wore. At this moment, the viewers from the beer country stood up in front of the screen, saluting this failed chosen one, expressing their respect. Hoffman, he is the hero of our beer country. After this, his family will also be supported by the state. In the romantic country, Pierre read the words on the wooden board. Rule 1, different species have different passages, humans enter from the left door, the bazaar from the middle, and the shrine from the right. Rule 2, offerings are placed on the incense altar, including the rhythm fruit cultivated from the chest, the holy infant's remains, and the tiger skin human claw. Rule 3, when the incense burns, 2 long and 1 short can open the heavenly eye, while 2 short and 1 long is auspicious. If all 3 break together, it's a great disaster. Rule 4, 3 prostrations and 9 knocks are required for the shrine to show its spirit before one can leave. He was left utterly bewildered. What does this mean? Each word can be understood on its own, but put together, it is completely incomprehensible. Pierre scratched his head. In any case, let's start by lighting the incense, maybe it would directly be 2 short and 1 long, and he could leave after prostrating. At this moment, 3 sticks of incense were inserted side by side into the golden incense burner. Pierre picked up a candle next to it and lit it using the flame from above. Half a minute passed, the left stick had already burned halfway, while the right 2 sticks were still at the very beginning, hardly moving after being lit. 2 long and 1 short can open the heavenly eye. Where is the heavenly eye? The next moment, Pierre felt the surrounding environment change. Countless figures appeared out of thin air in the quiet darkness, some were adults, some were children. One of them had a bulging belly, clearly pregnant, and was accompanied by a 3-year-old child. Pierre recognized her as the woman who had been in line in front of him at the entrance. Some of them were also holding incense sticks in their hands. The expression was more confused than Pierre himself. Some were studying the rules on the wooden plaque. Some lit the incense burner after a moment of hesitation, their forms vanishing from sight. The fruit of rhythm birthed from the chest. Pierre took out a fruit knife, pointing the tip at the pregnant woman's chest and stabbed it in. A strange thing happened, the woman seemed not to see Pierre's figure and showed shock and confusion at the wound appearing on her chest. Pierre was also shocked. She can't see me? Is 3 sticks of incense this useful? If I'm correct, the 3 items referred to as offerings should be the heart, the baby's corpse, and the palm. What Pierre had just done was to try to extract the woman's heart. He thought it would be a game of mutual slaughter, where the victor would be king. To his surprise, it turned out to be a one-sided situation. The woman stood in place, unable to see him, obediently allowing the slaughter. Just moments ago, this woman had been in line in front of him. Pierre had seen her enter from the left. This meant that what he had to do now was to extract the heart from a defenseless pregnant woman's body, and ideally, throw out the baby in her belly too, thus obtaining the second offering. Pierre hesitated, he couldn't bring himself to do it. "Xiaoya, I'll buy you ice cream if you help your brother finish the task, okay?" Pierre tried to negotiate with the little girl beside him. He had always seen her show great fondness for ice cream. Xiaoya resolutely shook her head, her eyebrows raised, her tone carrying a maturity not belonging to her age, coldly asking, "How is this related to finding mom? You have to do your own things." In the gap of their conversation, due to prolonged hesitation, the surroundings fell back into darkness. Pierre looked up at the altar table, realizing that the incense in the burner had burned out. The meaning of opening the heavenly eye is to be able to see those who did not burn incense and, without their knowledge, take away the offerings on them. Then he realized he hadn't opened the heavenly eye himself, so others. Suddenly, pain shot through Pierre's chest, a sharpened spoon handle had inexplicably pierced his chest, and it was not satisfied, twisting inside as if to dig out his heart. Not everyone carried blades as weapons, they would find ways to use everything at their disposal to strike at other tourists. Now, to be soft-hearted would be equivalent to seeking death. There were still 6 sticks of incense beside the burner. This meant he could burn it at most 2 more times, and one of those times had to be 2 short and 1 long. Pierre swiftly lit the second stick of incense, and the feeling of the spoon digging into his chest disappeared. Before him lay a dilemma. Attacking a pregnant woman was, morally and humanely, no different from being utterly heartless and deserving of a bad death. If he didn't act, he carried the weight of the nation, the lives of millions behind him. How to choose between morality and righteousness. Chapter 119, Amusement Park 16. Pierre did not hesitate long, the candle on the altar was burning quickly, leaving him no time to think. The woman's belly was sliced open, and a newly formed baby was taken out. Pierre tried not to look at what he held, offering the baby and the woman's heart on the altar, then quickly severed the hands of several tourists. Something shattered, and in the dimness, everything became different from before. Pierre knew it was his worldview. Some things should not be done; if they are done, they will become an everlasting nightmare. As the second stick of incense burned out and the last 3 were lit, the altar table piled with offerings successfully displayed 2 short and 1 long. Pierre knelt on the mat and slowly bowed down. The candles on the altar extinguished, and in the darkness, the sound of chewing bones emerged, sending chills down the spine. A piece of fragmented meat was spat out. As it fell onto his hair, Pierre's heart felt as if it were being fried in hot oil. A voice inside him kept saying he had personally killed someone and offered up a sacrifice. After a while, the surroundings gradually brightened, and Pierre stood up, seeing the few small bones of a child's hand left on the table. His pupils involuntarily trembled. Raising his arm, the child's watch on it indicated that from kneeling to standing, it had only taken half an hour. But he felt that this half hour just past felt like a whole lifetime. At the end, a staircase appeared, leading to the second floor. Pierre said nothing, his eyes dull as he walked up. The second floor was a giant bathroom, brightly lit, with warm wind blowing from above. Pierre adjusted his mindset and planned to resolve the problem in front of him first; other matters could wait until later. Just as he was about to act, he saw a splash of red. His gaze lowered, and he found that the life jacket he had been wearing was completely stained red. Blood-stained life jacket can withstand some strange attacks in necessary moments. This was the first reward Pierre had received from his dungeon, and he still remembered that when it was first obtained, it had only a small bloodstain on it. As he participated in more dungeons, the bloodstains had increased. Pierre knew that when the life jacket was completely soaked in blood, that would be the moment this item became ineffective. Before entering the haunted house, the life jacket had about 3/5 of it stained with blood. Pierre wondered, did that monster just now have an attack? Why didn't I notice it? Not only was Pierre puzzled, but even the audience felt very strange. In this level, other chosen ones can easily clear the stage as long as they successfully complete the sacrifice and kneel. They look like they haven't suffered any harm at all, and their spirit seems normal. In the cherry blossom country, Yamato Taku was on a mat, earnestly kneeling. He was different from other chosen ones from different countries, who struggled when facing the weak. When he saw a pregnant woman in the crowd, Yamato Taku was very happy. He enjoyed tormenting these powerless things the most. Weak people should be beaten. If there are more things like this in the future, please order me, I am willing to serve you forever. Yamato Taku muttered, with his hands spread out before him on the ground, performing 3 bows and 9 knocks. A black smoke entered Yamato Taku's nose, swirling around his brain. The environment was too dark for the audience in the live stream to see this black smoke. They complained, damn, how can there still be such people in the world? No guilt for doing bad things at all. In their vision, after half an hour, Yamato Taku slowly stood up, walked to the second floor, with no unusual expressions or behavior. In the dragon country, Sui stared at a few rules repeatedly, guessing, the fruit of rhythm that nurtures from the chest, could it be the heart? Damn, how subtle. If you want to eat a heart, just say so, why call it a fruit of rhythm? Sui opened his backpack, and with a clatter, a pile of puffed food was stacked on the incense altar, which was notably the crispy heart obtained in Area K. Xiaoya looked at the packaging and salivated, brother, what is that? Does it taste good? Sui replied, be good, swallow your drool, this stuff isn't suitable for you. The incense candles lit, and Sui was momentarily stunned when he saw various people appear around him. the master of this sacrifice, was quite lazy. Not wanting to move himself, he made others collect food for him. The main thing was, after collecting it, they still had to kneel before him. Xiaoye stood beside him, opening her little hands, reaching towards someone's chest. Brother, are you scared? I will help you. The livestream audience was dumbfounded. The little girl in Suye's dungeon isn't the same person as those from other chosen ones? Ah, this shouldn't be, they all look the same. Then why is the attitude so different? The audience was confused, but if they thought carefully, perhaps one word could explain it. It's called exchanging true hearts for true hearts. From the moment they met, Suyi truly regarded the little girl as his sister, caring for and protecting her along the way. Children have strong perception, they can easily sense the emotions of those around them. Especially for a child like Xiaoye, who has grown up in a harsh environment, she has learned to read people's expressions. Suye's feelings for her are pure concern with no ulterior motives. Of course, one cannot blame the chosen ones from other countries, except for daring guys like Su Yi, who are strong and fearless. I believe no one could treat the little girl in front of them with a normal mindset when facing something that could explode at any moment. Su Yi refused Xiaoye's kindness, saying, "Don't worry about him, he's too lazy, always relying on others to hunt for him." As 3 incense sticks extinguished, Su Yi suddenly felt discomfort in his stomach. I drank too much soda, I need to take care of something. He searched around the first floor for a while, feeling a slight itch on his chest but didn't pay much attention. Oh no, in such a big place, there isn't even a restroom, Su Yi said, frustrated. His gaze shifted to the incense altar, where there was a golden incense burner. Most importantly, there was ash inside, which absorbed water well. Thinking about being seen by other visitors if he didn't like the incense, Su Yi took out 3 sticks and instructed Xiaoye, "You turn around and light it." The sound of splashing water began to echo. The rules of the strange tale still had some decency. When chosen ones solved personal issues, they would pixelate the scene. But if 2 people solved something together, like comparing sizes or engaging in intimate matters, they would not pixelate it. The main focus was on excitement, stimulation, gripping the audience's attention. Oh, with the sound of water growing louder, Xiaoye apologetically spoke, "I'm sorry, brother, it was Xiaoye's fault, the incense broke." Rule 3, if the incense burns, 2 long and 1 short can open the heavenly eye, 2 shorts and 1 long is auspicious. If all 3 break, disaster awaits. What Su Yi faces now is the 3rd situation, disaster. A cool breeze blew, and Su Yi pulled up his pants, turning his head from the corner to look. At the right side doorway, something was standing there. Chapter 120, Amusement Park 17. Suye's current height is 1 meter 35, about above the waist of an adult. But now he needed to look down at the thing by the door. Short and wide, with a backside matching its height, it looked exactly like a ball. Its body was covered in gold leaf, shining brightly as it moved, sparkling in the candlelight. Boldly, upon seeing this shrine, you do not kneel. The small figure spoke such arrogant words, which was somewhat amusing. Su Yi raised his brows, looking down at it. At that moment, the golden ball felt insulted, a sense of disdain coming from the height difference. It jumped onto the altar, crossed its legs, and clasped its palms together, assuming a dignified posture. At that moment, Su Yi and the audience in front of the screen saw the true appearance of the golden ball. This is a golden statue of a deity. However, typical statues have serious or kind expressions. This one before them, however, had eyebrows pointing upwards, a mouth below the right brow, and what should have been its right eye had ended up on its chin. It was focusing on a crooked mouth and squinted eyes. Seeing someone with such a face was exceedingly strange. The golden statue snorted coldly, "You desecrate the deity, you all must be tired of living." It was very satisfied with its current posture, looking down from above, gazing at Su Yi. "Especially you should die." It wanted to hate Su Yi so much, this foolish human actually dared to use the incense burner as a toilet, what a tool to attract disciples. The golden statue emitted a pressure, and as this pressure arose, a gust of wind swept through, cracking and breaking the walls and floor. "Foolish humans, you will soon pay for your actions." It laughed recklessly, its face cruel, crushing a few people, as careless as ants. However, when the strong wind passed, the big and small one stood still on the ground, looking unaffected. The small one even took out a windmill, running on the ground and joyfully screaming, "Brother, the wind has come." The little windmill goes squeak squeak, puff puff. The golden statue rubbed its eyes, "I press." Another gust of strong wind blew up, and the little girl happily jumped in place. He did not believe in evil, "I press again." Before he finished speaking, a large force seemingly appeared out of nowhere, blowing him off the table. Is it ever going to end? Su Yi walked closer, impatiently digging in his ears. "Quickly, let us go to the 2nd floor." "How is that possible? I am a noble god, and you are humans and monsters, how can other beings compete with me?" The golden sculpture was lost in its own world, automatically ignoring what Su Yi said. It did not understand how its previously unbeatable attack suddenly failed. What was the point of all its hard work to become a god if it was not as strong as a human? Being slapped away by someone was simply losing face for all evil gods. You talk too much. Sui pulled out a kitchen knife and swung it down. The evil god instinctively shrank its neck to dodge. But it forgot that its body was too fat and had no neck. The kitchen knife struck at the shoulder. With a crack sound. In front of the astonished eyes of all the spectators and Sui, the kitchen knife made a big gash. Having accompanied Sui through many dungeons with the mom's kitchen knife, it unexpectedly got a large opening. Ha ha ha. The evil god stretched out its neck and laughed. I thought I would be very powerful, just this. Seeing that the kitchen knife was ineffective against it, in an instant, it became puffed up again. Sui was indeed capable, but could do nothing to it. Its own body was indestructible. Young man, don't underestimate the heights of heaven and the depths of the earth. Give me the lamp in your hand, and I might reluctantly spare your lives. It finally showed its true intentions. The reason for appearing here was to desire Suya's head lantern. You dare to make terms with me? What greeted the evil god was a series of punches like a raging storm. Sui was furious. Hit me, I won't die anyway. If you don't give me the lamp, I won't let you go. A dignified god shrine was now reduced to such a state, saying such words. Its thoughts were simple. Initially, it came with the intent to kill Sui and then take the head lantern from the other's hands. Seeing that this path seemed impossible, while it could do nothing to its opponent. Luckily, it seemed the opponent could not kill it either, at most just letting off steam. Then go ahead and fight since its golden body could take hits. Let's see, when we can't leave this haunted house, who will be more anxious in the end? Seeing this guy's skin thicker than city walls, Sui took a deep breath. Well, actually I have a god in front of me too. He gently called out, Veggie dog. A large yellow-brown dog appeared, wagging its tail. Upon seeing the evil god, it bared its teeth and barked twice, woof woof. The evil god's face visibly showed confusion. Let me tell you, no matter how much you wish to humiliate me, I will not let you leave. Sui commanded the veggie dog to jump onto the table, sitting in the original spot of the evil god. Lighting the last 3 incense sticks, heavenly spirit, earthly spirit, veggie dog has come to show its spirit. Pointing at the evil god. You have yet to kneel and worship. In a thoroughly shameless appearance. The evil god looked at Sui with disdain, as if staring at a madman. Little Moon, on the other hand, was wide-eyed. The dog is so cute, can I pet its head? In an instant, the collar around the veggie dog's neck emitted a beam of red light, striking the evil god. Satan brand collar, it has the function of absorbing divine power, temporarily storing it, and releasing it for its use when necessary. The collar released a sucking power. Sui saw the evil god's figure gradually becoming blurry. The original golden statue began to melt like a scoop of ice cream. Why is the noble god shrine now just a dog? Chapter 121 Amusement Park 18. The evil god's face twisted. Today's encounters made him question everything more than once. He knew he was finished. Even if he begged for mercy now, it was impossible. The power between gods could be transferred, and when encountering a more powerful god, one could only be plundered. Because divine power is like a nourishing potion, possessing an irresistible attraction for evil gods, increasing their own strength. But in each small world, logically there should only be one god, so why was another here now? He clearly remembered that before he descended, he observed for a long time and confirmed there were no other shrines nearby. You have such ability, why not reveal it from the start, playing dumb as a pig to eat the tiger? The evil god's mouth twitched, feeling like a monkey led by the nose by Sui. Sui didn't waste words with those destined to die. He focused all his attention on the collar. Last time it happened suddenly, all my power was taken by Satan. It's better to keep this thing with me. I'll study it when I get back. Who knows, one day I might become a god. After participating in many bizarre tales, Sui summarized some rules. He stood confidently in front of the camera to share. The rules of bizarre tales exist in 4 power systems. 1. Ordinary people, equivalent to having nothing. 2. Chosen ones with talents, whose abilities are drawn based on their own character strength. 3. Strange beings, the original species of bizarre tales, whose strength mostly comes from the intensity of their obsessions before death. 4. Shrine, which surpasses the first 3 existences. Such a clear summary was quickly noted by spies in potential live streaming rooms across countries, reporting back to their nations. Sui continued, there are roughly 2 ways to clear a bizarre tale. I call them survival and main storyline. Following the character hints, simply surviving for a while or solving puzzles is not difficult. However, the rating will likely not exceed 2 stars. The main storyline involves exploring the truth behind the side quests, solving problems. It's more dangerous, but the rewards are also considerable. Everyone should assess their capabilities before practicing. The spies noted this down immediately, but they disagreed with one point. What do you mean the main storyline is more dangerous? It's clearly lethal. So far, there have been no more than 5 fingers worth of survivors who completed the main storyline. In the world of bizarre tales, the collar continued to absorb energy from the golden statue. The evil god's body grew increasingly transparent. I'll fight you. In an instant, its power surged, causing cracks to appear in the surrounding space, one after another. The evil god's abilities were still quite formidable. If Suyi didn't possess the top-tier SSS talent, he would have long been finished. He sneered, "Ha, a futile struggle." It was unclear if the evil god's struggle was too fierce, but the collar glowed red, illuminating the entire room brilliantly. Bullet comments appeared. "What weapon is this, so cool? Has it been upgraded? I've seen Suyi use it before, but it was nothing like this. Awesome, just awesome." I often wonder, did Suyi and the other chosen ones even enter the same bizarre tale? Yet in the bizarre tale world, Suyi's expression grew cold, his brows almost frost-covered. Damn weapon upgrade, it was clear that the master behind the collar had arrived. In the void, through the cracks, came a voice that beckoned. "You are good, worthy of possessing part of my power. Now I bestow a blessing upon you." A man's voice rang out, tinged with satisfaction after a hearty meal. Suyi was enveloped in a beam of light. "Ding, congratulations chosen one, power value +5, gained ability, control memory once." This was the first time Suyi heard the announcement in the instance. Control memory, does it mean I can forcibly change someone else's memories? Suyi speculated, but unfortunately, it could only be used once. However, there was no opportunity to use it now. He'd planned to discuss it after returning. He hurriedly ran over, looking at the collar around the dog's neck. A bright red sign in the middle, with its energy extracted more than half, only a small part remains. "Satan, don't let me run into you, or it will be the end for both of us." Suyi's teeth were itching with anger. For such a high-level creature, which seems to easily cross various realms, he currently did not have that ability. In line with the principle of wasting not a penny, Suyi put the heart-shaped crisp from the table back into the backpack. A long spiral staircase appeared at the end of the room, and the two walked up toward it. On the staircase, Xiaoyu faced down and stumbled hard onto the ground. "What's this?" Suyi picked up the culprit from the ground, which was a woman's arm, severed at the elbow, with slightly wrinkled skin, but the palm had no calluses, overall, well preserved. It was a hand that had never worked. "Mommy!" Xiaoyu became excited, pointing at the palm, babbling. "This is your mommy? How do you figure that out?" Suyi frowned. After all, Xiaoyu was young, and could not even recognize words. Suyi was afraid she was mistaken. "Mommy's ring." The little girl pointed at the position of the ring finger on the palm, a dazzling diamond ring. "You say, this ring is mommy's?" "Yes." Xiaoyu wanted to lift her skirt, but recalling Suyi's words, she awkwardly put it back down. But her expression was anxious. "There's an injury, the ring scratched it." In the live chat. Confirmed, Xiaoyu's daddy is a scumbag. After giving the ring, he abandoned mommy. So mommy transferred all her hatred onto the daughter they had, beating her every day. Other netizens disagreed. "You can say mommy is bad, I accept that, but why say daddy is a scumbag?" The netizen who just spilled the tea, "Hold on, I haven't finished. This diamond we produced in Hunan province, called moissanite, costs no more than $50, plus the setting and shipping. The retail price is about 200. Buying such a cheap ring for marriage, what else could it be but a scumbag?" In the world of strange tales, Suyi squatted down to Xiaoyu's level, gently asking, "Where's your daddy?" He wasn't a professional jewelry appraiser, but he had studied chemistry for a few days and knew that diamond's composition is carbon, the hardest stone in the world, before the rule-breaking strange tales came. The diamond on the woman's hand in front of him would crack with a gentle squeeze, clearly not the real thing. "Daddy," Xiaoyu's face flashed with confusion, recalling for several minutes, "Daddy is very good, he plays with me." Daddy disappeared when Xiaoyu just learned to walk. Then many uncles came to the house, none of them were daddy, none treated me as well as daddy. Suyi stood up. "Shall we continue to look for mommy?" Xiaoyu's interest was clearly low. She had awoken certain memories and felt mommy wasn't that important. "I wish daddy was here." The two arrived at the second floor, which was luxuriously decorated, completely different from the dark scene on the first floor. In the center of the room was a huge hot spring, bubbling and gurgling, enough to accommodate 4 or 5 people to bathe together. Beside it were bath towels and slippers, neatly folded. "Chat, so bright, it doesn't look like a haunted house." "Yeah, it's almost like my home bathroom." The screen was quiet for a moment, then the chat exploded like snow. "I mean, dude, don't pretend it this time. Whose bathroom has a whole floor? Just check the host's info, his family is in real estate, it really could have such a big bathroom." "Alright, I guess I was shallow." "Sir, do you still need a scrub?" Besides the eye-catching hot spring, there were many other details worth noting. For example, there were raised sections on the wall, covered with black cloth. Suyi casually lifted one. Chapter 122, Amusement Park 19. A woman, with arms stretched out diagonally upwards, standing on her left leg, the other leg bent, the tip of her right foot touching her left knee. She wore a white fluffy dress, the hem just reaching the top of her thighs. This pose is extremely elegant, like a white swan that is about to take flight. Someone immediately recognized it in the comments. I know, this is a move from ballet, and this woman's posture is very standard. It should be said it's impossible not to be standard, because the woman is forcefully nailed to the wall, with a big iron nail at every joint that needs to twist. Ah! A scream of pain echoed as the woman's body, burst forth by her own blood, began to crack inch by inch, until finally, it completely turned into a skeletal frame. But in the next second, the skin on the woman's body restored, returning to its initially tender and beautiful appearance. Suyi stood silently beside, timing, 5 minutes, this woman has gone through 12 cycles. That is to say, she has burst, restored, and endured this pain 12 times. This is only what Suyi saw. During those days he could not see, the woman did not know how many endless days and nights of suffering she endured. But just then, the woman restored her original form, and the speed of her body cracking suddenly slowed down. She turned her head and opened her mouth to Suyi, but no sound came out, all she could do was gesture with her lips, please, save me. 2 lines of clear tears streamed down her eyes, dripping down her cheeks. The woman was truly beautiful, like a noble swan that had fallen on hard times, even her plea for help was so ethereal and graceful. Suyi ignored her, leaving under the woman's hopeful gaze, continuing to lift the black cloth behind it, revealing each piece of fabric that hid a dancing woman underneath. Altogether, they formed a complete ballet teaching. In the land of Cuba, Fidel stood in front of the woman, raising a hand to stroke his chin in thought, a gesture he often used when he was thinking. But his elbow accidentally bumped a nail. In the next moment, he saw the expression of the woman on the wall change from crying to smiling, and she said to him, "Thank you." "Thank for what? Did I help her with anything?" Fidel was confused, he found his body starting to move uncontrollably, displaying beautiful ballet poses. Every move was very standard, like a professional ballet dancer, but after he danced through all the moves on the wall, his body slowly floated up. Several steel nails fell from the woman and surged toward Fidel. At that moment, he finally understood the 2 words of thank you from the woman's mouth. It turned out to be, one life for another. Fidel, the chosen one of Cuba, was eerily devoured, the bizarre world is about to descend, countdown, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5. Livestream audience, so foolish, the rules of bizarre tales most avoid random touching. This shows that Suya's hands-off approach is indeed the right one. Just now, the chosen one from the land of fire was also devoured, the reason is because he was soft-hearted, wanting to save the trapped girl. Is it too much to watch idols' dramas, thinking he is a heroic prince saving the beauty? Shifting the view back to Suyi, after admiring the artworks on the wall, the two arrived at a large hot spring pool in the middle. A naked man lay horizontally in the hot spring, his limbs swollen from the soaking, only his face floating on the surface, pale as death. As Suyi looked over, the man suddenly opened his eyes, his dead fish-like eyes staring at him. "Hey, brother, can you help me get a towel?" On the iron rack beside him, a few white towels and slippers were stacked. Suyi picked up the top towel. Swiftly, a pile of minced meat, along with various human tissues, fell from the middle of the towel to the ground, while the towel felt sticky and contaminated with numerous fine hairs. If someone with a fear of clusters were here, they might throw up on the spot. "Put it in, cover my belly." The man lured him patiently. Suyi stood still. "Where's the exit on the 2nd floor?" The man replied, "I'm really cold, I need a towel, quickly cover it, and I'll tell you where it is." At the moment Suyi bent down, suddenly a swollen hand reached out from the water. Fiercely grabbed at him. "Don't be shy, little one. Come on down for a bath." The man tugged hard, trying with all his strength to drag the person into the water. But soon, he realized something was wrong. No matter how hard he tried, Suyi stood his ground, not budging an inch. He looked up at the boy above, wanting to figure things out. Suddenly, with a loud thud, the man's hand was caught by the boy, turning into a spray of blood. "Tell me, where is the exit?" Suyi asked with a dark face, looking like a demon from hell. In the bathroom." He approached the small white door on the side, and after opening it, darkness greeted him. A green glowing dot flickered on the wall, the color emitted by a regular household switch. Suyi raised his hand to press it, and a damp, fluffy sensation slid onto the back of his hand. He instinctively slapped it away, and with a splashing sound, something fell into the water. The lights turned on brightly. The bathroom was simply decorated, with a toilet against the wall, next to a showerhead, plus a mirror for washing up. Suyi walked up to the toilet, and a head floated inside, swaying with the flow of water. The sensation on his hand earlier was from the water in the toilet? To be precise, it was a woman's wet hair, and Suyi was furious, raising his hand to send this unhygienic thing to the afterlife. The woman might have sensed the unusual atmosphere, feeling a bit cowardly, she jumped onto the toilet seat and kissed the button with her lips. Then she quickly jumped back, and the water started swirling. She tried to flush herself away for a brief moment of safety. But this idea was doomed to fail. She forgot that the toilet water could flow back. After the woman's head went down, it soon floated back up through the drain. The atmosphere fell into a brief silence. The woman jumped out again, attempting to repeat her trick by pressing the button on the toilet seat, but Suyi was already impatient, picking up a collar and preparing to throw it at the head. Just then, a clear child's voice rang out. Mommy Xiaoyu lifted her head and called out sweetly. The woman's appearance was drastically different from before, and it took her a while to confirm. Mommy, why are you here? Where's your body? The woman was drawn to the shout, and her gaze turned to Xiaoyu. The little girl looked up, unafraid despite seeing just ahead, her eyes filled with hope. Mommy, I came to find you. Money. The woman stared blankly at Xiaoyu. A few seconds later drool trickled from her mouth as she lunged forward. Money. My money. Xiaoyu stood her ground, arms wide open. Mommy, I'm here. At the critical moment, Suyi hugged the little girl, and the head missed its target. It soared into the air, blaring fiercely at Xiaoyu, repeatedly shouting one word, money. Suyi frowned. Where would she get money from? Sell her, and there will be money. Chapter 123, Amusement Park 20. You sold her? With this question, a low sob came from Suya's arms. Mommy, don't you want me anymore? Xiaoyu looked at her mother in disbelief. Even though she had already become just a head, she never thought of being disgusted. Perhaps fearing Suya's abilities, the head circled around Xiaoyu a few times and then floated toward the doorway. It repeatedly slammed against the doorframe, as if wanting to escape. Bang, bang, bang. The doorframe made noise, gradually loosening, but still showed no signs of opening. The head's movements were skilled, as if it had done it many times before. Brother, can you let mommy out? Xiaoyu looked up and asked. Suyi nodded, and the knife in his hand flew out, smashing the doorframe to pieces. The two arrived in the hall and saw the head floating in front of the hot spring pool, stopping. Then, there came a terrifying scream. Rushing over to check the situation, even Suyi, who was used to turbulence, was a bit shaken. He saw the head holding something in its mouth. And underwater, the man's lower body. A hideous wound was exposed. You crazy woman. Is it really necessary to be so harsh just because I used the money from selling your daughter to pay off my gambling debts? What do you think you are? At last, Suyi saw why the man under the water was not fighting back. Accompanied by the man's painful screams, wanting to crawl out, the sound of chains splashing in the water echoed. Suyi opened his mouth. I think I understand what happened. The man was still frantically dodging the attack of the heads, and in a glance, he saw Little Yu in Suya's arms. Little Yu was too short. When she was just standing on the ground, she was lower than the pool, so the man ignored her completely. It's you, you're not dead. No, you're already dead. If you weren't dead, how could you come here and meet us? The man laughed wildly. Little Yu's pupils shook, dark energy began to rise from her body, and it showed signs of becoming more intense. This aura was more terrifying than many strange things encountered before. Suya's expression grew serious, staring at the person in his arms, his thumb touching the collar. After waiting for a long time, the dark energy around the little girl suddenly disappeared, and her head rubbed against Suya's chest. Brother, I'm scared. The comments? What's going on? I said it before, Suya's Little Yu here is not the same person as those in the other Chosen One's copies. The little girl over there with Pierre turned dark after realizing she was dead, scaring Pierre to run away in panic. In the world of strange tales, seeing the scene of the two harming each other, Suyi restored what happened years ago. It was probably a normal family of three. When Little Yu had just learned to walk, her father passed away in an accident, leaving her mother to live alone. The burden of life fell entirely on her. Raising a child alone was very difficult, often facing times when there was not enough to eat or wear. In this situation, Little Yu's mother viewed her child as a burden, often venting her frustrations on the child. By chance, she came across a website and discovered that she could profit from selling pictures of her child being abused and beaten. It turned out that there was a group of people in some unknown dark places who liked watching such videos. Thus, Little Yu was beaten more frequently, yet she loved her mother very much. Finding out that taking photos could brighten her mother's mood, she discarded her shame and complied with her mother in every way. Until one day, the woman got a new boyfriend and wanted to marry. The man made a request. He would marry only one person, and regarding Little Yu, he absolutely would not support her. As the videos were sent out more and more, Little Yu appeared in the group more frequently, and those viewers gradually lost their novelty. Simply shooting videos seemed to not earn enough money anymore. Little Yu's mother then thought of a win-win method, directly selling the child. This way, she could get some money and naturally get rid of this burden. So she began to act, using the excuse of going to the amusement park to take her daughter to meet with the traffickers. This is also why, when Little Yu saw Suyi, who had interacted with traffickers, she felt a sense of familiarity. However, while collecting the money, the woman had a little accident. The boyfriend who claimed he would marry her knew that he could get money if little Yu was sold, instantly set his sights on it, demanding money from the woman. The woman was unwilling, and they quarreled over it. In the chaos, the man killed the woman. In the end, he went one step further, brutally chopping her body into pieces and wrapping them in a bath towel. Am I right? Su-yi spoke. In the hot spring, the man had already been bitten to the point of being unrecognizable, angrily speaking, bullshit. I killed this woman, I absolutely did not chop her. With a poof, the chains pierced through the man's stomach, and at the same time, the woman's head bit into his throat. In an unguarded moment, he died just like that. The woman was stunned for a moment, her gaze a bit dazed, as she turned to look at the little girl in Suya's arms. It seemed she finally woke up, remembering something. You! Little Moon cried out loudly. The 4 or 5-year-old baby cried with a sound that shook the heavens, startling Su-yi, who quickly patted the child's back to comfort her. Su-yi probably underestimated his own strength, each pat felt as heavy as 1,000 pounds. In the woman's line of sight, his palm seemed to sink directly into the little girl's body from her back. When it came out, the body returned to its original form. He didn't know what to say, so he took out 5 strange coins and stuffed them into the little girl's arms. Don't cry. I will take you to buy food and drinks, and give you money to spend. Live streaming audience, wow, Suya's method of comforting people. I like it so much. Fellow brothers, have you learned? If I get sad in the future, just pull out money to calm me down, no need to soothe me. That lady upstairs, what are you thinking? The woman stared at the scene of the two interacting, the words she wanted to say stuck in her throat. After all, she was a mother. At the last moment, a bit of conscience surged in her heart. She thought, maybe it was not a bad place for her daughter to stay with Su-yi, at least better than being with her. Watching the big and small go back into the restroom, the woman hid her head in the hot spring, and soon, a string of bubbles popped up. On the other side, Pierre encountered a completely different situation. Chapter 124, Amusement Park 21. No, you are already dead. When the man in the hot spring said this, Pierre's face turned very ugly. Of course, anyone could see she was dead. Did he really need to remind him? The little girl, however, was completely shocked, showing a confused look. Am I dead? When did that happen? She had forgotten many things from the past, her memory only stopped at the stage of looking for her mother. Pierre spoke up, You're not dead, how could you be dead? Dead people can't stand up. Little Moon, really? Pierre gently guided her, using his talent for genuine emotions, making his words sound incredibly convincing. Really, you are alive and well. Can you tell me how to get to the 3rd floor? The man in the hot spring was dissatisfied and spoke with a voice like a eunuch. How can you lie with your eyes wide open? She is obviously dead and has become strange. Crushing that crazy woman's body piece by piece, locking all of us in this broken place. Bullet comments, so brave? If this is the truth, doesn't that mean Little Moon deceived Su-yi in another instance? No wonder men die so pitifully in front of Su-yi, it turns out it was to silence them. Shut up. Pierre picked up the fruit knife in his hand and lunged toward the hot spring. The man was unafraid. Oh, do you want to run? I tell you, it's impossible. Everyone who passes by here must stay to accompany us. Why do you get to enjoy your days outside while I am left here to suffer? I really did die. Pierre rose from the hot spring, he had just sliced the man's mouth with the knife. Most importantly, he found no clues about leaving beneath. What? He looked ahead. Little Moon's eyes were no longer confused. At this moment, her skin was cracking in pieces, emitting thick black gas, filling the entire haunted house. She remembered the human traffickers took her to the amusement park after giving her mother a sum of money. It was in that van where they checked her body and found it covered in wounds. The traffickers cursed angrily. Originally, the girl wasn't worth much, now she's damaged goods. The selling price isn't even enough for treatment. They cursed, got angry, venting all their dissatisfaction on a 5-year-old girl who knew nothing. Thus, her wounds worsened until she gasped for breath in the van. When she woke up again, everything around her was dark. Everyone didn't know where to go. Only on the familiar big door in front, colorful lights flickered, forming the 3 words amusement park. The fog in front became thicker, and soon the road ahead became unclear. In the darkness, Pierre heard a man's frantic voice, If you have the guts, kill me. What did Uncle say? Little Moon is a good child, she won't kill anyone. Little Moon will only keep you forever and ever submerged in water, enjoying the pleasure of castration. It's all your fault, giving birth to a monster. The more Pierre listened, the more horrified he became. What kind of hatred or grudge could it be, that ending it all with one knife wasn't enough, needing to be submerged in water and castrated every day? Thinking that he might also be left behind, Pierre felt a chill in his pocket, a faint pain began to rise. He tearfully bid farewell. Goodbye, viewers in the livestream room, I hope the country can take good care of my family. The more he spoke, the more it sounded like his last words. In my life, I have built schools for children in the mountainous areas, donated money to homeless people on the street, even bought a sausage for stray dogs I passed by. But I might not be a good person, because when I broke up with every girlfriend, I told them I had a terminal illness. Seeing the fog getting thicker, cries of sorrow echoed around. Pierre finally said with a serious expression. Xu Yue, goodbye. No, we may never meet again. He looked incredibly lonely, maybe they hadn't met many times, but in Pierre's heart, Xu Yue was his idol and life mentor. Hearing the name Xu Yue, Little Moon, who was in the thick fog, turned her head to take a look. Pierre discovered a ray of light appeared before him. In the darkness, the light opened up a path, although it was just a small crack. Pierre walked towards the light crack and arrived at the bathroom. Is this the way out? He looked around but found no exit. The toilet was constantly flushing, and the shower head was roaring. In front of the sink, the mirror. Pierre raised his arm, and the person in the mirror raised the same height. Pierre nodded, and the person in the mirror also nodded. It seems like nothing is wrong. Suddenly, Pierre started blinking like crazy, alternating between his left and right eyes. Gradually, the person in the mirror couldn't keep up with the rhythm. The left eye blinked into the right eye blinked into the left eye. What the hell? Pierre was scared and took 2 steps back. The person in the mirror, seeing they had been discovered, was not in a hurry, laughing wildly. He raised his hands above his head, a black iron chain appeared, tightly wrapped around his wrist. Behind the chain was a cross. The person was tied to the cross, and red flames began to spread out from the mirror. Meanwhile, Pierre, outside the mirror, horrifiedly discovered that the temperature in the entire bathroom began to become scorching. An iron chain appeared out of nowhere, sliding along his hand. What to do? Pierre panicked, completely not knowing how to face the current situation. At a critical moment, the black fog behind him pushed him, the mirror shattered, and Pierre's face crashed into it, cutting him until he bled. But at the same time, he also successfully escaped, diving into the mirror. Livestream viewers, that black fog is helping him. This is the use of having a good relationship with Little Moon. It seems the money spent on ice cream was not wasted. Isn't it because Pierre mentioned Xu Yue that he was granted amnesty? At the same time, the chosen ones in various countries, still in danger, received information and began to send alerts. The chosen ones, upon receiving the news, were confused. What does I died, but will never see the beloved Xu Yue mean? However, they were already in peril, trying it seemed not to hurt. More actively thinking ones began to express their admiration for Xu Yue. What the world's #1 handsome man, the light of humanity, the most important person in my heart, I could die for you and so on. Thus, in the remaining dozen live stream rooms. In the same scene, a group of people stood in the live broadcast room, desperately trying to connect with Su Yi. Emerging from the mirror, Pierre arrived on the 3rd floor, where many blue uniform staff were gathered. There was a monster with a snake head, constantly flicking its tongue. A man with a sharp mouth and bat-like head. However, they all seemed to be wary of the black mist behind them. Pierre was extremely nervous inside, but he didn't dare to show it. He swaggered to the exit desk and slapped the glass in front of him. Hurry up and stamp this for me. The staff, originally hesitant, felt intimidated by his attitude and nodded obsequiously. All right, I'll take care of it for you right away. At the moment the stamp was pressed on the ticket, the small amount of black mist left behind Pierre completely disappeared. Ding, congratulations to the chosen one of the romantic nation, Pierre, for successfully clearing the amusement park instance. Clearance rating, 2 stars. Rating analysis, 1 star for collecting 5 stamps, 1 star for helping a little girl find her mother. As the electronic voice sounded, Pierre's body became ethereal. He took a deep breath. Damn, luckily I played the part well. If I had been a moment later, I'd probably be dead by now. Hearing the 2-star rating, Pierre didn't feel regret. In this instance, there were very few places where he could use his talent. Surviving and coming out alive was already the greatest fortune. Ding, congratulations to Angola, the Balloon Nation, and 6 other countries for successfully clearing the amusement park instance. Clearance rating, 1 star. Rating analysis, 1 star for collecting 5 stamps. As for why there were more than 10 people praising Su Yi, but only 6 survived. Among them, 2 who were not sincere enough were completely enveloped by the black mist. The remaining few climbed to the 3rd floor, and their overly panicked expressions were seen through by the staff, resulting in their tragic demise just a few steps from the exit. In the Dragon Nation, Su Yi arrived on the 3rd floor. Dozens of blue uniform staff rushed up, and Su Yi fought alongside them. During this period, Xiaoyu remained in his arms, her head against his chest, appearing frightened. The disparity in strength was great, and sheer numbers did not guarantee victory. Coupled with a cat and a dog helping nearby, the battle ended quickly. Is it over? Is it safe? Xiaoyu poked her head out from his arms, cautiously asking. Su Yi set her down, looking at the little girl with a complicated expression. It's okay, you're safe now. He walked to the stamp area, stamping it himself. Ding, congratulations to the chosen one of the Dragon Nation, Suyi, for successfully clearing the amusement park instance. Clearance rating, 5 stars. Rating analysis, 1 star for collecting 5 stamps, 1 star for helping the little girl find her mother, 1 star for killing all the staff, 2 stars for uncovering the truth behind it all. Dragon Nation citizens gain a mysterious resistance of 5%. As the announcement rang out, Suya's body began to slowly dissipate. Goodbye, little girl. No matter what you've done, remember, none of this is your fault. Suyi reached out, brushing the little girl's hair. The morning sun shone through the window, coloring the whole room red, shining on both the big and small figures. The live broadcast room froze in the reluctant gaze of Xiaoyu. Wow, I must say, Suyi is really gentle at times. He must have known all the truth and chose not to expose it. Maybe Xiaoyu really wanted to kill everyone, but she regretted it in the end. Does Xiaoyu really have no guilt? After all, she created the entire second floor of the haunted house. Those nailed to the wall are innocent. Chapter 125, Amusement Park 22. Returning from the world of horror stories, Suyi had a few more items by his side. The following personal rewards are awarded. 1. Corpse Lantern. 2. Shattered Mirror. Item Introduction. Corpse Lantern, made from a real human skull, it must be equipped with the corresponding corpse oil to be lit. This item is an eerie tool made by the Chosen One, with corresponding functions yet to be unlocked. Shattered Mirror, switch for the haunted house. Using this item can summon a haunted house. Summoning a haunted house? Suyi picked up the broken mirror, triangular in shape, its small surface casting an eerie feeling on his face. Suyi smiled slightly, and the person inside hesitated for a moment before also smiling back. Summon, he said softly. The mirror remained motionless. Suyi frowned, picturing the haunted house in his mind, and again whispered, summon. The triangular mirror grew larger. Before long, a little girl over a meter tall stepped out from inside. Seeing Suyi, she hesitated for a moment. After all, Suyi's appearance now was very different from how he appeared in the game. The little girl sniffed around Suyi, and a moment later, jumped up happily, brother. Her face was covered in tears, clearly having just cried over a farewell. I thought you were angry. Xiaoyu, I didn't mean to trick you, brother, the little girl said, recalling Suyi's last words, realizing he already knew the truth. Suyi assured her, brother isn't angry with Xiaoyu. The little girl then raised her head with relief, looking around, quickly distracted. Is this brother's house? So much delicious food. Saying this, she started having fun directly in the villa's living room. Suyi let her play while he dove back into the mirror. On the second floor of the haunted house, the man's corpse had vanished. Only a woman's head was left floating in the soup pool. Her mouth pierced by iron chains, tethered to the bottom of the pool, looking somewhat dazed. Suyi, she depends on you so much, that she wants you to stay with her daughter forever. This is probably what happiness is. His gaze swept around, pausing on the women on the walls, forever dying and being reborn, a good place. From now on, all disobedient ghosts will be locked up here. After browsing around, both the first and third floors were empty, and Suyi came out of the mirror with little enthusiasm. Meow. As soon as he emerged, he heard a tragic cat scream from the next room. Suyi quickly walked over. He saw Xiaoyu holding a chicken-flavored cat treat, happily shoving it into her mouth. A green-eyed cat lay on the cabinet, staring fiercely at the mischievous child, its face full of agitation. Seeing Suyi approach, the cat cried even louder. As if reporting, it said, look, she's stealing my snacks. Suyi. He explained the most basic knowledge to Xiaoyu, then called the Strange Tales Bureau to send some snacks for children over. They both entered the living room. You still haven't told me, what is your ability? Curse. Xiaoyu explained, I can mark a person's soul, cursing them to forever be obsessed with one thing. And those people on the second floor of the haunted house were all victims of the curse. Suyi nodded, realizing it was similar to a cursed crow's tongue function, even stronger than that. He took out a ring from his pocket, the very one that had been on Xiaoyu's mother's finger, asking, did your dad buy this? Xiaoyu nodded, then shook her head, it just looks the same. The one from Dad's shop was sold to an uncle. This one is new. Suyi nodded, instantly understanding. It wasn't that Xiaoyu's father deliberately bought a fake engagement ring, it was her mother who sold the real one for money and bought a look-alike fake one back. Chapter 126, A Convenience Store 1. In the romantic country, Pierre held up a glass of red wine, leaning by the window to gaze at the moon. His friend Shinori leaned back against the bar stool behind him. Bro, you don't look so good. Do you need me, your life mentor, to give you some guidance? Pierre, in the last game, I thought I was going to die. I revealed my secret, and now everyone knows I'm a scumbag. Don't worry, my old buddy. Becoming the chosen one means dying in love is just a trivial matter. Shinori poured a glass of the red wine on the table, took a sip, and smacked his lips in satisfaction. As expected, it's something exclusively supplied to politicians and the wealthy. The taste is truly great. If it weren't for you, I probably wouldn't have had a chance to drink it in my entire life. Pierre, this morning, my ex-girlfriend, Fenty, called me. Xionor paused. Oh, she must have scolded you badly. Don't be discouraged, it's all in the past, let's not go home sober tonight. Pierre's face turned pale, scratching his head. I can't get past this. She apologized to me, saying she actually noticed my medical report was fake long ago, and the reason she didn't expose it was that she was tired of me and wanted to break up, just struggling to find an excuse. She said she didn't expect such a small matter made me feel guilty for so long. I am now a hero of the romance country, she has to apologize. Xionor almost spit out the red wine at his lips. That really is quite insulting. What could be worse than thinking you are very charming but actually being toyed with by others? It's like buying a new outfit, proudly showing it off on the street, and then halfway through, the outfit gets torn by some roadside metal, exposing your bare backside. Yet, people next to you look at you with admiration, seemingly appreciating your outfit while behind your back, they are sneering at your bare behind. The ridiculous part is that you are completely unaware of what they are looking at, thinking your outfit is beautiful enough to attract everyone. 3 days later, the announcement sound rang out. The countries randomly selected for this challenge are the Dragon Country, Kimchi Country, Bear Country, Langi Country, a total of 150 countries. When Suyi and Shenyu appeared in the live broadcast room at the same time, everyone realized one thing: the number of participants in the Rule Strange Talk had increased again. In the Strange Talk Bureau, the investigator reported, from the first trial selecting only 30-odd people, to Suya's first participation with 60 or 70 people, and the last event having 160 people. Now, this time, there are as many as 300 chosen ones participating. Lin Guobia was worried. Could it really be as Suyi predicted, that the Rule Strange Talk intends to become universal, making it a normalcy for humanity to enter the Rule Strange Talk in the future? In the Strange Talk world, Suyi opened his eyes, and in a similar posture as at home, he was drinking a box of milk. Around him stood rows of shelves filled with various foods and daily necessities, including the big Mongolian brand milk he had just drunk. Have I become a supermarket customer? Suyi wandered around the convenience store with confusion, and finally saw a handbook titled Convenience Store Employee Manual at the checkout. Opening it, he read, as a night shift employee at a convenience store, please make sure to act according to the rules in this manual, otherwise, we cannot guarantee your safety. We wish you a pleasant work experience. Rule 1, as a qualified employee, when a customer steps into the convenience store, you must say within 3 seconds, welcome, how can I help you? Rule 2, this store follows the principle of customer is God, any request from the customer should be met to the best of your ability. Rule 3, after the customer has paid, pack the products into transparent plastic bags with the convenience store's logo and hand them over to them. Rule 4, during working hours, under no circumstances should you leave the convenience store, this is your responsibility to the job and also to your personal safety. Rule 5, around 3 a.m., suppliers will arrive to replenish the shelves, please ensure that when paying, there are no third persons present in the store. Rule 6, there is a wooden dining table and hot water dispenser by the window for customers to eat instant noodles. Rule 7, the television only plays Peppa Pig, if customers request to change the channel, please refuse. Suyi looked up and saw a television mounted on the wall facing the dining table, currently in a black screen state. Rule 8, the night sales must reach 500 yuan, otherwise, it is considered underperformance. Rule 9, the convenience store's operating hours are from midnight to 5 a.m. the next day. Rule 10, the store must be kept clean. Suyi glanced at the clock on the wall, it was 11:50. There are 10 minutes left before opening time. Without saying a word, he picked up a bucket of instant noodles from the shelf, filled it with hot water, and placed it on the wooden table to start eating. This time, the time the Rule's horror story transported was earlier than usual, just as Suyi hadn't eaten breakfast. When the clock struck 12, the door creaked open. A man walked in, the distance between his two eyes was wide, giving a feeling of extending to his temples. His head was narrow at the top and wide at the bottom, and his face resembled a big catfish. Suyi put down the last bite of noodles he was eating, stood up and said, welcome, how can I help you? Seeing Suyi rise from the wooden table nearby, the man was clearly taken aback, then noticed Suya's staff apron with a logo on it. Oh ho ho, not bad, new staff, you're very polite. Suyi raised an eyebrow and quickly walked behind the cash register. As he reached out his hand, almost touching the corner of his apron, the man's face showed regret. He tapped his head, accidentally poking his fingers into his eyes, but didn't mind. I need a new fish hook. Suyi looked at the man, who resembled a fish and wanted to buy a fish hook, which was very suspicious. What if he was some kind of new water monster? In the next moment, the man walked a few steps into the store, and in the short distance, he left behind 2 long watermarks dragging along his pant legs and feet. Not surprisingly, if this man was allowed to search the shelves for the so-called fish hook, the entire store would become dirty, possibly even wetting other items. Cleaning up afterwards would definitely be a hassle, which would violate Rule 10. But if he left the cash register and went to help the man find something, from the man's various behaviors just now, he seemed eager for the staff to quickly come out from behind the counter. Suyi speculated that the cash register might involve some hidden rules, which he had not yet discovered. What the man wanted to do was to make him break the rules to achieve some unknown goal. In the few seconds that Suyi pondered, the man took several steps forward, deliberately walking slowly, making the water traces on the ground even more obvious, mixed with black mud, leaving clear marks that were obviously hard to clean. Suyi pouted, "Wait a moment, I'll get it for you." The man seemed to be waiting for him to say this, immediately stopping in his tracks, staring at Suyi intently. "Okay, I'll wait for you, cute little clerk." Suyi turned around and shouted towards the inside of the store, "Hey, the fish hook is in the second to last row, last compartment, don't get it wrong." The man looked at him with great interest, as if watching a cornered clown. "Just keep performing, perform fiercely." If it wasn't for the fact that he had been to this store before and knew that there was only one clerk on duty every night, he might have almost been fooled by him. And with that tone, calling him as if he were a dog, which dignified adult would allow themselves to be ordered around like that? Chapter 127, A Convenience Store 2. Soon, a large yellow dog, carrying something black and metallic in its mouth, placed it on the cash register in front of him. The fish hook was still dripping some unknown transparent liquid, presumably the dog's own drool. The catfish-like man's expression instantly soured. He didn't expect there was really another member in this store who could help fetch goods. "I meant for the clerk to help me get it, not this. You must go find it yourself." The man began to act unreasonable. "Yeah, it's also a clerk here, just part-time." The man looked down, following Suya's finger, only to see that the big yellow dog had put a plastic bag on itself, with its head poking out, and its two paws stretched forward, which from the back looked just like the logo of a convenience store. "Customers shouldn't make unreasonable demands, you can leave now if you don't need it." Suya's expression changed, from gentle and polite to utterly displeased, exuding an attitude that implied he wanted to expel his guest. "That won't do, I still need you to." The man stopped abruptly, realizing he had said too much, and raised his hand to cover his mouth. Suyi said firmly, "A total of 50 strange coins, cash on delivery, thank you." Hearing this, the man rummaged through his clothes, finally digging out 50 yuan from his back pocket, reluctantly handing it over to Suyi. The bill was damp and sticky, but Suyi did not complain, swiftly putting it into the money box. The man did not take the fishhook himself, but instead said to Suyi, "Help me put it in my mouth." Rule 2. Our store follows the principle of the customer is God, and any request made by the customer should be fulfilled to the best of our ability. Suyi did not argue, gripping the fishhook, the sharp end facing the customer, and with a swift motion, the fishhook pierced his chin and penetrated the flesh of his mouth. After everything was done, Suyi wanted to release his hand, but at that moment, he felt as if he was glued to the fishhook, unable to pull away. A tremendous suction force surged from the fishhook, while at the same time, shallow green lake water rose up from beneath his feet, already flooding his ankles and continuing to swell towards his calves. A triumphant smile appeared on the man's face, his bulging eyes about to pop out of their sockets. Upon closer inspection, what he had for eyes were clearly fish eyes growing on a human face. Suyi was first stunned, then a strange smile emerged on his lips as he strained his hand with great force. With a splashing sound, the man saw his body detach from the water's surface and fly into the air. How could this be? The man was incredulous, he knew his own strength. Ordinary people, no, even those large ships that passed by in the past, could hardly compete with him. He and the person on the other end of the fishhook were like participants in a tug-of-war, and he had never lost before. But now, he felt a power from this young clerk that was even more terrifying, greater than an entire ship, easily losing the contest. The man cursed, "Damn it, with such abilities, why are you working as a convenience store clerk? Is this just pretending to be weak to eat the tiger? It's purely to encounter strange people like us." Suyi ignored his words, opened the door, and tossed the man outside the convenience store. The man fell hard on his backside and, unwilling, scrambled up from the ground, brushing the dirt off himself. "Damn it, I'm unlucky today, running into such a monster like you." As soon as the words left his mouth, the convenience store door opened again, and Suyi walked out. "You, what are you doing?" "I wasn't cursing you just now, you heard wrong." The man was startled and prepared to flee. Suyi stood at the door, surrounded by thick fog. But just as he was about to close the store door completely, the moment his palm left the doorknob, the convenience store vanished. No, it didn't disappear, Suyi frowned. It should be that he could no longer see it, the surrounding fog seemed to block sight and sound. It seemed Rule 4 was correct, to not easily leave the convenience store, as the outside was dangerous. The man who was about to escape stopped in his tracks. "Ha, foolish humans, now you have no way out. The fog only affects outsiders, those of us who frequently walk nearby have already become accustomed to the route, so it has no effect on us at all." Suyi looked at him with a gaze akin to caring for a mentally challenged person, then reached into his pocket and pulled out a shiny golden badge to wear on his chest, with the word security engraved on it. It was the reward he received earlier at the Wax Museum of Celebrities. Golden Legend Badge, real gold is not afraid of fire. Originating from the Wax Museum of Celebrities, this strange item can survive the fiercest flames and has the ability to identify directions, provide light, and break array formations. In an instant, the fog dispersed, and everything around became clear again. Suyi saw that he was now on a not very wide concrete road, with various shops on both sides, but at this late hour, most of them were closed. Only across the road was a shop named Peach Love, with a big peach painted on the sign, resembling both a juicy peach and a heart. Not only was it open, but it also emitted bursts of pink light in the night. Suyi casually glanced at Peach Love, then withdrew his gaze and shifted his focus to the man before him. 10 minutes later, there was a hard-working man wiping the floor at the convenience store. In Suya's hand was another note, one that he had just extorted from the fish-eyed man. Convenience store customer code. Dear customers, to enter a convenience store for purchases, you must adhere to the following rules, or you will be immediately erased from the store's order. Rule 1, please identify staff wearing the convenience store logo to serve you. Rule 2, this store adheres to a customer-first principle. You can make reasonable requests to the staff and supervise their completion. Rule 3, under no circumstances may you take items out of the store before the staff has completed the checkout process. Rule 4, the cash register is a crucial area of the convenience store, filled with money, and must not be attacked. Any harm to other items must be compensated at value. The livestream audience suddenly realized, no wonder this fish-eyed man kept trying to lure Suyi to help him get goods, it was to facilitate an attack. Ugh, such sinister intentions. It seems that to avoid being attacked by customers, the best way is to stay behind the cash register. This instance shows how useful the side characters are. They can help the chosen ones find items, effectively adding another staff member. But currently, it seems like only Suyi is the chosen one with pets. Given his strength, he could defeat the anomalies without any pets. It's really about wanting what we don't have, while what's available can't be used. In the end, it's still about strength. In the world of weird tales, the instance hadn't started long before a batch of chosen ones was eliminated. These people were misled by the rules of Staff Handbook Rule 4, believing that the convenience store was absolutely safe. When the first customer requested that the staff personally help him get a fishing hook while he waited at the spot, many chosen ones immediately complied, even feeling relieved that they had encountered a reasonable anomaly. As long as customers did not run around and left difficult-to-clean traces on the floor, they would not violate Rule 10. But they forgot that, regarding rules, danger often came from the anomalies they came into contact with. Violating rules wouldn't directly cause the chosen ones to die, but anomalies could. So when these chosen ones stepped out from behind the cash register, the customer pounced on them viciously. The announcement rang out, ding, a total of 32 chosen ones have been devoured by the anomaly. Since each country had 2 chosen ones selected, with one being devoured, there was still another left, temporarily preventing any country from being attacked by anomalies. However, for those countries that had only one chosen one left in the weird tales, the people felt a bit anxious. At the convenience store, after the fish-eyed monster finished eating, he clapped his hands and walked out the door, hands on his hips, moving unsteadily, clearly showing his satisfaction. TSK, saved $50, just in time to go have some fun at Peach across the street. In Long Nation, Shenyu did not stop the fish-eyed monster from going in to search for fishing hooks. He only lightly reminded, customer, the convenience store has rules, please don't dirty the room, be careful when you go in. Oh, is that so? This is the first time I've heard. Then I'll definitely be careful. The fish-eyed man verbally promised to comply, but his actions completely went in another direction. His steps were shockingly slow. With every step, he had to pause for a moment, waiting for the thick mud and sand to flow away from his feet. After only a few steps, a thick layer of silt covered the ground he walked on. The fish-eyed monster kept moving forward, heading towards the shelves. As expected, if it really made it to the second-to-last row where the hooks were placed, the whole store would surely be cleaned out. Shenyu felt both anxious and angry, his face flushed red. He couldn't stop the customer's bullying behavior, so he pulled out a dagger and aimed it at his throat. You made the ground so dirty, I will definitely be erased by the convenience store for breaking the rules. Rather than this, since I'm going to die anyway, I might as well choose to die now. The viewers in the live stream were left dumbfounded. Are you threatening something weird? Shenyu, don't do something silly, there's still hope, we support you all the way. I didn't expect you to be this kind of Shenyu, crying, making a scene, and threatening to hang yourself at a critical moment. But to be fair, this trick really worked. The fish-eyed monster paused, quickly grabbed a hook from the shelf. As he moved, there were inevitably some stains left behind, but compared to the earlier mass of mud and sand, it was much better. At least later, during his free time, the staff could mop it clean. He approached the cashier with a smile and explained. Please don't be like this, young man, I was just joking with you. Young people really can't handle setbacks. Shenyu glanced at the situation between the shelves and sighed in relief. It seemed he had made the right gamble. The fish-eyed monster truly wanted his life, but not in the way he had anticipated. At the very least, it might wait until he stepped out from this cashier. Alright, that will be 50 yuan. After the fish-eyed monster paid, it made its usual demand, put the hook in my mouth. When Shen Yu genuinely followed through, and his hand brushed against the monster's mouth, an overwhelming force surged towards him. This force was beyond what any human could resist. Shen Yu felt as if he was in a tug-of-war with a person. He was about to be pulled out of the counter and sucked into the fish-eyed monster. One could imagine that welcoming him would either be death or just death. In a critical moment, Shen Yu widened his eyes, picked up the dagger he had just considered using to commit suicide, and slashed it against his wrist. With a plop, blood gushed out. Shen Yu was stunned, looking at his wrist in disbelief. It doesn't hurt at all? The fish-eyed monster was also stunned, giving a thumbs up. Wow, you're amazing. I, an old fish, have lived for so many years, and this is the first time I've met someone who can cut their own hand so decisively. I'm impressed. Saying this, it wore an expression as if deeply impressed, pulled out a note from its pocket, placed it on the counter, and exited the store. Leaving Shen Yu to examine his wrist. It really doesn't hurt, but I can't just let it go. The viewers in the live stream started to discuss this. Has Shen Yu awakened some special ability? Cutting his own hand and claiming it doesn't hurt. Is he just showing off? I think I can explain this situation. A netizen with the ID Medical King classmate spoke up. Right now, he is probably experiencing a common self-protective mechanism after an injury. Because the wound hurts too much, a person's brain cannot immediately accept it, so it temporarily secretes a buffer hormone to fool our nerves and feelings. In summary, the lack of pain is only temporary. Sure enough, not long after this netizen sent the comment, a pig-like wail echoed through the screen. It hurts so much, I can't take it anymore. Shen Yu winced. The most important thing now is to treat the wound. He endured the severe pain, barely recalling to use a tool, pulling out a lump of wax from his bag to coat the broken arm wound. Before long, the wax solidified into a human hand. At first, this hand was very stiff, just looking like an ordinary wax figure that seemed like it could ignite with a gentle touch. Slowly, it began to come to life. It became exactly the same as a real palm. It was a small prop that Shen Yu obtained after passing through the wax museum, capable of temporarily forming any part of the body. The downside is that it is not sturdy and will revert when exposed to high temperatures. After attaching the palm, Shen Yu immediately picked up the broom from the corner and went to clean the shelves. According to the rules, he must clean up before the next customer enters the store. Chapter 129, A Convenience Store 4. The door was pushed open again, and Suyi looked over. This time it was a group of young men and women, around 20 years old. However, their faces did not look good, with dark circles under their eyes and a lack of vitality. There were a total of 5 people, 3 men and 2 women, especially the last boy who entered. His hair was messy, reaching down to his butt. His skin was dry like tree bark, covered in layers of deep wrinkles, and his limbs moved stiffly. He looked somewhat like a robot from a science fiction movie, doing everything mechanically. I'm starving, boss, bring us a few buckets of instant noodles and 2 sticks of starch sausage. The first few people called out, and gladly sat down at a small wooden table by the window, waiting for the staff to serve them. Suyi gestured to the back at the eye stalk monster, who was cleaning. Reluctantly, the eye stalk monster picked up a few buckets of instant noodles from the shelf and brought them to the table. As the eye stalk monster approached the group, he sniffed towards the few young men and women in front, causing his eyes to almost pop out, and saliva to drip from the corner of his mouth. It smells so good. Suddenly, his nose was right up against the last guy, and he turned around to start gagging. Are you okay? Asked the girl with a ponytail, concerned. She got up and went to the fridge, took out a bottle of ice-cold soda, and handed it to the eye stalk monster. If you're feeling bad, take a break. Here, this bottle is on me. The eye stalk monster stared dumbly at the drink in his hand. Seeing that he accepted it, the ponytail girl returned to her seat. This girl was wearing a white dress. From the back, there was a yellowish stain on her butt, covered with dirt, making a glaring contrast with the surrounding pure white. Even though the eye stalk monster had just dripped water everywhere, he actually had a bit of obsessive-compulsive disorder. Either he would make one area completely messy, or it would be spotless. This half-clean, half-dirty scene was the most unpleasant. He couldn't help but reach out and pat the girl on the butt. Ah, pervert! With a slap, the eye stalk monster's face received a hard hit. He covered his face and explained aggrievely. You have a lot of dirt on your butt, it's all yellow. The girl was furious. Nonsense, I've been in my room all day, I've never been anywhere with dirt. She had obsessive cleanliness and liked to wear light-colored clothes. She paid attention to cleanliness every day and observed her surroundings everywhere she went. Since she confirmed that she was clean, there was only one possibility left: the staff in front of her was lying, just to take advantage. The girl glared fiercely at the eye stalk monster, almost crying with anger. I even offered to buy you soda, how ungrateful. People like you don't deserve sympathy. For a moment, the eye stalk monster was at a loss. Was it understandable that the girl couldn't see the dirt on her butt? But none of her companions spoke to refute it. Were they all blind? Suyi stood at the cash register, taking in all the situations, and raised an eyebrow, smilingly said, "Sorry, this person has some mental issues. I felt sorry for him and couldn't bear to let him die of hunger on the street, so I took him in to do some odd jobs. I apologize to you on his behalf." Mental issues? The eye stalk monster glared at him indignantly. When he met Suye's casually threatening gaze, he awkwardly lowered his head and went back to clean the shelves. He was a perfectionist and had to tidy up the store today. "By the way, what were you all doing? Why are you playing so late?" Suyi casually inquired. He was handsome, his voice pleasant. When he wasn't acting crazy, he stood there exuding a refined aura, giving the impression of being a scholar. The group's attitude improved instantly. "I see you look about our age. Are you a student working part-time nearby?" Suyi smiled and didn't reply, neither agreeing nor denying. In the ponytail girl's mind, this could be seen as a tacit acknowledgement. "We gathered for dinner, then went to play mahjong until midnight. Now we're hungry again and came out to find something to eat." The livestream comments read, "Playing mahjong? Who are you trying to fool? I can tell they don't look like they played mahjong all night. It's more like they jumped into a muddy pit together. The last guy obviously has issues. Don't the others notice him?" At this moment, a boy with a buzz cut and glasses spotted the television hanging on the wall and brightened up, going over to turn it on. Two pink little pigs appeared on the screen. George, oink. Peppa, snort. George, oink oink. Everyone there burst into laughter, except for the last long-haired boy who wore a dark expression and made a request to Suyi. "Can we change the channel? This is too childish. I don't like it." Rule 2, this shop upholds "the customer is God." Any request from customers should be met with utmost effort. Rule 7, the TV only plays Peppa Pig. If customers request a channel change, please refuse. If following Rule 2, Suyi would change the channel as requested, which would inevitably violate Rule 7. But if he followed Rule 7 and refused the channel change, he would also violate Rule 2. A normal person would judge this situation and think that one of these two rules is wrong. But Suyi, who deeply understood the quirks of these rules, did not think so. Any rule is correct, it's just that their triggering conditions are different. "Suyi, do you really want to change the channel? But we all find it so funny. University students love watching this nowadays." Suyi posed a soul-searching question, pretending to joke. "Aren't you a university student?" As he spoke, the other few people's gazes all turned to him. The ponytail girl looked at him in confusion, showing a hint of recollection. "I don't think I've seen you at school before." The long-haired boy stuttered, I'm definitely a university student. I'm from your neighboring class. The reason you haven't seen me is that I rarely attend classes." He nervously traced his fingers over the table as he spoke. His nails were about 10 centimeters long, making a harsh scraping sound. But the others acted as if they hadn't seen it, completely ignoring it. The ponytail girl said, "That's good. This animation may be a bit childish for elementary students, but it's just right for us university students." Chapter 138 Convenience Store 5. Suyi curved his lips. Since both rules were hard to violate, he intended to find a way to make the customers not want to change the channel, using magic to defeat magic. At this moment, the buzzcut boy was enjoying himself, standing up to grab a can of cold drink from the fridge. Covered in dust, he swaggered back to the wooden table. "It's too much, I can't drink it all, let's share and not waste it." Saying this, the buzzcut boy took 2 straws and inserted them into the can. He and the long-haired boy each took one and started slurping. Whoa! Suyi watched closely. After finishing the drink, the buzzcut boy's face turned from pale to green, his dark circles growing, looking like he was about to collapse, as if his life was at its end. "What are you going to do next?" The ponytail girl instinctively glanced at the long-haired boy. Let's go play some mahjong again. He knows the mahjong parlor owner, and we can get a discount at night." "Suyi, why not go back to school?" The girl gave a bitter smile. "At this hour, all my roommates are resting. Going back will disturb their sleep." Suyi said, "I advise you to go back. The fog is so thick nearby, it's not safe at night." He pointed at the fish-eyed monster who was mopping the floor. "What if you run into another freak like that?" Talking about the fish-eyed monster made the girl recall the earlier experience of someone touching her bottom, causing her to feel a bit haunted. A flash of hesitation crossed her face. Suyi earnestly said, "Just go back. We are all classmates, I'm sure your roommates will understand your experience. Besides, everyone is probably staying up late. When you get back, they might still be playing games or watching movies, and not even asleep yet." The girl felt moved by his words and hesitated. "Well, I think I will head back first. You guys can go to the mahjong parlor without me." The others quickly spoke up. "Hey, what are you saying? We came out together, how can we let you go back alone? It's too dangerous." "Exactly, let's all go back together." After discussing the plan, the long-haired boy looked reluctant, but he didn't have a chance to speak. The decision had already been made by the others. The girl with the ponytail stepped forward to pay the bill. Suyi said, "You gave too much, you're paying for an extra cup of instant noodles." The girl flicked her hair behind her ear. "Oh, big brother, thank you for the reminder. You've worked hard for so long, so let this cup of noodles be my treat to you." After saying that, blushing, she ran out of the store, and the other companions quickly followed. Once everyone was out, the fish-eyed monster, holding a rag, angrily approached Suyi, hands on hips. "You freak! You're the real freak, your whole family is full of freaks." Suyi happily nodded, "Thank you for the compliment. Even though you're ugly, you can talk quite well." The fish-eyed monster, huh? Feeling embarrassed, the fish-eyed monster angrily returned to the shelf to continue cleaning. There was no choice. To deal with its obsessive-compulsive disorder, it had made the surroundings too dirty. The rag scrubbed the floor vigorously, with such force that it made one wonder if it was treating the floor as a target for some grudge. The convenience store door opened again. "Welcome. May I help you with anything?" The long-haired boy walked in, his face full of resentment, glaring at Suyi. Compared to before, his fingernails had grown twice as long, and many green hairs were sprouting from his body. He looked nothing like a normal person. Those college students earlier must have been deceived by his tricks and drawn into an illusion. Suyi pretended to be puzzled. "Oh, customer, why are you back again? Did you drop something?" "Because of you," the long-haired boy raised his hand, his black nails pointed at Suyi. "They all went back to school." A university, a place full of positive energy and crowds, was not somewhere someone like him could easily enter. There were greater beings to suppress that. Suyi calmly replied, "So what?" The corner of the long-haired boy's mouth curled into a big smile. "So, I'm here to find you. Now that they're gone, you will play happily with me." Suddenly, he moved closer to Suya's face, his entire face magnified infinitely. His long eyelashes were messy like pig bristles, accompanied by a foul smell. "I'm so lonely." Come on, play with me." Suyi politely asked, "What if I refuse to agree?" "That won't do, I'm the customer, and you can't refuse my request. Right now, I order you to drink a beverage with me." The long-haired boy pulled out a bottle of cola from the fridge, drank half straight from the bottle, and placed the remaining half against Suya's mouth. By the looks of it, he intended for Suyi to kiss it. The live stream's comments couldn't take it anymore. "So disgusting. If it were a beautiful girl, maybe it would be acceptable. Dying under a peony, even as a ghost, is still romantic. But you, a stinky man with green hair? Even if I die, I won't compromise." This man's ability is somewhat similar to a seducer. It seems he absorbs energy too. But while female ghosts only absorb men's energy, he is not picky. Look at those college students who just passed by. What has he become? Completely drained. In the world of strange tales, Suyi walked out from behind the cash register. "Okay, I have a friend, let's play together." Sure, where?" The long-haired boy thought he had compromised, joyfully clapping his hands. A palm-sized mirror appeared, and the long-haired boy saw another version of himself inside, making funny faces. The mirror grew larger and larger, and under the eager gaze of the long-haired man, a little girl in a red dress, about 4 or 5 years old, stepped out from within. "Brother, why did you call me out? I found you a new toy." The long-haired man's expression changed. At the moment he saw the little girl, his joy turned into a blank stare. He shook his hands desperately to explain. No, it's not what you think. Listen to me." Chapter 131, A Convenience Store 6. Little Yu took a step forward, her nose wrinkling slightly, her delicate forehead creasing. She spoke in the most tender voice, expressing childlike honesty. "You smell bad, I don't like you." A chain appeared out of nowhere from behind, piercing directly through the man's heart. In an instant, the heart exploded, and the long-haired man turned to dust and vanished. Suyi always knew the little loli was powerful, but he was still taken aback. He didn't expect that with just one encounter, the strange long-haired man wouldn't even struggle before he died immediately. They were completely on different levels. In the air, the long-haired man's unwilling screams lingered. "I just lived too long, wanted someone to keep me company, to play with me. Am I wrong, huh? Am I wrong?" In the corner of the convenience store, the fish-eyed monster crouched, trying to diminish its presence. It was too terrifying, such a powerful strange being appeared in a small convenience store. And from the conversation just now, it seemed the little loli obeyed Suyi? Considering this, Suyi holding back his anger and not directly killing him seemed to show mercy? No, it should be because of the rules of the convenience store. As an employee, Suya's principle was to serve the customers well, so he couldn't personally kill a customer. If needed, he would summon the little girl to take action. Can I leave?" the fish-eyed monster asked timidly. "Little Yu, do you need me to take care of him too?" Suyi glanced at the shiny, new floor. "Get lost. We can't kill all the strange ones that come in, or we might be misunderstood as a black shop." The fish-eyed monster felt as if it was pardoned, put down the cloth, and disappeared into the night without looking back. Suyi grabbed the remote control nearby. To prevent customers from changing channels casually, he had placed the remote behind the cash register early on. As he pressed the remote, Mom, Missy, rubbed her son's forehead. Seems like you have a bit of a fever. Shinchan pulled his shirt to his shoulders, his thick eyebrows raising. Maybe a little funny. Suyi quickly changed the channel. The next segment showed recent news. About half a month ago, an uncle had an unfortunate accident while night fishing by the river. According to nearby witnesses, that day the man caught a fish while fishing. It was a giant white fish weighing over 100 pounds. Fellow fishers advised him to let it go, but he hesitated, and in the end, he was dragged into the water and drowned. His body never recovered. At the end of the news, a middle-aged man's photo appeared on the screen, looking exactly like the fish-eyed monster that had just left. Only, his eyes were normal, not bulging like the first customers. In the live chat, someone commented, "I understand now, the legend says that a person who drowns needs to find a stand-in, or they can never be reborn." The recent customer is obviously the uncle's reincarnation, coming to the convenience store to ask the chosen one to be his stand-in. I think you're wrong. That customer had bulging eyes that were way too big and grew up to his temples, clearly a feature only fish could have. The answer is, that fish is the real culprit. It killed the night fisherman, using his body to come to the convenience store in order to kill another person, to satisfy his own appetite. For a moment, internet users were buzzing with various versions of answers. Unfortunately, Suyi was not Chinyu, who had the hobby of publicly revealing secrets for others. Suyi switched to the next channel. 3 days ago, 4 students from University A went to an outer cemetery for adventure and did not return overnight. When the police arrived the next day, only 4 bodies were left on the spot. The 4 of them were sitting around a tomb in strange postures, looking as if they were playing mahjong. What the truth is still remains under further investigation. You can continue to follow our channel. At the end of the news, as usual, 4 photos appeared, showing the second batch of customers who just came into the shop. It seems that Rule 7, which says not to play other channels, is correct. These people are already dead, but they keep repeating what happened in their lives. They have no awareness for the time being. If they heard the content on the broadcast and remembered the terrible situation before their death, I guess they would go berserk on the spot, evolving into something odd. Suyi shook his head. It seems that even though he had asked the college students to return to the dorms early, he ultimately could not save their lives. "Brother, I want to watch Peppa Pig." Little Yu's voice rang out. Suyi handed the remote control to her and took some snacks from the shelf, letting the little girl sit at the table to eat slowly. On the other side, in the Ice Bear country, when the long-haired boy asked to change the channel, Ivan was in trouble. His talent peeping could determine a wrong rule. Just now, the note read, Rule 7, only Peppa Pig is played on the TV. If customers request to change the channel, please refuse. The second half was marked in red. This meant that directly refusing the customer's request to change the channel was the wrong option. But Ivan was not a fool. Rule 7 was marked in red, while Rule 2 was not marked, indicating that Rule 2 must accommodate customer needs, and it is very likely also a correct rule. Moreover, changing to another channel was obviously the contrast group to the previously mentioned Peppa Pig. Only a fool would want to swap the already well-playing Peppa Pig for another channel. The long-haired boy was already impatient, urging anxiously. At that moment, Ivan, who had been hesitating, noticed a phenomenon. The only person requesting to change the channel seemed to be the long-haired boy, the others were indifferent. Did this mean that the majority actually did not want to change the channel but were just being polite to the long-haired man? Ivan tried to negotiate. To be honest, I quite like watching Peppa Pig. Long-haired boy, what use is it to like? I don't want what you think, I want what I think. Ivan ignored him and spoke to the other 4 young people. How about this? I'll pay for everyone's consumption today, so let's not change the channel. When several people heard this, they became excited. They didn't really want to change the channel anyway, and now with the temptation of picking up the bill, they immediately agreed, bypassing the long-haired boy. The girl with a ponytail winked at Ivan. Big brother, since you love watching Peppa Pig so much, we won't take away what others love. The others chimed in, yeah, why not just watch whatever? The long-haired boy glared at Ivan with an angry pout. He was the only newcomer here and didn't know what to say since everyone agreed. He just walked to the shelf and picked out several beautifully packaged, very expensive foods to eat. Ivan clutched his wallet in pain. There were only $700 in it, which was his salary from the last Wax Museum dungeon. But now, the long-haired boy alone had eaten over $200 worth of food. Odd coins are hard to come by, who knows when he would earn again next time. He sighed, never mind, it was most important to face the current crisis first. After everyone left, Ivan picked up the remote and changed the channel. When he saw the news anchor, wow, this money spent is worth it. If those people just heard about how I would die, then I would face 5 strange things. Ding, a total of 61 chosen ones have been devoured by the strange. The system's voice sounded. Among them, the chosen ones from Myanmar, Turkey, and 13 other countries have all been eliminated. The rules of the strange talk are about to arrive. Countdown 10, 9, 8, 7, 6. In this wave of many customers, those who chose to believe in Rule 2 and agreed to change the channel for customers were all eliminated. According to Rule 7, the chosen ones who directly refused the customers were also eliminated. Chapter 132A Convenience Store 7. What remained were the chosen ones who had independent thinking abilities and certain skills. In this round, as long as they found a way to keep the customers from changing the channel, they could safely send a few people out of the convenience store. Like the ones brought back by the man with long hair, only Su Yi and a few others remained. Returning to Su Ye's side, after several college students left, several more customers came in one after another. Whether it was because of the fear of sitting next to Little Moon, everyone acted very appropriately, taking goods and paying without any accidents in between. Su Yi looked at the clock on the wall. The time was 2:05 in the morning. Beep beep beep. A car horn sounded at the door, and Su Yi knew that a certain rule had been triggered. Rule 5, around 3 in the morning, a supplier will come to replenish the store's goods. Please ensure that no third person appears when making payment. Goodness, as long as it exceeds 2 o'clock in the morning, isn't it all considered to be around 3 o'clock? Su Ye's mouth twitched, looking toward the door. Sure enough, a man dressed in blue with a blue hat and the word supplier embroidered on his chest walked in. Hello, I am the supplier, here to restock. When making payment, there shouldn't be a third person appearing. Su Yi shouted to the store, our store is about to start restocking, unrelated personnel, please step out quickly. Before long, 2 customers who were picking items came out hurriedly with a few boxes of hastily chosen food, cursing as they walked. Su Yi checked them out. Restocker, all right? Then I will begin. Wait. Su Yi patted the dog on the head, go take another look, see if anything is unusual. Su Yi knew that some strange things had the ability to become invisible. The dog's nose was sensitive, going in could detect human scents. Even being invisible would not help. Soon, barking sounds came from inside. Su Yi walked in, and the dog was squatting in front of a metal door that was only half a meter wide, barking inside. This door was truly unremarkable. To someone who didn't know, at first glance, it seemed like a decoration or a fire exit. Are you saying there's someone inside? The dog nodded its head human-like, with wise eyes full of intelligence. Su Yi opened the metal door, and on the ground was a squat toilet, with a washbasin nearby. It turned out to be a mini bathroom. And in the middle of the tiny bathroom stood a person, holding a box of yellow fruit and eating it vigorously. Hearing the noise, he awkwardly looked up, smiled at Su Yi, then realized something, lowered his head, and started shoving all the food into his mouth, trying to eat it all at once and destroy the evidence. With a slap, Su Yi hit the man's mouth, and the food inside fell straight out, rolling into the toilet. At this time, the viewers in the live broadcast, wow, I just have to say wow. Hiding in the bathroom to eat durian, you've got some guts. This is too explosive, what a flavorful live broadcast. Didn't the customer rules say that they must pay? You didn't read carefully, it said that payment must be made before taking it out of the store. This person is stealing food in the bathroom, which doesn't count as taking it out. Su Yi laughed angrily, go ahead and eat it all. The man looked down, saw the food rolling into the toilet, took a deep breath, and slowly bent down. Bullet screen, wow, see the shit show. But in the end, he had not crossed the barrier in his heart, gritting his teeth, his face a shade of iron blue, forget it, I'll just go with you to pay. The durians at the convenience store were packed separately, with the already peeled durian flesh divided into several portions in a box, priced at 88 yuan per box. The man who stole the durian pulled out a 100 yuan bill and handed it to Su Yi. Su Yi glanced at the money, not enough. The man, how is it not enough? 1 box of durians is 88, according to the rules, you still need to give me 12 yuan back. Su Yi, this statement is wrong, it totals 176 yuan. The stealing man reacted and suddenly exploded, don't spit blood. I only ate 1 box of yours. Which of your eyes saw me eat 2 boxes? Su Yi, both of my eyes saw it. You clearly carried 2 boxes of durians into the bathroom. You say you only ate 1 box, where's the evidence? There are surveillance cameras in the store, if you've got the guts, find the video of you eating durians. The stealing man looked constipated, he had no surveillance footage. He had hidden in the bathroom to eat to avoid being caught. This was originally his plan to escape paying, but now it had become Su Ye's leverage to blackmail him. Su Yi, calm and composed, I say 2 boxes, it's 2 boxes. If you don't pay, be prepared to be erased. With no other choice, the stealing man painfully pulled out another 100 yuan and handed it over. Su Yi gave him back 24 yuan, 2 boxes are 2 boxes, we're both businessmen, let's stick to honesty and not lie. Good, take your 24 yuan, count it carefully. I am not like you, shortchanging others. The stealing man was filled with indignation, pointing at Su Yi, I'll remember you. Then he covered his face and ran out of the store. As a thief, he really had no face to stay any longer. The blue-clad supplier witnessed everything beside him, unaware of the man's previous actions. He thought he had really eaten 2 boxes. Young man, you are too kind. You still gave him money. If it were me, I would have said he should be caught and beaten up, demanding compensation. Suyi smiled sheepishly. No way, one should spare others where one can. We are all workers, and I see it's not easy for him either. The supplier was moved to tears. After moving the goods from outside inside, he took out the bill. Confirm, no problem, just sign. Just signing is fine, no payment needed? Suyi remembered the points on the rules and asked. Of course, we settle up once a month, then find your boss to settle the total bill. Suyi felt reassured and picked up the bill to check. No wonder they say to ensure no third person is in the store when checking out. The prices on this bill were too far apart from the actual selling prices in the store. Take the soda just mentioned, which only costs 30 cents, and noted in brackets diluted version, it was 1/10 of the normal selling price. And the Musang King durians, which were actually just ordinary durians that were slightly spoiled, soaked in chemicals to enhance the durian flavor, masking the original rottenness. Priced at 30 yuan each. If ordinary customers saw this bill, it would be no joke, they might have the urge to kill the staff on the spot. Chapter 133 A Convenience Store 8. At this moment, Suyi felt a bit sympathetic towards the man who just stole the durian. You said you painstakingly hid in the bathroom to sneak a bite, thinking you got a bargain. After being caught, not only do you have to compensate double, but the thing was bad, and you would have to deal with diarrhea at home. From this perspective, the convenience store in the rules of Bizarre Tales had no one supervising its quality. It was a highly profitable industry. After Suyi finished reading the bill, the total amount at the bottom displayed 2016 strange coins. Can I remove some items? The supplier's expression froze. Of course you can, but I advise against it, these are necessities. Suyi sneered. Necessities, you say? The convenience store set a night sales target of 500 yuan for employees, adding the sales during the day. Suyi concluded that the daily turnover of this convenience store would not exceed 2,000. Yet, the bill from the supplier alone needed 2,000. Suyi, you come to restock once a day, and the amount you restock is way more than what has actually been sold. Isn't that unreasonable? Besides, many of the fruits and instant goods inside will spoil the next day. I think the essentials are fake, but you really want to take more commission, right? The supplier, caught red-handed, was not embarrassed and smiled. Where is that? If you don't want it, just say so. Young people should respect their elders and love the young, don't be so fierce. Suyi casually pointed at many items on the list. I don't want any of these. In the end, after recalculating, the true restocking amount was less than 500 yuan. The live stream's comments exploded. Wow, supplier, I misjudged you. I just praised our leader Suyi so much and thought you were a kind person. But it's all a damn facade, you are just a pitfall. Upstairs, are you naive? No cunning, no business, in the realm of strange rules, where are there kind people? All superficial kindness is secretly driven by motives. Really? Everyone's a villain. Ding, a country of A3, a country of kangaroos, and other 48 selected ones were weirdly devoured. This time entering the instance, the realm of strange rules gave each country 3 hints. But these 3 hints were universal, meaning that once used on one person, another person would lose one opportunity. Only one chosen country remained in the instance, and it was necessary to send hints to remind. Other than that, everyone needed to weigh carefully in secret. For instance, the 2 chosen ones from the kangaroo country, when facing the stock clerk's trickery, one person noticed the oddity and chose to argue back, returning most of the goods. While the other one, without looking, unconditionally trusted the stock clerk and signed his name directly. In light of this situation, the kangaroo country's government said, if they can't even notice such a small problem, they probably won't make it until the end of the instance. Don't send him hints anymore, just leave all remaining opportunities for the other chosen one. At that moment, someone died due to triggering the rules. But some others were directly abandoned by their own country, leading to indirect deaths. Many governments expressed real envy towards Long Country. Long Country is still better. So far, 2 chosen ones have not used a single hint opportunity. Another country, moreover, they don't need to weigh the pros and cons. Based on Suya's ability, it's likely that these 3 hint opportunities will be reserved for Chinyu. Country hints, like cheating by copying during a real exam, are a form of semi-cheating behavior. But Suyi was already the top student. Other countries could only copy his answers, rarely having the chance to copy others. In the realm of strange rules, regardless of outside comments, Suyi quickly welcomed new customers after finishing the stock. Before that, he handed some relatively reliable snacks from the store to Xiaoyu. No need to be polite, the brother who just bought durians gave these. Comments, Suyi, you know how to borrow flowers to present to Buddha. The guy who ate the durian is so pitiful. The convenience store door opened, and in walked a couple, a man and a woman, with an age difference of over 10 years. The woman's belly was slightly bulging, one hand draped over the man's arm, looking like a couple. Suyi raised a sign made of stiff cardboard that boldly read, "Welcome, what do you need?" He thought repeating himself for every new customer was too troublesome, so he made this notice board. The man slammed his hand on the counter, making it thud loudly. Stop the nonsense, who the hell would buy your stuff? I'm here to complain today. The things you sold us at your convenience store had problems. Oh. Suyi was not surprised. From the previous supplier's bill, it was remarkable the customers didn't have problems. He was just about to ask which specific item had issues when the man pointed at a row of small umbrellas hanging next to the counter. This is it. If it weren't for its poor quality, would my girlfriend be pregnant? Suyi frowned and looked at him. This brand of small umbrella, I believe, is not only sold in our convenience store. How did it come to you? From the supplier's attitude just now, it's clear that he serves more than one convenience store. So it's easy to deduce this. Suyi's rebuttal is very reasonable. But the man was relentless, sneering with a curl of his lips. Humph, who knows if you store employees purposely punctured it, enjoying it, mocking us customers. Purposely punctured? Was the last store employee so bored? Suyi was stunned. You can say it has poor quality, but you can't insult the staff's character. At this moment, a small head leaned in. What purposely punctured, brother, what are you discussing? She had extremely pure eyes, blinking cutely a lot. Perhaps because of her pregnancy, she unknowingly increased her empathy for children. The woman was quite easy to talk to, smiling at the little girl. It's nothing, dear, go play, adults are talking, don't interrupt. Little Yu ignored her and looked directly at Suyi, her voice sweet. Brother, are they here to pick a fight? Little Yu can help you kill them all, including the one in the belly. No need. You hurry and step back. Suyi was in a cold sweat, facing the two people's horrified gazes, quickly took out a piece of mirror shard, and sent Little Yu back. After this interruption, the woman didn't waste any words, pulling out a diagnosis report from her crossbody bag. 2 months ago, we came here to buy a small umbrella. The hotel surveillance across the street can testify. Suyi picked up the diagnosis report to check. The time indeed matched. The situation immediately became a bit tricky. He could definitely ignore everything, pull out a kitchen knife, and beat these two people out, but that would violate the customer-first principle of the convenience store. Does the employee handbook have instructions on how to deal with this kind of situation? Suyi dug out the convenience store employee handbook from the drawer. Flipping through the pages, he saw new text appearing on a page that was originally blank. Supplementary rules. Rule 11. The sales revenue of night shift employees in the second half of the night must meet 1/10 of the total retail price of replenished products. Damn, there's a big pit. 1/10, those who let suppliers restock before, can't they sell the same amount as others do in a day in the remaining 2 or 3 hours? It's impossible to complete. So annoying, said nothing before restocking but waits until after to set this supplementary rule. Actually, it's reasonable, dividing the 24 hours into 10 segments, selling 1/10 of the performance in just over 2 hours, calculation is okay? Okay, blame those who seemed indifferent before, calculating that they would just stay a night, that what goods they took had nothing to do with them, just should sign. Little did they know, the convenience store owner had already anticipated this situation, hence the strict rules. Suyi continued to read. Rule 12, if a customer comes to complain, regardless of right or wrong, please try your best to calm their emotions, always keep a smile on your face. Never engage in insults, beatings, or any actions that damage the store's image. Rule 13, in necessary moments, employees should learn to make sacrifices, perhaps letting the other party hit for enough venting, the matter will be resolved easily. As soon as these two rules were revealed, the viewers in the live broadcast room were all in an uproar. Oh, the evil capitalists. Listen to yourself, this is even humane? Moreover, a large number of viewers working in the service industry felt a deep empathy for the chosen ones. I work as a salesperson in a mall. Often encountering this situation, facing unreasonable customers, the manager tells us to endure if we can. Me too, I work as a restaurant server. Once, I was delivering food when a bratty kid ran around and bumped into me, spilling food all over him. The parent, without saying a word, slapped me across the face, and later the manager made me bow and apologize. A few short sentences reveal the helplessness and bitterness of the service industry. Rule 14, this convenience store is a chain, with many branches inside the strange rule talk. Each day, there is a comprehensive evaluation, and the best performing staff can receive a special reward. Bayou. The employee handbook flew through the air, landing perfectly in a nearby trash can. Suyi patted his hand that had just touched the book. Bad luck. Why did he waste time reading such a thing that teaches people how to endure grievances? Is there even a need for teaching? Anyone with a breath could not avoid it. Man, hey, have you seen enough? If you have, hurry up and handle this. We don't want much, just a few tens of thousands in compensation. Suyi interrupted him. How can you be sure the child in her womb is yours? Were you with her 24 hours a day during her pregnancy? This was simply humiliating. The pregnant woman turned red in the face. Suyi was indirectly accusing her of cheating. With tears in her eyes, she looked at the man, hurriedly explaining, "Dear, don't listen to him, you know me better than this, I assure you I only saw one man that day." Suyi shifted his gaze back to the woman. "How can you be sure he used the little umbrella that day? In the dark, did you see it with your own eyes?" After hearing this, the woman seemed to think of something, and a moment of hesitation appeared on her face. At that moment, the man suddenly held his girlfriend's hand, confidently saying, "It's okay, I trust your character, you would never betray me." Then he looked at Suyi. "Stop confusing the issue, hurry and compensate, or I will smash your shop." The woman's momentary doubt immediately vanished, replaced with a face full of emotion. "Yes, hurry up and compensate." Suyi's eyes squinted, his gaze shifting between the two. The comments section became chaotic. "This woman must have issues, she's so eager to explain, it's obvious she's guilty. I feel like the man is lying, knowing his wife might be cheating, his reaction is too calm. The girl seems more normal, like she's truly wronged and trying hard to defend herself. I think it's the man's fault. The woman is at fault. The man is to blame." Since ancient times, when it comes to topics of gender conflict, keyboard warriors type furiously, almost sparking flames from their keyboard hits. For a moment, the discussion in the livestream turned towards a more bizarre direction. In the world of strange talk. "Veggie dog, go." A giant yellow dog ran out from the shelf, howling and directly knocking the man down. As a strange creature, the veggie dog could control its size at any time. At this moment, it stretched itself to over 2 meters long, completely pinning the human beneath it. From the man's perspective, lying on the ground, a giant dog head filled his view. What was most alarming was the dog's fierce appearance, baring its teeth, drooling all over the man's face. So disgusting. The woman rushed forward, trying to help. Suyi, however, called out from the side, "Lady, it's best not to touch pets while pregnant, it's not good for the baby." Between her belly and the man, the woman quickly made her choice, not only stepping back but also taking a few steps away. The veggie dog pressed down with its legs, first giving the man's big face a series of indiscriminate humiliations, adding a few small paw prints, before contentedly lowering its body and sniffing vigorously. Before long, a blue little umbrella was dug out from the man's jacket pocket. "Suyi, isn't this it? Our store's item." The woman couldn't believe it. "Wah, how could this be? If this item is real, then doesn't that mean they wronged the convenience store?" The man lying on the ground wanted to say something. Just as she opened her mouth, a dog's paw reached out and struck her face fiercely. Not only did it make no sound, but she was also forced to eat a mouthful of dog fur. I remembered." The woman looked dazed, a flash of memory crossed her face. "Actually, I was drunk that day, and afterwards, you took the initiative to say it was used, which made me not check at all. How could you do this?" Knowing how the child came to be, the woman no longer cared about her belly, moving forward to grab the man's arm and shake it violently. The dog wisely stepped aside. It was a classy dog, not competing with a pregnant woman for the chance to hit a person. "Who made your bride price so high? A full 10,000 yuan, are you trying to empty our old one family savings?" The man complained, "If you hadn't gotten pregnant, how could your mother let you marry me for cheap? Do you know that because I was pregnant before marriage, the way those neighbors and relatives looked at me was like I was some filthy thing, scolding me for being improper? Even my parents couldn't hold their heads up outside because of this." As the woman spoke, she cried. Thinking of the recent gossip surrounding her, she suddenly came up with something and incredulously asked, "If the bride price is 10,000, would you still marry me?" At this moment, the man stopped pretending, stood up from the ground, brushed the dirt off his clothes, and arrogantly said, "Marry what? You already have a child, you still want money. I tell you, if you want the child to have a father, hurry up and marry me obediently." The woman looked extremely sad, momentarily showing confusion and helplessness on her face. Unable to help herself, she murmured, "How could this happen? I thought we were in love, so I didn't mind you being more than 10 years older than me. Even when everyone opposed us, I still stayed with you." She couldn't understand why the love she thought was beautiful had turned out to be so ugly. In her extreme helplessness, she couldn't help but cast her gaze onto the third person present, seeking advice. "What do you say, should I still marry him?" Suyi never expected that in the end, the decision-making power would shift to himself. He could only speak honestly. "Do you like being treated this way? If you have a tendency for self-abuse, you can choose to marry him and live like this for the rest of your life." For a lifetime, these 3 words reminded the girl, thinking that she might be bullied by the man for the rest of her life. Her face turned pale. "No, I don't want this kind of life." Suyi quickly took the most expensive steel knife off the shelf. "Then, you might need this." The woman reached out to take it. Suyi, 188. Without a second thought, the woman pulled out 200 yuan from her pocket and threw it to Suyi, then raised the steel knife and lunged at the man. "What are you doing?" With a scream, the man's voice was heart-wrenching. "Ah, you're crazy. Stupid bitch, stop it." It turned out that when a woman went crazy, she could be much fiercer than a man. Suyi watched as the woman wielded the knife like chopping ribs, chopping the man into even pieces about 30 centimeters in diameter. Suyi took out a suitcase from the shelf, 1,000. The woman hesitated. Suyi quickly sold it. This is waterproof, no leaks, just right for storing body parts. Watching Suyi complete a 1,000 yuan sale, far surpassing the amount stipulated in the rules. The audience in the live broadcast room couldn't help but laugh and cry, even the discomfort they felt from witnessing the dismemberment scene had faded a lot. Suyi, I didn't expect you to be a little genius in sales. Our Suyi really knows how to talk. If someone has a tendency for masochism, just marry him. Suyi, I misjudged you, you actually stood up for the woman. 10,000 yuan for a bride price, it's simply selling your daughter. The woman dragged the suitcase out of the store, and Suyi switched channels. On August 16th, a well-known lovers' hotel in our city, Peach Love, once again witnessed a homicide, where a pregnant woman dismembered her boyfriend's body and stuffed it into a suitcase, then committed suicide by opening her belly. According to the investigation, this tragedy stemmed from a bride price issue. This was the 7th criminal case this month at Peach Love. To all citizens, please be aware, reduce the number of visits to the lovers' hotel. Do not lose your fortune in life for a moment of pleasure. Chapter 135 A Convenience Store 10. In the land of the White Bear, Ivan had just sent away a couple in conflict. They came with 2 people, and Ivan helped one to handle the other. Ivan was in a good mood, feeling that he had done a good deed again. At this moment, the shop door was kicked open. A strange man wearing a white coat and holding a chainsaw walked in. The gears of the chainsaw were still running, buzzing, and pieces of shredded meat were getting caught in the gears. It was ground into fine meat powder. Welcome, may I help you with anything? The man licked a trace of fresh blood from the corner of his mouth and spoke, what do you think I need? He seemed to have a cleanliness obsession, his white coat spotless. The man pulled out a wallet from his pocket, showing a stack of cash inside. Ivan's eyes widened. The customer's behavior clearly showed this was a big order. With the right pitch, he could achieve his sales goal, and perhaps even become the star of the day. However, the next words from the man in the white coat completely doused his excitement with cold water. The things you recommend had better be useful to me. Ivan's fingers trembled, and he calmed down from the huge temptation. That's right, he almost forgot he wasn't great at speaking. Before entering the world of weird tales, he had almost zero experience in sales. And the man was clearly not someone who could be easily fooled with casual words. Ivan pointed to the back shelf. There is cleaning fluid there that can wash the meat residue off your tools. Animal meat. The man raised an eyebrow, one hand touching the chainsaw, pulling out half of a human intestine from the gears. Isn't it? Ivan pretended to ask in confusion. From previous customer experiences, most people who came here had already died once. He wouldn't remind the man that he had killed someone or committed suicide. What if he turned violent and fought with him? At that moment, Peppa Pig played again on the TV. Danny, you're going to have surgery soon, are you nervous? I'm not nervous. Very good. I'm the doctor, why should I be nervous? Then the entire examination room was filled with laughter. The man in the white coat frowned. I don't like watching this, can you change the channel? Ivan refused. No, the remote control is broken. He picked up the remote control next to him, pressing the buttons to change the channel, but it had no effect. The man frowned. All right, then I'll take a bottle of cleaning fluid. As expected of a wealthy person, the man picked the most expensive bottle of cleaning fluid from the shelf and then sat at the table to start cleaning the chainsaw. Ivan breathed a sigh of relief. Thanks to his wit, he knew that under no circumstances should he let the customer see the news channel. So he simply broke the remote control. The customer rule stated, Rule 2, this store follows the principle of customer first. You may make reasonable requests to the staff and supervise them to complete it. With the remote control broken, changing the channel became an unreasonable request that could not be fulfilled. But the downside to doing this was that after the customer left, he also couldn't check the news channel, which could lead to a lower overall rating. Ivan checked the sales statistics on the computer. There was less than an hour left until closing time, and he still needed more money to reach his sales target. He quietly examined the man in the white coat by the wooden table, racking his brain to think of what else he could sell him. Unfortunately, his mind was too dull, and he couldn't think of anything at all. Ivan regretted and slapped his head. The convenience store door opened again. This time a small, thin man entered, immediately scanning the store everywhere with shining eyes. In the end, he picked up a bottle of mineral water worth $2 and handed a $100 bill to the front desk. Ivan had sharp eyes. The pattern on the coin didn't look quite right. Chapter 136 A Convenience Store 11. Hey, buddy, is this money fake? The small man was startled, not expecting this silly giant in front of him to have such keen eyesight. The pattern on the coin was only slightly different, and ordinary people would hardly notice. However, he was clearly used to such situations and showed no panic when discovered. It's real money, that's how 100 looks. He was confident that with such low spending at the supermarket, this small worker probably had never seen 100 before. Ivan chuckled in anger, took out the only 100 he had received tonight from the drawer, and compared the two. Look, the pattern on the right side, the real bill doesn't have the hook. The small man replied, since you only have one, how can you be sure that the one in your hand is real? Actually, the one with the hook is the real bill, the one in your hand is fake. Livestream comments, damn, how cunning. What he's saying makes sense, I actually bought it. Putting myself in the role of the chosen one, I truly can't tell. In the world of ghost stories, Ivan pressed his lips together. If he hadn't received a salary in the last instance, he might have really been fooled by the man in front of him. Rule 3, after the customer pays, place the goods in a transparent plastic bag printed with the convenience store logo and hand it to them. This means that if he accidentally accepted fake money, he would only have a chance to resist before handing over the goods to the customer. Once the transaction was completed, even if the customer had not left the store, according to the convenience store's rules, he could not impose sanctions on them. Ivan was shaking with anger, it was too vile. As a convenience store clerk, how much money do I make to withstand such deception? Suddenly, he thought of a good way to meet his performance targets. Ivan turned his gaze to the wooden table, where a seemingly tough-looking man in a white coat was cleaning a chainsaw. Sir, I think you need to buy another bottle of cleaning solution? The man didn't understand and stopped his movements. Oh? Give me a reason. Ivan pointed at the customer using the counterfeit money. This big brother has an amazing skeleton, engages in many evils, and could be buried under your chainsaw. Consider it a service to the people. The citizens around me and I will thank you. As he spoke, he bowed sincerely. Ivan's flattery didn't have much effect, for the man, it was neither here nor there. However, he was always open to killing. With a chop. A pile of minced meat appeared on the floor. The man picked out an eyeball from the pile, stuffed it into his mouth, and crushed it, juices splattering onto Ivan's cheek. Then, he pulled out a golden spoon from his pocket and began to scoop the meat paste. At the moment the minced meat entered his mouth, the man's eyes narrowed with satisfaction, as if savoring something extraordinary. Soon, all the meat on the ground was consumed. The whole action was smooth as flowing water, but during this process, not a drop of blood stained his white coat. This was a clean freak serial killer. The man licked his lips and looked at Ivan with desire. After what just happened, he was fully aroused. 1 is for eating, 2 are for eating. Why not wait until I finish my feast, and then wash the utensils? Ivan shivered and reminded, if that's the case, you can't pay. The man in the white coat replied, true. He turned away disinterestedly and walked towards the store in trance. Then wait for me to finish the big meal before I come back to buy. Watching the man's departing figure, Ivan gritted his teeth, feeling a bit anxious. It was almost time to get off work. This could very well be the last customer he encountered. The man said he would come back, but he couldn't guarantee that the timing would be when he was on duty. In fact, he didn't know if it was coincidental, but he was just one cleaning solution price away from meeting his performance target. Wait a moment. Ivan spoke up. The man in the white coat turned around, looking coldly at him. What is it? I don't ask you to help me with achievements, I don't have that kindness. Ivan, if you buy one more bottle of cleaning liquid, I will be willing to check out and walk out of the counter. Walking out of the counter means losing the convenience store's protection, voluntarily handing himself over to the bizarre extra meal. The white-coated man's face finally showed a hint of surprise. Are you serious? He looked at Ivan as if looking at an absolute fool. In his heart, he must be thinking, who in this day and age would send good things to the door? Of course, you should know the convenience store's rules. Since I promised, I won't go back on my word. The white-coated man didn't say much, walking toward the shelf and quickly grabbing a bottle of cleaning liquid. Ivan's checkout speed was slower than a turtle's. He lifted his arm little by little and scanned the items with the scanner. Then he shoved 100 yuan into the drawer. Ivan started, even though there were 5 and 10 yuan coins nearby, he insisted on gathering them one by one. At this moment, Ivan was cursing inside. He never noticed that his usually short-tempered self also suffered from hidden procrastination. The white-coated man swung his chainsaw with excitement in his eyes and impatiently said, "No need for change, let's start." There was nothing Ivan could do. The other party didn't even want the money, so he had no choice but to step out from behind the counter. Almost instantly, a suffocating feeling hit him, pressing so hard that he almost couldn't breathe. And yet, the white-coated man remained oblivious, charging forward with the chainsaw. "I'm coming, my dear." He called his food so intimately, like a lover in a passionate relationship. But what normal person would harm their lover? Ivan was covered in goosebumps from anger. With a whoosh, he dodged to the right just in time to avoid the attack. But his left elbow was unfortunately severed, limiting his movement. Ivan silently counted in his mind, 5 minutes. Only 5 minutes until the end of his shift. If he can survive these 5 minutes without being killed, he wins. To be honest, Ivan's strength wasn't weak. Having lived in icy cold regions for years, he could even deal with bears in the forest. But unfortunately, this was the bizarre world. The sense of danger the white-coated man brought was too overwhelming. It was at least much stronger than the bizarre situation he encountered last time in the museum. He had no time to think. Soon, another attack followed in quick succession. This time, Ivan's left arm was completely severed. He was a little panicked, especially when the white-coated man suddenly stopped after this attack. Then, under Ivan's confused gaze, he opened his mouth, threw the severed arm in, and began munching on it loudly. To ask how it feels to have an enemy alive in front of you, devouring your organs, how would one feel? Perhaps an ordinary person would have already lost their mind, terrified and running away. But Ivan was different. By nature, he was a tough guy, born to fight. Seeing the other treat his body like this, Ivan's heart burned with anger. A warrior can be killed but cannot be humiliated. I'll fight you till the end. He pounced forward suddenly, only to have his ear quickly severed. The left side of his skull was covered in blood, jagged like a saw. Ivan didn't stop, enduring the excruciating pain, and launched another attack. Next chapter, later, BB? Chapter 137, A Convenience Store 12. Nose, the other ear, calf, piece by piece, were severed by the other party. The white-coated man seemed to be facing an interesting prey, unable to resist playing with it before completely killing it. During this process, Ivan could only endure and dodge back and forth. Cuts appeared on his body from time to time, a painful sensation like being executed by slow slicing. Finally, after the last thigh was severed, Ivan turned into a real-life human pig, with his nostrils exhaling more than inhaling. The white-coated man was somewhat satisfied with this hunt, grabbing the chainsaw and preparing to chop Ivan's skull in the middle. It's over, I'm done playing. Tonight's late-night snack will be tofu pudding. Ivan's skull was in extreme pain. A clear sense of separation came. This feeling was wonderful, like cutting into a watermelon, watching as the knife entered, revealing the bright red flesh, but this time the watermelon turned into his own head. Ivan's head split open, and his heart was still beating. 3 seconds later. Ding, congratulations to the chosen one of the Ice Bear Nation, Ivan, for successfully passing the convenience store dungeon. Completion evaluation, 2 stars. Rating analysis, survived 1 star, completed performance 1 star. The grain output of the Ice Bear Nation has increased by 2% overall, and the national immunity to bizarre tales has arrived. The people of the Ice Bear Nation breathed a sigh of relief. Just a moment ago, they truly thought Ivan was going to die. Another chosen one from their country had been eliminated when the bizarre grave appeared. But that person was also a tough guy. When he died, he chose to fight with the grave ghost. Unfortunately, the grave ghost was not a white coat. His attack methods were more like monsters sucking away people's vitality. Before long, the chosen one became emaciated, nothing but skin and bones. Additionally, there was another point that surprised the people of the Ice Bear Nation, the grain output. It is known that this was their weak point. Even though the total land area was vast, ranking among the top in the world, due to harsh weather conditions, they had almost never been self-sufficient in grain. 2%. It sounded like a small number. But considering the entire country's grain output, not to mention an increase of 2%, even an increase of 0.1% was a huge value. In the real world, Ivan was teleported back to his residence, and outside the window was a white expanse. April, in many places, was a time of revival, but the Ice Bear Nation was still snowing. Ivan didn't care about this. He stood up and walked outside. After coming out of the tense dungeon, it was time for a drink to relax. However, just a few steps in, he noticed a change in his body. It seems I have more strength than before? Ivan slammed down with his palm, and the dining table shattered into pieces. He bent his knees and jumped forward, and he flew out immediately, landing a full 3 meters away. Ivan felt complicated. He roughly guessed the reason. The white coat's final persecution almost cost him his life, but at the same time, it helped him break through his limits. When a person is on the brink of death, they can perform extraordinarily. Ivan's expression became gloomy. In a way, the white coat could be considered his benefactor. In the Dragon Country, Chen Yu, after hearing the white coat's self-narration, smiled and said, I recommend you use our store's maintenance kit. It includes cleaning fluid and lubricant. The white coat hesitated for a moment. He had been to the convenience store many times before and had never heard anyone recommend a kit. Could it be that this new employee was trying to trick him? Thinking of this, he spoke coldly. Can I just get the cleaning fluid? The white coat raised his chainsaw. He had already thought it over. If the person in front of him dared to force him to buy that lubricant for the sake of sales, he would cut off the man's tongue. Chen Yu, of course, that works. Without the lubricant, at most, the maintenance effect will be a little worse, and the surface won't be as shiny. He seemed to care about the customer, comforting him. Many people choose this too. They find it more cost-effective. The white coat, ready to cut the tongue. What he said seemed to subtly belittle him for being poor. Forget it, just give me a maintenance kit. Besides, the clerk had already mentioned that without the lubricant, the cleaning effect would worsen. Knowing there was something better, how could he, someone who valued his weapon, settle for less? I'm not the kind of person who cares about money. The white coat explained again, appearing somewhat redundant. Chen, yes, it's my fault for not seeing clearly just now. Now I realize you were so generous, more so than any previous customer. The white coat felt satisfied. The words spoken by the little clerk in front of him gave him a strange sense of fulfillment. He took the so-called maintenance kit and sat down at the dining table to clean it. First, clean it, then apply the lubricant. Live stream audience. After adding the lubricant, the cleaning effect of the chainsaw from the other chosen ones is indeed better. It seems brighter. More shiny, the teeth are smoother now. For a moment, the bullet screen was filled with all sorts of compliments, praising the chainsaw as if it were a flower. Just then, a username suddenly raised a doubt. Why does it look and feel no different from the chainsaws in other chosen ones' dungeons? The lubricant seems to be useless. Is it just psychological? In the rules of the weird tale, Chen calmly hid behind the cash register. By all accounts, tonight's sales were already met, but he wanted to go a step further to increase some ratings. Sir, would you like to buy a knife as well? The white coat frowned and looked at him with disgust. My weapon is only this chainsaw, I never use anything else. Not to use. Chen began, don't you think having just one chainsaw is too monotonous? It doesn't highlight its power. Think about it, when people think of weapons, they definitely first think of knives or guns. The white coat felt he was right and nodded. What does this have to do with me buying a knife? Chen, at that time, if you carry both weapons, first use the knife to attack, then take out the more powerful chainsaw. It will definitely surprise the opponent and greatly showcase the chainsaw's authority. What kind of twisted notion is this? But after deep thought, the white coat couldn't help but feel there was some truth to it. Indeed, in the past, many people looked down on him because of his weapon. Although those people ultimately became the souls cut down, it still left an unpleasant feeling in the white coat's heart. Thus, he walked to the shelf and picked up a rather expensive steel knife. Chen, you have the knife now, how about getting a knife sheath too? Chapter 138, A Convenience Store 13. Compared to other chosen ones, Chen had a greater advantage in selling things. What a joke, he had been a worker for nearly 10 years, what kind of client hadn't he seen? For example, there was one time when a client called them at 2 in the morning asking for a proposal, saying he suddenly thought of a brilliant idea. What a joke, how clear-headed can someone be at 2 in the morning? But to avoid offending the client, Chen still stayed up all night, revising the proposal according to their requirements. As expected, by the time for submission, the client changed their mind and stuck with the original version that hadn't been modified. It essentially rendered his all-nighter useless. Chen even suspected that the reason the client no longer nitpicked was not because they were satisfied with the proposal, but rather because after so many revisions, time had dragged on too long, and they couldn't make any more changes. Chen learned from this experience, and from then on, he became a different person. When facing clients again, he had learned many techniques. For example, he took the initiative, promoting things before the client even spoke. For another example, what should have taken 2 hours to revise was dragged out to 2 days. But during this time, he posted a photo every night at midnight on social media showing him working overtime at the company. Yet another example was intentionally using professional terms that the client didn't understand to make himself seem high-end. In the end, Chen summarized his actions and named them collectively the art of language. Compared to real-world clients, the creatures in this weird tale were easier to deal with, even though they often shouted about killing. The white coat finished cleaning the chainsaw and saw Chen bustling behind the cash register and couldn't help but ask, "What are you doing?" Chen, oh, dear customer, I am checking about chainsaw maintenance issues to better help you solve the current problems. Just as he was about to speak, the white-coated figure who used the rules to summon people out to be devoured. Forget it, let's wait a bit longer, it won't be too late after he finishes checking. However, as he waited, he gradually felt that something was off. This time checking information is taking way too long. During this time, the white coat even helped to chase away a guy using counterfeit money, who was freeloading on food and drinks. The white coat looked up. Chen looked very busy, standing in front of the computer, staring at the screen, his fingers flying across the keyboard. Another 10 minutes passed, and the white coat checked again, suspecting that the other party was deliberately stalling for time. But Chen was still the same, extremely serious in his attitude, as if he would dive into the computer to check the information. This made the doubts that had just arisen in the white coat's heart calm down again. 20 minutes later. The white coat could no longer hold back, the hunger for food outweighed the small matter of maintaining the chainsaw. He frowned, is it done? At this moment, only 2 minutes remained until the end of the night shift. He saw Chen typing rapidly on the keyboard, suddenly pulling a book out of thin air, Chainsaw Maintenance Guide. That's right, at the last moment, his innate skill was activated. Slacking off, when you are forced to complete a task, using the slacking off technique can also achieve the final goal. Everything Chen had done just now, including staring at the screen and pounding the keyboard, was actually slacking off. He kept typing until all the letters added up to form the shape of a turtle. Ding, congratulations to the chosen one for successfully using his talent. The success rate of slacking off will increase to 40% next time. Shen Yu raised the book. Sir, this book's original price is 250 yuan. I feel a connection with you, now it's only 25. 25? That's equivalent to a 10% discount, and this thing seems indeed useful for him. The white coat felt a strong urge after hearing this. He immediately pulled out 50 strange coins and handed them to Chen Yu. As Chen Yu took the money, he was about to get change, but at that moment, a mechanical announcement sounded. Ding, congratulations to the chosen one Chen Yu from Long Country for successfully clearing the convenience store dungeon. Completion rating, 3 stars. Rating analysis, 1 star for surviving, 2 stars for exceeding performance. The number of ancient books lost by Long Country has recovered by 20%, this time the Bizarre Tales immunity has arrived. Ancient books? For this reward, the ordinary people were baffled, as they simply couldn't imagine what use such things had in daily life. But soon, they began to notice something strange. Wow, the genealogy I lost at home has been restored. It turns out I'm a descendant of Cao Cao, the 181st generation. Cut it out, that's nothing, I'm a descendant of Qin Shi Huang, hurry up and give me money. Shut up, everyone. For those who have managed to live till now, what family hasn't had nobility in their ancestry? The poor have already starved to death in wars. Besides this, there were a group of even more excited people, namely, experts in historical studies. Heavens, after studying for 50 years, I finally understand what these oracle bones represent. I found the last 30 chapters of Dream of the Red Chamber, and the content is completely different from what was continued. Traditional Chinese medicine. Regarding the inheritance of traditional Chinese medicine, we are about to rise. In an instant, many institutions in Long Country exclaimed, all claiming to have made major discoveries. The wisdom of ancients was unfathomable. Other countries could only watch enviously. After all, even if their chosen ones brought back such rewards, their shallow history wouldn't allow for such a grand scenario. Shen Yu returned to the real world, holding only 50 yuan. At the last moment, he didn't have time to hand the money to the white coat before being sent back. I wonder if that guy will be angry when he finds out. Besides, if I'm not mistaken, he seemed to want to eat me, and now that fantasy's shattered. He opened his phone to order takeout for himself. Then he was surprised to find that an extra expenditure of 25 yuan appeared in the payment bill. A bookstore named Something Bookstore. Shen Yu was surprised, he clearly had not bought any books. To verify his thoughts, he called the bookstore owner. The result showed that in the morning's transaction record, there was only one chainsaw maintenance guide priced at 25 yuan. It seems my talent is limited, I can only achieve things that are possible in reality, while those absurd requests are almost impossible. He then shook his head and mocked himself. That's right, after all, it's just an S-level talent. Last time I thought about directly using my skill to change the success rate of my talent to 100%, or eliminate the rules of the weird tales. It seems that won't work. Well, 25 yuan for 50 bizarre coins sounds like a good deal. Another chapter. Chapter 139, A Convenience Store 14. In the live stream, the audience was very restless. They admired Chen Yu's impressive eloquence while secretly guessing, I wonder what Master Suyi will recommend to the Chainsaw Man. Master Suyi is so amazing, he will probably recommend everything from other chosen ones' dungeons. Open your eyes wide, expectant, and set up a small stool in the front row. However, the direction of events was different from everyone's guesses. Suyi handed over 2 packs of chili powder and cumin powder, each priced at only 5 yuan. The man in the white coat asked, what does this mean? After Suyi explained the purpose, he became furious. Do you think I would eat meat with seasoning like those vulgar ordinary people? As a notorious murderer, he was all about blood, violence, and the original taste. He wouldn't touch food without at least 2 drops of human blood. Selling him seasoning was insulting him. The man in the white coat glared fiercely at Suyi. If not for the cash register blocking him, he would have torn him apart on the spot. But the next second, something was shoved into his mouth. Taste of human flesh. The man in the white coat instinctively chewed. He soon reacted and spat it out. Tui, what the hell did you give me? But a small portion of the food had gone down his esophagus and was digested. Suyi held up the heart crisp, offering it to the man in the white coat. No one could resist the temptation of puffed snacks. If someone could, it was only because they hadn't chosen the right flavor. It was clear that the man in the white coat previously hadn't chosen the right flavor. Now that his favorite human flesh version was out, after a moment of thought, he poured the rest of the crisps into his mouth to chew. After finishing 1 bag, he reached out for more. Is there any left? Suyi, sorry, I have no more opened. The last one was a sample. The rest need to be bought. How much? Suyi, 50 yuan per bag. The man in the white coat fell silent for a moment. He remembered the previous bag, which was not even the size of his palm and only had a few small bites. It felt a bit expensive. Expensive was not the issue, what he lacked most was money. However, the man in the white coat suspected that Suyi was raising the price, trying to trick him. This scam was different from Chen Yu's subtle sales pitch, it was too obvious. He couldn't help but ask, "Do I look like a big fool?" Suyi quickly promoted, "This is heart, not ordinary chips." The man in the white coat, "Don't give me that, weird tales are full of human flesh. Besides, that little bag of yours probably doesn't even contain 1/10 of a heart." Suyi scratched his head. It was indeed like that, the value of goods and the rule of weird tales was not what he imagined at all. He pouted, "This is made from a fresh heart just cut off, compressed on site, quite a labor-intensive process. Moreover, the heart is the most delicious part of the human body, it can be said to be the essence of the whole person, and with that taken away, the remaining parts become useless waste." The more he spoke, the more fired up he became, earnestly praising the heart crisp, even turning the fake into real. Finally, "Alright, if you buy more, I can give you a better price. How about this, you name a price, and I'll see if it's suitable." The white coat hesitated. In his limited life, most of the time was spent hiding and killing, this was the first time he was bargaining. He tentatively said a number. "How about 25 per bag?" That was cutting the price directly in half. Xu Yue's earlier tugging had somewhat registered in the white coat's mind. He felt that if such a difficult item was involved, if someone dared to cut the price in half with him, he would definitely disagree. The white coat silently pondered, waiting for Xu Yue to raise the price. Unexpectedly. "Deal." Xu Yue took out the shattered mirror, this item could summon Xiaoye, and at critical moments, it could also be used as portable space. With a clatter, a big box of heart crisps poured out from inside. Counting casually, there were already several hundred bags. The white coat opened his mouth wide. With Xu Yue agreeing so readily, he suddenly felt he had made a bad purchase. Damn, if I had offered $10 per bag just now, would he have immediately agreed too? The white coat now felt a bit regretful. If he had known that these so-called human essences were all stripped from patience and were basically useless, consuming them might even burden the body. He would probably have vomited blood on the spot from anger. Xu Yue gave him an idea, "You can't eat these, but you can take them back and sell them to others. Retail price is $49.90, I'm giving you the wholesale price, just $25. The white coat nodded, reluctantly agreeing. He indeed had many colleagues with similar tastes, and he believed they would also be willing to buy heart crisps like him. After the white coat paid, Xu Yue immediately suggested he buy some chili and cumin powder as well. After just tasting, the white coat no longer rejected it, after all, heart crisps, after processing, weren't really raw human flesh. But he still hesitated a bit. Coincidentally, at that moment, a customer holding counterfeit money sneaked in. The white coat's eyes lit up. If it's good, he could try it first. So, this scrawny man, before he even had time to argue, was quickly chopped into meat filling. Livestream viewers, really, he's so pitiful. Clearly he's also a criminal, but he gets executed on the spot every time. It seems that if they don't kill him, the chosen one can't complete the task. Well, don't say, the chosen ones in the current missions, none have ever let him go. In the world of strange tales. The white coat put away all the snacks, and the seasoned human meat indeed tasted better than before. He looked at Xu Yue with satisfaction and handed him a business card. "In the future, if there's new crisps, feel free to contact me." He had no intention of killing this person who could provide him with snacks for a long time. Besides, both Xu Yue's conversation style and what he did were quite in line with his values. Xu Yue received the business card, and probably due to the commonality among all psychopaths, this person's name was quite elegant, called Lunninghao. Phone, 187x×x×x×112. Address, number 56, City of Evil. There's even an address? Does he think that I'm a person from the rules of strange tales, and can contact him through the address? Xu Yue voiced his doubt. "I'm not a person from the rules of strange tales, unless next time I happen to be thrown into the City of Sins, we might be able to contact each other." Lunninghao froze for a moment, seeming to just realize it, still stuffing the business card back to Xu Yue. "Take it, I can't say more, it would lead to annihilation. But as long as you don't die, we will meet again someday." This sentence revealed a lot of information and further confirmed some of Xu Yue's thoughts. But he actually had no intention of waiting for another meeting with Lunninghao. Xu Yue walked out from the cashier. "To be honest, from the moment you walked in, I had my eye on your chainsaw." "What?" The white coat was surprised, as if he had heard some huge joke. It was always him who went up to chop others. For the first time, I faced such provocation. But after a moment, Lunninghao smiled, revealing a look of realization. "That's right. Someone who can make him feel a mutual understanding. What kind of treasure could that be? At most, the two are like two greedy wolves. It seems that not only are your thoughts similar to mine, but your vision is the same." He felt gratified. Suya's action seemed to Lu Ninghao like suicide, but at the same time, it represented one thing, that the other party really recognized his weapon, even willing to risk his life to snatch it. Suyi had a proud look. If you put down your weapon and obediently go out, I can pretend that nothing happened. Naturally, Lu Ninghao would not let his threat dictate his actions. Everyone in this world knows the game, who hasn't boasted in their youth, only to be defeated tragically in the end. Suyi, alright, since you insist on fighting me, as a gesture for our pleasant interaction just now, I will give you one move. After saying that, Suyi stood still, closing his eyes. Lu Ninghao's expression grew even more disdainful. I take back what I said about us being similar. Today, I will teach you a lesson. Underestimating your enemy will make you pay the necessary price. Lu Ninghao was not a novice at killing. He did not believe in the kind of fairness and morality shown in TV dramas. Thus, when Suyi proposed to give him one move, the obviously stronger Lu Ninghao did not hesitate and immediately charged forward with a chainsaw. Don't talk to him about bullying the weak or winning unfairly. Being able to kill the opponent was the most important. Suya's childish behavior made him feel ridiculous. The chainsaw drew closer and was already in front of Suya's head, but he still kept his eyes tightly shut. The audience in the live broadcast room was not worried about Suyi getting killed. After all, no matter how serious his injuries were before, he always managed to bounce back. It's over, it's probably going to go black again. Suya's talent is truly invincible. Although he can't die, doesn't it hurt? But just as everyone stared at the live broadcast room, waiting for the screen to go black, a brilliant white light shone into sight. Damn, I'm blinded. Help, help, what the heck is this? Oh no, he's foaming at the mouth, needs immediate medical attention. As the chainsaw reached Suya's eyes, he pulled out a headlamp from behind him. That light wasn't powerful, it was just a bit brighter than an ordinary incandescent bulb. The problem lay in the fact that the chainsaw in Lu Ninghao's hand was of such high quality. The saw's surface and teeth were bright white, emitting a pure glimmer, being an excellent reflective material. When it came into contact with Suya's lantern, it was like sneezing on a cat to scare it to death, pure luck. Ah! Lu Ninghao screamed in agony. This beam of light was unbearable even for the viewers watching through the screen, let alone him, the one involved. Lu Ninghao felt only one thing in his heart, he was probably blind. Yes, right now. Take advantage of his illness, and take his life. Suyi wouldn't show mercy at a critical moment. Lu Ninghao was strong, and he needed to land a fatal blow before Lu could react. The chainsaw was easily snatched away, and Suyi pulled out a kitchen knife, aiming for Lu's heart. Lu Ninghao instinctively felt the danger. As a powerful entity, once one reaches a certain level, a sixth sense would automatically develop, allowing some prediction of danger. So, in the last second when the knife came stabbing toward him, Lu Ninghao instinctively dodged to the right. Suyi pulled out the knife and sighed. In the end, he was still a few centimeters short of harming Lu Ninghao's heart. And lying on the ground, Lu Ninghao, seeing the dire situation, directly crushed a black token in his hand, and his body transformed into a hazy black smoke, vanishing from sight. As he left, he mumbled a few words that Suyi couldn't quite hear, seemingly saying something like, "Met a strange one." Suyi rushed out of the store, confirming that he couldn't find any trace of Lu Ninghao. He had no choice but to return to the checkout counter. He touched the chainsaw in his hand. Forget it, as long as I have the things in hand. Suddenly, an idea surged in his heart. Suyi took out a kitchen knife and placed it next to the chainsaw for comparison. Which of these two is truly more powerful? As he spoke, he thought of trying it right there, raising the kitchen knife to chop at the chainsaw. Tremble, it's time to settle this once and for all. At that critical moment, Suyi received a notification from the government. Suyi, bring the items back. The relevant department can do professional testing to compare the hardness of the two. All right. Suyi felt it made sense, giving up on the experiment. Outside the world of strange tales, Lin Guobiao stayed in the bureau, nearly fainting from anger, clutching his chest and breathing heavily. One can imagine that if Suyi had really acted just now, regardless of which tool was more powerful, the lesser weapon would inevitably be harmed. Those were strange items, with a drop rate of 1 in 10,000, other chosen ones couldn't even ask for them, but for Suyi, they were as common as cabbage. Only a few people knew about Suya's mental state, which was classified information. A few unaware staff members of the Strange Tales Bureau gasped in shock, commenting, Suyi is truly not an ordinary kind of brave. In fact, they subconsciously sensed something was off with Suya's behavior, but since he entered the rules of Strange Tales, he had passed every time with 5 stars, without exception. Their minds had been assimilated, like the most loyal believers. Let alone Suyi just destroying a weapon, even if he danced naked in public, they would probably follow suit, thinking that dancing holds magical effects. Lin Guobiao cursed in his heart, bravery my ass, he's just a madman. A bunch of brain-dead fans. Pitiful that other countries didn't have enough opportunities even after 3 prompts, while they, Long Country, actually used one on something so irrelevant to clearing the stage. Lin Guobiao was relieved. Luckily Chen Yu was smart, he cleared with just 2 tries. In the world of strange tales, after Suyi put away the two weapons, he took out the remote control to change the channel. A temporary broadcast message appeared. It was reported that a heinous criminal from Evil City has escaped and has killed over 30 people in half a month. Citizens are advised to minimize going out. As the television's voice faded, the clock on the wall happened to strike 5 in the morning. Ding, congratulations to Long Country's chosen one Suyi for successfully clearing the convenience store side quest. Clearing rating, 5 stars. Rating breakdown, 1 star for surviving, 2 stars for exceeding performance, 2 stars for uncovering the secret behind the customer. The strange resistance of Long Country's citizens has increased by 10%. This time, the arrival of the strange tale is immune. A total of 8 people cleared this time, most of whom achieved a 1-star rating. Among them, aside from Suyi and a few veteran chosen ones, there was another chosen one named Takujin Yami who caught the public's attention. After clearing the previous amusement park side quest with 1 star, he achieved an even better 3 stars this time, surpassing Ivan. Sakura Country was suddenly filled with joy, and many people took to the streets to celebrate. Our hero. Great, Takujin-kun, I'll marry you. Sakura Country is saved. Chapter 141 Real World, Sudden Change. Suyi returned to the real world, sitting once again on his familiar sofa. He first released Xiaoyu from the mirror. The other party immediately dashed out to the yard like a llama spotting a bush, running off without a trace. Suyi examined the few items beside him. A handful of cash, many scattered bills, but when Suyi picked it up and counted, there were only 90 yuan. Suyi's face darkened. Scammers, worked all night, and there's not even 100 yuan. A shiny chainsaw, when activated, the teeth began to buzz and spin, appearing incredibly sharp. Suyi thrust the chainsaw into the fish tank. Before long, it turned blood red. The fish were ground into minced meat. The ragdoll cat widened its eyes, standing beside it and meowing, meow meow meow, why persecute my food? Suyi raised his hand to scratch its chin a couple of times, and the ragdoll cat immediately let out a comfortable purr. Meow, massage feels good. Meow meow meow, I forgive you for now. Besides these two things, there was also a colorful packaged box on the sofa. Rule 14, this convenience store is a chain, with multiple branches in the rule horror tales, and a comprehensive evaluation is conducted daily. The best performing staff can receive a special reward. Suyi guessed that this was the special reward. He rubbed his hands expectantly and stepped forward to open it. A piece of map fragment? Only the size of a person's palm, with black flowing light circling on it, and golden threads outlining routes in several streets, looking not like an ordinary object. Suyi scratched his head. He didn't recognize the terrain on the fragment at all. Silently remembering the map, Suyi put away the fragment. It was fine, he could deal with it when the time came. At this time, in the world of horror tales, in a skyscraper located in the city center, on a certain floor, a tall man in a black suit, looking like an elite, was trembling as he reported to a middle-aged man, sorry, the fragment was lost. A kick landed on the man's shoulder, sending him crashing to the ground. Don't be fooled by the middle-aged man's ordinary appearance, he hit hard without holding back. Waste, you messed up such a small matter, why should I keep you? I think I'll sell you to those people in Evil City. No. The suited man scrambled up, kneeling seriously, his nose almost touching the boss's shoes, his attitude very humble. He had a doubt in his heart. The surveillance showed he accidentally switched the fragment with the reward he had prepared while giving gifts to excellent employees. How could this be? After seeing the surveillance, the suited man's first reaction was shock. How could he possibly mix up such a precious fragment with an ordinary doll, and even do it in person? The suited man felt that someone was secretly framing him, interfering with his judgment at that time. Maybe it was other employees with the same position. But he had no evidence. And without evidence, the boss surely wouldn't believe his words. The suited man felt wronged and secretly noted down this grudge. He spoke up to remediate. That fragment has our tracking device. When that kid enters the horror world next time, we can sense his location. Then we can take it back later. The middle-aged man, for now, that's all we can do. This matter will be left to you to handle. In Dragon Country, Suyi returned to the real world for over a day, studying the use of the chainsaw every day. During this time, he didn't know how much light pollution he had caused. According to past situations, he would need to rest for 3 days completely before heading to the next rule horror tale. But then something happened. Lin Guobiao's expression was serious, revealing a hint of confusion. We received a report. A community in Yanjing was shrouded in black mist, suspected to be an arrival of a horror tale. Chen Yu, how could this happen? Both Suyi and I passed the instance and received no punishment for the horror tale's arrival. And according to the typical scale of horror tales, it should cover the entire city, but this time it's only one building. That's illogical. Lin Guobiao, it's not just our country. Sakura Country, Polar Bear Country, and Pickle Country have also successively found horror tales enveloping them. Suyi, what the specific situation is, I'm afraid we can only know after going inside. At the entrance of Fuhai Garden, looking at the new and luxurious community gate, the horror bureau staff explained from behind, this is a newly developed community, just completed last year, developed by Gwanda Real Estate. Then, he pulled out a flat map from his pocket and handed it to Suyi. Suyi examined it for a while. The whole community was not small at all. There are about 20 buildings. At the last mountain peak, the scenery is beautiful, and several expensive villas stand side by side. What did the developer say? The staff member replied, we caught them and asked, but they don't know anything. Moreover, the heir of Guangda Real Estate, Liang Xing, is also locked up inside. The chances of them committing the crime are low. Suyi nodded and stepped into the community. The staff member called out from behind, well, how about you take us along? We also want to contribute to the country. There was a hint of fear in his eyes, but his expression was incredibly firm. He was a tough guy. Another staff member immediately spoke up, yes, both of us are special forces, trained professionally, we won't hold you back. This was also Lin Guobiao's plan, besides Suyi, to train a few talents so that if Suyi is not around in the future, situations like today won't happen again. Suyi didn't care, let's go. Arriving at the entrance, the three pulled out their access cards from their pockets. With a beep, the barrier opened. Inside the security booth was a middle-aged man having tea. Upon seeing Suyi, he ran a few steps out with a serious expression. Wait, I don't think I've seen you before. Which building are you from? Which unit and number? What's your name? Actually, before entering, the Strange Tales Bureau obtained several sets of property rights through the developer, and the names on the property certificates were also changed to Suyi, fully confirming their ownership. The few were startled, they really didn't expect the security guard to have such good memory. They were about to respond according to his questions. With a loud slap, Suyi struck the security guard's face, leaving it swollen. What do you think you are? As a homeowner, do I still need to report to you to enter? Chapter 142, Community Strange Tales 1. Both of them were startled at the bottom of their hearts. Before them, the security guard's eyes were bloodshot, his head was tilted to the right, dislocated, and half hanging from his neck. It was clear he was no longer a normal human. They were afraid of the bizarre situation and prepared to attack. The two of them took a stance, ready for battle. Suyi crossed his arms. But the next second, the guard's behavior left both of them astonished. He smiled obsequiously, holding his reddened face. Yes, now it's confirmed, you truly are the homeowner. Our community homeowners have a bad temper. That's good enough. Don't do unnecessary things like this next time. Suyi threw a fit, and even the two who needed to be checked in were allowed to enter the community. They expressed genuine admiration for Suyi. You're really impressive. Yes, from the security guard's behavior just now, obediently providing him information would rather have angered him, preventing entry into the community. From this perspective, your prediction was so accurate. Although Suyi was much younger than them, they willingly called him you. Suyi, it's not a prediction, you just need to remember one thing, no matter which instance you enter, you must fully immerse yourself in the current role and act according to the logic of that role. In other words, you need to perform. It's best to keep reminding yourself of your identity the moment you step into the instance. The two immediately complied, starting to silently chant in their hearts, I am a resident of the community, living in Fuhai Garden. With repeated chanting, when they looked back at Suya's behavior of hitting someone, it suddenly seemed very reasonable. Are we heading to Building 11 now? On the left, a taller staff member named Song Jian asked. The identity assigned to them by the developer was that of a homeowner in Building 11. This apartment was well located, facing residential buildings in the front and villas behind. No hurry. Suyi took out two mobile phones from his pocket. First, let's add the homeowner group. Logging into one phone's WeChat, the profile picture showed a familiar man's headshot. Song Jian exclaimed in surprise, isn't this the security guard from just now? When did you? Suyi admitted calmly, I took it while hitting him. Opening WeChat, there was indeed a group called Fuhai Garden Owners. Suyi found the group QR code, and the three took out their phones to scan and join the group. Group announcement. Dear residents, as per the requirements of the Dragon Nation Strange Talk Bureau, from tomorrow onwards, this residential building will be locked down. During this period, please strictly follow the rules below. Suyi raised his eyes and glanced at the two. Song Jian nearly jumped up, don't look at me. It's not the Strange Talk Bureau's fault. If I find out which guy is using the Strange Talk Bureau's name for personal gain, I'll drag him to jail for life. Rule 1, the community consists of 5 parts, residential buildings, villas, a supermarket, a swimming pool, and a small square. Rule 2, there are a total of 23 residential buildings, each 17 stories high, with no 18th floor. Rule 3, when you enter the elevator and see the button for the 18th floor, please exit immediately, wait for 10 minutes, and re-enter. Repeat this until the 18th floor button disappears. Rule 4, from 10 p.m. to 6 a.m., going out is prohibited, otherwise, you will face the risk of death. Rule 5, do not open the door to anyone at night, no matter what kind of requests they make. Rule 6, every morning at 7 a.m., supply packages will be delivered at your doorstep. When receiving supplies, please confirm that the packaging is red. Rule 7, if the packaging appears in any other color, we apologize for the mistake. Please immediately contact the property committee at phone number 1**44444444, and we will promptly replace it for you. Rule 8, the property committee will send people every day to spray and disinfect each room. Rule 9, during disinfection, please remember to wear a mask. In red letters. Rule 10, exercising is beneficial to your physical and mental health. We suggest you spend no less than 2 hours outside each day. Rule 10, from 2 p.m. to 4 p.m., the community will organize group activities, with young people dancing in the square and older adults playing basketball. Rule 11, once the activities begin, they cannot be stopped. Residents still outside must return to their rooms after 4 p.m. After 4 p.m.? Having arrived downstairs, the few who almost stepped inside broke into a cold sweat. The entrance door was closed, with a glass panel the size of a human head at the top. Looking in, it was pitch black, silent as if a giant beast was ready to swallow them whole. If one doesn't pay attention, it is easy to overlook. Song Jian suddenly felt ashamed. Just now, as a Special Forces soldier who had been through various ideological training, he had felt a bit disapproving of Suyi casually stealing the security guard's phone. But now, that thought was completely overturned. Damn it, if they hadn't stolen the phone, their bodies would probably be getting cold by now. This shows that in the realm of strange rules, there's no need for ethics or morals, preserving one's life comes first. After waiting for about 10 minutes, the time on the phone showed 4:01 p.m. The fog in the corridor dissipated, revealing the walls and decorations. The few of them stepped inside. At the entrance was a small hall, and on the front table, there was a potted orchid in full bloom, radiating vibrant life. They took the side elevator, waited a few minutes, and fortunately, there were only buttons for floors 1 to 17 above. We're in 802. This house had a 2-elevator 4-unit design, and when the elevator opened, they saw someone crouched at the door, trying to enter the code lock. At first, they didn't react, thinking it was a resident of the place. But as they got closer, they realized that the person trying to break in was actually from 802. Damn it, a thief, Song Jian was the first to act. One more chapter, I will post it in a moment. Chapter 143, Community Strange Talk 2. The person tried to resist, but Song Jian's Special Forces background meant his physical strength was countless times stronger than an ordinary person, quickly overpowering him, arms forcefully pinned behind his back. Tell me, why are you stealing? The person in front clearly couldn't answer, his hair was disheveled, clothes dirty, and his eyes were filled with red veins, looking like he hadn't slept for days and nights. Ha, ha. A strange cry escaped his mouth as he looked at room 802, his eyes filled with endless desire. Song Jian looked at Su Yi and saw him nod. You got lucky. He twisted the man's head away, input the correct password behind him, and the door opened. Once the man entered the room, he sniffed, greedily inhaling the surrounding air. After a moment, his emotions gradually calmed down. He spoke to apologize. I'm sorry. Through his account, everyone learned what had happened. The man was originally a delivery worker. Yesterday afternoon, he mistakenly entered the community to deliver food, unexpectedly encountering the community covered by the rules of the strange tales. At first, no one took it seriously, thinking it was a prank. After all, they had never heard of any strange tale being enforced without a chosen one suddenly appearing. It was at that moment that the man saw the complete rules on the customer's phone, chatting and joking with the customer. But after he finished the delivery and walked toward the community gate, the security head was already hanging on his chest, and outside was a sea of darkness. It was then that he realized the seriousness of the situation. One of the rules stated that leaving after 10 o'clock at night was prohibited. This was easy for other residents, but it posed a challenge for the delivery worker. Understanding this, the man had slept outside last night, so he ended up in this state. Song Jian couldn't help but ask, what happened last night? At the mention of this, the man suddenly shook all over, seemingly recalling something terrifying. A staff member from another strange tale bureau, named Zhou Minghua, spoke up to soothe him. Don't rush. Whatever it is, take your time to say it. Our strange tale bureau will help you. However, the truth was that slowly explaining was impossible. As he mentioned last night's events, the man's previously calmed emotions became agitated again. He lost control, attacking the people in front of him. Clearly, staying in the room had a certain effect on regaining his senses, but the man's corruption was too deep, the room's effect was far from enough. Zhou Minghua, caught off guard, received a heavy punch in the face. Shit, he cussed angrily. He's gone mad. The man's body was once again controlled, during which he seemed to intermittently regain some sanity and painfully said, "Please, let me stay. I don't want to go through what happened last night again." "No." Song Jian and Zhou Minghua said in unison, combining efforts to throw the man out of the room. "Not killing you is already the last mercy." Su Yi, somewhat surprised, looked at the two returning from closing the door. "I thought you would keep him here." After all, just now, the one called Song Jian seemed quite dissatisfied with having his phone stolen. "What are you talking about?" Song Jian scratched his head. "He has already been deeply corrupted by the strange forces. We have no means to keep him from hurting anyone. Keeping him would only add to the trouble." Zhou Minghua echoed, "Yeah, wanting to save someone also requires knowing our limits. We won't play the savior." Su Yi nodded in satisfaction. It seemed these two, despite being educated in reality, were not stubborn. Such people could survive in the realm of strange tales. After their negotiation, they began to check the internal layout of the house. The house layout was 3 bedrooms and 1 living room, plus a kitchen and a bathroom. Inside the house, they found 3 notes. Homeowner's Behavioral Guide. Song Jian relaxed. It seemed that driving out the person at the door was indeed the right choice. No matter if the delivery worker belonged to the neighbors, they could not stay overnight in the house. Kitchen Usage Guide. Bathroom Usage Guide. After reading all the rules, Song Jian volunteered. "The rules mention visiting guests, which means neighbors can communicate. I will go out and gather some information." Zhou Minghua stepped forward and turned on the TV in the living room, switching to a DJ channel, where a guitar singer with dreadlocks was rapping passionately. After a while, Zhou Minghua's face turned slightly red, feeling dry in his mouth. Su Yi said, "The DJ music makes people restless and affects one's mental strength." The security guard said that the owners here have bad tempers, plus listening to stimulating DJs. Zhou Minghua's face changed suddenly. How could he forget what the security guard said? He rushed forward to turn off the TV. "Then why did you agree to let Song Jian invite the neighbors over? If they come, they might just explode directly." Su Yi pulled out a chainsaw, its gears buzzing and emitting a captivating glow. "No problem, I will take care of it." Zhou Minghua gasped in shock. Su Yi said, "Look, they are here." A knock sounded on the door, and when opened, Song Jian was accompanied by a middle-aged man. "Look, I brought the neighbor. Hurry up and put on the music." Zhou Minghua assumed a defensive stance, wildly gesturing to the other party. Without hesitation, Su Yi swiftly brought the chainsaw down, and a fresh head rolled away, dark blood oozing from the neck. Zhou Minghua let out a sigh of relief, speaking, "Song Jian, you don't know, I just discussed it with Boss Su and realized that inviting the neighbors over is a mistake. Oh, by the way, when you just went out, was that delivery guy still at the door?" "What delivery? Not anymore." The chainsaw roared to life, and a fresh surge of blood sprayed in front of Zhou Minghua. He could not believe it, his eyes turning bloodshot. Just as he was about to question, Song Jian's body on the ground suddenly began to twist and morph into another person's shape. Fake? Seeing something eerie on the ground, Zhou Minghua became anxious, then Song Jian. Su Yi said nothing, sat on the sofa, and pulled out an apple to eat. 5 minutes later, the door opened again. Song Jian slouched. "I saw a neighbor go down the stairs and followed them, but I got lost and ran into a wall. Luckily, this dog was with me." Beside him, a dog wagged its tail happily, running to its owner, eyes wide in excitement. Su Yi pulled out a cabbage from his bag and stuffed it in the dog's mouth. "Everyone's here, let's take a break and go outside now. Rule 10, exercise is good for physical and mental health. We recommend that you spend no less than 2 hours outdoors each day." They hadn't spent enough time outside today, needing to wait 2 hours. During their break, Zhou Minghua recounted everything that had happened to Song Jian. In just half an hour, his experience was interconnected and extraordinarily thrilling. Su Yi's performance seemed like he had anticipated all the plots and schemes, countering every move. The more Zhou Minghua spoke, the more excited he became, and Song Jian listened intently. Both felt almost the same way, knowing Su Yi was powerful, learned through the livestream room and the contributions to the Dragon Kingdom, sometimes thinking that it seemed easy when watching Su Yi complete a level, creating a "I can do it too" illusion. Now, when truly immersed in the bizarre rules, they understood the dangers involved and the shock of Su Yi's quick reactions even more. Chapter 144, Neighborhood Horror Stories 3. The three prepared to go outside, but one thing posed a problem: how do we deal with the body? Leaving it by the door would cause chaos, and anything left unattended would smell terrible. After discussing, they decided Su Yi would dismember the body while Song Jian and Zhou Minghua would together put the body parts in the freezer. As for why such a simple task required 2 people, it was mainly to enforce a joint crime no one could escape. Song Jian said, "Amatba, no offense intended, it is truly a last resort. I will burn paper for you when I get back." According to the hint in Rule 1, the neighborhood is divided into 5 parts, and the 3 decided to first check out the supermarket closest to their home. On the way, a person dressed in a bikini. A woman, drenched and dripping with every step, approached from the front. This young woman was not small in age, looking around 35 or 36, but she was plump where she should be plump and slim where she should be slim, exuding a unique charm that no ordinary young girl could match. Song Jian couldn't help but glance at a place he shouldn't have, and just happened to meet the woman's gaze. He felt a bit awkward and was about to apologize for his rudeness, but the woman wasn't angry. Instead, she blew him a kiss, suddenly full of flirtation. Song Jian stood frozen in place, and fortunately, he had received professional training, so this little temptation was not enough to make him lose his rationality. They say the residents in this community have poor tempers, but I don't think so. That lady just now, she was quite nice. Zhou Minghua sighed, so beautiful, what a pity her luck is bad, living in a community covered by strange tales. Only Su Yi was puzzled, staring at the woman's back and saying strangely, what's beautiful about her? Song Jian, you're young, it's normal not to understand. Young and ignorant sigh, forget it. The topic was terminated ambiguously, and the three finally arrived at the supermarket. A piece of paper was posted on the glass door. Supermarket shopping rules. Rule 1, the supermarket's operating hours are from 11 a.m. to 11 p.m. Please make purchases during this time. Rule 2, store staff will never actively sell you anything. If you encounter this, please refuse immediately and report to the cashier, and you will receive 50 strange coins as a reward for reporting. Rule 3, store staff wear orange uniforms. If you encounter staff in black uniforms greeting you, do not pay them any attention. Report immediately to the front cashier, and you will receive 100 strange coins for reporting. Rule 4, the supermarket does not sell soap, shower gel, or any cleaning products. After reading the rules, Zhou Minghua spoke first. Rule 1 states the supermarket closes at 11, 1 hour later than the curfew for residents. Don't supermarket employees worry about death threats during this time? Su Yi, there are two possibilities. One is that all the supermarket staff have already fallen, and being contaminated doesn't matter. The second, gas? Zhou Minghua, the supermarket is safe. If anyone accidentally ends up outside after 10, they can temporarily go in to hide. Noticing Su Yi had no objection, he suddenly thought of the delivery person. If the person was still around, he could share the information with them, maybe they wouldn't have to deliver so quickly. The three entered the store. The supermarket was of medium size, selling clothes, daily necessities, and food, much larger than the convenience store Su Yi had stayed in before. Honestly, they didn't have anything particularly needed to buy. Coming here was purely to complete a task. And looking around the entire supermarket, there were particularly few customers. Even if there were, each person was only holding a little bit of stuff. Logically speaking, with the community suddenly sealed off and residents unable to get supplies from the outside, the supermarket's foot traffic should be larger. If strange coins are used for payment, everything makes sense. Su Yi walked past a row of shelves and suddenly turned at the end. A female staff member was half squatting behind a shelf, secretly eavesdropping. Seeing Su Yi catch her, she hurriedly stood and ran backwards. Song Jian came from another direction, forming a front-and-back siege with Su Yi. In fact, besides Su Yi, the other two entering the scenario this time were both professionally trained, with impressive skills. As soon as the staff began following them, they all immediately noticed. They remained silent, hoping to catch her in the act. The follower was a girl in her early 20s. After being blocked, she panicked and stammered, "What do you want from us?" "Song Jian, that should be our question to you, why are you following us?" The girl stubbornly replied, "I wasn't following, I just wanted to assist you as a staff member." "Oh, then this little staff lady, you can start now. Girl, I recommend you buy masks. Wearing them outdoors can reduce pollution." At this moment, Su Yi scrutinized the clerk and keenly noticed the corners of her work uniform were black. His gaze was too straightforward, making it impossible for anyone not to notice. Song Jian added cheekily, a whopping 150 strange coins. The clerk was stunned, crouching down with her hands on her head, her voice particularly broken, "Please, don't report me." The little girl stammered as she told a long story, and from her description, the group pieced together what had happened in the supermarket before. The supermarket uniforms were originally black, but ever since the so-called rule strange talk arrived, many employees' clothes turned from black to orange overnight. The next morning, many shop owners came to buy goods and discovered that only strange coins could be used for checkout. And the only way to earn strange coins was to report. Thus, knowing that something was off, the grand reporting spree began under the temptation of strange coins. This is also why the customers who came to the supermarket were few, and even those who bought only took a little. There weren't many untainted employees, and the strange coins earned from reporting amounted to only 100 yuan, not enough to buy many things. Song Jian's sharp eyes questioned, "If all were reported, how come you are fine?" He couldn't believe that this little girl, with her silly appearance, could have evaded all the customers' searches. I don't know." The clerk was confused by the question, hesitating, "Maybe it's because I'm in the hygiene products section? Gentlemen, may I ask what you need?" At this moment, a hoarse female voice sounded, as if there was thick phlegm stuck in her throat. It was a service worker in her 40s, dressed entirely in orange. Su-yi and the others tacitly blocked the clerk in the middle. "It's nothing, we are discussing what to buy." The middle-aged woman suspiciously looked between the men's legs, feeling intuitively that something was wrong. But due to supermarket service rules, she didn't dare to step forward to check. The clerk smiled with a fake expression. "All right, if you encounter any abnormal people or things, you must tell me." Song Jian replied quickly, "I know, there are rewards for reporting, right? Don't worry, who would go against money?" His answer was perfect. The middle-aged woman had no reason to linger and walked away reluctantly. Su-yi looked down. The little girl trembled with fear, tears streaming down her face, but to avoid being exposed, she kept biting her arm. "It's Sister Ren, we used to have a good relationship." Su-yi didn't have time to care about her sorrow. "Where is the soap?" "I just walked all the way and didn't seem to see where it was sold." Since the only untainted employee managed the hygiene products section and the store rules specifically mentioned soap, Su-yi suspected that this item was a very important prop. The more the rules hindered him from obtaining it, the more he wanted to get it in his hands. "It's in the back warehouse." After the arrival of the rule strange talk, the store took all hygiene products off the shelves. Su-yi obtained the information and prepared to leave with the others. The girl in black said, "That area is sealed off, only at midnight every day will the employees open the warehouse for checks." "Okay." Su-yi nodded and exchanged a message with her. "Now the rules have changed. Actively promoting products to customers can also lead to reporting, so you should do this less often to avoid being targeted." Su-yi had noticed early on that when the girl first saw them, she kept emphasizing the color of her clothes, seemingly unaware of the promotion matter. Could it be that the girl remembered the rules incorrectly? Su-yi dismissed this judgment. He was more inclined to think that the supermarket deliberately changed the rules to find the last elusive fish. Seeing that she had not completely lost her sanity, Zhou Minghua felt pity. "Come with us, I'll take you out." Song Jian frowned as he listened, ready to interrupt. Fortunately, the clerk had already declined, pushing the two. "You can go, I'm restricted and can't get out." Su-yi followed the advice and took a thick stack of the recommended masks off the shelf. He called a few little brothers over, packing a lot of snacks and vegetables. He is now quite wealthy, having made 5,000 yuan from Luninghow last time. While checking out, the cashier froze for a moment at the sight of the mask, seeming to want to say something. But seeing there were other items being paid for, she ultimately kept quiet. "Hello, sir, that will be 285 yuan. Su-yi paid as expected. The two people behind him felt embarrassed. They understood the importance of the strange talk coin from watching the live streams. Especially in that amusement park instance, Pierre had saved his life with 200 yuan. As a result, the strange coin has become something with a market price in the real world but is hard to value. The White Eagle even sent troops to disturb several nearby small countries, forcing them to hand over their strange coins. Today, following Su-yi, they spent nearly 300 strange coins. They truly benefited greatly. The three glanced at their phones. The time just hit 2 hours. After strolling around the community and finding nothing unusual, they returned to their room. Song Jian sighed. "The swimming pool closes at 5 his eye, how unfortunate." He looked incredibly disappointed. Su-yi recalled the woman he walked past in the afternoon. "You two have such strange tastes." Chapter 145, Community Strange Talk 4. In the room, a faint smell of disinfectant lingered. Rule 8, the property committee will send someone to spray and disinfect the room every day. Song Jian said, "They actually have the door password of the owners." Su-yi quickly walked to the fridge, and sure enough, the two frozen corpses had disappeared. He frowned deeply. Song Jian asked, "Could it be they were thrown out as kitchen waste?" On the other side, Zhou Minghua, with Suya's consent, took out a mask and handed it to the delivery person at the door. The mask can resist strange talk pollution. He repeated the information he had overheard about the supermarket possibly being safe at night. "The supermarket is very big, find a way to sneak in, hide in a concealed spot, and don't come out when they close." The delivery person made gibberish sounds, looking dazed, unsure if they understood. Zhou Minghua said it seriously 2 more times before returning to the room. That night, the room was brightly lit, and no one wanted to cook. They took out a few bread rolls from their backpacks to eat. Since this was not an official rule strange talk, there was no teleportation involved. They had prepared well before entering the community, bringing everything they could use for food and drink. However, after scarfing down several breads, they still felt hungry, their stomachs even starting to grumble in protest. Eating felt more like not eating at all. Su-yi pointed to a pile of snacks he had just bought from the supermarket. "Let's eat some of this." A moment later, the three patted their round bellies, letting out satisfied sighs. Zhou Minghua said, "This afternoon I thought, just for the sake of eating, it's not worth reporting all the store clerks, right? What happens to morality? What happens to humanity? Now I understand, only food sold in supermarkets can fill the belly." Song Jian responded, "In the face of absolute hunger, humanity is worth nothing." After hiding the remaining snacks and putting the vegetables in the fridge, the three each chose a room to sleep in. Sui said, "Don't think too much, the most important thing is to rest well." The two nodded their heads. This is the advantage of following Sui. If they entered a rule strange talk by themselves, they definitely wouldn't be able to sleep at night. After a few days of mental fatigue, they might just collapse. Now with Sui, the myth of this instance, it's like no matter what danger happens, someone will come to cushion the fall. The sense of safety is undeniable. At midnight, the room suddenly erupted with intense dog barking. Sui rushed to the living room. The source of the sound was Zhou Minghwa's bedroom. He kicked the door open. By the bedroom window, the window was open, the curtains drawn to the sides. Zhou Minghwa hung half his body out the window, as if he was about to jump off the building. In the room, Song Jian was tightly holding onto Zhou Minghwa's leg, large beads of sweat appearing on his forehead, looking quite strained. On the floor, a woman in a bikini, with loose skin and a deathly pale face, was fighting with a dog. The two were fiercely biting each other, and the woman's long nails left bloody marks on the dog's fur. Meanwhile, a chunk of flesh had been bitten off her face, bleeding profusely. The chunk of flesh the dog had bitten off was not eaten, carelessly spit out in the corner of the room. Sui pulled out a chainsaw. The dog whimpered pathetically at him, as if saying it was hurt from the bites. The woman lifted her head and threw a flirtatious glance at Sui. "Am I beautiful?" "Beautiful my ass. Seriously, why is the aesthetic of people nowadays so terrible? Was it him who couldn't keep up with the trends?" Filled with disgust, Sui swiftly eliminated the bikini woman. Then he went to check on Zhou Minghwa's condition. Zhou Minghwa, forcibly pulled back, had a look of intoxication on his face, his arms and legs stretching eagerly towards the window, as if something incredibly tempting was attracting him. Chapter 146, Neighborhood Strange Tales 5. Sui had long noticed a problem. Although Song Jian and Zhou Minghwa were together, Song Jian's personality seemed much more exuberant, lacking Zhou Minghwa's calmness. Even during the day, it was Song Jian who first made eye contact with the strange woman. In reality, between the two, Zhou Minghwa, who kept quiet and rarely spoke, was the more disadvantaged side, with delicate and rich emotions, easily swayed by the strange allure. This could be concluded from his handing a mask to the delivery guy, as well as his attempt to take the staff from the supermarket away. Such a person, in a small sense, could be called helpful, kind-hearted. In a larger sense, they lacked strong willpower. They were easily caught and attacked through their weaknesses. While Song Jian, with his sharp tongue, had a hard heart, making him less susceptible to temptation. When the bikini woman died, Zhou Minghwa struggled less, and Song Jian finally dragged him back from the window. "Wake up, what's wrong with you?" The person on the ground still had his eyes closed, feet off the ground, as if desperately wanting to jump out the window and ascend to heaven. Smack, smack. Sui stepped forward and slapped him twice, one on each side, causing Zhou Minghwa's cheeks to swell rapidly. The left cheek swelled a little less, while the right was considerably larger. Unable to hold back, Sui added a small slap to the left side, breathing slightly. "Are you awake?" Song Jian, not noticing the abnormality, hurriedly checked, only to find that the person in his arms had been hit too hard and had completely fainted. "This is good, at least he won't jump out the window." "Sui, how come you two are in the same bedroom?" He distinctly remembered that the three of them had separated before sleeping. Song Jian, "Oh. I couldn't sleep, so I thought I'd chat with him for a bit." He felt embarrassed to say he didn't dare sleep alone in the room, wanting Zhou Minghwa for company. Coincidentally, the other party had the same thought, so the two good brothers ended up back to back, sleeping together on the same bed. Zhou Minghwa was sleeping inside, directly facing the window. "Sui, alright, to prevent any accidents, I'll stay over tonight too." Song Jian eagerly nodded, thanking Sui profusely. He and Zhou Minghwa were colleagues in the same department, and they used to be comrades. Their bond was deep, having agreed that neither would abandon the other. As night deepened, Sui suddenly opened his eyes, staring at the two men sleeping on the floor. Homeowners' behavior guidelines. Clearly, due to Zhou Minghwa's act of opening the window, all three of them had broken the rules. But what's the price for breaking the rules? Sui stayed behind intentionally. The three of them sharing a room was precisely for this reason. Given the nature of the strange tales, he didn't believe that after Zhou Minghwa faced punishment, the other two would be let off lightly. Carrying this question, dawn came the next morning. "Ouch, what happened to my face?" The first to scream was Zhou Minghwa. Song Jian hesitated, unsure whether to tell him about the slapping incident. At this moment, Zhou Minghwa had already taken out his phone and was using the camera function as a mirror, muttering to himself, "I figured it out. It must be that strange girl from yesterday. Since she didn't see me sleeping, she became furious, turning love into hate. Don't say it. This female ghost has a bit of obsessive-compulsive disorder. Both sides of her face are identically swollen." Thinking of it like that, might be right. Song Jian quickly shut his mouth and changed the topic, diverting from the matter of hitting. "So, what did you actually see yesterday?" Sui curiously looked at him. Upon mentioning this, Zhou Minghua became shy, lowering his head and his face showing a hint of blush. Last night, because I was scared, I couldn't sleep properly. In a daze, I felt someone blowing in my ear and touching my body. I couldn't help it, thinking I was at home, I subconsciously responded, and then. No need for him to say, everyone saw what happened next. Zhou Minghua honestly apologized, I'm sorry, it was my carelessness, I fell into the female ghost's trap. Song Jian said, be careful next time. If I hadn't reacted quickly and held you in time, you'd probably be gone by now. Zhou Minghua nodded in fear, looking like he learned a lesson. But then he realized, wait, we're sleeping on the same bed. Why did the female ghost favor me and not you? Is it because I'm more handsome? Handsome my ass. Song Jian was speechless, I don't have a girlfriend, my first thought was you were not sleeping properly. Song Jian didn't mention he was terrified last night thinking Zhou Minghua was touching his butt, so he closed his eyes and pretended to sleep. After a while, just as he was ready to endure the humiliation and escape, he turned around to see Zhou Minghua opening the window. It turned out to be a bizarre incident. Song Jian breathed a sigh of relief and quickly went forward to hold him, silently cheering for the friendship he had almost lost. But these words couldn't be brought up with Zhou Minghua, lest he overthink it. Rule 6, at 7 a.m. every day, supply packages will be delivered on time to the door. When receiving supplies, please confirm the bags are read. For this moment, the three stood outside early, with a posture of being fully prepared. Are you ready? When someone comes to deliver supplies, no matter who it is, grab them first and get some useful information. The other two and the dog nodded fiercely. At exactly 7 o'clock, with a ding, the elevator door on the 8th floor opened on time. Song Jian quickly ran over, pushing the elevator door open, peering inside, shocked, there's actually no one. A bulging plastic bag sat forlornly on the elevator floor. With no choice, he had to take the only plastic bag out, preparing to bring it back to the room, it's pretty heavy. Wait. Su Yi, who had just taken out his phone, stopped the two, let's see what's inside first. Oh, right. The bag opened to reveal blocks of frozen meat, with a lot of blood seeping out, and inside were flattened eyeballs and human fingers. Gulp, so fragrant. Song Jian and Zhou Minghua swallowed at the sight of the meat. Bro, my cooking skills are decent, let me show you. Yeah, I haven't had your cooking in a long time, let's first offer a piece to our big brother. Su Yi? You two are killing me with filial piety. He finally realized the cost of opening the window last night. It turned out these two were already contaminated and didn't even know it. What color is this bag? What else could it be? Red, of course. Big brother, can we go in now? It was obvious these two really wanted to eat the meat but were hesitating due to their filial piety. Su Yi, oh, why do I see it as white? He patted his chest, panicking, oh no, have I been contaminated? The two. Song Jian was the first to react, raising his hand and slapping himself twice. Not enough, seeing Zhou Minghua opposite him not reacting, he slapped him twice as well. What do you mean Su Yi is contaminated? The color he saw was actually correct, how could he deserve that? One should have some self-awareness. Zhou Minghua shouted, what are you doing? I heard that, just a bit slower to react. Su Yi saw the two pushing each other's heads, creating a chaotic scene. Step by step, moving away from plastic bags, it was clear that the things inside still had an attraction for them. He chuckled and took out his phone, switched to the camera mode, and snapped photos, placing them in front of the two people. If you want to eat, it's not impossible, occasionally trying new flavors is fine. The two were contaminated, attracted by what was in the bag, and looking at the photos posed no problem. Thus, knowing the truth, the two, without having breakfast, immediately vomited. Chapter 147, Neighborhood Ghost Story 6. Rule 7, if the packaging bag appears in another color, sorry, we made a mistake, please contact the property committee immediately at 1984-444-4444, and we will replace it for you in time. Su Yi took out his phone to call. Since entering the neighborhood, there was still signal on the phone, but it was limited to contacting only people within the neighborhood. This also directly crushed the opportunity for the two staff members to contact the Ghost Stories Bureau. Soon, a middle-aged woman with property stitched on her chest and wearing a mask appeared. Seeing Su Yi and the others, you didn't eat the stuff inside, did you? The three shook their heads. The woman breathed a sigh of relief and handed the real red plastic bag to Su Yi. It's better to wear a mask, after all, it's not disinfected outside. Song Jian immediately raised a question, isn't it only necessary to wear a mask during disinfection? The woman looked at him disapprovingly, how many times have I said it? Read the rules carefully, you just don't listen. I'm not talking about you, ma'am, but young people should listen to advice to live longer. Rule 9, please remember to wear a mask during disinfection. Red letters. They all saw this rule, it couldn't possibly be wrong. There was only one possibility, the old lady saw something different from them. Someone used red letters to alter Rule 9. No, it's too early to conclude. What if the red letters are correct and the other rules have been altered? Zhou Minghua, don't be angry, ma'am, his brain doesn't work well, I'll just slap him a couple of times later. Song Jian's eyes were ablaze with anger. But the old lady was all smiles, pointing at Zhou Minghua. Oh, you're still the one who knows how to talk. Zhou Minghua, since you're here, ma'am, why not disinfect us before you leave? Disinfection isn't my responsibility, just wait a bit longer, she said, turning to leave. Zhou Minghua seemed to casually glance at Suyi. Big brother, did you know? When I went to the supermarket yesterday, I heard two store clerks arguing. It seems they were originally best friends. The reason they fell out was that the tall girl's husband was cheating, and the other clerk's mother was the other woman. Shocked, what kind of twisted relationship? Suyi and Song Jian were completely stunned, but the old lady stopped in her tracks, eager to know, and then? Zhou Minghua, I don't know, they agreed to completely resolve this matter today and asked me to be the referee. The old lady anxiously said, oh, you should hurry. Zhou Minghua hesitated, let it be, we still need to wait for disinfection at home, can't leave. What's difficult about that? I'll call and have the disinfection team come over to your house, the old lady said, taking out her phone and getting to work. Moments later, the old lady hung up the phone. Young man, everything is settled, someone will come over soon. I have other things to attend to, so I can't accompany you. Look. Zhou Minghua was quick to catch on and immediately took out his phone. Let's add each other on WeChat. The old lady excitedly clapped her thigh. Yes, that's what I mean. Make sure to film it. Zhou Minghua, okay, I'll film more details and send it to you the whole time. Satisfied with the answer, the old lady hummed a tune and left. Song Jian teased, I didn't see it coming, you're quite the friend to women, solving problems in no time. In the morning, the three had discussed this issue together. The disinfection time was unpredictable, but they still needed to set out to explore. Should someone stay behind to watch the house? They discussed it for a long time, but could not decide on a candidate. Now, with Zhou Minghua's little operation, the problem was solved effortlessly. Zhou Minghua puffed out his chest, of course. Learn from me, it'll be useful in the future. Do you know how I got married? First, I mingled into my girlfriend's community square dance team, and won over a group of aunties. Every day, they say nice things to handle their girlfriend's mom. A few people entered the room with real red plastic bags, opened them, and inside were 3 white masks. There were also some rice, noodles, oil, and other supplies. Zhou Minghua took the items and went to the kitchen to spread out a few pancakes, immediately filling the air with a delicious smell. Just now, Auntie told us to wear masks when we go out, and the rules say to wear masks during disinfection. Which one is correct? Song Jian, the key is the reason for wearing the mask. In Auntie's words, we wear masks because the air outside is not disinfected, meaning only rooms that have been disinfected are safe. This statement should be wrong. We were exposed to strange pollution last night after opening the window. Therefore, the black mist in the middle of the night is poisonous. During the day, we were not affected at all. Suyi stroked his chin, really not at all? Song Jian, what do you mean? Are you saying we were already strangely polluted yesterday during the day? That's not right, I clearly felt that my perception was normal. Suyi, what did you guys see yesterday? What did the beautiful woman look like? Zhou Minghua recalled, using 3 idioms, rosy complexion, graceful charm, curves in all the right places. Suyi, what I saw was exactly the opposite, pale as paper, with loose skin. Suyi now understood why their attitudes were so different when they saw the woman yesterday. Both sides didn't see the same thing at all. Song Jian and the others saw a beautified version of the woman. It's just that Song Jian's words were too ambiguous, talking about being young and not knowing about married women. This led Suyi to really think they both liked that specific type, and that he had a problem with his own taste. At this moment, there was a knock on the door. Is anyone there? I'm from the property community, here to disinfect. The knocking lasted for about a minute. If nobody answers, I'm going to come in. The password lock clicked, and the door swung open, revealing a woman wearing a mask, dressed like the auntie from before. Seeing the 3 standing in place, she froze for a moment, revealing an awkward smile. This child, so young, is hard of hearing, doesn't even hear the knocking. Quick, put on your masks, the disinfection is about to start. Song Jian, auntie, why do we have to wear masks? The disinfectant is bad for the body. Seeing the 3 remain unmoved, the auntie got anxious. I can't be lying to you, if it's harmless, why am I wearing a mask myself? Chapter 148, Community Weird Tales 7. You're from the property committee? Now this is interesting, 2 groups of people from the same place, giving 2 completely different stories. Who should we believe? Auntie, young man, if you don't wear a mask, I can't spray you with this disinfectant. She covered her chest and started crying. Auntie cannot do anything unethical, I can't just watch you walk into the fire pit. Auntie has to take responsibility for everyone. Her crying was heartfelt, and an uninformed person might be deceived by it. Suyi, actually, it's very simple to judge what's real and what's fake. We can just do an experiment. Zhou Minghua and Song Jian each grabbed one of Auntie's arms, firmly holding her in place. Suyi pulled off Auntie's mask and picked up the disinfectant on the floor, spraying it wildly on Auntie's face. Auntie, you're so great, you wouldn't want to just watch us get polluted, right? The middle-aged woman was speechless because she was trying to hold her breath, her entire face was turning red. Suyi wouldn't go along with her wishes, he pried her mouth open and sprayed inside. Then, the inner lips of the middle-aged auntie turned black at a visible speed. First her mouth, then her teeth, and finally her entire face began to rot. Ah! Poison, there's poison! The auntie fell in pain, rolling on the floor, and after a moment, she was completely still. This left Song Jian and Zhou Minghua dumbfounded, and they subconsciously let go of her. Taking this opportunity, Suyi sprayed both of them at once. The moment the liquid touched their mouths and noses, both showed painful expressions. Song Jian, with tears in his eyes, Suyi, are we going to be sacrificed? Men rarely shed tears unless they are at death's door. Zhou Minghua held his head. I suppose I have contributed a bit to the country, remember to take care of my wife, and ask the Bureau of Strange Tales for some compensation. Even when Suyi personally sprayed the so-called poison on them, their first reaction was not hatred, but to find a way to entrust their legacy. They trusted Suyi and had already made the decision to die when entering the instance. 15 minutes later. Song Jian jumped up first, touching his body. Huh, I'm fine? I didn't die. Zhou Minghua, in a state of abandonment, said, when it comes to compensation, I'm not joking. If something really happens, make sure to apply for me specially. Suyi, the subway grandpa, looked at his phone with an expression. Disinfectant can kill fully transformed creatures and help remove some contamination from people. For ordinary people, it is not deadly enough. After cleaning up the corpses on the ground, Suyi analyzed, the situation is just as I predicted. The homeowner committee, as an organization to help residents resist strange phenomena, is not united. Internally, it has likely long divided into good and bad factions. In simple terms, there are spies among them, and not just a few. Zhou Minghua trembled and asked, so everyone in this community has? They had received special training, and even they almost fell for it after entering the community. Let alone the ordinary residents, probably only a few could survive in the end. Suyi patted his shoulder and said solemnly, learn to accept. Transforming into something strange will probably make one forget some things from their past life, but on the flip side, one can gain endless life, so it's a trade-off. But since I have entered here, I will definitely uncover the truth behind it. Zhou Minghua's eyes turned red. Suyi, how can you start speaking for the strange beings? Suyi, I'm not speaking for anyone, I'm just objectively analyzing the facts and what is in everyone's hearts. This world has long been chaotic, hasn't it? The three of them went out to search for information in the community, but after a whole morning, they found nothing useful. By 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the three of them gathered in a small square. In the center of the square, there was a row of flower beds, divided into left and right parts. The flower beds were filled with black flowers, blooming brightly. With the wind blowing, there was a strange beauty that swayed gracefully. On the left side of the flower bed was a basketball court, where a group of neatly dressed old men and women were happily playing inside. Suyi watched as an old man was hit on the forehead by a flying basketball and fell to the ground. The people nearby laughed heartily, pointing and saying, look at that old man, looking weak, he's not fit to play basketball. He plays like a pig. The old man sat on the ground, struggling to get up, but age had taken its toll, and he couldn't do it. Despair filled the old man's heart, the light in his eyes extinguished, and he completely lost his breath. This time, Zhou Minghua showed wisdom, he just stood by and watched, not doing anything unnecessary. Sure enough, after a while, the already cold old man woke up again. He got up and picked a flower from the nearby flower bed, stuffing it into his mouth. His spirit visibly improved at a rapid pace, going from listlessness to a rosy complexion. But this change did not stop. The old man's body not only became strong, but his temper also flared up, and he slapped the person who had just mocked him, followed by a stream of profanities, filled with high vulgarities. The two quickly got into a tussle, arguing, and one twisted off an ear while the other gouged out an eyeball. In the end, they twisted off each other's heads. 2 more corpses lay on the ground, and a staff member from the property committee came forward to collect them. On the right side of the flower bed, a group of young people were dancing a community dance. The music played, nothing is more beautiful than the setting sun. They moved in perfect unison, stretching out their arms with the rhythm of the music. Follow the slow rhythm. Strange, too strange. A young person doing what an old person does feels incredibly out of place. Suyi quickly locked onto one person. He was wearing a green short-sleeved shirt, blending into the crowd. Though he danced along, the occasional twitch on his face showed his inner unrest. Suyi and the others surrounded the young man in a triangular formation from different directions. They danced to the rhythm, getting closer and closer to the boy. until Song Jian accidentally bumped his elbow into the boy's chest. Hey, are you okay? Song Jian turned around and reached out to touch the boy's chest. The boy stepped back in terror, dodging as if he had seen a plague, and ended up hitting the back of his head against Zhou Minghwa's swinging fist. His face turned red, clearly very angry. But soon, as if he thought of something, he quietly swallowed his anger, muttering "I'm sorry," and walked to the right. Suyi quickly blocked his way. The boy looked like he wanted to cry, swaying like a little grass bent by the rain. Until he looked up and saw the boy's face on the right. Suyi boss. Suyi was surprised. This was the first person to recognize him after entering the community. He could now be sure that the boy had not been contaminated. Suyi shook his head. His eyes scanned around. Many young people had noticed their strange behavior, eyes fixed on them, as if they would all pounce if anything happened. The boy nodded and continued dancing. The torturous square dance finally ended, and everyone dispersed. The boy immediately hugged Suyi's thigh, crying "Woo woo woo, I'm saved. Woo woo woo, you are really Suyi boss, not some strange monster." Suyi's forehead twitched. He didn't know how this crybaby had lived until now. At this moment, Song Jian and Zhou Wenhuo also walked over. The boy immediately hid behind Suyi. It was them who bullied me just now. What do you mean by them? Did this guy see them as monsters? Song Jian replied speechlessly, we were trying to protect you, okay? Then the two introduced themselves, and upon learning they were from the Paranormal Bureau, the boy relaxed a lot. Hello, my name is Liang Xing. Zhou Wenhua immediately responded, I know, the heir of Liang Group. Fu Hai Garden was developed by your family. Song Jian scoffed, Liang Xing? Your family's housing prices are not fair at all. Liang Xing, if you can save me, a few houses wouldn't be impossible. Song Jian, Liang Xiao, I misspoke just now, please don't hold it against me. The four of them had a few exchanges, and Liang Xing's mood eased quite a bit as he began to share what had happened recently. It turned out he had been living in a villa on the mountain at the back, never coming out. Until today, seeing the food in his room was dwindling, he mustered the courage to go downstairs, thinking he could gather some news and buy some food. Song Jian, wait, the property management sends supplies every day, right? How could you be starving? Regarding this, Liang Xing felt a bit embarrassed, I guess they forgot about me. He explained, the villas behind are surrounded by mountains, in a perfect location, fresh air, close to the city, they have always been a key project for our family. Song Jian, stop it, get to the point, don't take the opportunity to promote your houses, I can't afford to buy them. Liang Xing, okay, because these villas were promoted too well, my dad originally wanted to auction them off. He planned to invite a bunch of rich people next month. Song Jian, you've learned about hunger marketing well. So, now in those villas, besides you, is there really no one else? Liang Xing nodded vigorously, it's probably because I don't have to pay property fees or anything, so they just forgot me. They thought that the unsold houses wouldn't have anyone living in them. Alright, you follow us first, and we'll go back to your house later. The four returned to 802. Suyi took out a blank sheet of paper and explained the next actions. After a whole morning of observation and research, there are currently 2 places that haven't been explored. Song Jian quickly answered, I know one is the swimming pool, what else? Suyi, the 18th floor. He looked at Liang Xing, you know the structure of the community the best. Where are these 2 places? Due to certain traditional reasons, the community doesn't have an 18th floor. As for the swimming pool, it's in the exact spot where we just danced in the square. Song Jian, are you saying the original swimming pool turned into a small square? Liang Xing nodded. The few of them frowned, all feeling the seriousness of the situation. Finally, several pairs of eyes turned to Suyi, big brother, what do you say we should do? Suyi, let's go to the 17th floor first. After making a decision, Suyi stood up, but Liang Xing suddenly raised his hand and timidly said, can we have something to eat? I'm hungry, I haven't eaten all day. Looking at the others, they also seemed to be in low spirits. Suyi spoke, let's rest here for an hour. There were more people this time, and it was different from doing tasks alone, he had to pay attention to more details. Bang! While Suyi was sitting on the sofa resting his eyes, he heard a noise coming from the bathroom. He saw a pair of ghostly hands reaching out from the mirror in front of the sink, tightly gripping Liang Xing's neck. His cheeks turned red and purple, unable to speak. If it weren't for accidentally kicking the broom behind him, making a sound, he might have hung there without anyone noticing. Suyi acted in time and punched the mirror. In the mirror, a woman with long hair pulled back her hand in pain, gradually quieting down as the mirror shattered. Song Jian, didn't I tell you to leave the light on when going to the bathroom? I even reminded you in case you forgot. Liang Xing felt wronged, I turned on the light. It broke while I was washing my face. Song Jian went to touch the switch on the wall, and the overhead light turned on smoothly. Liang Xing opened his mouth in shock and hurriedly explained, you have to believe me, I really turned on the light. Song Jian, lying is not a good habit. At that moment, sudden barks of a dog came from the kitchen. Everyone rushed over, and they saw Zhou Minghua collapsed on the ground, his finger touching the power strip. Song Jian was in disbelief. Old Zhou got electrocuted. He immediately stepped forward, pressing his hands on Zhou Minghua's chest, performing CPR. The dog continued to bark. Only then did they notice that the gas valve next to them was not turned off. If no one had discovered this, it would have been hard to imagine the consequences. In a short while, Zhou Minghua came to his senses. He looked at Suyi with guilt in his eyes. "I'm sorry, I was too careless." Suyi felt a thick sense of eeriness inside. Everything appeared to be coincidental, but the problem was it was too coincidental. If not discovered in time, within just a few minutes, 2 people could have died. He looked at the others. "You all step back, I'll cook." 5 minutes later, 4 bowls of clear soup noodles were freshly made, with a few unwashed vegetables floating on top. Song Jian and the others devoured the noodles hungrily. Suyi wondered, has his cooking skills improved? He picked up a chopstick full of noodles and put them in his mouth. It was still the same taste, barely swallowable. Liang Xing, being able to eat the food made by Big Brother Suyi, I have enough capital to brag for my whole life. Song Jian nodded in agreement. Worth it, I can go back and not brush my teeth for a month. Suyi didn't understand this kind of enthusiasm, but he was greatly shocked. On the other side, a man about 1 meter 50 tall, with property committee embroidered on his chest and a somewhat lewd aura, was sitting in a dark room. In his hand was something like an accounting book. Upon closer inspection, the words owner list could be seen. The man said, "Simi Masai. Room 802, just a few people left to fall." As soon as he finished speaking, he picked up a nearby brush and completely blacked out the room number 802, hee. Except the shadow of death. At the moment the brush touched the room number, a series of strange events began to occur in 802. Chapter 150, Community Horror Stories 9. Rule 3, when you enter the elevator and see the button for the 18th floor. Please come out immediately, wait for 10 minutes, and then go back in. Repeat this until the 18th floor disappears. The elevator opened, and everyone went in to stroll around. The elevator opened again, and everyone came out. This repeated several times. Unlike what the rules expressed, Suyi and their goal was not to make the 18th floor disappear, but to wait for the 18th floor. No way, this is useless. Coming out of the elevator again, a few people were getting a bit annoyed. Song Jian said, "If the 18th floor doesn't show up, are we going to test until night?" Suyi frowned. "Where did you go down yesterday while chasing the neighbor?" "The stairs." "Okay, let's go up the stairs." A few people climbed up from the 8th floor. Unlike the strong physiques of others, Liang Xing was already panting after just a few levels. "Hey, little chick, can you do it? Do you need me to carry you up?" Song Jian couldn't help but tease. "Is there such a good thing?" Song Jian, "Sure, young Master Liang, you just need to give me a few apartments, and I will reluctantly carry you up now." "Deal." Liang Xing readily agreed. This deal left Song Jian speechless, especially when he saw Liang Xing looking at him with big, hopeful eyes. "Damn it." Song Jian irritably waved his hand. "Forget it, I am a public servant, can't just accept bribes." However, he still kept his word, changing from carrying Liang Xing to giving him a piggyback ride, shouting, "I'm just afraid you will delay the progress of the team." On the side, Zhou Minghua secretly watched. Having lived for so many years, it was still the first time he saw old Song at a disadvantage. The few people arrived at the 16th floor. In the corner of the hallway, there were 4 or 5 large trash cans lined up, with a thick layer of grease on the surface. On the stairs, a cleaning lady in her 40s or 50s was bending down to clean. The broom swept across the floor, raising a cloud of dust that made people cough. However, the cleaning lady remained unfazed, as if she were accustomed to this life. "Zhou Minghua, ma'am, do you know how to get to the 18th floor? Walk up the stairs to the top, there is a small red door, go inside." "Thank you, ma'am." After a busy afternoon, finally getting the accurate answer, the faces of the few people were a bit excited, filled with energy as they walked up. However, with a bang sound. "What the hell, where's old Song?" Zhou Minghua turned back and saw Song Jian, who had been walking at the back of the line, carrying Liang Xing, disappear after that loud noise. Suyi was stunned for a moment, and the next second, he witnessed the whole process. The cleaning lady, who had been quietly sweeping, stepped up another step and walked beside Zhou Minghua. The broom swept across the floor, not only carrying away dust but also creating a strong gust of wind that lifted Zhou Minghua and the trash can lid in the corner into the air. That one sweep directly swept Zhou Minghua into the trash can. As for the banging sounds just heard, they were the sounds of the trash can lid closing. Suyi. What a bizarre attack method, you really make good use of things. The cleaning lady stepped up another step, this time coming to Suyi's side. With a gentle wave of the broom, a strong wind kicked up, and Suyi quickly threw a punch. With a bang, this time the cleaning lady flew into the trash can, while Suyi stood still. What a joke, a mere breeze trying to blow him away, Suyi. Suyi was just about to step forward to rescue a few teammates. However, the tightly closed trash can suddenly opened, and the cleaning lady crawled out from inside, her head covered in garbage, one hand tightly gripping the broom, looking at Suyi with resentful eyes. Suyi suddenly had a bad feeling in his heart. This intuition was often unrelated to danger, but more inclined to unexpected events. Sure enough, the next second, the cleaning lady waved the broom again. The countless garbage left in the bin was swept up by the wind and blew toward Suyi. Among them were some soup liquids and the bodies of dead animals. This time, not to mention a physical attack, just the scene and the smell made people want to vomit, creating a serious psychological shadow. Amidst the garbage filling the sky, as Suyi dodged left and right, the cleaning lady ignored the rain of trash and rushed forward again, her broom handle stabbing hard into Suyi's stomach. She was confident this blow would surely take down an ordinary human. The broom handle pierced into Suyi's body like steel rebar. The cleaning lady was close enough to hear the sound of intestines bursting. She bent down, her eyes bloodshot, licked her lips, and prepared to suck the blood from Suyi's wound. Buzz, buzz, buzz. As the cleaning lady's head drew near, her legs suddenly flew off, followed by her arms, and then meat rain fell from the sky, droplets hitting the ground and mixing with the large piles of trash. Suyi raised the cleaning lady's remains to make her open the trash can. He could have used his weapon to slice it open. The chainsaw in his hand was incredibly sharp, but as someone who cherished his weapons, Suyi found it a bit dirty. So, the cleaning lady, now without legs or arms, hesitated for a moment and opened the trash can lid with her mouth. As Liang Xing finally saw the light and lifted his gaze, he was met with the cleaning lady's grotesque head, which made him scream in fear, "Ghost, there's a ghost! Stop shouting!" He was slapped on the back by Song Jian, who had also fallen into the trash can with him, stopping his cries. Suyi noticed that when they emerged from the trash can, Liang Xing had far fewer bruises than Song Jian. Clearly, in a critical moment, Song Jian had sacrificed himself to protect Liang Xing. After this ordeal, they hurriedly climbed to the top floor. The first thing that came into view was about 10 large green trash cans. It was easy to guess what was inside. Liang Xing couldn't hold back and lifted the lid of one to look inside, and then, he vomited. Why are there only human meat chunks? So finely chopped, what are they for? As soon as he finished speaking, Song Jian and Zhou Minghua turned pale, almost vomiting as well. Suyi smiled slightly. I think they are intended to make some kind of delicious meat patties. But since we've found the ingredients, we must be close to the boss behind this. They passed the trash cans in a corner of the wall, indeed found a red iron door, which was locked. Where's the key? Suyi questioned the cleaning lady. In the supermarket warehouse manager's hands. Song Jian, you better not be lying, or you're gonna regret it. Suyi tightened his grip around the cleaning lady's neck, squeezing more tightly, his expression filled with threat. The cleaning lady suddenly dropped her eyes. In my current condition, it would be better if I were dead. Saying this, she tilted her head and spun around 720 degrees along Suyi's wrist. With a thud, her head dropped, tumbling down the stairs. The others were left dumbfounded. Chapter 151, Strange Tales of the Community 10. At midnight, a group of them stealthily emerged from the trash can, surrounded by shelves filled with various goods. At this hour, the supermarket was empty and silent. Go! Suyi took the lead, heading towards the warehouse. Suddenly, Song Jian spoke up, someone's coming up ahead. They looked up, and a figure slowly approached, seemingly floating without touching the ground. Meanwhile, Liang Xing complained, Song Jian, don't touch me, I can't breathe. Who the hell is touching you? Ah. At the moment Liang Xing opened his mouth to make a sound, Song Jian quickly covered it, don't lose your life, we still need you. Stop making a fuss. Isn't that just a human mannequin? Yes, the so-called figure in front of them was not a real person, their faces were pure white, with plastic features, as if they were going to come to life under the moonlight. They seemed unable to distinguish between dummies and living people. When everyone stayed still, they too remained motionless. If any one person so much as blinked, their gaze would immediately fix upon you. It felt a bit like playing red light, green light. What do we do? Song Jian asked with his eyes. This left Suyi truly in a dilemma. If it were just him, he could charge in and kill without worry. But now, behind him were a few weaklings he had to protect. The number of puppets on site was enormous, and one misstep could lead to a deadly attack. Moreover, Suyi knew that his combat power was unmatched. He wanted to set an example for the people behind him, trying his best to solve some problems with intelligence, so that when they faced the dungeon alone, they wouldn't repeat his usual reckless style. After thinking for a few seconds, Suyi took out a mobile phone from his pocket, opened the music app, and the energetic DJ music echoed throughout the supermarket. Suyi hurled the phone far away, and in an instant, all the puppets were attracted and rushed towards the sound. Quick, now, a few people seized the moment and ran straight to the warehouse door. When we came yesterday, there was nothing here, Song Jian murmured, looking at the inexplicably large area that had appeared. The warehouse was spacious, emitting a warm yellow light from inside. The crowd did not rush in, staying outside to observe the situation. Soon, the warehouse door opened, and a man and a woman came out yawning. Finally done with the goods, we can go home. The male employee held a padlock in his hand, preparing to lock the warehouse door. Song Jian and Zhou Minghua were quick and decisive, pulling out their electric batons, one on the left, one on the right, and the two employees fell to the ground instantly. Song Jian crouched by the crack of the warehouse door, confirming that there was no more sound inside, and signaled everyone to go in together. The key! Song Jian exclaimed in surprise. The warehouse was surrounded by boxes stacked high, in various styles, disorganized and chaotic. Some stacks reached 2 meters or even higher. Through the heavy obstacles, in the front direction, a string of keys hung on the wall, emitting a golden light. As if fearing no one would know what it was for, behind it, the words 18th floor entrance were prominently marked. Song Jian and the others were excited. But what Suyi saw were only the words trap, so openly displayed. It seemed to be beckoning them, hurry up and find death, come and fall into the trap. But Suyi said nothing. Firstly, even if it was a trap, he firmly believed he could handle this small problem. Compared to schemes and conspiracies, he valued the straightforward approach of using strength to break through cunning. Secondly, Suyi had not forgotten his other purpose for entering the community, which was to train newcomers. Sooner or later, there would be times when he couldn't step in, and when encountering similar situations again, someone had to go in to resolve them. At this moment, the experience from the previous dungeon became very important. Song Jian took the lead, advancing towards the keys, but after circling several times, they realized they were lost. During this time, Suyi took the opportunity to grab some soap and shower gel and stuffed them into his backpack. Did you notice that something feels off? It seems like the further we go, the farther we are from where the keys are. Could it be that we are facing a wall of ghosts again? Song Jian took out a marker and made marks on the ground near the closest piles of goods. 10 minutes later, the marks on the ground were still there, but the items nearby had disappeared. I get it, we're not lost, instead, the surrounding items have moved, constantly confusing our vision. It's somewhat similar to formations in martial arts novels, changing the familiar placement of objects to alter people's sense of direction inside. What should we do? The gazes of the few people unconsciously turned to Suyi. Suyi smiled slightly. Well, what should we do? I don't know. You need to come up with a way yourselves. Song Jian seemed to understand Suyi's intention. They discussed quietly among themselves. In the end, they decided to let one person close their eyes and feel their way to the direction of the keys. Whenever encountering obstacles, they would put in the effort to clear the way. The other few opened their eyes, protecting the first person to solve the problem of it being unsafe to walk with eyes shut. It must be said, this collaborative method, though a bit time-consuming, proved quite effective. They were getting closer to the keys. With less than 5 meters left, a light gleamed in their eyes. They succeeded. They finally obtained the keys through their own hard work. However, just at that moment, a few people suddenly felt a wave of dizziness. The next second, they reappeared at the door of the warehouse, the place they had just entered. Looking up, the key was still hanging not far away. If they wanted to go over, they might have to repeat what they had just done. Song Jian's expression was dark, feeling like he had been played with, as all his efforts were in vain. Liang Xing, this is simply a dead end. Why don't we go out first? Now even Suyi was a bit surprised. Spatial teleportation ability? Except for certain strange situations when one could turn into mist to escape, like Luninghao. This was Suyi's first encounter with someone who could teleport others away. He took out a shard of a mirror, and after a while, a little girl in a red dress, innocent and naive, walked out from inside. Her appearance was obedient, and she greeted the others. Hello, brothers. Everyone present had seen the live broadcast and knew what kind of character was appearing before them, all stiffly greeting her. Hello, little friend. Suyi recounted what had just happened. Spatial teleportation? Xiaoyu shook her head. I haven't seen this. This kind of ability is nearly invincible. No strange ones would have it. Liang Xing anxiously said, but it really happened. Xiaoyu, then I don't know. Suyi took out a lollipop from a nearby box and handed it to Xiaoyu. It's okay now, let's go back. Xiaoyu held the lollipop and looked around with her eyes. Wait, there's another possibility. We entered someone's domain. Chapter 152, Community Weird Stories 11. So-called domain refers to a high-level strange one creating a space of its own, based on the places they were familiar with in life. In the domain, the creator is the king inside, possessing absolute control and status. For example, the second floor of the haunted house belongs to Xiaoyu's domain. If someone enters there, she can curse them indefinitely, hovering between life and death, forever living in purgatory. This power, after exiting the domain, would weaken significantly. After explaining, everyone present showed even more caution towards Xiaoyu, realizing that inside such a small body, there was immense energy. At the same time, they deeply envied Su Yi. They hadn't expected that such a powerful character would willingly submit to a human, showing respect and obedience towards him. What does this mean? Su Yi must have something about him that is even more powerful than this strange one, Xiao Yu. I can't destroy others' domains, but I can protect you and get you out safely for now, Xiao Yu said, sucking on her lollipop. It's fine, I have a way. Su Yi raised his eyebrows. He pulled out a headlamp and shouted to his companions, "Get back!" The lamp rotated left and right, and flames inside flickered with the movement of the casing, splashing out sparks that landed on the nearby boxes. These were no ordinary sparks. Just by looking at Su Yi holding a small amount of lamp oil that he had used so far, one could tell how fierce its burning ability was. Sure enough, when the first box was ignited, nearby goods started to burn as well, and the scene became uncontrollable. Su Yi saw some water pipes appearing on the walls around them, opening out of nowhere, splashing onto the boxes. But it seemed useless. The fire was too big, impossible to extinguish, simply impossible to extinguish. In the end, a large batch of goods contaminated by the sparks flew directly out of the warehouse door. Su Yi continued to rotate the headlamp. All right. A frantic voice sounded in the air as the bodies of the group swayed and they were teleported back in front of the key. Unlike before when it was empty, this time, a person appeared beside him. Dressed in a gray uniform similar to that of a sanitization worker, with warehouse manager embroidered on his chest. The man in the gray uniform clasped his hands together at his chest and prayed, "I beg you, please stop. This store is just a small business, it can't handle your torment. These goods still need to be sold." He pointed at the wall, "Tisk, take what you want and leave quickly." The warehouse manager turned pale, his attitude extremely humble, looking like a messenger of misfortune. Watching the others gasp in surprise. "No wonder it's you, Master Su Yi, even the strange things require an apology." Su Yi shook his head, "I wanted to leave, but your earlier actions scared my sister." Xiao Yu blinked her innocent big eyes, "Brother, the candy is gone." I understand. The warehouse manager was highly perceptive, snapping his fingers, and a box of lollipops appeared in his hand. "This is a small token from my side, to apologize to your sister." Su Yi weighed the candies inside, there were about 100 pieces, curling his lips. "This little bit is enough for her for just one day." "Ha, I didn't consider it well. How much does your sister need to eat to improve her mood?" Su Yi replied, "At least not until 10 days later. So much eating, how can she not get diabetes?" The warehouse manager cursed inwardly, but he dared not show it on his face. "There are only 10 boxes left, all for you. You can take the things and leave now, right?" Su Yi didn't hold back, letting Xiao Yu stuff everything into the ghost house. The snacks sold in the Strange Talk world are different from those in the real world, possessing a certain ability to enhance strange power, loved by the anomalies. So every time he entered the dungeon, Su Yi had to spend strange coins to buy some snacks for his dog and Xiao Yu. This batch of candies could be said to have saved him a year's worth of snack expenses. Su Yi was satisfied, reaching out to grab the key on the wall. Just as his palm was about to touch the key, Su Yi bent down, and a swinging axe whizzed past, almost grazing his scalp. Su Yi sneered, pulling out the chainsaw and clashing it hard against the axe. The two weapons sparked violently against each other. The warehouse manager spoke in a deep voice, "When did you know?" He thought his acting skills were quite good and should fool the other party. Su Yi replied, "Yes." In fact, he didn't know anything. He just paused slightly before grabbing the key, not expecting his intuition to be right. The back of the key says the 18th floor. Knowing that we need it, this key is placed in the most obvious spot, as if to attract us over. Isn't that strange? The warehouse manager fell silent, realizing Su Yi's chainsaw was no ordinary item. In a firefight, it would likely mean damage for both. He said nothing. "I don't know where the key is." Su Yi sneered. "Whether you believe it or not, this is the truth." The warehouse manager spoke. "Last night, a thief sneaked into the warehouse and took many things, including the key on the table. I deliberately put a fake here to attract the thief's attention. If I see that kid again today, I won't let him off." After saying that, he gritted his teeth in anger, clearly very furious. "I see you're only asking for trouble. Don't mess around. Let me tell you, in the absolute realm, you can't hurt me. Just as the words fell, a beam of red light flashed, and the warehouse manager was caught off guard, a large hole appearing in his abdomen. He was horrified to discover that this wound could not be repaired with strange power, and the damage was spreading, gradually eroding his whole body. The warehouse manager had the ability to teleport, and he intended to do so just now. However, plans can't keep up with changes. Su Yi acted too quickly. Even teleportation requires preparation time. 1/3 of a second, 1/5 of a second? In any case, it can't be faster than the speed of light. The Satan collar in Su Yi's hand cast a red glow upon the warehouse manager. "You're also a messenger, don't." The warehouse manager's words were cut off, and his figure gradually vanished into the air. Messenger? Suyi contemplated his last words. Could it be that this bizarre appearance was caused by some god's messenger? Which one? Suyi couldn't think of anything and temporarily set aside the matter. Using the chainsaw, he hooked the key off the wall. As soon as the key detached from the wall, the golden light on it went out and gradually transformed into a long, worm-like shape. As soon as he opened his mouth, he bit down on the chainsaw. Then, Suyi saw the little bug's teeth fly out, a look of doubt flashing across his face, as if he were contemplating the life of a bug. It wasn't that its teeth were weak, but that the chainsaw was simply too strong. Previously, the Urban Legend Bureau had conducted a special test, and the result found that its hardness was much stronger than his mother's kitchen knife. Suyi had no doubt that if his finger touched this key, it would probably be bitten to the point of bleeding, with the bug drilling into his nail and wandering throughout his body. Just thinking about it made his skin crawl. Suyi searched through the warehouse manager's clothes and some nearby corners but found no key. Maybe it's hidden in some box, he murmured. There are so many, it's better to call the others over to search together. Chapter 153, Neighborhood Urban Legends 12. Suyi walked out of the warehouse, and Xiao Yu and the others were waiting outside. When the warehouse manager attacked Suyi, he inadvertently teleported them out as well. Actually, the main one teleported was Xiao Yu, the others were just along for the ride. In the eyes of the warehouse ghost, Xiao Yu, as a similar type of bizarre entity, had a very high ability. But he overlooked Suyi, who was human. From a certain perspective, Xiao Yu and Suyi had a dependent relationship. Xiao Yu relied on Suyi, and the warehouse ghost misjudged this point. Liang Xing jumped up happily. Great! You're still alive. Just now we wanted to rush in to save you, but Xiao Yu said not to get in your way. Zhou Minghua coughed. The key has been found. He pointed at the side, the delivery guy. Suyi looked at him and said, I remember you were wearing yellow yesterday. Why did you change today? The delivery guy pulled open his blue ELE.me jacket, revealing a yellow jacket underneath. I'm juggling 2 jobs. If it weren't for that, I wouldn't be stuck in the neighborhood handling such a situation. A hint of bitterness appeared in his eyes, but that doesn't matter anymore, I got the key. Suyi took the key and glanced at him several times, already having an answer. On the delivery guy's neck, several black corpse spots appeared, mostly covered by his collar, making them hard to distinguish unless looked at closely. If he wasn't mistaken, the person in front of him was already dead. Only for some reason, or rather a lingering obsession, had he temporarily forgotten about death. The few of them walked out of the supermarket. Outside, a fog enveloped them, and black mist swept by, carrying a certain toxic smell that filled their nostrils. Even their masks couldn't completely block it. Suyi said, hang in there, if you breathe in more, you'll develop immunity. Look at me, a perfect example. Everyone was speechless. They watched the live broadcast, not just watching Suyi, but everyone else too, having not missed a single episode. While Suyi indeed didn't resist much, always saying hang in there, at the same time, those who entered the instance with him, who chose to hang in there, basically endured until they died. Song Jian patted his backpack. Don't be afraid, if it gets unbearable, tell me, I'll spray some disinfectant. Upon hearing this, everyone felt a bit better. They still had hope. The few of them climbed the stairs again. This time, Song Jian didn't hesitate and took the initiative to carry Liang Xing on his back. 17th floor? The large door in front made everyone momentarily freeze. Wait, who told me that the door to the 18th floor needs a key? Isn't it already open? It must be that cleaner's revenge during the day, deliberately making us run an extra trip. The 4 entered through the red door, and inside was a normal staircase just like below. But as soon as they walked around the corner, the red door behind them closed suddenly. Song Jian was instantly filled with a bad feeling, and Liang Xing was so scared that she clutched at his clothes. At the same time, a rumbling sound came from upstairs. With each bang, the entire building trembled, as if it could collapse at any moment. Suyi decisively said, climb up. They went up to the 18th floor, which was quite empty and was a rooftop. Song Jian looked up. Finally, he saw the source of the noise just now. A security guard, nearly 5 meters tall, huge in stature. He had a great physique, with bulging muscles on his big arms. In his hand, he held a spiked baseball bat. As the baseball bat swung down, several people immediately scattered like startled birds. At this moment, Song Jian greatly admired Suyi's judgment. It was lucky they were on the rooftop. Otherwise, if they were still in the narrow hallway just now, one swing could leave no place to hide, likely resulting in a complete annihilation. The baseball bat hit the ground but didn't stop, sweeping right towards the delivery guy's location. He hugged his head with both hands, bending his body at a 90-degree angle, trying to protect his head, forming a ball shape and wrapping himself inside. Then, he really did fly off the rooftop like a real baseball, his body falling from the 18th floor. A few people wanted to lean over the edge to take a look, but thinking about their own safety, they abandoned the idea. Suyi let out a breath. The monster's attack method reminded him of when he faced a giant monster in the copy at Inquan High School. Back then, with his level, he had to struggle greatly to defeat the monster. But now, it's different. Suyi felt that after experiencing so many rules and strange talks, he had achieved new growth. Close your eyes. After Suyi spoke, the others instinctively did as instructed. Suyi pulled out a chainsaw, and the giant security guard cast him a disdainful glance. With this level of chainsaw, he could knock down 10 people with one swing. Suyi then took out a headlamp, but the guard still didn't take it seriously. Until the headlamp was lit, the two things came together. In an instant, a dazzling light illuminated all around, overshadowing the moon in the sky. The security guard felt that his eyes must have been blinded by the flash. Under such stimulation, the stick in his hand began to swing chaotically, sweeping everywhere. Fortunately, he couldn't see, and Song Jian and the others took the opportunity to hide back under the stairs. Only the security guard was left above, swinging the bat in angry helplessness. Song Jian was sobbing, tears streaming down his face. Although they instinctively closed their eyes when Suyi spoke, the light pollution caused was just too strong, and closing their eyes couldn't completely block it. Thus, it still brought them considerable harm. Liang Xing cried, saying, "It's too tragic. Suya's method is simply damaging the enemy by 10,000 while harming ourselves by 8,000. I can't take it anymore." On the 18th floor, Suyi opened his eyes. The security guard turning blind was a good opportunity. He quickly got up, pushing off with his heels, and leaped onto the guard's head. The chainsaw sliced down at the thinnest part of the neck. Suyi couldn't help but admire the chainsaw's effect. The 2-meter-thick neck was completely cut through in just 3 seconds. During this time, the guard felt pain and reached out with both hands to grab at his head, trying to shake Suyi off. But Suyi was very agile, moving skillfully, denying the guard any chance to succeed. With the head severed, the guard's body fell to the ground with a thud. Suyi looked at the massive body on the ground, then raised his hand to touch his chin, deep in thought. His lantern oil was almost out. Chapter 154, Community Tales of the Strange 13. The great fire burned fiercely, causing them to tremble in fear, yet they dared not express any discontent. The blue flames danced in a very orderly manner, as if they had their own intelligence, only playing tricks on the corpses below, never harming anywhere else. When the fire went out, a block of corpse oil appeared on the ground. Its surface was crystal clear, faintly shimmering with a beautiful luster. If someone unaware saw it, they might really think it was a fine oil, inadvertently using it. Suyi pulled out a piece of craft paper, carefully wrapping the substance. He weighed the paper bundle in his palm. Concentration is essence, who would have thought? Such a big chunk of stuff. In the end, it wasn't even as big as a palm. The other few people's eyes shifted, unable to withstand the gaze. They could only reluctantly flatter. Yes, really beautiful. This treasure, just looking at it feels expensive. No wonder it's a strange prop made by your own hands. Its power is extraordinary. Each of the 3 praised once. No one could be lazy. Suyi was happy, satisfied, and put the item into the mirror. He silently acknowledged a thought. It turns out people still really like to watch him refine corpse oil. So next time during the live broadcast, similar things can be done more, to increase the viewership. Behind the big chunk, there was a groove on the wall. Suyi placed the key given to him by the delivery person inside. The wall shook violently, and the plaster began to peel off, eventually shattering completely. A pond appeared behind it. The water in that pond had already turned a charred black color, unlike the ordinary dirt that was soiled, comparable to the deep black of an art student's palette. In the pool was a person, legs soaking in the water. Only a tightly wrapped head and upper body were visible, holding a book in hand. The book cover was blue, looking somewhat vintage. The person held a brush in their hand, writing and drawing on it. What era is this, still using a brush? Moreover, this person's posture was strange, soaking in the black pond water, giving off an eerie feeling, like the king of hell, writing something like a ledger of life and death. What's wrong, scared? Suyi still had the mood to joke. How could that be? The two from the Strange Talk Bureau spoke in unison. They chose to follow in to learn some skills from Suyi, so that in the future they could independently handle strange events. Such an opportunity is rare, they can't be underestimated. The two stepped forward almost simultaneously, moving towards the pond. Only Liang Xing was left stunned in place. He was not a member of the Strange Talk Bureau. Feeling scared was normal and not shameful. But at that moment he was truly shocked. The community swimming pool has legs. How could it have shifted to the 18th floor? Because of the number 18, which overlaps with the legend of the 18 layers of hell in Long Country, their family never built houses to the 18th floor. Song Jian and Zhou Minghua stepped forward, just taking a small step. The man in the pond raised his head. His mask and hat covered his cheeks. Only a pair of eyes were exposed. He glanced at the two with a hint of panic in his eyes, quickly looked down, picking up the brush to write and draw on his tattered notebook. In an instant, the ceiling above Zhou Minghua loosened. A brick fell down. If it weren't for his quick reflexes to dodge, it would have almost hit his head. Before he could breathe a sigh of relief, immediately after, a dense rain of bricks fell, very targeted, all landing near where the two stood. They had no choice but to protect their heads with their hands, resigned, standing in place. With so many bricks, there was definitely no time to dodge. It's better to take out the iron head skill trained for many years to protect the most important part first. Drink! Behind, Suyi swung a punch, instantly smashing the bricks in midair. Although there were still quite a few small pieces of stone falling on several people, the damage was indeed much less. During this period, Song Jian was the worst off, because besides himself, he also had to protect Liang Xing in the busy moment. Don't ask why he did this, just ask a public servant's responsibility to protect ordinary citizens. Liang Xing was moved to tears, patting his chest, promising to deliver a few more sets of houses to the other party when he returned. The few people moved forward again. The person in the pond picked up the pen and continued to draw his head down. Then countless spherical items floated out from the pond, and those spheres burst open, revealing giant flying insects, each the size of a human head, flying towards the crowd. Among them, many had sharp mouths, with a long needle, resembling a mosquito magnified 100-fold. Faced with so many insects, before the battle even began, nausea hit first. Suyi took out a headlamp, its light emitting a faint glow, and the bugs surrounded him, too scared to come close. Liang Xing and the others all squeezed behind Suyi, gaining temporary protection. Hurry up and burn them to death, Liang Xing suggested. Bugs are most afraid of fire. He felt a bit overwhelmed. These bugs couldn't approach for now, but they encircled him, their long, sharp mouths nearly poking into his own mouth, glaring with malicious intent. Suyi imitated what he did in the warehouse, swaying the headlamp from side to side. Flames splattered out, and a few mosquitoes instantly caught fire and met their end. But flying insects are not cardboard boxes, they aren't that flammable. Moreover, these little bugs possess basic intelligence and instincts, dodging very quickly. Suyi's flames couldn't multiply quickly enough to incinerate them all in the blink of an eye. Then only one method remained. Suyi picked up a chainsaw and swung it at the flying bugs. Xiaoyu followed Suyi's actions, waving her small hands and pulling the wings off the giant mosquitoes. The scene was indeed a bit horrifying. Just then, the little girl spoke up. "Are you brothers scared?" He, what a coward. The three men were quite displeased. How could a few big men be looked down upon by a little girl? So they grabbed the insects and exerted themselves even harder. Song Jian, with great strength, raised his backpack and slapped it towards the bugs. With each hit, it truly felt like swatting flies. Looking at it this way, it didn't seem that hard to accept. Zhou Minghua pulled out a flare gun from his backpack and shot it into the air. This was a heat weapon brought along. Using it on residents felt a bit inhumane but was just right for the bugs. Even Liang Xing mustered up his courage to join the fight. Thanks to Suya's several 5-star rewards transforms, the physical fitness of the Dragon Kingdom's citizens had improved several levels, giving them a certain strange resistance. Liang Xing was pleasantly surprised to discover that he didn't seem as weak as he imagined. In the swimming pool, the man in black had to continue writing upon seeing the situation. Having suffered a bit earlier was one thing, but Song Jian and the others didn't know the significance of the booklet. Now seeing him move again, even the dullest person would realize that he held an extraordinary strange item in his hands. Seizing the opportunity, Song Jian threw a hand grenade. It exploded right in the center of the pool. Don't underestimate him. Before the bizarre stories descended, he was one of the top combatants among humans. Boom! The pool exploded, and countless black waters surged forth. The several men weren't too far away but still couldn't escape the fallout. As their clothes melted, continuing to seep into their skin, Song Jian was horrified. They had worn bulletproof vests to maximize safety, yet they were easily burned away. Don't dawdle, hurry and apply this. Suyi pulled out a bar of soap and shoved it into several hands. Song Jian and the others acted without a second thought, instinctively applying the soap. Miraculously, when the soap touched the wounds, the burning sensation truly eased significantly. The black filthy water was washed away like ordinary dirt. Zhou Minghua's eyes widened. Such a small, unremarkable bar of soap turned out to be more effective than a bulletproof vest, easily solving their problems. Song Jian said, "This shows that in the world of bizarre tales, finding the right countermeasures is the most important. Just bringing heat weapons into the instance doesn't help much." Once they treated their wounds, they bravely walked toward the center of the pool. On the water's surface, a corpse floated, clearly long dead. Song Jian stepped forward, pulled off the person's mask, and took out his phone to take a picture. "I'll check this when we go back." "How did he get here?" Liang Xing, standing nearby, exclaimed in surprise. "Do you recognize him?" "I've seen him once." Liang Xing explained honestly that it was just the day before he moved into the neighborhood. "I went to visit the famous Pan Yuan in Yanjing. My grandfather is about to celebrate his 80th birthday. He loves antiques and jade, so I thought I'd try my luck at Pan Yuan to see if there were any suitable items." Song Jian couldn't understand. Isn't that place just for tricking tourists? What are you going there for? Chapter 155, Strange Tales of the Community 14. Liang Xing, yes, Panyuan has a mix of fish and dragons, but there are also some real treasures inside. It all depends on whether your eyes can distinguish them. Song Jian sneered, are you saying you have a pair of magical eyes? Exactly. My grandfather is wealthy, our family has always been rich, with countless antique treasures at home. I grew up with them, so I can tell their authenticity at a glance. Liang Xing adjusted his collar, and as he spoke about his familiar domain, his tail seemed to want to lift high. However, Song Jian gave him a sharp knock on the head. Stop the nonsense, get to the point. Liang Xing, with a mumbled, anyway, that day I didn't find anything good, the few bronzes I found were even illegal in age. Just as I was about to leave, I ran into him. Liang Xing pointed at a shadow in the water. The other person held a piece of fine ink jade and said he had an urgent matter, offering it to me for 20,000. But that afternoon, when I went swimming back to the community, I accidentally dropped that piece of ink jade into the pool. Suyi reached out and fished a transparent and beautiful safety buckle from the water. Suyi silently examined it, his expression becoming somewhat serious. He sensed a familiar aura. This jade is strange, it might be the source of contamination for this incident. Song Jian was also drawn in. Wait, how much is this worth? Liang Xing extended a finger. 100,000? Song Jian asked in confusion. That's still okay, it's just that he didn't know the value. You'd profit by 80,000. No, it's 1 million. Liang Xing replied. This, anyone can see there's a problem. Song Jian was furious. You, a wealthy second generation, are trying to take advantage of him. Where did your conscience go? Liang Xing blinked. I didn't think it was an heirloom, I just thought he was an ordinary tomb robber coming to sell stolen goods. Not making money when you can is a fool's errand. Song Ge, even though I have money, I also have to think about saving money. Song Jian didn't want to bother with him, staring at the ink jade. If we break it, can we get out? Maybe. Suyi was a bit uncertain, summoning the green-eyed strange cat. After a few meows, when everyone looked at the ink jade in hand, some changes occurred. With the ink jade as the center, black gas continued to emerge outward. Suyi took out the Satan brand collar, getting close to the ink jade. A mass of black matter crawled out from inside, absorbed by the ruby collar. The ink jade remained the same. From the material, no changes could be seen. But when everyone looked again, the black gas inside had disappeared. In an instant, the surroundings changed, and the black mist floating in the air vanished. Even breathing became smoother. The few of them descended from the 18th floor, exiting the building, where the sunlight was bright and blinding. It turned out to be daytime. They had not realized it, having stayed inside for so long that they couldn't tell time. The entire community was terrifyingly quiet. Song Jian took out his phone. The signal was full, and he could finally contact the outside world. After a brief exchange, the army that had been waiting outside the community came in. Song Jian and the others looked haggard, with dark circles under their eyes, resembling people who hadn't been outside for 10,000 years, their energy completely drained. Upon investigation, only a few people came out of the community unharmed, Liang Xing being one of them, although he was soon taken away. As the owner of the ink jade, he was highly suspicious. The others had all fallen into a deep sleep, appearing to be in bad shape, and were immediately sent to the hospital. Suyi returned to the villa for a good sleep, and in the evening, Lin Guobiao arrived with people to explain the specific investigation results. We reviewed the surveillance, and Liang Xing got the jade and went swimming that afternoon. After Mou fell into the water, he went back to eat. The swimming pool was newly built and not open to the public yet, so only some internal staff could enter. That afternoon, after Liang Xing left, 5 property committee members and 2 security guards took advantage of their work to sneak into the pool, and after they came out, they were contaminated. Now, these people have come out, their minds in chaos, shouting loudly every day, completely insane. Suyi didn't care about this. He asked, why is Liang Xing fine? The jade was brought back by him, so logically, it had been in close contact for a while, yet there wasn't a single problem. Lin Guobiao, maybe the jade was sealed when Mou brought it back, and only after a certain time did it act up? Suyi curled his lip, non-committal about this answer. Lin Guobiao, indeed, it has nothing to do with him. We found out that the instigator of this matter is in Sakura country. To be precise, places across the world are gradually appearing, all shrouded in something strange, all related to the chosen ones coming out of the amusement park instances. The screen on the wall lit up. It was a replay of the first layer of the haunted house instance. Chapter 156, Peach Blossom Love Interest 1. In the video, the chosen one from Sakura country, Yamane Taku, kneels devoutly before a golden statue, muttering, I will serve you for generations. It was at the moment he got up from the futon. Lin Guobiao, slow this down 50 times. Yamane Taku blinked and then turned to leave. His eyelids closed, with no pupils, just a blank white inside. But since blinking was just a momentary action, he closed his eyes again, and an ordinary person wouldn't notice at all. After doing all this, Yamane Taku's expression was very strange, momentarily dazed. At that time, he was being eerily forced to take a baby out from a pregnant woman's belly. It is normal for his expression to be odd, we didn't think much of it. Now it seems, it was at that moment he was already contaminated and brought that contamination back to the real world. Lin Guobiao, we investigated his private life. Yamane Taku was cruel and selfish. Before entering the weird world, he often abused cats and small animals in private and was arrested twice for child molestation. But as you know, in Sakura country, this kind of behavior is not surprising. Suyi, so after he took the baby from the pregnant woman's belly, instead of being shocked, he was just excited. Lin Guobiao, exactly, despite all precautions, we didn't expect this person to be a pervert. Suyi, don't insult perverts. He hates this kind of person the most, bullies the weak and fears the strong. You call yourself a pervert, what does it matter to bully the weak? If you have the ability, confront someone stronger head-on. Yamane Taku will not be the last person who returns to the real world after being contaminated. Having opened this precedent, such matters are likely to emerge one after another. Lin Guobiao, we are already working on training personnel. Good. Suyi nodded. Deep down, he had a vague thought that given the current situation, it was likely that the rule of weird tales would eventually take over the earth. Even if he could solve long countries' predicaments each time, what about other countries? By then, it wouldn't be a solution to leave long country as the only normal country stuck in the middle. Before Suyi could continue thinking, the nightmare broadcast sounded. The 13th round of the Nightmare Challenge begins. Now randomly selecting participants for the challenge, the list of participants is as follows: Long Country, Beer Country, Langi Country, a total of 129 countries. Each country will select 5 chosen ones. This time it is a solo instance. Once the news broke, the whole world was shocked. What the hell, the number of participants has increased again. Now not only the online numbers have increased, but also offline, there are places shrouded by nightmares at will, the world is not at peace. I'm a bit worried. At this rate, will the number of rule nightmares continue to increase? What if I get selected? In the Nightmare Bureau, although Lin Guobiao's face didn't look good, under Suya's reminder. This ending was somewhat expected. He sent someone to ask. Has the delivery person who came out of the rich sea garden woken up? Just woke up, can understand words, but emotions are quite unstable. Just smashed a hole in the hospital wall. The doctor suggests giving him 5 times the amount of sedative. Lin Guobiao's face twitched. Forget it, a regular sedative probably won't work. Transfer him from the hospital to the dugout air raid shelter. This is the first oddity to survive the spooky world. Be sure to guard it well. Understood. Several subordinates hurriedly replied. Suyi opened his eyes, and the scene in front of him seemed somewhat familiar. Surrounded by black fog, a building glowing with pink light stood out prominently in the night. At the top of the building hung a sign, Peach Love Fun. The name sounds rather improper. Suya's mouth twitched, starting to search for the rules outside the door. Clearly, the main venue of this spooky tale should be this hotel. However, he soon became disappointed. Besides Peach Love Fun, he found no other textual clues. This was a relatively dangerous start in the world of rule-based horror tales, because without knowing the rules, rash actions could easily lead to being tricked by the oddities inside. With no other options, Suyi had to choose to enter directly. The moment he stepped into the lobby, a sweet voice came from the front desk. Sir, welcome. I'm the front desk Xiaoya. Do you have a reservation? Suyi fell silent, he didn't even know if he had a reservation in this ridiculous spooky tale. After thinking for a moment, he arrogantly replied, how would I know if I have a reservation? You work here every day and yet don't know? Facing an unanswerable question, throwing the doubt back to the questioner was a good solution. The front desk's expression stiffened for a moment, she felt Suyi was being unreasonable. With so many guests coming and going every day, how could he remember them all, especially since he wasn't anyone special? Well, exceptionally handsome. Remembering the hotel's service guidelines, the front desk had to swallow her frustration and apologetically said, I'm sorry, we work in shifts, so perhaps you haven't been seen by me during working hours. Please tell me your name, I'll check it for you right now. Suyi. I found it, you do have a reservation, room 305 with a big bed. Here's your room card, please keep it safe. A warm reminder, before night falls, the room must be shared by a couple, or the room card in all hotel services will be revoked. This time, Suyi was honest and blurted out, I don't have a lover. Unexpectedly, the front desk didn't mind at all. That's okay, our hotel provides a peach love system that can automatically match you with a partner. You just need to become a couple before dark. After a moment's hesitation, the waitress smiled at Suyi, of course, if you really don't have anyone you like, you can come back and find me. She placed her finger vertically to her lips, her bright red lips making her fingers appear white as jade, smiling sweetly, as long as you pay a small price. Thanks, but no. Suyi immediately refused, I don't like your type. The front desk followed his gaze and saw an empty expanse, the meaning unspoken. She was instantly infuriated, her cheeks twisted in several ways. Humph, you'll regret it. Meanwhile, Suyi had already started scanning the QR code on his room card. Before long, an app called Peach Love, marked by a pink peach logo, was downloaded. Suyi clicked in and uploaded his personal information and photo. This app was somewhat interesting. It enlarged everyone's photos, allowing users to swipe left for dislike and right for like. If both liked each other, they matched successfully, somewhat like a certain dating app in the real world. Except it seemed to be even more efficient. At that moment, a young man walked into the hotel. He pulled out 2,000 yuan from his pocket and handed it to Shoya, old room. After receiving the room card, the man licked his lips, smoothly opened the app, and began to swipe left furiously. Great. Finally saved enough money. This time I want to match with several, a night within times. Wow. The viewers in the live stream were going mad. Is this how it works? It's not one-on-one. $2,000, totally worth it. Luckily I booked in advance. If the chosen one had to pay, even underwear wouldn't be enough. Quick, send me in. From now on, I voluntarily joined the Rule Weird Tale. A few more customers entered the hotel afterwards, most of them alone, only one couple. The room price was $500. It seems more people come here looking for thrills. Suyi also discovered that if a male customer came in, Shaya would handle the business. If a female customer came in, another handsome male receptionist would actively engage. Customers generally show satisfied smiles. Well, really quite business-minded. Suyi didn't rush upstairs, first sat down on the lobby sofa, observing the surroundings while continuing to check the app in his hand. Sure enough, in the settings, help section, he found the rule information he wanted. Weird Tale subcopy, Peach Love Interest. As the most famous lovers hotel in the city, Peach Love Interest is themed around romance and love. We have helped many people successfully find true love. If you are married and feel like you have drifted apart from your partner, we will create opportunities for divorce. If you're not planning to divorce yet but simply want to find another true love, we can match you with like-minded people. If you're new to this, come to us and we'll help you achieve a perfect first time. Here, love is everything. Enjoy it well, and have a wonderful night. Opportunity for hints, 7 times, all chosen ones in the country combined. Rule 1, our hotel rooms are precious, and it's hard to find a room. To ensure everyone can enjoy the service, it is prohibited to book multiple rooms by one person. Chapter 157, Peach Love Interest 2. The viewers in the live stream suddenly understood. No wonder a batch of chosen ones was eliminated earlier. I thought it was because they couldn't afford the room. No sympathy. This time the Rule Weird Tale is indeed tricky, but the chosen ones directly answered they didn't book without asking. Clearly their intelligence isn't enough. Right, anyone who raised questions would not have been eliminated. This challenge isn't hard at all. Rule 2, you must enter the room with a partner before 11 at night, and can check out after 7 in the morning based on your will. During this time, you cannot randomly open the door or leave the room. Rule 3, we uphold love above all, not the mindless physical exchanges. On the software, 2 users who mutually like each other must go through at least one date process to enjoy the wonderful night together. After Suyi finished reading this rule, his mind was filled with 2 words, speechless. He thought of an idiom, covering one's ears while stealing a bell. He also thought of an old saying, a blind man wearing glasses, pretending. Such noble love can be achieved with just one date. Is this for real? Rule 4, after matching and meeting for a date, you can choose whether to continue based on the other person's performance. If you don't like it, you can click cancel on the app. If you do like it, you click confirm. Rule 5, once you click confirm, the target person cannot be changed that night. But you can select multiple. There are no rules here that it must be just a pair. Rule 6, love is mutual. You must try your best to meet the other person's needs, only then will they return the favor. Rule 7, the main elevator stops operating at night. If you have special needs, you can choose the staff elevator. Rule 8, hotel staff will wear their work badges on their chest, and they can be trusted absolutely. If they do not have a badge, pretending not to see them is your best choice. Requirements to pass, 1, survive, mandatory, 2. Uncover the secrets behind the lover's hotel, optional task. While Suyi was reading the rules, other chosen ones gradually saw the rules on the software. So difficult. So many rules, it's giving me a headache. Especially Rule 2 and Rule 7, they clearly contradict each other. Since we can't go out at night, why is there a rule about the elevator? Forget it, it's all the same. I'll just match with 10 or 8 of them and enjoy myself. To die under the peony flower is to be a flirt even in death. But not everyone is useless. Among them, there are some special talents, like detectives and novelists, who adapt here much better than ordinary people. An unknown detective, this is the most influential case I've ever handled. Before, it was just finding cats or catching mistresses, and I was about to starve. Now, with the development of technology, the detective profession is gradually declining, and the number of cases we receive is fewer and fewer. Today, I must redeem the reputation of detectives and show our true strength. A novelist, great, all this is material. Being able to enter the world of rule-related ghost stories once in my lifetime, even death feels satisfying. Sui thought for a moment and decided to return to room 305 to check his living environment, very dreamy. The bed is round and very large, sitting on it gives a swaying feeling, as if floating on water. Sui tried it and didn't quite like it. The duvet is pink, and there are many unlit candles on the floor, arranged in a heart shape around the bed. Sui liked it even less. Next to it is a dressing table, wardrobe, and bathroom. On the dressing table, there is a map. When opened, it shows the layout of the entire hotel, not only where to stay but also where to eat, drink coffee, and watch movies. Sui opened the app and began to select today's date, but he was not satisfied with several of them. What about a girl who is 1.68 meters, petite and loves to punch people's chests with her small fists? What about a teacher whose favorite is a sewer worker? It's a pity I'm just a student, I can't meet her demands. Sui rubbed his nose and once again sighed at how different people's preferences can be. Scrolling again, he saw a lady wearing a black leather jacket. Description: a master of all skills, her favorite weapon is a stick. This, not bad, it's somewhat similar to my interests, but I prefer knives. Sui didn't really care what his date looked like, anyway, no matter whom he chose, it would bring him danger. This is the world of rule-related ghost stories, not a matchmaking event. It's just that the previous few options had too high demands that Sui couldn't meet. The livestream comments: I always feel that Sui is misunderstanding something. Wait a moment, something awkward might happen. Sui, this stick is not the same as that stick, wake up. Chapter 158, Peach Love Interest 3. Sui kept scrolling the screen when his contact lens suddenly started to heat up. He took it out and stood it on the ground. A tender little arm first poked out from inside, followed by legs and a back. Finally, Little Moon's head squeezed out. She blinked at Sui. Brother, Little Moon wants to drink milk. Sui felt a bit of a headache. I don't even know if there's milk in this place. Be good, have a lollipop to satisfy your craving first. Okay, but Little Moon drinks milk at this time every day, it's a habit now. Sui suddenly recalled that whenever it was mealtime at home, Little Moon would come out to join him. To be honest, Sui has a bit of a nurturing or role-playing hobby, and he enjoys it endlessly. He knows that Little Moon is not an ordinary girl, she might very well be older than his great-grandmother combined. Every time he has to insist at the dinner table, be good, drink milk to grow tall. It seems that if he keeps saying it, in a few years, he might actually bring up a big girl. Little Moon, what time do we usually eat? He looked down at his phone, it was 11:35 a.m. Little Moon, 12:30. Oh. A whole hour later than the time on the phone. I believe in the words coming out of Little Moon's mouth, but still, it was the time given by the rule of the weird tale. Sui naturally chose the former. But he couldn't be sure now, whether the time in the weird tale was only 1 hour slow, or if it had been continuously slowing down. Unfortunately, there were no clocks or similar things in the room, and his brass pendulum prop could not be used. Sui sighed, feeling it was a bit tricky. Do you have any other way to measure time? Yes, it takes 15 minutes for a veggie dog to eat 1 cabbage. Xiao Yu obediently nodded. Sui's eyes immediately changed, he sighed, you even know this. How bored must you be to time even a cabbage while eating? And it surely wasn't the first time timing it, otherwise, such an accurate answer of 15 minutes wouldn't be possible. Alright, then let's give it a try. Eh? Xiao Yu smiled, took out a cabbage from the haunted house, along with a jar of sauce, and placed them on the ground. The veggie dog approached, pressed its paws down on the cabbage's base, tore off a leaf with its mouth, and didn't eat it immediately, but dipped it into the sauce jar first before eating. Well, quite particular about it, no wonder it takes a quarter of an hour to eat a cabbage. Sui looked at the time on his phone and found that by the time the veggie dog completely finished the cabbage, only 12 minutes had passed on his phone. It was 3 minutes slower than the real world. If I calculate it this way, I must have finished the date and returned to the room before 9 o'clock in the evening. There isn't much time left for me in this instance. At that moment, the phone vibrated, Sui opened the app, and a message popped up. Congratulations, the other party has also chosen to like you, you can spend dating time together, enjoy. Sui stood up immediately. Brother, where are you going to play? Take Xiao Yu with you. Sui closed the door without mercy. Good, this is not suitable for children, you should go back to the mirror, and brother will bring you milk later. The little girl in the room had red eyes. Bad brother, mom also went on a date back then, and ended up not wanting Xiao Yu. Thinking of this, she became more violent, raising her hand, and everything around sheets, mirrors, household items, was torn apart. But in the next second, everything returned to normal. Don't break, brother will be angry when he comes back. Ah, this. The audience witnessing the entire process suddenly felt a chill. the contrast is just too huge. A bit pitiful, maybe this child lacked love before. At the same time, apart from Su Yi, only a small number of chosen ones realized the time issue. Most of them were probably special workers. For example, Chen Yu, a top-notch corporate slave, could calculate the time difference precisely down to the minute with every minute of overtime, recording it in a little notebook, waiting for the day of resignation to take the boss to court and demand overtime pay. Another example is the novel writer. She entered the weird tale, suddenly got inspired, and based on her typing speed of 1500 words per hour, roughly judged that the time on her phone was incorrect. Others were not as lucky. After entering the weird tale, they either panicked to the point of feeling like years passed, or their hearts raced, having gone back and forth for an hour without noticing the issue of time. However, the nations did not choose to use their hint opportunities. Firstly, there were still 7 to 8 hours left until the so-called 9:30 in the evening, and it was hard to say if any other accidents would occur during that time. Secondly, it seemed a bit wasteful to leave hint opportunities to chosen ones who couldn't even judge such a basic issue as time. Sui sent a message to the other party, scheduling the date at the least error-prone cafe. The place is on the first floor of the hotel. Sui arrived at the cafe. There were no windows, and the brightness depended entirely on two differently colored lamps overhead. The tabletop was gray, with a white menu and goblet placed on it. The only decoration was probably the few pots of flowers in the corner. Vibrant colors, splendidly beautiful, covered with a transparent glass dome, isolating it from outside touch. Here, it does not feel like a cafe, but rather somewhat similar to a nighttime bar. Sui just stepped inside when a boy approached him, holding a piece of paper. "Hello, do you need a love guide? It's 50 strange coins for one." Chapter 159, Peach Love Fun 4. No need. Sui scoffed. He wasn't here for a serious love discussion. What would he need this for? Don't. This thing can help you stand out on your date, increase your success rate. It's definitely a tool to get rid of being single. Sui snatched the paper from his hand and saw it read. Following are the date guidelines summarized by seniors. Please be sure to follow them. Item 1. Before confirming the other person's identity, please do not speak lightly. Mistaking someone can come at a cost. Item 2. Unless the other person calls your name, you must not actively answer any questions they ask. Item 3. Always pay attention to your girlfriend's emotions. Red means happy, yellow is currently uncertain, black means extremely unhappy. As a responsible boyfriend, you have the duty to keep your girlfriend happy at all times. Item 4. When in the red state, everything your girlfriend says can be trusted. In the yellow state, half can be trusted. Item 5. If the state turns completely black, don't hesitate, run, quickly run. Item 6. Inform the staff wearing badges about the situation. In dangerous times, they can save your life. Item 7. Try your best to meet all the other person's requests, it helps maintain the red state. After Sui finished reading the rules and was about to analyze them, a voice came from the side. "Sir, have you looked enough? You haven't paid yet." The tone carried anger. "Oh, this love guide needs to be paid for." "Sui, are you sure you want to take my money? Who are you, the staff here?" "Of course, I'm running a proper business. Everyone coming to the cafe needs to buy a love guide first." Sui chuckled coldly. "A proper business, want to go to the front desk with me so we can verify?" Saying this, he grabbed the boy's arm and walked towards the front desk. Let go, I won't take your money." The man was horrified, panic overflowing from his face as he struggled desperately. Sui missed his grip and the man slipped away. What on earth is going on? The viewers in the live room were confused, guessing wildly, but this question was soon answered in another country's instance. In Cherry Blossom Country, the chosen one Ichiro Sato, as the descendant of an unremarkable detective agency, people did not hold much hope for him. Too much anime. Why do you need a detective? There's police for everything. When he saw the man selling the love guide, Ichiro Sato stopped. What is that? Can I see it? Why should I? You pay first, then I show. There's not much on it anyway. If I show it all, what will I sell? The man was very arrogant. Ichiro Sato displayed a troubled expression. I find it hard to earn money too. I need to check the goods first, right? In fact, as a newcomer entering the bazaar rules for the first time, he didn't have even half a coin on him. But Ichiro Sato still dared to speak boldly. That's what a detective does, even in unsuitable conditions. You must find a way to create opportunities for investigation. He wished he could be like Sui, violently snatching things from others, but unfortunately, due to his height and strength limitations, he could not achieve it. Ichiro Sato comforted himself in his heart. It's okay, people from our country are all short. Alright then, just one glance. The man reluctantly agreed out of consideration for the 50 coins, lifting the paper in front of Ichiro Sato, waving it for just a moment. Just a glance, a few seconds. The words "must be followed" were easily caught in his vision, and Ichiro Sato's pupils shrank. Then, his expression returned to normal. Silently bypassing the man, I found a spot to sit in the cafe. The citizens of Sakura country. What's going on? He looks so calm, it's driving me crazy. Idiot, such an important rule, hurry and find a way to get it. Could it be that Saito-kun is gifted? In just a few short seconds, he has memorized all the rules above. Dream on, that little time isn't even enough for a photo. Look, I showed it to you, and you still won't buy? The man was somewhat angry. Ichiro Sato's actions made him feel like he was being toyed with. He stretched out his fist and punched the other man's chin. With a crunch, 2 teeth fell to the ground. Ichiro Saito licked the corner of his lips and quickly pressed the order bell on the table. With a fierce look, he stared at the man. Do you want to continue? Humph, you're lucky. Seeing this situation, the man unwillingly ran out of the store. A few minutes later, a waiter appeared, with a name tag hanging on his chest and dressed in a server's uniform. Sir, what do you need? Ichiro Saito, bring me a love manual, the previous one was taken. The waiter's gaze swept across the table, and sure enough, all the rules in the shop had mysteriously vanished. His face showed panic. I'm sorry, I'll get it for you right away. A new dating guidelines was handed to Ichiro Saito without costing a penny. The live broadcast exploded, finally understanding what was happening. Wow, how cunning, the love manual is actually free. They took away all the cards on the table ahead of time and sold them to customers before the waiter arrived. I have to say, you really know how to exploit loopholes. Saito-kun is so emotionally stable, even in a crisis, he didn't lose his temper. Isn't the job of a detective too dangerous? He has already gotten used to being hit. No matter how the livestream criticized, Ichiro Sato's actions could be called a model of the ordinary chosen ones, aside from losing 2 teeth. Meanwhile, more chosen ones saw someone selling the love manual and instantly avoided it. Rule 8, hotel staff will wear name tags on their chests, and they are absolutely trustworthy. If there is no name tag, pretending not to see will be your best choice. They believed in Rule 8, personnel without name tags absolutely should not be dealt with, thus missing the chance to discover the rules. Soon, an announcement sounded. In the country of Asan, Langi, Beer Country, and 52 other selected individuals were mysteriously devoured. It wasn't that their country's tip opportunity was used up, but rather they didn't want to waste an opportunity on someone obviously foolish. Hearing the merciless mechanical voice, everyone gasped in cold air. But soon, someone raised their doubts. Ignoring the chosen one selling the love manual, they still ordered food afterward. Just by observing a little, you could notice that the so-called rules on the table were missing. Why didn't the waiter remind the customers and give them a new one? Maybe this restaurant has poor service. Starry Eyes replied, don't listen to the nonsense upstairs. Being able to enter and leave the hotel freely and knowing about the rules on the table clearly indicates they are not ordinary customers. Maybe they have already colluded with the waiter, aiming to collect an extra fee. Saying this makes sense, the waiter also participated in the process of selling the love manuals, and when customers didn't actively request another copy, they would certainly choose to act dumb. Oh, isn't that Leon, young master? Last time in the amusement park instance, you were the one talking about the restroom too. I heard that the community under your group was previously enveloped by strange tales. What's going on? Liang Xing, your group is really lacking a conscience. So many empty houses under your name are not sold, only wanting to hold onto them for price hikes. Now you've suffered retribution, right? As a real estate company, the Liang family's reputation was indeed not very good, almost standing against the common people. Liang Xing felt troubled inside. After the ghost story incident, he was forced by his father to stay at home and was temporarily not allowed to go out. The original villa auction plan was indefinitely postponed, and Rich Sea Garden went from being a sought-after property to a haunted house that customers avoided. Now, even at half price, no one wanted it. After all, who would buy a house and take the risk of living in a community covered by ghost stories, ensuring there would be no more issues? And all of this stemmed from the piece of jade bought by Liang Xing. He pondered for a moment, feeling wronged, and picked up his phone. Hey, Song Jian, can you come pick me up? I have something to talk about. Chapter 160, Peach Love Interest 5. Suyi casually found a spot to sit down, and soon, a woman appeared at the doorway. She wore a black leather jacket, leather pants, and her top only reached her waist, exposing her pale belly button, creating a striking contrast with her surroundings. Her lower half hugged her skin tightly, outlining her proud curves and figure, swaying as she walked. The live stream audience's eyes were almost dazzled. Drooling asterisk, Queen, please hurt me. Just kill me. I am your dog. Sweat, what a bunch of people with weird tastes. Suyi frowned and looked over, noticing several other girls who entered together, each heading in different directions. Notice, do not speak easily before confirming the other person's identity. Mistaking someone could have consequences. Suyi didn't believe the chosen ones would make such a low-level mistake. After all, there were photos on the app. Even if there were many beauties, everyone looked different, so why was this notice specifically highlighted? Unable to think it through, the girl had already spotted Suyi and was getting closer. She was holding a pot of flowers in her hands, with 5 distinct yellow petals. In the center was a large flower heart that looked like a fake flower. The girl voluntarily sat down across from Su Yi, tossing her hair back stylishly. "Hello, you must be the romantic partner I matched with. Nice to meet you for the first time." Tang Yao actively extended her hand, her fingers long and beautiful. "Notice, unless the other party calls your name, you must not actively answer any questions they ask." Adhering to this rule, Su Yi neither spoke nor acknowledged the hand that was offered to him. "Su Yi, are you deaf? Can't you understand human language?" Finally, Tang Yao got angry, her composure breaking, and her words became aggressive. Su Yi stared as one of the petals in front of her changed from yellow to black. But when Tang Yao finally mentioned her name, Su Yi spoke up. "I'm not deaf, I was just afraid of mistaking the wrong person, so I wanted to confirm a bit longer." Su Yi thought this was a perfectly normal thing to say and truly meant it. However, it successfully angered the girl across from him. "Are you saying I used a filter? I'm not as pretty as my photos." Although she did use a filter, being exposed left her feeling both embarrassed and furious. Su Yi remained silent, firstly because the question did not mention his name. Secondly, he really didn't know what to say. The live stream audience watched anxiously. "What are you dawdling for? Compliment her, she looks even prettier in person than in the photos." Look at the contestants from the romantic country, they just say nothing because the other person is too beautiful, they've never seen such a beauty and are stunned. After saying that, the petals turned red. "Weren't you quite popular with girls before? Why are you stuck now?" Could it be that Su Yi has other plans, waiting for all the petals to turn black, then using force to have a showdown with his blind date? Such a pity for such a beauty. Not to mention, the last comment truly hit Su Yi's heart, he indeed had such thoughts. Since he didn't know what to say, Su Yi directly pressed the service bell on the table. "Ladies, what can I do for you?" "A cappuccino." "A cup of iced Americano," Su Yi continued, "and pack a cup of milk, to drink back in the room." Milky white milk." Tang Yao raised an eyebrow, scanning Su Yi from head to toe, her gaze unusually intense. "Su Yi, I didn't expect you to be quiet, but your actions suit my taste quite well." In an instant, the small flower on the table changed from 2 black petals directly to all red. Item 3, always pay attention to your girlfriend's emotions. Red represents happiness, yellow is currently uncertain, and black means extreme dissatisfaction. As a responsible boyfriend, it is your duty to keep your girlfriend happy at all times. Red signifies that the other person's mood is particularly bad at this moment. The more red petals, the higher the trustworthiness of the other party. Su Yi? Completely unclear about what the other person was saying. Su Yi decided to change the topic and talk about something else, like what hobbies they both shared. "I heard you like sticks." "Yeah, do you have any, Su Yi?" Tang Yao blushed shyly for once, her cheeks reddening, instinctively touching her earlobe. "Yes, but the one I have is too thick, I'm afraid you won't be used to it." Su Yi recalled that there was indeed a straight steel pipe in his lens warehouse, majestic when wielded. He wasn't a stingy person, thinking about taking care of the other during their first date. "Immediately," he said, "I'll take it out to show you now." Tang Yao was shocked, feeling flustered next, her face turning nearly crimson, hurriedly pressing down Su Yi's hands. No, I'm in no hurry, let's talk about it when we get back to the room." She spoke unwillingly. It was visibly noticeable that the small flowers on the table had added another red petal. Out of 5 petals, 3 had turned red. It could be said that the accuracy of Tang Yao's words was extremely high at this moment. Bullet comments. "I don't want to watch anymore, it's so awkward, I'm about to dig out a 3-bedroom apartment. My toes are numb. I can already imagine what kind of scene awaits when they get back to the room. They're both talking past each other, nonsensical. The strange thing is that they still seem to be on the same page." In the romantic country, Abel, as a mature man in his early 30s, was labeled as romantic and wealthy. As if he didn't know how many of his children shared his bloodline, he would still devote all his care to someone else's wife. Thanks to the laws of the romantic country, which do not allow paternity testing. Thus, driven by some secretive mindset, Abel continued his philandering even after marriage. Dates like today were his specialty. "Hi, Darren." When the date object arrived, Abel quickly took the initiative to greet her, especially since she was such a stunning beauty, causing his heart to melt. The girl's expression was somewhat strange. Upon hearing his voice, she stared at him with empty, lifeless eyes. "What's wrong?" Abel took a cup of hot water from the table, which he had just instructed the waiter to prepare. He handed it to the girl and accidentally touched the back of her hand. Smooth and tender. Better than anyone he had touched before. "You 2 adulterers, doing shameful things behind my back, I've finally caught you." It was a man's voice, coarse and filled with anger. Abel was stunned. "How did your voice?" No, he was horrified to discover that the girl hadn't spoken, the voice came from that flower. Then, everything went dark before his eyes. The chosen one able from the romantic country has been mysteriously devoured. Current total survival count of chosen ones in the romantic country, 2. In the cherry blossom country, sitting opposite Ichiro Sato was a petite girl. She was covered in purple and green bruises, with hardly a patch of unblemished skin. The severe spots only had a couple of band-aids hastily placed, trying to suppress the marks on her body. Unfortunately, the effect was poor, with droplets of blood seeping out along the edges of the band-aids. Chapter 161, Peachy Love Interest 6. Excuse me, what would you like? The waiter approached calmly, his gaze towards Ichiro Sato carrying a hint of glee. Iced Americano. Ichiro Sato spoke first. This bitter and slightly sour drink was the best to wake him up. The essential product for keeping detectives' mind clear. All right, miss, what about you? The waiter shifted his gaze to the girl sitting on the other side. Xiaomei spoke hesitantly, feeling a bit at a loss. With a pair of innocent eyes, she looked at Sato Ichiro. I don't know either. Can you help me choose a drink? These eyes, this posture, melted the hearts of the audience in front of the screen. What a poor child, she must have suffered a lot at home. She must be seeking a bit of warmth at the Love Hotel because she can't go on. Especially some men from the cherry blossom country, I just want to hug her. Xiaomei, let me protect you. Sato Ichiro did not answer the girl's question but turned to the waiter and said firmly, if you don't know what to drink, then don't serve anything. Just one iced Americano, please. The waiter was a bit taken aback, suppressing the surprise on his face, politely replied, okay, it will be right out. Next, the two exchanged a few brief words, each time being roughly interrupted by Sato Ichiro, who declared that once they reached a secluded place, he would take the opportunity to teach Xiaomei a good lesson and worsen her wounds. Sato Ichiro, are you even human? You're scarier than a beast. How did my cherry blossom country produce something like you? Instead of finding ways to help others, you want to take the chance to stomp on them. Poor beauty, if I were there, I would definitely not be like this guy, ignorant of cherishing a woman. However, things didn't seem to be as bad as the audience expected. A new turn emerged. After Sato Ichiro's cruel verbal attacks, the flower in front of Xiaomei turned red. 1 petal, 2 petals, until 4 petals, all turned red. Even more than what Suyi accidentally caused. The rules clearly state that red indicates the girl on the date is happy. Looking at the girl who trembled from the scolding and kept curling up on the chair, the audience understood. Oh, I see. Could this be the legendary Stockholm Syndrome? The more someone is abused, the more the protagonist feels excited inside? I understand, some people are born to like this. It has a name, it's made up of 2 letters, what was it called? Truly, this is the cherry blossom country, where its people have always been lewd since ancient times. In other countries, the comments wouldn't react so quickly. In the world of strange tales, Detective Sato looked at the flowers on the table, with 4 red and 1 yellow petal. No matter how hard he tried, the remaining petal could not change color. He sighed, well, perhaps this is the flower's limit. Item 4, in a red state, everything said by the girlfriend can be believed. In a yellow state, half can be trusted. Now, he at least had a 90% chance of hearing the truth, right? So Sato Ichiro took the opportunity to ask while the girl was chatting with her. Xiaomei, Sato Ichiro, your words make my heart ache. Her eyes were like water, her tone pitiful, but the message in her gaze clearly requested, let me feel hurt a few more times. Sato Ichiro, will I be in danger when I return to my room at night? He wouldn't be fooled by the girl's gentle appearance. This is a world of rules and strange tales. Only a fool would think about cherishing a woman at this moment. Xiaomei, how could that be, Sato Ichiro? I like you so much, how could I hurt you? Detective Sato felt his heart cool a bit upon hearing the answer. He had asked if he was in danger, but Xiaomei had avoided the question, stating she wouldn't hurt him. Could it be that there was a second person in the room, bringing danger when they showed up? Sato Ichiro continued to ask, is it the right option to seek help from staff with a badge in case of danger? Yes, Sato Ichiro. Then do you know how I can safely leave the hotel? Xiaomei's gaze turned cold, if you can fulfill my needs, you can naturally go out safely. Sato Ichiro did not continue to ask. Because this time, Xiaomei did not call his name when she answered. And the rules clearly stated that unless the other person calls your name, you should never speak first. Ichiro Sato felt faintly that he was close to his limit, and the other party would not answer any more of his questions. The two faced each other in silence, and the atmosphere suddenly became a bit frozen. In the Dragon Country, after they finished their coffee, Tang Yao said she was hungry and went to the restaurant to eat together. Seeing the time on his phone constantly slipping away, Suyi immediately proposed to take her back to the room now. Tang Yao teased, Suyi, you seem very anxious. Suyi honestly replied, yes, I'm afraid there won't be enough time. This sentence, when it fell into Tang Yao's ears, meant something different, and she immediately refused. Oh, young people really have so much energy. But sister can't go with you now, I have to go back to my room to tidy up first. Suyi? Sui thought about the time he estimated and said he must take her back before 9 o'clock. Alright, I will come to your room at 8:30 to pick you up. Fortunately, this time Tang Yao did not refuse. Okay, my bedroom is 404. After the two made arrangements, they parted ways at the elevator. Tang Yao picked up the flowers on the table and gracefully walked to the elevator on the other side. She really valued the pot of flowers in her hands, holding it tightly, afraid of any bump. Sui also observed secretly, the surface of the flower pot was covered with a layer of yellow soil. If not dug inside to see, it really seemed to be just ordinary flowers. Sui wandered a few more laps in the hotel. Most places were like small couples, and he even saw the man from the lobby that morning. Embracing a girl on each side, surrounded by several beautiful girls, the man laughed so widely that he couldn't close his mouth. Sui looked at him with pity, thinking he definitely wouldn't survive until tonight. Apart from that, he really didn't find anything special. Sui returned to his room. As soon as he opened the door, a small red figure was sitting by the bed watching TV. Sui handed over the things in his hand. Here, the milk you wanted. Chapter 162 Peach Love Interest 7. Under the dim yellow light, the big one and the small one sat quietly together, slurping the straw, milk pouring into the stomach, the scene warm and harmonious. It was the same on the other side. The TV screen did not play any program, instead, it exhibited the situation in the room like a camera. Sui raised his eyebrows, and the man on the screen mirrored his action. Xiaoyu lifted her leg, and the girl in red on the TV lifted her leg, too. Then came the vegetable dog, puffing out a plume of flames. This time, the figure on the screen didn't learn, the entire TV was engulfed in flames and turned to ashes. Woof woof woof. The vegetable dog barked twice, but its tone was lacking in strength, clearly sounding guilty. To make up for the mistake, it circled around the room twice and brought a crumpled piece of paper, eagerly handing it to Sui. The paper unfolded. Rule B. To ensure you have a safe and pleasant night, please remember the following points. Rule 1, the world in the mirror is the opposite of reality. Rule 2, although mirrors are nice, it's not suitable to always look into them. Please do not maintain eye contact with mirror figures for more than 30 seconds. Rule 3, all reflective objects may pose a danger. Rule 4, the items in the hotel are professionally customized and must not be damaged. Rule 5, before leaving, the staff will never actively enter your room. Rule 6, showing 2 room cards to the staff at the same time will allow you to leave the hotel smoothly. Sui stared at the piece of paper, thinking for a few seconds. First, regarding Rule 3, all reflective objects, the TV should count as one. Its screen and a mirror have a similar function, both can reflect what is in the room. As for what Rule 1 said about the mirror being opposite to the real world, Sui found himself puzzled for once. Besides the TV, there were 2 mirrors in the room. One at the vanity on one side of the bedroom and another in the bathroom. Sui looked into the mirror, carefully examining himself, with a straight nose and handsome eyes that weren't too deep, carrying a hint of softness, a typical oriental appearance. Still as handsome as ever. But what does Rule 1 really mean? Does it mean that the self in the mirror is the opposite direction of the real world? That makes sense. No matter where you are, the mirror and the person are always facing each other. If I raise my right hand, the person in the mirror is actually raising their left hand. But Sui felt it was wrong. A strange tale rule couldn't possibly take such a simple thing and present it as a rule to be explicitly stated. That would be too shallow, lacking depth. Thinking this, Sui stared at himself in the mirror for a full minute, completely breaking Rule 2, yet nothing changed. He left the mirror with a look of dissatisfaction on his face. He didn't notice that the person in the mirror looked back at him, showing the same deep confusion. Knock, 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 the door was rapped. Sui opened the door, and there stood the receptionist he had seen that morning. Mr. Su, it's almost time. Have you found a satisfactory partner? If you haven't found one, maybe you can consider me. At that moment, she was dressed in a proper black business suit, a pencil skirt accentuating her alluring curves, radiating confidence. Sui thought for a moment. I found one, quite satisfied. No girl had ever been able to converse with him like this. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but smile. The receptionist asked, better than me? If one were clever, they would know how dangerous this question was. Regardless of whether the person in front was a friend or a female colleague, no woman wanted to hear someone say you are not as good as someone else. Furthermore, the receptionist was a beauty. He believed he was not inferior to any girl. But Sui was clearly not that clever. He spoke honestly. Yes, she is more suitable than you. Most girls do not apologize for the truth but instead are offended. The receptionist was furious, feeling insulted. If it weren't for your handsome face, a quality container, would I have approached you? But honestly, if the receptionist had only approached Suye with a tentative attitude at first, inquiring if he wanted to join her. Now Suye's reaction only fueled her competitive spirit, making her feel she had to win. So she began to probe into his background, mocking him. That woman came in and paid a bizarre currency of 10,000. If you go with her, you will be squeezed dry. Suyi replied, then going with you? Is that safe? The receptionist tossed her hair. Of course, I'm a hotel employee, this aspect is free. I won't go overboard. Suyi keenly caught the key point. What do you mean by container, and why did Tang Yao pay 10,000? The receptionist stopped speaking, refusing to answer these two questions, her gaze fixed on Suyi. Are you going to pair with me or not? If you refuse, you lose this opportunity. Agreeing was impossible. The receptionist definitely had ulterior motives. Why would someone else be required to pay 10,000 while staff could do it for free? This employee benefit was too generous, right? The boss wasn't a philanthropist. There was only one possibility: the receptionist had not told the truth just now. No matter, Suyi pulled out a chainsaw and pressed it against the receptionist's neck. I have plenty of ways to make you explain. What are you doing? The receptionist panicked. She did not expect that among today's guests, there was a tough character holding a terrifying strange tool. You can kill me, but it won't help, the hotel doesn't allow private disclosure of this information. Vroom, vroom, vroom. The chainsaw sliced through the receptionist's body, chunks of flesh fell to the ground. Suyi violently opened the door to the room next door, sweeping all the remains inside. So killing really doesn't help. Wow. The live streaming room was already in an uproar. Suyi is so decisive. When the other party said it wouldn't help to kill, he actually verified it. No wonder he is a role model for our generation, his mindset is unique. After such a long time of strange rule stories, the atmosphere had changed dramatically. The audience's hearts have already been tempered somewhat, no longer shocked like at the beginning, even when someone is killed. The former audience, someone was killed, how can one kill? Everyone is so lovely. The current audience, good kill, this time the method seems a bit different, the brain matter is spilling out half as much as last time. Compared to the thrill of killing, the audience is now more concerned with what the front desk just said, unable to resist discussing. Whoa, for that thing, willing to pay 10,000 yuan, this operation is quite explosive? This hotel is unethical, they charge money on both ends. A certain man, I hope the real world can introduce this model. I also want to find a woman willing to spend 10,000 yuan to enjoy the spring breeze with me, we can chat privately, and the money doesn't need to go to the hotel, just give it to me. The comments were filled with disbelief. You up there, I just looked at your profile, with your looks, you aren't worth a dime. But it's okay, adding your kidney, I can still get an extra 20,000. Ordinary poor people watching the live broadcast mostly just follow trends, fearing they might be chosen one day, doing a little pre-study. But for the country, it is different. There are a few small countries, watching their chosen ones fail one by one, truly sending prompts for them to find the front desk and contribute themselves. Chapter 163 Peach Blossom Love Interest 8. In Sakura country, Ichiro Sato checked the rules and immediately walked to the mirror. The rules say that the time spent looking into the mirror cannot exceed 30 seconds, so he should just look for a few seconds. In the mirror, a man who was about the same height and build as him appeared. His body was covered with patches of charred black, his face burned beyond recognition, the whole person twisting in pain inside. Ah! Ichiro Sato was startled and stepped away from the mirror in terror. Even though he had dealt with many horrifying scenes in his cases, he was still very frightened. That was his own image. But he quickly reassured himself, it said that the image in the mirror is the opposite of reality. The more tragic the person in the mirror looks, the more it proves I am normal now. Ah, is that so? After hearing his explanation, some of the viewers in the live broadcast room were directly confused. Then why does Master Suyi also look normal? Has he already been polluted? No way, just look, this person is talking nonsense. But apart from Master Suyi, it seems that other chosen ones see the opposite images. Sigh, don't think about it, that's Master Suyi, isn't he special? That's true. This matter quickly got suppressed under the fans' mysterious admiration for Suyi. Others in the Strange Tales Bureau also thought so. Tisk, worthy of Master Suyi, just one step ahead of others, even the mirror doesn't dare to act weird. Maybe the mirror hides something strange that Master Su cleaned up in private? Only Lin Guobiao, sitting at the top, was sweating profusely. In the entire Strange Tales Bureau, he was the only one who knew Suye's true details, along with a thick stack of medical records and an intriguing mental state. At this moment, he had only one thought. Could it be that Suyi is so abnormal that the mirror reflects thoughts, which is why it shows him as a normal person? Ichiro Sato found several heavy cloths and covered the mirror, TV, and all other reflective items completely. Besides him, the other chosen ones from other countries began to act, with the most common method being to smash all reflective things in the room. Rule 4, hotel items are all professionally customized and cannot be damaged. But the next rule stated. Rule 5, staff will never take the initiative to enter your room before you leave. Since they won't actively enter the room, how would they know if the items are damaged? Rule 5 seems to be deliberately enticing the chosen ones to smash the mirrors. Time passed quickly, and soon it was 8:30 in the evening when Suyi arrived at room 404. Knock knock. A few minutes later, the door slowly opened, and Tang Yao appeared in front of me, dressed in leather. She held the potted flower from earlier in one arm, 3 red petals looking very festive. In her other hand, she carried a leather bag. Tang Yao's charming eyes sparkled, everything inside is full of surprises. Suyi immediately replied, I've got my stick ready too. The two continued a conversation that seemed satisfying for both, yet was actually mismatched. Tang Yao pouted slightly, acting cute, how about coming to my room first and playing for a while? Suyi, I have something even more fun, let's hurry. Just kidding, if they didn't leave in half an hour, they wouldn't be able to go out. He didn't want to break the rules for no reason. Meanwhile, Sakura country, kangaroo country, Vietnam's 60 selected individuals were strangely consumed. Most of them were male. Many chosen ones looked into the room with a try-it-out attitude when invited by their date. It was beautiful inside, filled with a sweet feminine scent. The main thing was there were no mirrors or reflective objects inside, making it seem even safer than their own rooms. With the mindset of taking advantage of a good deal, they immediately decided to stay. We promised, we must leave before 11. Unbeknownst to them, time in the hotel was a trap, running several hours slower than the real time outside. Rule 7, regular elevators stop operating at night. If there is a special need, the staff elevator can be used. When these individuals joyfully emerged from the room, without a second thought, they took the regular elevator, only to meet their fate in the bizarre rules they never suspected. Of course, their countries weren't completely devoid of warning opportunities, however, seeing fools unable to control themselves even in tales of horror made their nations lose interest in providing further chances, leaving them to fend for themselves. In kangaroo country, Audiel brought his date back to his room. My dear, I'm going to take a shower first. The girl shed her outer clothing, entering the bathroom, and flashed him a captivating smile. Could you get me a drink from the cafe? To be honest, Audiel was reluctant. It was already 8:40, and only 20 minutes remained before they couldn't go out anymore. What if something went wrong? Seeing his hesitation, the girl's expression darkened instantly. What's wrong? I'm ready to give myself to you, and you can't even buy me a drink? Noticing the little flowers on the table showing signs of turning black again, Audiel quickly smiled apologetically. Of course not, my dear, I'm just thinking about what to get you. Fresh squeezed orange juice, thank you. With a serious look, Audiel left the room and checked the time on his phone. Fortunately, the cafe was inside the hotel, and if he hurried, he should make it. When he returned breathless with the orange juice, as soon as he opened the door, the woman lay on the bed in a cool outfit, striking a graceful pose. Darling, why the delay? Come here already. Audiel gasped as he saw her lying on the bed, directly opposite a large mirror. While he was away, she had moved the dressing mirror over. Tempting sounds echoed. So, how do you like this gift? The mirror adds some fun. It perfectly reflects the hotel's name, Peach Love Fun. Like it? Hell no. Fortunately, the chosen ones had fought hard to get to this point. Audiel reacted quickly, turning off the lights in the room and pulling down the fuse. Now, the mirror couldn't reflect him anymore. In the pitch-black room, there were sounds of creaking beds and whispers. Audiel went from being filled with dread to genuinely starting to enjoy himself. Our book is about to undergo a review, dear readers. Do you have any good title suggestions? Omega. Chapter 164, Peach Love Fun 9. In the heat of the moment, Audiel felt the person behind him stand up. The playful voice said, Dear, I really want to see your reaction now. Just one sentence, and the curtain slowly opened behind. The moonlight, like water, illuminated the room beautifully. It shone even onto the mirror, causing a reflection. Audier was still immersed in the happiness from earlier, instinctively looking up at the source of light. On the large mattress, there was a bare self, a stunning beauty, and a man covered in blood, with half his guts exposed. The bloody man was himself. The flowers quietly placed by the bed changed into his own image in the mirror. And on this hormone-filled bedsheet, unknowingly, there lay 3 people in total. Ah! Audier was instantly frightened, collapsing to the ground. One part of him would never work again. He saw himself in the mirror, his body changing, with a large amount of blood gushing from his forehead, soaking the sheets. Audier screamed and rushed out of the room, forgetting all the rules about not going out at night and everything that would make his girlfriend feel better. Rules meant nothing compared to his current situation. Besides, since the rules mentioned using the elevator at night, it also gave the chosen one a chance to survive. Audier walked to the normal elevator, hesitated for a moment, then turned and ran to the staff elevator. Waiting in the live broadcast room, the citizens of Kangaroo Country said, Thank God, he hasn't completely lost his mind yet. Run now, take the staff elevator, go to the first floor and seek help from hotel staff. There should still be a chance. Audier has good mental strength. Even under such tension, he can still stay clear-headed. The staff elevator door opened, and a hotel employee in uniform appeared inside. He deliberately raised the badge in his hand, showing it to Audier. "Save me, please, I beg you," Audier gasped, treating the staff as his last straw for survival. He was extremely afraid, wondering if the woman behind him would catch up and turn him into the image in the mirror. Audier was so excited that he didn't notice the strange smile curling at the corners of the other's mouth after hearing him. "All right, guest, you can get in the elevator, I will take you to a safe place." Ding, Audier from Kangaroo Country has been eerily swallowed. The remaining number of chosen ones in Kangaroo Country, 1. The whole country was in an uproar, the audience couldn't understand. What happened? It was almost safe. Rereading Rules 7 and 8, there was no violation. Rule 7, the normal elevator stops at night. If there is a special need, you can choose the staff elevator. Rule 8, hotel staff will hang their work badges on their chests, they are absolutely trustworthy. If there is no work badge, pretending you did not see them will be your best choice. The stars did not blink, fool, they said to hang the work badge on their chest, just now? The audience finally woke up to the reality, just now. Just now, the staff merely raised the work badge, and they instinctively thought the other party took it off from their chest. Damn, a rule horror story, so tricky. Really need to be careful everywhere, can't be careless. Audier didn't die unjustly. In Cherry Blossom Country, Sato Ikiru was sent by a strange woman to buy orange juice. He pondered for a moment before agreeing. What the strange one wanted him to do was not something he could refuse with just a few light-hearted words. Saying too much would only provoke their displeasure. Sato Ikiru had no doubt that if he firmly refused now, the final result might be getting beaten up by the strange one and then going to buy orange juice. Rather than that, it was better to agree right from the start. "Xiaomei must have purposely sent me out, perhaps you will take the chance to move the mirror to the entrance, just to guide me to break the rules when I walk in." But Sato Ikiru was not flustered at all. Before he left, he switched the card key that was stuck in the door. The card key could control the power switch in the room and had a certain delay. A few minutes after he left, the lights in the room would finally turn off. Once Xiaomei realized something was wrong, she would only think that the hotel service was inadequate, that they had cut the power for no reason, and it would be hard to suspect him. Ichiro Sato was holding orange juice as he walked upstairs, preparing to knock on the door. Just then, the country suddenly sent him a notification, repeating the conversation with Su Yi at the front desk in the afternoon. "That's all, the conversation is all in there, how you want to proceed is up to you." "Okay, thank you." It must be said that the leaders of Sakura Country were talented. Once they discovered that Ichiro Sato had the highest chance of clearing the game among the 5 people, they stopped sending messages to the other 4. Even though there were decent performers among the others. They had grand ambitions and wanted to gamble, focusing all resources in one place, hoping their chosen one could also achieve a 5-star clearance. Of course, other countries were similarly silent about it, but they wouldn't be as ruthless as Sakura Country. As long as they didn't act foolishly, they would at least give their chosen one some breathing space. Ichiro Sato was about to put his hand down after getting ready to knock, carefully pondering the message he had just received. 10,000, do girls have to pay to come in too? This was in stark contrast to his initial assumptions. When it comes to gender relations, no matter how much society promotes the concept of gender equality, the fact is that men benefit much more than women in this matter. That's why some bars and night venues spend money hiring female players as atmosphere groups. In terms of consumption, Ichiro Sato initially thought the girls here were forced or paid to come. But the reality was the exact opposite. The girl was not forced at all, and compared to the few hundred he had spent on the room, Xiaomei had actually become the true consumer. As for what to consume, it was naturally his own product. What's the point? Ichiro Sato carefully examined himself but saw no useful value. He just became more cautious, tearing off an opaque strip of cloth from his body and covering his eyes. With the power cut and being blindfolded, I can't break the rules this time, right? Still feeling uneasy, he stood in the hallway. "If something unexpected happens, send me a message in time." This sentence was directed at the high-ranking officials of Sakura Country sitting in front of the screen. Chapter 165, Peach Love Fun 10. In Long Country, Suyi returned to the room with his date, Tang Yao. Seeing the damaged television, Tang Yao froze for a moment. Then, she feigned nonchalance, shifting her gaze away, and said sweetly, "Oh, I'm going to take a shower first. Can you go downstairs to the cafe and buy me a glass of orange juice?" "Okay." Su Yi readily agreed. 2 minutes later, Tang Yao looked up in confusion. "Why aren't you going yet?" Su Yi not only hadn't gone to buy orange juice but also firmly grasped one side of her clothing. Tang Yao's tone turned cold. "You weren't just brushing me off, were you? You men are all the same, saying nice things but lacking action." Su Yi pointed to what he was holding, clothes. "What? Why not take off your clothes to shower?" Tang Yao's cheeks flushed with a layer of red. "You pervert, you want to see me take off my clothes now? Stop it, I need to take a shower. You'll naturally see when you come back." However, with a rip, so you didn't waste any words with her and yanked back hard, a high-quality leather jacket instantly turned into shreds. He insisted, word for word. You have to take off your clothes to shower. What the hell? The audience in the livestream was dumbfounded. What an amazing surprise. Su-yi, you clearly knew about love between men and women, you were just pretending before. Su-yi, you are better at this than anyone. Why even the weird things need to be pixelated? I, Wang Dazhuan, refuse. Yu Tangyao was shocked as her clothes were suddenly stripped off. To his surprise, the seemingly gentle Su-yi was so ferocious in this aspect. Without a second thought, Tangyao quickly picked up the flower pot next to her and dashed into the bathroom, completely naked. She really cared about that pot of flowers. Su-yi squatted down and reached for the clothes that had just been taken off the floor. The comments hesitated. Su-yi, you can't really like this girl, can you? He doesn't even let go of worn clothes. Humph, I misjudged you, Su-yi. Beneath that handsome exterior hides a perverted soul. In no time, a smartphone was pulled out from the pile of clothes. Su-yi unlocked the screen, and an app appeared on it, identical to the one on his own phone, called Peach Interest. In the settings under Help, Su-yi found information different from his own app. Dear customer, welcome to Peach Interest Hotel. As a real user of this app, there are many fine containers for you to choose from. During the inspection process, please make every effort to follow the rules below. Customer. Su-yi frowned at those two words. He remembered that when he first opened the Honeylove app, he was never greeted so kindly. Moreover, from this segment, it was clear that the hotel was very courteous to users holding the Peach Interest app, always using a negotiable tone. In contrast, the rules he got from the Honeylove app were mostly very stiff, often starting with phrases like you must. Or be sure to. Su-yi compared this situation to shepherding sheep, where orders were issued roughly from the inside. He continued browsing. Rule 1, the styles of containers are random and diverse, filled with uncertainty. Our store cannot guarantee the quality of every container that comes here, you can only choose based on your own judgment. Rule 2, when customers come into contact with the container, they must never mention the truth of the container, or they will face immediate erasure from the hotel's internal order. Rule 3, when multiple customers have ideas about the same container, internal negotiation can be conducted first. Rule 4, our hotel has absolute after-sales guarantee. If you do not find a suitable container that night, you can continue enjoying services the next day. The activity is long-term effective until you are satisfied. Rule 5, guide the container to violate the rules and make it willingly cooperate with you. Rule 6, mirrors, television screens, and moonlight are all good auxiliary items. Rule 7, if you find the container beginning to doubt its identity, please immediately notify the internal staff of the hotel. We are containers? Su-yi wondered. Then what is the carrier that holds them? This set of rules revealed quite a bit of information, but there was still some distance from discovering the truth. Like solving a big math problem, Su-yi felt that his current progress should count as having unraveled the first small question. Clicking to exit the app, Su-yi calmly tucked the phone back into the pile of clothes on the floor, turned, and left the room to buy orange juice. Arriving at the cafe, perhaps due to urgent demands, there were still quite a few people buying drinks at this hour. Su-yi directly took a cup of freshly squeezed orange juice from a customer's table and sprinted away, leaving behind a bewildered couple, who reacted moments later and cursed into thin air. There was a reason for Su-yi's actions. Just now, he had spent quite some time checking Tangyao's phone in the room. Following the normal procedure and queuing would inevitably raise her suspicions when he returned. Rule 7, if you find the container beginning to doubt its identity, please immediately notify the internal staff of the hotel. Su-yi wasn't afraid of exposure. After all, even if staff came, it was still a matter of two knives for him. But if he wanted to uncover the truth, he had to disguise himself first. Adjusting his facial expression and casually carrying the orange juice, he walked to the elevator. During this time, as he passed through the lobby, a beautiful young lady had taken over at the front desk. Not a whisper of concern for the fallen colleague. The elevator stopped, and Su-yi raised his hand to knock on the room door. When it opened, the scene inside was a mess. A little girl in a red dress and a disheveled lady both stood on opposite ends, each covered in colorful stains, and upon seeing Su-yi, they simultaneously complained to him. Oh no, I forgot there was another person in the room. In the country of Hanla watched his girlfriend walk into the bathroom and slowly left the room. At the moment the door closed, he exhaled heavily. Hanla held 2 room cards in his hand, one was his own, and the other had been borrowed from his girlfriend. To be honest, getting his girlfriend's room card was not difficult at all. As long as they had a bit of intimate contact, it was easy to touch any part of each other, including the place where the room cards were hidden. Rule 6, presenting 2 room cards to the staff at the same time allows one to leave the hotel smoothly. Humph, who said I have to wait until the next day to leave? With these 2 room cards, I can leave now. Han Lao was quick-witted. In the elevator, he also encountered an employee holding a work badge, who beckoned him into the staff elevator. Hanla ignored him, easily seeing through the employee's trick. In fact, while the country of A seemed a bit behind the global performance, the situation of their citizens was different. To sum it up, the poor starve and the rich thrive. The wealth gap was enormous, the underprivileged were desperate, while the high caste had material and educational resources that rivaled developed countries. It was clear that Han La was a member of the high caste, and his intelligence was not to be underestimated. Chapter 166, Peach Love Fun 11, 2 chapters merged. Han La calmly arrived at the first floor. His gaze scanned the employee badge at the front desk. Good, the name, photo, and position on it all matched. He pulled out the 2 room cards he had prepared in advance. Hello, I need to check out. The front desk was momentarily stunned. Han La immediately frowned and retorted, your rules are clearly written. As long as I have 2 room cards, I can check out. What? Are you planning to deny it now? His tone was aggressive, radiating confidence and pride. This confidence came from years of commanding lower caste compatriots. At that moment, the live broadcast room in the country of A erupted with cheers. Han La, you look so handsome and confident. We are definitely going to win this time. I dream of marrying a high caste person, but unfortunately, that's impossible. High caste people can do anything. Viewers from other countries watching the live broadcast were stunned. Is this what happens when you kneel for too long? You get used to it? Citizens of A actually believe that the caste system is correct and strongly promote it. Scary, true control comes from the mind, it's hopeless. In the lobby, the front desk smiled broadly. Oh yes, I don't want to check you out. As he spoke, he actually raised his hand, took off his employee badge, and held it in his palm. Look, now I'm not a hotel employee anymore, so I don't have to follow the rules. Han La, you scoundrel, you lack integrity. Too shameless, far too shameless. Never did he expect that at a critical moment, the front desk would actually neglect his duty and take off his badge right in front of him. What was he to do now? Things got worse. In the lobby, some huffing sounds came from behind, clearly not human. Han La turned around, only to see all the waitstaff around him taking off their badges and rushing toward him. They were incredibly strong, like fierce hungry wolves. He knew he was no match for them. The last shot in the live broadcast was Han La being surrounded and escorted back upstairs by a group of people. One of the waitstaff reverently knocked on the door. Customer, the container you carefully selected is being returned to you. Silence, stillness, repression. The live broadcast chat went blank for a few seconds, then someone desperately sent. This is too difficult, the rules are simply unsolvable. Even Han La failed. The country of Asan is finished. Humph, the intelligence of the high caste is just like that. Ding, the chosen one of Asan, Hanla, was mysteriously devoured. All 5 chosen ones of Asan are eliminated. The world of strange tales is about to descend. Countdown starts. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5. This is the downside of class division. The rules of strange tales select people equally in every country. They won't avoid choosing you just because you're from a low caste and have a low success rate. This almost brought disaster to the country of Asan. It's simple, the number of high caste people in Asan is only 10% of the population. In other words, every time a chosen one is picked, there's only a 1 in 10 chance they are from the high caste, and the remaining 9/10 are from low castes, many of whom can't even recognize letters. In the country of Sakura, Satoichiro enters the room with his eyes blindfolded, and as expected, he hears his girlfriend complaining. He pretends to just realize the situation, saying in surprise, "What, darling, is the light broken? Oh, this is too terrible, I think this hotel is trash. We'll have to make do for one night, we'll deal with them tomorrow." Satoichiro shifts all the blame onto the hotel, excluding himself from any responsibility. The people of Sakura country understood perfectly, that's the right way to do it. Satoichiro, you're awesome. Sometimes, a little white lie can actually strengthen the relationship. Heh, women are like that, no need to tell them the truth. After comforting his girlfriend, in the small space, there were only a man and a woman left, sparks flying, and the atmosphere grew restless. Even Satoichiro's heart was burning hotter. Of course, he knew that at this moment, with 2 room keys in his hand, sneaking out might let him pass smoothly. Most people would be satisfied at this point, having found a way to pass. But not Satoichiro. What kind of skill is escaping simply? His real goal was to uncover the truth behind the Lovers Hotel, to break through like Suyi, and achieve the 5-star ending. The rules say, when the petals turn red, the words of the girlfriend can be fully trusted. This is actually a game to increase affection. Satoichiro said proudly, next, my goal is to open my girlfriend's heart, so she completely trusts me. When the last petal turns red, the truth will naturally be revealed. Satoichiro was full of confidence and wasn't at all worried that he wouldn't be able to increase affection. Because he had the strongest assist, and that was the country. Oh my god, today I really opened my eyes. The live broadcast room was filled with exclamations. It's well known that Sakura Country's small film industry is extremely developed, famous worldwide. Sato Ichiro, blindfolded, but that didn't affect the display of his skills. At every critical moment, the leaders of Sakura Country personally sent guidance, including actions, comfort level, and other details. The live broadcast was intense. It gave many viewers a lesson. I want to file a complaint. Sakura Country's live broadcast is not suitable for teenagers to watch. Kid, go back to your room. This disgusting scene, let your dad handle it alone. So shameless, who would have thought, a developed country like this, even the government could be so disgraceful. In the world of strange tales, Sato Ichiro worked hard, determined to let the strange woman experience enough pleasure. Sweat drops fell from his forehead, splashing onto the bedsheet. To be honest, due to years of high-intensity mental work, his physical strength was average. I must eat 3 pounds of leeks when I go back to make up for this, Sato Ichiro secretly decided. As time passed, the air was thickening with hormones, and he knew his goal was almost here. Sato Ichiro's heart was pounding, feeling the joy of knowing he was first in the college entrance exam in advance. By the way, since entering the copy, he hadn't used his talent yet. The rules of Strange Tales would randomly assign a talent to every chosen one arriving for the first time. Ichiro Sato's talent is not weak, it is called telepathy. As the name suggests, it means he can read the true thoughts of twisted minds. He can use it once every 3 days. If it's free, why not use it? So Ichiro Sato spoke up, "Dear, when all the petals turn red, you will tell me the secret behind the hotel, right?" "Oh, of course, babe. Compared to your excellent performance, this little thing is nothing," the woman, filled with passion, said without hesitation. However, in her heart, she added a line. "I am quite satisfied with your performance. I was hesitant at first, but now I can be sure you are indeed the most suitable vessel. As a reward, after revealing the truth, I will leave the hotel with your body." Ichiro Sato's smile froze. Damn, what does it mean to be hesitant at first? Does it mean she wasn't sure about picking him in the beginning? What does all his hard work just now count for? Just speeding up the pace of being selected for a twisted death? As this thought crossed his mind, the little bit of joy in Ichiro Sato's heart completely vanished, replaced by terror. At that moment, due to some irreversible inertia, he completed the final step of his academic exploration. Xiaomei showed a joyful smile. "I didn't expect you to look so small, yet work so hard. I was wrong about you before." At the same time, as her words ended, the flowers beside her, all 5 petals, turned red. "Now I'm here to tell you the truth." "No." Ichiro Sato roughly tore off the blindfold from his eyes and, before Xiaomei could react, desperately ran towards the outside of the room. He didn't want to hear any truth. Without a life, what good is the truth? Wrong, completely wrong. His initial thinking was not right at all. In this twisted woman's heart, killing the man and using him as a vessel is actually a kind of reward. A vessel, just the term itself suggests it's not anything good. She wouldn't want to let some messy things parasite inside, would she? Ichiro Sato ran out the door and opened the staff elevator. Inside stood a staff member wearing a badge, smiling and saying, "Sir, do you need help?" "I need." According to the rules, encountering danger at midnight and seeking help from staff is the only solution. Ichiro Sato put half a foot into the elevator, then pulled it back halfway. He suddenly realized a problem. No, after entering the room at night, he did not violate any rules. Logically, he should be safe. The reason Rule Strange Tales is called a copy game is that it has logic. It wouldn't kill the chosen one for no reason. If that were the case, it wouldn't be called Rule Strange Tales, it would simply be human slaughter. But why does it seem from Xiaomei's inner voice that she is certain she can put him to death? Unless, she has accomplices. From Xiaomei's behavior of spending tens of thousands in the hotel, it's clear who this accomplice is. Understanding this, Ichiro Sato suddenly turned around and ran toward the regular elevator. A few seconds later, the elevator stopped at the first floor. Rule 7 is wrong, the night elevator is not broken. The so-called nighttime restriction to only use the staff passage is just a deception. Ichiro Sato entered the regular elevator but did not immediately press the down button. If he guessed correctly, the night elevator is absolutely safe, staff cannot enter. Ichiro Sato stayed in the elevator for the whole night. The nighttime temperature was pitifully low, and the air conditioning was still running. Perhaps knowing he was hiding inside, the temperature in the elevator kept dropping, nearly freezing him into an iceman. Ichiro Sato stomped his feet and exercised to keep warm, holding out until dawn. At 8 in the morning, Ichiro Sato took the elevator to the first-floor lobby. A few staff members immediately looked up, staring at him with malicious intent in their eyes. Ichiro Sato's heart was in his throat. Fortunately, at this moment, the hotel door opened, and several new, unsuspecting guests walked in from outside. To trick the new guests, the staff was forced to show smiles as they welcomed them. Seizing this opportunity, Ichiro Sato quickly pulled out the room card. Hello, I want to check out. Ding, congratulations to the chosen one Ichiro Sato from the land of cherry blossoms for successfully completing the side quest Peach Love Interest. Completion rating, 2 stars. Scoring analysis, 1 star for escaping the hotel, 1 star for satisfying the girlfriend. The bizarre resistance of the people from the land of cherry blossoms increases by 1%. This time, the immunity to bizarre tales descends. Only 2 stars, the rewards are quite mediocre. 1% of bizarre resistance, this data is nothing to write home about. Ichiro Sato returned to the real world, where a crowd had gathered in front of the detective agency. They were all relatives of the other chosen ones, their eyes bloodshot, throwing stones at the windows of the detective agency. You used all 7 hint opportunities, our children's lives don't count as lives? Oh, my poor son, just got into college this year. If Ichiro Sato had achieved a 5-star completion, bringing great benefits to the country, they naturally wouldn't dare to complain much. But the problem was that he didn't. Instead, he wasted hint opportunities that should have helped their children escape the quest. It was as if their children had sacrificed themselves for nothing. Soon, troops surrounded the detective agency, driving away the unruly crowd. The government did not reflect at all. Bakayaro, your chosen ones are as stupid as pigs, can't even do a small thing right, or just waste rice. In my opinion, they should all commit seppuku. These words ignited the hearts of the onlookers. The pain of losing loved ones, combined with the government's taunting, created a chaotic uproar. The reputation of evildoers in the land of cherry blossoms spread once again around the world. Of course, soon after, the dragon-slaying boy who appeared had a different story to tell. In the land of dragons, Suyi looked at the mess in the room, feeling quite a headache. Xiaoyu had dust on her face, looking dirty, but she was not hurt at all. In contrast, Tang Yao had multiple wounds, especially on her back, which were the most serious. Despite this, she still bent over, trying to protect the flower in her arms. It was clear that in the recent battle, the smaller one had emerged victorious. Suyi sternly scolded, Xiaoyu, who allowed you to randomly beat others? Hurry up and apologize. Xiaoyu's eyes turned red, filled with tears. Brother, are you going to elope with this woman and leave me behind? My mother did that. After finding a boyfriend, she abandoned me. So later, I chopped her body into pieces, leaving only her head to live in the bathroom. Unable to survive, unable to die. I curse her bastard to be nailed in the sink forever, always enjoying the fun of being drowned. Hearing her description, Tang Yao shivered all over. It seemed she had provoked someone she shouldn't have. Suyi frowned, nonsense. What are you talking about, abandon or not? Tang Yao is here to join us, not to destroy us. I even promised to give her a stick. Tang Yao's expression became incredulous as she looked at Suyi. No way, you're so perverted, actually in front of a child. Chapter 167, Peach Love Interest 12. Suyi, in front of the two, summoned the haunted house and pulled out a steel rod from inside. How about this? The steel rod swished in his hand. Suyi gave both of them a demonstration of wielding the golden hoop rod like Wukong. Isn't it very handy? Suyi solemnly placed the steel rod in Tang Yao's hands. Where's your weapon? Take it out and show me. Tang Yao was already petrified, her expression stiff. My weapon. If it were any other chosen one doing this to her, she would definitely go and beat them up. This is insane. But this was Suyi, and through the recent demonstration, Tang Yao sadly realized that as a native of the bizarre tale world, she probably couldn't defeat Suyi. What are you standing there for? Show me. Suyi noticed the bag beside her. With so many things, there must be some fun stuff, right? No, I don't. Tang Yao desperately clutched the package, pulling it tightly to her chest. She couldn't let Suyi see what was inside, it would make her look especially dirty. Most importantly, if Suyi found out that the weapon in her hand was not the same thing he thought it was, would he, in a fit of rage, kill her? Such a miser. Suyi got angry, hands on hips, glaring at her. Tang Yao refused to back down, glaring back. I'm not going to open it, what can you do to me? With a look like a dead pig not afraid of boiling water. Seeing her like this, Suya's expression turned calm again, revealing a mischievous smile. He examined Tang Yao from head to toe, nodding occasionally. As if, assessing a pig in a pen? Evaluating which part is the most valuable. Tang Yao was frightened by such a gaze, her whole body shivered, biting her lip. Don't be angry, I'll show you. After saying that, she tremblingly pulled out a long whip from the bag. Under Suya's eager gaze, she began to swing it. A sound of air whooshed around. Don't say, Tang Yao had dedicated years to this kind of game, truly developing a bit of skill. Her movements became smoother, the whip danced through the air, making a roaring wind. The sound kept echoing. It had a bit of the style of Chinese martial arts. Tang Yao understood and directly created a whip dance on the spot. Audience in the live broadcast, wonderful, the first time ever seeing this use. This little girl has a good reaction, she can even turn a lie around in front of Suyi to go. This really is a great talent used for small matters, like Zhang Fei chopping meat. Next, under Suye's gaze, pressure, Tang Yao also performed fire breathing, shot put, candle burning and various entertainment projects. After a night of martial arts performance, Suyi was happy, and Tang Yao also looked happy. Suyi, are you happy now? Tang Yao, I'm happy, I am very satisfied with tonight, I am so happy. Then why doesn't the flower pot in your arms change color? Suyi frowned, his tone very dissatisfied. It seems you are not happy enough, let's continue. Another night passed, and Tang Yao's face visibly grew haggard, her eyes cloudy without light. But she didn't dare to resist, the one large and one small in front of her could take her life. She firmly believed that if she showed even a hint of unwillingness, she could suffer inhuman torment. In the spirit of if I can't live, you can't either, after pondering for a moment, Tang Yao suggested, everyone has a different definition of happiness, the flowers here can't change color, but you can try with others. I have a friend. Suyi thought for a moment and agreed to her request. Tang Yao took out her phone, dialed a number, and began to flatter Suyi on the phone, saying he was young, handsome, tall, rich, and unique in the world, missing him would definitely be regrettable. The person on the other end was crazy with excitement, swallowing hard repeatedly. I share this with you because I see you as a good friend, don't tell anyone. Tang Yao quietly warned. With this assist, soon, a fiery figure, a stunning beauty that rivaled Tang Yao knocked on the door. As soon as she entered, she faced inhuman coercion, performing talents. Suye's room was easy to enter but hard to leave. Tang Yao, you fooled me. In private, the beauty was furious to the point of wanting to tear her apart. Tang Yao mocked, you're so foolish, think about it, if something good really happened, wouldn't I enjoy it myself? How could it come to you? Hee, I still remember the last time you fought me for the container. Seeing the other party's frustrated expression, Tang Yao felt a strange pleasure in her heart. It was somewhat similar to, I suffered, but seeing someone else suffering just like me, I suddenly didn't feel so miserable anymore. As soon as this thought came out, the flower beside her had turned another petal red. From 3 red petals, it changed to 4 red and 1 yellow. Suye's spirit was lifted. It worked. After 2 days of struggle with no changes, the moment a newcomer arrived, there was progress. Good, keep it up, bring a few more people over. The 2 girls in the room exchanged glances, then quickly took out their phones. No joke, why not shake if they could? Why should only they suffer here while others enjoy delicious food? It's not fair. Besides, if everyone came over and gathered together, who knows what could happen? As the women in Suye's room went from Tang Yao to 2, then to more than 10, they could no longer endure and decided to fight back. But clearly, they overestimated their ability to hit and underestimated Suye's fighting power. Ha, a bunch of rabble. Before Suyi could take action, Xiaoyu jumped up first and slapped each one. Each face now bore a bright red handprint. Xiaoyu was a legitimate advanced oddity, her seemingly light slap was extremely painful when it hit. A few weaker female oddities spun in place after being slapped. Like tops, that slap was the switch for their spinning. Then, Suyi pulled out a chainsaw from behind, the chain buzzing loudly. Bang! To consider everyone's feelings, Suyi took a swipe at himself, and a bloody hand fell to the ground. Anyone who resists again will face the same consequences. The group of female oddities. This person is ruthless, even harming himself, let alone them as outsiders. The desire to resist among them faded completely. And Suyi activated his talent, quickly regrowing a hand. He picked up the severed hand from the ground, examining it like a piece of art. Chapter 168, Peach Love Fun 13. 10 days passed, and during this time, Suyi gathered all the matching candidates in the hotel. The Lovers' Hotel probably never imagined that the rule of one man matching multiple women, initially set up to add some fun, had turned into Suye's opportunity to exploit. For a full 10 days, Suyi made all the flower petals in the pots turn to a state of 4 red and 1 yellow, but the last petal just wouldn't change. They couldn't all turn red, the female oddities were restricted by the rules, so even if they wanted to speak, they couldn't reveal the truth behind the hotel. What exactly is the problem? Suyi looked at the group of people, puzzled. Tell me, I've been so good to you, what's unsatisfactory? I even chopped my own arm. The women all silently lowered their heads, like mutes. They certainly couldn't say the petals hadn't turned red because he overlooked the most important step, and that aspect hadn't been satisfying enough. In fact, with their boldness, they could have said these things. But based on Suye's performance these days, he seemed to have no concept of this, and even appeared somewhat resistant. This made them hesitate to bring it up, at least not to be the first one to do so. The first bird gets shot, they needed someone to start, explain the situation to Suyi, and hopefully test his attitude so the rest could act opportunistically. But clearly, nobody wanted to be that leading bird. A group of people held back their words, but it was tough for those outside the room. When did it start? The hotel staff noticed something was off. Guests paid to enter the Peach Love Fun, hoping to find their favorite girls for dates. But when they opened the app, all the girls listed were taken. Well, maybe it was just coincidence, they could endure a bit longer. But when the second day came, and then the third, the same situation still persisted. The guest couldn't hold back any longer and found the staff to complain. Some even shouted angrily, "What are you doing? If you can't play, then don't play, stop this nonsense. Using false hype to trick us out of our money. Hurry up and refund, and compensate me 10 times for my mental distress." Another day passed, and Suyi had been stuck in this instance for 11 days, unable to clear it. This had also become the longest instance in the history of Rule Tales. Thanks to him, the real world had enjoyed a period of calm for quite some time. The Dragon Kingdom had sent a total of 5 chosen ones into the game, with 4 dying and the others clearing it. All of them had already come out of the instance. The live stream audience was divided into 2 factions. One group were the doers. Quick, tell Suyi the truth. The actions of Sakurako Nation may be morally questionable, but they work. If he thinks for himself, he'll probably never figure it out in this lifetime. The other faction were the true fans, idolizing Suyi. Let's not tell him, Suyi is pure and sacred. What if he gets corrupted by the weirdness? The Dragon Kingdom's Mystery Bureau. They actually wanted to adopt the first suggestion, but unfortunately, the previous 7 hint opportunities were used up too quickly. Out of humanitarian support, the last opportunity was used to save a chosen one who was about to clear the level but was being difficult by the front desk. They told the person to escape to the elevator and come out when new customers were being served. They also didn't expect that Suyi, who had always been successful, would encounter such an event. This was simply an accident. The hint opportunities were exhausted, and there was nothing more the Mystery Bureau could do but wait and see. In the world of mysteries, Suyi was training the girlfriends present, saying to everyone, "Whoever can make all the flowers turn red first, I'll reward them 10,000. Money is the most tempting, and in an instant, there was a flurry of discussion in the room. Just as someone was about to risk their life to step forward, the door was knocked. Suyi walked over to open the door. At the door stood 2 men in suits, each wearing different name badges. The man with a badge that said Peach Romance General Manager respectfully greeted him. "Hello, Suyi, sorry to disturb you. Just now a guest came by, saying they are your friend and want to see you." The friend mentioned by the hotel manager was likely the man beside him, also in a black suit, with a badge saying Convenience Store Manager. The man saw Suyi and snorted dismissively, looking down at him. "You're Suyi, right? I'm Wang Chuan, I need to tell you something. The last excellent employee reward we sent you, we accidentally gave you the wrong item." The man pulled out a plush toy from his bag. "This is the correct one." Suyi recalled slightly and remembered. After the last convenience store instance ended, it was said that the best performing employee was awarded a map fragment by the mystery. At the time, he was puzzled and thought the award was very strange, feeling somewhat nonsensical. Even the rule tales did not provide any annotations. Now it seemed, it was just the wrong item given. Suyi responded, "What reward are you talking about? Do I know you? How dare you come here trying to get close?" A flash of anger crossed Wang Chuan's face. A mere human dared to speak to him this way, pretending to be tough. However, considering this was the hotel territory and it wouldn't look good to make a scene, Wang Chuan forcefully held back. "I'll give you an extra 1,000 mystery coins, just give me the item." Seeing that Suyi was still playing dumb, Wang Chuan couldn't hold back any longer and began to threaten. "I'm telling you, 1,000 mystery coins is the final bottom line. If you're still not satisfied, don't blame me for making you drink the bitter medicine." In his eyes, Suyi was just an ordinary person. What use was a map fragment? He just wanted to take the opportunity to extort more money. In contrast, Suyi had a rebellious spirit. At first, he didn't care about any fragments. Seeing the other's attitude, he refused to return. The hotel manager stood nearby, watching with a helpless expression, but inside he was already overjoyed. If they fight, it would be best to do it now, the more intense, the better. Heaven knows how angry they would be when they find out what Suyi is up to in the hotel. The hotel manager initially wanted to confront Suyi directly, but after calming down, he thought better of it for 2 reasons. First, Suyi did not violate any rules of the hotel, confronting him out of the blue would seem baseless. Second, and most importantly, the fact that Suyi could handle so many strange women by himself showed he was not an ordinary person. His combat ability should be impressive. If he just approached to knock on the door, would he get killed? While hesitating, coincidentally, someone from a convenience store across the street arrived, looking for Suyi. The hotel manager was clever. He immediately brought the person up, guiding the two into conflict while observing the situation from the side. He truly was very smart. Chapter 169 Peachy Love Interest 14, 2-in-1. Inside the hotel, Suyi coldly snorted and said, "Manager, our hotel security is not good, how can anyone just walk in?" Suddenly named, the hotel manager pretended to be innocent and said, "I can't help it, this gentleman claims to be your friend." I think matters between friends should be resolved face to face. It would be best to resolve it now, the kind of fight that goes all out. Sui took a few steps back, sat on the bed, and absent-mindedly brushed his fingers across a line of flower pots beside him. I think it's just poor security, I'm alright, but I'm afraid if a fight starts, it could hurt innocent people. The hotel manager's pupils shrank. He realized Sui was threatening him. If he did nothing and just watched, he could ruin all the flower pots. Those were the lifeblood of their hotel, they must not be destroyed. Meanwhile, Wang Chuan listened to their cryptic conversation and felt confused. What are you talking about? Just return the fragments. But before he could finish, he received a solid punch on the head. It was the hotel manager who did it. Are you crazy? We are both strange beings, why are you hitting me? The hotel manager justified himself, continuing to swing his fists. I'll teach you to harass hotel guests. It's all your fault, spreading rumors about Sui taking things. I'm upholding justice for the guests. Wang Chuan laughed in anger. Upholding justice? You, with a black heart, still have justice in your head? Don't think I don't know what you guys are up to. Human trafficking. After saying that, the two started a serious fistfight. Wang Chuan was not someone to mess with, he fought hard and accurately, turning the entire hallway into a real battleground. In the end, the hotel manager was outmatched and lost. It must be said that the hotel manager was smart. With his fighting ability, even Wang Chuan could not win, let alone directly confront Sui. Strange beings fight differently from humans, they really hit hard at each other. As the hotel manager was about to be beaten to death, Sui intervened just in time to stop their violence. Wang Chuan coldly said, mind your own business, when I kill him, you're next. Anyway, he had already offended someone, beating one or two didn't make a difference. The hotel manager cried out to Sui in despair, save me, I know what you want, I can help you. Sui smiled, his expression non-committal. He first asked Wang Chuan, what is that map fragment for? I came to get something from you, not to answer your questions. Alright then, Sui rubbed the back of his head, since you're not cooperating, I can only take care of you first. Pooh. What a boastful thing to say, you think you can. The voice abruptly stopped. Sui grabbed Wang Chuan and yanked him into the mirror fragments. There, it was both a mobile warehouse and a prison, and he believed that Xiaoyu would treat the guests well. Only the hotel manager was left in the hallway. To stay alive, just obediently clarify the matter. Sui was now quite experienced in threatening people. The hotel manager forced a smile, I can't say it directly. You'll understand if you come with me to a place. A few people took the staff elevator down until they exited the hotel, and in front of them was a greenhouse. Transparent glass covered each tent, sunlight streaming down, where all kinds of flowers were planted. It truly fit one phrase, flowers in a greenhouse. Sui walked inside, aside from the red soil on the ground, the entire greenhouse looked quite ordinary. He was somewhat confused and was about to interrogate when two people came from outside the greenhouse. To be precise, it was a woman carrying a corpse. The corpse was covered in blood, looking in a terrible state, one leg and one arm broken, tied with rope around the waist, barely forming a whole body. Sui and the hotel manager stood together, heads lowered in conversation. To an outsider, they looked like accomplices. Thus, without hesitation, the woman directly slid to her knees on the ground, crying as she began recounting her experience. My dear, it's all because of your bad luck. At just over 40, you met with an accident. Sui frowned. Through the transparent glass of the greenhouse, he could see the woman's appearance, very youthful. To put it crudely, at this age, she had just begun to grow hair. Yet, she called a 40-year-old man my dear, which was truly eye-popping. Sure enough, the next second, the woman spoke again. Don't worry, the yellow-faced woman at home has given you up, I will definitely take care of you. Oh, so she wasn't the legal wife. The glass greenhouse door opened, and the hotel manager stepped out, extending 2 fingers towards the woman. You know the rules. T2000? The woman's bravado instantly weakened. She stammered, wasn't it always 1,000 strange coins before? Can you make it a little cheaper? No bargaining. The hotel manager's tone was icy. He actually wanted to struggle a bit, deliberately asking for a high price. As long as the woman found it too expensive and was unwilling to pay, he could likely keep the hotel's secret for the time being. As for the next customer? We'll talk about that later, dragging on for a moment is better than nothing. Fine. The woman smiled sorrowfully, like a flower swaying in the wind, soft and helpless. She clenched her teeth and took out 2 stacks of thick strange coins from her bag, raising them above her head. This is all my savings, I hope you can save him. After saying that, she gently stroked the corpse's cheek. They all say you died and want to bury you. Only I couldn't believe it, digging you out of the grave with my own hands. To disguise, I had to go in the middle of the night and dig. Hand to hand, the woman's palms were spread open, clearly showing that all 10 fingers were worn to the skin. Oh, what a heart-wrenching love this is. The live chat room was in an uproar. What does this mean? According to her, as long as the money is paid, the hotel can somehow bring people back to life? This girl is truly devoted, the two of them are true love. Hey, are you all deaf? No matter how pitiful, she is still a mistress, she's not worth sympathizing with. Immediately, someone stood up to retort, so what if she's a mistress? If someone is willing to risk their life to save you after you die, I don't believe you won't be touched. Yet the legal wife, utterly malicious, knowing there's a way but unwilling to spend money to save her husband. How pitiful, if there were a woman in reality willing to do this much for me, I would definitely treat her well for the rest of my life. In the world of strange tales, the woman's humble plea, please, save him, I'm willing to spend any amount of money. Such deep and heartfelt emotions. With words reaching this point, the hotel manager had no choice but to reluctantly accept the strange coins. Suyi, quick-witted, picked up one stack and slipped it into his bag, smiling, afraid your pocket is too small to hold it, here's 1,000, let me take it for you first. The hotel manager's expression froze. His face looked worse than eating shit, but he didn't say anything. He initially raised the price by 10,000 to scare the other party off, but little did he know, his small trick was seen through by Suyi early on. After thinking it over, he realized, who asked for that person to be so strong? Even if they took away 20,000, he wouldn't be able to do anything. After adjusting his emotions, the hotel manager pulled out a surgical knife and stabbed it into the corpse's chest. He seemed to do this often, and the motion looked quite practiced. Before long, a complete heart fell from the other person's body. The hotel manager held the heart and walked towards the greenhouse, digging up a small flower from the ground. The flower was intact, and its root broke through the flesh with force, directly inserted into the heart. Then he stuffed the heart into a flower pot, covering it with a bit of soil. In this way, a flower growing on a heart was produced. Suyi silently observed the entire process, and was shocked to find, at the moment the soil was covered, this flower came to life. The previously lifeless object began to thump like a heart, lively and vibrant. The hotel manager shoved the flower pot into the woman's hands. Find a way to plant it in a container you are satisfied with. At this moment, the announcement sounded. In a distant corner, there is a type of unknown flower, seemingly plain, yet possessing miraculous effects. With this flower, planted on the heart of the deceased, one can borrow a shell to be reborn, transforming into a strange being. With the development of technology, the person studying biology took the opportunity to introduce it into the greenhouse for large-scale cultivation, establishing the famous Lovers Hotel. Ding! Congratulations to the chosen one of Dragon Country, Suyi, for completing the side quest Peach Romance. Quest evaluation, 5 stars. Rating explanation, uncovering the secrets behind the Lovers Hotel. After 30 seconds, the chosen one will be transported back to the real world. However, Suyi stood still, not moving. He glanced at the woman in front of him, clutching the flower pot as if it were a treasure, and curiously asked, even if he successfully resurrects, he's just swapped for a new skin. Will the property he had in life still belong to him? The woman was momentarily stunned, how could it not count? Suyi recalled the words Heaven and Earth Bank printed on the strange coin, and said, although I am not from here, I know that property verification requires the person to be present. When he died, his property was most likely already in the hands of his wife and children. Now that he has a new appearance, as long as his family does not acknowledge his identity, wouldn't he have to start all his ventures anew? The woman was dumbstruck. She had only thought about how rich the man was and that after reviving him, he would surely take care of her and be her ATM. She had never considered the current issue, what if the man returned, but was penniless? Thinking about being with a greasy old man in his 40s, unable to lift anything, and still needing to cater to her like before, the woman broke down. Suyi thought she would stubbornly hold on for a while longer. After all, if it were him, he would stick to his decisions no matter what. But just before he was about to be transported away, he saw the woman grab the hotel manager's shoulders and shake him frantically, refund. I'm not doing this anymore. Give me my money back. This old man can die wherever he wants, it has nothing to do with me. The audience in the live room was left in shock by this turn of events. What happened to true love? Damn, was I blind? I thought she was pure. So she wasn't just love-struck after all? The mistress is always about the money. The original partner truly cared, but after finding out her husband cheated, she has likely given up on him completely. Suyi was transported back to the real world. His sudden departure left everyone in the strange talk bureau still immersed in the shocking twist of the last woman, not yet reacting. Lin Guobiao commented, fortunately, this kind of flower only exists in strange talk. If it were in the real world. Isn't it a miraculous cure for all ailments? Song Jian, a cure for all ailments isn't good? Lin Guobiao, the most experienced, said, you don't understand, not everyone wants to live again. For some people, living is harsher than dying. He shook his head, refusing to continue discussing this topic. Some things must be experienced personally to be truly felt. Ding, rewards for the copy are now being issued. The people of Dragon Country's danger perception ability increases by 5%. This time the Bizarre Tales immunity descends. As soon as the words fell, discussions exploded online. The first batch of affected individuals had already appeared. Oh my, I nearly crashed into the car across from me. Luckily I had a premonition and dodged it. Damn it, my heart suddenly raced and I felt tight in the chest. I thought I was sick and squatted down to rest. As a result, an advertisement board fell from above. This is my last message. The ambulance is on the way, but I must finish this before I go. Besides this unfortunate guy, most people are very satisfied with the ability of danger perception. Lin Guobiao's expression was serious. While you are in the copy, many places in the real world are covered by bizarre phenomena. I've sent Song Jian and the others inside to try to eliminate the source of pollution. Liang Xing walked over holding a cup of water. Now, in order to resist his father's confinement, he voluntarily entered the Bizarre Tales Bureau to work. Lin Guobiao smiled and explained to Su Yi, after all, he has been in the copy with you, nurturing him can be useful. Liang Xing covered his chest. Alas, every gift of fate comes with a hidden price. The rewards of the rule Bizarre Tales no longer focus on ordinary people's livelihood issues but lean more towards improving the basic physical qualities of the populace. What does this signify? It shows that the opponents have confidence that sooner or later, the rule Bizarre Tales will completely descend upon the world. When that time comes, can people still contend with the bizarre? Liang Xing thought sadly. Su Yi walked out of the Bizarre Tales Bureau. The sun in the sky was bright, shining on people's faces. Su Yi instinctively raised his arm to shield himself. In the world of Bizarre Tales, there are days and nights. But there will never be sunlight like this moment. He looked at the blue sky, the white clouds, and the beautiful scenery, and for a moment felt somewhat disoriented. After staying too long in the world of Bizarre Tales, he surprisingly found himself unaccustomed to the real world. Su Yi didn't express this thought. He lowered his arm and, accompanied by armed personnel of the country, returned to his residence with a blank expression. He thought that in the world of Bizarre Tales, there are also distinctions between humans and the bizarre. Not every native is bizarre. But they all have some bizarre traits, more or less. Were these natives always like this? Chapter 170, Dessa's Mental Hospital 1. 3 days later. The 14th round of the Bizarre Tale Challenge begins, now randomly selecting chosen ones for the challenge. The list of participants is as follows: Dragon Country, Romantic Country, Narrating Country, a total of 100 countries. Each country will select 10 chosen ones. This time it is a single-player copy. Su Yi opened his eyes again. The scene before him greatly surprised him. A group of people were hunched over, crawling in the dim corridor. Twisted, screaming madly. Su Yi immediately patted the shoulder of the person closest to him. What are you doing, brother? I am a zombie. From 2,000 years in the future, the world has been occupied by zombies, and humanity has nowhere to escape. Our goal, find the last humans. Did I enter a copy themed around the apocalypse? This isn't surprising. In the world of Bizarre Tales, each copy exists independently, and anything can happen. Su Yi mimicked the first person's movements and began to crawl on the ground, perfectly imitating them. Just as he wanted to ask a few more questions, he saw that the person had already crawled away, with many obstacles in between, making it hard to catch up. He had no choice but to turn his attention to another, a person pushing against the ground, sliding forward. Zombie brother, where should we look for humans next? Is there a route? Smack. Su Yi received a crisp slap on the head. Stupid. Who called me a zombie? I am clearly a caterpillar. Then he began to crawl around Su Yi, singing, "Little flying stick is coming, coming, coming." Su Yi took a deep breath and shouted. Come quickly, there's a caterpillar here. His voice broke through the heavens. In an instant, countless strange crawling gazes turned this way, fixing directly on the source of the sound. Su Yi also looked up, pretending to be nonchalant, watching forward with everyone else. The caterpillar still didn't understand what was happening, feeling confused. But instinct told him that being stared at by so many people made him anxious. He weakly said, I can also not be a caterpillar. Su Yi replied, so you are the last human, everyone charge. Boom boom boom, then the zombies around him seemed to have found their target, crawling towards the caterpillar. Quickly, they obliterated what was ahead. In such a situation, Su Yi took the opportunity to slowly retreat while others were distracted. At the end of the corridor, there was an elevator. The moment the elevator doors closed, the chaotic scene before him was also blocked out. Inside the elevator, he didn't rush to press the button but first examined his attire. A white lab coat, which he didn't know when it was last washed, emitted a smell of blood and an old, musty odor. How to say, it was like a piece of clothing that had gotten wet and been left in a dark corner for 100 years, dried, and then taken out for reuse. The lab coat was stained with a few drops of blood, looking very fresh. Strangely, Su Yi felt no disgust from the bloodstains, aside from hating the musty smell. Viewers in the live stream. Just now, the chosen one from the pickled vegetable nation yelled that there was a zombie here and was attacked by the crowd. The scene was truly tragic. The chosen one was chewed on piece by piece, from skull to toe, until the last bone was gone, and then the live stream closed. But why? Everyone is crawling, saying it's a caterpillar is fine, but not a zombie. It can't just be a matter of probability, right? Starry Eyes, Suya's disciple Ahem, through my various observations, I've discovered that the crawling movements of the two species are different. What's different? Aren't they all crawling randomly? You're mistaken, those playing zombies crawl first before they move, while those playing caterpillars usually crawl a few steps before going low. The number of zombies in the crowd is higher. The audience was convinced, and some who were not satisfied had their minds changed upon seeing their usernames. No other reason, just clicked on Liang Xing's page. The first photo was him with Su Yi. Su Yi is really observant. In just a few seconds, he can distinguish between the two. At that moment, someone raised a question. Wait, the chosen one from the Cherry Blossom Nation also chose a caterpillar, so why was he still attacked? Liang Xing opened a new phone, and on the screen, a short, buck-toothed man weakly shouted, "There's a caterpillar here." Liang Xing immediately commented, "Due to kidney deficiency, he looks like he doesn't even believe what he's saying. How can others believe it?" What he said was true. Everyone knows that the first step to fooling others is to first fool yourself. In the world of weird tales, Su Yi took out 2 pieces of paper from the pocket of his white coat. He quickly glanced at the contents, then pressed the first floor button in the elevator. The elevator began to move. Su Yi then unfolded the paper to view it closely, looking as if he was reading an ordinary document. Weird Tale Instance, Dessa Mental Hospital. Description: the Dessa Mental Hospital was built in one of the most beautiful locations in the city, with fresh natural air and expensive imported equipment, making the cost of staying here increasingly high. It is also known as the second nursing home. Recently, there have been some not-so-good rumors circulating about the Dessa Mental Hospital. To respond to these unfounded claims, the hospital specifically hired you to restore its reputation. Your task: heal at least 1 mental patient and break the false rumors. Completion conditions: 1 star, heal 1 patient. 2 to 3 stars, heal 3 or more patients. Optional task: 5 stars, uncover the secrets hidden behind the mental hospital. Optional task. Oh, the rules have evolved, and they've written the completion conditions so clearly. Yay, Mommy Homeland won't have to feel confused about me anymore? Are you stupid? As if just writing it down means you can use it. Most people can't even achieve 1-star completion, okay? Su Yi continued to look down. Rule 1, as a psychiatrist, patients' emotions are bound to be unstable at times. When necessary, you may take reasonable measures. This includes but is not limited to gouging out patients' eyeballs or cutting off a patient's third leg. Rule 2, the specially developed magic pills in the hospital are the fastest way to restore the patient's sanity, but they seem to have some short-term effects. Rule 3, your working hours are from 9 a.m. to 6 p.m. During this time, please work diligently and do not let your colleagues see you idle. At this moment, the elevator doors slowly opened, and a man in a white coat came up from the 3rd floor. "Dr. Su, what are you doing?" Su Yi raised his eyes to glance at him, completely ignored him, and continued reading the content in his hands. The male colleague persisted and continued, "Dr. Su, you're not doing something unrelated to work, are you?" This sentence was whispered right next to Su Yi's ear. Just a moment before, the male colleague had just entered the elevator. The next second, he appeared abruptly behind Su Yi, staring intently at the paper in Su Yi's hand. Chapter 171, Dessa Mental Hospital 2. The audience was so tense that they felt their hearts might jump out. From looking at the rules, it shouldn't really count as idling, right? It clearly does count. The weird part is that the chosen ones can't see the rules' content in their hands, so to them it looks like a blank sheet. Staring at a blank sheet during working hours, TSK. Inside the elevator, the male colleague looked at the paper in Su Yi's hand with schadenfreude. What if the director finds out? How could that be? The next second, the male colleague was left speechless in shock. The audience zoomed in close, and there in Su Yi's hand was a medical record, with messy handwriting that looked like mad scribbles. But it also proved one fact: such crazy handwriting indeed came from a doctor's hand. The audience was dumbfounded. When did you switch the rules to a medical record, Su Yi? I just checked the replay. It was that zombie patient who accidentally dropped it on the floor and was picked up by several chosen ones. In Long Country, the Bureau of Strange Tales, Liang Xing watched the screen. Many chosen ones have indeed noticed the note. However, very few can immediately think of switching the 2 pieces of paper as soon as the colleague entered the elevator. Many still got caught idling and were shouting to report to the director. Liang Xing summarized, the current advantage is that after being reported by colleagues, they didn't immediately black out and log off. The downside is like planting a time bomb, you never know when it'll explode. Amitba, let's pray for those chosen ones who broke the rules. Inside the elevator, Suyi finally looked up, smiling. This colleague, why aren't you working and instead staring at me looking for trouble? Colleague, you're talking nonsense, I'm not looking for trouble. I'm just supervising whether you're working seriously. Suyi shook his head. Well, you see, I'm working seriously. He clutched his chest. It hurts my heart to be misunderstood. I feel like I have no motivation to continue working now. Looks like I can only tell the director to decide. He absolutely hates employees who guess and suspect each other. What Suyi said made sense. Firstly, according to the mission description, Dursa Mental Hospital had encountered bad publicity, which was why they hired him at a high price to be the chief physician. The new doctor, obviously with limited experience, faced jealousy and resentment from others. It seemed reasonable that they wanted to find some mistake to push him out of the hospital. Secondly, from what the colleagues said in the elevator, it was clear that the director had absolute authority. The only one who could truly make decisions affecting his stay was the director. Sure enough, when Suyi spoke, the male colleague became nervous and fearful. Don't bother the director over such a trivial matter, it's not worth it. I was wrong, I shouldn't have reported it. What should I do to be forgiven? Suyi shoved the medical record into his hands. Read it 100 times. 100 times? My throat. The male colleague looked at Suyi uncertainly, doubtful he even recognized the words on the paper. Suyi looked at him, smugly saying, let others passing by see the consequence of offending me. The male colleague's doubts faded, but he secretly scoffed. Ridiculous, do you think that by doing this, those people will bow down to you? No, they will just be even more resentful. Thinking this, he said it out loud, in a sarcastic tone. Being a doctor, the most important thing is still medical skill. If you can't treat the patients well, the director won't let you leave. Cut the nonsense, just read. Smack. Suyi raised his hand and slapped the back of the male colleague's head. If you don't listen, I'll make sure you leave for good right now. Feeling the great force from Suya's wrist, this time, the male colleague finally stopped complaining and obediently began. Lin Haotian, male, 21 years old, suffers from intermittent mania and delusions. Likes to talk to the air, and after being hospitalized, his condition gradually improved. Suyi nodded. At that moment, the elevator had reached the first floor. Very good, you stand here and continue reading 99 times. As they exited the elevator, Suyi took out a marker he had swiped from his colleague, sat down on a chair in the hall, and, pretending to be busy, doodled on some paper whenever other employees passed by. Sure enough, after seeing this, others did not continue to disturb him. Rule 4, after entering the elevator, please press the button quickly. Terrible things will happen if the elevator is not moving. Rule 5, the patient rooms you are responsible for are rooms 203 to 205. Of course, as a specially appointed doctor, you have the privilege to enter other rooms. Rule 6, the special medication must be taken once in the morning, noon, and night, with no interval exceeding 3 hours. Otherwise, they will go crazy right there. Rule 7, every day at noon, 12 o'clock is the meal time for patients, and you need to go to the cafeteria on the 3rd floor to serve them their food. Rule 8, patients often have unstable emotions. Integrating with them can be a good method. Rule 9, mental patients must never leave their rooms. Before getting off work at 6 o'clock every evening, you must count the number of patients to ensure they all stay inside. Rule 10, your dormitory number is 344. The night is dangerous, so do not go out easily. There are a total of 10 rules, and after reading, Suyi couldn't help but frown. First of all, Rule 6 states that the special medication must be taken every 3 hours, otherwise, the patients will go crazy. But his working hours are 9 hours, just enough to feed the pills 3 times. But what about after 6 o'clock at night? Who will continue to feed the medication? Aren't they afraid the patients might go mad? Rule 9 also says that patients must never leave their rooms. Then what did he see when he just came down from the building? Don't tell him those people are not patients but mutated zombies. Clearly, this rule has a huge loophole. And Rule 7, the 3rd floor is where the cafeteria is located, but the doctor in the elevator just came from the 3rd floor, and it should not be mealtime yet. Too many doubts flooded his mind, but Suyi did not forget his ultimate goal, to cure the mental patients. To be honest, this task is a bit difficult, he is not a real doctor. Suyi silently complained in his heart, walking to the hospital front desk, help me pull up all the medical records. To heal a patient, the first step is to understand the specific situation of these mental patients and identify those with milder symptoms, who are easiest to cure. Otherwise, blindly selecting treatment targets may waste time in the end. Chapter 172, Dursa Psychiatric Hospital 3. Next to a thick stack of medical records at the front desk, there was a large iron box. The box was filled with small white pill tablets, and a casual glance could reveal that there were probably tens of thousands inside. Could this be the miracle drug? Suyi wasn't very sure, holding the medical records with both hands, his eyes looking towards the large iron box. The little nurse at the front desk naturally noticed this. Dr. Su, you haven't picked up today's medication yet, let me help you. As she spoke, she grabbed a large handful from inside, opened the side pocket of Suya's white coat, and put them in. Suya revealed a shy smile. "Thank you, my hands are occupied, it's really not easy for me to get them myself." "Oh, it's nothing, just come back if it's not enough." The little nurse blushed from the compliment, and after he left, she kept staring at Suya's back, sighing, "What an inexperienced doctor, I wonder if he has a girlfriend." Suyi turned around, and the shyness on his face instantly disappeared, replaced by a hint of confusion. The current situation was a bit tricky. The reason he asked the nurse for help was that so far, he still didn't know the specific number of patients he was responsible for. If he acted rashly, it could easily raise the nurse's suspicion if he got the numbers wrong. Unexpectedly, it seems he was overthinking, as the miracle drugs in this hospital were as common as candies and were hardly valuable at all. Isn't it one pill at a time? Medication should be taken according to the patient's condition. Suyi first suppressed the doubts in his heart and planned to verify this later when he found a chance. He arrived at the elevator entrance. Ding dong, the door opened. A male colleague was holding a medical record, staring at it, and cursing, "Damn, relying on someone else's power, pretending to be important." His voice suddenly stopped. "Why are you back so quickly? I wasn't talking about you just now." Suyi stuffed the medical record into his colleague's arms. "Come with me," read it aloud as we walk. "From now on, you are my assistant. You can't leave until you finish reading." "Who is going to be your assistant?" "I have my own patients to take care of." The male colleague grumbled, not cooperating very much. Suyi, "Oh, I will go find the director and repeat what you just said in the elevator." The male colleague quickly read through the record in his hands. To save time for watching the patients later, he read it as fast as he could. Suyi immediately made demands. Speed can be fast, but the voice must be loud and clear. By the time they finished, the male colleague's voice was already hoarse, talking with heavy gasps. You exceeded 100 copies already, I give up." "Now it's fine, I'm leaving." Suyi smiled at him. "Consider this, either call me dad, or be my assistant for a day." "You're going too far. Have you made your choice? Time is running out." "Dad." Suyi, "Oh, good son, which ward are you in? If there's anything, Dad will come find you." The male colleague said nothing and perhaps realized that saying too much could lead to trouble, so he quickly ran off. Suyi arrived on the second floor, with rooms on either side, similar to student dormitories. A long central corridor was empty, as if no one had come here for a long time. From both sides, intermittently came the sounds of people's screams, seemingly coming from the rooms, making one doubt if this hospital had issues with mistreating patients. Rooms 203 to 205 just happened to be connected at the end of the left side of the corridor. Let's start with 203. Listening to the miserable screams, Suyi took out a kitchen knife without hesitation, didn't knock, and directly twisted the doorknob, walking in with great momentum. Unexpectedly, as soon as the door opened, those screams disappeared, as if they were suddenly cut off in the corridor. The ward was peaceful, with 4 beds, 3 men and 1 woman, all resting under their blankets. A doctor who looked similar to him, dressed in a white coat and wearing black-framed glasses, was busy standing by the bed. After seeing Suyi, she placed her finger on her lips. "Shoo, don't speak. I just gave them medicine, and it's not easy to get everyone quiet." Suyi raised an eyebrow. "How many did they take?" "Just 10 for each person." Live broadcast room. "Wow, this doctor is a good person, helping the chosen ones in advance." 10 is a bit much, we should check. Did the patient die? Someone coldly said, "That's a joke, even if they died, it doesn't matter, the rules didn't say patients couldn't die." Many shared his thoughts, like the chosen one from Pickled Vegetable Country, a very beautiful girl group member. Upon seeing the doctor, she immediately moved closer, hugging the male doctor's arm. "So, brother, what is our relationship?" The male doctor took a step back. "Miss, please be more respectful. Don't you remember? I am your personal assistant." With a positive response, the girl idol's eyes lit up, her 2 cheeks continuously rubbing against his arm, holding onto him tightly. Her talent was only C-level, possessing some charm ability, but it required physical contact with the other party. After a while of lingering, the male doctor's expression softened, and he felt less repelled by her. Seizing the opportunity, the girl idol made her request. "Then, brother, can you go help the other 2 patients in their rooms with their medicine? As compensation, I can." Chapter 173, Dessa Psychiatric Hospital 4. Other country viewers in the live broadcast. "Wow, how sinister. Being pretty is good, no need to lift a finger, someone does it for you. Heh, what a fool, trusting men is the dumbest thing." Today was quite an eye-opener about Pickled Vegetable Country's girl group culture. However, the citizens of Pickled Vegetable Country were quite proud. "You're just jealous. Sour grapes. Go for it, our Pickled Vegetable Country will also have a high-scoring pass." On the screen, the girl idol's voice was tender. "As compensation, I can do anything for you." The male doctor replied, "Then can I eat you?" How annoying, so eager. Eating is not allowed, but if you want to switch things up, that's fine. The girl idol was not foolish, knowing this was a bizarre rule. What if the other person played word games and actually took pieces of her? Alright, that works. The male doctor readily agreed, I can help you, but you need to let me out first. At this point, the audience had already sensed something was off, and the pickled vegetable country people wanted to send a warning message. However, the girl idol on screen was too confident in her charm. Upon hearing she could help, she danced happily, without thinking, open the door, then go, I'll wait for you here. The system broadcast sounded, ding, the pickled vegetable country chosen 1 Minju was mysteriously devoured, remaining chosen 1 count for pickled vegetable country, 6. The scene returned to Su Yi, who, after another doctor finished speaking, walked into the ward. He stopped in front of one of the beds. The patients on the other 3 beds were lying flat, but this one was prone, half of its head buried in the pillow, the back of the head facing Su Yi. Tick-tock, tick-tock. Blood droplets flowed from the blanket, dripping onto the floor at the corner of the sheet. With a whoosh, Su Yi lifted the blanket. There lay a man sprawled out, but this man's body was overly thin, with arms and stomach hacked open from the middle. Moreover, covered by blankets, at first glance, it looked as if he had simply fallen asleep. Su Yi quickly moved to another male patient's bed, and sure enough, there was only half a body, which, combined with the previous man, made 1 complete body. Just as Su Yi was about to say something, the white coat had already spoken, 4 beds, but only 3 patients. Haha, my method of distribution is quite good, isn't it? I'm simply a genius. Su Yi. So, after all this calculation, you'd rather split someone in half than think to include yourself, huh? He really gave up. It's true, then this doctor. Su Yi pointed at the roommate who had split in half on the bed, I now demand that you fix him. You can't leave the room until he is back to normal. The viewers in the live stream only now fully understood the twists and turns of the situation. Clearly, the seemingly friendly doctor was actually a patient with serious symptoms, who just didn't know where he had stolen a white coat from. Their expressions were complex. A member of the pickled vegetable country dies unjustly. After all, flirting with a mental patient. It's better to be fed to a dog. The rules clearly stated that no matter what, mental patients must not be allowed to leave the room. From the scene just now, it appeared that without the doctor's permission, the mental patient cannot walk out by himself. Xiaozhu personally opening the strange door was like stepping on a landmine of bizarre rules. Su Yi checked the remaining 2 patients. Thankfully, the 2 of them were just lying in bed unconscious, nothing more than that. That doctor stood by the bed, trying to stitch the 2 halves of the corpse back together. He mumbled softly. Strange, it was clearly separated like this, why is it different when it comes to putting it back together? After a moment, he suddenly understood, hey, someone, bring me some props. Seeing no one respond, he wasn't embarrassed, and pulled out a pack of needles and thread from under the pillow, attempting to sew the corpse together. Su Yi didn't care about this, and as he left, he said to him, remember, you are a doctor, and you don't need to take medicine. Don't worry, Yang Kai replied energetically, I haven't taken medicine for a day. Su Yi nodded, didn't say anything more, and pushed the door out. Although they were all mentally ill, this one named Yang Kai was clearly smarter than the others. Su Yi came to the next room, 204. Inside, there were a total of 6 beds, and 5 people were standing in a row playing Eagle Catches Chickens. This group of patients was relatively young, and the mother hen among them looked only about 11 or 12 years old. As for the position of the strongest eagle, it was taken by a small boy around 8 years old. Su Yi furrowed his brows, really couldn't imagine what kind of serious mental illness such a small person could have. He pointed at the last empty bed, where is the person? He. Ha ha ha. No one paid attention to Su Yi, a group of kids was having so much fun that they forgot about this adult. Or rather, they were deliberately ignoring him. Su Yi pulled out a vegetable knife and, looking at the little ones before him who were drooling uselessly, said, a group of delicious little snacks, which one should I start with? His hand reached toward the little boy playing the eagle in front, with tender meat, it's you. Bullet comments, Su Ye's way of coaxing children is truly unique. I always heard adults say when I was a kid, if you don't behave, they'll send you to be eaten by a demon. Today I finally got to see it. But when Su Ye's hand touched the little boy's arm, it surprisingly passed through him from the belly. When he looked up again, the little boy had already appeared at the end of the line, tugging at the front person's shirt, come catch me. Brother, you big fool. Su Yi didn't go over, if he really did what the other said, that would be falling into the trap. He probably wouldn't be able to leave the ward today. Why should I catch you guys? Boring. Su Yi lost interest and continued walking toward the empty hospital bed. The other beds had signs of people having slept in them to some extent, but this one was neatly made, looking very new. The kids stared blankly, not expecting the new doctor to say such a thing. Child A, he doesn't care about us, Brother Lin said that when you meet this kind of thing, it's called giving up. Child B, but it's been just us playing, it's too boring. Forget it, let's attract his attention first. Suyi said sternly, I am a doctor, you are patients, I only need to ensure you don't leave the room, I don't care about anything else. Sometimes, when facing mischievous kids, the angrier you get, the more spirited they become. Ignoring them made it quieter. Suyi was quite satisfied with his summarized insights. Perhaps he could wait until a few children found it boring and quiet down himself. The main point was self-survival. It must be said that Suyi was still young and had underestimated the destructive power of naughty kids since he had never taken care of any. The next second. Ah. Inside the room, piercing screams rang out as a few children, realizing words couldn't provoke him, switched to soundwave attacks. Kids aged 7 or 8, especially boys, hadn't even hit puberty, their voices were shrill and loud, shattering the sky and making one's heart ache. He was wrong, it was impossible to ignore this situation unless his ears were already deaf. Suyi threw the kitchen knife in his hand, the blade striking right in the middle of a few kids. With a clatter, the group scattered, some hiding under beds, some climbing on light stands, but without exception, everyone was screaming. Bad doctor, don't touch Brother Lin's bed. Before Brother Lin returns, no one is allowed to come over. Ah. A piece of paper fell to the ground, right where the kids had been playing. Suyi couldn't handle these naughty kids either, so he picked up the paper and rushed out of the ward swiftly. Damn it, he couldn't hit them, they wouldn't listen to reason, and he didn't know what to do. The scariest part of kids is that they don't know fear and lack the adult mindset of weighing pros and cons. That's why they need supervision. Suyi figured these kids probably ended up in the psychiatric hospital because their parents simply couldn't handle them anymore, thinking it would be better to send them here. Once he walked far enough from the ward, ensuring he couldn't hear the noise inside, Suyi slowly unfolded the paper. The first line read, when you find this note, I'm likely no longer in this world. Chapter 174 Desai Psychiatric Hospital 5. My name is Lin Haotian, the oldest patient in room 204. No, I wasn't sick to begin with. If it weren't for passing by the psychiatric hospital while biking, I wouldn't have accidentally bumped into. This part was crossed out with a black line, so he didn't know if this Lin Haotian had crossed it out himself or if something had specifically erased it. I clearly saw it, my family didn't believe me. The hospital staff could see it too, but they said I was mentally ill. In short, I really am not sick. Candy is the favorite food of children, and it can help get some more from the cafeteria. They are the cutest angels, abandoned cruelly by family for minor issues like ADHD. Dear next patient, this place is now handed over to you. Oh, and be sure not to take the white special medication they give you, it will make you gradually lose yourself and forget your past. Don't let it fixate on you, don't let it discover your abnormalities. The rest was a long wavy line, drawn crookedly as if someone had abruptly interrupted writing mid-sentence. Suyi tucked the note away and began to think silently. This should be a note left by Lin Haotian for the next patient, and for various reasons, it happened to land in his hands. The words that were specifically crossed out might hold the final secret hidden within this hospital. What did he accidentally bump into? Suyi pondered. Lin Haotian said the doctors could see those things just like him, but he, as a doctor, hadn't seen anything. Can't believe everything, after all, it's the words of a psychiatric patient. If I can find this Lin Haotian, perhaps a new opportunity will arise. Suyi felt a sense of possibility and went to the third ward. At the same time, in Langyi country, Su Ning went upstairs and chose to enter the second ward first. The kids didn't ignore her like they did with Suyi. Sister, come play with us. Indeed, they were mental patients, their thinking was abnormal. Su Ning corrected, you can't call me that, I'm older than you, so you should call me sister. Sister, you are just a sister. Su Ning was suddenly startled, she realized that the children completely ignored her. All gazes were fixed on her shoulder. That look, as if someone was perched on her shoulder. Su Ning couldn't smile anymore, feeling a chill run down her spine, suppressing her fear, trembling as she asked, What are you looking at? Drop the handkerchief, gently place it behind the little friend, everyone don't tell her. A few mischievous kids formed a circle on the ground, playing a game, no longer paying attention to the Dr. Su Ning. So, it's really nothing? On the ground, Su Ning sighed in relief. Forget it, maybe it was my illusion, after all, they are all mental patients, thinking differently shouldn't feel strange, right? Oh right, the pills. Su Ning recalled her task and took out the white special medicine from her pocket, walking towards the kids. But she missed her target, the children scattered, leaving behind a note on the ground in their haste. In the live broadcast room, people from other countries showed little reaction, only 1 or 2 viewers from the Dragon country felt something was off. Dropping the handkerchief, doesn't someone have to be responsible for dropping it? But just now all the kids gathered together. Soon, it was time for lunch, the first 2 rooms took too long, and Suyi decided to go get food first, planning to drop by the third room while delivering the food. Taking the elevator to the 3rd floor, before entering the door, he saw a notice posted on the cafeteria glass. Cafeteria rules. Rule 1, it is strictly forbidden to sell any snacks in the cafeteria. Once discovered, both buyer and seller will be punished equally. Rule 2, eat more meat, it helps eliminate hunger. Rule 3, no waste is allowed in the cafeteria, every employee should respond to the call for clean plate action. Rule 4, the cafeteria does not serve the secret little burgers from Old 8. Rule 5, no pets are allowed in the cafeteria, if you see a black cat floating around, it is an illusion. Don't hesitate, please swallow the white pill immediately. There was also a sentence written in red pen, crooked and looking like it was added later, do not get cat hair on you, or you will be targeted by it. After reading the rules on the glass, Soo-yi suddenly felt a strong sense of hunger, his stomach rolling as if he hadn't eaten for 3 days and nights, needing to be filled immediately. Soo-yi knew this was the bizarre feeling given to him by the rules, there was no point in resisting it. He arrived at the cafeteria, filled with staff dressed in white, and every food window offered the same. Soo-yi randomly chose a medium-sized line to wait in. At this moment in the live room, candy is an important item, the little friend in room 204 specifically asked for it, perhaps it's related to curing the patients. But the cafeteria clearly states that snacks cannot be sold, what should we do? Just as everyone was in a dilemma, someone in the comments said, quick, go to the A3 country live room, a brave warrior has appeared. In A3 country? The menu was echoing in a heavy curry tone, oh, quickly give me a portion of candy. The cook replied, sorry, our restaurant does not sell snacks, please eat the meals here seriously. The menu grew anxious, how could there be none? I saw it, packed in your left pocket, a big handful. His talent was called X-ray vision, an ability that was sought after by everyone in reality, but in the world of bizarre tales, it was indeed a bit useless. Except for moments like this, when he could see what was in the strange pocket. At other times, he could at most see what was under someone's clothes. Ugh, the strange bodies, it was better not to look at all, the menu thought angrily. Chapter 175, Desha Mental Hospital 6. The cook's face changed drastically, you quickly shut up, where did the candy come from? Both sides began to pull at each other, drawing countless curious onlookers. In a moment of panic, the menu reached for the cook's side pocket, causing candy to spill all over the floor. See, you really have candy. The menu laughed, squatting on the ground to pick up the candy. Not far away, a few security guards entered from outside, the cook's face went pale as he pointed at the menu. You have ruined me. The live room audience was extraordinarily excited, quick, go up, take him down. Just a few security guards, it's nothing. We won't take it to heart. It's no wonder the audience thinks this way. While Kepula was stalling, several chosen ones had already chosen to break the rules, just like he did. These chosen ones were mostly strong in combat, like the one from Ice Bear Country, who had the might of 100 men and took just 5 minutes to take out all the security guards, swaggering away with candies. People naturally assumed that Kepula was in a similar situation. After all, the rules clearly stated not to buy or sell candies. If one didn't have the strength, who would dare to confront the rules head-on? Boom! A few security guards approached, and one of them raised his foot, kicking Kepula in the shoulder. The man who was picking up candies flew backward, hitting the back of his head hard against the edge of a dining table, blood oozing down from his temples, a pitiful sight, gasping for breath as he sat there. Could it be that Kepula has a talent like Lord Soo-yi, possessing an invincible body, the audience wondered. Especially the citizens of Asan country, who seemed excited at the thought. Kepula's hair was grabbed by the nearest security guard, and his head was slammed 3 times against the table. Bang! 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 Then, the screen went black. Only then did the citizens of Asan country realize what was happening, staring at the screen with anxious eyes. Could it be like Lord Soo-yi, just a simple injury making the screen go black, and he'll recover soon? Ding, Asan country's chosen one Kepula has been mysteriously devoured, remaining chosen ones in Asan country, 3. Only after hearing the cold mechanical voice did the audience lose all hope, replaced by anger. Damn, Kepula, the traitor. Making such a low-level mistake must have been intentional. Quick, seize all his cattle and sheep, and throw his family in prison. Report to the president, there are no cattle or sheep, only a dog, which he got married to last year. This time, not only were the people of Asan country furious, but even netizens from other countries were filled with confusion. Not worth pity, if someone this foolish appeared in our country, we'd want to end him too. No, wait. I just watched the replay again, maybe we misunderstood him. Someone uploaded a clip to social media. In the video, Kepula walked to the entrance of the dining hall, standing still. Staring at the wall full of text, he looked bewildered, his lips moving as he barely read, Rule 1XX dining hall sells XX snacks, once discovered, both buyer and seller, alike enjoy? Because the man's voice was very soft and unclear, at first, during the live broadcast, everyone thought he was quietly reading the rules. Now, after the video playback was specially processed, the audience finally understood what he was saying. Oh no, could this person be illiterate? Someone explained, well, he's not completely illiterate, he just happens to not recognize the important parts. What era are we in, and this kind of thing is still happening? And rumors say he got married last year and brought home a dog. Wow, interspecies marriage. This incident gained significant attention. The video was edited by netizens from Long Country and quickly reached Asan Country's ears. In the Asan Country presidential office, several richly dressed, imposing men gathered together. One of them cautiously suggested, why not build more schools or tutoring centers? It doesn't take much education, just knowing a few characters would be enough. After a long silence, another man spoke up. That would probably cost quite a bit. And cramming at the last minute might be too late. There's no way around it. To prevent incidents like today from happening in the future, we can only handle it this way. The two sides debated on this issue for a little while longer, and the man sitting at the head, who seemed to hold the highest position, spoke decisively, we'll do as he suggested and build new schools. Also, prepare a few private jets. We need to import from Long Country. Super accelerated. What he didn't say was for special circumstances, to escape from Country A in time. The president sighed, alas, for now, Long Country is the safest place, but unfortunately, their border is not open to outsiders. Fortunately, even though Country A has a large gap between rich and poor, its territory is big enough, even if a dozen cities fall, there are still dozens left to manage. The president of Country A thought it was fine to delay for a while. In Long Country, Suyi stood at the back of the line, waiting, his stomach continually rumbling. Finally, when it was his turn, Suyi pointed at the several meat dishes in the bowl, this one, that one, plus one oyster sauce lettuce. Each chosen one among the elect had a food tray holding 3 dishes. Suyi chose 2 meat dishes. After getting the food, Suyi spoke again, I want to eat the secret little burger from Old 8. The cafeteria uncle showed a moment of surprise and hesitated for a few seconds, go away, that dish takes a lot of time to prepare, I don't have that time. Suyi took out a black wallet, which was thick, bulging inside, giving the illusion that it could burst any second. With a rustle, the wallet opened, revealing a thick stack of bills inside, looking like no less than thousands of notes. Suyi pulled out 2 of them, I really love eating Old 8's secret little burger, money is not a problem. The chef was drooling, fine, after I finish up, you come to the kitchen, I'll personally make you Old 8's secret little burger. Suyi nodded, generously putting the wallet back in his pocket, and carrying his food toward the dining table. Except for the oyster sauce lettuce, which vaguely showed several leaves eaten away by bugs, the other dishes looked miserable. A piece of unknown white meat patty had stripes on top, looking undercooked. A soup was dark overall, with a few drops of oil floating on the surface. Suyi scooped a spoonful of the soup, and surprisingly, it tasted not bad at all. At least it was at a level that was edible. Halfway through the meal, a shadow sat down across from him. It was the male colleague that Suyi had forced to read medical records during the day. Dr. Zhao just sat down and turned his head to look at Suyi's food tray. Dr. Su, is the food good? You have to finish it all, we can't waste it, I'll supervise you. He leaned in very close, his eyes almost touching the food tray. Dr. Zhao's eyes were red, the area around them twitching, and soon, a tiny red bug as thick as a pinky finger crawled out from the bottom of his eyeball. Just as it was about to drop into the soup, Suyi pulled the tray back. Heh, itchy again? Dr. Zhao's expression twisted, obviously, Suyi's words reminded him of some unpleasant memories from the day. His cheeks and throat were still burning with pain. Without a food tray, the bug dropped with a plop from Dr. Zhao's eye socket onto the table. Suyi tapped the table with his chopsticks, you seem to really miss my big slap? I don't. Slap. Dr. Zhao's left cheek instantly swelled up like a pig's head. The key was that every time Suyi slapped him, he would ask, do you like it? This is what you asked for, I didn't force you. At such a young age, how can you have such a preference? Forget it, what can I do since my medical skills are better than yours? As a senior, I should spoil you a bit. Making sure no one around came to mediate the fight. Several security guards came to the door, pointing at Dr. Zhao but did not come closer. I didn't expect Dr. Zhao to have such a unique preference in private. What's wrong with him, in broad daylight, and still can't hold back a bit? Lower your voice, don't let Dr. Zhao hear it. Alas, Dr. Su has been working for so long, doesn't your hand hurt? The person involved, Dr. Zhao, felt like throwing up with anger. If only you had asked me a single question earlier, we wouldn't be facing such a situation now. Also, I only have a swollen face, my ears are not deaf. Can you all lower your voices a bit when you whisper? I already heard you. Dr. Zhao felt utterly humiliated and infuriated, holding on to his last bit of stubbornness, preparing to spit at Suyi. However, instead of spitting, he inadvertently lost 2 teeth. Dr. Zhao, the obviously visible one, was completely in despair. Suyi mimicked his previous tone and earnestly advised, you must finish all your food, no waste allowed. I will supervise you. With a swollen face and throat, Dr. Zhao sat back in his seat once more under Suyi's watchful eyes. Struggling, he picked up a bite of rice and shoved it into his mouth, every chew causing immense pain in his face. Swallowing felt like several blades simultaneously slicing through his throat. But he had no choice, the cafeteria strictly forbade waste, and Dr. Zhao had to comply. Suyi took another scoop of rice from his own plate. And with Dr. Zhao's pitiful state as contrast, he enjoyed it immensely. Livestream, Suya's mental fortitude is truly impressive. I see other chosen ones who ordered meat, their expressions are filled with distress. Doesn't Suyi have a sense of taste? It doesn't seem so, he's eating even more deliciously than before. Could it be that he has a bigger appetite after the fight? Rule 2 suggests, eating more meat helps alleviate hunger. But clearly, not everyone wanted to follow this rule. The meat looked unappealing, who knew what strange things were inside? Would eating it cause trouble? Some chosen ones opted not to eat meat but chose to fill up on more vegetable dishes instead. From their everyday knowledge, they believed they could achieve the same feeling of fullness this way. Unfortunately, this was a realm of bizarre rules, the logic of the real world did not apply here. This group of people left the cafeteria and within half an hour, their stomachs began to growl again. Just like at noon, it was that unbearable feeling of hunger. And as the hunger grew, they noticed their physical stamina slowly decreasing, their bodies becoming weaker. Until they fainted from sheer hunger. Another group of people, being a bit smarter, bore with their nausea and brought out a portion of meat from the cafeteria. As the food entered their mouths, a sour and strange taste filled their mouths. A few people immediately vomited it out. It could be said that, in this bizarre realm of rules, except for Suyi enjoying his meal, everyone else was suffering greatly. Suyi finished all the food on his plate and, confirming he accomplished the clean plate action, raised his head to ask, "Do you know where Lin Haotian is?" "Why should I tell you?" Dr. Zhao gritted his teeth. Suyi raised his palm, smiling, "Are you feeling itchy again?" I'll tell you. But I'm not sure, he got transferred out when his condition worsened." "Transferred where?" Dr. Zhao's eyes darted away, "It should be the intensive care unit." Suyi, suppressing his anger, raised his palm again, "Why do you speak like you're squeezing toothpaste? Every question gets a little answer." Unexpectedly, the previously stubborn Dr. Zhao directly caved this time, kneeling on the ground and bowing his head. "I beg you, don't ask anymore, even if you beat me to death, I can't tell you where the ICU is." He held his neck up, "If you insist on this question, I might as well ask for a quick end, don't torment me." Suyi remained silent for a moment, then helped him up. "Oh Dr. Zhao, how can you just kneel? A man kneels on golden ground, kneels to heaven, to earth, and to parents. I'm simply better at medicine than you, it shouldn't come to this. Let's do this, you go back to work first, we'll discuss medical stuff after work." Dr. Zhao was shocked by this sudden change, but he was no longer as stubborn as at first, he quickly turned and left. Suya's expression was serious, when Dr. Zhao knelt just now. He clearly felt a strong sense of being watched. Was it just because the words intensive care unit were mentioned? Only after he helped Dr. Zhao up and exchanged a few pleasantries did the feeling of being watched vanish. Seeing the restaurant was almost empty, Suyi wandered into the kitchen. "Chef, is my old 8's secret hamburger ready?" At this moment, the kitchen was empty except for the cook who had just been summoned. Even as Suyi entered, the door behind him slammed shut automatically. "Yes." The chef pulled out a bag of candy from his side pocket and rubbed 3 fingers together, signaling for payment. $200? Suyi asked while taking out his wallet. Livestream, can anyone tell me why these two are clearly talking about Old 8's secret hamburger, but the item being traded is candy? And neither seems surprised. Starry eyes, are you silly? Rule 1, no snacks are to be sold in the cafeteria. If discovered, both buyer and seller are guilty. The creation of Rule 1 suggests that snacks are often sold in the cafeteria, necessitating this rule to limit private transactions. And most likely it's someone from the cafeteria who knows the loophole in the rules, leading to such a strict guideline about shared guilt. Rule 4, the cafeteria does not serve Old 8's secret hamburger. Now, add Rule 4 to the mix, mentioning a dish not served makes you wonder, doesn't it? Not really, in case someone likes the dish and keeps asking what to do. Starry eyes, by that logic, shouldn't KFC and Kung Pao chicken also be noted? There are just too many common dishes. Chapter 177, Dursa Mental Hospital 8. The smart thing to do is to ask immediately if Old 8's secret hamburger can be made. The chef's answer, "It's hard to make," implies they can do it but you have to pay. This analysis left many viewers puzzled. Wow, this is so complicated. Just like taking a civil service exam. The way Chinese people handle gifts and favors has been explained by rule quirks. But looking at the current situation, it seems like he wants more than just candy, he might want to rob Suyi. On screen, as Suyi took out his wallet. Both moved at the same time, saying the same phrase, lunging at each other. In the end, of course, Suyi snatched the candy back. The other party came up empty. Suyi blinked and asked while holding his wallet, "Do you know where I got all this money?" The chef couldn't help but curiously ask, "Where did it come from?" Suyi, "Only in, no out." In other words, I don't pay for things and just rely on stealing. You're asking for trouble. The chef got angry. He typically only stole from others, never the reverse. 10 minutes later, Soo-yi came out with a big bag of colorful candy and 3,000 strange coins, leaving behind the chef on the ground, mangled and broken. At the door, Soo-yi turned back. You better sell more tomorrow, I will come looking for you. The broken limbs on the ground twisted in resentment and slowly pieced together. Soo-yi returned to room 204 and handed out 2 pieces of candy to each child, finally stopping their screams. The youngest boy stared at the packaging bag in Soo-yi's hand, growling, "You have so much, why only give me 2? Soo-yi, what I have is mine, whether I share or not is up to my mood. You all better answer my questions. For every correct answer, you get an extra piece of candy." You could tell the candy had a strong effect on them, as the few rowdy kids nodded obediently. First question, where did Lin Haotian go? I know. The youngest one answered first. Brother Haotian said he was going home to be with family and will come to find us after some time. Soo-yi was taken aback. He got discharged? The little boy frowned and thought for a moment, then gave his answer. No, I just went home. Then he urged eagerly. I answered, quickly give me candy. Not leaving the hospital, but going home. Could it be that the hospital is his home? Soo-yi was speechless. Clearly, this answer was not reliable. It might be that Lin Haotian, when he left, made up a kind-hearted lie to ease the feelings of his younger siblings. Seeing Soo-yi's confused expression, the oldest girl, who had just acted as a mother hen in the game, spoke up. She was probably around 11 or 12 years old and said gently, "We don't know either. About half a month ago, he suddenly got very excited and said he found out a secret about the hospital and wanted to find a way to take us away. But when we woke up the next morning, he was gone. Oh, here's a photo of Brother Lin. If you see him, just say, we miss him very much. Even staying here, not going out is okay." Soo-yi took the photo. He remembered this little girl's medical record, sent to the psychiatric hospital just for suffering from depression. Rather than for treatment, it seemed her parents just neglected her because they were ashamed. Upon holding the photo, Soo-yi didn't have much hope and thought to show it to others for recognition. He never expected to actually recognize it. Looking at the familiar face, Soo-yi's eyes widened. Isn't this the zombie I saw at the beginning of the instance? No, it should be called the person who claimed to be a zombie. Soo-yi clearly remembered seeing him on the 7th floor and decided to visit the 7th floor again later. Putting away the photo, Soo-yi took out 2 pieces of candy, giving one to the girl and one to the boy who answered the question. Probably afraid Soo-yi would change his mind, the boy, upon receiving the candy, stuffed all 3 pieces he had into his mouth. Eat slowly, no rush, the girl comforted him, carefully putting away the candy in her hand. She was already past the age of liking such things. Soo-yi, second question, how long have you been here? It's different for everyone. The girl pointed to several people in the ward. The youngest boy had only been there for half a year, the oldest, herself, had been there for 2 years. Soo-yi took out another piece of candy, the little girl received it and shared it with the other children, giving each one a piece. Soo-yi, third question, where do you go every night? This was his biggest doubt. Children with illnesses were restless during the day and required medical intervention. But at night, they went silent and disappeared. Is this reasonable? Not at all. A normal hospital would at least have a few doctors on duty to handle emergencies, right? In Soo-yi's opinion, prohibiting doctors from going out at night was likely to cover up some unknown secrets. At night, we just sleep in bed. We are not allowed to leave the room, the little girl thoughtfully answered. This question is very strange. Not at all. The boy, who had been eyeing the candy and never thought it was enough, finally got his chance to speak. Sometimes in the ward, sometimes we get taken out. Soo-yi became interested. Oh, how can you prove that? The boy immediately asked, if I say it, can I get one more piece? Sure. The boy led several people to a bed, pointing at the leg of the bed. A while ago when we were playing, I accidentally scratched the floor. He scratched his head awkwardly, afraid of punishment. I covered it with the bed leg. Today, the scratch is completely exposed again. Soo-yi looked over and indeed saw a not very obvious mark on the floor, pursing his lips. Seeing he didn't speak, the boy panicked. What, you don't believe me? Soo-yi, no, I just think you become smarter. Even his logic had improved quite a bit. The boy beamed with pride. That's right, I am smart. The last time you covered the mark, how many pieces of candy did you eat? 2 pieces. How do you know I ate the candy? That's right. It seems these candies do have a certain healing effect on the children. Soo-yi observed the 5 children in the room. If he remembered correctly, these children had relatively mild symptoms, similar to hyperactivity and autism. These were not uncontrollable. In fact, many normal families do not consider them as diseases that require hospital treatment. With parents spending more time with their children, things naturally improve. If I give them a little more candy, maybe their symptoms will be better, Soo-yi thought. He glanced at his watch, it was already past 4 in the afternoon. Suyi left the room, deciding to check on Lin Haotian's information first. Live stream audience. Suyi, did you forget something? Chapter 178, Desha Psychiatric Hospital 9. In the Langi Kingdom, Su Ning carried the prepared meal upstairs. After thinking for a moment, she took out a few white special medication pills, crushed them with her fingers, and quickly mixed them into the food. Su Ning pushed the door open, and several small children stared at her. But they weren't really looking at her, it was more like they were looking through her, at something behind her. It was spine-chilling. She cautiously spoke, "Children, it's time to eat." Ah! Screams erupted, and Su Ning was startled, thinking she was facing some bizarre invasion, her life in danger. But it wasn't. For the children, screaming was a kind of fun, a way to express joy without regard for time or place. When you think something must have happened to cause the screams, they just treat it as a little game of self-amusement. Adults' emotions gradually stabilize, and they rarely experience such sonic assaults in their daily circles. Suddenly hearing a wave of screams, Su Ning felt flustered, desperately wanting to flee the scene. She held her chest, placed the food on a nearby table, and painfully pushed the door open, murmuring, "I must be getting old, my heart can't take it." 3 hours later, Su Ning returned to the ward, took a deep breath at the door, and carefully pushed it open. The room was quiet, the food on the plates had been devoured, and the children were sitting obediently on their beds. Upon seeing Su Ning enter, they greeted her. "Doctor, hello." But the tone was somewhat formulaic, not what children their age would normally do. Su Ning stood in front of the oldest child, pointed to her shoulder, and asked, "What's up there?" The girl looked confused. "There's air." "There's nothing at all." Su Ning let out a big sigh of relief. She thought the other children had just been too wild before, spouting nonsense. Live stream comments. "No way, the note clearly says not to give the medication to the children. Why isn't Su Ning listening?" Just because it's written on the note doesn't mean it's correct, after all, it was left by the mentally ill. While we're in this, we should also learn to judge right from wrong. Taking the medication makes them behave, that's a fact. But I feel like these children have some dullness in their eyes, their state isn't very good. At this moment, the live stream audience was divided, some believed the children should be free and express their nature, while others thought obediently listening to adults was what made a child normal. Clearly, Su Ning was leaning towards the latter view now. She took out another handful of pills from her pocket, giving each child 2 or 3. They all obediently swallowed the pills. It seems that aside from the first time feeding being a bit difficult, the following times have gone much smoother with careful timing. Does this mean I have already cured a part of the patients? In the Long Kingdom, Sui entered the elevator and pressed number 7. Before him lay a long corridor, with patient rooms on both sides, and it was no different from the situation on the second floor. Comments: what's going on? Did those patients only leave their rooms at specific times to act like zombies, and have now all returned? Suyi, being in the midst of it all, quickly judged, wrong floor. This 7th floor is different from that 7th floor. Although it looked the same, it was completely not on the same floor as the one where Suyi had just entered the horror story. He quickly pressed the elevator button to return to the first floor. Even after stopping at every single floor, he still couldn't find that initial one. Suyi furrowed his brows and stepped out of the elevator. Strolling to the nearby stairway entrance. A huge lock hung there, blocking the way to the stairs. There was also a note saying, "No entry during the day." Suyi reached out to touch the iron lock and concluded that this lock must be a relatively advanced eerie prop, not something that could be opened by human strength. He turned and walked back, and at that moment, a nurse came bouncing over from the front desk. "Dr. Su, are you off work? Want to head back to the dorm together? Is it already off work?" Suyi raised his wrist, and indeed, the time had come to 6 o'clock in the afternoon. Sorry, I got too focused and forgot how busy I was today." "Really? Our hospital doesn't endorse hard work like that. After 6 o'clock, you have to leave the work area. It's a benefit from the director." Suyi nodded and followed the young girl to another building, which was a small 3-story building behind the hospital, connected by a long corridor, with staff dormitory hanging at the front. The young girl lived in room 102, and when she opened the door, she eagerly invited, "Hey, Dr. Su, do you want to come in for a drink?" On the other side, in the Ice Bear country, Yivit took the elevator to the 7th floor. As a chosen one who obtained candy through force and successfully found out Lin Hao's whereabouts, the country valued him greatly. In the video, Yivit stepped out of the elevator, trying to knock on doors, entering each patient room to search. Ice Bear country investigator, should we give a hint to tell him the 7th floor is fake? Ice Bear country leader, no need. He retorted, "How do you know the 7th floor is fake? It looks exactly the same as it did in the morning." Investigator, but Suyi from Dragon Country. Leader waved his hand, what Suyi says is not necessarily all true. Moreover, with so many people participating in the horror story, his actions might just be confusing the chosen ones from other countries. The investigator thought for a moment and stopped persuading. He also felt it made sense. Suyi had only spoken, and they, as spectators outside the screen, hadn't discovered any evidence to verify the correctness of each other's words. Rule Horror Story. Yvette walked in the hallway. Rule 5. You are responsible for patient rooms 203 to 205. Of course, as a specially appointed doctor of the hospital, you also have the privilege to enter other rooms. Thinking of this rule, Yvette naturally opened the nearest patient room. He saw a circle made of rope, hanging from an iron hook on the ceiling. Several people in patient clothes stood below, staring with eager eyes at the rope, eager to try. And a doctor stood beside them. Stand well, whoever finishes the medicine first, can go up first. Yvette watched, dumbfounded. Damn, they really are a bunch of lunatics. Chapter 179, Dasa Mental Hospital 10. The doctor was startled by the sudden voice and turned around. It's you. Yvette spoke. Ahem, I'm here to check on the patient's conditions. Now that I've checked, I should leave. The doctor's expression turned angry. Wait a minute, Yvette, hasn't anyone told you that barging into someone else's room is very impolite? Yvette, so what? I'm the specially appointed doctor here and have the right to enter any room. The doctor suddenly smiled and spoke to the patients. Kids, let's give the opportunity to play to our new guest, okay? Okay. The doctor called the kids, but in fact, these people were already adults, they just had the intellect of children. They surged forward all at once toward Yvette. Some grabbed his arms, some grabbed his legs, trying to pull his head into the rope. These mental patients had great strength. Even with Yvette's talent for combat, dealing with a few people was still quite a challenge. During this time, the doctor watched from the side and gloomily spoke. I really hate you connections. Clearly younger than me, how did you become a special doctor? You earn more than I do and are respected by others. And when you finally cure someone, all the credit goes to you. Why is that? The doctor let out a soul-shaking roar. Because. Yvette was tongue-tied and couldn't say why. He had to change the subject. Inspecting the ward is my privilege, you have no right to interfere. The doctor waved his clean palms. I'm not interfering. It's just these patients acting on a whim, accidentally hurting the newly arrived special doctor. Don't you know? Mentally ill people aren't punished for killing. Yvette, enjoy yourself. Yvette's eyes were red with rage, and after taking down all 6 patients, he also took the doctor down with him. He couldn't swallow this anger. But as a price, Yvette also lost an arm. His body was riddled with wounds, blood flowing, looking tragic. Yvette came out of the room, showing a bloody body, ready to enter the next ward to continue exploring. The leadership of the Ice Bear Nation was shocked and immediately sent a message, expressing Suye's view that this 7th floor might be fake, not the real 7th floor. After hearing this, Yvette was straightforward and immediately gave up continuing to check further. He understood his strengths and weaknesses. Suyi was clearly smarter than him, and he believed what smart people said. As for the reasons behind the words, forget it, telling him wouldn't guarantee understanding. Yvette took the elevator to the 1st floor, noted the locked position at the stairwell entrance, and waited a while longer before leaving work to follow the front desk back to the dorm. On the other side, Pierre arrived at the 1st ward. The doctor said, Kids, shall we give the chance of playing the game to the new guest? Pierre replied, No. I've already grown tired of this game. He stared at the group of strong yet obviously not very clever little adults in front of him, seriously saying, Kids, you must understand gratitude, alright? This attending doctor accompanies you every day, yet you only care about playing and have never given him a chance. Pierre, heartbreakingly, looked at them with a disappointed expression like seeing ungrateful wolves. Do you still have a conscience? We do. We were wrong. Pierre, now you know what to do, right? The few kids quickly turned around, lifting the doctor who had been with them, aiming his neck toward the rope. Wait, I don't want to. Pierre encouraged, good, such good kids with a conscience. Taking this opportunity, he pushed open the door behind him and slipped away. The Ice Bear Nation audience? Pierre, are you polite? Solving problems with a few light words makes our nation's chosen ones look a bit foolish. Is this the difference in IQ? After Pierre exited the 1st room, he continued to the next room. This time, after twisting the doorknob, he didn't enter directly but stood at the door to observe. After confirming that Lin Haotian wasn't there, he quickly closed the door. Every subsequent ward was handled similarly. For particularly difficult patients, he would throw out a piece of candy, attracting the patient's attention as they scrambled after it, leaving them no thoughts for what was happening at the door. Once all the wards were checked, Pierre furrowed his brows deeply, none at all. At this moment, in the live broadcast room, after Pierre's actions, Suye's viewpoint was finally proven right. Wow, how did Suyi discover this? So impressive. Wow. It's a pity I'm uncultured, a simple wow carries me through the world. During this time, some small countries believed Suye's words and directly used a hint to give to their own chosen ones. Many countries don't really believe it, or think there's no need to waste the opportunity over such a small matter. As a result, the participants suffered huge losses. After all, not all chosen ones have the combat power of Yvette, or the performance skills of Pierre. These countries felt regret in their guts after learning the truth. Pierre walked to the door of room 102, and the young nurse spoke, "Would you like to come in for a drink?" Adults know this is an unspoken hint. If it were a normal day, he might consider it, which wouldn't be a bad deal for both. But this is a bizarre game of rules, lives are at stake, who would still have such thoughts? "Pierre, thank you for your kindness, but I'm not thirsty for now, so I won't go in." "Pierre, you jerk." Unexpectedly, the young nurse's emotions began to escalate. "When we first met, you clearly didn't treat me this way. It's only been this short a time, and you're already tired of me." Pierre was taken aback, hearing her tone. Did they have a secret relationship before? That's not good. If he firmly refused now, it might cause her to doubt his identity. For a moment, Pierre stood at the door, neither going in nor staying out. Baby Pierre spoke. "Damn." The audience in the livestream felt goosebumps all over. He's not going to explain his difficulties to the young nurse, is he? Or finding some excuse to brush it off? As a girl, I have to honestly say, both methods are actions of seeking death. On the screen, Pierre's expression changed to one of rage and sorrow at a visible speed. He roughly pulled away the girl's hand. "Don't you know why I'm being cold to you?" The young nurse, "You don't need to worry about me, I don't want to drag you down." Pierre let two tears, like cat's tears, fall from his eyes, and before she could react, he shrugged his sleeves and ran away swiftly. Bullet screen, this move is brilliant. Feels a bit like PUA, a common trick in romance. When unsure how to respond, throw the question back, leading the other person to imagine wildly, even ultimately placing the responsibility on them. Damn, Pierre isn't just an actor, he might be a master of psychology? The audience gasped in surprise. Chapter 180, Desha Psychiatric Hospital 11. In the Dragon Kingdom livestream room. "So, Dr. Su, do you want to come in for a drink?" No, Su-yi rejected decisively. The young nurse glowered, her eyes locked onto Su-yi, filled with resentment. "You jerk. You didn't treat me this way before." "Su-yi, of course, I didn't know you were this cheap. You invite others over, and just say to give them water, you should take out some fruit or snacks. I get it, you aren't sincerely inviting me. You just say it out of politeness." The young nurse gritted her teeth. "Are you really that stupid or just pretending? I asked you to drink water, not just to drink water." "Su-yi, it's not just water?" "Fine, I'll go in then." Seeing Su-yi actually step into the room, the young nurse almost laughed out loud at the sky. Once he was in her territory, he wouldn't come out whole. The young nurse reached to close the door, but Su-yi pressed it down. "No, in such a small place with just a man and a woman, it affects our reputation." The young nurse said, "I'm not afraid for you." Su-yi immediately replied, "I am afraid. I haven't even married a wife yet, you are doing this on purpose, right?" Even though the young nurse's original intention wasn't that kind of thing, she was furious at this moment. "So your reputation as a big man is quite precious?" She pulled the door shut with force. Only to find that she couldn't pull it. Forget it, some things can be done with the door open too. Little Huang. As the nurse spoke, the bathroom door in the room was suddenly burst open, and a golden python, about 3 meters long and wide as a human head, crawled out from inside. As soon as it appeared, targeting Su-yi, saliva trickled uncontrollably from the corner of his mouth. He. Zizi. Saliva flowed all over the ground. The little nurse silently walked to the door, quietly blocking Su-ye's way. After finally finding a new delicacy, she absolutely could not let him escape. Su-ye's eyes sparkled. "Wow, is this what you prepared for me?" "That's right, enjoy it. Let's see if you have the luck for this." As soon as she finished speaking, Su-yi had already lunged forward with the chainsaw. The golden python was shredded into uniform pieces of meat. Fast, too fast. Su-yi was quick, and the chainsaw cut even faster. In short, right after the little nurse had spoken stubbornly, the golden python was gone. The little nurse's eyes turned blood red, crying out in despair, "Little Huang." Her voice was like she had just lost her parents. No, it was worse than losing her parents. After she had died and turned strange, only this big python had stayed by her side. Her beloved pet, which she had raised for years, was suddenly gone. "I'm going to fight you. I won't let you go even if I become a ghost." Just then, Su-yi finished slaughtering the python and turned around. The chainsaw was still running, buzzing ominously, dripping blood, looking unimaginably terrifying. And Su-yi was bursting with a rare, strange power. "What's wrong? You look so gloomy. Do you not want to part with it?" The little nurse was too frightened to speak. Suyi raised an eyebrow in confusion. The little nurse was jolted awake by his Her scalp prickled. In the face of absolute life and death, her rage over her companion's death was surprisingly suppressed. The little nurse forced a smile. How could that be? This snake was specially prepared to entertain you. That's good. Suyi satisfiedly put away the chainsaw. You can't be stingy when inviting someone over. It's important to show some sincerity. Alright, I won't take advantage of you. Today, I'll personally prepare this snake for you to taste my ancestral cooking. Too much. Killing someone else's pet and then cooking it in front of its owner, the little nurse's face twisted, her fists clenched tightly. What are you spacing out for? Come help. Okay, I'm coming. An hour later, the table was filled with 4 dishes and a soup. Steamed snake meat, braised snake with preserved vegetables, stir-fried snake meat, snake sashimi, plus a pot of tongue soup. The aroma wafted, just looking at it made one ravenous. At that moment, a familiar face passed by outside the door. Dr. Zhao staggered in, ready to return to his dorm. Hey, isn't that old Zhao? Suyi called out to him. Dr. Zhao jumped in fright, looking at the 2 people inside. One had slapped him earlier in the day, the other spent all day with a snake. He instinctively took 2 steps back, wanting to avoid the two. Good evening. I have something to do, so I won't disturb you. Don't. Suyi stepped forward, pushing him into the room. We are all colleagues. Come, let's have a meal together. So it's not just the 2 of us, it would be awkward for the little nurse. Forced to sit down, Dr. Zhao did not dare to resist, mainly because Suya's methods he had already experienced once during the day. Where's your snake, little Huang? Dr. Zhao asked, thinking maybe he could call it out to help him handle Suyi. The little nurse was furious, her jaws clenched tight, not saying a word, her face filled with despair. Little Huang? You mean that snake? The name is quite cute. Suyi offered Dr. Zhao a piece of stir-fried meat. This isn't it. Dr. Zhao? Right now, he was anxious, the little nurse's eyes boring into him as if she wanted to swallow him whole. You should try a bite. Suyi, eat it. What are you waiting for? Seeing Dr. Zhao's gaze drift to the opposite side, Suyi showed a disapproving look. I said, don't you want him to eat? I'm not saying you can't be too stingy. Learn to be friendly, learn to share. Besides, there's so much meat, you can't finish it all by yourself. Don't let it spoil after a long time, how regrettable it would be. The young nurse smiled with her lips but not with her heart. I'm not heartbroken, Dr. Zhao, you should eat more. Then I'll really eat. The aroma from the table was too tempting for Dr. Zhao to resist. He picked up his chopsticks, grabbed a piece of meat, and put it in his mouth, then said. Really good. Right? I told you my cooking skills are very good. Suyi also picked up a piece and put it in his mouth. Immediately, it melted in the mouth. The fragrant, tender meat, combined with the secret sauce, made this meal incredibly delicious. Most importantly, the snake stew entering his stomach brought a warm feeling flowing all over his body. Suyi felt that both his physical fitness and strength had improved. Dr. Zhao felt the same way. At first, he held back out of consideration for the young nurse, thinking he would just make do with Suyi, afraid to eat freely. But later, it truly tasted amazing. The young nurse sat beside them, feeling frustrated as the delicious food continued to waft into her nose. Why should it be? The pet she had raised with great effort ended up being enjoyed by 2 good-for-nothings. No, she wanted to eat too. So in the end, the 3 of them sat together, with the young nurse crying while fighting for the last piece of meat on the plate. After finishing the meal, Suyi rubbed his round belly and returned to his dormitory. At the doorway, there was a note stuck on the wall. Employee accommodation rules. Seeing this, Suyi slapped his forehead. Oh no, it seems I forgot to feed the patients today. Livestream audience, oh my god, Suyi, you finally remembered. I wonder if the few strange ones you manage have starved to death. Look, is this even right? You yourself are enjoying the snake stew. Chapter 181, Desai Mental Hospital 12. In the world of ghost stories, Suyi thought for a moment and then put aside the meal issue. Forget it, 1 day of hunger isn't a big deal. He began to study the rules on the doorframe. Rule 1, the dormitory is the safest place at night. Please ensure that there is nothing with you before entering the door. Rule 2, due to the increase in staff, there are currently 2 residents in your dormitory. There is a clear dividing line between you, and the 2 parties do not interfere with each other. Rule 3, note, at night you are just ordinary roommates. As long as you do not cross the dividing line, his matters have nothing to do with you. Rule 4, training medical personnel is not easy. This hospital does not advocate killing each other due to competition over titles. Rule 5, there is a powerful yellow talisman paper on top of the door, which has the effect of guarding the house and dispelling evil, and strange things cannot easily approach. Rule 6. Absolutely must return to your own boundary before 6 a.m. the next day, or you will be forever lost in the world of ghost stories. Soo-yi tore off the note, put it in his pocket, and pushed the door open to enter. Inside the room, a bright yellow line divided the space into two, with perfectly symmetrical arrangements on both sides. It was similar to a mirrored world. You're back. I'm David, also a chosen one. A voice came from the other half of the space. Soo-yi looked up. A man was sitting on the edge of the bed, with golden hair. His face was not clear, but it could be judged that he was not from the same country as Soo-yi. Soo-yi replied lightly. The blonde man seemed to see a family member and finally found a vent for his emotions, talking a bit too much. I was really scared the first time I entered the ghost story. I almost couldn't get through several times. And you, seeing you so calm, must not be your first time entering the instance, right? Soo-yi, just average, I've been here a few times. So, do you know how to clear this instance? Soo-yi generously shared, give the patients fewer white pills, let them eat more candies, treat symptoms accordingly. The two exchanged a few unnutritional and bland conversations, while in the real world, the Ghost Story Bureau was in chaos. Lin Guobiao personally sent a message to Soo-yi, but found he was blocked. The investigator was anxious. What to do? The rules on that David's door are totally different from Soo-ye's. And we can't even get a hint in. Lin Guobiao let out a deep breath and casually used a popular phrase, what can be done? Just toss and mix. Indeed, the audience outside the instance realized that what everyone saw on the live broadcast was not the same. For example, David from the Empire of the Sun Never Sets, after reviewing all the rules, found a red ballpoint pen added a sentence at the end. Tonight, only one of you two is destined to survive until dawn. Yet over here, Soo-yi did not have that sentence. Coincidentally, Longguo finally wanted to use a hint opportunity, but unexpectedly, it wouldn't go through. Lin Guobiao sighed, sometimes when in a foreign land, the one who stabs you is precisely a fellow countryman. In room 344, Soo-yi looked up at the yellow talisman paper on the doorframe, peeled it off, and stuck it on the head of the bed. Why not? Since it has the effect of warding off evil, the closer it is to me, the better. Then, Soo-yi got up and went to the bathroom. Behind him, outside the 38th parallel, David quietly watched Soo-yi's back, glancing at the talisman on the headboard with malice in his eyes. How ridiculous, he just thought about having a peaceful exchange, asking the other how to clear the level. He did not expect to receive a message like eat more candy. Is this a joke? This answer is far too perfunctory. After a whole day of research, the special medicine was the real cure. Well then, since the other party is unwilling to cooperate, he can't blame him for being ruthless. After washing up, Soo-yi came out of the bathroom, and David smiled and said, oh, dear friend from the East, what is your name? Soo-yi. So you are the famous Soo-yi, that's impressive. David sneered and didn't continue. What a big wolf tail he's pretending to be. Just by casually sporting black hair, he dares to say his name is Soo-yi. Probably afraid of a conflict at night and can't beat him, so he intentionally says a famous name to intimidate him. He won't be fooled. On the other hand, Pierre returned to his room and directly started chatting with his roommate. The rules he saw were from the murdering side. Pierre did not hide anything, telling his roommate everything as it was. Why are you telling me this? The roommate was highly tense, pulling out a small dagger. He realized that since the other party was straightforward, it meant he was very confident, and his chances of winning were slim. Is this your last mercy, to make me clear before I die? Pierre maintained a proper attitude, don't be afraid, buddy. The reason I said it is to judge whether the rules are right or wrong. Now it seems to match what I thought, that rule must have been maliciously added later. The roommate reacted, Pierre, just don't move at night, I've got everything under control. Soon, night fell. By the bed in the bedroom was a window, Soo-yi initially stood beside it admiring the scenery. Outside was a barren mountain, covered with weeds. Looking further, it turned into a misty expanse, blocking visibility. The rule-weird tale seemed to have no sun, the surrounding environment was always like a gloomy day. The watch showed 10 o'clock, and the whole sky suddenly turned dark. It was truly sudden, Soo-yi had never seen such a transition, like the end of a television show, one moment clear, and the next a black screen. It's time to sleep, ignore any noises. Soo-yi kindly reminded, but there was no response from the other side. Soo-yi touched the talisman on the headboard, thought for a moment, took out an old headlamp he hadn't used for a long time, dug a bit of corpse oil from inside, and smeared it on the back. After all, he was also an immortal, so if there was any danger, he would take it on first. 10 minutes later, a steady snoring sound echoed in the room, and Soo-yi slept soundly. Tick-tock, tick-tock. Chapter 182, Dessen Psychiatric Hospital 13. Where did the water sound come from? Lying in bed, David immediately became alert, perked up his ears to listen closely. It seemed to be coming from the bathroom. Should he get out of bed to check? He hesitated for a moment, then dismissed the idea. Better to have less trouble than more, it's just a dripping water pipe, he can endure. Bang, bang, bang. There was a knocking sound at the door. Is David in? I'm Dr. Zhao, a patient in 203 suddenly had an epilepsy attack in the middle of the night. I need your help to handle it. David, say something, I know you are inside, I saw you go in with my own eyes. Lying on the bed, David didn't speak, his teeth tightly biting the quilt. Although the bedding from the strange rules was very old, with some unknown stains on it, at that moment it became his last refuge. Even a fool knows, in the middle of the night, who would really be Dr. Zhao standing outside the door. The rules clearly stated that employees must not leave their rooms at night. After about half an hour, seeing that there was still no movement inside, Dr. Zhao finally stopped speaking. Instead, a woman's voice emerged, filled with endless sadness. Why can't you just come out? Just take a look at me, just for a second. Accompanied by shoving and frantic knocking, the entire door became precarious, but it ultimately held firm, not letting the last line of defense be breached. I don't know how long it lasted, but the outside finally fell silent. David let out a long sigh. It seems the rules are right, the room is the safest place at night. He turned to look at Su Yi, who was still fast asleep, murmuring, I can't understand how he can sleep so soundly. Tick-tock, tick-tock. The sound of water from the bathroom continued to flow rhythmically, seeming to be slightly faster than before. A cool breeze slipped through the window crack, coupled with how frightened he was just now that he suddenly relaxed, a strong urge to urinate surged through his whole body. David didn't think too much, got up from the bed, and walked toward the bathroom. He placed his hand on the doorknob, gently pulled it down, and the door opened. A gust of cool wind swirled in, brushing against him, feeling chilling. David's hand on his pants belt paused. Something was wrong. How could there be such a strong wind in the bathroom? Clearly it hadn't happened during the day. At that moment, the audience in the livestream room was also shocked, as they witnessed David, who was lying peacefully in bed, seemingly possessed, get out of bed and walk toward the front door. It was one thing to open the door, but he even started to take off his pants in the hallway, completely shameless. Outside, a red shadow rushed in. Dressed in a bright red wedding gown, adorned with a phoenix crown, her face was rotten, white flesh turned black and hung out. With a mouth like a peach, splitting all the way back to her ears, her lips were bright red, looking like she had just emerged from blood water. Her body was not solid, just a shadow, floating and walking on the ground. The wedding dress ghost rushed in, saw David in the room, extended her bright red tongue and swirled it around her lips, ready for a feast. But soon, she twitched her nose, attracted by another smell. How fragrant. The wedding dress ghost unconsciously looked toward Suye's bedside, her eyes lit up at once. What a good thing, she could feel that if she got this, it would definitely be a great supplement. The wedding dress ghost floated toward the other side of the room. Meanwhile, David, who was backing away, had a fierce glint in his eyes. He hesitated for a few seconds, as if finally making up his mind, took a step over the line and approached Suye's bedside, lifting the talisman paper. Don't blame me, I have no choice. David trembled, holding 2 talisman papers, saying, Don't eat me, I have 2 protective charms. The wedding dress ghost had just been worried because she found she couldn't cross that short yellow line in the middle. This meant that the lamp oil was within reach, she could see it, but couldn't touch it. In her anxiety, the man in front of her unexpectedly brought the thing back. It was truly heaven helping her. David, if it really doesn't work, there's still another person over there, enough for you to feast on. The female ghost licked her lips. She didn't want to eat people, compared to lamp oil. At most, a person can only be an appetizer. The bride's ghost lunged forward. Devin took out a piece of talisman paper, the one that belonged to Su Yi, unable to bear using his own first. The ghost eagerly swallowed it, and as soon as the talisman entered her stomach, she indeed felt a burning pain. But soon after, a warm sensation spread throughout her body, the lamp oil was absorbed, and her strength instantly surged. The bride's ghost smacked her lips, looking at Devin with great interest. The main meal was finished, and having an appetizer like this was nice too. Why you, don't come over, I have a talisman. Devin pulled out the remaining piece of yellow paper. If it were just now, the bride's ghost might still have been wary of this thing, but with the enhancement from the lamp oil, her power had greatly increased. So, without hesitation, she opened her blood-red mouth wide and swallowed Devin's head, including the talisman paper in his hand, all rolled into her stomach. Next came his arms, legs, and finally the delicious heart. After finishing Devin, the bride's ghost floated to the line of demarcation, waving her hand, breaking the spatial barrier, and drifting into the other half of the room. She circled around the bed 3 times but dared not get too close. On Su Yi, there was a familiar scent of her kind. And it seemed to have just died not long ago. Thinking of that kind that had once terrified her, the ghost immediately panicked and slipped away through the main door. Never mind, anyway, she had gained a lot today, it's better not to take this risk for now. The next day, as the daylight broke, a striking white beam of light poured into the room. Su Yi stretched lazily and opened his eyes. He immediately looked up at the area above his head, feeling puzzled. Where is the talisman paper? I even applied lamp oil specifically to attract the ghost here. Don't think he was sleeping soundly. As long as a ghost really got close, he could feel it instantly and would tear it apart. And he was confident that when the ghost smelled the scent of lamp oil, it wouldn't go after other humans anymore. The livestream audience, tears in my eyes. Suyi, you are truly too kind, willingly attracting danger for the sake of your roommate. It's a pity some people don't know how to cherish it. Smartness leads to pitfalls. If Devon hadn't had ill intentions, he could have escaped long ago. Suyi even told him the way to get through. How could Devon be so foolish, not even believing Suya's words? If I were there, I would kneel down and call him dad right away. Isn't it possible that Suyi was too low-key, and Devon didn't recognize him? Fool, it's obvious you're not a true fan. I replay the live stream clips 10 times a day. Even if Suya's face was blurry, I could still recognize him from ashes. Inside the room, Suyi looked at the empty bed next door and shook his head. Bad character, you can just leave whenever you want, but why did you steal my talisman paper when you left? Suyi thought that since the ghost didn't come in last night, Devon must have stolen the talisman when he left in the morning. After all, no matter how hard he thought, he probably wouldn't be able to imagine why someone would actively seek death in such a well-planned situation. That was just too foolish. He, Suyi, couldn't even conceive of such foolishness. In the country of Longi, Su Ning arrived at the dormitory door. Rule 1, the dormitory is the safest place at night. Please make sure that nothing else comes in with you before you enter. Strangely, she shivered and looked at her shoulder, mumbling, there shouldn't be anything, right? Casually shaking her shoulders but not feeling anything up there, Su Ning shook her head and opened the door. Her roommate was a boy about the same age as her, also very innocent. This was his first time in a Rule Strange Talk, and they quickly hit it off. In total, counting this time, Su Ning had participated in Rule Strange Talk 3 times since just graduating from high school and about to enter college. The first time was in Myanmar, where she was directly brought to clear the level by Su Yi. The second time, the condition to pass matches perfectly with her talent. Barely, she clears the 1-star quest. With the blessing of the goddess of luck, Su Ning has come this far. She is a kind girl, educated by books since childhood, giving her an air of scholarly innocence. Su Ning spoke the last rule she saw on the door. The rule says, only one of us can survive tonight. If things get tough, you can. Su Ning knows she would never be able to kill anyone, and now she can only accept her fate. The other chosen one looks pale, not knowing what to think. After a moment, he smiled. Don't worry, Sister Ning, you said that rule was added later, it might be fake. Let's not lose our cool. The livestream comments, these two kids are so warm-hearted. They accidentally solved the puzzle. Actually, this situation can be resolved easily. The most important thing is trust. As long as they communicate openly and hide no information from each other. On the screen, two small figures in the same room become each other's last support. At this moment, their hearts are pure. Suddenly the sky darkened. With the night falling, some unknown creatures began to stir. I am Dr. Zhao, a patient in 203 has had a seizure at midnight. I need your help to handle it. Su Ning put her finger on her lips, signaling him with her mouth. Don't speak, she won't dare to come in. The boy nodded, firmly covering his mouth with his hand, preventing any sound from escaping. Giggle, giggle. Again came the sound of a child. Su Ning shook her head, but the boy's eyes suddenly widened in shock. The laughter was not coming from outside the door, but from Su Ning herself. A child in a red apron with two braids reached out from Su Ning's shoulder, tugging at her hair. Su Ning's hair, which once flowed gracefully to her chest, now became the most deadly burden. Sister, play with me, Nyo really likes you. At that moment, the ground beneath Su Ning suddenly transformed from a ceramic floor to dirt, mingled with the scent of wild grass. Not far away, there was an old-fashioned well, with the most primitive rope pull design. Nyo pulled Su Ning's hair harder, dragging her toward the well. Soon they were at the edge of the well. Nyo still prefers staying down there. That square metal room made me uncomfortable. Nyo was finally back. Sister, you are a good person, much better than mommy. She only makes Nyo stay underwater to pray for her brother. Nyo wants to be with you forever. Su Ning clung to the edge of the well, her knuckles turning white. She could see half her body already tilting into the darkness. At a critical moment, the boy spoke. Sister, I will help you. There was no time to stop him. Ding, Su Ning, the chosen one from Longi country, has been mysteriously devoured. Remaining chosen ones from Longi country, 2. The chosen one from Yike country has been mysteriously devoured. Remaining chosen ones from Yike country, 0. The world of horror tales is soon to descend. Countdown 10, 9, 8, 7, 6. Rule 3, note, at night you are just ordinary roommates. As long as you don't cross the line, his matters have nothing to do with you. It's clear that the boy broke this rule in the end. He thought he could save his partner with his strength, but instead, he lost his own life as well. The comments, so foolish, yet it makes me so sad. They are just good kids full of love and unity. They did nothing wrong in the real world. What a pity. The reason so many feel sympathy is that Su Ning is just a student, fresh out of high school with no experience in life, just like that hard-working boy. Aren't they both representatives of millions of ordinary people in the real world? Without the intelligence to strategize. There was no ruthless and decisive decision-making ability, yet they were unintentionally selected into the strange tales of the rules. Although the first 2 times were slightly lucky, they managed to get through the difficulties. But in the end, they still couldn't escape being lost forever in the world of the strange tales. Dragon Country, Bureau of Strange Tales. Liang Xing took out a stack of documents. I have verified it. All the chosen ones who violated Rule 4 in the hospital, by lingering too long in the elevator, were all attacked by children. Rule 4, after entering the elevator, please press the button as soon as possible. Terrible things will happen when the elevator is not in operation. Most people just entered the instance, barely escaped the 7th floor, and entered the elevator, a relatively safe and enclosed environment. After getting the rules, they habitually started watching carefully from the first one. By the time they reached the 4th rule, they had almost missed the best time for the elevator to operate. The strange tale of rules is like this, racing against time. Those who do not pay attention to details are destined not to go far. Dragon Country, so you washed up carefully and stepped out feeling refreshed. In the corridor, Dr. Zhao hummed a song while walking, looking radiant. That bowl of snake soup yesterday was truly amazing. It increased his strength 10-fold, no, 100-fold. Dr. Zhao licked his lips, unable to hold back his thoughts. Hi. A heavy pat landed on his shoulder. Damn it, which good son is here early in the morning? Dr. Zhao turned around to see Suye's enlarged handsome face. Dad, hello. Suye patted him twice more, satisfied, and said, not bad. Which consultation room are you in? Let's keep in touch during the day. Chapter 184, Desha Psychiatric Hospital 15. 608. Dr. Zhao had a grim face and quickly said goodbye to Suye after arriving on the 2nd floor of the hospital. Suye decided to check room 204 first. Besides the boss, the remaining few kids seemed to be doing quite well. The youngest, Ayu, ran over happily. Brother, how did you sleep last night? Do you need Ayu to give you a back rub? Brother, did you have breakfast? Suye, speak quickly. If you have something to say, just say it. Hee, brother, I want to eat candy. Suye thought for a moment, took out some candies from his pocket, and divided 3 pieces among them, just enough to distribute all the leftovers. Not quite enough. Looks like I have to stock up again today. The 5 kids ate the candy, and their eyes obviously brightened. Don't forget to thank your brother. Led by Ayu, everyone expressed their gratitude. Even the 3rd child who had autism spoke up. Suye lovingly patted the kids' heads. A few more, and your conditions will probably improve. He looked at the oldest girl inside. This girl, suffering from depression, was the most considerate, and candy did the least good for her, always wearing a worried expression. You're worried about Lin Haotian, right? Little Yu, yes. When he left, his condition wasn't optimistic. The little girl was the oldest and had learned about many adult troubles, unlike the younger kids who were carefree. Originally mildly depressed, now with the burden of Lin Haotian, she thought his disappearance was entirely due to wanting to take her away. Filled with guilt, her depression deepened. Suye sighed. This is a psychological issue. Medication won't help. Only by finding Lin Haotian and ensuring his safe return can little Yu's illness be cured. This is also one of the ways to clear this instance. After coming out of room 203, Suye went into room 202 again. You're here, Dr. Su. Yang Kai, wearing a pair of black-rimmed glasses, was feeding several patients with special medication, his technique professional, obviously having done it many times. Each bed had a considerable amount of dosage, as many as dozens of pills, stuffed into several mouths like food. Suye finally understood why no one protested yesterday when he forgot to serve food. What the hell, they were full from taking medication. On one of the beds, the man who had been split in half yesterday was resutured together, thick black threads weaving into the flesh, a sight that was shocking. The man was just brought back to life. Except for Yang Kai himself, each patient had vacant eyes, staring blankly at the ceiling, quietly lying in bed. To put it nicely, this is called being well-behaved and understanding. To put it harshly, they are already ruined, with no hope of recovery. Suye couldn't help but ask, where did the medicine come from? He is a doctor, so getting the medicine is fine, but how does Yang Kai, a mentally ill person who never leaves home, have medicine? I made it myself. Yang Kai said excitedly, looking at Suye with disdain. As a great doctor, you can't even make a special medicine, can you? No way? No way? Oh, then great doctor, can you tell me where you made it and how you made it? Shoo. Yang Kai raised a finger to his lips. I can't say it, it's a secret. Suye was speechless. This guy was too unreliable, and he asked again, did you take the medicine? Yang Kai turned around, revealing a professional smile, mysterious and elegant. No, the medicine is for the patients. Doctors don't need it. Suye said, good, remember what you just said. You cannot take any pills. He realized that he had arrived too late. In this room, apart from Yang Kai, who still had hope for recovery, the others had taken too much medicine and were ruined. Others took 2 pills at a time, they took 10 or 20 at once. As the saying goes, too much is as bad as not enough, and these people certainly had too much. After Suyi went out, he opened the last room, room 205. To be honest, he felt a bit guilty. He had been too busy yesterday and completely forgot about the person in this room. Given the previous situation, Suyi was ready for a battle as he pushed the door open. The room was surprisingly quiet. A few patients, completely naked, were piled up like a human tower, cuddling with each other and posing in various strange positions. 2 of them were kneeling, their heads held high, supporting the feet of a naked man. It was uncertain if he had athlete's foot, but he certainly seemed strong enough to squash the heads of the 2 below him. The person on top bent forward, half of his body hanging in the air, with the most prominent part proudly raised. The position looked quite inappropriate. Opposite these people sat a man wearing a fitted shirt. The pattern on the shirt was the same as the patient's uniforms, clearly modified by the man himself. He was around 30 years old, sporting curly golden hair. He was elegantly sitting in front of a wooden easel, painting. "Excuse me, could you move? You're blocking my human model." Suyi twitched at his mouth and obediently took a few steps back to stand beside the man. The canvas was colorful, with various intertwining lines without any pattern, some going east and some going west, truly leaving one puzzled. "Do you see anything?" the man asked softly. Suyi replied, "This is an unfinished painting." The man was somewhat surprised, his eyes lighting up. "You can actually tell, you're a kindred spirit. Specifically, what do you think it aims to express?" Suyi replied, "I don't know. To be frank, it now looks like a pile of poop. But since you're painting so intently, if it were finished, it surely can't look worse than a pile of poop, right?" Chapter 185, Disarm Mental Hospital 16. Suyi secretly touched the handle of a knife. He felt he hadn't said anything human and might have hurt someone's feelings. Unexpectedly, the golden-haired man burst into laughter after hearing his words. He laughed so hard he doubled over, gasping for breath. You are right, if compared, they really are worse than poop. My painting just needs one more type of paint to be finished, go help me look for it." As he spoke, the man handed Suyi a piece of paper. The livestream audience finally reacted, "Wonderful, just like Suyi, knowing the other person has mental issues and intentionally not following the normal play from the start. He casually got a strange assignment. Look at the other chosen ones, working hard to flatter him." In the Pickle Kingdom. Shinzayu stood in front of the painting, first gasping in exaggerated admiration, and then speaking with confidence. "This is simply the most perfect painting I have ever seen, a combination of multiple lines that come together, radiating a strong artistic aura. They are shallow and varied, in different colors, layering over each other, showcasing a rich beauty of multiple layers. In my heart, this painting is enough to rival Van Gogh's Sunflowers. No, you are even more impressive than Van Gogh." The livestream comments, "Awesome, this kid has completely figured out elementary reading comprehension. I thought so. Why does this sound so familiar? Turns out I learned it too." Such standard answers, the strange one should be satisfied, right? In the hospital room, the blonde man listened and simply gave a shallow "oh," his face revealing disappointment. Then he stopped talking. His expression was too obvious, clearly caught by the chosen one. "Shinzayu, could it be that my performance was too cliché? I didn't move the strange one. I must do something to capture his full attention." So Shinzayu knelt down, and with a kiss on the oil painting, he said, "I love you all." "What do you say you love?" The blonde man standing behind asked uncertainly. "Say it again, I didn't hear clearly." It was indeed effective, the patient really reacted. Shinzayu, feeling excited, shouted loudly, "I love you all." Put. 2 paint-smeared brushes poked directly into Shinzayu's eyeballs, juice splattering everywhere. The blonde man's expression twisted, anger making his handsome face almost contorted. "If it weren't for this thing causing trouble behind the scenes, how would we end up in this situation? You actually say you love." In the Pizza Kingdom, as a modern artist with some fame, and being one of the birthplaces of oil painting, Andrea carefully observed the painting in front of him. After a moment, he said solemnly, "I understand, this is an abstract painting." He pointed at a black horizontal line. "This stroke represents the darkest part of your heart. It is narrow at the front and wide at the back, precisely proving that darkness takes root and grows in the corners. That green diagonal line symbolizes vitality and represents the last hope. As for the vertical line on the left, I haven't figured it out yet, sir, can you tell me?" Andrea respectfully asked, feeling completely immersed in the abstractness of the painting. The blonde man's mouth twitched, thinking, how did I not notice so many meanings you just mentioned? Abstract painting, damn it. But Andrea's expression was far too serious, almost worshipful. "I know, the world of top artists is usually not understood by ordinary people. You being sent here might be for this very reason." "No, who exactly is the crazy one here?" I feel like your situation is worse than mine. Ah, yes, you are right. The blonde man spoke as he reached out, pushing Andrea out the door. Alright, go play where it's cool. In the romantic kingdom. Did you see anything? Pierre, this is an unfinished painting. The blonde man, a kindred spirit. Tell me specifically what it wants to express. Pierre, it's very special, you know? I can't say it out loud. The blonde man immediately became mysterious, nodding. I understand, that is the final kind of paint, go find it for me. The comments, Pierre is amazing, he understood everything without saying a word. I am more inclined to think he is fooling the strange one. Master Suyi is even more impressive, he knew that was a pile of poop. After this operation, the audience finally understood that what was painted on this canvas was definitely not something good. The thinking of the mentally ill is too different from ordinary people. If you treat it like a normal person and go flatter them without thinking, that would be the worst ending. Shan Ziyu. It's a very good example. Although there was no direct death, the disappearance of his eyes represented that, during the following time in the horror story, he would most likely not be able to escape the scenario. In the world of horror stories, Suyi opened a note. Congratulations! You triggered a side quest, help the blonde painter find the last color, red dye. Note, historically, beautiful women often meet with misfortune, a splash of bright red remains eternal. Keyword hint, elevator. Elevator? Suyi first went to the 6th floor, knocked on the door of room 608, and Dr. Zhao was feeding some patients their medicine. Suyi, can you help me serve lunch to my patients later? Before Dr. Zhao could reply, the nearest patient climbed out of bed and glared at Suyi fiercely. Why should we? Dr. Zhao is our servant. Suyi didn't even look, directly reached out, and flicked the patient's head. Suddenly, that head spun like a top, rotating 360 degrees several times, with the sound of bones cracking filling the air. Suyi, Dr. Zhao, you still haven't answered me, can you give me a definite answer? The other patients in the room, we will supervise him when the time comes. Dr. Zhao, who had not had a chance to speak the entire time, watched Suyi's departing figure and grew increasingly silent. Suyi arrived at the elevator, but this time he did not immediately press the floor button. The elevator doors closed, and the entire floor stopped functioning, creating a small, closed space. Suddenly, everything around became blurry. When Suyi regained his senses, he found himself lying in a stone box, with the distant sound of a man crying outside. For some reason, hearing this sound made him instinctively feel sad too. Who is it? I really want to find out. Thinking this, Suyi's body actually floated up, passing through the stone box, flying higher and higher, until he reached the ground. Surrounding him were small mounds of earth, some fresh, some old, with a stone tablet standing in front of each mound. Suyi looked down at the one beneath his feet, which boldly read, Grave of Su Qianjin. And the source of the voice was found. In front of the grave, a man dressed in silver armor, with a red cape draped over his back, looked imposing as he knelt on the ground, crying uncontrollably. The first words. Qianjin. Suyi shivered. For some reason, this man had always called him that in life, and hearing it now made him feel a shiver in his ghostly body. I promised that I would go to the border to win glory, and when I returned, I would marry you. How could you leave before me? The man cried out heart-wrenchingly. I know my family is poor, and your parents look down on me. After I left, they betrothed you to the son of Lord Wang. If you disagreed, you were urged to hang yourself. Suddenly, the voice of the young general turned cold. Don't worry, Lord Wang's entire family of 36 has already been slaughtered by me. I swear they will accompany you in death. But my Qianjin, you can never come back. The young general was very despondent, his words almost dripping with tears of blood. Chapter 186, Desha Psychiatric Hospital 17. Suya's heart was anxious, he remembered everything. Her name was Su Qianjin, and the man in front of him was called Li Mu, his appointed love for life. The two had grown up together, their feelings deep. Suyi took a few steps forward. Muzi. Li Mu, I'm here, please look up at me. Strangely, the name he usually called Muzi suddenly became difficult to say, temporarily changing to Li Mu, but it didn't matter much. At this moment in the live broadcast room, I'm laughing so hard, how did Suyi become a female ghost? And temporarily lost her memory. Save this, I really want to see the expression on Suya's face when she comes out of the horror story and rewatches this video, it must be so wonderful. And Li Mu, calling so affectionately, ha ha ha. As if those in love sensed each other's emotions, after Suyi said this, Li Mu happened to look up, and at that moment, he was stunned. Qianjin. Li Mu. With love on one side and longing on the other, Li Mu stepped forward. A pair of arms embraced someone, yet the hands passed through Suya's body. At that moment, he realized that the beloved person in front of him was just his shadow. You. Time seemed to stand still as the two stayed in place for quite a while. In the end, Li Mu seemed to make a decision and said to Suyi, Jinjin, wait for me. I will return soon. After saying this, he turned and left. Suyi stared at the man's back, lost in thought. Even the viewers behind the screen could feel the sense of confusion and desolation. She must be very sad, right? Willing to die for love, finally waiting for her beloved to return. 1 second she kneeled on the ground, moved and full of regret. The next moment, knowing she is a ghost, she resolutely leaves. Woo woo woo, will Suyi Big Shot cry? I really want to see Suyi Big Shot being bullied and crying. Am I a pervert? Sister upstairs, you are not alone. Standing in front of the grave, Suyi felt that he should be crying, so he squatted down, hugging his knees, howling a couple of times, only to realize he couldn't shed a single tear. Soon, she was attracted by a ghost moth flying by in the sky and started chasing after it. After running a few steps, an old man appeared on the grave mound, and the ugly moth circled around him. Seeing that Suyi was distracted by the moth, the old man took a puff from his hand-rolled cigarette and waved at her with one arm. Dear girl, come over here to Uncle Yang. When she didn't move, he spoke again. Don't be afraid, Uncle is not a bad person. I even held you when you were born. Okay, Suyi nodded and walked forward. The live stream audience's hearts raced. Suyi Big Shot, please don't follow him. Just now, white-headed eagle's Fred couldn't resist the temptation and went over, and he directly perished. Yeah, the original talent of the chosen one seems to have no effect here. Fred, the tough guy, why do you use such a phrase as perished? It's so strange. Sorry, I'm getting used to seeing the big shots in women's clothing. On the graveyard, Suyi lunged forward and caught the fluttering moth. The old man said, Girl, since you are here, don't leave. Ghosts can devour each other to gain strength. The condition is to let the other person come to their grave. After all, the buried grave mound is like one's home ground, the magnetic field surrounding it resonates more with one's ghost. This cold knowledge is only known to long-dead ghosts like them. Su Qianjin, as a new ghost, naturally didn't understand, so she was more easily trapped. While the old man was speaking, Suyi had already dealt with the ghost moth in her hand, pulling off its wings and breaking its body into several pieces. The old man's tone paused, and his body suddenly became much more transparent. Damn it, I just finally raised this ghost moth with my flesh. I must eat you today. Ah woo. The old man bit down on Suyi's shoulder, tearing away a small piece of soul. Blood flowed with it, looking extremely lifelike. A warm current flowed through. The old man looked shocked. What a good thing, I didn't expect eating you to be so replenishing. What he did not notice was that his act of just eating meat triggered deep thoughts in the woman before him. Suyi felt this scene strangely familiar, as if it had happened somewhere before. As soon as the old man finally chewed through a piece of meat, he was met with Suyi's wide-open jaw. Crack! Suyi bit down. And half of the old man's body was directly torn apart. Next, Suyi performed a dragon suction, slurping the ghostly half like jelly into her stomach, and did the same with the remaining half. Burp! Suyi rubbed her stomach, so comfortable, I want to eat more. In the following days, Limu did not return, and Suyi took the initiative to dig other ghosts. She couldn't go too far, exceeding a radius of 500 meters would inexplicably pull her back, so she had to take the chance to torment the nearby buried ghosts. At first, everyone was very happy, thinking a naive fool had come, and they took the initiative to approach. Later, several ghosts died one after another, and they discovered that Suyi was actually a black-eating black, which scared them to hide far away. Unfortunately, they were still ruthlessly found out and eliminated by Suyi. In these days, besides eating various souls, Suyi lingered in the village, seeing many people visiting graves and hearing a lot of gossip. Most of it was about General Limu. They said how formidable he was on the battlefield and how he was awarded a high official title immediately upon returning to the capital. They said he was very nostalgic, and when the emperor wanted to match him with someone, he said he already had a wife and would bring her back to the mansion after a while, rejecting the good intention. The second girl from the same village was the granddaughter of the old man next door, about the same age as him. She came carrying flowers and fruits to offer, not knowing that her grandfather could never enjoy these offerings because of him. As the second girl passed by Su Qianjing's grave, she placed 2 collected pine cones inside like a little adult who had seen through the worldly matters. Sister Su, I truly feel it's unfair for you. You two were childhood sweethearts. You sought death for him, yet he secretly married someone else. Days later, the village became lively, with the cries of slaughtered livestock everywhere. It turned out that the young general had returned to visit his family, and they were killing to prepare for his welcome feast. The second girl ran to give her grandfather a braised pig's ear and, passing by Su Qianzheng, suddenly said, Zhuzhen's sister, today there was also a Taoist who came back with General Limu. He stared at me several times and even asked my age and name. Do you think he might have seen something remarkable in my bones and wants to take me as a disciple to teach me Taoism? I could accept it. After all, if I learned Taoism, I would receive 200 copper coins as a monthly allowance. Suyi stood in front of her, impatiently digging in her ears. She always felt she should be doing something more important, rather than listening to others talk about trivial matters every day. That night after the second girl left, Limu appeared. He was followed by someone wearing a Taoist robe. A gust of wind blew, causing Su-yi to sway unsteadily. Limu comforted her, "Don't be afraid, this master is someone I invited to help us." The Taoist raised his floating dust and said, "General, step back, this humble Taoist will cast a spell." After a moment, the old Taoist was panting, and Su Qianjing finally regained her freedom to leave the graveyard, able to go 500 meters away. Although Suya's memories were temporarily sealed, her common sense remained. "You're an old Taoist helping ghosts cast spells, that's a bit abnormal, isn't it?" Observing the Taoist closely, he exuded an eerie aura all over his body. A wave of dizziness passed, and Suyi opened her eyes again, already in a carriage, with Limu gazing at her affectionately. "Zhuzhen, we have arrived in the capital. Once we return to the Li family, I will boldly marry you. Are you happy?" "I'm happy, happy my ass." Suyi wanted to curse, but halfway through, her body lost control and instinctively shut her mouth. Chapter 187, The Hospital of Desha Mental Illness 7-18. Limu said, "Zhuzhen, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell?" "I told the emperor I have a wife, which was actually a strategy, please don't be angry." "You are the only wife I, Limu, will ever have, we will never part." It was a very heartfelt statement, but Suyi felt no ripple in her heart. After the grave swallowed all the souls, she faintly felt her power growing strong, allowing her to break free from her shackles at any time. But another voice in her head told her she must wait, there was still a task to complete. At midnight, the general's mansion finally arrived. Suyi floated out of the carriage, and she was arranged in an extremely luxurious room, with maidens entering in succession, presenting one big red wedding dress after another. Limu said, "Zhuzhen, we will always be together from now on." Suyi pondered, she was currently in a ghostly state, and even if the Taoist performed a spell to remain by Limu's side forever, what on earth was marriage? Moreover, looking at the things sent in by the maidens, it doesn't look like a ghost can pass through. Suyi stroked the bridal gown with one hand and directly passed through it. She thought of a possibility. "Limu, you don't want to accompany me in a mutual death, do you?" The audience in the livestream was feeling embarrassed. Suyi is still the same Suyi, even after losing her memory, she's still so direct. Unexpectedly, Limu's eyes suddenly brightened, and his expression became excited. "Do you want to? Do you truly want to be with me forever? You were much colder to me on the way back this time. I always thought you didn't love me anymore, but it turns out you hid your affection in your heart." Bullet comments, where did this love-struck brain come from? Wanting you to die together is love. So sour, I can't take it anymore. This kind of 8-pack abs love-struck brain, I pray for heaven to arrange a few more for me. Suyi narrowed her eyes. Since it wasn't Limu's mutual death, it must be her revival. Reviving ghosts at will must come with a cost. "Suyi, you didn't do anything unworthy, did you?" Limu's eyes dodged, "Of course not. You rest first. I'll come to pick you up at the hour of the rat." Limu went out, and the room became quiet again. Suyi lost interest in the jewelry on the table and floated outside. She directly passed through the door, arriving in the courtyard of the Li residence. Several girls dressed as maidens were hanging lanterns. One of them whispered, "I just passed by the newlywed room and saw the master seems to be talking to someone inside. But we just went to the newlywed room, and there was no one inside. Who is the master talking to?" Another girl, standing on a stool, was hanging a lantern on the corner of the door. After hearing this, her legs trembled. "Stop talking. I've never seen a family hold a wedding in the dead of night. When I was young, my mother said that only ghost marriages are held like this." Suyi continued to float outside, passing through the quiet little paths and the festively decorated hall, arriving at the entrance of a courtyard. The familiar scent. The courtyard was hung with many talismans, and inside was a dark scene. Suyi casually ripped one off, and all the talismans floated away lightly. The scene inside left the livestream audience completely stunned. Under the moonlight, a donkey was grinding a millstone in the center of the courtyard. However, the thing on the millstone was not grain but a living girl. The girl's lower half was completely wrapped up, and through continuous grinding, she was being ground into fine powder. There was a stopper at the exit to filter it. The millstone was covered in talismans, and Suyi saw that while the girl's flesh was being crushed, her soul was also enduring the same torment. Her transparent body was half inside the machine, and her upper body was exposed, crying out in pain. Suddenly, she raised her head and saw Suyi. "Sister Su, save me." Suyi. Oh, still a familiar face. She asked in confusion, "Arya, what are you playing there?" Although she hadn't personally experienced it, Suyi felt that being pressed by the millstone must be a marvelous process. Arya wailed, kill me. I can't bear this pain anymore." Seeing she didn't move, "In the name of our shared village, have mercy on me, I just want my soul to scatter at once." "All right." She's never seen anyone make such a request. Seeing the other party begging so earnestly, Suyi felt it wouldn't be nice to refuse. She floated forward, ready to take action. Arya's eyes flashed with surprise. Suyi reached out to grasp her, just about to crush her. Suddenly, her headache recurred. When she opened her eyes again, she found herself in an ancient, elegant room, with a yellow pearwood ruby cabinet on the floor and a valuable Ru-kiln white porcelain vase by the window. Li Mu, looking happy, sat up from the bed. He was 6 feet tall with a strong and determined face. Perhaps due to his long stay on the battlefield, there was an involuntary trace of sternness about him. Suyi also got out of bed and sat in front of the mirror to put on makeup. First, she shaped her eyebrows and applied a layer of fine powder. In the final step, Li Mu walked over, placed his hands on Suyi's shoulders, and picked up a flat circular box from the table. "Wife, let me do your makeup personally." He spoke with a crisp and pleasant voice, carrying a hint of careful flattery, as if he wanted to pour all his lifelong tenderness into his wife. Such a man was undoubtedly charming. Even the audience couldn't help but swallow hard. The lid of the iron box opened, revealing a box of bright lipstick. Li Mu dipped his index finger into it and tried to apply it to his wife's lips, but Suyi turned aside and avoided it. He was puzzled. "What's wrong? Isn't this color your favorite?" Suyi leaned back on the yellow rosewood chair, the gold hairpin on her head jingling. She transformed into Su Qianzheng, resembling her previous self by 3 parts, and now with a hint of nostalgia, she said, "I remember a person named Arya." Chapter 188, The Desolation Psychiatric Hospital 19. "She was the same age as I am and we often played together in the past." "Oh, we were childhood sweethearts, you must have seen her too." Li Mu's expression stiffened slightly as he placed the lipstick on the table and raised a hand to lightly brush his wife's nose. "Is that so? Then let's find some time to go back to the village and see her." Suyi lifted her eyelids and glanced at him, pointing at the box of lipstick. "Go back to what village? Isn't she right here?" He sensed a mixed atmosphere from within, not just from Arya, but many others as well. "What nonsense are you talking about? Are you confused?" At first, Li Mu wanted to play it off, but seeing Suyi look so certain, he began to get angry. "Is someone spreading rumors? Tell me who it is, and I'll kill their entire family later." Suyi's attention was already not on Li Mu. She was thinking about herself. Logically speaking, the plan was already broken, so why was she still here? The situation was clear. After Li Mu went to the border to fight and earned military merit, he found that the woman he loved was already dead. Unable to accept the truth, he sought a Taoist priest, using countless young girls' bodies along with their souls to make lipsticks, prolonging his beloved's life. Life? Yes, everything was fake. "I am Su Yi, I am not Su Qianzheng at all. Why should I continue this life for her?" In an instant, a huge wave of information rushed into her mind, and Suyi remembered everything. The scissors pierced her heart at a dizzying speed, and Suyi felt her vitality constantly slipping away, yet she smiled. No, it was the original owner of this body who was laughing. She sighed in relief. "Li Lang, I am finally free. Knowing that my life was exchanged for countless lives, I could not remain at peace for a moment." Li Mu looked at her in disbelief. "No, Jinjin, you are just too kind. Those people's lives are not important. How could they be more important than you? I say they should die, they are from the same village. Before your disaster, not a single person saved you. Jinjin, don't leave me." The last scene was Li Mu snatching the scissors and stabbing his own heart. The surrounding illusion gradually faded away, and Suyi picked up the lipstick that had fallen to the ground, stood up, and pressed the button for the elevator on the 2nd floor, returning to room 205. Several nude men were gathered together for a meal, maintaining a rather bizarre pose, which they called dedicating to art. Suyi rubbed the back of her head, thinking that these people were seriously ill, wondering what kind of trick the blonde man used to make them so devoted. Clearly, they had not been painting at all. Other than irritating his eyes as a doctor, who else could see them? "Here you go." Suyi threw the lipstick to the man in front of the easel. "The red dye you wanted." The blonde man threw the paint back, staring at Suyi with a complicated look. "No thanks." Suyi was completely furious, pulling out a chainsaw, the gears buzzing into action. "Try saying that again?" "For this box of useless paint," I cried and yelled in that illusion, finally managing to get this thing. "And yet you casually said no, just like that, dismissing me." In the romantic country, Pierre was an actor himself, and this task seemed tailor-made for him. Even if he transformed into a woman in this environment. The actor's first essential is empathy. So when Li Mu first met Su Qianzhen, Pierre also began to cry loudly. "Brother Mu, I thought I would never see you again." The two people from different realms embraced and wept. Among all those who received side missions, Pierre was also the one with the most information. After Li Mu returned, he recklessly captured girls of similar age from the same village to sustain his wife's life. Because he harbored hatred, feeling that fate was unfair, he also wanted those in the village who did not stop Su Qianzhen from committing suicide to taste the pain of losing their loved ones. But later, Su Qianzhen learned the truth and, being a good person all her life, she did not want to continue, but she realized it too late. The girls from the village had almost been slaughtered, and Limu was preparing to extend his dark hand to nearby towns. The villagers who lost their daughters could not accept it for a while, and under the exhaustion of grief, they aged rapidly, eventually being buried in that ancestral graveyard, together with Su Qianjin. Damn, the hospital is built on a graveyard, and resentment is thick. Pierre handed out paint, and the blonde man added the final strokes. Red, green, blue, colors of all kinds. What seemed like an abstract painting was now clearly ghostly figures of different hues. Pierre, I heard that ghosts do not exist. It's just that some places have a special magnetic field which leads to strange occurrences mistaken for ghosts. Now it seems that this claim might need to be overturned. The blonde man looked at him oddly. What you said isn't wrong. But have you ever thought about why the magnetic field is special? So many people died that the evil energy gathered and nourished their souls. In fact, the magnetic field is the evil energy. Westerners think they've discovered something significant, but Eastern cultures have had similar ideas since ancient times. In the dragon country, the blonde man trembled under the threat of force, completing the final artwork. Sui snatched it away. Where are these things? I'll go solve it. No, it's gone. The blonde man said weakly, seeing Suye's disbelief. He explained, those who stay long in this mental hospital, under the influence of the evil energy, often see things invisible to outsiders, so their conditions seem to worsen, and even those within it gradually doubt themselves. No one ever leaves this hospital because they never get better. A joke, the ghosts are right there, they truly exist, unless you're blind and can't see, or even if you're dead, you have to stay with the other ghosts. Chapter 189, Dessa Mental Hospital 20. But just now, when you went out, they all disappeared. The blonde man asked curiously, what exactly did you do? Suyi recalled those neighbors he inadvertently devoured in the illusion, silently closed his mouth and chose to temporarily ignore the question. I see your sickness has already healed, you don't need further treatment. After saying this, he patted his backside and left, leaving behind a carefree silhouette for the blonde man in the ward. Glancing at his watch, Suyi thought for a moment and went straight to the third-floor cafeteria. Hey, have a good journey, come again next time. At the back kitchen door, a weary doctor came out, looking at the 3 candies lying in his palm and stuffed them into his mouth. So stingy, I won't come again next time. The chef stepped forward to close the door, and Suyi coincidentally squeezed in. Half an hour later, Suyi carried a large bag of candy and a big bag of strange coins, mumbling as he walked, so stingy, seems like I'll have to come more next time. Behind him, the chef lay on the ground, clutching his chest and gasping for air. Suyi didn't act today, but he felt he was on the verge of death. Heartbroken, he had worked so hard to save some money, only to end up working for someone else in the end. Dr. Su, I spit, are you worthy to be a doctor? Plucking feathers as a wild goose passes, worse than a thief. After coming out of the cafeteria, in the elevator, Xue encountered several colleagues huddled together chatting. Upon seeing him, they immediately fell silent, but their eyes showed undeniable schadenfreude. Xue was puzzled, and just then, the group across from him spoke up. Dr. Su, how are the patients doing lately? Xue, pretty good. Oh, come on, Dr. Su, just don't force yourself. We all know the patient's situation. The press conference is about to start, and when it does, you just need to apologize to the family on stage. Yes, when the director hired you, it was just for this matter. A press conference? Why hadn't he heard about this? The few colleagues laughed and walked away, while Xue pressed the button for the first floor. In the lobby, a red banner hung in the center, welcome our city leaders and reporters. Xue walked to the front desk and, without missing a beat, tore off one of the nurse's arms, saying, you should have called me for the meeting. And no meeting. The nurse trembled as she picked up the arm from the floor, aligned it to her shoulder, and with a crack, it was put back in place. She pointed at the flyers on the table, trying not to cry. It's unfair, the director ordered me to give one to every passerby. In fact, he had instructed her to hand one personally to each doctor, but the nurse, remembering her pet that Xue had eaten yesterday, harbored resentment and changed the rules privately. Xue picked up the paper. Notice, 3 days later, our hospital will hold a press conference. Attendees, the director of Dursa Psychiatric Hospital, all staff, some family members of the patients, city leaders, and media reporters. At that time, Dr. Xue will take the stage to speak about the latest treatment conditions of the patients. The paper turned over. On the day of the press conference, you need to follow the process below. Rule 1, prepare a heartfelt speech. The content is up to you, but it must move everyone to tears. Rule 2, bring your cured patients to assist in your performance, granting them discharge badges. Rule 3, personally return the patients' hands to their families, and then everyone will cry together. Rule 4, thank the director, thank your family, thank the support from city leaders. Rule 5, take a group photo, everyone well and good. After reading the flyer, Xue turned and gave the nurse a good beating. Too much, his name was already mentioned on it, and she still talked about random distribution. It's happening the day after tomorrow. You only showed me today? The nurse, how did you know? Xu was furious, directly making the nurse's head spin 360 degrees. Don't let me see you turn back today. Comments, what day after tomorrow? Didn't the rules say 3 days later? Shouldn't it be the day after tomorrow? You're so dumb. The flyer says 3 days later, but it doesn't say from which day it starts. Dr. Xu must have noticed this in advance. Quick, send a warning to the remaining chosen ones, definitely don't mess up the press conference time. Xu arrived at Ward 204 and handed out a bunch of candies. The children's spirits visibly improved at a fast pace. Although it was a bit noisy, any clear-eyed person could see that this commotion was just the normal lively behavior of little kids, completely different from their previous madness. Comments, that's great, just fixing these few kids means we already exceed 3. They still remembered the instructions given at the start of the horror story quest. Completion conditions, 1 star, cure 1 patient. 2 to 3 stars, cure more than 3 patients. Non-mandatory mission, 5 stars, unravel the secret behind the psychiatric hospital. Non-mandatory mission. Many chosen ones thought the same way. After seeing the flyer's content, they breathed a sigh of relief. All the hard work and effort across the days were just for this moment, right? As for the rules stating that everyone would cry and feel moved at the press conference, that was easy. Wasn't it just about selling misery? Never seen pork, but haven't seen a pig run either. Who hasn't watched a few variety shows privately over the years? What a terrible situation for the contestants in shows like The Voice. They are either young and orphaned or suffering from depression. They have grown numb to it all. Suyi counted the number of patients in the ward one last time before finishing work and returning to the empty dormitory. Hey, what happened to that person from yesterday? After waiting for a long time and seeing no one return, Suyi confirmed that the person was gone. He wondered, it can't be. I already told him the way to survive. Suyi shook his head and sighed. Everyone says I have many fans, but it seems they were lying. Look, right after I step outside, I meet someone who doesn't listen. The comments, weakly asking, is it possible that you were too low-key yesterday? He might not doubt Suyi, but he might not dare to believe that you are Suyi. As night fell, Suyi hurriedly opened the door on the ground. The cold wind howled, carrying a chill. To be honest, he wanted to do this yesterday, to play with the strange beings in the hospital. However, there was another chosen one, and Suyi was afraid that the other person wouldn't be able to handle it. In the hallway, a ghost in a red wedding dress wandered about leisurely. She was followed by a few little minions. Some were massaging her shoulders, while others were feeding her grapes. The wedding dress ghost was extremely pleased. Just before this, she was the most inconspicuous ghost in the group. But yesterday, she consumed lamp oil, which was a great boost for her. So, she returned today. The only drawback was that the ghosts from the hospital had disappeared, leaving only some monsters from the nearby mountains. With too few ghosts, it hindered her from showing off. A few ghosts reached the 3rd floor and saw a room open from a distance, filled with human energy. Wait a minute. Before the wedding dress ghost could stop them, several little minions had rushed forward eagerly. He. We caught you, let's take you to the boss. The strength of the few ghosts was not high. In Suya's eyes, it was as if a gust of black demonic wind suddenly blew out at the originally peaceful door. What is this? He reached out to grab, and with a wave of his hand, a gust of air was unleashed. The black shadow instantly faded a lot. The few ghosts screamed, their mouths producing ow sounds, wanting to escape but finding themselves unable to control their forms, glancing back at the wedding dress ghost in unison. Boss, save us. Chapter 190, Dasa Mental Hospital 21. Wedding dress ghost. The wedding dress ghost ran faster than anyone. Damn it, she just had a little curiosity, thinking she had gained strength, maybe she could arm wrestle with that person. The fact proved she had overestimated herself. In the room, Suyi slapped his hand again, and the black demonic wind in front of him completely disappeared. He somewhat understood what was happening and smirked. TCH, so weak. Suyi left the dormitory and walked towards the hospital. At the connection of the corridors of the two places, there was a door. With a light wave, the iron lock fell off. Suyi happily opened the door, only to be bounced back. In front, there was a transparent air wall. Suyi leaned at the entrance, looking in. On the other side of the wall, it was an empty hospital, with not a sound, like a static painting. Not in the same space? After great effort, chiseling walls and removing doors, he still couldn't make his way out. No choice, Suyi had to return to the dormitory and sleep. Early the next morning, Suyi first went to room 204. Looking at the confusion in the children's eyes, his heart trembled. The doctor has changed again. Uncle, who are you? He, uncle, want to play with us? The youngest little kid climbed onto Suya's shoulder, tugging at a handful of his hair, pulling so powerfully that it almost ripped the scalp off. Suyi swatted the little friend away, who crashed into the wall, leaving a big hole. 1, 2, 3, 4 people, where is your big sister? What answered him was a string of nonsensical chatter. Gaga gaga, I am a little chick. The little boy hugged an adult's pant leg. Mommy, the eagle is catching us. Suyi could no longer tolerate it. He took out a few candies and forcefully stuffed them into the children's mouths. The air quieted down, the children's eyes became a bit clearer, but compared to the completely normal state of yesterday, it was still worlds apart. What happened in just one night? Suyi began to recall if there were any details he missed since entering the copy. In the end, his gaze focused on the cafeteria. Suyi squatted in the cafeteria for 5 hours, and by now, mealtime had passed with hardly anyone showing up. Meow. A few faint meows caught his attention. Following the sound, in the corner, a black cat crouched there, looking pitifully at him. Wait, it might not be black. Suyi approached to observe. The cat was all wet, as if it had rolled in mud 10 times before coming out. Its original fur color was unrecognizable, completely covered in dirt, some clumps tangled together, forming small black fur balls. Meow meow meow. Seeing Suyi come closer, the black cat stepped in a direction, and upon noticing the man behind didn't follow, it turned back and meowed a few more times. Its posture, the cat seemed to be leading the way. Before long, a sewer pipe appeared on the wall. Suyi reached out to grab it, but the black cat slipped away and darted inside. Suyi had to stick his hand into the sewer pipe, pulling out a black plastic bag, feeling that it was hard. What is this? Just as he was about to open it, several security guards stormed in at the door, looking fierce. What did you just see? Their eyes were glued to Suyi's hand, and the sewer pipe. Damn it, get someone in here, quickly seal this place off. The looks in their eyes were terrifying, and Suyi felt a strong sense of being watched from within, definitely not something a few small henchmen could possess. It belonged to the it behind them. Could it be the dean? Suyi wasn't sure. Cafeteria Rule 5, the cafeteria does not keep pets. If you see a black cat circling on the ground, it is an illusion. Do not hesitate, please swallow the white pill immediately. Several security guards yelled and charged at Suyi, swinging their fists. One of them smiled sinisterly. Oh no, you found out, huh, looks like you have to go. Bullet screen, are you crazy, daring to fight Suyi? You won't even know how you died later. Bullet screen, waiting for a counterkill, slap 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 face. However, in the world of strange tales, Suyi did not fight back against the attacks, he chose to evade directly. He took out a white special effect pill and stuffed it into the security guard's mouth. The rule said that upon discovering the black cat, the chosen one should take the pill themselves, but Suyi deliberately did the opposite. Sure enough, the next moment, the fists of several guards froze mid-swing, their bodies stiffening in place, scratching their heads in confusion, deep perplexity washing over their faces. How did we get in here? Aren't we supposed to be on duty at the door? Probably hungry. Suyi replied while calmly walking toward the communal sink in the cafeteria. The sewer had the same liquid smeared on the black cat, not knowing what it was, sticky and foul-smelling, making one feel very uncomfortable. He planned to clean it up. Suyi stood in front of the sink, turning on the faucet. But the next second, a gust of wind hit his back. It was the fists of several security guards, returning. Kiki, you really know, huh? Bullet screen, what's going on? Isn't the effect of the white pill forgetting? Did I guess wrong? Bullet screen, what a scam, the effect of this medicine is way too short. Suyi sidestepped, like having eyes on his back. He skillfully dodged the assault, washing off the dirt on his hands, and turned again. Big guy, it's time for your medicine. Times 10. So, each one was stuffed with another 10 white pills. The effect was immediate. Ha ha ha, ha 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 ha. After eating, the few were abnormally happy, directly holding hands and spinning in circles, dancing together. Suyi, good, next move, high knees. They instinctively followed, but since they were holding hands, facing each other. Lifting his legs too high, it inevitably triggered some hidden parts. Ah! The first person hit cried out in a delicate voice. Bullet chat, got it, the repeated attacks are because he took too little medicine. Bullshit, didn't you see in Pierre's livestream, the black sticky liquid on his hands, if not cleaned properly, it will evoke the security's memories again. Clean it up before taking the medicine and it will be fine. Bullet chat, huh? Then these few were mistakenly given the medicine without knowing it. Actually, he thought inside, could it be that Lord Su wanted to watch the fun and deliberately gave them too many pills? Pooh, just as this thought came out, the audience slapped themselves in the face. How could they think of such filthy thoughts, defiling Lord Su? No, Lord Su was definitely not that kind of person. Sure enough, it was his own heart, seeing everything as dirty. In the Cherry Blossom Country, Ichiro Sato found something hard at the sewer entrance. What is this? Just as he was about to take it out, a few security guards walked in. The person is over there. The closer they got, the more they swung their fists. Ichiro Sato took a solid punch to the body. He hurriedly dodged, but the fist smashed against his back. Thus, half of his vertebrae sank in. Not good. If this continues, I will be beaten to death. When extracting talents in the rules of Strange Tales, it generally obeys the personal characteristics of the chosen one. For example, for an intelligent player like Ichiro Sato, his talent and combat power just don't connect. Plus, his small stature. Therefore, after just one punch, Ichiro Sato felt he couldn't take it anymore. Why can't I be like Su Yi, proficient in both literature and martial arts, he lamented, but at this moment, realizing the unfairness was of no use. The livestream audience was reminded and understood. Indeed, as a 1 in 6 billion bizarre genius, Lord Su is truly rare. Most people learn martial arts and neglect literature, or study literature and ignore martial arts. After all, a person's energy is limited. There are really not many in reality who are as strong physically and mentally quick as Lord Su. Quick, look, Ichiro Sato is moving. Oh my god, he actually swallowed the special medicine. In the world of Strange Tales, at a critical moment, Ichiro Sato remembered the rules, gritted his teeth, and directly grabbed the special medicine, shoving it into his mouth in front of the group. Bullet chat, damn it, this time he will definitely be contaminated. The people of the Cherry Blossom Country were worried for good reason. At the moment he swallowed the pill, Ichiro Sato's eyes clearly became dull. Frowning at the several security guards, he unhappily said, "Who told you to touch me here?" Chapter 191, Dursa Mental Hospital 22. Be careful, I will tell the director. In his memory, he had a close relationship with the director. They used to be superiors and subordinates who talked about everything, cooperating closely between them. A few little security guards wanted to lay hands on him, simply audacious. Dr. Sato misunderstood. Your wound was accidentally bumped into the corner of the table, has nothing to do with us. The security guard confirmed he indeed took the pill, casually explained, laughed, and left. Nonsensical. Ichiro Sato was very angry. Who actually hit him? How could he have no impression? Forget it, a good man doesn't suffer immediate losses. His strength was indeed weak compared to others. It was unnecessary to continue wasting time with these few people. Ichiro Sato snorted and left the cafeteria. In the elevator, he saw a few colleagues in white coats, naturally stepping forward to greet them. Long time no see. Let's have dinner together tonight. Not at all, Dr. Sato's medical skills are superb, we need to learn more. Ichiro Sato responded to each question. The few of them had their arms around each other, the conversation flowing back and forth, just like old colleagues who had known each other for years, with no sense of awkwardness at all. The viewers witnessing everything. It's over, since Ichiro Sato took the pill, he has been acting strangely, his memory has been tampered with. The sky wants to destroy my Sakura nation. After sending everyone away, Ichiro Sato returned to the hospital room, and Yang Kai rushed over excitedly. Ha, young doctor, you are already seriously ill. Ichiro Sato shoved him away. Get lost, you're the one who's sick. But just as he was about to pull his hand back, he saw a word on his arm, polluted. It looked like it had been carved with a small knife, and the wound had already scabbed over. Perhaps due to the urgency of the situation at the time, the word was carved crookedly. But as a detective and note-taking expert, Ichiro Sato recognized that it was indeed his writing. Could it be that I have already been contaminated without knowing it? This word is a last-minute reminder for myself. At that moment, Yang Kai leaned over again, holding a syringe. Medicine, take your medicine. Be good, you'll feel better after the shot. Ichiro Sato hesitated. Being contaminated was certainly terrifying, but being casually treated by a mental patient sounded even less reliable. As he pondered the pros and cons of the situation, he got distracted and suddenly felt his arm being grabbed. It's treatment time, it's treatment time. With one injection, Ichiro Sato's expression turned serious. He realized and bowed solemnly to the person beside him. Thank you for your treatment. Yo, healed. I am the best doctor. The people of the Sakura Nation breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness, our Sato-kun is smart, knowing to carve words on his arm. Go, Sato. The neighbor, Suyi, refused Yang Kai's medicine. I see this time it's our Sakura Nation that gets a 5-star clearance, ha ha. Shouldn't you all feel panic right now? Suyi has his own logic in doing things, he refuses something, but you chosen ones accept it. TSK, hope there are no side effects. Just as the words left his mouth, Ichiro Sato stepped out of the hospital room, heading down the corridor, apparently preparing to check the next room. After walking a few steps, he jumped up and began to run on tiptoe. As his body swayed, his hair flew high and then fell back onto his cheeks, making him look like a fool. Foolish Sato walked for a while, arriving at room 205, and in the terrified eyes of an artist, he picked up a cup of water placed aside and pulled down his pants. A few minutes later, Ichiro Sato's gaze became clear again. He realized he was drinking water. However, this water was different from what he usually bought, with a strong taste and a heavy smell. Why does it taste so much like urine? Damn, it seems to truly be urine. Ichiro Sato collapsed. shouting as he flung the cup away, splattering liquid everywhere. Damn it, how could this happen? It must be that antidote. I knew it, there's no such thing as a free lunch in this world. In Long Country, Sui opened a black plastic bag. Inside was a candle, roughly made with a bumpy surface. The bottom of the candle was stuck with a note, "Save us. Come to the 7th floor tonight, bring the candle, it will protect you." It turned out to be a plea for help from patients on the 7th floor. There were still some people awake in this hospital. Sui calmly tucked the items away and returned to the ward to feed the remaining few children the candies he had just robbed. After confirming the status of the other 2 wards, Yang Kai remained the same, caught between madness and normality, the most puzzling one. Without the disturbance of ghosts, the artist looked much better than in the morning. Having confirmed everything, it was once again 6 o'clock in the evening. As Sui returned to the dormitory, he saw a few workers in the corridor connecting the hospital and the dormitory, cursing as they repaired the wall. "Which scoundrel smashed the wall today? We have a press conference tomorrow, and now we have to fix it overnight. Damn it, I hope I catch you." He returned again, and those few people were still in a daze. Watching Sui, like a tornado, smashing the wall that had just been painstakingly repaired, they were utterly devastated inside. "I'll fight you to the end." A few minutes later, there was a pile of flesh and blood on the ground, and Sui continued forward. The transparent glass wall was easily melted the moment he took out the candle. Sui arrived at the staircase, only to see that the door, tightly locked during the day, was already open. He climbed up the steps, silently counting each floor in his heart. When he reached the 7th floor, Sui looked up, and the scene before him was both familiar and shocking. A group of people who claimed to be zombies, moving strangely, were crawling in the hallway, biting each other. They looked different from one another. Some had a second head growing from their shoulders, with crooked mouths and squinted eyes, looking very deformed. Some had an extra hand growing from their back and a yellow dogtail stitched to their rear. The person closest to Sui had very normal features, but their lower body was severely mutilated, with only one toe left after being gnawed on by their companions. These people gathered together, all groaning in pain. The ground was filled with human waste, flies, and leftover bones. The hygiene situation was worrying. Livestream audience, what is this place, a hell on earth? Upon seeing a new person appear, these beings all looked up in unison, staring at Sui. "Human, there's still an uninfected human here." He. Sui frowned, watching as the zombies got closer and closer. He took out the candle he had in his pocket and lit it. The light illuminated the space, not very bright, but it added a touch of warmth to the cold room. At the moment the candle was lit, the sickly figures on the ground seemed to get stuck and automatically retreated. It worked! Sui felt energized, holding the candle as he walked deeper into the hallway. Though he didn't fear these sickly beings and could overpower them, the sheer number was still a burden for Sui. Most importantly, it wasted time. According to his calculations, the hospital would only undergo transformation from 11 at night to 6 in the morning. Sui kept moving, but suddenly stumbled, almost falling. Fortunately, his balance was good, and he steadied himself in time. Under his feet was the dark body of a little creature. You let it spy on you during the day and kill it at night. Sui felt some anger towards this bridge-burning behavior. The surrounding zombies seemed to understand his words, shaking their heads with human-like compassion. What is that? Suddenly, a stream of black goo sprayed out from the high gaps on both sides of the hallway, splattering on the cat's body. The cat, which was already dead, began to twitch, and after a few moments, stood back up again. Meow. The black cat pounced at him, but Sui kicked it away. What the hell? More black goo sprayed from both sides, sizzling as it touched human skin. Sui watched helplessly as several downed zombies went berserk, mindlessly rushing towards him. At this moment, the candlelight failed once again. Sui. He raised his hand to swat away a few attacking zombies. He didn't think it was difficult to deal with these monsters, but the trouble was the goo. It was spraying everywhere, leaving him defenseless. Upon contact with skin, it transformed into a swirling black mist, burrowing inside. Sui felt his temper becoming uncontrollable, his heart racing, reason slipping away. Is this what menopause feels like? To be honest, he didn't mind turning into a destructive force. However, Sui hated this feeling of being controlled. Why should it be like this? You make me angry, then tell me to calm down? No way. At this point, Sui began to recite a scripture, not allowing the black goo to consume his emotions. This corridor seemed unusually long, and after a while, Sui only managed to move a short distance. He wasn't happy. You invited me here, and now you're attacking me? Where's the hospitality in that? OILJK and amp, asterisk and amp, asterisk U and hashtag at %er, encrypted language. Bullet screen, is Master Sui trying to communicate with a madman? He must be furious, his emotions are getting more and more volatile. A madman knows nothing, Master Sui is in danger this time. In the world of strange stories, a few zombies that hadn't been sprayed by the slime showed thoughtful expressions after hearing Suya's words. They paused for 2 seconds, and the next moment, a group of zombies gathered closely. Suyi was unafraid. Come on, let's make the battle more intense. Those uninfected zombies automatically split into 2 parts. One group started fighting with the attackers in front of Suyi, biting and killing each other. The other part surrounded Suyi, forming a human wall, absorbing the black slime that was sprayed. With Suyi in the middle, the pressure suddenly lessened, and he quickened his pace toward the end of the corridor. The bullet screen was stunned. What did they even say? Could it be that the encrypted language master Suyi just spoke is actually a strange foreign language from another world, and we simply lack the knowledge to understand it? Quick, arrange for a language expert to replicate everything Master Suyi just said. We must study it thoroughly. Ha ha ha, my Sakura language imitation ability is the strongest. Except for Longwa, our country will surely be the first to understand this language. In the world of strange stories, along the way, countless rational zombies fell again. They were very determined. When one could no longer continue, another immediately took its place. Finally, just before all the zombies lost their sanity, Suyi reached the end of the corridor. The last person waved at Suyi, stammering, "I want to go home." Suyi paused, seriously staring at him and replied, "Okay, I promise you." Upon hearing this, the last patient smiled gently, peacefully falling down. He believed in the man before him. Chapter 193, Desa Mental Hospital 24. Ahead was a glass door, bright lights inside. Suyi extinguished the candle and pushed the door open. Countless hospital beds were placed on the ground, and staff members in protective suits were constantly shuttling between the beds. The closest one noticed Suyi. "You." He reached out, wanting to touch the red emergency button on the wall. Suyi was quick, slapping him unconscious to the ground. Removing the hood, Is that the doctor from the daytime? Suyi took off the protective suit and put it on himself, casually throwing the unconscious person out of the glass door. The corridor was suddenly filled with screams. In Sakura country, Sato Ichiro walked to the 7th floor. In the afternoon, he received a set of white protective clothing, which could fully defend against the black slime sprayed along the way, and the smell it emitted could keep passing patients away. "Hey, new guy, you go take care of those over there." An old doctor came over to assign tasks. Not understanding the specifics, Sato Ichiro went according to instructions, seeing a display screen and a record book by each bed. Sato Ichiro walked to the first bed and found that the girl missing from room 203 was lying there. Her limbs were spread open, shackled to the bed by cold chains, her eyes tightly closed, with multiple bruises on her body. Picking up the record book, it had personal information written in it. Name, Xiao Yu. Age, 11 years and 4 months. Experiment records. August 1st, 1 drop of solution, absorption successful. August 6th, half a tube of solution, absorption successful. Until October 7th, 1.5 tubes of solution, subject in a coma, abnormality across the body. October 8th, 2 tubes of solution. The rest of the content was blank, not yet filled in. October 8th, isn't that today? Sato Ichiro was shocked. Judging by the current situation, if he wasn't mistaken, this hospital was on the surface a mental hospital. In private, they actually used patients for secret human experiments. The purpose of the experiment is unknown, and the only guess is that if these 2 vials of medicine really get injected into Xiaoyu's body, she might end up losing her life. Or, a fate worse than death. Sato Ichiro picked up the syringe beside him, and just then, the unconscious Xiaoyu suddenly opened her eyes. The mentally ill child rarely interacted with the outside world, her gaze was pure and natural, and she stared at Sato Ichiro with longing, asking, "Brother, are you here to save me? Should I say this child is too sensitive, recognizing me through the mask?" Sato Ichiro felt a moment of embarrassment on his face, and he thought of a serious question: can I really save her? At that moment, the doctor who had just assigned the task returned. "What are you dawdling for? Get to work." Impatience flashed in those shadowy eyes, and the gaze that scrutinized the chosen one was full of inquiry. Sato Ichiro was startled, as if a heavy hammer had struck him. He was now an amnesiac patient. The only reason he could enter the 7th floor was entirely due to the special medicine he took during the day. No, he couldn't slip up, otherwise, it would be over for him. "Oh, it's the first time seeing this, unsure of the dosage. Now I know, just need to give 2 shots, here it comes." After saying that, Sato Ichiro faced the girl's confused gaze and unhesitatingly injected 2 shots with precision. He silently thought, "I'm sorry, but uncle can't save you, I must protect myself first." Ah. Xiaoyu on the bed struggled in pain, the iron chains binding her limbs clanged incessantly. "It hurts so much, brother, Sato brother, I'm going to explode." Sato Ichiro was startled. Wow, what exactly is this thing? So powerful. Right after the little girl spoke, she really did explode. She turned into pieces of flesh, scattering in the air. The doctor behind sighed, somewhat regretfully picked up the list. Another failure, alright, go take care of the next patient. Perhaps due to Satoichiro's earlier performance raising suspicion, wherever he went and whatever he did next, he felt a pair of eyes watching him from behind, making his scalp tingle, too scared to move. A night passed, and this morning, the entire hospital was filled with an anxious atmosphere, everywhere decorated with festive red balloons, contrasting sharply with the dazed expressions of the patients, making it particularly ironic. In the pickled cabbage country, Han Juanqi was turning in circles anxiously. He was just a loser, and nothing was discovered after a whole night. Of course, it wasn't that he didn't see the black cat in the cafeteria, he just heard the cat meowing and ran faster than a mouse. No kidding, if he could live another day, he would. Not seeing the black cat means death at the end of the quest. Seeing the black cat, he might just die right on the spot. Han Juanqi thought dramatically, seeing that the press conference was about to start, he really didn't know what to do. After a lot of effort, the artist, who was finally treated, got infected again last night, and his condition looked worse. Just as he was worrying, he felt 2 pats on his shoulder from behind. Han Juanqi turned around and recognized the person in front of him. It was his doctor colleague from the opposite ward, whom he had seen occasionally in the past few days. Dr. Han, how's the preparation going? You have a speech to give later. The director is very focused on this press conference. Our hospital's reputation relies on you. Han Juanqi forced a smile and said honestly, what preparation? Those few people are in such poor mental condition that they can't even speak clearly. They clearly seem to be nearly cured, yet I don't know what happened last night. They all went back to square one. Ah, relax, my old buddy, it's not like they can't speak. Han Juanqi's eyes lit up, filled with a glimmer of hope. Do you have a way? Of course, after taking our special medicine, it has a calming and soothing effect. We've done this in previous press conferences, I'm used to it. Han Juanqi was stunned. Before this, does our hospital often hold press conferences? The doctor next door had already walked far away, leaving him with a hurried remark. Hurry up with your preparations. Han Juanqi returned to the ward and forcefully stuffed 2 special pills into the hands of the painter with the lowest battle power. What are you doing? A few minutes later, the painter's expression shifted from madness to tranquility. This expression of yours, aside from being a bit stiff, isn't bad at all. Han Juanqi commented, taking out a draft. Read it out loud. The painter mechanically recited the words on the paper, without missing a single one. Good, just like that. Han Juanqi was so happy he almost jumped up. I didn't expect it to be cured so easily. If I had known, I wouldn't have caused all that trouble before. Bullet comments, I always feel something is off, can't quite put my finger on it. Has it really been cured? Doubt.jpg. At 10 in the morning, everyone arrived. Facing countless cameras, Han Juanqi confidently stepped onto the stage to give a speech. He fabricated a hard-working student identity for himself. I was born in a rural area, my mother is mentally ill, growing up I never had enough to eat, during college I worked while studying, and only ate 1 steamed bun a day. Back then, I swore to study psychiatry and become a great doctor, to serve those who also can't afford to seek help. A burst of warm applause erupted from the audience. We support you, Han Juanqi. Child, you finally made it through, now it's time for your hard work to pay off. Many aunties were already in tears, deeply touched. Chapter 194, Desha Psychiatric Hospital 25. Bullet comments, isn't this guy from the famous 3-star group in that pickled vegetable country? Where did all this working and studying experience come from? Oh no, these chables are getting too good at acting. Next, Han Juanqi spoke a few more words, focusing on, thanks to the principal for nurturing me, thanks to the principal, blah blah blah. Looking at the hospital president nodding in satisfaction not far away, Han Juanqi felt that this was definitely secure. Very good, nailed it. Next, let us invite our healed patient, the famous painter, Mr. Niu, to come up and speak. Jin Juanqi happily handed the microphone to Mr. Niu and stepped down, returning to the staff area to stand firm. On stage, the patient spoke earnestly, every word was pronounced clearly, appearing no different from a normal person. A male colleague put his arm around his shoulder. Xiao Han, you picked well, much better than that Lin Haotian last time. He went up trembling, clearly not used to speaking in public, shy. Lin Haotian? That name sounded a bit familiar. On stage, the moment came when patients and their families were crying in each other's arms. Seeing success was within reach, Han Juanqi chose to forget Lin Haotian, leaving that name in the corner of his mind. Finally, the press conference was successfully completed, and everyone gathered together for a photo. The reporters were satisfied, the hospital was satisfied, and the doctors and staff inside were satisfied too. Han Juanqi nervously walked to the principal to ask, I've cured the person, can I go home now? The principal was a kind man in his 50s, patting Han Juanqi on the shoulder. Of course, your task is complete, you can go. Han Juanqi sighed with relief after listening. He walked to the hospital entrance. Desha Psychiatric Hospital was built on a mountain, surrounded by overgrown grass and mist in the past, but today, the mist had cleared, revealing a paved concrete mountain road. Han Juanshi took a deep breath, wearing a beaming expression as he walked down the mountain. Livestream bullet comments, what press conference? Fake. That Lin Haotian was clearly taken away by the psychiatric hospital after the conference for human experiments. He has never left the psychiatric hospital, let alone been cured. At most, he took a few special pills during the conference, just like the painter. This is a trap. They deliberately brought players over to hold a press conference, just to cover up their secret crimes. How can one eye be open and the other closed? Don't say that. At least from the current situation, everyone is happy. What about those mentally ill patients? A spectator yelled unwillingly, who cares about their thoughts? In the world of strange tales, Han Juanshi walked down the cement road, from dawn to dusk, with the path ahead seeming endless. What's going on? Did I hit a wall of ghosts? Just as he was wondering, a familiar building appeared not far ahead. Damn, isn't that the Desha Psychiatric Hospital? Han Juanshi said in terror. The director walked out of the hospital with open arms. Welcome back, lost patient. Ding, the chosen one of the Kimchi Nation, Han Juanshi, has failed the task of treating more than one patient. Current survival count in the copy of Kimchi Nation, 0. The world of strange tales is about to descend upon Kimchi Nation, countdown in 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5. The familiar mechanical sound rang out, and at that moment, the screen of Kimchi Nation completely fell into darkness. The audience suddenly realized. Yes, Han Juanshi completed the tasks given by the director, but did not complete the tasks dictated by the rules of the strange tales. Healing people, the false can never become real. In the land of cherry blossoms, Sato Ichiro looked at the young painter on stage, unwillingly reading through the entire speech, while other reporters took photos one by one, maintaining a superficial state. Inside, he felt some guilt. Last night's situation was too urgent. Sato Ichiro was kept under close watch and in a hurry. He could only rescue one of the least symptomatic patients. The painter's dosage happened to be half a shot, so Sato Ichiro took out a small tool he had obtained from the previous copy, a funnel that could speed up time's passage. It looked very impressive, but the effectiveness lasted only 5 seconds, which was quite useless. After use, in the eyes of other researchers, it was just enough to finish half a syringe. Sato Ichiro recalled yesterday's hellish scene, silently wishing for the other patients. It's not that I wouldn't save you. If you want to blame someone, blame your bad luck. On stage, the meeting continued, and a person resembling a host held a microphone to introduce. Next, we invite the family members of the patients to say a few words. The painter looked at the middle-aged couple walking toward him, confused. No, wait, how old am I? My parents have long passed away. Where did these parents come from? He did not recognize them at all. But the couple, upon seeing him, began weeping and wiping their tears. My child. You're finally better, thank the hospital, thank the director. The painter remembered what Sato Ichiro said to him that morning, that to fully discharge, he must obey. Well, I guess I will cooperate a bit. With that thought, he could only pretend to howl a few times. But where was Sato Ichiro? The painter looked around the venue, but he did not see Sato Ichiro even by the time for the group photo, and suddenly a bad premonition surged inside him. Okay, that's enough. Everything is done, I'm going home. The painter quickly ran toward the hospital door. At this moment, the couple who had been pretending to be his parents suddenly moved forward and grabbed his arm. Where are you going? Come home with us, obedient son. Get away. You're just pretending. Are you addicted to it? He struggled fiercely, shaking off their grip. But soon, more doctors and the director rushed up, together tying up the painter. Quickly, he was sent back to the 7th floor. And that so-called couple of parents, right in front of the painter, put on protective suits. At the foot of the mountain, Sato Ichiro smiled a sneaky smile against the dawn ahead. He wouldn't be so foolish as to stay in place, waiting for the meeting to end for the director to capture him again. With that fool of a painter attracting attention on stage, he would sneak away. Bullet screen, this contestant from Cherry Blossom Nation is really cunning, pushing the patient out to take the hit, completely lacking a sense of responsibility. Aren't detectives all like this? Only responsible for investigating cases, not for solving them. Don't talk nonsense, he's just one detective and doesn't represent everyone. The detectives in our reality still have a strong sense of morality. This result seems like it was investigated, yet also seems like it wasn't. It feels pointless, like pulling down your pants to fart. At this moment, the audience feels confused, thinking Ichiro Sato successfully cleared the level, but he did not change anything in the hospital. The only cured patient was temporary and soon captured again for experiments. If you say he didn't succeed, he did manage to meet the requirements for clearing stated by the weird tale. In the world of the weird tale, Ichiro Sato walked towards the exit at the foot of the mountain. Suddenly, his foot slipped, and he curled into a ball and rolled down. Bumping and stumbling along the way, countless shards of stone cut into his body. Ding, congratulations to the chosen one from Sakura Country, Ichiro Sato, for clearing the Dorisa Mental Hospital dungeon. Clearing evaluation, 2 stars. Rating analysis, 1 star for curing 1 patient, 1 star for uncovering the secrets behind the mental hospital. The historical learning degree of the citizens of Sakura Country increases by 10%. This time, the immunity to the weird tale descends. Historical learning degree? What kind of strange reward is this? The citizens did not understand. But soon, many people's minds filled with memories they had never seen before, mostly about wars in ancient history. I can't believe the history was once this cruel. Damn it, why didn't the textbooks mention a single word? So our ancestor's surname is Su, named Su Fu? In Long Country, Sui stood in the ward, or rather, in the laboratory, which was a complete mess. Broken surveying instruments, dismembered staff, various syringes smashed into pieces. The only ones still somewhat intact were probably those patients locked in bed. However, they weren't of any use either. Before the experiment succeeded, these were a group of useless people, typical unfinished products. Where is the director? Sui asked the last surviving experiment staff member. He is downstairs preparing for the press conference. Sui. I believe you're evil. The hand holding the kitchen knife slipped, and a spray of blood-red liquid burst from the neck of the person in front of him, completely cooling down. Sui walked inward. There was another room connected to the inside of the laboratory. He suddenly pushed the door open. The inside was dark and frightening. On both sides stood a long row of tall wooden wardrobes, each having a round hole at the top of the cabinet door. Sui was not foolish enough to directly stick his head in to see what was inside. He took out a candle. The light from the candle illuminated the surroundings, and at first, those wardrobes made a loud thumping sound as if someone was pushing them hard. Upon contact with the candlelight, they quieted down. There was a thick layer of blood on the ground, some animal fur, and broken bones, hard to discern the species, and stepping on it felt solid. Finally, he reached deep inside and pushed open the last door. It really is you. Chapter 195 Dorisa Mental Hospital 26. Sui showed a look of realization, as if he had anticipated it. The man in front of him was wearing a white coat and half-black-framed rectangular glasses, professionally mixing various test tube solutions. Hearing the footsteps, he turned around with surprise on his face. Oh, Dr. Su, what brings you here? Forget about that, come try my newly developed potion. He said, picking up a syringe and aiming it at him. Sui certainly refused and dodged. You should try it yourself first. That needle coming at him suddenly reversed direction midway and stabbed back into Yang Kai's arm. In an instant, the man trembled all over, his skin showing patches of blue and red. Sui frowned. This was similar to the symptoms of the people on the outside beds. You are the culprit? Yang Kai realized the changes in his body and instantly jumped up with excitement. I always wanted to try it myself, but that old guy wouldn't let. Not enough, just 1 injection isn't enough? I told you earlier, my adaptability is stronger than those guys outside. Sui frowned. Yang Kai gave him the feeling, looking still not quite normal, like a mad scientist. With the first injection supporting him, Yang Kai seemed to have opened some kind of switch. No need for Sui to force, he began to repeatedly stick needles into himself. With the second injection, his body rapidly expanded into a round ball, almost about to explode. With the third injection, the muscles in his legs bulged, his height increased, turning him into a giant like Thanos. Boom! A punch struck out, directly breaking through the floor, revealing the empty house 6 floors below. I did it! I finally did it! I told you, I am the world's most amazing doctor. Yang Kai was overjoyed, not caring about his giant size or any side effects. In accomplishing this experiment, he was happier than anyone else. Sui raised an eyebrow. Is this it? Nothing else? He had thought the mental hospital needed such great effort for something crazy. Yang Kai's current state seemed terrifying, but in this bizarre world where everyone had immense strength, it truly was nothing special. Having said that, Sui threw a left hook to Yang Kai's chin. A few bloody teeth spat to the ground. Sui became interested. There is really something interesting here. This punch he just threw used at least 70% of his strength. Ordinary bizarre beings would have been crushed into meat patties. Now, with Yang Kai, he only lost a few teeth. But that didn't matter. 1 punch wasn't enough, so he added another punch. Left hook, right hook. Sui used both hands and feet, beginning one-sided torture. At first, Yang Kai could still hold on. Come on, hit me a few more times. I'm tough-skinned and thick-bodied, I can take it. To be honest, martial arts have routines. Like Yang Kai, an ordinary person suddenly becoming immensely strong. Fighting relies only on brute force, without any technique. A few who have learned techniques could easily dodge. Yang Kai couldn't take being beaten anymore, howling in pain. I was wrong, let me go. this is all that old bastard Dean forced me into. Oh? The patient spoke up, not knowing how much truth lay in the words. Suyi paused his attack. How did he force you? Yang Kai, he has a great dream. Suyi, question mark. Yang Kai pressed a switch on the wall, quickly ran into the room behind him. Suyi chased after him, discovering the house he hid in was reinforced with bulletproof glass, needing a fingerprint unlock to open. So, in this era, the bazaar even understood high technology. However, no big deal, it wasn't a problem. The barrage was buzzing with guesses. Is Suyi going to break the glass with brute force? One force overcomes 10 skills. No way, such powerful high-tech, can it really be broken by force? While they were chattering, they saw the young man on the screen taking a few steps to the experimental area where Yang Kai was, facing an unknown reagent on the table, mixing and pouring back and forth. 5 minutes later, those colorful liquids, under multiple combinations, miraculously dissolved into each other, turning transparent, clear like mineral water. Splash! Suyi poured the liquid all over the bulletproof glass, instantly producing a sizzling sound. Chapter 196, Desha Psychiatric Hospital 27. The bulletproof glass melted. The barrage was stunned. What is this black technology? No wonder he could get into Yanda with just 40 points in English. This chemistry must be full marks? No, full marks wouldn't even be possible. In reality, this must be a definite genius. In the bizarre world, Suyi easily passed through the protective door. When he was mixing the solution just now, he added a bit of bizarre strength to speed up the drug's effect. Of course, its essence still benefited from his understanding of chemical technology. Suyi was someone who naturally learned quickly about anything that could cause harm. This barely counts as a kind of talent. But in the real world, there are not that many experimental agents for him to access. Suyi had also considered applying to study chemistry. Only after I blew up 2 laboratories in high school did the principal personally talk to me. These are all memories from the past, some not so pleasant. What matters most is the present. Suyi arrived at the best protected room, which was still a laboratory. The difference was, compared to the outside, it only had a bed and the instruments were more sophisticated. At this moment, Yang Kaiping lay on the 3-meter-wide bed, his head and body filled with equipment. Beep, experimental data recording complete, you can start copying. An A4-sized report with a blue cover dropped out of a nearby machine, opening to the first page. I have a dream. Suyi. I have a dream, to empower every war. Ordinary humans are too small, life is fragile, once on the battlefield, they can only kill each other, blood for blood, flesh for flesh. In my view, this is just rookies pecking at each other. I have a way to develop a drug that enhances the human body in every aspect. Once successful, I can manufacture this combat machine in bulk, to wreak havoc on the battlefield. The modified body is incredibly strong, impervious to knives and guns, very suitable for certain combat plans. It will also save a large amount of mercenary costs. The downside is that not everyone can bear the drug, there is a certain probability of failure. Below is the drug formula. As all countries focused on the screen, not daring to breathe, Suyi was stunned for a moment, threw the plan to the ground, and the dog blew a puff of fire, completely turning it to ashes. Useless thing. In Dragon Country, Lin Guobiao exhaled, throw it away, the world shouldn't have such a mad thing to avoid everyone mimicking and doing the same experiment. The leader of Sakura Country sighed deeply, how can it be thrown away? Such a good thing, if Suyi were from my Sakura Country, the emperor would have already dominated the world. Only countries like Dragon Country would strive to maintain what they call world peace and justice. In the world of strange tales, Suyi appeared covered in blood on the first floor, followed by dozens of patients in striped uniforms. No researchers were there to play parents, only a large group of reporters and a dean remained on site. The dean didn't know what had happened. In fact, as the behind-the-scenes boss, he had always only been responsible for investing money and convening meetings like today, fully entrusting the experimental progress to Yang Kai. Reporter, Dr. Su, which of your patients are being discharged today? Dean, Suyi, I asked you to bring out the healed patients, not all of them. Suyi said nothing, a strange smile creeping up the corner of his mouth. He pushed through the crowd in front of him and boldly walked out the main door with the patients. Then, boom, a loud sound. The mental hospital behind collapsed, turning into a smear of ruins. Along with it, the unspeakable filth of so many years was buried, along with a few conniving reporters and the heartless dean. The morning sunlight was just right, casting a layer of golden brilliance on countless patients. Suyi turned to look at them. You are free. The patients who had not yet regained consciousness didn't know what had happened, but seeing the sunlight, they instinctively felt joyful and reached out to touch the air. Several already cured patients knelt down in unison, bowing to Suyi, saying they wanted to be his little brothers. Suyi shook his head. I'm afraid that won't do, I have to go. Ding, congratulations Suyi, the chosen one of Dragon Country, has cleared the instance of Desai Mental Hospital. Clearance evaluation, 6 stars. Score analysis, cured 5 patients 3 stars, uncovered the conspiracy behind the hospital 2 stars. Rescued the mental patients 1 star. Suya's body slowly dissipated in the air, waving his hand, take care, everyone. The mechanical voice sounded again. Diary of Lin Haotian. I am Lin Haotian. On the 15th day of the 7th lunar month in 2023, I went out cycling and passed by a mountain area where a mental hospital was built. Out of curiosity, I walked around the mental hospital twice. During this time, I saw 3 headless ghosts playing with a ball, kicking the same head. At first, they couldn't tell whether I could see them or not, so they came up to me and started feeling around. I didn't dare to move or say a word, trying my best to appear normal. Until a middle-aged man in a white coat suddenly appeared and patted my shoulder. At that moment, I completely lost it and screamed. The ghosts have turned real, the ghosts have become real. So, naturally, I was kept as a mental patient. I also learned that the person who patted my shoulder was the director of this hospital. Later, when friends and family came to see me, my condition grew worse, and in the hospital, I could see those ghosts at all times. At that time, I naively doubted whether I really was sick. Later, I discovered that the hospital was actually built on a graveyard, and those so-called ghosts were just the restless souls buried underground 1,000 years ago. Most of them had daughters who died unjustly and couldn't swallow their grievances, making the atmosphere increasingly heavy, allowing the ghosts to manifest. So, I wasn't sick at all. The place that was sick was the mental hospital, using the graveyard's special nature to create an incident for everyone who came here. The healthy doubted themselves as delusional, while patients with mild symptoms felt their condition worsened, adding hallucinations to their existing illnesses. Only the hospital's special medication was effective. Taking the white pills meant forgetting, not only forgetting the ghosts seen during the day, but also forgetting the experiments done to my body at night, the medicines taken, and the injections received. In such circumstances, upon discovering the truth, I decided to endure silently and play along to expose the hospital's true face at the upcoming press conference. I assured the few children in the room that I would take them out safely. Especially little Yu, that child only had simple depression, different from the mental patients. That day finally came. I stood tall at the podium, throwing away the prepared speech, and resolutely opened my mouth. You have all been deceived, the truth behind the hospital. However, before I could finish, I was silenced by a rush of security guards. I directed my gaze to the seemingly righteous reporters, desperately seeking their help. They always emphasize truth and justice, surely they were good people, right? Chapter 197, The Joyous Event in the Mountain Village 1. What would happen if even reporters in this world dared not speak up? Alright. I was overthinking it. That night, I once again returned to the hospital's interlayer, the 7th floor laboratory. This time, I was injected with double the previous dosage. Some people would explode after such treatment, but I was lucky, I didn't die, but I also wasn't successfully experimented on. I turned into a crazy, useless failure, carelessly discarded outside the laboratory. It's so cold here, and there are countless other failures like me waiting together. We depend on each other for survival, yet we have lost the reason that humanity should have, only able to barely survive by killing and devouring one another. I am done for. If I had the chance to come back, I would never go up that mountain again. Suyi sat on the sofa enjoying a Manchu Han Imperial feast. Yes, a real Manchu Han Imperial feast, a total of 108 dishes, all cooked on site by various chefs. Gulch, he swallowed a bite down into his stomach. Sitting across from him, Shinyu joked, you don't seem to be enjoying it much. Suyi frowned, do you think it's delicious? Shinyu smacked his lips, it's okay, compared to the snail noodles sold in the old streets of South City, it's a bit lacking. After all, it's an ancient recipe, it can't keep up with the taste of modern hex tech, that's normal. Speaking of which, if it weren't for you, I wouldn't get to eat so much. Suyi pondered for a few seconds more, chewing on a piece of abalone from the table, almost gagging. Given his current contributions to the Dragon Kingdom, the Bureau of Strange Tales wished they could offer him up as a tribute, making any request seem reasonable. Suyi wanted to have the full Manchuhan Imperial feast, partly because he had never tasted it before, but more importantly, to test his own sense of taste. At this moment, the abalone in his mouth was both sour and bitter, like chewing on a piece of ancient tree resin, and felt even worse than the mushy meat served in a mental hospital cafeteria. Suyi had already confirmed that there was something wrong with his taste buds, and quietly took 2 more pieces of greens, suggesting, I think we should also invite Song Jian and the others to enjoy this. Chen Yu replied, they're not here. They have all gone into the realm of strange tales. Since the last incident at the Fuhai Garden community, more and more rules of strange tales had sprung up around the world like mushrooms after a rain. Unlike the blanket rules that covered an entire city after a failed instance, these usually only shrouded a small area, like a community, a shopping mall, or a mahjong room. To lift this shroud, someone must go inside, find something called the source of pollution, and destroy it. After that, Suyi continued to participate in the instances as usual, while Chinyu spent more time outside, leading people to search for the source of pollution. It can be considered a bug, as long as the chosen one happened to be under the coverage of the pollution source at the start of a new instance, they would not be selected. Of course, these small-scale strange tales in reality were much simpler than those in the instances, with a much lower death rate, and with Chenyu leading outside, everything was more than enough. Suyi eventually smashed his bowl and chopsticks, truly unable to eat any longer. Call everyone from the Bureau of Strange Tales over, let's eat and teach at the same time, train them a bit. Really? Upon hearing this, Chenyu's eyes lit up. The staff of the Bureau of Strange Tales were moved to tears, all expressing how great Suyi was, not only treating them to a full Manchuan imperial feast, but also planning to give them a training session even though they had only 3 days of vacation after coming out of the instance. The word great seemed tailor-made for Suyi. A group of young people was enjoying their meal at the table, while the outside world and the entire globe exploded with excitement. 6 stars. So the upper limit for Rule's Strange Tales is this high, not 5 stars? Phew, what a merit Dragon Country has, giving birth to such a genius as Suyi. Look at the rewards that Dragon Country has received this time. Not only has mineral resources increased by 10%, but because of the extra star, each citizen's resistance against bizarre attacks has increased by 5%. This reward was extremely important. In the previous few instances, before Rule's Strange Tales randomly covered, most people did not take the increase in bizarre resistance rewards seriously. After all, the number of participants in each instance was only a single digit, and the probability averaged out to be pitifully small, making it seem somewhat wasteful to boost the combat power of the whole population against the bizarre. But now it was different. Pollution sources occurred from time to time, and one could never know when they might be unlucky enough to have the street they were walking on shrouded by a strange tale. In such cases, it would take time for the Bureau of Strange Tales to send people to resolve the situation, and to survive, each person could only rely on self-rescue. Having a certain level of resistance against the bizarre had become immensely precious. One must admit that Suyi was truly a blessing for Dragon Country, bringing more vitality to the people. 3 days later, the familiar announcement sounded. The 15th round of Strange Tale challenges has begun. Now randomly selecting the chosen ones for the challenge. This time's participating countries include Dragon Country, Beer Country, Kimchi Country, a total of 100 countries. Each country will select 20 chosen ones. Total opportunities available, 3 times. Suyi opened his eyes from bed, the glaring red in the room made his eyes hurt. On the window, the character Double Happiness was pasted, with a bright red quilt, and sitting at the head of the bed was a woman dressed festively, with heavy makeup. At this moment, the woman held a circular fan commonly seen in ancient costume dramas, covering half of her face, gazing at him with a shy, sticky look that was hard to bear. This is my wedding night? This was the first reaction of all the chosen ones. But soon, a knock sounded on the door outside, accompanied by a clear male voice. Tonton, are you there? We're getting married tomorrow, so I sneaked out tonight just to see you one more time. Damn, with just a short sentence, it made the CPUs of the chosen ones lying on the bed overheat. The groom was outside? Then what about the self lying on the bride's bed? A third party coming to steal love on the night before their wedding? Damn, how thrilling. But no matter what, at this moment, all the chosen ones had only one thought: they absolutely could not let the groom know of their existence. This matter was unreasonable and morally wrong, and from a bystander's perspective, being severely punished was only fair. But as a living person, how could they avoid being discovered? The chosen one's eyes quickly glanced around the room. Chapter 198, Joyous Events in the Mountain Village 2. In the Cherry Blossom Country, little Cotton Boy jumped out of bed with a roll. The setting of this room resembled a rural scene from 15 years ago, still in the northern countryside. There was a table, a chair, and a small kitchen built next to it, inside which was a clay stove. Little Cotton Boy first took a look under the bed. TCH, only a fool would crawl under the bed. What if someone sees? This is exactly how people get found out in dramas. The bride had already gotten up, holding a fan as she walked towards the door, her voice trembling slightly. Hey, I'm coming. Taking this opportunity, little Cotton Boy sneaked into a hole under the kitchen stove, dark and a bit stifling, but a perfect hiding spot, not easily discovered. Fortunately, people from their country are naturally short. This time it actually came in handy. Little Cotton Boy thought to himself, since the rules had chosen him, he must surpass that Sato Ichiro guy and become the most handsome boy in the Cherry Blossom Country. What a joke! A proper uncle with a hat couldn't possibly lose to a little detective agency's president. Is he just going to let him take people while riding his bike every day? Over there, the bride had already opened the door. Footsteps sounded in the room, moving towards the bedside. Little Cotton Boy breathed a sigh of relief. Damn, next I'm probably going to hear a bed scene, but that's better than getting caught and dying, right? I can bear it. But the next second, a pair of black shoes suddenly appeared in his vision, and the man slowly bent down. Got you, despicable little scoundrel. Ah! A scream rang out. Ding, Cherry Blossom Country chosen one little Cotton Boy has been mysteriously devoured. Current survival count of chosen ones in Cherry Blossom Country, 16. The audience from the Cherry Blossom Country showed no surprise. I told you, if there's a problem, we need to find a detective. Although the detective's skills are average, Uncle Hat's abilities are even more unwatchable. Last time in Shibuya, my bag got snatched, and when I went to find Uncle Hat, that guy actually took off his uniform in front of me and said he was off duty, telling me to wait for the next shift to come over. Right in front of me. Anyone understand my feelings then? I understand, damn it. On the other side, in Dragon Country, when the knock sounded, Shinyu immediately pulled out his gun and pressed it against the bride's head, sternly warning, "If you dare to open the door, I'll shoot you first. We might as well die together." At that moment, Shinyu was filled with frustration. It was all because of that feast. Everyone else was fine, but he ended up with bad diarrhea, and no amount of anti-diarrheal medicine worked for him. Helpless, he knew he couldn't enter the realm of supernatural affairs in reality for now, so he had to stay in bed to rest and sleep. Yet when the time came, he was still mercilessly transported back into the more dangerous supernatural story. Feeling the eerie energy radiating from the gun's muzzle, the bride shivered and cautiously suggested, "Why don't you find a place to hide first?" "Shinyu, don't listen, the turtle recites scriptures. My brain isn't good, as long as he dares to come in, we both die together." The bride almost spat blood. "It has nothing to do with me if he comes in, he's really just a fool." The woman was still struggling. "How about I persuade him? Let's all three be together tonight?" The audience in the live stream gasped, "Wow, this bride is quite flirty, didn't see that coming. The groom has a big green hat. This is a scene I can watch without spending money? Hurry up, I'm willing to tip." Shenyu didn't waste words, he fingered the trigger. The woman was startled, her playful expression finally turned serious as she shouted towards the door, "Hey, how about you leave for now? Customs say the new couple can't meet the night before." The groom at the door was silent, seemingly not expecting to be rejected. He paused for a moment, not knowing how to respond. "Rules are dead, people are alive. Let me in." Noticing Chenyu's expression growing darker, the bride's face turned anxious as she yelled outside, "Get lost, I don't want to see you right now." "But I want to see you, I miss you so much." "Damn it, I've given you face. How can you not understand human words, you worthless fool? Get the hell away," the bride yelled, her fury seemed to be directed at anyone but Shenyu, probably out of fear to address him and embarrassment to blame herself, venting it all towards the man outside. Outside, it was quiet as a chicken. The man mumbled something under his breath, probably not good words, cursing as he walked away. Shenyu went to the door crack, spat a little, and poked a hole in the paper window with his finger, observing for a moment to confirm there was indeed no one outside before daring to go out. This family was probably poor, the whole room only had half the windows fitted with glass, and it was dirty. The other half was covered with white paper. When he closed the door and stepped into the yard, Shenyu patted his chest in fear, staring at the gun in his hand. "Wow, I almost got exposed just now." This gun came from the K Park dungeon, it only had 3 bullets, which he had already used up. If that little bride had recklessly gone to open the door just now, he really wouldn't have been able to fire. By then, it wouldn't be dying together, but he would have genuinely been the only one done for. In Long Country, a knock sounded at the door. The bride stood up, holding a fan to cover half her face, slowly getting out of bed. Suyi followed and pulled out a chainsaw, pressing the switch. The chainsaw buzzed to life, shimmering under the moonlight, becoming even more beautiful. The bride's sharp eyes caught sight of several chunks of similar flesh on it, accompanied by a thick, lingering smell of blood. Who knows how many bizarre creatures he had killed, the bloody smell seemed to have seeped into the chainsaw itself, so strong it was extremely uncomfortable. The bride swallowed hard and asked, "What are you going to do?" "Hurry and hide." Suyi patted his chest, with a forceful motion of his arm, the bones in his chest caved in, leaving a bowl-sized hollow. With each pat, the hollow would bounce back. "I love you," Suyi declared with righteousness. "Since we are in love, we should be together openly. Don't be afraid, I will make it clear to him now. I will not let you suffer this grievance." The bride's eyes widened in shock, she was too stunned to stop Suyi from opening the door. Chapter 199, Village Wedding 3. Without hesitation, aiming forward, a shadow jumped up. Before one could see clearly, it fled like the wind. If it weren't for the bloodstains left on the ground, one might think they were seeing things just now. Damn, it runs really fast. The bride's face was ugly, she couldn't hold it together. Although, in that situation, the other party should indeed run, she would do the same and not wait for death. But why did her heart still feel so uneasy? Suyi turned around, loudly assuring the bride, "Don't worry, I will talk to the village chief right now. I will definitely take responsibility for you. No need, it's already too late. This marriage, I entered it willingly." "Oh." Suyi fell silent, standing there looking somewhat at a loss. The bride realized that she could do nothing to the person in front of her today, made up her mind, and shut the door. "You can go now." Just moments ago, in the warm softness of affection, Suyi was suddenly thrown out and met with a face full of dust. Panicking, he knocked on the window. Hey, wait a minute, aren't we in love? I cannot bear to see you marry someone else. Come out. Growing impatient from the harassment, most importantly, Suya's voice rose higher, ready to shout loud enough for everyone in the village to hear. The room door opened again, and this time, what was thrown out was a sachet. The woman's voice was sharp, mixed with a hint of perfunctory comfort. This is our token of love, you should leave now, we will have a chance to meet again in the future. Suyi, helpless, picked up the sachet from the ground and tucked it into his pocket, reluctantly saying, all right, you better keep your word. Turning around, a pale head suddenly appeared in front of him, staring intensely at Suyi, looking quite strange. Accidentally touching the blood on the chainsaw, the head pulled back a bit, and he could finally see that it was actually a complete person. Let's go, it's late, dog boy, stop hanging around other people's doorsteps, I'll take you back to your own room. In this round, nearly 1/5 of the chosen ones were eliminated. People discovered that as long as the bride opened the door, no matter where they hid in the room, they would be easily found. Those who weren't eliminated had figured out ways to prevent the bride from opening the door from the very beginning, fundamentally eliminating the possibility of being discovered. How could this happen? The chosen ones can be found no matter where they hide, the groom is simply too powerful, right? Ah, it's strange. It's normal for him to be a bit powerful, maybe he can find them by scent. I still feel something is off. Knowing there is a scent, why does the bride still open the door? After all, being cheated on is bad for both the chosen ones and the bride herself if discovered. Shenyu followed the elderly man in front of him, who claimed to be second uncle, as they walked forward. The man was dressed in a brightly colored long shirt, his cheeks rosy, carrying an old lantern that emitted a limited light, barely illuminating a half-meter radius. How odd. From the details of the room just now, 2 large ceramic tea jars were on the table, with the image of a certain great person on them. The copy he was in should be modern, from 10 years ago. How could they still use such an ancient product as a lantern for traveling? Shen Yu, nearing 30, was not completely ignorant of life 20 years ago. Moreover, he held a gun that made the bride tremble just seeing it, yet this second uncle was completely calm. Something was wrong, too wrong. At that moment, a gust of cold wind blew through, causing the man and the lantern to sway left and right. Left, right. Shen Yu jolted. Something was swaying in the wind, a conclusion was welling up, but he dared not show it. The more they approached this time, the more they had to stay calm. The wind was only temporary. When the air settled, the second uncle who had been leading suddenly stopped and turned. Why aren't you leaving? The wind had not extinguished the lantern, on the contrary, after a bit of turmoil, the flame inside flared up, becoming even brighter. How bright! Shen Yu could clearly see second uncle's true form. A round hat, a chubby head, the rosy hue on his face looked like it was painted on with a brush, round and orderly. As for the colorful clothes, they looked like a funeral outfit for the dead. Could they not be flamboyant? It turned out that the reason for swaying in the wind was that the second uncle leading the way was not a human? No, he was also human, but a paper man. Grass, a type of plant. Shen Yu turned around and ran, thinking with his toes. In the middle of the night, suddenly a paper man appeared. Where could he take him that is proper? Probably just out of the wolf's den, and into the tiger's lair again, right? Leaving the paper man standing there, showing a sinister smile, his face was all wrinkled from laughter. Bearing the heavy pressure on his head, he returned to the original place, knocking on the bride's door. I still can't rest easy about you, come back to take a look. How about I stay here for the night? Get lost, don't get close to me. Shen Yu insisted on knocking, babbling non-stop. It's too far, I don't want to go back. A disgusted voice came from inside. I said you are harassing me, at least find a decent excuse. Your room is right by the big hawthorn tree, just a few steps away. Oh, fine. Having successfully gotten the key information, the big hawthorn tree was indeed very close. From the bride's door, it was clearly visible. On the other side, Suyi followed the paper man's uncle on a country road where one could hardly see 5 fingers in the dark. Suddenly, the fragrant pouch in his arms accidentally fell. Suyi bent down to pick it up, and at the same time, the paper man's gaze just happened to land on the fragrant pouch. Suyi quickly explained, showing a shy smile, sorry, this is my lover's thing. He is inconvenient to meet me, so he sent a token of affection to comfort me, so we can keep in touch in the future. The paper man trembled for a moment. Suyi felt strongly engaged. Since he had already defined his identity, he must continue to play it, projecting sincerity. So, after a moment of shyness, Suyi showed a bitter smile, just that his smile looked worse than crying. What do you mean by keeping in touch? It's just nonsense to brush me off. She's getting married, how can she keep in touch with me? Right? The paper man's uncle. Ah, how is he supposed to answer this? Moreover, he couldn't open his mouth, could hardly say a word. The paper man silently turned around, leading Suyi to walk in another direction. After a stick of incense worth of time, the two arrived under the big hawthorn tree. The paper man lifted the lantern in his hand, swaying it towards the front door, signaling Suyi to go in. Suyi, furious, "Uncle, are you lost? Such a short distance, why take me around in a big circle? With your level, remember not to give directions next time." The paper man swayed. It was unclear if he was speechless or angry, shaky for a moment. "Good grandson, I was originally going to send you to hell, and now I am bringing you back to a safe place, but you still want to nitpick." But then thinking of something, he steadied his body and walked with the lantern. The room was not big, so he pushed the door and went in. The decorations inside were very ordinary compared to the bride's room. After searching for a while, Suyi found a paper note under the bed. Strange Tale Mission, Village Wedding. Introduction: Xiaohui village has simple folk customs, the villagers are very focused on unity, and every celebration is a busy affair for the whole village. In this place, there are some rules and taboos that must be followed. Rule 1, you do not have a girlfriend, you are a bare-naked single dog. Rule 2, as a person from Xiaohui village, villagers are most united, normally, they won't harm you. Rule 3, the bride is an outsider, do not trust her. Rule 4, the wedding starts at 9 in the evening, before that, you cannot be seen stealing food. Rule 5, do not eat meat dishes because you are not sure what they were taken from. Rule 6, remember to toast your elders and the newlyweds' wine cannot be refused. Rule 7, the ancestral hall is a dangerous place, absolutely do not go there. Rule 8, the village's biggest hawthorn tree is revered as a sacred tree, admired by the villagers for hundreds of years. Rule 9, do not go out after midnight, the room is the safest place. Victory conditions: 1. Survive to see the dawn of the 5th day. 2. Unravel the truth behind Xiaohui village, non-mandatory task. Any normal person would see the first rule and probably conclude to stay away from the bride. Suyi did not think it was unusual. "I'm so miserable, my girlfriend married someone else, and I became a single dog." Don't mention it. After his analysis, it actually makes quite a logical sequence. The audience in the livestream couldn't help but facepalm, feeling a wave of black lines on their foreheads. If it weren't for knowing that Suyi is just very empathetic, I'd think he had a romance brain. He wants to be cared for like this once. "Suyi, how about playing cosplay?" Suyi analyzed Rule 2, under normal circumstances, villagers wouldn't harm me. So, does that mean if I violate certain rules, this condition won't hold? The word unity appears quite frequently, mentioned in both the rules and the introduction. It seems that to ensure villagers protect the chosen one, I absolutely cannot do anything detrimental to unity. I need to inquire about the location of the ancestral hall in Rule 7. The more it emphasizes places not to go, the more likely there are hidden secrets. As for Rule 8, Suyi looked at the large locust tree outside the window. It seems there's nothing special. Night fell, and Suyi went to bed. In a half-dream, he heard someone seemingly knocking on the window. Bang, bang, bang. So annoying. Suyi turned over, using some eerie power on his ears, directly sealing off his hearing and sleeping soundly. But the other chosen ones who entered with him weren't so comfortable. They had never seen a pig run after eating one, and before entering this strange chat, they had filled their minds with a lot of horror knowledge, knowing that when someone knocks on the window in the middle of the night, under no circumstances should one open the door. The best practice is to sleep with your eyes closed and preserve your energy. But knowing it in your heart is one thing, and facing the situation is another. Entering a strange talk for the first time, filled with fear, plus the constant knocking from outside, it would be strange if they could sleep. There was nothing they could do, they could only endure, lying in bed with their eyes tightly shut, feeling the world outside swaying in the quiet, their hearts beating like drums. The wind whistled past outside, the windows rattled, and a few chills seeped through the cracks. Several chosen ones couldn't hold it and wet the bed on the spot. This was certainly due to certain bodily functions, such as the cold accelerating adrenaline secretion, thus stimulating urine production. Bullet screen: some people seem to be alive, but they are already dead. Social death is still death. But when they saw how the other chosen ones were behaving, they immediately couldn't smile anymore. In the video, some newly entered contestants didn't wet the bed, they held it in and went out to find the bathroom. In the countryside, it was mostly a dry toilet. When some people finally managed to take off their pants and were ready to release, a face appeared below. Ah! 4 or 5 live streams went black. The next morning, when the sun cast down its first rays of light, some people sat on soft beds stretching, while others stared blankly at a damp bundle. And some, upon waking, found themselves spinning in a paper-made house, surrounded by paper people, paper cups, paper. Ivan moved his body. His limbs felt a bit stiff. This is understandable, after all, who could avoid catching a chill after sleeping outside in the wind? But he was genuinely stunned. Did I not go back to my room to sleep last night? Why am I here? Not to mention, although according to the customs of the White Bear Country, there is no saying of burning paper after death, the sight of the whole room being white felt quite eerie. At that moment, the paper man uncle brought over a box of ground ink and handed Ivan a brush. Uncle pointed at himself and then at the nearby paper person with no eyeballs, clearly meaning something. Ivan, you're saying, let me fix the eyeballs? Uncle nodded. Ivan thought for a moment and felt that this wasn't difficult. Moreover, if he didn't do as the paper person thought, what if he wasn't allowed to leave? So he picked up the brush, dipped it in the black ink, and placed 2 scribbled black dots in the empty eyeframes of the paper person. If Ivan had a little understanding of Eastern culture and heard that ancient saying, paper figures without painted eyes, paper horses standing still without mane, he would never act so lightly as he does now. All right. Don't dislike my drawing, this is my level. Uncle Paper Figure nodded, pushed aside the paper doll he had just painted, and there was another one behind it. Ivan drew 3 in a row. He did not notice that with each stroke, the space between his eyebrows darkened a bit. By the time he finished the third one, it had turned as black as charcoal. At this moment, the sound of roosters crowing rang out in the village, followed by villagers beating drums. Get up, and prepare for the day. Ivan took the chance to put down his brush and pushed Uncle Paper Figure aside. Sorry, my family is calling, I have to go. Uncle did not chase after him, just stayed in place, staring at the direction Ivan ran off, grinning widely. Behind him, the 3 paper figures that had just been painted with eyes stood up from the ground, following Uncle, laughing toward the village. Ivan reached the center of the village when a hunched old lady blocked his path. You little dog, where have you run off to early in the morning? Hurry back home with Grandma for a meal. I went to the toilet. Ivan casually made up a reason. Back in the room, Grandma served a bowl of plain rice porridge, a plate of pickles, and 2 corn buns. At the moment the hot porridge entered his stomach, Ivan was moved to tears. Home, this is home. What had he slept on the previous night? After finishing the corn buns, Grandma mysteriously pulled out a bowl of braised pork from her blanket. Good grandson, I specially saved this for you. Look at your appearance now, you are too thin, you need to replenish. What does thin mean? Ivan frowned. A man cannot admit he is thin, it is a matter of dignity. Even in the world of strange tales, Ivan did not want to compromise. Grandma, I'm as strong as a bull, how can you say I'm thin? Don't believe me? Look, I can break this stool with my head. Ivan placed the stool against the wall, the seat facing him, and, with a little run-up, performed his iron head technique. Bang! Ivan fell to the ground, the stool intact. Not to mention it was broken, not even a chip of wood fell off. That smooth surface seemed to mock him silently. How could this happen? Ivan was shocked, thinking perhaps even furniture had been strengthened in this strange world. Oh dear, good grandson, are you okay? Don't be stubborn. Grandma was startled and hurried over to help Ivan up. She didn't forget to kick the stool behind her. Bad thing, you made our little dog hurt. Bullet comments, this grandma spoils her grandson so much, look how old Ivan is, still like a child. Grandma brought over the braised pork again. Little dog, want to eat a bite? Ivan jumped up suddenly, holding his forehead, howling, and throwing a tantrum. No, I want to go back to my room to take medicine. Bullet comments, Ivan is quite clever, fortunately, he didn't eat it. This braised pork should have been stolen by Grandma from the banquet. Just now, several chosen ones caused a black screen after eating. Rule 4, the wedding starts at 9 o'clock in the evening. Before that, you must not be seen stealing food from the banquet. No, it's not the braised pork that breaks the rules, but the second half. During this time, other countries' chosen ones brought meat into their rooms to eat, there was no problem. Ivan looks a bit dark between the eyebrows, I gauge with my fingers, he might be in for a disaster. In the room. Ivan picked up a mirror from the table and, after seeing his reflection, directly threw it away. Damn, what's going on? He did not understand what darkening between the eyebrows meant, but at that moment, the person in the mirror, besides a dark face, had sunken cheeks, bulging eye sockets, and no flesh beneath the skin. Ivan had a relative who passed away from cancer last year. The last meeting before the burial looked quite similar to his current appearance. He was anxious and panicking. In the dragon country, Suyi was staring at a whole bowl of braised pork. Grandma, I'm not hungry. You eat. Grandma was moved to tears. Dog boy, you've grown up. You know how to care for Grandma. Dog boy, you eat. Grandma, you eat. You eat. Finally, the door opened, and a man in a big red wedding suit pushed the door in. Auntie, second cousin, what good things are you sneaking in without telling me? Even though today is my wedding, the banquet won't start until tonight, and my stomach is completely empty. Shaohui village is very poor, so poor that even for a wedding, the village can only kill half a pig in advance. And this little bit of meat, when divided among all the families, is pitifully small. So the chosen grandma could only sneak meat from the banquet preparation. The groom had no idea about the stolen meat. The groom hurriedly grabbed a piece of meat and stuffed it into his mouth. Delicious. Then, he fell down. Rule 4, the wedding starts at 9 o'clock at night. Before that, you cannot be seen sneaking food from the banquet. This rule, which aids in unity, must be collectively observed by not only the chosen ones but also the villagers. Suyi stepped forward and felt the man's breath. He was already gone. So fast, the old man muttered, clearly not understanding the situation. Didn't he struggle a bit before choking to death? Suyi knew the reason. The man hadn't choked to death, he had died because he violated the rule. The rules of the weird tale would not take into account any physical conditions, letting someone struggle a bit before dying. He squinted. For all the native people, living in ignorance, they might not even know where they are. Has their surroundings turned into a copy? Suyi panicked and stepped back, perfectly showing the bewilderment of seeing a dead person for the first time. Grandma. Grandma was also a bit flustered. This man's death seemed somehow related to her. Moreover, the meat they ate was stolen. If the loudmouth next door found out, they might take her for village punishment, locking her in a shrine or something. But upon seeing her beloved grandson so frightened, she immediately calmed down. A woman may be weak, but for her child, she becomes strong. Dog Boy was raised by her, she was closer to him than his own mother. She then pulled out a sack. Sweet grandson, don't be afraid. There's a big pit in the southwest direction of the village where no one usually goes. You can throw the groom there. Suyi nodded and obediently shouldered the sack. The wedding hadn't even started, and the groom had already died. What kind of situation is this? What will happen to the wedding tonight? Suya's heart was on fire, and an idea was about to emerge. Grandma followed him out. Since the wedding can't happen, I must go back and steal more meat. Suyi. You really have a mind that stretches to the Pacific. But, I like it. Shouldering the sack and stepping out of the house, he immediately saw the big locust tree at the door. The branches and leaves were lush, blocking the sun completely when looking up, casting a cold and gloomy feel even on a sunny day. The tree trunk was thick, needing 10 people to hug it, and the branches at the top were as thick as an adult's arm. Suyi took a glance and whispered, "Wow, if someone hangs on this, it would be just right. It won't break. You really are a perfect big locust tree." Suyi smiled, happily patted the trunk, and declared affectionately to the tree, "You know? I have tried countless times to find a divine tree like you, but unfortunately, I have failed. There are many ways for people to perish, like jumping off buildings, scalding to death, being hit by trucks, or hanging on a tree and choking, experiencing the extreme suffocation and fear. I don't know if Suyi was too heavy or just unlucky. Every time he hanged, the branch would always break at the crucial moment, and he had never succeeded even once. Now seeing such a robust tree, how could he not feel joy?" The big locust tree was revered as the divine tree of the village, adorned with many red ribbons, wrapped and tangled together densely. Suyi could not help but caress the big tree. He touched a yellow talisman among the branches and leaves and pulled it off casually. "What is this thing?" Never mind, he put it into the haunted house, planning to take it out when leaving the dungeon. Suyi tossed the talisman into his space with the mindset of gathering supplies. Chapter 202, Joyous Events in the Mountain Village 6. Lastly, he didn't forget to compliment, "You're amazing. Hanging people must be particularly effective. Alright, I won't play with you anymore. I have serious business to attend to." Suyi walked away with a bag on his back, not noticing the big locust tree behind him swing all over, expressing thanks and nodding its branches. Things were increasingly developing in a bizarre direction, as other countries' chosen ones politely greeted the groom, exchanging pleasantries before starting to gather information around the village. A few people even noticed the yellow talisman on the tree and wanted to reach out to pull it off, but without exception, they were bounced back. Meanwhile, Suyi had already brought the main character of the wedding, the groom, to a large pit in the southwest direction. Truly, as Grandma recommended, this was the holy land for burying corpses. When Suyi arrived, there were 5 or 6 young, fresh corpses inside, around 30 years old, similar in age to the groom. Wow, no wonder my grandma is so calm. Turns out having dead people in the village is the norm. He tossed the groom into the pit, covered him with a few shovelfuls of dirt, and clasped his hands together, saying, "Rest in peace, cousin. I'll marry your wife for you." Indeed, this was the thought that had been running through Suya's mind. Since the groom was already cold, and his character was one of loving the bride, why not replace his cheap cousin and marry the bride himself? Without hesitation, Suyi quickly ran to the new house. To his surprise, there was a big iron lock hanging on the door. Could it be that she went out? "Hey, are you in there?" Suyi knocked on the door. A delicate female voice came from inside, tinged with tears. "Who is it?" Suyi felt that this voice was slightly different from the one he heard yesterday, sounding even more fragile. "It's me, Dogwa, I'm here to pick you up. Let's get married." There was a pause inside, then she said, "Don't joke around. Since I'm already promised to your cousin, how can I possibly? Are you both going to torture me together?" As she said this, she started to sob, her voice filled with heartache. Suyi quickly explained, "How could that be? I killed the groom. That way, we can finally be together as lovers." There was silence inside again, unsure whether she was shocked by Suya's words or could not accept that her fiancé had been killed. The comments were speechless. That's outrageous. Suyi, the boss, killed her fiancé and bluntly said it to her face. Isn't he afraid the bride will hate him to death? But I don't think so. First of all, why is the bride's door locked? It seems very suspicious. What if she actually has a secret relationship with the chosen one and is only getting married out of pressure? Suyi, the boss, is quite overbearing. After a few minutes, the bride in the room still had not spoken. She let out a deep sigh and said despondently, "It's useless. Just go. It's already too late. Here's some advice: it's best to leave the village, the farther away, the better, and never come back." This voice was cold and empty, similar to what he heard last night. If he hadn't secretly poked a hole in the door, Suyi would have almost thought there were two people inside. Suyi couldn't believe it. Are you telling me to leave? Don't you love me anymore? What about those vows we made before? Bride, let's call it an idiom. Suyi. He walked out dejectedly, and after a few steps, he saw a group of people standing not far away, holding sticks, as if they were waiting for him. The oldest man at the forefront, with a white beard and white eyebrows, leaned on a cane and questioned, "Dogwa, what are you doing here?" From his demeanor, it seemed he already knew what Suyi intended to do and had come to hold him accountable. Behind him, a man with a scar on his eyebrow proudly reported, "Village chief, it's him. I saw him run to the bride's room. They said they would take your daughter-in-law away." In fact, he wasn't wrong. Suyi did say he would take someone away, but this person was too anxious to hear the second part. And from the perspective of the chosen one, the bride seemed very suspicious no matter what she said. Sneaking the bride away to stop the wedding seemed like a good way to manage to hold on for the third day. Complaining, Suyi silently cursed, preparing to say something. But just then, from outside the crowd, a shadow rushed in quickly, parting the people to come in front of Suyi. With white hair, it was the original owner's grandmother. As soon as she arrived, she knelt down. "I'm sorry, village chief, we were wrong, we shouldn't have done that." The scar-faced man scoffed, "Ning Yutong is the wife of our Xiuhuai village. It wasn't easy to bring her back, and now you want to let her go. That destroys our village's unity. This cannot be tolerated. Village chief, you said that reporting could earn half a caddy of pork. Doesn't this count as a merit?" As soon as destroying unity was mentioned, the people behind him instantly became excited, all raising their weapons high. "Yeah, this cannot be tolerated." Suyi thought to himself that this village was unusual. The word unity was truly important to them. Was there some common interest at stake? The grandmother was stunned. "What, are you saying that Gowazi let the new bride go?" This was different from what she imagined. She had thought that the matter of the groom's death had been discovered. "Suyi, Grandma, what are you talking about? How could I let the new bride go? I swear by the big catalpa tree in the village that I have never done such a thing, nor did I ever plan to." He turned to the elder. "Elder, since someone has reported me, you cannot just listen to one side of the story. We need to go in and check out the facts." The chief led a group of people loudly to the new house's door, a big lock firmly secured on the door, revealing how ridiculous the earlier accusation was. The scar-faced man couldn't believe it, pointing at Suyi. "You're talking nonsense. I clearly heard you say you would take Tongtong away." "I know, you must think the time isn't right yet and are afraid to take her away. You want to find an opportunity and leave when no one is around." Suyi rolled his eyes. "What eye of yours saw me doing that? Don't speculate about things that didn't happen." Scar-faced man, then tell me, why did you come sneaking to the new house? The village chief also looked over, seeming ready to come at him with a knife if he said the wrong thing. Suyi. Seeing him silent, scar-faced man became even more convinced of his judgment. "I knew I heard right, village chief, quickly arrest him and lock him in the ancestral hall. Don't forget my half a caddy of pork." Watching the other party about to turn fake into real, Suyi couldn't hold back anymore and shouted, "Because I like the bride. And I want to marry her." The audience gasped in shock. "Suyi, you really dare to say that? You're claiming to snatch someone's daughter-in-law in front of her father." "If I were the village chief, I would take people with me to go out in a blaze of glory right now." The air froze for a moment as Suyi stood there, face full of stubbornness, looking as if he would risk it all for love. Unexpectedly, the developments that followed left the audience completely baffled. Ha ha ha. Laughter erupted in the venue, the men behind all laughing, especially the village chief, laughing the loudest. They made lewd gestures at Suyi, their mouths spewing filthy words, looking like they understood something filthy. "Village chief, it's a good thing. Our village folks should know how to unite, understand sharing." Chapter 203, Joyous Event in the Mountain Village 7. Damn, it's really possible. How terrible the customs must be. Suyi was stunned, keenly noticing that the village chief used the word sharing, instead of saying to let the bride marry again. Like she was an object, completely not treated as a person. The village chief continued, "It won't do now, my eldest son is getting old, so a backup must be kept. You might have to wait until she's pregnant." Comments, thinking deeper, "It's terrifying, What does "until she's pregnant" mean? This village only looks simple, in reality, it's quite scary. Have you noticed that, besides the chosen one's grandmother and the bride, we have hardly seen any women from just now until now? In the rules of this strange story, the truth of the matter was finally revealed, and the people present, having understood what was going on, expressed their desire to leave and continue with their own affairs. However, one person refused to leave. The old lady of Dogwa heard that her grandson was wronged, and she cried out, sitting on the ground, weeping and pounding the earth. What a sin! It's all because Dogwa's a good-hearted child, and anyone thinks they can bully him. I'm talking about you. The old lady pointed directly at the scar-faced man, crying so pitifully, she lunged at him and scratched his face. But no matter how hard she tried to attack, the scar-faced man skillfully dodged away. Yet, despite her age, the old lady fought fiercely, clinging to him tenaciously, grabbing his hair and scratching his back. In the end, it was the village chief who relented and promised to give the half-piece of pork he originally intended to give to the scar-faced man to the old lady, which calmed the situation. During this time, over 100 chosen ones were eliminated. Some were so stupid that they opened the lock on the bride's door without taking any precautions, and as a result, they turned around and were caught red-handed. Others, unable to explain themselves and with quick tempers, jumped into a strange fight when they heard someone slandering them. The outcome was predictable, they were beaten and howled, their screens going black. Bullet chat, so weak, not one can fight. Stars didn't blink, it's not about being weak, it's violating the rules. If you look closely, when the chosen one's grandmother was fighting, the scar-faced man, being so strong, only dared to dodge and not fight back. Rule 6 also states that one must toast to the elders, indicating that respecting the elderly is an absolute iron rule in this village. The chosen ones cannot lay hands on those older than them. However, the chosen ones who could start a fight with a group of people had no brains to analyze the matter of age. In the end, almost all of them were wiped out. The audience sighed. The rules of this strange tale once again proved its identity as a game that requires both intelligence and physical strength. It was unlikely for chosen ones to think they could clear the game by relying solely on their talents without any thought. In the Ice Bear country, Ivan felt his condition growing more serious, to the point where he was panting just from taking a few steps. Cough, cough. Born from a fighting nation, Ivan had never experienced such a weak state as now. What to do? I probably won't survive until the end of the instance. The moment that thought emerged, darkness silently spread from Ivan's pupils to the whites of his eyes. It was about to completely cover him. No, I can't think like that. Ivan shook his head. I'm not dead yet, how can I have such thoughts? Never give up until the last moment. The audience in the livestream breathed a sigh of relief. That was close, almost got polluted. This instance is dangerous, it unknowingly consumes a person's physical strength, and as the chosen one's body weakens, their will to survive naturally declines. Ivan may not be the smartest among the chosen ones, but his willpower is undoubtedly among the top. In the world of strange tales, Grandma entered, holding a bowl of braised pork. Here, dear, you must be hungry, eat quickly. As if knowing what he was concerned about, Grandma kindly explained, this wasn't stolen from the feast, the village chief just realized he misunderstood you, and to make up for it, it was given to our family. Ivan swallowed hard, the aroma of the braised pork suddenly surged into his nose, tempting his hungry belly. He raised his hand to pluck some hairs from his leg, the stinging sensation shocked his mind, and Ivan struggled to turn his head away. No, Grandma, I'm not hungry. How infuriating. He wanted to eat so much, especially in such a poor mental state, eating something delicious would help recover his sanity points. Unfortunately, he couldn't. Who knew what kind of meat this was made of? He hadn't witnessed the process of its preparation with his own eyes. You say it's not stolen, so it isn't, but who can prove that? What if you lie? If I eat it, won't I end up suffering right then and there? Sigh. Grandma saw how resolute he was and sighed deeply. A hint of coldness appeared in her gaze towards the chosen one. Ivan saw clearly and was secretly anxious, but his face stayed firm. He couldn't put himself in danger just to please a strange whim. Ivan thought he should try to remedy the situation, so he said a few flattering words, but unfortunately, it was of little use. He had no choice but to make an excuse to leave first and went out to check for clues. However, after just a few steps, he saw two little boys standing side by side under the big locust tree, urinating. When the boys saw Ivan, they gave him a thumbs up. Hey, Karami, do you dare to compete with us to see who can shoot further? Fine, I'll compete. I'm not afraid of two little brats, Ivan said indignantly. As he stood by the tree and took off his pants, he suddenly smacked his forehead. Wait a minute, why am I letting these two little punks get to me? This is the divine tree. The divine tree can't be used for urinating, right? And this tree is right in front of my house. If someone urinates here, won't I smell like urine all night while I sleep? With one hand holding up his pants, the other hand reached out to the two little devils, giving each of them a light pat on the back of the head. What the hell are you doing? This is the divine tree, the pride of the village. Who allowed you to disrespect it like this? The two bewildered kids, feeling wronged, shouted, "But it was always like this before." Ivan rubbed his chin. He had heard that country people used soil and fertilizer. Could this tree have been watered that way too? What a tree with a smell it must be. But unexpectedly, the children's next careless words shocked Ivan greatly. Chapter 204, Joyous Event in the Mountain Village 8. We haven't married yet. The village chief grandpa said this is called boy's urine. It's very precious. All the kids in the village must come here to urinate before they find a wife. My mom said the same thing. Boy's urine? Ivan searched through the tiny bit of his remaining brain space for all information on boy's urine. He finally concluded that this thing seemed to be used to ward off evil. Get out of here, hurry up and leave. Stop urinating in front of my house every day. Ivan raised his fist. Now that he had lost his strength but still looked formidable, the two kids were frightened into retreating, mumbling as they ran away. The big locust tree, isn't it revered as the divine tree of the village? How did it end up like this now? This doesn't feel right, very wrong. Could it be that Rule 8 is incorrect? While he was pondering, Ivan felt a surge of power spread through his limbs and bones, the fatigue brought by the paperman disappearing considerably. When he came to, his face felt a bit itchy as if two branches from the locust tree had brushed gently over him. That's right, Rule 8 is definitely correct. You are the divine tree. Now Ivan was sure, gazing at the big locust tree as if he were admiring a rare treasure. The first priority now was still to find a way to uncover the talisman paper on the tree. In the dragon country, Chunyu was outside gathering firewood. With the joyful event approaching, the village chief arranged tasks for everyone based on the principle of unity. Chunyu didn't stay idle either, working while investigating the situation. He waved over to the two little troublemakers who were playing with mud and peeing and pulled out a packet of heart-shaped crispy snacks to show off. Have you seen this? This is called puffed food, it's super delicious. Indeed, in this area, besides himself there were no adults, only 7 or 8-year-old kids. Gathering firewood was more or less unnecessary. Who wouldn't prepare enough wood before a joyous event? Gathering firewood was more of an excuse, aiming to send the annoying little kids out to play, so they wouldn't stay in the way. But who told Chunyu he had a grandma who spoiled him rotten and fiercely protected him? He has a sweet mouth, sometimes coaxing the elderly with a few words, deepening this bond. So when the village chief suggested assigning tasks, Grandma immediately proposed that this big baby in his 20s should join the firewood gathering team. The expressions on the villagers' faces were something else, as if they were constipated. Chunyu opened the package and quickly stuffed a piece of heart-shaped crisp into each child's mouth before they realized what was happening. Kids love snacks, especially crunchy chips like this. In the next second, the eyes of the two mischievous children lit up, and they reached out their muddy hands toward Chunyu. Chunyu said, "I have a few questions, you answer them." The two children nodded eagerly, completely captivated by the snacks. After detailed questioning, Chunyu tossed the snacks to the two, just one bag. A few seconds later, a clamor of fighting noises came from behind. Chunyu turned around to see the two children brawling over the snack bag, each using their own moves, enjoying themselves immensely. Chunyu scratched his head. They say unity, but I don't see any of that here. Why can't they share half? Why do they have to eat it all? He walked to a slightly quiet place and used a twig to draw clues in the dirt. From what he gathered so far, the following clues emerged. First, the bride is an outsider, pretty in appearance, but for some unknown reason, she chose to come to Shaohui village as a bride and currently has no freedom. Second, the big Hui tree is not revered as the sacred tree as described in the rules. Instead, the villagers express disgust and discomfort when mentioning it. Third, the ancestral hall is a mysterious place where those who make mistakes are sent for punishment. Could it be that the task in this quest is to rescue the bride and get her to safety? Chunyu thought to himself, sounds quite righteous. Regardless, the bride is a crucial breakthrough point. I need to find an opportunity to confront her soon. As the sun was setting, Chunyu, who had wasted an entire afternoon without collecting a single piece of wood, swaggered back. On the way back, he tripped over something, and upon closer inspection, he found a person lying on the ground, their nose and mouth blocked by dirt, which had cracked after an afternoon of sun exposure. As the wind blew, a plastic bag floated over, perfectly covering the boy's eyes. TSK TSK TSK, how cruel. Chunyu squatted down sadly, staring at the unyielding eyes, picked up the plastic bag, and put it in his pocket. Better keep this for myself, after all, no one in the village has seen a plastic bag before. Chunyu walked back, and the village chief's house was brightly lit. Rarely, he didn't show displeasure at seeing Chunyu empty-handed. Next to him stood the groom and a young man in his 20s. There were many men in the village, so why specifically mention this one? Because this person was clearly different from the others. He wore jeans with a brown coat draped over, topped with a flat cap. Such attire seemed a bit too avant-garde for a backward place like Shaohui village. Who is this? Chunyu asked. Come, let me introduce you. This is Chen Yu, a good friend of my son, who came to our village to celebrate the wedding. Not only did he come, but he also brought a lot of meat filling for everyone to eat, the old village chief said proudly, as if his son had such a friend brought him honor. After all, Xiaohui village was so poor that they could only slaughter half a pig for a wedding. They had to pickle the other half to eat in winter. Chen Yu? He thought he had misheard. Say that again. What's your name? Hello, I am Chen Yu, the groom's high school classmate. The other party introduced himself generously and even shook hands with Chen Yu. It turned out to be a namesake, and Chen Yu secretly thought it was unlucky. Very well, from now on, he would give the other party a nickname, calling him Chen Yu number 2, to avoid making mistakes when speaking. This Chen Yu number 2 said he was from out of town, and he might know the way here. Chen Yu decided to temporarily change his course of action and get a bit closer to him. Moreover, the groom looked rather unsophisticated. He didn't expect he had even been to high school and was a cultured person but ultimately returned to the village. This matter seemed strange in every way. Chen Yu glanced at the pile of meat filling in the room, especially abundant, not to mention hosting a banquet. It could feed the entire village for 3 days. Several village aunties were busily making dumplings with rolling pins. Chen Yu pretended to be innocent and asked, "So much? How long will it take to wrap them all?" The village head replied, "So we decided not to get married tonight. We will wait until tomorrow when the dumplings are done, then host a 3-day banquet." Oh, the standards have risen, from 1 meal to 3 days of feasting. Just thinking about it made people happy. Chen Yu was not one to sit idly by, so he eagerly rushed over and sweetly said, "Grandma, let me help you make dumplings." A truly considerate and filial good child. Grandma chuckled widely but still refused the help. "Just sit over there, let the women handle the kitchen work." "Grandma, I can do it." Chen Yu didn't care whether the other party agreed or not and directly got to work. Bullet comments, that's how you say it. People from the dragon country are great at talking. Clearly, he just wants to investigate the meat filling, yet he pretends to be concerned about his family's hard work. Look at Ivan, making dumplings, and yet Grandma's face looks long and sour. I find this situation awkward. Anyone who comes over to tell me not to wear myself out would not earn my gratitude. Ivan really knows how to irritate. This is helping? It feels more like seeking revenge. In the room, Chen Yu started to wrap dumplings, and several aunties were quite happy. However, the village head was not pleased. A gentleman stays away from the kitchen. Chen Yu thought to himself, "You, old man, can't even read a few words, but you're good at shirking work and even used an idiom." Village head grandpa, you meant a gentleman stays away from the kitchen, right? Sadly, I'm not a gentleman, just grandma's good little treasure. He noticed that in this village, whether it was the bride's side or the seemingly harmonious villagers, only grandma treated him sincerely. He had to seize this opportunity and use it. Little dog really has a filial heart. I'll help too. At that moment, Chen Yu number 2 walked over from behind and gently spoke. He was dressed fashionably, his voice deep and elegant. Compared to the surroundings, he felt like a poodle that had mistakenly wandered into a yard of mutts. Damn little dog, your whole family surname is Dog. Chen Yu almost twisted his nose in anger. His identity was that of a narrow-minded country bumpkin, who had never left the village since childhood and didn't even have a proper name, being called Little Dog all day long. Chen Yu glanced down at his own patched coarse cloth autumn shirt, with sleeves that barely reached his elbows, covered in large patches of dirt and unknown liquids. Compared to the other side, it was like heaven and earth. Forget it, with his current appearance, he wasn't worthy of being called Chen Yu. Chen Yu number 2 approached the crowd, casually picking up a bag of meat filling from the table. Chen Yu immediately rushed over, servilely asking, "Is there anything you need help with?" Chen Yu number 2 raised the knife nearby. "I see this filling isn't chopped finely enough, it needs to be minced more." Then, his hand trembled, losing grip, and accidentally the knife slipped down, hitting the counter, and rebounding at an awkward angle straight towards Chen Yu's heart. Oh no! In a critical moment, Chen Yu's body bent like a piece of hemp rope, curving to the side in an incredible arc. Chen Yu touched his ear, which was bleeding. A thin crescent-shaped piece of meat lay on the ground, with a bloody scent wafting from his fingertips. However, this smell was not jarring. Because it smells a bit like the filling of dumplings. Hey, are you okay? Weapons have no eyes, you really should be more careful. What were you doing getting in the way for no reason? Clearly it was the other person's fault, yet they immediately pushed the responsibility onto themselves. Chen Yu looked up and perfectly caught a hint of disappointment on the other person's face. Did he not die, and the person in front was very disappointed? Meanwhile, the groom hurried over, asking with concern, "Dog boy, what's wrong? Are you okay?" Then, without politeness, he scolded Chen Yu too verbally. To be honest, Chen Yu felt very guilty facing the groom. Who could pretend nothing happened after being found in another man's fiancée's room at night, and go on grinning as usual the next day? That would be thick-skinned indeed. However, the groom's response was completely different from what he imagined. He showed no suspicion at all. Instead, this new high school classmate seemed quite hostile towards him. Interesting, really interesting. Chen Yu didn't think the other person showed a different attitude just because he was the chosen one. The rules of the strange tale are not child's play, everything inside must follow the logic behind it. This question still needs further investigation. With the groom's arrival, the atmosphere on site became slightly tense. The unity of Xiaohui village was vividly displayed at this moment, even though Chen Yu too repeatedly emphasized it was an accident, the effect was not good. The villagers' gazes were filled with hostility. You, an outsider, dare to hit someone from our village. You must be tired of living. Outsider? This word again, the bride is an outsider, and the groom's classmate is categorized as an outsider too. Chen Yu too was stunned for a moment, then quickly spoke up. I suddenly remembered there's 50 gene of big bones left in the car, I'll bring them out later to make soup for everyone. The village chief smiled and said, okay. Do you have a place to stay tonight? My house is available, it's the only soft bed in our village. The villagers behind echoed, their expressions changing like the weather in June. Chen Yu. So your unity is also based on who you are dealing with. Chen Yu wanted to go to the car to get something and probe the situation but didn't dare. He stood hesitantly at the door, looking at the man in front of him, his eyes full of entanglement. Chen Yu too turned around and took the initiative to invite, I've got a lot of things, will you come with me? Chen Yu was taken aback, leaning back slightly, together it is, do I look scared of you? Forget it, if you don't enter the tiger's den, how will you catch the tiger cub? He wanted to see what secrets this man was hiding behind. The village chief seized the opportunity, pulling him back and whispering, Dog boy, hurry up, check what else is in the car, bring it all over, don't let him hide anything. No, you are really something else. You're harsher on your own than you are on outsiders. Here I am alone with someone who just tried to kill me, I might as well lose my life, and you still want me to supervise what he eats. Well, supervising is one thing, but what does he care about the stuff in that car? He seems not to want to keep anything. Although Chen Yu thought this in his heart, he didn't dare to express it out loud. He quickly nodded like a pounding garlic, got it, village chief, I promise to complete the task. After taking a few steps, he turned back, remember to wait for me to come back. He said this loudly, mainly for the strange Chen Yu to hear. The two people with the same name and surname were at odds on the way, eyeing each other warily. How come we're getting more off track? This isn't the way to the village entrance, Chen Yu asked nervously. Here we are. You told me to go back, but I refuse. Soon, under the moonlight, the two saw a car in the wilderness. Approaching it, they found a big pit behind it. Where are the bones? Don't worry, they'll be here soon. With a thud, Chen Yu was kicked in the back and fell down. What the hell? Before he could finish cursing, Chen Yu was stunned into silence by the sight before him. Beneath his feet lay two corpses that had long since gone stiff. He bent down slightly to check their eyelids and confirmed they had died within the last 24 hours. Seeing familiar faces here, what's the feeling? The rose at the end, tinged with a hint of mockery. Familiar faces. To be honest, just looking at these people's faces, Chen Yu couldn't recognize them at all. After all, he had only entered the dungeon yesterday. Could they be people from Dog Boy's village? Facing the moonlight, Chen Yu looked up and locked eyes with the man above. You can't kill me. They all saw me leave with you. If something happens to me, you are the prime suspect. Chen Yu's pupils shrank. I thought at least you would feel guilty. It seems I underestimated the evil of humanity. What the hell, I don't understand what you're talking about. Chen Yu number 2, those people are all the ones who were invited to Tong Tong's room last night. Also 10 years ago. Chen Yu, what happened 10 years ago? Hurry up and tell me. He keenly sensed that the information from the other party's mouth was very important. He might soon uncover the core secret of the dungeon and become the next chosen one, just like Su Yi, who had a 5-star clearance. The dead don't need to know. However, Chen Yu number 2 did not satisfy his curiosity and instead pulled out a shovel from the trunk of the car to start digging. Damn it. Chen Yu spat out the taste of dirt in his mouth. I get it, the one shouting for the bride to open the door last night was not the groom, but you. No wonder since the dungeon began, the road leading out of the village was blocked. He had been wondering how this person entered Xiaohui village, but it turned out he had been here early. And no wonder, even though several young living people had gone missing in the village, why no parents had gone out to search for them during the day. Damn it, the night before the wedding, he went to the bride's place for a tryst, and the next day he vanished. His family probably thought he was hiding to avoid the groom's suspicion. Chen Yu took a deep breath and shouted up, listen, I know your goal is to rescue the bride, I can help you. You aren't from Xiaohui village, they don't trust you, but I am, you can leave me behind as an insider. Chen Yu number 2 continued to dig, pretending he didn't hear. Chen Yu. As long as you don't bury me, I will do anything you ask. Oh? Are you sure you can do anything? The man above finally stopped working and gazed sharply at Chen Yu. How do I trust you? Dog boy, if I lied, you can tell the groom about me going to the bride's room the night before. No man can tolerate such a green hat, right? Not necessarily. Chenyu number 2 muttered, his voice too low for anyone to hear clearly. Dog boy, what did you say? Did you agree? If so, quickly pull me up. Chenyu number 2, I can let you go, but I have a request. Okay, I agree to whatever it is, just save me. Chenyu number 2, I want you to go into the ancestral hall and help me get something. Okay, I'll go steal. The two reached an agreement. Chenyu number 2 flipped the shovel over, the handle pointing towards Chenyu. Chenyu, it's too short, I can't get up. Less nonsense, first give me those 2 corpses. Transporting corpses is much easier than living people. Chenyu held one by the collar and gently tossed it onto the shovel. Then, the bizarre Chenyu standing above picked up the shovel and moved the person away. In the end, Chenyu number 2 found a rope in the car and successfully pulled the chosen one up. Chenyu clapped his hands. How about it? I did quite well just now. Eerie Chenyu stared at him, snorting coldly. You guys from Xiaohuai village are indeed all devils, even your own companions can be tossed aside at will. Chenyu. UTM, your temper is really quite changeable. Chenyu number 2, remember, what you are looking for is a red clay pot. Chenyu nodded. Even if the other party didn't say it, he would eventually have to go to the ancestral hall. But he couldn't go blindly, he had to find a way to understand the internal situation first. 2 corpses casually placed by the pit made Chenyu suddenly have a bad premonition. You don't mean the meat is. Stop talking nonsense, hurry up and help. Moments later, this guess was verified. The 2 returned to the village chief's house carrying several big bags of bones. Chenyu number 2 used some kind of spice, a big bag full, smeared on the corpses, instantly releasing a fragrant smell of braised meat. With this flavor, it would probably taste good even with the insoles. No wonder nobody suspected that dumpling earlier, after all, it was too delicious. Chenyu clearly thought that since the big bones were made from human corpses, it didn't make sense for the dumpling filling to be different meat. Moreover, ever since Chenyu number 2 entered Xiaohuai village, he hadn't had the chance to go out and buy meat. From this, he concluded that there were definitely more than these 2 lying on the ground missing last night. This Chenyu number 2 and the bride should be in cahoots, their deed in Xiaohuai village similar to a scam. One lured the village man to find her alone at night with words and promises, while the other took the opportunity to kill the person. As Chenyu was deep in thought, the village chief cheerfully took the plastic bags, opening each one to check. He was truly shameless. Clearly, it was others gift-wrapping food for Xiaohuai village, yet he accepted it as if he was entitled, without a trace of gratitude, as if this food naturally belonged to them. Looking at the expressions of other villagers around. Very good, confirmed, Xiaohuai village is indeed united, everyone's values are the same. The village chief nodded to the 2, you've worked hard, that's it for today, hurry back and rest. Chenyu was going home with his grandmother. Just before leaving, Chenyu number 2 gave him a wink, which he ignored. He promised to help the other party get some red pot, but the rules also stated not to go out at night if possible. He absolutely could not break the rules without any guarantee. Chapter 207, Happy Events in the Mountain Village 11. Late at night, every household closed their doors on time, and the village fell into silence. The house where Guo lived was not small, it had 3 rooms on the left, middle, and right. The left was his grandmother's living space, the middle was the kitchen and the living room, and the far right was Su Ye's own bedroom. Knock knock knock. The door was knocked, and when opened, Grandma was outside holding a bowl of dumplings. Good grandson, come eat, Grandma just boiled them. Su Ye showed a look of shock and terror at the right moment. Grandma, how did you sneak a taste again? What if you get caught? Saying that, without waiting for the other to react, he snatched the thing and closed the door. Inside the room, the green-eyed eerie cat stood elegantly by the window, nibbling at the food in the bowl bite by bite. It was picky, it first tore open the dumpling skin with its paw and separately ate the filling inside. Beside it, a vegetable dog looked at it with disdain. Pfft, what kind of standards, still like to eat such a vulgar thing as meat? The green-eyed eerie cat ignored it, but was furious inside. You are so noble, so great, you don't even want to eat meat. You simply don't deserve to be a carnivore. Half an hour later, the door was knocked again. Su Ye handed out the torn dumpling skins the green-eyed eerie cat had bitten. The old lady was still a bit suspicious, wondering whether her grandson had eaten, but upon seeing the mess in the bowl, she immediately confirmed it. After all, even if food was to be hidden, there was no need to go this far, just hiding the dumpling filling would suffice, right? Looking at the bite marks on the top, there were obvious signs of being chewed. Su Ye rubbed his head in embarrassment. Sorry, Grandma. I was too focused on eating meat. It's all right, as long as you eat. The old man seemed unbothered, even quite appreciative. My good grandson is so clever, even picky eating can be learned. This is indeed an extreme form of indulgence, just like some elderly people in real life. Bullet screen, I wonder if you all have noticed that Grandma seems particularly devoted to feeding her grandson. Maybe they are too deep into the role. My grandma also likes to feed me often. Just now, a few chosen ones ate the braised pork sent by Grandma alone in the room. Nothing abnormal happened, and their mental strength improved a lot. Are you saying that Grandma truly loves her grandson, and even the food she prepares is just for his good? But if that's the case, why hasn't Master Suyi even taken a bite of meat? Do you believe Grandma and also believe I am Emperor Qin Shi Huang? Your Majesty, this servant pays you my respects. In the dead of night, Suyi was sleeping soundly. Outside the window on the locust tree, a shadow could faintly be seen. The woman was wearing a bright red dress. Although the material looked cheap, it was still easy to see that her figure and looks were top-notch, rare even in a big city. She stood lightly on a branch of the locust tree, gently gazing at the sleeping Suyi. Suddenly, a few mosquitoes flew to the head of the bed, buzzing by Suyi's ear. One of them landed on his face, seemingly ready to take a bite. A branch timely stretched in through a gap in the window, gently brushing across the sleeping man's cheek, sweeping away the mosquitoes. The window closed silently, leaving not even a tiny gap, and Suyi slept even more soundly. Bullet screen, damn, how gentle. But compared to Suya's peaceful moment, the situations of other chosen ones were much worse. Shenyu climbed out of bed, panting heavily, his forehead covered in sweat. He had a nightmare, in which a woman in red claimed to have died unjustly years ago and threatened him to steal a pair of stainless steel scissors from the village chief's house. Could it just be a coincidence? Shenyu comforted himself naively. As he turned around, he exclaimed, "Mom, oh my god." There stood a woman on the locust tree. Her figure was quite good, but she was covered in blood, with countless wounds on her arms, knees, and face. Half of her tongue was cut off, and she was trying to piece it back together. Unfortunately, she failed. That tongue was cut off by something unknown. Despite the ghost's unlimited powers, she couldn't reconnect it no matter what method she tried. The ghost suddenly turned her head, pressing her entire face against the glass, magnified infinitely. Under the moonlight, the terrifying scars were even clearer, her face paler than the paper figure encountered on the first day. Shenyu stuttered, you, the woman from my dream. The window shook, the ghost's hand resting on it, ready to break in. At that moment, Shenyu had no hope left, immediately saying, "Don't worry, I'll get you the scissors tomorrow." He added, "Even if I risk my life, I will complete the task." Eventually, the window opened, and a chill mixed with a cold wind rushed in, leaving Shenyu feeling frozen all over in an instant. Swish! A few locust branches swayed, and in the blink of an eye, Shenyu was taken outside. Shenyu shivered. Was he being sent to complete the task right now? Under the eaves, one must bow their head. Shenyu assessed his strength and found there was no chance to win against this eerie woman in red. So he quickly ran out to find clues. Muttering to himself, "I wasn't cowardly just now, I was trying to show her some respect. After all, if she can enter dreams, it means I probably won't sleep well later. Since that's the case, I might as well come out, work hard, and search for some clues." But he still had no clue on how to search for them. Shenyu could only cautiously wander around the village. While walking, he had to worry about being caught by monsters, a cold wind swirling in his belly. Bullet comments, "Shenyu, oh Shenyu, I see you are not tough anywhere, only your mouth is the hardest." As dawn broke, the cries of roosters rose and fell in the fields, so he sat up in bed, stretching lazily. The air was filled with the fresh scent of locust blossoms. Suyi pushed open the window, cheerfully greeting, "Good morning, little locust tree." The tree seemed to understand, gently swaying its branches in response. On the chip table, there were two new items, neatly placed together. A pair of stainless steel scissors, with a red string tied at the end, fashioned into a bowl. A ceramic jar, quite ancient, emanating a sense of age. Suyi reached out to pick up the scissors on the left. Ding, congratulations to the chosen one for finding a crucial piece of evidence, the red ribbon scissors. Wedding ceremonies for country folks are so plain and simple, even the scissors need to be decorated. But what should have been a joyful day turned into something horrifying, and this pair of scissors ultimately became a tool for the woman's self-liberation. A touch of red ribbon carries joy, but whose joy does it really represent? Bullet comments, Suyi, for these scissors, do you know what happened last night? Chapter 208 Village Wedding 12. Suyi picked up the other item, and an electronic sound prompt popped up upon contact. Ding, crucial evidence, urn of ashes. An ordinary urn of a good person's ashes, who started burning before they even closed their eyes. Thus filled with intense resentment and unwillingness. Inner monologue, good people don't live long, disasters linger for thousands of years. If there is a next life, who the hell would want to be a good person again? I'm definitely not doing it. The explanations of these two items revealed much information, causing Suyi to ponder. Could it be that in the small locust village, a woman was burned alive at her wedding, her ashes sealed in this urn, now seeking revenge? But that doesn't seem right. If she was burned to death, then what about the scissors? A tool for a woman's self-liberation. Could it be that the burning process was too painful, and the woman couldn't bear it, finding a pair of scissors to end her own life? After all, according to the previous Popular Talk Bureau's explanations, Lin Guobyo said that people think differently from themselves, usually preferring a quick death. They believe that the process of a fire slowly consuming the body brings great suffering instead. When Suyi heard this, he found it hard to understand why someone wouldn't enjoy the process, only pursuing the result. Later, he figured it out. This probably aligns with the popular saying online: as society develops, modern people's pace of life becomes faster and faster. However, there were no scorch marks on the scissors. Instead, the red ribbon was stained with a lot of blood, mixing with the ribbon's color, hard to notice unless looked at closely. Suyi overturned his previous guess. There must be something I don't know, I need to find more clues. Without hesitation, Suyi finished washing up, and his grandmother called him from the next room to eat. A big bowl of white rice porridge, 3 round buns, and leftover braised pork from yesterday. Suyi picked up the porridge and buns, enjoying every bite. Rules of the strange tales are similar to reality, needing to eat to maintain energy. Moreover, due to some special settings, the energy demand in strange tales is even greater. Outside, if there is truly nothing to eat, relying on drinking water could last for 3 days. But rule-based strange tales can't do that, at most a day and a half before starving to death without food. Good grandson, eat more. Grandma pushed the braised pork toward him, while her bowl contained the leftover dumpling skins Suyi left from last night due to picky eating. It looked quite pitiful. Suyi had no sympathy at all, banging his bowl heavily on the table, saying stubbornly, I won't eat, the dumpling filling from last night was too greasy. Okay, if you don't eat, Grandma will hide it for you. After saying this, the old woman Precious lifted the braised pork and stuffed it back under the covers. She would rather let the meat rot than eat another bite herself. Such deep love, I don't know how many people it has moved. The audience in front of the screen is teary-eyed. Although it's in a bizarre story, Grandma's feelings for her grandson are impeccable. It makes me think of my grandma, who was just like this with me. Unlike my mom, who loved to eat or not eat, when I got angry and wanted to go on a hunger strike, she would say, wait, since you're not eating, go wash the bowl. I can tell, that's your real mom. Is it possible that your mom felt sorry that you didn't eat and secretly had a bite when you washed the dishes? After dinner, Grandma took Suyi and set off. No other reason, the wedding is held this evening, and every villager has to gather at the village head's house first to receive their tasks. Based on yesterday's experience, the simplicity of task allocation is related to Grandma's affection. If the chosen one gets along well with Grandma, then at the critical moment, Grandma will stand up and speak for her grandson, most likely being assigned to collect branches, both being helpful and having time to gather news. If the relationship with Grandma is average or even antagonistic, such privileges will not occur. With yesterday's example, many nations sent tips to their chosen ones before coming. They did their best to please Grandma in various ways. Suyi pushed the door open, and there were already many people gathered inside, most of them women, making dumplings. The men were busy outside with their tasks. The village head came out, holding his waist, under Grandma's threatening gaze, that little rascal, you continue collecting firewood today. Suyi nodded, not surprised by this result. Grandma loves him, and since the village head is her relative, she would never want him to do heavy work. Oh dear, getting older, my body is getting less useful. The village head held his waist with one hand while rummaging under the bedding with the other, pulling out a piece of yellow dogskin plaster to stick on himself. On the dogskin plaster were many tiny words, but due to the distance, he could only vaguely see something like rules. Without saying a word, Suyi stepped forward, lifted the clothes that the village head had just laid down, and ripped off the plaster. How the village head let out a pig-like scream. This thing, while easy to put on, is difficult to tear off. It requires a slow process in warm water. If someone tears it off quickly and forcefully, the consequence is just like this. The feeling can be likened to pulling leg hair. The village head was angry. You little rascal, what are you doing? This matter, you must give me a reasonable explanation. Clearly, as rules targeted at the chosen ones, the villagers, as natives, cannot see them. So in their eyes, it just looked like Suyi suddenly went crazy and carelessly ripped off the plaster that had just been applied. If you can rip off the plaster today, you can rip off elders tomorrow. I said, the uncle who just spoke, don't be double standard, how can tearing elders and this thing be compared? Suyi silently complained. But he also knew that the villager's reaction was strong, likely because he had caused a bit too much trouble these past 2 days, creating dissatisfaction. Why should everyone toil and labor in the fields, while he just hangs around with children playing? Also, he ultimately doesn't belong to Xiuhuai village, so his sense of belonging is not strong enough. Under everyone's gaze, Suyi showed a well-behaved smile. Grandpa village head, I did this all for your good. Chapter 209, Mountain Village Joyous Event 13. When Suyi said this, many people's minds went blank. For the village head's good, you ripped off his plaster, isn't this speaking nonsense with open eyes? Suyi, Grandpa village head, I'm not saying this, even if our village is poor, you can't use something like this, right? What's wrong with this thing? The village head's eyes widened. Didn't I just use a dogskin plaster? What you said is like eating poison. Su-yi, it's already expired. The village chief. It's expired, doesn't he know? But there's nothing else at home. This dogskin plaster was hard to get a few years ago, and he has always been reluctant to use it. Humph, even if it's expired, it won't stop me from using it. As for you, always opposing me, I'll send you to the manure pit now to scoop dung for a few days straight. Su-yi spoke earnestly. Village chief, expired dogskin plaster can't be used. It can cause the original area to crack, fester, and get infected. In severe cases, it can even lead to death. What he said was terrifying, making people unconsciously feel scared inside. But not everyone present believed his words. Someone immediately jumped out. What a joke. How many times have we used dogskin plaster before? We've never encountered the situation you mentioned. Are you afraid of scooping dung, so you said that on purpose? Village chief, I think this guy is not only pulling the dogskin plaster but is also dishonest. If we don't beat him today, it will be hard to convince everyone. Other villagers nodded in agreement. They hadn't been out of the village much, but that didn't mean they lacked basic common sense. Su-yi looked closely and smiled. The one who spoke was the same person who just now said to tear the elder apart. Su-yi loudly said, since you don't believe, I will stick the plaster back, wait 3 minutes, and let's see the result. If nothing happens, I, Dog-wa, willingly accept any punishment. His words were decisive, and the crowd began to waver again. Su-yi continued, respectfully looking at the elder, village chief grandpa, sticking the plaster is too dangerous, I'm afraid it might hurt you later. This kind of thing should be left to the young people with tough skin. He pointed exactly to the villager who was opposing him, villager A. Okay. The village chief thought this suggestion was good and even felt a little comforted by Dog-wa being such a polite good child. He thought that regardless of whether the plaster would have ill effects or not, considering Dog-wa's filial intentions, he could let him off with a lighter punishment. Let's stick it then. Villager A's eyes flickered. Although he thought the other party was talking nonsense, Su-yi was so confident that he seemed completely free of any signs of lying, making people unable to shake off their inner doubts. But the words had already been said, and now to say not to stick it would be quite embarrassing. Su-yi picked up the plaster and casually stuck it on his belly. Villager A initially wanted to say to stick it on the arm instead, where it would be less dangerous. But the other party didn't give him a chance at all. Well, forget it, I trust that Dog-wa is just talking nonsense, I'll believe my instincts. When the village chief stuck the plaster a few times earlier, I was present, and nothing had ever happened. More than 2 minutes passed, villager A felt nothing and couldn't help but show a proud smile. I told you, you little brat, you're talking nonsense. In his view, even if the plaster really had a problem, it should take time to show any effect, slowly escalating, like getting hurt little by little, then continuing to expand. He could take it off right when the plaster was just starting to work. Su-yi, don't be too happy too early. As soon as he finished speaking, villager A jumped up from the ground, holding his waist and yelling, it hurts, it hurts, it hurts. Everyone quickly looked over and saw that the originally smooth skin had a wound the size of a fist, continuously oozing blood. What happened? The villagers discussed in confusion, and the village chief was even more startled, constantly patting his chest. Fortunately, he didn't personally stick on the plaster, otherwise, the one bleeding now would be him. Dog-wa was right, he was older and couldn't withstand such harm, better to let the young take it. Villager A, you're hurt, you don't have to work today, go back and rest first. Villager A. Okay. Another gossiping villager, Villager A, what does it feel like with the plaster on? Why did you get hurt? Is it that you, this child, wanted to frame Dog-wa and deliberately left it on? Villager A's eyes were filled with tears. Half was pain, and the other half was grievance, stuttering, I don't know, it was just sudden. He was also confused, who knew that expired ointment could have such great power? It simply went against common sense, okay? Moreover, he had just felt a strange sensation, as if a dog had bitten him. When he jumped up, there was still a weight pulling on his stomach. But when he looked around, where was the dog? There wasn't even a mouse in the house. Thinking of this, sweat dripped uncontrollably from his forehead, and no, could it be a ghost? What are you talking about? The village chief's face suddenly darkened, and he slammed his cane heavily. Bing-san, take him back to the room. Su-yi secretly observed the village chief's expression, a hint of understanding growing in his heart. After coming out of the house, he went to the usual place to collect firewood, and a big yellow dog appeared out of nowhere, circling around its owner. Su-yi took the dog skin ointment from the dog's mouth and tossed a cabbage in return. Well done. The veggie dog hugged the cabbage with its 2 paws and munching happily. In the distance, 2 fellow dogs were digging in the shade of a tree, and they looked over with curious expressions. Woof woof woof, what is it eating? Is it better than digging? The other one, woof woof woof, I don't know, should we go check it out? Su-yi found a hidden corner by a wall and opened the ointment. Several black lines appeared on his forehead. How did the bizarre story think of writing the rules in such a quirky place? Truly a remarkable talent. Supplemental rule. Rule 1: Scissors and an urn are two important items you need to find. Use the scissors to dip a little ash to break the seal of the divine tree. The dilemma of the divine tree? Could it be talking about the red thread on the big locust tree? But when he pulled off the talisman before, the red thread fell off automatically. What a useless rule. Suyi couldn't help but complain. The barrage flooded the screen. I'm Night God, effortlessly breaking the seal. Night God, protect me, let me pass my final exams next month. Night God, I love you. Suyi continued to check. Rule 2: The ancestral hall has many ancestors worshipped there, they love you, and you can ask them for some items as long as you show them enough respect, the tablets will turn, and wishes can come true. Rule 3: In the ancestral hall, when someone behind you calls your name, remember, never turn around. Rule 4: Ancestors generally won't get angry unless you stop being a good person first. Suyi. Joining a bizarre rule story, even the ancestors came out. Enough respect, TSK, don't worry, I will definitely let them feel the true respect then. On the other side, Shenyu, after being thrown out of the room by the woman in red, shivered outside all night from the cold. During this time, he ran into a few paper figures and was scared, running away so fast he could rival a sprinter. Until morning, when someone finally came out to move around, he breathed a sigh of relief. He spent plenty of effort, and finally learned of the location of the scissors. They were said to be in the village chief's house. Chapter 210, Village Wedding 14. The village chief's house was full of people. Especially at this moment when his son was getting married, almost half the villagers had gathered to help. The scissors that the Rule Bazaar story wanted should be a sensitive item, not something that would be casually placed out. For this reason, Shenyu, relying on his silver tongue, entered the groom's room under the pretense of being a virgin, suitable for pressing the bed, but secretly searching for the item he desired. He mingled with the various villagers, rummaging through kitchens, toilets, and basements. Where on earth could it be? Shenyu looked at the only place he hadn't entered, the village chief's room, which had a thick lock on the door. This old coot usually had the nerve to sleep in a separate room from his wife. There must be unspeakable secrets inside, and those scissors were definitely in there. However, with so many people around, he didn't dare to openly try to pick the lock. Shenyu thought of a cunning trick. Bring Shenyu number 2 out and find a quiet place to secretly discuss strategies. Chen X, I want to ask you for a favor. My name is Chen Yu. Oh, Chen X, could you set a fire later? Chen Yu expressed his request, as he really didn't want to call his full name. It felt awkward to share a name with the other person, don't blame me. We people here have accents when we speak. Chen Yu number 2, get lost. Dog boy, you asked me to find that red pottery jar, right? It was to break the seal of the big locust tree. Let me tell you, only by finding the scissors and the jar together will it work. Don't we know? Chen Yu number 2 questioned, seeming skeptical. Dog boy, how could you know this? I sleep next to the big locust tree every night. It sent me a dream last night, telling me to make sure to find those scissors. To be honest with you, brother, I was a bit hesitant yesterday about whether to go to the ancestral hall to help you, but after the dream from the big locust tree, it's just 2 words, let's do it. This time, Chen Yu number 2 agreed decisively, okay. So Chen Yu explained everything they were going to do in the plan. After listening, Chen Yu number 2 had a complex expression, you really have no heart. To him, those villagers were the kind of people he would love to devour like meat and gnaw on bones. But to Dog Boy, they were living relatives who had grown up with him. Chen Yu couldn't say he was not from the village, the original Dog Boy was gone, and now a different person stood before him. He could only shake his head and pretended to be profound, I only believe in justice. I will help avenge your grievances, even if it's family. Chen Yu number 2's gaze deepened slightly, seemingly greatly shocked. A few incense sticks later, a villager rushed in panic. Not good, there's a fire outside. Everyone in the room sprang into action and went outside to see what was happening, and Chen Yu was no exception. He actively stepped forward and helped the old village chief's arm as they went outside together. In the fields of September, the wheat had grown more than a meter high, all connected together, giving the appearance of great waves, golden and bright. Such a beautiful scene today, however, mixed with discordant elements, as several large yellow cows ran within, their tails shining bright, and upon closer inspection, they were on fire. The flames were carried by their tails, igniting patches of wheat stalks in their wake. Quick, put out the fire. Seeing this scene, the village chief almost fainted. Half of that land belonged to their family, and if not stopped, the flames could grow larger and larger. Looking at the other villagers, they were also shocked, rushing to the river to fetch water to extinguish the fire. Chen Yu slightly curled his lips, somewhat satisfied with this result. The reason he chose to set the fields on fire instead of burning a particular house was because he had observed that in this village, cows and fields held far more value than people, especially women. This might sound unbelievable in modern times, how can cows compare to people? But in some backward places a few decades ago, it was indeed the truth. The village's cows were shared among everyone, and there weren't many, so everyone worked hard to carry water, which was much more suitable than setting a house on fire. If he set a fire to a house, what if someone thought it wasn't their problem and secretly slacked off? Moreover, the burning area of a house was nowhere near as large as what was happening now. Shenyu followed the crowd to fetch buckets of water and deliberately passed by the village chief to help put out the fire. If Shenyu hadn't done anything before, the village chief naturally wouldn't have remembered him. But because he had just supported someone over, and now he was passing by again with a water bucket, this repeated situation successfully implanted a thought in the village chief's mind: oh, Dog Boy has come to help put out the fire with everyone, and he's working hard. After accidentally crossing paths with a few people while carrying a water bucket, Shenyu slowly faded from everyone's view and arrived at the village chief's home. At this moment, the room was completely quiet. Even Shenyu's second self went to help put out the fire to clear his name, leaving him all alone. The place where the village chief hid things was not very secretive. In the end, Shenyu searched for a while and found a stainless steel pair of scissors in a corner, similar to a mouse hole. He quickly put away the item and hurriedly ran out of the room. Chapter 211, Joyous Events in a Mountain Village 15. Not everyone is as clever as Shenyu, able to make plans seamless. Ivan from the Ice Bear country, upon learning that the scissors were hidden in the village chief's home, also chose to set a fire right away. By coincidence, he chose his own house because it was the farthest from the village chief's house. Ivan was proud of his actions, thinking, who would suspect that the arsonist was me? Ha ha ha. But he was too early in his delight. Looking at the role of the spoiled boy, he had perhaps been too reckless before and offended some people. So when Ivan rushed to the village chief's house during the fire rescue, there was still someone inside. Jia was hiding under the table, sneaking a bite of meat. His thought was simple: he already disliked the spoiled boy, and now that the other's house was on fire, it was just perfect. It would be best if the fire got bigger, leaving the spoiled boy homeless and sleeping on the street at night. Ivan did not expect that when he came out of the room, he would meet someone, crawling out from under the table. Oops, he completely did not notice earlier. Haha, spoiled boy, you dare to steal the village chief's things? I will tell him right now and have you punished at the ancestral hall. Ivan's face darkened. No, please, I beg you. Haha, I don't care. Seeing the other party begging for mercy, Jiayi's expression became even more smug as he ran towards the door. Watching the distance grow between them, Ivan had no choice but to chase after him from behind and stab the scissors towards the man's heart. He missed. Jiayi was in his prime, and Ivan was not much older either. After a scuffle, Ivan, being from a fighting nation, had a slight upper hand. With no time to deal with the body, Ivan quickly ran back to the burning house. But it was already too late. If it were someone else's house, having one person absent wouldn't raise suspicion. But this was the spoiled boy's own room, the owner was nowhere to be found. Suspicion flashed across everyone's faces. Spoiled boy, where were you when the fire was the strongest just now? Spoiled boy, you didn't start the fire yourself, did you? Spoiled boy, why is there blood on the hem of your clothes? Ivan's face turned ashen, he couldn't answer any of them. He wanted to brush them off but couldn't even convince himself with those words. The audience in the livestream saw this scene. It's hard to judge, a bit smart, but not high IQ. How did he survive several instances, based on his physique? At a critical moment, Grandma stepped in to save him. Spoiled boy, weren't you supposed to go herd the cattle? Why are you only back now? Ivan was inspired and followed the dialogue. The place I went was too secluded, I got a bit lost. I saw smoke rising from the village, so I came back. The villagers looked at Ivan with half belief and half doubt. Weren't you supposed to herd the cattle? Where are the cattle? This spoiled boy was somewhat problematic, he was either lying or too foolish. Having lived in Xiuhuai village for nearly 20 years, normally, a person should know what every piece of land looks like, but he still managed to get lost. However, no one said more, since the owner's own house had burned down, and even Grandma wasn't planning to pursue it, others also didn't want to meddle. After finishing putting out the fire, everyone began to disperse. Without gasoline and other accelerants, the house burned down partially, the other half was still barely livable. Ivan returned home with the old woman, Grandma. He truly felt guilty and did not expect his relationship with Grandma to be so poor. The other party was still willing to save him. If it were not in the realm of weird rules but in the real world, he would definitely show some respect to the other party for taking care of his grandmother. Grandmother silently walked to the smoky black quilt, carefully taking out a bowl of braised pork from inside, and insistently offered it to Ivan. Good grandson, you must be scared, quickly eat some meat to make up for it. No, Grandma, I'm not hungry. Ivan waved his hands repeatedly. Although he was very hungry now, he still remembered the words of the rule and dared not easily defy them. Ivan's talent was gaze, allowing him to see a false rule marked in red. This talent was formidable. He had always relied on this talent, along with a combat power stronger than other chosen ones, to clear multiple instances. And in the fifth rule forbidding eating meat, there was no red mark. This proved that Rule 5 was very likely correct. Why aren't you eating? Grandma's tone became harsh, her previously indulgent expression changed instantly, and the wrinkles on her face were knitted together, looking a bit sinister. I won't eat. Ivan insisted. The more the other party said that, the more he couldn't eat. Grandma's behavior was very strange. The house had been burned down, and she was not concerned about how to fix it but was still desperately trying to feed him. At that moment, a faint noisy sound came from outside the window. Ivan instinctively looked towards the source of the sound and saw a large group of people holding axes, sticks, and other things, gathering and walking together. It seemed to be heading in their direction. They were muttering words like, scissors and throw things. Just then, Grandma spoke again, softly saying, I have no grandson who doesn't love eating meat. Ivan immediately realized that this seemingly kind old lady was threatening him. He contemplated his chances of fighting against the entire village alone, and a wave of weakness surged through his body. The strength he had used to give the paper figure eyes had not recovered yet, and he had just fought someone, leaving him in even worse shape. So, have you thought about it? The voice grew closer. If he didn't eat the braised pork, Grandma would no longer protect him, and the villagers outside couldn't fight him either. Ivan's heart raced with anxiety. Was this the end for him? He did have a pill, something like 1,000-year-old ginseng, that could bring a person back to life once, but it seemed useless now. Those people kept coming, and they wouldn't let him go just because he had died once. After entering the instance this time, his talent had not been very useful, and his physical strength was also restricted. All that was left was to rely on his brain, but unfortunately, his brain was the least effective weapon he had. No, even if it meant dying, he had to fight to the end and never compromise. Ivan looked up at the outside, his eyes showing fierce fighting spirit. A voice rang in his head. It was a message from the state urging him to eat that bowl of braised pork. Ivan's eyes flickered. After struggling for a few seconds, he finally said, Okay, I'll eat. The meat had been kept for a few days and had already begun to smell sour. As he swallowed it, a surge of energy simultaneously filled him, and Ivan marvelously discovered that his body was getting better. The previous fatigue was rapidly disappearing. Good, this is my good grandson. The old lady happily stroked the corners of her eyes, where tears were starting to seep out. You must remember, Grandma will never harm you. Could it be that I had underestimated the old lady's intentions and misjudged the rules? Ivan thought to himself. But when he saw Grandma smile, it was a smile that signified a wish finally fulfilled, twisted yet obsessive. Ivan felt there was something strange, but he couldn't articulate it. At least for now, he couldn't point out any mistakes. With this doubt, Ivan turned his gaze to the window. The villagers were getting closer, and he needed to focus and face the current situation. In the Dragon Kingdom, Su Yi, as the great contributor who saved the village head, Zhang was leisurely standing in an open space, playing with a paper figure who called himself second uncle. It seems like something is missing. Su Yi looked at the blank paper figure placed aside and proactively picked up a brush. Second uncle hurriedly waved his hand, signaling him to put it down, blocking him with various movements. Bullet comments, by the way, does this paper figure have any connection with the bride? Seeing the scent pouch given by the bride, he's fiercely defending Su Yi, the big shot. Su Yi, please don't rebel at the crucial moment and insist on painting that ridiculous eye. There's an old saying, a paper figure shouldn't have its eyes dotted. It can only be said that this netizen is definitely a loyal fan of Su Yi, even predicting his next actions accurately. In the video, Su Yi picked up the brush, but he didn't use ordinary ink. Instead, he dipped it in a bit of green lantern oil from the lantern head. With a stroke, he dotted the eyes. Chapter 212, Joyous Event in the Mountain Village 16. The effect of the lantern oil was clearly much stronger than ordinary ink. As it dotted on, the figures became vivid and lively. The moment the brush fell, the two paper figures came to life in an instant. Perhaps knowing that their current appearance entirely relied on Su Yi, the two paper figures respectfully walked up to him, bowing their heads repeatedly. After all, they were made of paper, their flexibility was poor, and while bending at the waist, their legs couldn't kneel. From a distance, it looked like two people constantly folding their bodies at 90 degrees toward one direction, a sight both comical and eerie. Fortunately, Su Yi quickly understood their intentions and timely stopped them. Father, both paper figures spoke in unison. It wasn't wrong for them to call him that. For them, Su Yi's dotting of their eyes gave life to what was once a lifeless object, which was equivalent to being their reborn parents. Su Yi had a black line on his forehead. Please call me master. Master, please feel free to command your subordinates. This sentence sounded somewhat familiar. Su Yi named the two. From now on, you will be called a D and a G. Yes, master. Please feel free to command a D/a G. Very good. What is your purpose here? The two paper figures looked confused, and it was second uncle, who had guided them last night, who chimed in, to attend the daughter's wedding. These are all relatives. Suyi followed his gaze and saw many blank-eyed paper figures standing stiffly against the walls of the white paper house, lifeless. So you are the father-in-law. Second uncle's face twitched, even the white paper was wrinkled by his squeezing, but he didn't refute it, tacitly agreeing. But you are too shabby, for such a big event as a wedding. How can there only be 3 participants? Suyi got deeply into the role. He was the lover of the bride, and opposite him was the father-in-law's family, so he must not treat his own family poorly. Thus, he took out the brush again, dipped it in lantern oil, and dotted the eyes of the remaining few paper figures as well. Second uncle, take it slow, your body can't handle it. Suyi was very familiar with the scent pouch on him. It was indeed his youngest daughter's personal item, so when Suyi explained their relationship, second uncle believed him blindly. Bullet comments: if I remember correctly, when this instance started, among all the chosen ones, only Big Shot Suyi received the token scent pouch. Big Shot Suyi has a kind of charm. Even without pouring water on that creepy head, he can make all the female ghosts bend down. What I see is that the bride is incredibly annoyed by the harassment and helplessly took out a personal item to dismiss Suyi. After Suyi dotted all the paper figures' eyes, they still looked lively and showed no sign of being affected. People from other countries in the bullet comments were feeling sour. People cannot be compared. Speaking of which, you Dragon Nation are all cowards, always curled up behind Suyi to reap the benefits. If you have the ability, step aside and join our nationality to see. Hee, you must be seriously ill. Wipe your drool first. No matter how much you drool over Big Shot Suyi, he is still one of our Dragon Nation people. The bullet comments filled with a wall of chatter. However, Suyi couldn't see any of it. His attention was drawn to the noise coming from the village in the distance. It was a sound that could only be made when many people gathered together and spoke out loud, so much so that Suyi could hear it even while coming out to pick up firewood. He quickly got up, taking a branch with him as he walked toward the village. As he got closer, the scenery before him became increasingly familiar. Isn't this right in front of his own home? The locust tree was large and lush, with branches thick enough to be as wide as a child's small arm. A dozen young, vibrant corpses hung head down, their feet evenly suspended from the branches. When the wind blew, they began to dance gracefully. The tree was tall enough that the height of the corpses' heads was about the same as an average person's height. When the chosen one glanced up, he could see a dozen dead faces staring back at him. Suddenly, the faces opened their eyes, and 2 streams of blood tears flowed out. Ah! So terrifying. Whose good corpses suddenly opened their eyes while dead? The screams at this moment came from the chosen one, the audience in front of the screen, and the villagers of Xiuhuai village. Only one handsome man was not included. Suya's lips curled slightly, revealing a satisfied smile. I wasn't wrong, you really are a divine tree. Unlike those useless trees he had encountered before, not to mention bearing the weight of so many people hanging at once, even just one of them couldn't hold up. The corpses on the locust tree shook again, this time with greater force, as if responding to Suya's praise. The villagers were in a panic. She has returned, it must be her return. I said back then, we shouldn't have done such a thing. It's easy to suffer retribution. Wasn't she already sealed? Which wicked person removed the talisman? Our village is in grave danger. Wowo, Jai, you died so tragically. What will happen to us orphans and widows? Not to mention, who will till the land in the future? Wowo, air, mom's big boy. Everyone stop talking, quiet down for me. Finally, the village chief took out his cane and struck the ground heavily to silence the crowd. The elderly man, who usually appeared kind and gentle, seemed to finally reveal his true face, speaking with a twisted expression. Isn't it just an outsider woman? 10 years ago we sealed her once, 10 years later, there will be a second time. So what do we need to do now? Open the ancestral hall. At the mention of opening the ancestral hall, everyone showed terrified expressions. An older villager seemed to recall some bad memories, tremblingly asking, really, do we have to take this step? Faced with this question and answer game like a riddle, the viewers in the livestream were puzzled. What's going on? If opening the ancestral hall can suppress the big locust tree from causing trouble, why are the villagers still so hesitant? No matter the reason, Xiuhuai village is severely weakened now. The ones hanged on the tree are all young laborers aged 30 to 50, it will only become poorer in the future. Suyi couldn't help but ask quietly, Grandma, what exactly happened 10 years ago? I was too young to remember. He didn't forget to maintain his persona of having lived here since childhood. It's not that he couldn't remember, but that he was too young. Grandma, ever since the Taoist was sealed 10 years ago the ancestral hall began to be frequently haunted, and later no one dared to enter anymore. Only those who committed great sins would be locked inside, and often, when they came out, they were already mentally disturbed. Suyi was shocked. What? The one who was sealed was the Taoist? Isn't it a woman? Isn't it the big locust tree? There were still characters involved that he didn't know about. Before he could ask anything else, the village chief had already led the crowd toward the ancestral hall. Don't worry, our ancestors love us and won't put all descendants in danger. As he said this, his hand gripping the cane couldn't help but tremble, clearly lacking confidence. A group of people marched toward the ancestral hall, which hadn't been cleaned for a long time. The plaque outside was already covered in dust. Carrying water basins and towels, and also preparing some meat dumplings to be offered at the wedding, after they finished all the busy work. The village chief took the lead, taking a deep breath and stepping into the ancestral hall. Suyi observed him with a somewhat doomed feeling. The ancestral hall was very quiet, with hundreds of tablets standing inside, dedicated to the village chiefs of past generations and those who made outstanding contributions to the village. If all the dead were placed here, wouldn't the ancestral hall explode? On the central altar, 3 tablets were placed separately, with candles and incense burners beside them. The village chief said, "This is our first ancestor, a wealthy merchant. After the war, he migrated here with the few remaining tribesmen." A wealthy merchant? Suya's first reaction was to think, how did that dog boy end up like this, waiting until marriage just to eat a piece of pork? This village isn't good enough, it can't compare to the wisdom of our ancestors. The younger generation is unfilial and wishes to take something from the ancestors. The Taoist priest who was sealed here 10 years ago, his clothing. After saying this, he turned to the crowd behind him. "Why are you not kneeling and bowing? As long as we sincerely make a request to our ancestors, believe that with their stature, they will not overly make things difficult for us." The villagers all knelt down as instructed, leaving Suyi standing alone in the place, particularly conspicuous. The village chief was angry. "Dog boy, why aren't you kneeling?" Suyi looked at him with a strange expression. "Grandpa, I am doing this for the good of Xiuhuai village." In fact, Suyi didn't care about kneeling. Right now, he was the dog boy, a member of Xiuhuai village, and it was only natural to kneel before his ancestors. But just as he was about to kneel down, the Satan collar in his pocket began to stir, like boiling water, heating up in waves. The village chief was so angry he laughed. "Who do you think you are, a great immortal, doing this for the good of Xiuhuai village? I tell you, kneel down quickly, bow a few more times, and apologize to our ancestors. The rest of the account will be settled later." "Grandpa, I really cannot kneel," Suyi insisted. After saying this, one of the candles lit before the 3 tablets suddenly went out, and a cold snort echoed in the air. The village chief broke into a sweat. "It's over, it's doomed, the ancestors are angry." The village chief trembled all over with anger. After he finally gathered the courage to open the ancestral hall, a disobedient troublemaker appeared at this critical moment, which he could hardly tolerate. He immediately spoke. "Come here, even if we have to tie him up, we will make him bow down." Several strong men immediately stood up, approaching with fierce momentum. Suyi said, "You don't need to, I can do it myself." His knee had just bent at a slight angle, when a loud rumble occurred, and the tablets in front shook violently. Seconds later, they directly fell off the altar. Suyi bent his knee a little more. "Ah!" A piercing scream echoed in the air, and 3 figures slowly emerged from the fallen tablet. They floated lightly, without legs, like a mass of condensed gas. The villagers screamed in horror as they recognized the faces, our ancestors. A beam of red light flashed by, as if struck by a heavy blow, and the 3 ghosts disintegrated into ashes before their descendants. The room echoed with successive screams. Such behavior was almost ingrained in the villagers' genes. When an elder passed away, they instinctively cried out. Suyi blinked innocently. "Should I still kneel?" The village chief said, "You should just shut up." After witnessing the previous scene, the villagers immediately retreated, distancing themselves from him. "Fine, we can't afford to provoke him, but can we not avoid him?" The village chief immersed himself in sorrow for a while. But he suddenly realized. "Wait a minute, the ancestors are gone, disappeared. Then can I just take the items out directly?" After all, the items were also sealed in the ancestral hall. Thinking this way, the situation became simpler. It's just that he felt sorry for the ancestors. The village chief, feeling guilty, mumbled, "Please don't blame me, ancestors." While swiftly walking to the table where the tablets were placed, he opened the cabinet door and pulled out a bundle from inside. A white Taoist robe and a Taoist's feather duster. The village chief's hand searched through the clothing, and before long, a yellow talisman paper was pulled out. Found it. He was overjoyed. "I never expected it to go so smoothly." Since that old Taoist was burned to death, his ashes buried under the tablet, the ancestral hall has started to become haunted. The villager asked, "Could it be the ashes that have a problem? Should we dig them out and take a look?" The village chief looked at a small mound of dirt nearby. Go, what ridiculous idea is this? If you really dig something out, you'll be responsible." "But our ancestors are gone, what if that thing comes out again?" The village chief, "Pa, stop talking nonsense." His voice grew louder, as if to bolster his courage. "Besides the 3 before us, there are so many ancestors in the hall, there's nothing to fear." After saying nothing to fear, he patted his backside and quickly led everyone out of the ancestral hall. Su Yelu fell behind. In the spirit of taking advantage of the situation, he collected the floating dust and shouted, "Wait for me." The people in front trembled, their feet leaving behind shadows. A group of people arrived in front of the big locust tree, reattaching the talisman paper, and it was considered a great achievement. The village chief clapped his hands. All right, the business is done. Everyone go back to your own homes and find your own mothers. To avoid suspicion, the wedding will be held tomorrow. Bullet comments, I thought it wouldn't happen anymore. After all, so many people have just died today, it must take some time to hold a funeral. Goodness, I'm just amazed, how desperate must these people be to insist on having this wedding? Su Yelu slept well that night, but the other chosen ones were not so lucky. Their progress bar a whole segment behind Su Yelu. Without the help of the big locust tree, the chosen ones had to find scissors and the urn of ashes by themselves, gathering the two items together. Most people chose to act that night, taking advantage of the cover of darkness and the absence of people. Rule 2, the ancestral hall enshrines many ancestors, they love you, and you can ask them for some items, as long as you show enough respect, the tablets will turn, and your wishes can be fulfilled. How to show enough respect to the ancestors? Only to kneel, of course. This left many chosen ones with stiff knees when they obtained the urn, their legs trembling from kneeling too long, and a big blot of blood on their foreheads. Of course, there were some who stubbornly believed that kneeling to ancestors was a feudal superstition, and chose to directly throw the urn of ashes from the ground. Without exception, this group soon found their screens turning black. In fact, they had seen the rules, but held on to a sense of good fortune. A chosen one from a certain country, aged around 13 or 14, stood there boldly saying, I can kneel to heaven, kneel to the earth, kneel to my parents, why should I kneel to you? Chapter 214, A Happy Event in the Mountain Village 18. As soon as these words were spoken, a black mist floated in the air and hit the chosen one's forehead. Kneeling to heaven, kneeling to earth, kneeling to parents, I'm your parents' parent, no need to kneel, is it? Simply put, such events occurred because the chosen ones lacked strong empathy and did not immerse themselves in the role of Dogwa. They thought of themselves as themselves, and Dogwa as Dogwa, isolating two different individuals from the same identity. This kind of thinking easily exposes flaws and is dealt with as heresy by the strange occurrences. On Shen Yu's side, after obtaining the ancestors' consent, he dug the urn of ashes from the dirt mound and carried it outside. Compared to other chosen ones, Shen Yu suffered less damage to both his head and knees. The reason was that he was a worker bee, and he had a way with words. Shen Yu previously worked in a large insurance company, where the boss's biggest hobby was to require employees to write work insights and summaries. Every day he wrote, day after day, and had to forward them for the boss to review personally. At first, Shen Yu was quite obedient, diligently recording everything he did in a day, how many clients he contacted, how many PPTs he created, and so on. But it didn't go well. No matter how busy he was each day, when the boss saw him, he always criticized him for doing too little work, saying he accomplished nothing. Why have you only done this little bit of work? Are you slacking off? You should learn from your leader, Shen Yu. Learn from my leader? The one who sweet talks all day, passes all the work to subordinates, and then steps up first to grab the credit after the results? After hearing this, Shen Yu was stunned and even considered quitting. Later on, as time passed, Shen Yu gradually understood. His work summaries rarely mentioned actual work anymore. When they did, it was just a few sentences, mostly flattering the boss, describing the other's gratitude for his recognition and greatness. He managed to secure his position in the company and became a qualified worker because of this. At that time, Shen Yu realized that what his boss wanted him to learn was to flatter, not related to business skills at all. Less than 2 years later, the company went bankrupt, and Shen Yu had to find a new job again. Shen Yu thought he wouldn't need this skill anymore after entering the Bizarre Tales Bureau. Unexpectedly, today, it came in handy again. Shen Yu knelt down, crazy flattered his ancestors, speaking until his mouth was dry. Oh, ancestors, you are truly wise and mighty, unparalleled in strength, and impressive in appearance. If it weren't for the time issue, I could go on for 2 hours without repeating your virtues. The tablets on the table remained quietly, then Shen Yu really talked for 2 hours, racking his brains to use almost all the vocabulary he had learned in his life. If he repeated anything, the tablet would shake a little, reminding him to pay attention. Is this addictive to listen to? Shen Yu felt regretful, scolding himself for bragging earlier. Now look what happened, karma had struck. 2 hours later, he was liberated and successfully obtained the urn. Holding the item, ready to leave, a voice suddenly came from behind, Shen Yu. It's Shen Yu, not Dog Kid. Honestly, since entering the instance, it was the first time someone called him that. Most of the time, that name belonged to someone else. So upon hearing his name, Shen Yu's first reaction was to look forward anxiously. What? Has Shen Yu number 2 arrived? Then he remembered the rule. Rule 3, in the ancestral hall, when someone calls your name from behind, remember, never look back. So damn scary, Shen Yu took a sharp breath. If it weren't for someone in the instance sharing his name, he almost turned back just now. It was purely a subconscious physical reaction. After understanding this key point, Shen Yu no longer hesitated and set his heart on walking forward. Chen Yu, quickly look back, if you don't listen, your salary will be deducted. Lin Guobiao's voice. Chen Yu clenched his fists, I endure. When he returned to the real world, he had to add some embellishments to this incident and tell Lin Guobiao. A proper emotional complaint would help increase his value in the leader's eyes. Meanwhile, any chosen one who obtained an urn faced the same treatment. In pickled vegetable country, Han Ningjun, as a national-level idol, lived up to his name, with his handsome appearance and showy actions, occasionally showcasing his handsome jawline, successfully achieved the first place in his country's live broadcast audience count. Even older renowned chosen ones had to give way. Idol brother, fight on. We will always support you. Han Ningjun walked out with the urn, feeling somewhat displeased with this filthy object but didn't show it. He even stopped to wink at the audience on the screen. Fans, don't worry, I know the rules, I won't turn around. Right after he said that, a familiar female voice came from behind. Han Ningjun, look at me. Han Ningjun's face stiffened, the gentle smile he had practiced countless times in front of the mirror almost slipped. The next second, he didn't care about maintaining his image, suddenly quickened his pace and dashed toward the exit of the ancestral hall. Appa, why are you running? Are you unhappy to see me? Han Ningjun quickened his pace, and the next second, he felt something pressing against his ear, breath hitting his side face, again and again. You didn't say that when you offered me to the boss. You said you would love me, always be my good Appa. So why do you pretend not to know me when I am thrown out the next day? The chosen ones could hear the voice, and so could the live stream audience. At this moment, the live room was especially heated, especially among some young minors from other countries. You smelly woman, don't slander our brother, he is the best brother. Handsome Appa, hurry and explain, you didn't do anything wrong, right? However, the so-called good Appa in the copy couldn't even explain, he was shocked as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. Han Ningjun, look at me. You made me suffer so much, you won't even turn your head, will you? Fine, then come down and keep me company. A chill rushed in, feeling a pair of hands around his neck. At this moment, Han Ningjun's expression finally couldn't hold back, screaming wildly. What exactly do you want? That was your choice, did I force you? For our love, can't you just help someone to the end and completely disappear from my sight? What did I do wrong? I am just a pure-hearted boy. What a pure-hearted boy, the audience was stunned by his shameless words. So damn pure-hearted, I wonder who will dare to support him in the future. Han Ningjun looks glamorous, but who knew he was doing such things behind the scenes? On the screen, when Han Ningjun shouted this, he couldn't help but tilt his head back. He seemed to calm down a bit. Baby, you love me so much, can you let me go? But to his surprise, there was nothing behind him, just emptiness, no one at all. Everything just now was a bizarre trap set for him, purely an illusion. Specifically targeting someone like him, who was already feeling guilty. Han Ningjun realized, but it was already too late, the screen went completely black. Half of his foot had already stepped out of the ancestral hall, just a bit further. If he had only kept 1 foot's distance, he would have succeeded. The audience gasped in disbelief. Han Ningjun was not only a star from the vegetable country but also had a certain impact worldwide due to the Korean wave. Just like that, he collapsed? Everyone couldn't help but sigh, he deserved it, such filth shouldn't exist in the world. Looking at it this way, the rules of the bizarre tale seem to have done a good deed. I have long found him unpleasant, he keeps transmitting bad values to minors all day yet becomes incredibly popular. Whoa, brother, what did you do wrong? You are just a big boy. The wrong one is that woman, she shouldn't have entangled you. Sorry, my daughter is a bit crazy about chasing stars and made inappropriate remarks. It's all my fault for spoiling her too much over the years. Just now, in a fit of anger, I couldn't help but give her a big slap, she's hiding in the corner crying. Good slap. Chapter 215, Village Wedding Joy 19. On the third day, Suyi woke up on time from bed. The copy he participated in rarely allowed them to stay for several days. Most of the time, incidents occurred in the morning, resolved that night, and sent back home to sleep the next day. So Suyi felt that his workload wasn't high. Bullet screen, today, something can't happen again, the wedding didn't get postponed, right? Honestly, if this copy wasn't called Village Wedding Joy, I would think I was hallucinating. The chosen ones keep dragging it out, delaying it until 5 days leave the copy, and the wedding is cancelled. The stars don't blink, it shouldn't be, I think it looks more like they are waiting, deliberately waiting for most of the chosen ones to get scissors and ashes, then hold the wedding. For example, yesterday, someone died on Suya's side, that's why the wedding didn't take place. But in the copies where other chosen ones are, nothing happened, yet the wedding was still postponed for various reasons. Suyi finished washing up and went to the village head's house, where a group of people were making dumplings in a room. It is estimated that the news of yesterday's death still hasn't settled, and everyone looks a bit sorrowful. Oh my son, you are only 35 years old, and you've left us so soon. I am so heartbroken, an older woman said while making dumplings, suddenly bursting into tears. If this were ancient times. If this were ancient times, the average lifespan of a normal person would only be 35 years, Soo-yi chimed in timely. Auntie, please don't be sad, it's normal for someone to go at this age. Soo-ye's unusual way of comforting did not win him any gratitude, as the older woman shot him a resentful glare. If you don't have anything to say, no one will think you're a mute. Soo-yi obviously wouldn't pay her any mind and turned his head to gossip with others. Tell me, what does that tree have to do with our village? Why do people who die all seem to be around the same age? Soo-yi pointed at himself. Could it be that it discriminates against the young? In the copy, the age of the dog kid was about 19 or 20, while all the deceased were adult men over 30. As soon as Soo-yi finished speaking, whispers began to circle around, and he perked up his ears to listen. In my opinion, it's just karma. That Ning Shanshan was a nasty woman, using her beauty to seduce men, and in the end, she committed suicide under that tree. A bunch of gossiping old women, what are you stirring up with your tongues? The village chief angrily tapped his cane, and everyone immediately fell silent. He turned to look at Soo-yi, his gaze icy. Dog kid, this is not your business anymore, you can leave. Clearly, many people in the village knew about this, but they were deliberately keeping it from him. Soo-yi felt indignant. The branches were all picked up yesterday. I just wanted to stay and chat with the aunties for a while. Picked up? The village chief was momentarily at a loss. Did a whole pile of branches just get picked up like that? Soo-yi stretched out his hand and pointed to a branch standing against the wall. Yes, picked up, enough to burn for a long time. The village chief was speechless. Someone, throw him out. The place fell silent. Thanks to Soo-ye's performance at the ancestral hall yesterday, no one dared to step forward. Wow, those were the types who could send ancestors away with just one knee. How could they dare provoke him? Okay, it's turning topsy-turvy. You all aren't even listening to me, the village chief said angrily, laughing while leaning on his cane and stepping forward to grab Soo-yi. Soo-yi, if you keep this up, I'll just kneel. Village chief. He stopped in his tracks, turned around to unlock a door, and silently walked toward the bedroom. His face looked somewhat withdrawn. In their village of Xiaohuai, the rule is that younger people must respect the elderly, otherwise, they will be punished. The old village chief had relied on this, being the oldest and most qualified, knowing that villagers wouldn't dare oppose him. But unexpectedly, Soo-yi was too cunning, refusing to resist and boldly willing to kneel directly before him. A kneel so fierce that not even ancestors could bear, and he could endure it? So, the old village chief chose to ignore it and retreated to avoid Soo-ye's troublesome presence. Sigh, I'm old and can't bear to see these messy things, I should go rest in my room for a while. Time soon reached the evening, and a lively group went to the new house to fetch the bride. Soo-yi took the opportunity to ask, why hasn't the groom come yet? Could he be running away from the wedding? Everyone exchanged glances. Indeed, they hadn't seen the groom around these past few days. They initially thought he was just avoiding work, as it is a tradition in Xiaohuai village for some newlyweds to skip the labor. Now it seemed, could Soo-yi have been right? Was he really escaping from the marriage? But why would he do that? The bride is as beautiful as a flower and is willing to marry him. Soo-yi continued, I have an idea, since he doesn't want to marry, why not give the bride to me? I'll be the groom today. Oh, we're all from the same village, who's marrying whom really? Besides, many middle-aged folks in the village have died. I'm the youngest, so I should have a baby to help you all in the future. This was Soo-ye's carefully thought-out conclusion. As a deeply affectionate dog-kid character, he couldn't simply ignore the love of his life. Since the groom was already gone in front of him, he took the initiative to marry the bride. Bullet comments, how cruel this is, you probably chopped down all the bamboo shoots on the mountain overnight, not only killing someone but also stealing their wife. Whispers filled the crowd, mainly because Soo-ye's old saying struck their hearts, this is not impossible. He's right. Chapter 216, The Joyous Event in the Mountain Village 20. Soo-yi took out a red silk and tied it around his chest. Since that's the case, and everyone has no objections, then I will. Before he finished speaking, there was another stir in the crowd. Look, the groom is coming. Cousin, where have you been? Since you're here, hurry and welcome the bride. Soo-yi looked up in shock, only to see a tall man dressed in a bright red wedding robe walking toward him. His complexion was pale, limbs uncoordinated, and how to say it, he walked with a limp, heading in the same direction. As he got closer, he said nothing but stared at the crowd with his pale face. Suddenly, he gave a chilling smile. In an instant, every villager in Xiaohuai village felt as if their hearts were frozen by an old cold ice in this hot weather, cold air bursting out. Someone asked in confusion, big cousin, what's wrong? Are you not feeling well? The big cousin did not respond, indifferently turning his back, facing the direction of the new house. The man just now reminded, hurry and open the door, groom, the key has always been in your hand. The groom did not move. With a creak, the big lock on the door fell off automatically without anyone moving. This eerie scene made the people present's hair stand on end. The two wooden doors opened on their own without wind. And a woman in a red long dress walked out. In this era, red veils were no longer popular, so the bride used a fan to cover half of her face, revealing only a pair of beautiful phoenix eyes. The bride had a graceful figure, her walk swaying with femininity. Many men present were left drooling. Damn, this is really exciting, just as good as that one from years ago. Behind the bride were 6 green-eyed paper figures, each holding a red lantern, walking out quietly. Suddenly, a dark cloud rose in the sky, blocking out the bright moon. So, in this pitch-black night, the only thing shining were those few paper lanterns, making everything seem eerie. Suyi found that he could not move his body. The groom stiffly stepped forward, took the bride's arm, and the two slowly walked towards the village chief's house. The villagers who came to welcome the bride followed behind in a swarm. Suya's feet also felt unresponsive. Moving forward, his peripheral visions observed the villagers around him, seeing their expressions either restrained or terrified, indicating they must also have retained their awareness. The village chief's house was not small. The outer main room had long been converted into a place for the wedding ceremony. Several women set up a large pot in the courtyard, drooling as they waited for the water to boil to drop in the dumplings they dreamed of. The village chief sat at the high table. From his angle, it was hard to see the row of paper figures trailing at the back of the crowd. He felt that the atmosphere of today's wedding procession was a bit strange. How come the usually boisterous villagers were all mute today? This thought lingered for 3 seconds before being dismissed. Never mind, it must be that I'm getting old, my hearing is failing. The first bow to heaven and earth. The two newcomers bowed toward the north, which has symbolized heaven and earth since ancient times. The second bow to the ancestors. The newcomers turned around. The village chief instinctively adjusted his collar, his face blooming with a smile. Just as he was about to accept the salute, his peripheral vision accidentally caught a glimpse to the side, and he was shocked to find that there stood a person he didn't know when had come. It was still a paper figure. "Father-in-law, what are you doing here?" the village chief exclaimed, losing balance and falling down. Suyi raised an eyebrow. Judging by this address, it seemed these two really knew each other? Before, he thought the identity the paper figure mentioned was something he made up randomly. Two newlyweds ignored his reaction, bowed their bodies together, and forcefully paid their respects. Couple bowing, entering the bridal chamber. Entering the bridal chamber. Bridal chamber. Suya's vision became blurry, the surroundings changing drastically. "No, you can't do this, I want to go home." The woman in a red dress wore a bright hair ornament, and upon closer inspection, looked just like the bride of today. But Suyi just felt that this was not the same person. The room was decorated festively, and several big men stood in a row, their gazes full of ill intent towards the woman. "I was wrong, let me go, my family is rich, we can give you anything you want. All we want is you. Be good, keep your older brother company." The big men began to touch her inappropriately. The bride's eyes suddenly darted to a figure not far away, where a man stood. A young man, handsome and striking, whose features bore a striking resemblance to the groom who died a few days ago. "Minggu, save me. I came back with you, you said you would only take me out for a walk. I like you, you can't let them do this to me." The man called Minggu replied, Shan, everyone is just joking with you, don't take it to heart. This is our village's custom, just making a fuss in the bridal chamber." Seeing him say this, the men lost their last shred of restraint and completely let go. The scene erupted in painful screams. Suyi stood to the side, witnessing this brutal incident firsthand. From the bride's broken words, he pieced together the sequence of events. The woman's name was Ning Shan, and she was high school classmates with Minggu. To be precise, it was a crush, both knowing each other's feelings but not having broken the ice. At least that's what Ning Shan believed in her heart. As graduation approached in senior year, Minggu invited Ning Shan to go out for a walk, saying he wanted to take her to see his hometown. Ning Shan didn't think much of it, even feeling a bit shy. Because in her eyes, this was like going on a date, even having the taste of meeting the parents. Ning Shan followed Minggu home, not knowing how many hills they passed along the way, but they ended up in a remote village. They wandered inside, and the next day they met the parents. Ning Shan's suffering began at this moment. She was kidnapped by the so-called parents. Dressed in red, locked in a shabby little room, she was married off to Minggu. Later she learned that this place called Shouhui village was almost isolated from the outside world and steeped in poverty. Under the influence of feudal thoughts, many baby girls had drowned before, making it hard for the villagers to find brides. Now that they finally saw a woman, the men in the village acted as if they were crazy, their eyes on Ning Shan like hungry wolves. Thus, such a tragic event took place. Suyi observed, seeing the day after the incident, Ning Shan covered in wounds, yet none of the villagers comforted her. The men were the culprits, and the few remaining women spat at her face, accusing her of seducing their men. But she clearly did nothing wrong. The fault was not hers, it was Mingji's, the entire Shouhui village's fault. She was the victim. In the end, she died. Leaning against the sacred tree revered by the villagers, the scissors stabbed into her chest, and by the time someone found her, she was already cold. Chapter 217, A Joyous Event in the Mountain Village 21. Not all chosen ones are as psychologically strong as Su Yi, who could remain calm in the face of such a horrifying incident. Sofike from the Tulip Nation was an artist, a person with a strong sense of empathy. As he watched the scene, he felt an overwhelming wave of hatred. Conflicted, heartbroken, and in pain. Like a flood, it nearly drowned him. The comments read, "Oh no, Sofike has been weirdly affected." By the time Sofike realized, he was holding a knife, frantically slicing into the groom's flesh. The groom was stabbed into a beehive. Ah! Sofike's scream was deafening. He couldn't believe it, a good young man who had always lived under the sun and followed the law, could actually do such a thing. But looking back, why did it feel a bit exhilarating? If I had to describe it in words, before stabbing someone, it felt like a fierce fire was cooking inside, scorching and unbearable. Now, however, he felt completely at ease, every hair on his body was so comfortable it felt like it was about to explode. Sofike glanced again at the other villagers present and raised his knife. "I'll fight you all. Kill. Kill. Kill." In this moment, he opened the door to a new world, finally understanding the right way to clear the rules of this bizarre tale. At the same time, many chosen ones, similar to Sofike, began their process of violent murder. The difference lay in what happened 2 hours later. The chosen ones discovered a newborn baby in a corner. It was crying for milk, with a pair of innocent big eyes, blinking at the chosen ones. It looked so weak, just moving a finger could kill it. Sofike's red eyes gradually returned to normal. He dropped the knife in his hand and fell to the ground, letting out a long breath. It's over. This was Sofike, the only survivor infected by the bride's emotions. The audience switched to other chosen ones' live streams, and it was a completely different scene. Upon careful observation, it was clear that their actions were particularly synchronized. They began by killing the groom, then his old enemies, and nearby villagers. In the process, everyone except the chosen ones was under control. As long as they kept swinging their knives, it was enough. Watching the heads roll, the chosen one's state of mind slowly changed. From initially punishing evildoers, they later came to a sudden realization. Oh, it turns out that killing can really be as simple as cutting watermelon. Look at them, standing still, isn't it just like slicing watermelon? After finishing off the older villagers, the chosen ones turned to the children under 14, followed by toddlers and infants. How joyful it is, to decide someone's life with one knife, to hold life and death in one's hands, it's simply addictive. Looking at the expressions of terror on those people's faces in the end, it was like the best appetizer before a meal. Once the people were killed, what to do next? There were still animals, any life, any creature weaker than oneself, had to be killed without question. The viewers in the livestream watched as each chosen one, from initially punishing wrongdoers, became immersed in it, killing people and dogs, and when there was nothing left to kill, they dug into the ant nests in the ground. Burned alive in paper. Chummy, can anyone explain what happened to them? What is the principle behind this? Hey, it's just like how money can corrupt. I can't say too much, I'm afraid of being censored. Focusing back on Su Yi, at this moment, he remained a bystander. On the day after the bride's death, a middle-aged man who looked 50% like the bride came to the village, seeking help. "Daughter, have you seen my daughter?" The passing villagers rolled their eyes and ran away upon seeing him. Soon, the village chief arrived. The village chief had started using a cane 10 years ago. He had a tuft of goat beard and appeared dignified and kind-hearted. The middle-aged man visibly relaxed a bit, filled with hope of soon seeing his daughter, as he was coaxed to the big locust tree. "Daughter, my..." Before the middle-aged man could finish his sentence, someone hit him on the back of the head with a club, knocking him unconscious. This kind father might never understand, until his death, that he just wanted to see his daughter, how he ended up in such a fate. Su Yi heard a man sigh. Evil, so evil. 2 corpses were dragged away together and thrown into the large pit at the west end of the village. It is said that the locust tree gathers evil energy, affectionately called the ghost tree by people. And indeed, ever since the 2 committed suicide under the tree, it has not been peaceful there. Every night at midnight, there were intermittent sounds of women crying emerging. Su Yi, as an observer, saw several villagers passing by, glancing at the parasol tree in broad daylight before turning back in terror to run. A ghost, there's a female ghost. On the way back, he bumped into the village chief's clothes. Su Yi saw this elder, who was usually the most dignified and respected, stroking his pale beard, racking his brains for ideas. This cannot continue. The scene froze at this moment, mist rose in front of him, making Su Yi feel slightly dizzy. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself still standing under the big parasol tree. But this time, besides the villagers, there was an additional person in front of him. Clad in a gray hemp robe, holding a whisk, exuding an air of immortality, he was casting spells against the big parasol tree. After a dazzling display of operations, he frowned. This poor Taoist has sealed the ghost of the deceased here. However, her grievances are deep, and they were caused by you all. You need to promise this poor Taoist to turn the main culprit's remains into ashes, pressing them under the ancestral hall, to be whipped daily and relieve the grievances of the wronged soul. Ninggu objected, isn't it already sealed? Why do we still need to kill a living person? Taoist, is your power lacking? The village chief asked, what will happen if we don't press the ashes? The Taoist replied, the seal will weaken, and Xiaowai village will never find peace. Then the Taoist got hit on the head, turned to ashes, and was placed in the ancestral hall. Su Yi watched and just felt a toothache. This Taoist looked great but was truly a fool, simply naive and too optimistic about humanity, leading to his own downfall. It must be said, this person was killed like this, somewhat deserved it. As the smoke dissipated, Su Ye's vision cleared up. However, it seemed only he had returned to clarity. Turning around, he saw several big men surrounding the main culprit from years ago, groping up and down. They looked dazed, drooling greedily, beauty, little beauty, let's play together. It was clear they were treating the person in front of them as a bride. Soon, strange sounds filled the scene, and the process was horrific, blood everywhere. Chapter 218, Joyous Events in the Mountain Village 22. What a case of using one's own methods against oneself. Su Ye's mouth twitched, meeting the bride's gaze, and exclaimed with surprise, Tong Tong. Ning Yutong's delicate body trembled, actually, I have nothing with you. That night, I acted coy with you just to lure you into the bridal room for a single kill. But she didn't expect Su Ye's actions were beyond her imagination. It seemed he had decided that the two were in love, and he had unwittingly helped her quite a bit. She even said, if we had nothing, why did I wake up from your bed? Thinking of this, Ning Yutong felt a tinge of guilt she hadn't felt in a long time, feeling her actions were those of a scummy girl, using someone and then discarding them. Everyone in Xiaowai village is despicably bad, but you, Dogwa, are pure, like a mutated species. The audience was already in stitches, watching Su Ye's reaction, guessing whether he would be heartbroken or respond in another way. After all, Su Ye's immersion was the strongest among all the chosen ones they had ever seen. Sure enough, after listening, Su Yi pouted, looked up at a 45-degree angle at the sky, his profile revealing a sad expression. Bullet comments, knowing he is acting, why do I also feel so sad? Su Yi, that damned charm, you should become a professional actor. Usually, I'm used to seeing Su Ye's arrogance, when he becomes this quiet, it's really attractive. Quick, take a screenshot, I want to use this picture for my screensaver. On the screen, Su Yi asked the final question, Ning Shanshan is who to you? She is my older sister. Ning Yutong fell silent for a moment but finally spoke. Su Ye's expression made it impossible for her to refuse. 10 years ago, my sister and father passed away one after another, leaving only my mother and me to rely on each other. Half a year later, mother could no longer endure the pain of losing her daughter and husband, and eventually followed them. From that moment, I vowed to take revenge. So, 10 years later, I put myself in danger, pretending to have feelings for Mingo, and came to Xiaowai village, letting my sister take revenge through me. Ning Yutong put down the fan that had been covering her face. Her face was split in two, the left side was the normal bride's face, while the right side was a completely different visage. It was identical to the bride who had committed suicide 10 years ago. Su Yi, the Xiaowai village and the person named Minggu have already had a tragedy because of women. You and your sister share the same surname, didn't they suspect anything? Speaking of this, Ning Yutong's expression twisted, and she scoffed, of course not. 10 years ago, my sister saw his poor family situation and still didn't mind that he was poor. She went back for a picnic with him. He thought he was charming, pleased the girls. Pa, old cucumber, narcissist, thinking he is a movie star. Ah. Su Yi, knowing better, didn't continue on that topic. The scene of screams continued, and Su Yi saw that those who had bullied Ning Shanshan back then were already beaten into a bloody pulp. And those who had assaulted the victims, upon waking, discovered that the person they had just embraced for a long time was an old man from their village, and they immediately felt disgusted and vomited. Bullet screen, a heart-wrenching killing, it is tragic, truly tragic. So delicious, so fragrant. Su Yi heard the sound and looked outside the house, seeing several women frantically stuffing their mouths with boiled dumplings. One after another, they ate like competitive eaters. In the end, after finishing all the dumplings, not satisfied, a few women ran into the hall, lifting the men on the ground, who were almost dying, without even chopping them, and directly tossed them into the boiling fire. Have you ever seen oil-splashed monkey brains? This is even worse. Ding, congratulations to the chosen one, Su Yi from the Dragon Kingdom, for clearing the village wedding instance. Completion evaluation, 6 stars. Scoring analysis, survived 1 star. Helped the bride clear her grievances 1 star. Uncovered the complete truth behind Xiaowai village 4 stars. 30 seconds until teleportation begins, please prepare, 30, 29, 28. Suyi stood there, and just then, Jinyu number 2 hurried over, holding a paper figure in his hand. What did you use to draw these eyes? His appearance had changed. He wasn't wearing the modern clothes from when he first arrived but instead donned a grey Taoist robe, loose sleeves somewhat short, looking quite casual. Suyi smacked his head. Right, how could I forget this? He whistled, and in an instant, more than 10 paper figures with green eyes all ran over. Suyi took out a shard of a mirror and stuffed all the paper figures into the ghost house space. Still not enough. Suyi quickly rushed to the outside of the dog's place and hugged the big white tree, pulling it out. He could feel that this tree, worshipped for many years, indeed had some divinity. The most direct effect was that it could drive away worms while asleep. The cold mechanical voice sounded again. Detected the chosen one illegally taking instance items, violating rules. Detected the chosen one illegally. Chapter 219, Village Wedding 23. In a blink of less than 30 seconds, Suyi felt dizzy and was forcefully teleported out of the rules of the monster tale. In the last few seconds, a glimmer of light slipped from the big white tree and dove into the shard of the mirror. Back in the real world, Suyi was thrown out with great force, crashing directly into the villa wall, signaling the anger of the rules of the monster tale. Is it really necessary? Suyi scratched his head, speechless. On the other side, Ice Bear Country. Seeing that the truth was almost revealed, Ivan walked out of the room, only to be stopped by an old woman. Grandma? Ivan said in surprise. Good grandson, let's go home together. The old lady said, her figure hunched over, her head nearly bent to her chest. Ivan paused for a moment, decisively rejecting her. That won't work, I have to go. The grandma had little combat power, and after Ivan refused, he arrived at the village entrance, once the truth was revealed. The mist there has already been dispelled, and brilliant sunlight shines through. The finish line is right in front. At the village entrance, there is a stone tablet with the 3 big characters Shaohui Village written on it, serving as a borderline. Crossing over the stone tablet means completely leaving the village. Ivan excitedly walks forward. The bullet screens are worried. This doesn't seem right. Others were teleported away directly after completing the challenge. Why does he still need to cross this village tablet? Will there be any problems? It must be said that the netizens have sharp eyes. The problem quickly arises. The moment Ivan's foot was about to cross the stone tablet, a sudden heavy pull, like a force of 1,000 pounds, swept him back. Ivan steadies himself and tentatively walks left, then right, walking in circles without any issue. But as soon as he approaches the stone tablet slightly, he is immediately pulled back. What is this principle? He accidentally turns back, and a kind face suddenly appears in front of him. Grandma has somehow caught up, confidently saying, "Dog boy, you can't leave, hurry and go home with Grandma." I'm not a dog boy, my name is Ivan. I came here to complete a task. As he reaches the final step, Ivan no longer cares about the immersion. I'm revealing everything now, I'm done pretending. Now that the task is finished, I want to leave. Even if it makes the old lady sad, he has to say it. Grandma's expression changes drastically, her body stiffens in place, pointing at Ivan and making huffing sounds as if she can't believe it. Ivan looks at her with hope. After waiting for more than 10 minutes, Grandma finally recovers, and her first words are, "No, you are a dog boy." She stretches out her dry palm and firmly grabs Ivan's wrist, saying forcefully, "You ate my meals, no one can take you away. Good boy, stay here and accompany Grandma. We are family, and Grandma will always treat you well." This sounded spine-chilling. What does it mean that she will always treat him well? She clearly wants to forcefully keep the chosen one here. Bullet screen, I said, the braised pork should not be eaten. Ivan isn't thinking clearly. He initially refused well, but after being influenced by something, he agreed. The government of the Ice Bear Nation. If you want to scold, just say it, stop being sarcastic. Ahem, we based our opinions on the situation at the time. Now let's think about what to do. Ivan Elder, you know very well that I am not a dog boy. Please don't make it difficult for me. My lifestyle and way of doing things are different from a dog boy. I am not your grandson at all. He doesn't believe that someone who loves their grandson so much can't tell if the person next to them has changed. Grandma doesn't listen and insists on dragging him away, as if bringing Ivan home has become an obsession. Bullet screen, thinking about it carefully, this old lady is the one hiding the deepest from head to toe. Ivan raises his head and looks at Shenyu number 2 and others nearby. Why does it seem like everyone's sins are heavy here, yet she seems unaffected? Ivan knows he can't act against the older villagers due to the rules, so he wants to incite others to kill Grandma. Unfortunately, his plan goes awry. Shenyu number 2 shakes his head, pointing at the old lady. She was at fault too, but before, she personally sheltered you from the crime of stealing scissors. That counts as indirectly helping us take revenge. We can't repay kindness with hatred. Ivan. So it's still because of me. He is filled with grief and anger, as if making a certain decision. He swallows a pill. Do you really want me to stay, even if it costs my life? Grandma urgently says, don't be impulsive, a person's life is only once. She never mentions letting him go. Ivan feels despair in his heart and pulls out a fruit knife, stabbing it into his heart. His life is gradually slipping away, and when the old lady sees this, she breaks down. No, why would you rather die than stay? Is it so hard just to accompany your elder? Ivan, no. I have more important family to accompany. You have family, and I have my own home. At that moment, the silent bride suddenly moved the fan covering her face and said with her sister's voice, "You are Old Lady Jeanne?" Her tone was uncertain. I remember, 10 years ago, your child had already died from illness, right? Even though she had just arrived in Xiaohui village, she didn't know all the people, but this incident left a deep impression on her. Old Lady Zhang's grandson was under 10 years old when he died from a disease. You were crying and shouting for him to come back to life, not believing he had died. Who would have thought that now? Bullet screen, the case is solved. It turns out that Dog Boy had already died long ago, and coincidentally, the rules of this strange talk wanted to send the chosen one in, fulfilling Old Lady Zhang's wish, thus arranging such an identity. Bullet screen, Old Lady Zhang knew the truth from the beginning, yet still chose not to admit it, opting to play alone. She purposely fed her grandson the meat here, hoping the chosen one would forever stay by her side in Dog Boy's form. That braised meat was just a prop. If eaten, one would have to stay forever. But if not eaten, given the situation at that time, Ivan might have been beaten to death by the villagers on the spot, truly a difficult choice. In the world of strange talks, Ivan felt his body growing weaker. The pill he had just taken was a dropped item from the previous world, similar to a life-saving ginseng pill, effective enough to resurrect a dying person within 1 minute, but now 30 seconds had passed, and he found himself still alive. Didn't they say a heart injury means certain death? Why does it feel different from what I imagined? It seems I can still struggle for a while. Not enough, still not enough. Ivan picked up a knife and crazily stabbed at his chest, wishing to poke it into a sieve. If I'm still alive in 1 minute, the pill would have been wasted. Bullet screen. I've seen cruelty, but never cruelty towards oneself like this. I can't understand this operation, but I'm greatly shocked. As time passed, finally at the 59th second, Ivan's heart stopped beating. Ding, congratulations to the chosen one Ivan from Ice Bear Country for completing the village wedding side quest. Completion rating, 4 stars. Rating explanation, 1 star for helping the bride to get her revenge. 1 star for uncovering the truth of Ning Shanshan's death, 1 star for revealing the truth about the paper man's father's death, and 1 star for revealing the truth about the Taoist priest's death. With the announcement ringing out, Ivan came back to life, standing up from the ground, and was teleported out of the world of strange talks. Ding, congratulations to the chosen one Safik from the Tulip Country for completing the village wedding side quest. Completion rating, 3 stars. Rating explanation, 1 star for surviving. 1 star for helping the bride to get her revenge. 1 star for uncovering the truth of Ning Shanshan's death. Safik timed it perfectly, as he just displayed Ning Shanshan's tragic state and was infected by the emotions around him, going on a killing spree. He didn't even see the complete truth afterwards. However, a 3-star rating still excited the people of Tulip Country immensely. Ding, the chosen one Chinyu from Dragon Country received 4 stars for completion. Rating explanation. This time, thousands of people participated in the strange talk, and with a large number, the success probability naturally increased. In the end, over 20 countries successfully cleared the quest. Su Yi lay on the sofa. Below, we present individual 6-star rewards. Halo, son of the true word, from Ning Yutong's blessing, she deeply believes your words and feels profound guilt for this. Owning this halo can increase the trustworthiness of your words by 20%. Su Yi waited for a while, the air was as quiet as a hen, he couldn't believe it. That's it? He thought he cleared with 6 stars, and all he got was a title? It can't be this way. This is simply targeting him. Su Yi was extremely angry. Chapter 220, Farm 1. 3 days later. The 16th round of Strange Talk challenges begins, now randomly selecting chosen ones participating in the challenge. This time the participant list includes Dragon Country, Ice Bear Country, Cherry Blossom Country, Tulip Country, a total of 92 countries. Each country will select 20 chosen ones. Su Yi opened his eyes, lying on a soft bed, with his whole body sinking at least 30 centimeters. The white ceiling, with recessed circular lights he had personally bought online, emitted a soft green glow, not at all harsh on the eyes. What's going on? Su Yi felt confused. Did I get lucky this time and not get transported into the rule nightmare? Open. Su Yi opened his mouth, and the green curtains beside him slowly parted from the middle. The livestream chat. Wow, is this the room that Su Yi Big Shot usually sleeps in? So cool, it feels so high-tech. My home also has this kind of equipment, but compared to Su Yi Big Shot's, the sensitivity is nowhere near. Exactly, mine is like an artificial intelligence idiot. Last night I asked Xiaodu to help pull the curtains, and it directly turned on the TV in the living room, even changed it to the horror movie channel. I listened for a long time, thinking a ghost had invaded my home. Which brand of artificial intelligence does Suyi Big Shot use? Recommend it, I must go buy it. Suyi stretched lazily and turned to look at the window. A little boy with a topknot, posed like someone in an ancient book suspended from a beam, with the rope replaced by his braid, was hanging outside the glass window. Seeing Suyi looking at him, his originally idle eyes instantly lit up, waving desperately at Suyi. You see me? Ha, I've been here for so many days, finally a human can see me. Suyi rolled his eyes and turned his head to the other side, primarily to avoid the annoyance. This little guy really disrupts one's rest. His breathing gradually stabilized, his chest rising and falling, he actually fell asleep again. Just as he was lying on the ground with the green-eyed strange cat pulling the curtain on one side, the cat jumped onto the windowsill, skillfully opened the window, and stretched out a paw to hook the topknot. Its mouth suddenly widened, at least a meter wide, quickly swallowing the little boy into its belly. The world became quiet once more. At the same time, many other chosen ones from different countries were already in a chaotic mess. The familiar environment made them unaware that they had already entered the nightmare world, so when the curtains were drawn back and they suddenly saw something strange hanging outside the window, they screamed piercingly. And that top-knot boy, upon realizing this situation, became even more unruly, opening his bloody large mouth and biting towards the chosen ones. Ah, ah! Screams echoed one after another. Just then, urgent knocking sounded from outside the door. What's wrong, dear son? What happened? Do you need our help? In the empire where the sun never sets. Kevin, who was already terrified, suddenly heard his parents' familiar voices and without thinking, he opened the door wide and jumped into the woman's arms. He wasn't small anymore, making this action look a bit ridiculous, lacking any man's spirit. Oh, Mom, there's a ghost, quickly save me. His parents walked into the room. Where? Kevin pointed at the window outside. There's a child flying. As soon as he said this, the room fell into an eerie silence. Dad's eyes were dark and fixed directly on Kevin. You can see him? Kevin felt that this question was off, but his mind hadn't completely stabilized, and his brain was in disarray, reflexively responding, yeah, can't you see him? Of course we can. Dad's words carried a strange smile. We've been waiting for this day. Wife, this prey is ripe now, it's time to dig in. He. Ding, the chosen one Kevin from the empire where the sun never sets has been devoured by the strange creature, remaining chosen ones in the empire where the sun never sets, 18. The chat, Kevin was too panicked. If he were a bit smarter, he would have noticed that the strange thing outside the window never managed to penetrate the glass. It's not his fault, anyone waking up to find themselves still lying on their familiar bed. It's hard to imagine that one has already entered the bizarre realm of strange talks. Sinister, targeting at 10 in the morning, many people have just woken up. In Longwa, Suyi lay in bed and dozed off again. An hour later, he yawned and sat up from the bed. It seemed like I just had a dream, a strange thing appeared outside the window. Bullet comments. Wow, your idea is amazing. Those who don't think this way have already sent it. Who? Suyi wiped the palm he placed on the bedside, feeling a bit moist. The little dog grabbed a paper note and placed it into his palm. Suyi frowned, reading the content above. Instance, breeding farm. Introduction, this is a world deeply invaded by strange phenomena, where humans and strange talks coexist. Usually, they do not disturb each other, unless you have matured and become able to see them. Want to survive? You might as well listen to my advice. Rule A. Rule 1, do not let any strange being discover that you can see them, or you will face endless attacks from them. Rule 2, your name is Wang Xiaoming, a 17-year-old junior in Moral Education High School. Please remember your identity. Rule 3, you are now at home, and in your home, you can only see 3 family members. Please be sure to identify carefully. Rule 4, classes start at 9 a.m., and school ends at 6 p.m. During this time, you need to take bus 21 to school, and the bus ride takes half an hour. Rule 5, if you are late, you can choose to take a taxi, but it will be a bit more expensive. Rule 6, home is safe, and your family treats you well, they won't harm you for now. Rule 7, listen to your parents, be a good child, and do not refuse any requests from them. Goal, survive for 30 days. Ah, I'm already in the instance. Suyi was speechless. Damn, it looks just like my home, that made me sleep again. I don't even know if I've missed any clues. Knock, 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 a gentle female voice came from the door. Good son, wake up, the sun is shining on your backside. Suyi didn't move. He sat on the bed in a daze for a while before walking over to open the door. At the door stood a man and a woman whom Suyi did not know, but judging from their attitude, they were very likely his parents. Rule 3, you are now at home, and in your home, you can only see 3 family members. Please be sure to identify carefully. This indicated that there must be more than 3 family members in the house, and now in front of him, there were 2. They could all be strange, only one could be real, or they might all be real people. Without knowing the specifics, it was unwise to respond recklessly. Suya's approach was to ignore them completely. Since he didn't know which was real and which was fake, he decided to ignore them all. He walked past the two in front of him and went straight to the dining table in the living room to pour himself a glass of milk. Chapter 221, Breeding Farm 2. Suyi found that only the bedroom and his real-life room were very similar. Once he left the living room, everything changed. At the very least, the cat climbing frame next to the TV had disappeared. Indeed, after this series of actions, the reactions from the two behind him were different. Dad was expressionless, seeming to be used to Suya's attitude, and sat down on the sofa to read the newspaper. But Mom started to get angry, coming to Suya's side and accusing him, "What's going on? Have you grown wings and don't talk to me anymore? I can't manage you now, right?" Bullet comments, "This tone is so familiar, my mom usually scolds me like this." It's really scary, Suyi, hurry up and explain to your mom. Well, calm her down. In the world of strange talks, getting along well with the strange beings and gaining their favor is also a crucial part. However, no matter how much Mom chattered in his ear, Suya's reaction was just two words, deaf. He poured himself another cup of instant coffee mixed with milk and passed through Mom's body. Yes, passed through. Suyi guessed right, since he could not see the other person's body. That should also not be touched, not be felt. Otherwise, wouldn't the world be in chaos? Imagine a normal person walking in the house, clearly seeing nothing, yet touching a strange body. This does not conform to the logic of the rules. Suyi held the coffee, sat down heavily on the sofa, the very place where Dad read the newspaper. In this position, Suyi basically sat down right on top of someone, and even let out a fart. The strange Dad turned green with anger and yelled at Suyi. However, seeing the other person's clueless expression, the strange Dad realized, this is bad. Not only was he wasting his breath scolding, but the other person couldn't hear him at all. Angrily, he moved to the other side of the sofa, glancing at Suyi with resentment. Just then, Suyi on the sofa felt uncomfortable sitting, so he lay down, stretching his legs, and his feet, which had been covered all night, were now right up against the strange face. A strange fragrance wafted by, although it had no scent, but it couldn't resist the psychological effect. When the feet came near, the brain couldn't help but make associations. The strange Dad, furious, jerked up from the sofa. He suspected the child was doing it on purpose, but he had no proof. So he simply turned and headed back to his room. If he stayed any longer, he feared he wouldn't even live to see his son become familiar. Live stream audience, the familiar old flavor. Quick, send a message to our chosen one, the man and woman at the door are not real. That's right, from the beginning until now, all the chosen ones who opened the door have, without exception, been eliminated. Either they panicked too much and quickly jumped into their mother's embrace, only to be killed in return. Or they only recognized one as strange and treated the other as a family member when responding. To make a joke, those chosen ones who have survived until now have all relied on hiding. They burrowed under the covers and pretended to be asleep. As long as I keep pretending to be asleep, I won't need to open my eyes and naturally won't see anything strange. Suyi happily leaned on the sofa, sipping coffee, while the strange girl sat opposite him, her gaze full of resentment, staring straight at him. Bullet screen, Suyi is not to be underestimated. If it were me, with someone staring at me all the time, I wouldn't be able to drink at all. Oh, isn't that why they call him a boss? Baka. It's unfair, our chosen one from Sakurabana did the same last time, you clearly said it was shameless. I want to sue you Dragon Country people for discrimination. At that moment, another woman came down the stairs. Baby, you're finally awake. Did you sleep well last night? Suyi continued to maintain his aloof attitude. Until the woman came close, took the coffee from Suya's hand, and accidentally touched his palm with her finger. You are still young, drinking coffee is not good for your body, let's switch it for a cup of milk. Suyi looked up, showing a sweet smile. Okay, I'll listen to you. The woman was sweetened by the smile, gently brushing Suya's hair. Mom is going to cook, making your favorite dish, be good, and wait patiently. After saying that, she turned and went into the kitchen. Suya's smile froze, the woman who just claimed to be his mother, who was the one sitting opposite him, radiating resentment. It seems he must quickly figure out the relationships in this family. Suyi wandered around the living room, and apart from finding a calendar indicating today is Sunday and there's no school, there were no other useful clues. He focused his attention on the doors of the other two rooms on the first floor, slowly walking close. Just as he was about to reach for the doorknob, his mom came out of the kitchen. Xiaoming, we are out of soy sauce, hurry to the supermarket and get a pound. Suyi extended his hand. Which supermarket soy sauce do you want? Mom naturally took out $100 from her pocket and handed it to Suyi. Well, that one at the entrance of the community, it's the closest. She pinched Suyi's nose. We can't let our son get tired, be good. The remaining money is saved for you to buy candy to eat. Okay, thank you, Mom. However, this simple conversation puzzled many of the chosen ones. In the Cherry Blossom Kingdom, Arai Hanakiko participated in a strange rules talk for the first time. She was already terrified, and when her mother asked her to get soy sauce, she didn't question it, stumbling downstairs in a daze. Oh no, I still don't know where the supermarket is. Arai Hanakiko looked confused. She didn't dare to ask randomly, fearing that something strange might be nearby, and if she bumped into it, wouldn't she just be sending herself to death? Forget it, I can only walk around nearby, it shouldn't be far. Arai Hanakiku nervously walked along the road, and at a corner, she happened to see the convenience store with its door wide open, many people coming in and out with shopping bags. Phew, so many people, I should be right. Arai Hanakiko smiled and happily stepped inside. Boss, how much for a kilogram of soy sauce? $2.50. Arai Hanakiku rummaged in her pocket, finding 3 coins in total. She lowered her head to count the money. Looks like the rules talk is quite strict, it adds up to exactly $2.50. But at that moment, a ghostly voice came from above her head. Little girl, how did you find this convenience store? You can see me? Can see me? The voice above kept ringing like thunder, shaking her core. What? Shouldn't I see you? But they all can. Arai Hanakiku mumbled softly, and upon looking up, she was stunned to find that everyone's eyes were fixed on her, drooling shamelessly. Then, this group of people began to fight in front of her. Mine, I saw it first. Don't snatch it from me, it's mine. Then let's fight, whoever wins gets to eat. At this moment, Arai Hanakiku felt utterly defeated. Have you ever seen a group of men fight over who gets to eat themselves first? Not just any eating, but truly devouring one alive. Taking advantage of their fight, Arai Hanakiku realized that no one was paying attention to her, and she felt a glimmer of hope as she carefully moved toward the door. However, just as she stepped a small foot out the door, the supermarket boss's mocking voice rang out, "Little snack, where are you going? Brother will accompany you." Damn, after all her calculations, she forgot about the boss waiting at the door for a chance, and the screen turned black. Dang, the selected one Arai Hanakiku from the Cherry Blossom Kingdom has been devoured by the strange. Remaining selected ones in the Cherry Blossom Kingdom, 10. Bullet screen, so quickly, the number of eliminations has reached half. Has the difficulty of the strange talk increased? No, actually, this is just a small problem. Just like the first time we buy something, we definitely have to ask for the location information. But upon entering the strange talk, the chosen ones forget these things temporarily due to tension and other issues. It seems that the most important thing in the rules talk is the mindset. Stay calm, don't panic. This is where Mr. Siei excels. From the first time entering the strange world, he has never shown fear and often scares the strange beings into fleeing. In the Bald Eagle Empire, Henry handed a $100 bill to the supermarket boss, putting the return $97.50 into his pocket, his lips twitching. Isn't it said that strange beings coexist with humans? Why are they using strange currency? $90 and more, enough for several bus rides. Clearly, taking the bus is a big problem. Henry came out of the supermarket and saw the last creature he wanted to see, a little boy with a funny topknot, dangling in midair, speaking teasingly. Hee hee, you can see me, right? Henry ignored the child like he was at home, walking straight ahead. The expected passing through didn't happen, and he instead bumped into a hard object, bouncing back. The little child rubbed his round belly. Stop pretending, you saw me at home, I've already figured it out. Rule 1, don't let any strange being discover that you can see them, or you will face endless attacks from them. There's nothing that can be done. Henry pulled a scalpel from his pocket. You can die. As a fanatic of medicine, the scalpel was his favorite weapon. He was obsessed with cutting organs for others in an underground hospital. With unbelievable speed, the blade struck down, precisely slicing off the child's kidney, the scalpel creating a blur of motion. 2 dark lumps dropped to the ground, resembling the cashews one usually eats. Hooray, long live Henry. The people of the White Eagle Empire cheered. With a chosen one as powerful as Henry, our country is safe this time. On par with Fred too. It was no wonder the people of the White Eagle were excited. Since Fred had passed away, each new chosen one seemed weaker than the last, leading to a decline in their national strength. Seeing the dragon country subtly surpassing them, gradually becoming the unchallenged leader of the world, they could no longer sit still. Inside the instance, after swinging the knife, Henry was also quite pleased. As expected of an S-class talent, truly impressive, the scalpel's damage to the Yuri is almost 100%. Even if Suyi came, he wouldn't dare to say a bad word. Thud. Before Henry could finish, he felt a chill above his head, a shadow covering him. He couldn't help but look up. A gigantic hammer was descending, crushing the scalpel to powder in an instant. Ding, chosen one Henry of the White Eagle Empire has been devoured by the Yuri. The current number of remaining chosen ones in the White Eagle Empire, 12. In the romantic country, when his mother asked, "Could you help me get a pound of soy sauce?" Pierre obediently agreed, smoothly taking 100 yuan from her. But when he reached the door, he suddenly clutched his stomach and fell, startling his mother, who hurried over to support him. "My good son, what's wrong?" Faced with this tender maternal love, Pierre drooped his eyelids, saying no extra words, just a brief word, "It hurts." In a place where his mother couldn't see, he pinched himself hard, making the pain on his face look even more genuine, his complexion now pale. Combined with his talent's skill, true emotion interpretation, a frail, sickly little boy image naturally emerged. Pierre was helped back to his room. "You rest well, mommy will go pour you a cup of hot water." When the door closed, Pierre turned back to his side and looked again. Sure enough, the eyrie outside the window still existed. A little boy with pigtails was floating in mid-air, grinning widely at him. Pierre's mood grew heavy. This eyrie was something he encountered when he first entered the instance. At that time, he didn't see the rule, "Don't let the eyrie know you can see them," and naturally met its gaze. Pierre was quick to react. At that moment, he made no noise, no fuss. Even after realizing the eyrie wouldn't dare to cross the window, he directly ignored it. But seeing was seeing. Having already violated the rule, pretending not to see was surely the behavior of a person who superficially likes dragons but is afraid of them. "If I go out now, even if I fight this eyrie and win, it would be useless. Because I have already exposed myself, and the other eyries will certainly not let me go." After a moment of thought, Pierre voluntarily opened the window. Waving at the eyrie, he called out, "Hey kid, come in." Strangely, the eyrie that had just been clawing and banging at the window hesitated instead. Its small eyes twirled, looking at Pierre with drool everywhere, but did not come in. Pierre understood. Rule 6, home is safe, family treats you well, and they will not harm you for now. It seemed this rule was correct. Something in the house must frighten those lurking outside, making them hesitant to come in. Pierre appeared weaker, the kind who had no ability to resist. Such a good opportunity, yet the little boy still lingered at the window for a long time, not daring to enter, so he said, "You have the guts, come out." "You come in." "You come out." Finally, Pierre compromised. "All right, I'll go out." Chapter 223, The Breeding Farm 4. He slowly leaned his upper body towards the window. "You come closer too, so you can support me." Tick-tock, sticky water dripped from above onto his ears. Pierre forced himself to suppress his nausea, whispering continuously to coax the other party, until the distance between them shrank. He suddenly stretched out his hand, fiercely grabbing the boy's braid and pulling him back. The little rascal was unwilling, knowing he had fallen for the trap, and he ran out with all his might. But he was no match for Pierre. In just a few minutes, he was pulled back into the room and was thrown hard against the distant wall. With a loud bang, in this house, it sounded like a thunderous noise. "Damn it, I'm gonna fight back." The boy, slammed against the wall, was incredibly angry and got up to fly toward Pierre. However, he was ultimately a step too late. The strange sounds in the room attracted everything in the house. Mom rushed in with a cup of water, and behind her were two strange figures, a man and a woman. The strange gazes locked onto the intruder. "Little rascal, you're really bold, not knowing whose territory this is? I hate when someone wants to take food. That's something we've worked hard to raise for 17 years. The boy with the braid knew he was finished. As this weak strange being had no right to keep humans and livestock, he could only float on the streets daily, hoping that some human would suddenly mature, or like just now, lurking at someone else's window to spy. In today's world, barging into a high-level strange territory without greeting was utterly taboo. If discovered, one could be beaten to death and have nowhere to seek justice. But Wang Xiaoming had half-lured, half-violently pulled him in. The boy with the braid quickly explained for himself, "It's him, your family's humans matured early, that's why I came in." He had made up his mind, even if he were to die, he would definitely drag a scapegoat with him. Wang Xiaoming, the culprit, wouldn't escape. On the bed, Pierre lay weakly, his face pale, grimacing in pain while asking, "Mom, did I eat something bad? Mom, why did the window suddenly open? There's no way a ghost can get in, right? Mom, I'm in so much pain, am I going to die soon?" His eyes staring blankly out the window, the strong wind whistling in, filled with confusion. Two strange beings, are you kidding us? This is called maturing? The boy with the braid, it's not like that, he's wronging me. He can really see me and even hit me. The boy with the braid had no way to express his grievances. Clearly, just a moment ago, it wasn't like this, and in the time it took to turn around, the person lying on the bed had completely changed, turning his face faster than flipping a book. To be honest, as a strange being, the boy with the braid didn't understand why, nor could he perform such actions. The two strange beings grinned sinisterly, revealing big white teeth. "Then why can he not see us? Only you can." With a crack, the boy with the braid's head fell to the ground, his mouth full of curses toward Pierre, disappearing without a trace. The female strange being rushed to the window, shouting threats outside. "Listen up, Wang Xiaoming is one of ours. If anyone dares to snatch food out of my mouth, don't blame me for being rude." During all this, Pierre remained unfazed, tremblingly taking the hot cup of water and gulping it down. "Mom, Confucius said hot water can cure all ailments." Confucius was right, I really feel much better. "Mom, my son is so smart, even quoting classics." The live stream audience. Did I ever say that? To be safe, the female strange being returned from the window and walked up to Pierre, her big face leaning in close, her two eyeballs dropping out and plopping into Pierre's open mouth. Pierre placed the cup back into his mom's hands and lay back down on the bed. Bullet screen, phew, that was close. How did Pierre manage to stay so calm? If I were him, I'd be terrified. Knowing it was fake, they were scared enough to hide away. That's just how people are, always having infinite trust in their own sight. As the saying goes, seeing is believing, hearing is deceiving. In the world of bizarre tales, the saying often becomes utterly useless. No matter what, Pierre's actions set an excellent example. Many countries sent messages to their chosen ones, repeating everything that had just happened. To summarize, do not go outside, it's best to pretend to be ill. The combat power of the little ghost with the sky-high braids isn't high. What's to be feared is that other weird entities might discover the secrets that the chosen ones can see. Best to find a place without people to resolve it, that is the best strategy. However, after this message was sent out, combined with the previous hint that the two people at the door were both bizarre entities, both opportunities had been completely used up. The path to be taken has to rely on the chosen one themselves. All countries sighed, this is just the beginning, it really worries people. Well, if we die, we're used to it. In Dragon Country, Suyi returned after a short visit. Before long, several home-cooked dishes came out, a plate of braised meat, a plate of steak, a plate of shredded potatoes, plus some vegetables. This meal was very normal, even emphasizing a good balance of meat and vegetables, nutritious and healthy. But because it was too normal, Suyi instead felt a bit anxious and secretly signaled to the green-eyed strange cat. After confirming there was no problem with the food, he sat down. Mom, are there only the two of us? Humph, what does it matter to them? Just eat more. Suyi stared at the dishes on the table. He simply felt that two people eating 4 dishes didn't seem quite right logically. Mom, those 2 little ones will be back for dinner. Oh. The little ones, it seemed the other 2 visible family members were younger than him. Gaining this key information, Suyi quickly dug into his meal. Bullet comments, Suyi always speaks so artistically. Even when asking for the supermarket address, he said which soy sauce from downstairs he wanted, rather than where the supermarket was. Exactly, just now someone directly asked how many people were at home and was immediately cut off. Suyi, following a normal appetite for a high school senior, after one meal, there was still about half the food left on the table. Mom poured all the beef into his bowl. Good boy, eat these too. Suyi nodded and found that the leftover food wasn't cleared away, just left sitting on the table. He was surprised. Won't this be saved for the younger siblings to eat tonight? After the meal, Mom went back upstairs to rest. Suyi shifted his gaze to the other 2 rooms on the first floor. He pushed the door and went inside. Compared to his own bedroom, this room looked quite shabby. A single bed with deep blue sheets, a faded basketball beside the wall. Next to it was a desk and stool, worn and peeling. Suyi judged that the room's owner must be a boy younger than him, and he searched inside thoroughly. Chapter 224, Breeding Farm 5. Suyi searched every corner of the room and finally found a shoebox under the bed. The box was clean, it looked like it was often taken out for use, yet placed in such a hidden spot, Suyi sensed it was not simple. Curiosity piqued, he opened it, and the contents presented themselves completely before his eyes. A dried-up mouse corpse, the structure of its teeth fully preserved, standing out on its shriveled skin. A bloody claw? Packaged in vacuum-sealed bags, due to the lack of air, it was preserved very freshly. Suyi momentarily couldn't identify it. What is this? At that moment, the vegetable dog beside him suddenly became agitated, barking loudly, and knocked the shoebox from Suyi's hands. It's not what I think, right? Suyi felt embarrassed. Seeing the vegetable dog's appearance, he suddenly understood something. The shoebox fell over, and the first thing to break was the mouse body. Next came a number of things rolling out from inside. There were rabbit teeth, chicken bottoms, and various others. In short, it was some part of small animals. It doesn't seem very beautiful. Suyi picked up the diary scattered beside him, as if afraid of being recognized. The words on it flowed very elegantly. Suyi could only hop around, picking out the words he recognized to piece together. First page. Mouse, crushed, death, so pitiful, so happy to death. Suyi restores the scene at that time. A small boy placed the mouse flat on the ground, picked up a brick, and smashed it down hard until it was crushed. While the mouse pitifully struggled continuously, he was extremely happy. Second page of the diary. Dog paw, cut a piece, let it go, dripping blood, so happy to death. So boring. Suyi flipped through several pages very quickly. This time he browsed rapidly, mostly about how to torture small animals, as well as about preserving corpses and making animal specimens. Until the last page, the content changed. There was nothing written about animals. Only the name Wang Xiaoming filled the entire page, written over and over again. Next to it, a red line was drawn. Every name was smeared countless times, like some kind of curse. In several places, the name had already been scratched off, enough to see the writer's furious mood at that time. Sui stared blankly at the notebook for a while, finally said, "I understand." At this moment, the audience watching the live stream all suddenly brightened their eyes upon hearing this. Countless spies mixed in from other countries also rolled up their sleeves, took out paper and pen, must write this down, analyze it well, and send the message back. "Sui, I understand, this younger brother is psychologically unhealthy, likes lowly tastes." Lin Guobyo said, "There are two kinds of people in this world, one that doesn't like stimulation, abnormal humans. One like himself, who just likes to pursue stimulation, genius." Sui felt that the younger brother barely counted as the second type, somewhat similar to himself. But his hobbies were indeed poor, making people look down on them. Using weaker animals for experiments, what kind of skill is that? Simply vulgar, shameful. If you have the ability, do it to yourself. Live stream. What does he mean? What is he talking about? Why can't I understand? Forget it, just write it down, go back and savor it properly. Isn't this younger brother a pervert, holding a grudge against the chosen one, while also inferring that the whole family is disharmonious? The chosen one not only needs to be wary of the bizarre, but also beware of backstabs from the younger brother. After Sui digested the information, he went to the living room, planning to check another room. At this time, outside the room, there was a sound of the doorknob turning, and two children, one big and one small, walked in. The older one was 15 or 16, with a pure and cute appearance, tied with a thick ponytail, having a bit of the vibe of an idol drama girl, probably the younger sister of this body. The younger one was only 12 or 13, with a face full of acne. To be honest, in this world of strange tales, women, whether it was the Sadako encountered before or the little girl now, were all at least pleasant to the eye. But they didn't seem very satisfied, liking to tear off their skin to show others. As for the appearance of men, let's not talk about it. The two had dirty faces and rushed straight to the dining table as soon as they entered. The little boy grabbed a piece of braised pig trotter and stuffed it into his mouth. The girl frowned in disgust. "Go wash your hands first." The little boy ignored her, stubbornly finished the pig trotter in his hand, which was also the only remaining one on the plate, before he went to the bathroom with oily hands. Bullet screen. Oh, the great Sui just entered this boy's room. Did he just catch a mouse outside and come back to grab pig trotters? Gross, so disgusting, but in the world of strange tales, isn't there no talk of germs? Seeing the two come out of the bathroom one after another, Sui approached with concern. "Oh, are you back from playing?" The younger brother furrowed his brows and stared at Sui fiercely. If eyes could kill, he would have acted by now. Sui grinned. "Are you cursing me in your heart? Like the mice in your house?" This sudden remark caught the brother off guard. He reacted a second later, and quickly rushed into the bedroom. The sister, left standing still, tightened her small face. "Don't go too far, you know we are out working to earn tuition." Earn tuition? Does this family need minors to go out and work? What kind of relationship is there among the family members? At this moment, the brother finally came out of the room, his small body charging at Sui like a little calf. Sui dodged aside with a swiftness. What a joke, if he got bumped today, how could he survive in the future? The brother came forward again. Sui had already begun to yell at the top of his lungs, "Mom, my brother wants to hit me." Mom stormed down from the second floor room, her face dark. "What's going on?" The farce ended, with Sui complaining, and the brother Wang Zitong receiving several slaps from their mother, while sister Wang Xiaoli cried enough tears to fill half a sink. That night, at midnight, Sui suddenly sat up in bed, startling the viewers who were watching the live broadcast. This livestream matched the time of the real world, and the audience couldn't stay awake and keep watching indefinitely. By midnight, many were dozing off. Now, it was equivalent to being jolted awake by Sui. What does he want to do? Sui arrived at the last room on the first floor, turned the doorknob, but the door wouldn't budge. He pushed hard, and with a creak, the door opened, dragging along the chair that was propped against it. Wang Xiaoli was hiding in bed, terrified, her body pressed into the corner. "What do you want?" Sui, hee. Hee. Bullet comments. Wow, Sui is launching a midnight raid on the strange girl's room. Has the brother finally gotten smart? Under the watchful eyes of thousands, a tranquilizer needle pricked into Wang Xiaoli's body, and as the girl gradually slumped down, Sui began searching for evidence in the room. Bullet comments. TSK, the beginning is thrilling, the ending falls flat. TSK. Ultimately, Sui found a family photo in the cupboard, a snapshot of 4 people. 2 were strange, Wang Zitong, Wang Xiaoli. Where was himself and mom? Could it be that these 2 cheap younger siblings were not family? Then why did they share the surname Wang? Sui felt there was a big secret here and promptly put the photo back in its place. Chapter 225, Breeding Farm 6. The next day, at 7 in the morning, Sui was woken up on time by mom, and on the table was a well-prepared breakfast, century egg lean meat porridge, steamed buns, eggs. The two younger siblings were munching on their steamed buns and pickles, staring eagerly at Su-yi. This scene felt strange. Not far away, two odd figures were drooling at the food on the table, while on the table, two small ones were drooling at the chosen one. Meanwhile, many chosen ones from different countries chose to give away their food in hopes of pleasing the two younger siblings. The brother grabbed the food, gobbled it down, but still didn't give the chosen one a pleasant face. The sister carefully said, "Thank you." And Mom, watching from the side, scrutinized the chosen ones with a gaze full of doubt. In Tulip Country, Sofike finished eating and came out of the house. In the hallway, a small figure chased up from behind, looking up at him. "Brother, you must be careful." Sofike raised an eyebrow. "What do you mean?" "Wang Xiaoli, this world is not safe, there are always strange things appearing." Sofike's heart raced. Like what? His empathy was the strongest, since yesterday, seeing the tragic experiences of the two children, he felt deep sympathy. Once people view someone or something as pitiful, they naturally place that being in a weaker position than themselves, thereby lowering their guard. For example, now, Wang Xiaoli pointed at the monster behind her. "Brother, she is so scary. She is so scary. So scary." Sofike's pupils constricted. When he realized what mistake he had made, a forced smile appeared on his face as he attempted to make amends. "What are you talking about? I don't understand." "Wang Xiaoli, how can you not understand?" "Brother, your pupils focused just now. I was close, I saw it very clearly." "Brother, don't try to lie to me." The last bit of defense in Sofike's heart was broken. "How can this be? I saw you were pitiful this morning, so I shared my breakfast with you, and this is how you repay me?" Wang Xiaoli smiled. She was wearing a yellow floral dress today, fresh and full of life, making people feel a natural fondness at first glance. She said, "Brother, so you really can see." "I was just saying it casually, seems the rumors in school are true." "Sofike, you're tricking me." No matter how stupid, he understood the situation now. Wang Xiaoli had somehow heard about the strange beings coexisting with humans, and came back to test her cheap brother. She did this for one reason only, to make him die. "Sofike, so young, but your heart is already this vicious. You will not have a good end." Wang Xiaoli lifted her youthful and beautiful bangs. "Thank you for the compliment." Behind them, a monster full of tumors approached and swallowed Sofike in one bite, licking its lips in satisfaction. After eating, the monster was not satisfied, and its gaze locked onto Wang Xiaoli, wanting to eat one more. But it passed straight through her body. Wang Xiaoli was not cooked. She lured her already cooked brother, and let the monster eat him. Ding, the chosen one of Tulip Nation, Sofike, has been devoured by the strange being. Current number of chosen ones in Tulip Nation, 8. Bullet screen, this Wang Xiaoli is scarier than the strange beings. Thought the little brother's personality was twisted enough, didn't expect the sister to be even worse. Sofike was too naive. Just one breakfast can't change how deeply the siblings resent the chosen ones. But Wang Xiaoli acted well, pretending to be innocent and cute, which most easily wins sympathy. In Dragon Nation, Suyi carried his school bag and went out. His little sister ran over from behind, timidly asking, "Brother, can I go to school with you?" She looked a bit scared, and while speaking she took a few steps back on purpose, making anyone unwilling to say no. "Sure." Suyi took out a syringe with tranquilizer and played with it in his hand. "I'd love to, dear sister." Dong dong dong. Wang Xiaoli swung her ponytail and quickly disappeared from sight. TCH, useless. Suyi put the needle away and stopped where he was. After a while, a boy with a round tiger-like head walked out. Suyi smiled. "My dear brother, let's go to school together." The boy saw Suyi, rushed forward without hesitation, and started punching and kicking him. Suyi kicked him onto the wall and beat him up. 10 minutes later, facing the brother who had only one breath left, "Do you give up?" The brother looked at Suyi with dark eyes. "Yes." After saying this, he felt a bloody sweetness in his throat, something wanted to come out, but he forced it back down. "Good, now that's a good kid." After saying this, Suyi took out a pack of crispy heart chips. The brother's mood improved a lot, even a bit flattered. Suyi curved his lips. As expected, hitting first then giving a sweet date usually works very well. Suyi dragged his brother and got on the bus to school. On the way, he became much more relaxed. No longer needed to judge who was real or fake around him, just needed to observe his brother's reactions. If the brother could see, then he could see too. If the brother couldn't see, then he chose to ignore as well. They arrived at school smoothly. Wang Zitong, "Brother, our middle school division is in another direction." Suyi waved his hand. "All right, go then." He patted the boy's head, with deep meaning. "You're much more useful than that other little girl." After Sofike's death just now, the audience already knew the truth of the matter. Wow, Suyi really has sharp eyes. How did he see Wang Xiaoli had problems? Compared to Wang Zitong, sister is much better at disguising herself. The stars do not blink, actually, both have their problems. Wang Xiaoli's personality is described in our dragon country as a smiling tiger. Wang Zitong is much simpler, all his emotions are written on his face. People in dragon country all know that compared to the one behind, the front poses a much greater danger. Smi Masai, the term smiling tiger was invented by our pickle country. We need to apply for heritage protection. Which country are you really from? Pickle country. Smi Masai was invented by us too. Chapter 226, The Farm 7. In Cambodia, Hanek took the bus to school. There was no way, he had no money, taking a taxi was impossible, the only tool he could find was a bus card. Before leaving, Hanek put on a pair of sunglasses and tried his best to walk down the street without looking away. Even if he couldn't see clearly, if he accidentally bumped into someone, he would point at his eyes and pretend to be blind, the other person's anger would soon vanish, and kind-hearted people would offer to help him find his way, supporting him to his destination. Relying on this skill, Hanek successfully walked from his front door to the bus station. But he overlooked one thing: pretending to be blind is itself likely to attract strange attention. Imagine, when everyone else is normal, you alone wear sunglasses in the cold winter, becoming the most eye-catching person in the crowd. Hanek got on the bus and felt it was unusually crowded, every seat was taken. He couldn't tell which seats actually had people and which were strange. Helpless, he could only stand on the bus to school. At this moment, a girl in a red scarf stood up from her seat, politely suggesting to Hanek, "Brother, why don't you sit in my spot?" Hanek remained unmoved, no matter how the girl looked at him with watery eyes, emphasizing, "The teacher said we should do good deeds." After a while, a staff member in a blue uniform couldn't take it anymore and walked to Hanek's side. "This student, the little brother, is just being kind, don't be pretentious, just agree to his request." Hanek closed his eyes and hummed a little tune in place. Indeed, as he sang, "You smell like her perfume, it's making my nose." The attendant walked over and passed right through Hanek's body. Finally, when the bus came to a stop, Hanek pretended to look unwell and felt his way off the bus. Ahead was an old woman who walked straight up to Hanek and fell down. "Oh dear, my arm, my leg, my head hurts." The corner of Hanek's mouth twitched. Isn't this just scamming? It was too fake. Not knowing the true identity of the other person, Hanek continued to step forward. This time, however, he was directly tripped by the old lady. "Oh dear, the young people today just push me down and then step on me again. Is there no law? Is there no one to take care of this? Oh no, it's real." Feeling the warm sensation coming from his foot, Hanek knew that today he might have truly kicked a hard surface and encountered a scam. He was a bit flustered. After all, he was a newcomer just stepping into the world of strange stories. Being able to think of using sunglasses to pretend to be blind was already a big improvement. And more. The rules state that class starts at 9 in the morning, and now it is 8:40. If I can't make it because of such a small matter, I don't know what kind of consequences will arise. What should I do? Just then, someone behind proposed, "Child, don't panic when something happens, let's call the police first." "Right, call the police. That proposal is good, then let me borrow your phone." "Hee, you can hear me talking, right? I can feel myself, yes. Are you familiar with me?" Ding, Cambrian Chosen 1 Hanek was weirdly consumed, the remaining number of Chosen Ones in Cambodia, 5. Comments, insidious. Cunning, these strange things are really too much. I think this Chosen One hasn't downloaded the anti-fraud app. Currently wandering in several live broadcasts, the right approach is either to pay for a taxi to take him directly to the school gate, or to take his younger brother to school. On the way, he can avoid risks through his brother's reactions, all other methods are wrong. The former is suitable for seasoned Chosen Ones who already have strange coins and are relatively wealthy. The latter is the best solution for ordinary Chosen Ones. In the Dragon Country, Suyi found his classroom and officially began his classes. The senior year courses. Suyi was ready for a big fight. Learning English starts with me, abandon, give up. Nothing is difficult in the world, as long as one is willing to abandon. But unexpectedly, this school seemed to be popularizing teaching through enjoyment, only learning some very basic knowledge. In class, Suyi was called on several times for very simple questions, and he deliberately pretended not to answer. The teacher just let him sit down and smiled, saying, "It's okay, work harder later, don't put pressure on yourself." Students, make sure to maintain a good mindset. Strange, too strange. Suyi was full of confusion. Teaching through enjoyment is a good concept, but it's more suitable for kindergarten. As far as Suyi knew, the current situation in the Dragon Country was that in some places, children had already started to compete while in elementary school. Music classes, dance classes, even strange programming classes were all signed up just to keep children from losing at the starting line. This kind of educational method should never be used in senior year. 40 minutes of class ended, and the teacher stood at the podium. "All right, students, the next class is physical education, everyone prepare well." Prepare well? Could it be that in this world, sports are the main subjects, and cultural subjects are not emphasized? Suyi couldn't help but think deeper. Following the crowd, they came to a locker room. Suyi found his locker and changed into his sportswear. He saw a boy next to him taking out a volleyball and carefully wiping it. Suyi couldn't help but ask, "Are we having volleyball class later?" Caught off guard, the boy shook his head in a panic, hiding the volleyball in his locker. "No way, volleyball is such a dangerous sport, the school doesn't allow students to play." Volleyball, dangerous? Suyi was puzzled. Was he in the wrong place? In neither a rule-abiding tale nor an ordinary world could volleyball be considered a dangerous sport. He decided to ask in more detail, "Do you really think volleyball is very dangerous?" The boy, "Yeah, volleyball is hit with both hands. What if someone accidentally hits a classmate's head?" Suyi thought to himself, if it hit, so what? Just get up again. What kid hasn't been accidentally hit by a ball a few times when they were young? The school's treatment of children didn't seem human. Going deeper, the students were like crystal dolls, untouchable, not to be bumped, too precious to break. "Suyi, but I like volleyball and don't think it's dangerous. What do you think?" The boy thought for a moment and lowered his voice, whispering in Suyi's ear, "I have the same idea as you." Suyi immediately said, "Right? I can't go a day without playing volleyball, it drives me so crazy, I feel like I'm dying." After he said that, the boy next to him couldn't help but press his lips together, feeling restless inside. "You're right." The two chatted for a while longer, with Suyi vividly describing the beautiful scene of playing volleyball, mentioning beaches, beautiful girls, and bikinis. Before long, a large group of classmates gradually surrounded them. Young guys, soon they will be 18, whether it's beautiful girls or the word sports, hearing it all made their hearts surge, a considerable temptation for everyone. Physical education class officially began, and a group was taken to a large playground surrounded by wire mesh to do gymnastics. Bending, stretching arms, side leg pulls. This is indeed a good exercise, not as tiring as playing volleyball. It can also exercise the whole body. But at the same time, doing too much day after day also becomes very boring. Suyi pretended to casually glance around and saw that outside the iron net, a crowd had gathered, various strange beings, all watching from above. Chapter 227, The Breeding Ground 8. The iron net prevented the strange beings from coming in, but at the same time, it also restricted the people inside from going out. Suyi suddenly understood, the name of this dungeon was called Breeding Ground. Why so? At first, Suyi felt this name did not match the content of the dungeon at all. Now it seemed, they, the chosen ones and nearby classmates, were indeed being kept in an iron cage for breeding, right? It's just that, unlike ordinary animals, this breeding was more meticulous, the process much more complicated. What happened next confirmed Suya's guess. Shortly after gym class, everyone was taken to the cafeteria to eat. A mix of meat and vegetables, nutritious and healthy. In the afternoon, they had an interest class, which was supposed to cultivate their sentiments. Wang Xiaoming chose the piano. The music teacher's level was not low, and with a few beautiful melodies, everyone felt like they were at a concert, their minds and bodies relaxed. The first day, the second day, the third day. For a whole week, they repeated the same things every day, extremely procedural. Here, the phrase Suyi heard most from teachers was, "Don't be nervous, relax your mind. Staying happy is the most important." Suyi suddenly thought of something, that is, the domesticated poultry in the real world. Do chickens kept in cages and pigs locked in pens really know they are being bred? No, they don't know. They only know that compared to their kind in deep mountains and forests, being here means no hunting is needed, no digging for food, and they can easily have everything outside. They even feel fortunate and self-satisfied because no one has ever told them about their future fate. This was very similar to their current environment. The dungeon's requirement was to survive for 30 days, as long as the chosen ones maintained their current state and carefully avoided being discovered, they would count as having successfully passed. But Suyi felt he had to do something. Not for the 5-star clearance or anything, just the current life made him feel extremely bored. Yes, bored. Classes, after school, exercising. This life, which seemed most comfortable to the other chosen ones, was, for Suyi, a torment, comparable to naked torture. What should he do? In the first 2 days, Suyi encouraged his classmates to secretly play volleyball together. After the teacher's repeated education had no effect, he was called to see his parents. Yes, literally, it's the usual trick teachers use, call the parents. In the principal's office, Suyi was aggressive. "Why can't we play volleyball? Is it your rule?" A cold glimmer flashed in his eyes. As long as the principal answered yes, he would immediately charge forward and kill him. "No, it's the higher-up's order. You must understand, every child now is very precious. Parents send you to school, also hoping you won't be harmed. So we can't run fast, only allowed to walk and jump simply? Is this still a school? Even prisons aren't so strict." The principal sighed. "Wang Xiaoming, do you remember a student from our school 3 years ago? He was running and accidentally fell down the stairs, causing a very bad impact on the school. So it's because of this student that a series of rules was made? I don't believe you at all. Seeing his attitude unyielding, the principal immediately straightened his face. This student, if you are still not satisfied, we really have nothing more to teach you, why not go rest for a while? Oh, is this trying to expel him? That won't do, staying at home is even less interesting. Suyi displayed a soft, obedient smile. Got it, principal, you are right. I won't play volleyball in the future. His appearance and inner self always did not match well. Just a little favor, and he immediately transformed from a rebellious troublemaker into a docile and lovely lamb. The principal expressed great satisfaction, secretly giving himself a thumbs up. Not bad, after all, he is young, just a bit of fear, and he listens obediently. He dared not easily let the students drop out. One by one, they were quite valuable. Suyi returned home from school, lay in bed, tossing and turning, unable to sleep. How on earth could he help the students escape their current predicament? Even if he killed all the teachers in the school, it would only treat the symptoms, not the root cause. He rummaged through all his props in his backpack and finally found a bottle of black reagent from a distant corner. It was obtained from the Shadow Spring High copy. Black spring water, take out a drop and place it on your arm to temporarily gain a breath similar to the Yuri, which can blind others' eyes. Drinking a bottle can completely evolve into the Yuri. Could this be a kind of medicine? If all humans turn into Yuri, will they still be eaten? Suyi shook the spring water, a bit too little, not enough. Is there a way to make it more? Little Yu, who was chewing on a lollipop, looked up. Brother, there's no need to be so troublesome. The Yuri raise humans not only because of their deliciousness. Suyi, please explain. Just like you can strengthen yourself by refining the heart of the Yuri, what the Yuri cares about is the vitality from humans in taking over the land that originally belonged to humans. That vitality, when consumed, can strengthen the Yuri itself, gaining enhancement, making it a fatal attraction to them. Some mature Yuri worlds might have rule chains, establishing corresponding rules to achieve coexistence between humans and the Yuri. This world is clearly not mature enough. The Yuri has just invaded and is progressing towards complete Yurification. Suyi keenly captured the key information. Are you saying that on this planet, there are many worlds being invaded by the Yuri, and we are currently in one of them? Little Yu scratched her head. Planet, what is it? It's probably like dimensions, meaning space. Chapter 228, Breeding Ground 9. According to what you said, just destroy the life energy in these people, right? Yes, brother, there's no need for everyone to turn into Yuri. Just pollute humans, and the Yuri won't have anything to eat. Polluting them, interesting. Suyi stared at the black spring water in his hand, quietly pondering. How can we do it, using this little bottle, to destroy the entire school? Little Yu saw him in a daze and began providing suggestions. Actually, it's not very difficult. Suyi, ? He was pulled back into the shattered mirror space by the little girl. In the main hall, the pool was still the same, and his mother's lover was chained inside. His whole face was submerged in the water, and after he drowned, he would be pulled out and revived, repeating this cycle, forever suffering the torment of drowning. This was the curse, one of the most sinister powers in the world, like purgatory, making one unable to seek life or death, forever without release. The man, grasping for breath, caught sight of Suyi and the little girl. What are you doing? What do you want to do to me again? Neither of them paid him any attention. Little Yu, this water will never run dry. Pour in the spring water and make those students come in to bathe. Suyi, the method is feasible, but what about him? With such a big build, he would be in the way in there. Upon hearing the words in the way, the man volunteered, kill me quickly. If you have the guts, kill me now. He was in a mad state, truly wanting to die, not wanting to live for even a moment longer. The man was filled with immense regret, wondering how he was ever possessed by a moment of madness to provoke such a terrifying mother and daughter. If he had a chance to relive, he would never step into that room again. I beg you, I was really wrong. I beg you to kill me. His shrill scream trembled with emotion. He wanted to cry. But tears could not flow, the decades had already dried up all the tears that could be shed. Xiaoyu didn't even glance at him. It's simple, just move him to another place. She snapped her fingers, and with a pop, the man was freed from the water. But before they could rejoice, the man was swept away, flying into the little bathroom next door. Suya's mouth twitched. If he remembered correctly, in there was a head, which belonged to Xiaoyu's mother, who had been killed by the man, her body chopped up and wrapped in towels, leaving only the head. Sure enough, soon cries of despair and the sound of smashing things came from inside. Xiaoyu smiled gently. I wish you both a happy union, together forever. The livestream audience gasped. That's brutally ruthless, she's so young but extremely malicious. Killing someone isn't enough, she wants them to suffer forever. How do you know she's young? Maybe this little girl is old enough to be your grandmother. Hey, no one should judge, one can only say that without experiencing another's pain, do not advise others to be good. If you were tormented since childhood and then sold to a trafficker, maybe you would be even more ruthless than her now. In the world of horror stories, Brother, don't you think Xiaoyu is too cruel? She shouldn't treat him like that. Before Suyi could respond, Xiaoyu interjected, but brother, Xiaoyu's power was formed from hatred. If I let him go and remove this emotion, I would also disappear from this world. Suyi. He raised his thumb. Well done, people like this deserve to be punished for all eternity. Let's discuss serious matters now. The next day. It was a sunny day, with the bright sun shining. Suyi arrived at the school early, waved his hand, and a dozen paper figures scattered. Each was carrying a large bag of anesthetic syringes on their backs. In a changing room, a boy had just taken out his beloved volleyball, leaving a saliva mark on it. Suddenly, he felt a sharp pain in his lower back, and then lost consciousness. In a restroom, a boy turned on the faucet, patted his bangs, preparing to fix his freshly cut backhead hairstyle. In the mirror, another figure suddenly appeared, with glowing green eyes and flushed cheeks. Ah! This scream was just the beginning, but the paper figure covered his mouth, and with a dose of powerful anesthetic, he promptly fell unconscious. In the space, Suyi looked at the group of boys soaking in the pool, feeling very satisfied. Strands of black things were swirling around their bodies, rushing to burrow inside. Before long, several people were assimilated, gradually revealing a strange aura. Worried it wouldn't be enough, Suyi personally fed each one a little. It was indeed the notorious act of making someone drink bathwater. Everything was ready. Suyi commanded the paper figures to return the students to their original places and wake them up with a slap. Those students woke from their haze, feeling pain in their faces and butts, and before they could notice the changes in their bodies, they immediately let out earth-shattering screams. Their world had changed. A group of people gathered on the playground, pointing at the wall outside. What is that? It has 6 ears and 3 eyes? Am I hallucinating? You're not mistaken, I even saw angels with 10 pairs of wings. No, it seems more accurate to describe them as bird people. The strangeness outside the school? Everyone, charge! They seem to ripen early and can see us now. Although they didn't understand why the creatures kept in the school had matured so early, since it was a good thing, someone just rushed forward without thinking too much. The school gate was knocked against with a loud bang. Suyi noticed that the seemingly unremarkable barbed wire around the playground actually had powerful defensive capabilities. Those strange beings were repelled after they charged. However, they were not afraid and instead kept coming one after another, attacking frantically. What to do? What are these things? The students were in a state of panic.